I sold my house for her, quit my job, did her laundry and cooking, and was even willing to serve 3 years in prison on her behalf. But what I got in return was her and her sister teaming up to set a trap, forcing me to leave with nothing. She scoffed at me, saying I was just a reformed convict, unworthy of her glamorous CEO status. I smirked as I signed my name, never expecting that the Jinling tycoon she so desperately desired would grovel before me like an assistant. My name is Chen Fan, a recently released ex-convict. 3 years ago, I went to prison to take the fall for my wife's company. In prison, I apprenticed under a master, mastering extraordinary medical and martial arts, and was bestowed the War God token, inheriting the throne of the War God King. Yet I had no heart for conflict. I only wished to return to my wife's side to make up for 3 lost years together. After being released from prison, I went straight home, only to unexpectedly witness my sister-in-law Qian Wanwan suffering from stomach pain, so I stepped in to perform acupuncture on her. Brother-in-law, you've had it tough these 3 years. I've decided to repay you properly on behalf of my sister. As Qian Wanwan spoke these words, she pinned me down onto the bed. Just as I was about to push her away, the room door was suddenly flung open. My wife Qian Hui stood there holding up her phone recording, her gaze ferocious. Chen, you just got out of prison and already dared to lay a hand on my sister, you've got some nerve. Qian Wanwan hugged herself and hypocritically wailed, sis, this bastard used acupuncture as an excuse to grope me and even tried to rape me. Qian Wanwan, why are you slandering me? I couldn't believe it. She sneered, whether it's slander or not, the recording speaks for itself. Qian Hui flung out a divorce agreement, you committed adultery with my sister during our marriage. The evidence is solid. Sign it and leave with nothing. My heart froze with despair, selling my parents' house to support her as an accountant, tending to her daily needs, 3 years in prison, only to be betrayed by the sister's calculated scheme. I served 3 years in prison for you, and this is how you repay me? Did I beg you to go to prison? Your one-sided devotion means nothing to me, Qian Hui said coldly. I am now an elite female CEO in Jinling. What I need is not someone to take care of me, but someone who can provide the stepping stones for me to climb rapidly. A reformed convict like you is no longer worthy of me. I was utterly disappointed, gave a self-mocking smile, picked up the pen and signed, you'll regret today's decision for the rest of your lives. The 2 sisters sneered at this, dismissing it as bullshit, and even started discussing where to go for a celebration. I felt so nauseous I wanted to vomit, then turned and walked away. At the door, I ran into Qian Wanwan's boyfriend Shirku. Since you're divorced, behave yourself. If you dare harass Wanwan or her sister, I'll take you down in a heartbeat. Scoot arrogantly threw a punch at the back of my head. I paused my steps, slightly sidestepped, and Scoot's fist swung through empty air. I took the opportunity to kick him, sending him rolling several times like a ball, clutching his stomach and screaming in agony. You dare hit my boyfriend. Qian Wanwan rushed forward, raising her hand to slap me, but I easily dodged and countered with a backhanded slap that sent her spinning in place, her face swelling up like a steamed bun. Qian Huigang was about to burst into angry curses, but my glare froze her in place, her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably. What ruthlessness was in those eyes, like a butcher's blade, or a god gazing down upon mortals. Keep what's yours, I want none of it. I unclasped the pendant from my neck and tossed it to her. But what's mine, I'll claim down to the last coin. With that, I reached for the jade bracelet on her wrist, my mother's heirloom, the proof of a Chen family daughter-in-law. It wasn't until I disappeared from view that Qian Hui regained control of her body, grinding her teeth as she fumed, that bastard, I'll make sure he pays for this. As I entered the elevator, I received a call from Tang Qingtian, the wealthiest man in Jinling. Mr. Chen, this is Tang Qingtian. At the request of Ms. Dongfang, I will serve as your personal assistant. Don't hesitate to let me know whatever you need. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dongfang Lingyan was my senior sister and one of the 4 heavenly kings of the War God Hall. Who would have thought that beneath her icy exterior lay such warmth? She even got the richest man to be my assistant. Mr. Chen, the signal here is quite poor. I'm downstairs in your residential area right now, shall we talk in person? I hung up the phone, stepped out of the elevator, and saw the refined Tang Qingtian, behind whom a Rolls-Royce was parked. Mr. Chen, please. I stepped into the car. Just as Tang Qingtian was about to take the driver's seat, Chen Hui warmly approached him and said, Mr. Tang, the esteemed tycoon, I'm Chen Hui, the boss of Qian Corporation. I made a special trip to attend your business lecture last month. Tang Qingtian merely nodded politely, being sparing with his words, to pick up an important person. He instinctively glanced at the car, which immediately made Chen Hui realize the situation. Tang, the richest man, no need for small talk. I spoke from inside the car. Tang Qingtian immediately understood and took the driver's seat before driving off. Chen Hui watched the receding Rolls-Royce with a furrowed brow. That voice sounds so familiar, almost like Chen Fan. Sis, you haven't gone mad from Chen Fan scaring you, have you? Since when would the richest man in Tang serve as Chen Fan's driver? Qian Wanwan scoffed. That makes sense. Chen Hui nodded in agreement. It's all because of that bastard Chen Fan. He's left me feeling so unsettled now. During the car ride, I asked Tang Qingtian to help me look up who the current owner of my parents' old house was. He had just taken out his phone when he received an urgent call. Mr. Chen, my daughter accidentally ate rat poison. She's at the hospital getting her stomach pumped right now. Since I don't have anything urgent to do anyway, let's go together. Maybe I can be of some help. We rushed to the hospital in a frenzy and met Tang Qingtian's daughter Ye, her little face pale and in extreme pain. Tang Qingtian's vision went dark, nearly causing him to collapse, but I steadied him. Don't worry, it's just a minor issue. I reached out my hand, pinched a silver needle, and flicked it onto Ye's Shinting acupoint with a snap of my fingers, channeling qi to control the needle and eradicate the toxins. In just a few seconds, Ye regained her color and consciousness. Mommy, I'm so hungry, I want to eat. Madame Tang was dumbfounded. The experts had all dismissed the perilous situation, yet I effortlessly resolved it with a single silver needle. Tang Qingtian was deeply moved and bowed deeply to me, saying, Mr. Chen, thank you for saving my daughter's life. This kindness will never be forgotten. It was nothing, don't mention it, I said with a smile before taking my leave. Tang Qingtian caught up and presented a black card. This is the MasterCard from my Tang Corporation. With this card, you can enjoy unlimited spending at any Tang Group affiliated businesses. I took the black card and went out for lunch. At that very moment, Chen Wanwan happened to pass by the emergency exit and saw me emerging from the ward. Startled into silence, she quietly followed. In the hospital room, the king of medicine in Jinling, Tang Di, was marveling at me, using qi to control needles and channeling energy across space. This is the true mark of a medical master. Mr. Tang, the richest man, you're incredibly lucky. Could you introduce me to this Mr. Chen? I'd like to apprentice under him. Chen Wanwan breathed rapidly, pricked up her ears, and diligently noted down all my contact details. She excitedly left without bothering to register Scud for an appointment, eagerly calling Qian Hui on the phone. Sister, I have some great news to tell you. At this moment, Qian Hui was heading to Acehang Hotel with her mother, Imajing, to celebrate. Upon hearing Qian Wanwan's words, Qian Hui's eyes sparkled with excitement, overjoyed. Well done, Wanwan, you've accomplished a great feat this time. She smiled confidently. Don't worry, Mom. With your daughter's looks, snagging a man is a piece of cake. They headed north all the way to room 11's VIP at the Acehang Hotel. Yima Jing looked at the array of exquisite dishes on the table and laughed heartily. We bid farewell to a pauper and welcomed a god of wealth. Ha! Just as the two of them were rejoicing, I pushed the door open and walked in. Qian Hui's face instantly turned cold. I was just about to find someone to deal with you, but I never expected you to walk right into my trap. What, coming here to beg for scraps? Imajing sneered sarcastically. A useless coward like you, light years behind Hui Hui. Where did you get the courage to beg for her back? Look at this magnificent private room, booked by Hui's new boyfriend, Lu Xiao. Do you have what it takes? I frowned and said coolly, if there's nothing wrong with your minds, you should realize this is the private room I booked. Chapter 4, ask them if they have this thing? At that, Imajing burst out laughing on the spot. You booked a private room? Don't you dare spit in your own face, look at yourself. Chen Fan, did you sneak in disguised as a delivery guy using the freight elevator? How else could you get into such a high-end place? There's a bell right here. Ring the manager and ask what's going on with security. Qian Hui's expression was half smile, half sneer. Alright, Mom, didn't you want to be an internet celebrity? Don't miss out on such great material, record the whole thing. Hearing her daughter's suggestion, Imajing perked up instantly. Recording? That's too much hassle, you'd have to edit it. I'll just go live and show everyone our luxurious lifestyle. This table full of delicious food will look amazing on camera. Imajing was certain this would go viral online. Whether it was the feast of delicacies others could only dream of or the satisfying lesson taught to that clingy nuisance Chen Fan, both would cause a huge stir. Chen Fan glanced at these two buffoons, finding them both speechless and laughable. Go ahead and make fools of yourselves, but don't say I didn't warn you. This private room, the meal, and the bottles of wine you ordered all told, it'll easily run into hundreds of thousands. When the bill comes, don't cry too loudly or you'll become a laughingstock across the entire internet. Heh, you should be more concerned about how you're going to clean up your own mess. Qian Hui gave a cold laugh and pressed the call button. Within a minute, the manager hurried into the room. The moment he entered, he bowed and said, Esteemed SVIP customer, how may I assist you? You have the nerve to ask? Qian Hui found her scapegoat, raised her voice, and pointed at Chen Fan, demanding loudly, this stinking beggar barged into our reserved private room to cause trouble, and your security guards at the door didn't stop him? What the hell are they even doing? The manager was a shrewd operator. Before ascertaining Chen Fan's identity or the reason for his presence, he refrained from immediately confronting him. Instead, he offered a forced smile. Your concern is justified. I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Please bear with us for a moment. Wait? What's there to wait for? That punk's a parolee and a stalker. Just kick him out. Qian Hui commanded imperiously. I'm sorry, ma'am, but we must follow protocol. Please calm down. The manager quickly contacted the front desk to inquire about the situation. Meanwhile, Imajing had already started her live stream. First, she ostentatiously photographed the fine wine and gourmet dishes on the table, selecting a striking cover shot. Only after viewers joined her livestream did she begin recounting how she'd been dining in a luxury hotel private room when someone followed her and barged in. Seeing Imaging had started streaming, the manager concluded her confidence suggested truthfulness. He made a silent judgment and hurriedly tried to calm her down. "Ma'am, please stop broadcasting this for now. Our hotel did indeed make a mistake. Please give us a chance to make it right. As for you, sir, though I don't know how you gained entry, your current actions are disrupting our hotel's operations and causing an extremely unpleasant experience for our guests. If you continue this nonsense, we will have no choice but to take firm measures." Chen Fan watched the manager, blinded by the two shrews, as he slowly pulled a black MasterCard from his pocket. "Ask them if they have one of these." Xian Hui glanced at the card in Chen Fan's hand, unimpressed. "Oh, found a black card on the street? No wonder you managed to get in here. So all this fuss was just you stumbling upon a lucky find while scavenging." The manager's pupils contracted sharply. This wasn't just any card. A black MasterCard. The exclusive card for Tang Group's super VIPs. Few in number, but each holder was a prominent figure. From billionaire tycoons to prominent families across the nation, no one else could possess it. This is bad. Cold sweat trickled down the manager's back. How unlucky could he get? In all his years in the business, he'd made just one misjudgment and it landed him right in the line of fire? Seeing Xian Hui still ranting and raving in contempt at Chen Fan, the manager snapped, his face darkening. "Shut up!" His angry shout startled Xian Hui. "What the hell are you yelling about?" she snapped. "This guy picked up someone else's card and came here pretending to be rich. You don't penalize him, and instead you're yelling at me?" Ignoring Xian Hui, the manager turned to Chen Fan with an apologetic expression. "Esteemed MasterCard VIP, I sincerely apologize. I failed to recognize your true worth. My momentary oversight caused you such distress. I am truly sorry." As he spoke, the manager bowed deeply to Chen Fan, his head nearly touching his knees. "Privileged customer? Him? Are you kidding me?" Xian Hui had expected the manager to formally apologize to her, but instead, he completely ignored her and showered Chen Fan with respect. "Holders of the Black MasterCard are the most esteemed VIPs of the Tang Group." The manager bowed with solemn respect. "Ma'am, since you claim this private room was reserved by your party, do you have any booking records?" "What? You're questioning us now? Ha! Haven't you heard of young Master Lu? This private room was reserved for us by him." Xian Hui's voice grew louder. The live stream audience swelled, its members clamoring for her to humiliate Chen Fan thoroughly. To boost the live stream's popularity, Imaging stepped forward to provoke further. "Manager, go ahead and check if you must. My son-in-law would never make a mistake. But this loser's Black MasterCard? It looks suspicious, either fake or stolen, robbed, or found. He must be severely punished." "Hold on a moment. What's this Mr. Lu's full name? And his phone number? I'll look into it." The manager already had his suspicions. If not for Imaging's livestream where physical altercations could tarnish the hotel's reputation, he wouldn't have bothered explaining. He'd have kicked the man out in minutes. You see, the Black MasterCard was personally issued by Tang Qingtian, chairman of the Tang Group. The holder's information was entered before issuance. Even if someone else got their hands on it, without a facial match, it's useless, just a worthless piece of plastic. Chen Fan had booked the private room and gained access through facial recognition. No further proof of identity was needed. "My boyfriend's name is Lu Yi. His phone number is..." The manager pulled out his phone, listening to Qian Hui recite the numbers as he typed them in. Soon enough, he found what he was looking for. "Ladies, Mr. Lu did indeed reserve a private room with us. However, he booked standard private room 11 in the East Wing and selected the family package priced at 10,000 yuan. This is the West Zone's SVIP room 11, where a single dish from the top-tier menu easily exceeds 10,000 yuan. Though the room numbers match, they're worlds apart in both class and quality." Chapter 5, her face burning with embarrassment. "What?" Xian Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. Imaging was even more unable to accept it. She had just boasted to her live stream audience, swearing up and down that even a state banquet for foreign dignitaries wouldn't match the scale of her current meal. Now the manager was telling everyone that their order was just an ordinary family set meal, priced nowhere near the SVIP private room? How could she possibly accept this? The manager was utterly speechless. Did these two women even have brains? How could they get the east and west sides mixed up? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My boyfriend would never be this cheap. A 10,000 yuan family set meal? Even a basic wedding banquet wouldn't cost that little. Xian Hui was furious. She knew this hotel's price range well. A 10,000 yuan family package was practically slum level. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was enjoying dishes worth hundreds of thousands. The crushing disparity left her utterly humiliated. "Just you wait. I'm calling my boyfriend right now to get to the bottom of this. If I find out you've been lying to me, you're dead meat." Xian Hui dialed Lu Yi in a rage. At that moment, Lu Yi was in the midst of a steamy rendezvous with his latest young actress conquest. Seeing Qian Hui's name flash on the screen, he answered with obvious distaste. What is it? Don't even get me started, honey. I'm about to lose it over this hotel manager. He claims you booked a 10,000 yuan family package. How could that be? They must have made a mistake, right? At this point, Qian Hui huffed at the manager. Let me tell you, my boyfriend is right here on the other end of the line. I'll have him confront you right now. He's not that cheap. Lu Yi had been planning to placate Qian Hui, but upon hearing her accuse him of being stingy, his expression darkened. 10,000 yuan for a single meal and she calls him stingy? Damn it, you're pushing your luck, aren't you? Qian Hui, I'm treating you to dinner because I think highly of you. Don't push your luck with me. If you want something expensive, pay for it yourself. Can't afford it? Then get lost. Lu Yi assumed Qian Hui was trying to raise the stakes by calling, so he hung up on the manipulative without a second thought. Hearing the busy tone, Qian Hui froze in place. Frantically dialing back, she couldn't get through no matter how many times she tried. By this point, who was right and who was wrong was crystal clear. Yi Majing felt so embarrassed she wanted to crawl into a hole. She quickly turned off her phone. She'd never have the nerve to log back into that livestream account again. Qian Hui felt her face burning with embarrassment. Especially Chen Fan's mocking laughter had made her feel like she'd swallowed. Mom, why are you so greedy? What's wrong with us two ordering a 10,000 family set meal? It's clearly more than enough. I just got carried away by your provocation. I shouldn't have said those awful things earlier. Now Lu Yi is furious and won't even answer my calls. What are we going to do? The company still needs him to expand our network. Yi Majing slapped her own mouth and exclaimed anxiously, it's my fault. You need to go make amends with young Master Lu immediately. Qian's company has been barely scraping by all this time. We finally hooked up with the Lu family, waiting for them to lift us up. If this deal falls through, our dream of sitting back and collecting money is gone. As the couple made to slip away, Chen Fan gave the manager a knowing look. The manager understood immediately, recognizing this as a rare chance to make amends. He quickly intercepted Qian Hui and Yi Majing. Ladies, while you did enter the wrong private room, you've already eaten the food and opened the wine. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to simply leave like this? How much is it? We'll pay. Qian Hui refused to lose face in front of Chen Fan and retorted defiantly. Without a word, the manager pulled up the menu and began calculating. This table of dishes originally cost 500,000 yuan. Even accounting for the untouched items, it's at least 400,000. And that family set meal worth 10,000 yuan. Since you didn't use it, we can deduct that amount. You only need to settle the remaining 380,000 yuan to leave. Qian Hui's face turned green. All her money was tied up in the company. She had at most 200,000 yuan on her. Where could she possibly come up with 380,000? But pride comes before a fall. Qian Hui refused to lose face in front of Chen Fan. She had no choice but to swallow her pride and prepare to call friends and relatives to borrow the money. She had to pay up first, otherwise, being detained here would be even more humiliating. Yet, having cultivated an arrogant demeanor over the years, Qian Hui had scarcely any friends. Even those she did have were unwilling to lend her money. Besides cash, are there other ways to pay? Seeing Qian Hui's frustrated expression, Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh. What? You're thinking of paying with your body? Qian Hui stubbornly insisted, I'm just experiencing temporary cash flow issues. The company's final payment will settle tomorrow and 1,000,000 yuan will be deposited immediately. Paying this small bill is a piece of cake. Sorry, ma'am, we don't offer credit here. You must pay today, and within the hour, or we'll have no choice but to call the police. The manager's words felt like another invisible slap across Qian Hui's face, one that stung like hell. If you can't afford it, you shouldn't have come to such an expensive place. Now look at you, you've lost all face. Chen Fan snorted and chuckled, take your sweet time scraping together the cash. I've got better things to do than watch a monkey show. Manager, give me another SVIP private room and bring all these drinks and dishes again. Yes, sir. Follow me. The manager wasted no time in making arrangements for Chen Fan while simultaneously calling the security chief to station his men to monitor the two women. They wouldn't be allowed to leave until they paid. Esteemed MasterCard VIP, to express our sincerity, the payment made by those two ladies will be gifted to you as compensation. Would that be acceptable? No need for me. Chen Fan shook his head and waved his hand. Use it all to buy desks and donate them to underprivileged students in the Jinling mountainous area. Let's do some good for society. Very well. You are truly a great philanthropist. I extend my deepest gratitude on behalf of the underprivileged students in the Jinling mountainous region. The two walked further and further away, but their conversation lingered in the corridor, refusing to fade. Qian Hui stamped her foot, fuming, damn it. To be mocked by that prison trash. And to think he's using my money to do good deeds in his name, it's infuriating. Chen Fan just got out of prison, right? How could he possibly have that MasterCard? Could he have some hidden background or connections? Yi Majing wondered. Bull. If he really had connections, would he have been locked up for 3 years? Xianhui dismissed the idea with disdain. In my opinion, he probably got that card through some shady, unknown means. This hotel is brain dead. They recognize the card but not the person. They'll go out of business sooner or later. Imogen glanced at the approaching security guard and urged, "Come on, Wee. Now isn't the time to brood. Figuring out the money situation is the top priority." Xianhui hummed in acknowledgement. While frantically trying to contact Lu Yi, she silently vowed to make a comeback later. Not just Chen Fan, but Lu Yi too. Once she'd climbed her way up to Mr. Chen, she'd kick Lu Yi hard, make him pay for humiliating her. Chapter 6, The Senior Sister Comes Flirting. After lunch, Chen Fan returned to Jinling Central Hospital. He realized he'd left his jade bracelet in Tang Qingtian's car, but felt too embarrassed to ask him to bring it over due to his own carelessness. So he hailed a taxi and headed there himself. Buzz. No sooner had he arrived at the hospital entrance than he received a call from his senior sister, Dongfang Lengyan. "My little junior brother, have you eaten yet?" Hearing her seductive voice tinged with playful teasing, Chen Fan felt a wave of heat wash over him. "Yes, senior sister. What's up?" "Just checking in on my little junior brother." Dongfang Lengyan's voice carried a hint of amusement. "So, is the outside world full of stunning ladies? Any of them batting their eyelashes at you, wanting to practice dual cultivation together?" Chen Fan. "So you found a new flame and abandoned your old love? Have you forgotten that night before you were released? We did things we shouldn't have done." Listening to Dongfang Lengyan's plaintive tone, Chen Fan sighed in exasperation. "Senior sister, we were just in the room together, secretly reading Master's rejected flirting messages. Don't make it sound like some huge misunderstanding, okay? Alright, I won't tease you anymore." Dongfang Lengyan returned to the main topic. "I called to remind you not to forget your mission. You possess the once-in-a-millennium innate chi physique capable of devouring others' cultivation to fuel your own growth. It's utterly formidable, accelerating your cultivation 10,000 times faster than ordinary practitioners. You're practically destined for peak power from the start. Unfortunately, you missed the optimal cultivation period, activating only 1/5 of its potential, a significant loss. According to the master, to fully activate the primordial chi body, you must absorb 4 rare constitutions: the Purine Constitution, the Wood Spirit Constitution, the Calamity Poison Constitution, and the Spiritual Soul Constitution. Therefore, your release from prison isn't a vacation in the mortal world. You must prioritize your mission, accelerate the activation of the primordial chi body. Once complete, you'll become the pillar of our war gods hall with absolute power, spreading the martial arts of China across the world." Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "Senior sister, don't make it sound so simple, okay? Those 4 rare constitutions are 1 in 10,000. If I even encounter one, I'll consider myself lucky. Who knows how long it'll take to gather them all?" "Not necessarily," Dongfang Lengyan chuckled. "Sometimes luck strikes when you least expect it. Maybe you'll stumble upon one by pure chance? Alright, I'm off to practice yoga." By the time you return triumphant, senior sister will have taken her physique to new heights. I guarantee you'll be sitting comfortably and lying blissfully." Amidst a burst of alluring laughter, the call ended. Senior sister, how come you're so good at teasing?" Chen Fan, flushed crimson, tucked away his phone and sighed deeply. The road ahead was long and arduous. Who knew how long it would take to gather all 4 body types? Lost in thought, he accidentally collided head-on with a beautiful woman at the corner, nearly knocking the wheelchair she was pushing off balance. Fortunately, Chen Fan reacted swiftly, steadying the elderly person in the wheelchair just in time, otherwise, it would have been truly awkward. "Don't you ever look where you're going?" The woman wore a brown suit and a mid-length pencil skirt that accentuated her striking figure. Her cool demeanor and slightly furrowed brow gave her the aura of a celestial being descended to earth, a vision to be admired from afar, not approached lightly. "And, let bygones be bygones. I'm fine. Let's go." The elderly man in the wheelchair was remarkably gracious. Not only did he not blame Chen Fan, but he even helped smooth things over. "My apologies, sir." Chen Fan offered a apologetic smile. Ren Annie's expression softened slightly. A soft snort escaped her beautiful, high-bridged nose before she turned and walked away. As she brushed past him, Chen Fan's body stiffened, his eyes widening in shock. Pure Yin energy. Could this woman be a pure Yin constitution? Driven by curiosity, Chen Fan abandoned his pursuit of the jade bracelet and hurried after the two. Observing them up close, he noticed a faint black mark on the back of the old man's neck. This was the judge's mark. The judge of the dead marks those nearing death in advance, signifying their time is short. Patients bustled through the corridor, nurses rushed about frantically, and Chen Fan's attempts to strike up a conversation were interrupted several times. He could only watch as Ren Annie and the old man entered the examination room. Through the crack in the door, he could see a bespectacled chief physician standing inside the examination room. Ren Annie, who had seemed aloof moments before, now wore a warm, courteous smile as she addressed the chief physician. "Director Bao, my grandfather's illness has lingered for quite some time. Had we not encountered you, such a renowned physician, I truly don't know when he would have been freed from his suffering. We sent you a bank card earlier, but you refused to accept it no matter what. This time, for the follow-up visit, I specially prepared this banner of appreciation. Surely you'll accept it now. Certainly, I'll accept it. Director Bao laughed heartily, accepting the banner with both hands before turning to hand it to a student behind him. Adjusting his glasses, he remarked with deliberate grace, treating Old Run has been my privilege. Money is of little consequence. In Director Bao's eyes, reputation mattered more than money. If word got out that he'd cured Old Run, that would be worth far more than any bank card. Director Bao truly embodies the compassionate heart of a physician. Ren Annie gazed at him with admiration and arranged for her grandfather to return for a follow-up consultation with Director Bao. 5 minutes later, Director Bao patted his chest and declared, everything is fine. With my unique treatment, Old Master Rin has made a full recovery. At these words, Chen Fan's brow visibly furrowed outside the door. Turns out this Director Bao is just a fame-seeking charlatan with no real skills. Through the glass, he noticed the dark line that had originally only appeared at the back of the old man's neck had now spread to behind his ears. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before every blood vessel in the old man's body turned black, ultimately leading to his demise. Who are you? What are you doing here? Just then, a nurse on duty spotted Chen Fan outside the door and abruptly flung open the examination room door. Instantly, all eyes turned to Chen Fan, their gazes interrogative. Chen Fan couldn't tell the truth, of course. Quick-witted, he pointed at Old Master Rin. I saw this gentleman suffering from a serious illness, about to faint. I came specifically to warn him. Ren Annie instantly recognized the man who had just bumped into her, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. What nonsense are you spouting? My grandfather is perfectly fine, and Director Bao even re-examined him. He couldn't be healthier. Well, that just means the follow-up doctor wasn't competent enough to diagnose the condition. Chen Fan's single remark sent the entire crowd into uproarious laughter. Kid, do you even know who Director Bao is? His caliber is beyond your wildest imagination. My mentor, Bao Yun, was nominated for president while still serving as the sole director at Jinling Central Hospital. He's a renowned master of Western medicine in Jinling's medical circles, with many prestigious medical universities begging him to give lectures. This guy's just here to cause trouble. Just kick him out, no need to waste words on him. The snorts of derision came one after another, only serving to highlight Bao Yun's haughty demeanor. Ignorance is no excuse. But considering your lack of experience, I'll overlook your earlier remarks. Now, wherever you came from, you can go back there. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the duty nurse let out a shrill scream. Look at Old Ren. The group turned in alarm to find Old Master Ren had slumped sideways onto his pillow, his face turning dark as black fluid trickled from his mouth. Chapter 7, no desire for the spotlight, yet forced into it. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Who could have imagined that Chen Fan's words would come true? Grandfather. Ren Annie's expression changed instantly as she hurriedly exclaimed, Director Bao, what's wrong with my grandfather? After my treatment, Old Ren's condition has nearly recovered. Even if he fainted now, it's likely just a minor setback, nothing to worry about. As a director, even in a life or death situation, Bao Yun still maintained his air of superiority. Instead of immediately checking on Old Run, he rebuked Chen Fan, as for you, an outsider, shut your mouth. Don't confuse the issue here. Get out immediately. Bao Yun's self-aggrandizing behavior, treating human life with such disregard, filled Chen Fan with disgust. The old man's life hangs by a thread, yet you call this a minor incident? You're more concerned with your own reputation than his suffering. What kind of doctor are you? Does my teacher know any less than you? Which hospital sent you here to cause trouble? If you've got the guts, give us your name, let's see if we dare to deal with you. One of Bao Yun's sycophantic students stepped forward, convinced he had seen through everything. Chen Fan couldn't be bothered with this fool. Turning to Ren Annie, he said bluntly, don't blame me for being blunt. Your grandfather is already halfway to the grave. Without immediate treatment, he's just going to be drinking with the king of hell. Despite Chen Fan's earnest tone, Ren Annie didn't believe a word. She shot him a cold glare and snorted, Director Bao knows what he's doing. We don't need your fake concern. Fine, I guess I was overstepping. Do as you please. Chen Fan was utterly speechless at her backstabbing behavior and decided to stay out of it. Bao Yun, looking thoroughly pleased with himself, smoothed his sleeves with evident satisfaction before straightening his back to bend over and examine Old Ren's condition. The entire sequence was as affected as it could possibly be, a textbook example of stilted, artificial behavior. Watching his deliberate, measured movements, Chen Fan inwardly concluded the man simply didn't possess the skill to cure Old Ren. The more arrogant and self-centered he was now, the more humiliating his downfall would be later. Events unfolded exactly as Chen Fan had predicted. Bao Yun had intended to examine Old Master Ren first, then thoroughly mock this pretentious know-it-all. But before he could even formulate his words, Old Master Ren's dire physical condition left him speechless. How could this be? Bao Yun's legs buckled beneath him. He couldn't even muster the strength to stand, collapsing directly onto the floor. Seeing Bao Yun's reaction, Renani knew immediately that something was terribly wrong with her grandfather. Her breathing quickened as she urgently demanded, "Director Bao, what exactly is wrong with my grandfather?" Bao Yun looked at the hysterical Renani and knew he was truly in trouble this time. To steady her emotions, he quickly forced himself to sound calm. "Miss Ren, please don't get so worked up. Our treatment process definitely went smoothly. Perhaps something startled old Run, causing him to react this way." It must be said, Bao Yun's luck was remarkably good. A curly-haired student who had witnessed Chen Fan and old Ren colliding at the stairwell spoke up after Bao Yun finished. He clapped his hands sharply and declared, "The teacher is right. Old Ren is the one responsible for this. He's the culprit." Chen Fan stared at the finger pointing at him, his face a blank canvas of confusion. "What does this have to do with me?" The curly-haired student declared with certainty, "You bumped into this old man Ren just now. I saw it with my own eyes. Old man Ren must have been hurt because of you." Hearing this, Bao Yun sensed a turning point. Writing the curly-haired student's accusation, he pointed an accusing finger at Chen Fan and snapped, "So you're the thief crying thief all along. You bumped into old Run, knew he'd get hurt, so you followed him relentlessly just to pin the blame on me. You're quite the master of shifting blame." Bao Yun's righteous accusation made Chen Fan laugh. "You failed to treat the patient, yet you turn around and blame others. Doctors like you are a disgrace to Jinling's medical community." Bao Yun's face turned ashen, while his sycophantic student retorted, "Who do you think you are? Daring to criticize my teacher? He's seen more patients over the years than you've eaten meals. If it really were his fault, wouldn't he know? You, on the other hand, need to explain to us why you knew old Master Rin would faint. And why, right after you showed up, old Master Rin suddenly had an attack. Because I master traditional Chinese medicine and can diagnose by observing vital signs. I could see the old master's ailment at a glance." Chen Fan hadn't intended to boast, but now he had no choice but to speak up. The old gentleman's fainting was merely a matter of time. It had absolutely nothing to do with my arrival, it was pure coincidence. The sycophantic student sneered with disdain, "You think I'd believe your fabricated lies? I'll make you believe it." "Oh? You're picking a fight with me now?" The sycophantic student clicked his tongue, his tone tinged with amusement. "Come on, let's see how you convince me. You have genital warts, a sexually transmitted disease contracted through promiscuity. This clearly indicates your private life is extremely disordered." Chen Fan's cold, blunt statement made the sycophant's eyelid twitch. You're full of." Chen Fan replied calmly, "Roll up your right sleeve. You'll find warts there. Why should I listen to you? You're ridiculous." The sycophantic student's eyes darted nervously, his voice betraying his guilt. "Then I'll help you." Chen Fan moved swiftly, yanking up the sycophant's sleeve. The next second, a cluster of rather unsightly blisters came into view. Under the light, they appeared densely packed, making anyone who saw them feel nauseous. The sycophantic student felt utterly mortified, bolting out of the clinic in a panic, leaving behind a back too ashamed to be seen. "Well." Chen Fan turned to Bao Yun, but Bao Yun just chuckled, "Who knows if you saw those blisters beforehand? Fine. If you want to play games, I'll play along to the end." Chen Fan smiled with amusement, pointing at the curly-haired student. "You're not interested in girls." The crowd's gaze toward the curly-haired student gradually turned icy. "Not interested in girls? Could it be he's into guys? You've got to be kidding. My orientation is perfectly normal." The curly-haired student sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Your facial features indicate a preference for men, and your complexion appears dark and shadowed, lacking the radiance of sunlight," Chen Fan stated, enunciating each word deliberately. "You've been intimate with someone here and it happened just half an hour ago." Under the strange stares of the crowd, the curly-haired student broke out in a cold sweat, masking his guilt with anger. "Don't slander me here. Everything needs evidence. The evidence is right here, his scent on you, the role-playing you engaged in, and the costume still in your pocket." Chen Fan pointed at a pale-faced student, delivering a crushing blow to the curly-haired boy. "No. Impossible. How could you possibly know about something so private?" The curly-haired student was struck dumb, his eyes reddening as his mind shattered. He glared at the fair-skinned student. "It was you. You told him, didn't you?" "I didn't. I love you so much, how could I do such a thing?" The fair-skinned student shook his head frantically. Their brief exchange spoke volumes. "Get the hell out of here." Bao Yun never imagined he'd be humiliated by his students. With a couple of kicks, he sent the pair of S flying out of the treatment room. Chen Fan ignored the scene entirely, his gaze shifting to Renani. "You just accused me of pretending to be kind. Well, let me show you genuine kindness. Well, actually, your uneven breasts aren't a big deal. It's all the same once you add pads, right?" Chapter 8, The Clown Exits, The Master Enters. Chen Fan's casual remark stunned Renani. Her breast size discrepancy had troubled her for a long time, yet no one knew about it. Because it was too embarrassing to discuss, she had never sought medical help. She never imagined Chen Fan could perceive such a deep-seated issue. A wave of belated shame washed over her, making Rin Annie want to sink into the ground. Yet at that very moment, she finally believed Chen Fan wasn't just spouting nonsense. This guy was the real deal. Director Bao, this gentleman collided with me, not my grandfather. Therefore, my grandfather's current condition has absolutely nothing to do with him. If your so-called stimulation refers to this aspect, it only proves one thing: you never cured my grandfather in the first place. I won't pursue the rest, but I demand you perform emergency treatment on my grandfather immediately. If you fail to save his life, you won't live to see tomorrow. Chen Fan's expression softened slightly upon hearing these words. Ren Annie might seem a bit dim-witted and unreasonable, but once she realized her mistake, she had the courage to admit it and clear her name. That showed she was fundamentally a person with sound values. Though she had just delivered a few cutting remarks, it only revealed that this woman, accustomed to viewing others through tinted glasses from her elevated position, lacked someone like him to teach her a lesson. Bao Yun's face flushed alternately pale and crimson, utterly at a loss. He couldn't move old Run to the emergency room now. The recent examination revealed his breathing was extremely weak, almost non-existent. At this age, the ribs were extremely fragile. If he applied the defibrillator, the ribs would shatter before the breathing could be restored. If complications arose and old Master Ren truly died on his watch, shifting blame would become impossible. After much deliberation, Bao Yun decided to employ a feint tactic. Since you don't trust me, Miss Ren, there's no point in me intervening further. If you believe this young man's claims and choose to side with him, then let him proceed. I'd love to see just how much skill a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner possesses that could restore old man Ren to normal. Bao Yun's words were downright irresponsible. His students wanted to slap him, let alone Ren Annie, the patient's family member. Just as Ren Annie lunged forward to confront Bao Yun, Chen Fan intervened. Dealing with this scoundrel can wait. The most urgent matter now is to save the old master. You can save my grandfather? Ren Annie's slender frame trembled as she stared at Chen Fan, her eyes fixed on him without blinking. If I didn't have a way, how could I have diagnosed your problem at a glance? Chen Fan's words left Ren Annie utterly embarrassed. But with her grandfather's life hanging in the balance, she pushed aside her embarrassment. Her face flushed crimson as she pleaded, "Sir, please act quickly. You must save my grandfather." "I can help," Chen Fan replied, "but you must agree to one condition." Ren Annie spoke quickly, "As long as my grandfather is safe and sound, I'll agree to not just one condition, but 3 if you ask." "Then it's settled." The condition Chen Fan had in mind, of course, was intimate contact to verify whether Ren Annie possessed a purine constitution and prepare for the next step. Bao Yun, seeing this hot potato finally passed off, beamed with delight. He muttered under his breath beside her, "Miss Rin, this guy isn't one of our hospital's doctors. You insisted on having him treat old Master Run. Whether he cures him or not, it has nothing to do with our hospital." Smack! No sooner had Bao Yun finished speaking than Ren Annie's hand came down hard across his face. "What do you mean by that?" Bao Yun clutched his stinging cheek, his eyes blazing with fury. "I trusted you with my grandfather. He was clearly unwell, yet you misdiagnosed him during the follow-up, leaving him in this state. Don't you deserve a slap?" Bao Yun tried to retort, but Ren Annie's piercing gaze silenced him before the words left his lips. "You're slandering this doctor. Apologize to him right now." Ren Annie was quick to settle scores. She wasn't just venting her own anger, she was also seeking justice for Chen Fan. Bao Yun remained unmoved, as if he hadn't heard Ren Annie's words. "You brought this upon yourself." Ren Annie pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Moments later, several men in black burst into the room. Bao Yun, who had been standing there a second ago, towering over everyone with an air of authority. The next second, he was pinned to the ground, his head pressed tightly against the floor, forced into a kneeling position before Chen Fan. "Apologize to the master." Bao Yun remained stubbornly defiant, refusing to apologize to Chen Fan under any circumstances. Fuming with rage, Ren Annie gave one of the men a meaningful glance. The man understood immediately, intending to beat a confession out of him. However, Chen Fan waved his hand. "Let him go. I appreciate your standing up for me, but dignity is something you earn yourself. I want him to see with his own eyes how I saved the old gentleman so he'll be convinced." Chen Fan's principled stance earned Ren Annie's newfound respect. "Very well. As you wish, sir." Chen Fan hummed in acknowledgement, then bent down, turning his back to the crowd. With an eerie technique, he began applying pressure to various acupoints all over Ren Lao's body. Though termed pressure, it was actually a covert infusion of true qi to suppress the old man's chronic ailments. As Chen Fan worked, the dark mark at the base of Ren Lao's neck gradually faded, and the blackened blood vessels slowly returned to their normal color. Chen Fan's technique was both lightning fast and profoundly mysterious, leaving Ren Annie utterly baffled by what he was doing. Though she desperately wanted to ask for an explanation, she held back, afraid of disturbing Chen Fan. Bao Yun watched Chen Fan bent over the entire time, seemingly busy with something. He used neither medicine nor equipment, appearing no different from a blind masseur. Unable to contain himself, he sneered, "Absurd. You expect these few simple presses to bring old Master Ren back from the dead? Do you think we're 3-year-olds you can fool? Miss Ren, you've truly placed your trust in the wrong person this time. Mark my words, you'll be humiliated right along with him. It's laughable, really. You don't trust me, a director at a proper hospital, yet you put your faith in this half-baked TCM quack. When you come crawling back to me later, it'll be too late. Ran Annie felt uneasy, yet she remained steadfast in her belief in Chen Fan. She snapped at Bao Yun, "Stop looking down on people. The doctor will definitely find a way." Though Chen Fan could tell Ren Annie was forcing herself to stay strong, the feeling of being trusted was still pleasant. His hands instinctively quickened their pace. There. Moments later, as Chen Fan's words fell, the elderly Ren, who had been hanging his head in silence, suddenly coughed. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, he opened his eyes and rubbed his face dazedly. Strange. How did I fall asleep? Chapter 9: Fake Upper Class versus Real Lowlife. Ran Annie was overjoyed. She immediately rushed over and grabbed her grandfather's hand. "Grandpa, are you feeling unwell anywhere?" "No." Old Rin shook his head. "Strange as it may sound, I feel even better now than before. What could be causing this?" His words were proof enough of Chen Fan's prowess. But Bao Yun remained unconvinced. "It's a deathbed recovery. This must be a deathbed recovery. How could someone deemed beyond saving by a specialist like himself just wake up after some random Chinese massage? This was too fantastical. He couldn't accept it. Unfortunately, no matter how much Bao Yun questioned it, the fact remained, old Rin had come back to life, and his condition was better than before. To be absolutely certain, Ren Annie summoned the vice president to conduct a full physical examination and reaction tests on old man Ren. The old man was indeed in good condition and recovering well. Director Bao's medical skills were quite impressive. No wonder he was nominated as a candidate for vice president. The vice president's first statement finally eased Ren Annie's worries. But the second half of his statement sent a chill through her. "What kind of medical skill is that? He nearly killed my grandfather." The vice president froze, utterly bewildered by the sudden outburst. Ren Annie didn't respond to her. Instead, she approached Chen Fan with utmost respect, her face brimming with gratitude. "May I ask your honorable name, sir? My grandfather's miraculous recovery is entirely thanks to you. Please leave your contact information." "I will certainly fulfill the conditions I promised earlier." Chen Fan promptly gave his name and left his phone number. "Without silver needles, I could only partially treat the old gentleman's chronic condition. For a full recovery, it's best to find a reliable TCM practitioner to perform acupuncture and fully clear the blocked blood vessels." Ren Annie was deeply impressed by Chen Fan's sincerity and pressed further. "Mr. Chen, I'll have someone prepare the silver needles immediately. Could you perform acupuncture on my grandfather now?" Before Chen Fan could respond, he received a call from Tang Qingtian. After a brief conversation, he turned to Ren Annie. "I have some matters to attend to, and since the old gentleman has just recovered, we should wait a bit. I'll return tomorrow for the acupuncture." "Understood." Ren Annie nodded in agreement and inquired, "May I ask what matter has arisen, Mr. Chen? Is there anything I can assist with?" "Just a minor matter. No need to trouble you." Chen Fan shook his head slightly and turned to leave the treatment room. Although identifying a purine constitution as early as possible was ideal, a hospital's crowded and chaotic environment would severely compromise the accuracy of the diagnosis. Besides, the patient wasn't going anywhere. There was no rush. No sooner had Chen Fan left than Ren Annie's younger sister arrived. "Sis," the bodyguard said. Grandpa's condition suddenly worsened. "What's going on?" Ren Annie cut to the chase, briefly recounting the sequence of events. "There are actually such skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioners? Unbelievable." Her sister was startled at first, then urged, "Sis, I'll take care of Grandpa here. You should get to know this Mr. Chen better and build a good relationship with him. That way, if we ever have health issues in the future, we'll have someone to turn to." "That's exactly what I was thinking." Ren Annie had already made a poor impression on Chen Fan due to her earlier words and wanted to correct it. However, with no one to care for Grandpa, she could only watch as Chen Fan walked away. Now that her sister was taking over, she no longer needed to worry about Grandpa. After instructing her sister to settle accounts with Bao Yunqiu later, she rushed off in hot pursuit of Chen Fan. By then, Chen Fan had already reached the hospital entrance and met up with Tang Qingtian. "Mr. Chen, here is your jade bracelet. Regarding the family home you sold, my secretary has identified the current owner. Attached are the relevant documents. I've instructed my secretary to negotiate with the current owner, and we expect to secure the purchase shortly." "Thank you." No sooner had Chen Fong taken the two items than he heard a child's voice calling from a car nearby. "Daddy, hurry up. My classmate is at the playground too. She says it's so much fun." "Got it." Tang Qingtian waved his hand in response, then gave Chen Fan an awkward smile. "My apologies, Mr. Chen. I haven't properly hosted you. Let me make it up to you tomorrow. We'll have a few drinks together." "It's fine. Family time is most important. Go ahead." Chen Fan understood completely and didn't want to interrupt their family time, so he urged Tang Qingtian to get in the car. Shortly after Tang Qingtian left, a Mercedes pulled up. The driver was none other than Shirku. After receiving 4 fluids and medication that morning, he was feeling better, though one test result was still pending. He needed to return to the hospital to pick it up. Little did he know that the moment he and Chen Wanwan stepped out of the car, they bumped right into Chen Fan, the very culprit behind all this. Damn it, you're like a ghost that just won't go away. Seeing Shirku's aggressive stance, ready to confront Chen Fan, Chen Wanwan quickly pulled him back, terrified he'd repeat past mistakes. Cool guy, don't stoop to arguing with this violent, broke loser. We're high society, confronting lowlifes would just make us look like lowlifes ourselves. You're right. Shirku nodded in agreement, smirking arrogantly. People are divided into classes. Social hierarchy is set in stone. Why should I bother with the lower classes? It would only tarnish my status. With that, he lifted his head high, chest puffed out, and took Chen Wanwan's hand in a condescending manner as they strode toward the hospital's main entrance. Just as they took 2 steps, a blue sedan suddenly sped toward them. Chen Wanwan lost her balance and nearly got knocked over. Driving that fast, rushing to be reincarnated? Chen Wanwan patted her chest, her face darkening as she prepared to confront the driver. But Shirku stopped her, whispering a warning, that's a Maybach Deep Blue Limited Edition. Only 20 exist worldwide, worth 50 million. It's priceless, one of those is worth 100 of my Mercedes-Benz S. 50 million? Chen Wanwan was stunned. She'd only ever heard of such an expensive car, never seen one in real life. For a moment, she couldn't help but marvel at her own luck for not having collided with it. Otherwise, the compensation would have been astronomical. Her gaze followed the deep blue Maybach as it came to a stop beside Chen Fan. The door swung open, and a woman stepped out. Her features were delicate and exquisite, dignified and noble, like a budding lotus emerging from the water, pure and untouched, utterly transcendent, devoid of any earthly trace. Shirku couldn't help but swallow hard. This was the first time he'd ever seen such a beautiful girl, so stunning she seemed to have stepped straight out of a movie. Starting to get distracted again, huh? Chen Wanwan pinched Shirku's cheek and huffed, if she can afford a 50 million yuan luxury car, she's clearly a noblewoman's daughter. How could someone like you ever hope to match her? Shirku felt a bucket of cold water dumped on him, his heart sinking. Wondered which pig would end up snatching such a prize. How enviable. Chen Wanwan narrowed her eyes. What? You want to be that pig? I do. Shirku nodded instinctively, but upon catching Chen Wanwan's expression, he immediately backtracked. What am I thinking? I have a girlfriend. Even if she threw herself at me, I wouldn't agree. Smart move. Chen Wanwan pouted, then seemed to notice something and exclaimed in surprise, quick, look. That noble lady is walking towards Chen Fan. That kid must have accidentally bumped into her car. Ha! Serves him right, what goes around comes around. Shirku laughed heartily. Unfortunately, that laughter didn't last long before it was shattered by a horrifying sight. The noble young lady they'd been watching greeted Chen Fan with a radiant smile and overwhelming warmth. After exchanging a few words, she bowed slightly and respectfully ushered Chen Fan into the car before driving off. Chapter 10, Menstrual Cramps in the Car, Massage Therapy. The scene fell deathly silent. Shirku and Chen Wanwan stared at the departing Maybach, utterly unable to contain their shock. What the hell? That noble heiress actually picked up Chen Fan? Yeah, that loser, when did he hook up with some rich girl like that? Does he even deserve her? Chen Wanwan kept her thoughts to herself, but inwardly she had to admit that neither she nor her sister could hold a candle to that girl. That woman must be some rich guy's kept mistress. Why? Shirku asked in disbelief. Chen Wanwan sneered, think about it. How could a loser like Chen Fan possibly land a noblewoman? He's definitely just a gigolo for some rich guy's mistress. Exactly. He's definitely a gigolo. A loser is a loser no matter where he goes, he's just a freeloader. That idiot won't stay smug for long. Once the mistress gets bored, she'll dump him. Or worse, if the rich guy discovers their affair, he might end up chopped up and fed to the dogs. Shirku retorted indignantly. He was 10,000 times better than Chen Fan. How could Chen Fan land such a gorgeous woman while he was stuck with low-grade trash like Chen Wanwan? Chen Wanwan saw the envy in Shirku's eyes and changed the subject. Enough. Once my sister and that Mr. Chen become close, this kind of aristocratic lady will only be good for being a lapdog. That's true. He's someone even the wealthiest tycoon in Tang City has to give immense face to, someone even the renowned physician Tang Di wants to apprentice under. Shirku nodded in agreement, chuckling, Wanwan, you'd better make sure your sister steps up. Our happiness depends entirely on her. Of course. Chen Wanwan stood tall and proud, though inwardly she was thinking, if my sister really hooks up with Mr. Chen, I can kick Shirku to the curb anytime. After all, there were plenty of eligible bachelors waiting for her. Why settle for such a low-caliber guy? Meanwhile, in the Maybach. After chatting for over 10 minutes, Renani and Chen Fan had eased their relationship considerably. As if struck by an idea, she pulled out a custom business card. "Mr. Chen, this is my personal number. You can reach me anytime, day or night. Whatever comes up in the future, if you need anything, feel free to reach out. Within the bounds of moral principles, I'll do everything in my power to help." Chen Fan knew that obtaining Ren Annie's personal number was exceptionally difficult given her status. For such a privilege others could only dream of, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Even though he wasn't short on help, more connections meant more avenues. "Miss Ren, what's wrong?" Just as Chen Fan was about to offer some polite words, Ren Annie's expression suddenly changed. Her brows furrowed deeply, and the color drained from her face in an instant. She pulled the car onto the emergency lane, clutching her abdomen as she gasped, I suddenly have a stomachache." "Why would you suddenly get stomach pain? Let me take your pulse." Seeing how difficult it was for Ren Annie to even speak, Chen Fan reached out to grasp her wrist. But Ren Annie pulled away abruptly. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered, "Mr. Chen, there's no need to take my pulse. I know what's wrong with me. Just get my medicine for me." As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward the car storage rack in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't press the issue. He retrieved the medicine and examined it with a slightly solemn expression. This was a nerve-damaging painkiller. While highly effective, long-term use would cause nerve damage, carry significant addiction risks, and inflict severe side effects on the body. "Miss Rin, there are other ways to manage menstrual cramps. You can't rely on this poison that kills 1,000 enemies but wounds 800 of your own to find relief." Ren Annie bit her lip, her ears flushing a faint pink. She hadn't expected Chen Fan to be so professional. He diagnosed her condition with just one glance at the medication. But I'm in agony. Just give me the medicine first, we'll figure out the rest later. When you chatted with me earlier, you said you wanted to be friends. As a friend, how could I stand by and watch you ruin your own body?" Without another word, Chen Fan destroyed the bottle of medicine right then and there. Tears instantly welled up in Rin Annie's eyes. With a face full of grievance, she cried out, "It's easy for you to talk when you're not the one suffering. Let me make you experience what I'm going through right now. See if you can still make such cold remarks then, you big dummy." Chen Fan knew Rin Annie's anger stemmed from her agony. He took her hand, feeling her pulse as he reassured her, "Your menstrual cramps aren't severe, they're just caused by excessive coldness in your body. The intense pain is because you're more sensitive to discomfort than most people. Take a deep breath. I'll give you a massage treatment. It'll work instantly and last for months." "Really?" Ren Annie felt Chen Fan's hands were almost magical, exceptionally warm, calming her agitated heart instantly and even lessening the pain somewhat. "I wouldn't lie to you. Come, lie down first." Chen Fan's gentle words soothed Ren Annie deeply. She obeyed his instructions, taking deep breaths as she lay down. It must be said, her impressive figure was truly substantial. Even lying flat, her prominent curves remained strikingly defined. As Ren Annie lay down, Chen Fan's nose was positioned directly beneath her fair neck. His breath tickled her delicate skin, causing her heart to race and her pale complexion to flush with warmth. Noticing her blush, Chen Fan straightened up, placed his hand on her lower abdomen, and slowly channeled his chi inward. Feeling waves of warmth surge through her lower abdomen, Ren Annie closed her eyes in blissful comfort, purring softly like a contented kitten. Watching Ren Annie, who had been bristling moments ago, now lying there comfortably, enjoying his massage, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. She was actually quite adorable. And Ren blushed even deeper at the remark, biting her lip silently, wishing she could sink into the ground. Just then, a car pulled up beside the Maybach, waiting at the traffic light. The driver was none other than Xian Hui. In an effort to win back young Master Lu's affection, she had made a special trip to an adult novelty store, stocking up on surprises for him, hoping to reclaim his heart in the bedroom. Young Master Lu, naturally not one to turn down such an offer, booked a room and instructed Xian Hui to come over immediately. While waiting at the traffic light, Xian Hui glanced at the pile of war booty she'd bought, propped her chin on her hand, and couldn't help but sigh. What a difference a person makes. I went to all this trouble and still couldn't win young Master Lu's heart, yet that bumpkin Chen Fan effortlessly hooked up with a rich woman. Women really are easier to fool than men. Recalling how vividly Chen Wanwan had described Chen Fan's smug, petty victory expression over the phone, Xian Hui felt her anger welling up. Because there was an elementary school just ahead, the traffic light at this intersection had an unusually long cycle. After venting about Chen Fan, the red light still hadn't changed. She rolled down the window, intending to light a cigarette to calm her nerves. But before she could even light it, her eyes widened in shock. Through the glass, she saw Chen Fan inside the Maybach next to her, groping a woman. In broad daylight, in plain view of everyone, he was actually doing something so indecent right there on the main road? Xian Hui was utterly dumbfounded. She never imagined the usually honest and straightforward Chen Fan could be so sleazy. No wonder he could keep a rich woman hooked. Turns out he had all these tricks up his sleeve. Xian Hui clenched her fists, growing increasingly furious the more she thought about it. She decided to take a covert photo with her phone. "Chen Fan, you despicable scum. You'll get yourself into trouble sooner or later. Good thing I kicked you out, otherwise, who knows how much shame I'd have to bear for you. Just as her anger peaked, the green light flashed. Shenhui slammed her foot on the gas pedal and drove off, determined to conquer Lu Yi in bed, secure more resources, and rub Chen Fan's face in it. Chapter 11, Feeling Good? Want more? June's weather was already sweltering. Even with the AC blasting, the direct sunlight turned the Maybach's interior into a sauna. Chen Fan kept channeling his energy, working up a sweat. Ren Annie, too, was drenched in sweat, her lower abdomen burning hot. I'll open the window for some air. Chen Fan pressed the button. As a cool breeze swept through, the fragrance from Ren Annie's body instantly filled his nostrils, making his mind wander. But the treatment wasn't over yet. After finishing the lower abdomen massage, Chen Fan still needed to help Ren Annie clear the acupoints in her legs. Otherwise, blood stagnation in her lower body would mean that while her lower abdomen might stop hurting, walking could become an issue. He took a deep breath, patiently explaining to Ren Annie for a moment, then demonstrated the acupoints on his own body. Press here. Later, when I turn away, you can adjust it yourself. Just make sure this spot is exposed. Listening to Chen Fan's patient tone, as if instructing a primary school student, Ren Annie couldn't help but smile. Mr. Chen, I wouldn't doubt your intentions toward me. I've long understood your character. She understood that Chen Fan was being so meticulous in his explanation precisely to prevent any misunderstandings or lingering doubts on her part. Doctors as gentle as Chen Fan were truly rare these days. Alright, since you understand, just do as I said. With that, Chen Fan closed the car window and turned away. Ren Annie struggled to sit up, slowly peeling off her stockings. After adjusting her position, she lay back down and said in a muffled voice, Mr. Chen, I'm ready. Chen Fan turned back, catching sight of Ren Annie's long, slender legs. Instantly, it felt like a hammer had struck his head, blood rushing to his brain. Ren Annie felt both shy and secretly pleased. This, to some extent, indicated that her delicate form held an undeniable attraction for Chen Fan. Chen Fan cleared his throat. I'll begin now. If anything feels uncomfortable, just let me know. With that, he began channeling his energy again, massaging several acupoints with focused care. Ren Annie's legs were notoriously sensitive. Any touch made her instinctively want to kick back. At first, she worried that if she couldn't control herself, kicking Chen Fan would be disastrous. However, her worries proved entirely unnecessary. Chen Fan's massage was so effective that Ren Annie felt as if she were floating on a cloud. She couldn't even bring herself to lift her hands, let alone her legs. After another 10 minutes or so of massage, Chen Fan stopped when he noticed the color of the veins on Ren Annie's legs had returned to normal. All done. See if it still hurts now? Continue. Chen Fan's head buzzed at the request. What did he mean, continue? Ren Annie was so relaxed she was drifting off to sleep. Hearing Chen Fan's question snapped her back to reality. She quickly opened her eyes and said, alright. It doesn't hurt anymore. Good. Put your stockings back on. Chen Fan turned away like a gentleman. Having escaped the torment of pain, Ren Annie now harbored different thoughts. Earlier, she'd been solely focused on relieving her cramps and hadn't noticed the small details. Now, the car was utterly silent. The rustling sound of her hands adjusting the stockings felt unbearably jarring. Ren Annie's face flushed crimson, wishing she could blast some music to ease the awkwardness. Chen Fan, like Ren Annie, was also driven to distraction by the sound. Because he was facing away and couldn't see the actual scene, his mind unconsciously filled in the gaps of what he had just witnessed, imagining it to be incredibly sensual. Fortunately, Ren Annie moved with lightning speed to escape her predicament, pulling her skirt back on within a minute. Mr. Chen, I've got it under control. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief, turning to see Ren Annie back in her powerful woman persona. This massage I gave you will keep the pain at bay for 2 or 3 months, but it only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. If you want to cure this problem for good, you'll need to set aside time for acupuncture sessions. Pay attention to your diet to avoid cold foods when your period approaches. Most importantly, your lifestyle is too irregular. You stay up late constantly without exercising to strengthen your constitution. That's why you're in this situation now. Ren Annie had initially felt embarrassed discussing such matters with a man, but Chen Fan's straightforward approach completely dispelled her awkwardness. Moreover, Chen Fan's analysis of her condition was spot on. Ren Annie nodded gratefully. Thank you, Mr. Chen. When I take my vacation in a couple of days, I'd appreciate it if you could give me some acupuncture. I want to finally be free from the torment of menstrual cramps. Having to endure this pain once a month is truly agonizing. No problem. But I should warn you, to fully cure this condition, we'll need to target quite a few acupuncture points. Some of them are, well. As he spoke, Chen Fan demonstrated by pointing to the acupoint locations. Ren Annie caught just a glimpse and felt her eyes burn, her cheeks flushing crimson. Her gaze darted away as she quickly changed her mind. Maybe we should just skip it for now. I'll think it over. Chen Fan hummed in acknowledgement, making no further demands. Just as he was about to ask Ren Annie to drive him to the Tang Group-owned hotel, a gang of motorcycle thugs suddenly appeared out of nowhere, instantly surrounding the Maybach. Before Ren Annie could process what was happening, helmeted figures leaped off their motorcycles, brandishing batons menacingly as they approached the vehicle. The gang leader strolled up from behind, tapped Ren Annie's window, and grinned wickedly. "Miss Ren," he said, "our boss would like to invite you to pay him a visit. Would you do us the honor?" Ren Annie's delicate brows furrowed. Who invites someone over with such a show of force? Even a fool could tell these guys meant trouble. And look at these guys uniformed, riding bikes worth at least 200,000 or 300,000. Clearly not your average kidnappers or bandits. Inviting me over? That depends entirely on who your big brother is, whether he has the standing and clout to do so. Ren Annie's unflappable demeanor earned Chen Fan's deep admiration. The biker gang leader, however, wore a dark expression and snorted coldly, "Miss Ren, you'll find out who my boss is once you get there. We've gone to such lengths to welcome you, don't bite the hand that feeds you." As he finished speaking, he deliberately slammed the club in his hand down hard, the threat palpable. Chen Fan watched the guy's bullying display and chuckled, "Seems like you're getting a bit cocky? So what if I'm arrogant? I've got the capital for it. You, pretty boy, just stay put in the car. Don't try to meddle. If you insist on playing the hero, you won't get off easy." The gang leader shot Chen Fan a glare before turning to Ren Annie. "Miss Ren, this car of yours must be pretty pricey, right? My guys don't exactly go easy on things. If you don't get out and come with us, we might accidentally rip your door off. The repair bill would be hefty. We don't make much, so please cut us some slack, Miss Ren. Don't make us pay for this." The gang leader's words sounded apologetic, yet his tone was brazenly arrogant. Ren Annie glanced at the blackened clubs in their hands, knowing these men were capable of anything. After weighing her options, she prepared to open the door and accompany them. At least this way, she could save Chen Fan's life and let him call for help. Little did she know, a hand suddenly reached out and pressed down on her shoulder. A girl only needs to wait obediently in the car for her hero to rescue her, leave the rest to the hero. Chapter 12, Mastery of Medicine, Martial Arts no less. Watching Chen Fan's retreating figure as he got out of the car, Ren Annie stood frozen. All these years, she had been the sole pillar of her family, yet this was the first time a man had shielded her like this. Her long parched heart suddenly felt a sense of nourishment. Of course, Ren Annie knew full well that Chen Fan, a mere doctor, was no match for that group of men. Stepping out of the car was unlikely to resolve anything. Still, to indulge Chen Fan's sense of manhood, she said nothing. She obediently remained seated in the car, planning to send a message for help while Chen Fan negotiated with the other party. She just hoped Chen Fan could stall them long enough for backup to arrive, and everything would be fine. The towering bikers shot Chen Fan a dismissive glance, their expressions dripping with contempt. "You little punk think you can play hero? Kid, we're only here for Ren Annie today. This has nothing to do with you. If you insist on courting death, don't blame us for being ruthless." Chen Fan smiled faintly, his voice neither loud nor soft. "If you're being polite, I'd feel awkward about starting." "Ha? Did I hear that right? Say that again." The gang leader feigned not hearing Chen Fan, swinging the iron bar in his hand. Smack! Chen Fan slapped him across the face and demanded, "Is that clear enough now? Damn it, you hit me?" Smack! Chen Fan showed the gang leader with his actions that he dared. "I'll kill you." The biker gang leader, enraged beyond control, raised his iron bar and swung it toward Chen Fan's head. Thud! Unfortunately, his speed was too slow. Before he could even touch Chen Fan, he was kicked flying by Chen Fan, crashing 5 meters away onto the ground and knocking over several of his own men in the process. "With skills like that, you're still too green to kill me." Chen Fan withdrew his foot, smirking with disdain. Every word was heard loud and clear by the crowd, sending them into a fury. "What are you playing at, kid? You're attacking from behind? Have you had enough of living?" Amidst the shouting, the group immediately surrounded Chen Fan, determined to make him pay. Chen Fan's piercing gaze swept across the crowd surrounding him. Instantly locking onto a target, he unleashed a punch that sent one man crashing to the ground. As he sent the man flying, Chen Fan's other hand deftly snatched the club from his grasp. What followed was a rout reminiscent of wolves tearing through sheep. The bikers fell like leaves swept by autumn winds, their clubs utterly useless. Before they could even close in, Chen Fan had them knocked down. Ren Annie sat in the car, her expression utterly stunned. She never imagined that before she could even send her distress signal, Chen Fan had already dealt with them. Who are you?" The gang leader struggled to his feet, trembling with fear. "I owe you no answers. Now get the hell out of here with your worthless crew." Chen Fan's thunderous roar sent shivers down the gang leader's spine. Gritting his teeth, he helped his men up. They scrambled onto their motorcycles and fled amid the roar of engines. Ren Annie watched the scene unfold, secretly captivated. She had assumed Chen Fan, with his exceptional medical skills, must be a bookish intellectual. While he might know some self-defense techniques, she doubted he could take on 10 men alone. But witnessing his combat prowess firsthand, Ren Annie realized he was a prodigy mastering both medicine and martial arts. Now, she not only admired Chen Fan but also found herself somewhat captivated by him. Yet her desire wasn't for Chen Fan's looks, but for his formidable abilities. Martial arts masters were already scarce in Jinling, and those willing to serve a major family were even rarer. If she could persuade Chen Fan to become her right-hand man, combined with his world-shocking medical skills, the Ren family's meteoric rise would surely be just around the corner. Lost in thought, Chen Fan had already opened the car door and returned to the vehicle. "What are you thinking about?" Chen Fan waved his hand, snapping Ren Annie back to reality. Rubbing her flushed cheeks, Ren Annie shook her head to calm her excitement. "Nothing much. Just marveling at how extraordinary you are, Mr. Chen. You excel in both medicine and martial arts." At that moment, Ren Annie suddenly slapped her thigh, as if remembering something. She sighed with regret. "I forgot to ask them who sent them earlier." "Don't worry. We can find out by checking the call logs." As he spoke, Chen Fan pulled a phone from his sleeve. Ren Annie looked surprised. "Mr. Chen, when did you get that?" "I didn't see it." "That's a secret," Chen Fan replied with a mysterious smile. "People can lie, but machines can't. Those guys are just low-level enforcers. I can't be bothered to make things difficult for them. All I need is to find out who's really behind this." "That makes sense." Ren Annie agreed wholeheartedly. To defeat an enemy, first target their commanders. No matter how severe the punishment for these lowly henchmen, as long as the mastermind behind the scenes pays enough, they'll risk their lives to strike again. Only by eliminating their backers completely can we ensure lasting peace. After reviewing the chat logs, Ren Annie's expression darkened considerably. That bastard Fei Gang again. Ren Annie rarely cursed, but the mere mention of Fei Gang made her seethe with rage. Lately, he'd hooked up with some rich playboy and was flaunting his connections everywhere. Now he'd even dared to bully me. If I didn't teach him a lesson, he'd never learn his place. After muttering this, Ren Annie glared at her phone for a moment before a faint smile touched her lips. It seemed she'd thought of a brilliant plan. Her slender fingers flew across the phone's keyboard, typing rapidly. After hitting send, she flung the phone out the window. "Wait and see." Chen Fan read the message clearly and shook his head with a smile. Wait and see meant the outcome was still uncertain. He'd just have to wait for the results. The preceding line read, "He who sows the wind shall reap the whirlwind." It must be said, Ren Annie was quite skilled at making veiled insinuations. The question was whether that Fei Gang would understand. To repel external threats, one must first secure the interior. "Miss Ren, forgive my meddling, but before dealing with your adversaries, you should first eliminate the internal threats within your own household." Upon hearing this, Ren Annie showed no surprise. Instead, she smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, you have keen insight. If there were no mole among my people, my itinerary wouldn't have leaked so quickly. I was just about to launch a thorough investigation to root out the traitor. Mr. Chen, you've done so much for me, yet I've been utterly useless in return. I truly feel guilty about that." Chen Fan gave a half smile. "There's plenty of time. You'll definitely have chances to repay me in the future." "That won't do. I'm an impatient person. I must repay your kindness immediately." As Ren Annie started the car, she leaned closer to Chen Fan, adopting an innocent and carefree expression. "How about I repay you with myself?" Chen Fan's eyes narrowed strangely. "If you truly meant to offer yourself, why did you refuse when I offered acupuncture earlier?" But she was outmaneuvered. Ren Annie was all talk and no action. Left speechless, she bit her lip silently before changing the subject. "Mr. Chen, if you're not too busy lately, could you be my bodyguard for a week? I plan to use this week to thoroughly investigate my family's situation. But that means I can't trust anyone around me. To prevent accidents or unexpected incidents, I'll have to trouble you for a bit." Though Ren Annie pretended to be concerned about the trouble, her tone was distinctly coy and flirtatious. "Please, Mr. Chen, just take pity on me. If I'm killed without your protection, no one will ever know. I'm begging you." "All right." Chen Fan agreed without hesitation. Having just treated Ren Annie's menstrual cramps, he confirmed she possessed a pure Yin constitution. However, since it remained unactivated, his own innate primordial chi body couldn't absorb it. Over the next week, he could attempt to activate her pure Yin constitution and then assimilate it into his own. Ren Annie hadn't expected Chen Fan to agree so readily. She was so excited she nearly turned the Maybach into a bumper car. With such a medical and martial arts expert by her side, things were about to get interesting. Chapter 13, The Proactive Young Miss. At 5 in the afternoon, Ren Annie brought Chen Fan back to her standalone villa. The surroundings were serene and tranquil. Upon entering, a small garden greeted them, filled with fresh, elegant flowers and plants. The pavilions and waterfront structures were uniquely designed, clearly reflecting Ren Annie's refined taste. Upon entering, Ren Annie tossed her car keys aside with a casual fling. While slipping off her coat, she addressed Chen Fan, "Mr. Chen, no need to stand on ceremony. Help yourself to whatever you fancy. Take a look around first. Let me know which room you like. I need to take a quick shower. I'm drenched in sweat." Ren Annie, a clean freak, left the statement hanging as she strode into the bathroom, leaving Chen Fan alone in the living room. Just as Chen Fan finished scanning the room, the nanny returned from walking the dog. Upon learning of Chen Fan's background, the nanny murmured, "Our young miss has never brought a man home before. Mr. Chen must have something special about him." Ren Annie's nanny had a very outgoing personality. Though it was their first meeting, she struck up a conversation with Chen Fan right away. "You flatter me," Chen Fan replied modestly. "It's just that I have a certain connection with Miss Run. Mr. Chen, I'll prepare a fruit platter for you. Please wait a moment while I take the dog back to its kennel," the nanny said, leading the Tibetan Mastiff toward the backyard. Whether it was because of the stranger in the house or not, the Tibetan Mastiff suddenly went berserk and lunged fiercely at Chen Fan. The nanny was startled and strained with all her might to pull the dog back. But the dog was enormous. The nanny stumbled and couldn't hold onto the leash. "Mr. Chen, be careful. This Mastiff is very wary of strangers." The nanny's face paled as she hurriedly warned Chen Fan. Chen Fan remained unmoved. He merely glanced indifferently at the Tibetan Mastiff charging toward him, pointed at it, and said, "Sit." Chen Fan's tone wasn't exactly stern, and the nanny could only feel speechless upon hearing it. Has Mr. Chen lost his mind? How could the young lady's dog possibly understand his command? Yet the moment Chen Fan finished speaking, the dog abruptly halted its charge with a sharp paw break, promptly sitting down and sticking its tongue out at Chen Fan as if trying to curry favor. The scene left the nanny utterly dumbfounded. When had the family's Tibetan Mastiff become so well behaved? Chen Fan bent down, staring intently into the Tibetan Mastiff's eyes. "What's this dog's name?" "Jingjing," the nanny replied. "Jingjing, go to the backyard." Under the nanny's stunned gaze, the Tibetan Mastiff obeyed Chen Fan's command with surprising docility. It bolted toward the backyard as if fleeing, not daring to move a muscle, as though Chen Fan were some primordial beast. The nanny was truly amazed today. She couldn't fathom why Jingjing, who was usually so aggressive toward strangers, had suddenly changed her behavior. Meanwhile, Ren Annie was soaking in the bathtub. The steamy mist softened her features, lending her an especially gentle and alluring look. She was mortified. As she bathed, Ren Annie recalled the events in the car, her cheeks flushing crimson. She'd never been so close to a man before. Thankfully, Chen Fan was a gentleman. If it had been anyone else, she might have been completely taken advantage of. But then again, Mr. Chen's massage technique was truly exceptional. He seemed so skilled with gynecological issues. Had he treated many women before? As she rinsed her skin with cool water, Ren Annie couldn't help but ponder this, and as her thoughts swirled, a wave of jealousy surged through her, leaving her inexplicably hurt. Beep. Her phone suddenly buzzed beside her, a message from her secretary. The information on Chen Fan has been investigated. After a quick glance, Ren Annie, already drowning in jealousy, felt even more depressed. What? He's already been married? For several years? Wait, he just got divorced today? Lucky me, or else I'd have been the other woman. His ex-wife's name is Jian Hui? That name sounds familiar. I remember now, she's the Chen family's daughter. No wonder I heard rumors about the Chen and Lu families arranging a marriage alliance. Turns out she dumped Mr. Chen to climb the social ladder. What right does that lowly family have to look down on Mr. Chen? Throwing away the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. Ren Annie muttered to herself at length, convinced her connection with Chen Fan was fate itself. The moment Qian Hui finalized her divorce from Chen Fan, she crossed paths with him. Though they'd known each other for less than a day, they'd weathered trials together, and their feelings had intensified rapidly. At this rate, she might win him over in just a few days. Humming a tune, Ren Annie changed into her usual loungewear and emerged with a smile. The housekeeper happened to be preparing dinner in the kitchen. Spotting her, she immediately pulled Ren Annie aside and chattered nonstop about the extraordinary scene she'd just witnessed. After listening, Ren Annie couldn't help but marvel at the coincidence. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. Chen Fan was currently at a low point in his divorce proceedings. If she offered him gentle comfort now, their relationship would surely progress rapidly. She bounced out of the kitchen, looking nothing like the usual composed and dignified young lady, but instead resembling a lively and spirited young woman. What's got you so cheerful? Chen Fan glanced at Ren Annie, slightly surprised. The nanny mentioned Jingjing seems to really like you. Ren Annie slowly introduced her purpose. That little guy usually has boundless energy, but today he only needed a half-hour walk. I'm worried she'll get restless tonight and bark nonstop, disturbing our sleep. Why don't we take her out for another walk together? If she'd suggested going for a walk alone with Chen Fan, he might have been wary. But asking him to join her for a dog walk? That seemed perfectly natural. Sure enough, just as Ren Annie had anticipated, Chen Fan didn't suspect a thing about the dog walk and readily agreed. However, as they walked, the dog walk took a different turn. By the time Chen Fan and Ren Annie returned to the villa, he wasn't holding a dog leash anymore. Instead, he was carrying new clothes and daily necessities that Ren Annie had insisted on buying for him at the mall. The woman had initially claimed she wanted to buy Jingjing some new toys, but once they arrived at the mall, she set her sights on herself instead. It truly proved the saying, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea, even if you manage to retrieve it, it still pricks you. Still, it was Rin Annie's thoughtful gesture, so Chen Fan didn't say anything. The housekeeper had noticed Rin Annie's subtle intentions toward Chen Fan. During dinner, she went out of her way to create opportunities for the two to be alone, stopping just short of spiking their food. After dinner, Chen Fan watched TV with Rin Annie for a while before heading to his room to shower and prepare for bed. But no sooner had he climbed into bed than Rin Annie walked in wearing a revealing nightgown. "Mr. Chen, I'm a little scared. I don't dare sleep alone." Chen Fan paused, asking, "What? Still thinking about being chased by those bikers?" "MHM. Rin Annie pursed her lips and nodded, her voice soft and vulnerable. "I'm afraid I'll have nightmares tonight. Would you come to my room and keep me company? There should be a distinction between men and women. Why don't we have the nanny accompany you?" Rin Annie quickly made an excuse. She has plans tonight and won't be staying here." "Then what should we do?" Rin Annie rolled her eyes and suggested, "How about this? You go to my room. I'll sleep on the sofa, and you can have the bed." "No, you sleep in the bed. I'll sleep on the sofa." "All right." Rin Annie giggled and immediately led Chen Fan into her room. The nanny, who had been watching from afar, smiled knowingly and silently gave her a thumbs up. Truly the young mistress, her tactics are masterful. Looks like tonight might bring a thrilling battle. Chapter 14, Two Tigers Cannot Share the Same Mountain. However, events unfolded differently than the housekeeper had imagined. After arriving at Rin Annie's room, Chen Fan dutifully took a nap on the sofa. No matter how she tried to coax him into bed, he remained unmoved, embodying the very image of a good man. That night, for the first time, Rin Annie found the phrase good man utterly infuriating. The next morning, with dark circles under her eyes, Rin Annie ate breakfast before accompanying Chen Fan to the Rin residence. They intended to perform acupuncture on Old Master Rin to eradicate the root of his ailment. When they arrived at the Rin residence, Old Master Rin was in the midst of receiving guests. Two guests were present. One was Zhao Tai, and the other was Jinling's renowned physician, Tang Di. Zhao Tai hailed from the Zhao family in the provincial capital, a powerful clan with extensive business dealings and a long-standing amicable relationship with the Rens. Having heard of Old Master Ren's recent health decline, Zhao Tai promptly invited Tang Di to come along, intending to offer Ren a favor. Though Old Master Ren, having nearly recovered, was reluctant to see another physician, his mind changed instantly upon learning it was Tang Di who had made the request. "Young Master Zhao, you've truly gone out of your way. You flatter me, Mr. Zhao. Our families have been long-standing associates. Your good health is crucial to the stability of our partnership." Zhao Tai's efforts to curry favor with Old Man Ren stemmed not only from family business dealings but also from another reason. He had set his sights on Ren Annie. Unfortunately, after sitting here for nearly half a day, Zhao Tai still hadn't seen the woman he longed for. This made him somewhat restless and impatient. He couldn't be bothered with further pleasantries with Old Master Ren and asked directly, "Old Master Ren, is Annie working so hard these days? We came early this morning and haven't seen her at all?" Unaware of Zhao Tai's ulterior motives, Old Ren replied, "She didn't return to stay last night. She went specifically to entertain Mr. Chen. She should be here shortly." "I see. Who is this Mr. Chen? I don't recall any prominent figures in Jinling with that surname." Zhao Tai's expression shifted slightly. At the mention of Chen Fan, Old Ren opened up, smiling broadly. "This Mr. Chen is quite remarkable. He's about your age, yet he's exceptionally skilled in medicine. Yesterday, I nearly died from a sudden collapse at the hospital. But after Mr. Chen performed acupuncture on me, I recovered remarkably well, truly miraculous." Hearing Old Ren praise Chen Fan so highly, Zhao Tai and Tang Di exchanged uneasy glances. Noticing their reaction, Old Ren paused and asked, "Did I say something wrong?" "Master Ren, it's not that one mountain can't hold two tigers," Zhao Tai frowned. "It's just that Dr. Wang is right here. Bringing in someone else to treat you isn't that like seeking distant solutions when the cure is close at hand? Could there possibly be someone in Jinling whose medical skills surpass those of Dr. Tang?" Ren Lao understood Zhao Tai's implied meaning but dared not offend Tang Di. He immediately clarified, "Young Master Zhao, you misunderstand. I had no idea you would bring Dr. Tang. Had I known earlier, I certainly wouldn't have asked Mr. Chen to make another trip." Just as he spoke, Ren Annie and Chen Fan arrived. "Grandpa, how are you feeling today? Mr. Chen is here for your follow-up checkup." "I'm feeling quite well. Thank you for bringing Mr. Chen over." Old Ren wasn't one to forget his roots. He hadn't forgotten who had saved his life when he was hanging by a thread. Therefore, even with Zhao Tai and Tang Di present, he remained respectful and courteous toward Chen Fan. Of course, if one were to compare the medical skills of Tang Di and Chen Fan, Tang Di was undoubtedly the superior practitioner. After all, traditional Chinese medicine is a profession that requires accumulated experience. While experience doesn't necessarily equate to superiority, Tang Di's extensive background and widely recognized reputation were ample proof of his capabilities. Chen Fan was still relatively young, and in terms of experience, he inevitably fell short of Tang Di. What are you doing here? After Rin Annie helped Chen Fan sit down, she noticed Zhao Tai's presence. Before Zhao Tai could explain, old Rin spoke up. Young Zhao knew I've been unwell lately, so he specially invited Dr. Tang to examine me. Upon hearing this, Ren Annie's expression didn't exactly brighten, nor did she show any gratitude toward Zhao Tai. While old Master Ren couldn't see through Zhao Tai's subtle intentions, Ren Annie understood them perfectly. Over the years, Zhao Tai had repeatedly hinted at the arranged marriage between their families that had been discussed long ago. But Ren Annie had no affection for Zhao Tai. She knew him to be a hypocrite and had no intention of entrusting her lifelong happiness to him. So she had always kept him at arm's length, never giving him a chance. Dr. Tang, your concern is appreciated, Ren Annie said. However, my grandfather's illness was initially treated by Mr. Chen. I believe it would be best to have him conduct the follow-up examination to assess the situation. Entrusting this to someone else at this stage might not be conducive to my grandfather's recovery. After speaking, Ren Annie gave Chen Fan a subtle nod. As Chen Fan rose, Zhao Tai caught the scent of the same body wash Ren Annie had used. This realization made his expression abruptly darken, his eyes instantly turning fierce. Damn it, these two are having an affair. Zhao Tai already despised this country bumpkin of unknown origin. Discovering that the man might have a closer relationship with Ren Annie than he did was utterly intolerable. He blocked Chen Fan's path and said in a deep voice, Sis Annie, that's not how you put it. Some people might just be lucky hitting the jackpot by accident. They might make old Ren look better temporarily, but it's only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. If he continues treating him, it'll only lead to more mistakes. We should quickly hand Grandpa Ren's health over to Dr. Tang to set things right and avoid endless trouble later. Besides, your grandfather is like my own. We know each other inside out. Naturally, I'd feel more at ease recommending someone I trust. Zhao Tai leaned closer to Ren Annie as he spoke, as if the two of them were a pair and Chen Fan was merely an outsider who didn't know his place. Ren Annie took a step back, her face hardening. Zhao Tai, don't be so sarcastic. If it weren't for Mr. Chen yesterday, grandfather might not be here anymore. Mr. Chen's medical skills are evident to all. It's not your place to question them. You're just an outsider, keep your mouth shut. Before Ren Annie could finish, Zhao Tai shot back, his face flushing with anger. Who's the layman? Don't you dare look down on me. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. We haven't spent time together in ages, but you have no idea how much I've learned from Master Tang these past years. I know more than this kid, there's no way I know less. Chen Fan couldn't help but burst out laughing at Zhao Tai's self-deluded boast. What are you laughing at? Zhao Tai's accusation only deepened Chen Fan's amusement. Nothing. They say doctors know their own bodies best, but seeing you has taught me that's not entirely true. At least you're completely unaware of your own illness. I have an illness? Don't talk nonsense. Not only do you have an illness, but it's quite serious. I advise you to get checked at the hospital soon. Otherwise, failing to bring happiness to your wife is one thing, but what if your family line ends? That would be such a pity. Chen Fan said it sounded regrettable, but his tone betrayed no trace of regret whatsoever. Moreover, his words subtly implied that Zhao Tai had fertility issues. Chapter 15, a half-empty bottle makes the most noise. You're cursing me? Zhao Tai flew into a rage, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to fight Chen Fan on the spot. Tang Di's expression also darkened. His displeasure wasn't born of sympathy for Zhao Tai, but rather from the profound humiliation of being compared, even impliedly outmatched, by this upstart youth. Young Master Zhao, you invited me here surely not just to have them mock me? Though I, Tang Di, have stepped down from my position as Jinling's national physician, I haven't sunk so low as to compete with such a junior upstart. Since these people place more faith in his medical skills, I shall take my leave. Don't bother me again in the future. With that, Tang Di strode purposefully toward the door. Zhao Tai, seeing Tang Di's anger, couldn't help but panic. The matter hadn't been resolved, and he'd offended someone in the process, a complete loss either way. More crucially, Zhao Tai had hoped to leverage Tang Di to arrange his marriage with Ren Annie. Regardless of Ren Annie's consent, as long as old Master Rin gave his blessing, the girl wouldn't be able to escape. Now that Tang Di had come in person, how could he let it all come to naught? With that thought, Zhao Tai immediately rushed forward to intercept Tang Di. Dr. Tang, haven't you always said saving a life is better than building 7 tiers of a pagoda? That kid is clearly a fraud. If you walk away now just to save face, and something happens to old Master Rin later, you'll never forgive yourself. It must be said, Zhao Tai's words were quite skillful. With that high praise of medical ethics, Tang Di genuinely felt awkward about leaving. Old Ron knew he couldn't afford to offend someone like Tang Di. Deep down, he also felt Tang Di was likely more skilled than Chen Fan. He immediately stood up and said, Dr. Tang, please don't leave. At my age, it's rare to meet someone like you. I beg you, please examine me. Seeing their respectful demeanor, Tang Di relented. He sat back down on the sofa, arms crossed, and declared haughtily, Old Ren, the moment I walked in, I saw your complexion and knew what ails you. This minor ailment is nothing more than a simple prescription for me. If we were to follow your granddaughter's suggestion and conduct another examination, that would be like drawing attention to something that isn't there, looking for trouble where none exists. It's laughable enough to make one's teeth fall out. While boasting about his own abilities, Tang Di couldn't resist taking a dig at Chen Fan, which greatly annoyed Ren Annie. She had already been reluctant to let Tang Di examine old Master Rin, seeing it as an insult to Chen Fan. Now, hearing him speak so harshly and belittle Chen Fan, her displeasure only deepened. "Grandpa, you can't just throw away the donkey after it's done its job. Mr. Chen made a special trip for you can't let him come all this way for nothing, can you? Besides, if your illness were truly that easy to cure, that Bao fellow wouldn't have nearly killed you." "Enough, Annie. Stop talking." Old Rin was advanced in years, and some of his ways were hard to change. Truthfully, he'd been puzzling over how Chen Fan had actually cured him yesterday. Something about the treatment felt oddly unconventional, not what he expected from orthodox Chinese medicine. Regardless of Chen Fan's qualifications, now that a professional TCM practitioner was present, it was only right to prioritize him for treatment, a sign of respect for Dr. Tang. "I won't forget Mr. Chen's kindness and will find a way to properly thank him. But that's one thing, Master Tang has earned his reputation as Jinling's renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine through his exceptional skills. I must give him his due respect." "Grandfather, you..." Ren Annie tried to say more, but Old Rin cut her off. "Mr. Chen, I'm terribly sorry, but it seems you've made a wasted trip today. I didn't know Master Tang would be here earlier, otherwise I would have notified you in advance. Shall I have the steward escort you home now, and I'll properly thank you another day for saving my life last time?" Chen Fan didn't mind. A physician's heart is compassionate. No matter who employs what method, as long as the patient recovers, the goal is achieved. There's no need to argue over who's right or wrong in this matter. Yet pride invites misfortune, while humility brings blessings. This Tang Di had lived so long yet failed to grasp such a basic principle. His words were brimming with arrogance, and Chen Fan seriously doubted his medical skills. Not to mention, the man had completely dismissed his previous treatment, claiming that a single dose of his herbal concoction would cure the illness instantly. This made Chen Fan eager to see just what kind of miraculous potion could achieve such results. "Senior Ren, I know my own limitations well. Since a more skilled physician is willing to treat you now, I'm delighted beyond measure. As a junior practitioner, I'm eager to learn and witness how a true master treats patients. Would Dr. Tang Wangjia mind if I stayed to observe?" Chen Fan's words were impeccably phrased, leaving no room for criticism. Zhao Tai was thoroughly pleased, nodding his head with satisfaction. "This lad knows his place. Since that's the case, I'll grant Dr. Tang's permission for you to stay." "Thank you." Chen Fan bowed his hands to Zhao Tai, appearing genuinely grateful for the opportunity. Chen Fan's humble demeanor left Ren Annie feeling rather uneasy. She felt Chen Fan was already skilled enough, he had no need to bow to anyone. It was all her fault for not arranging things properly, causing him such humiliation. Tang Di, seeing an audience, grew even more eager to perform. He even asked old Ren to prepare ink, brush, paper, and inkstone, determined to showcase his calligraphy skills. Chen Fan couldn't help but sneer at such behavior. A doctor held the power over life and death, how could this be treated as a game? But to uncover the truth, he had no choice but to endure and watch the performance. Everything was set. The rice paper was laid on the table. Tang Di dipped his brush in ink and, with a sweeping motion, wrote the prescription in bold, flowing strokes. Chen Fan stared at his messy handwriting. After glancing at just a few of the herbs listed, his expression shifted from astonishment to utter speechlessness. "Dr. Tang, I truly believed you possessed some extraordinary method and was prepared to witness it firsthand. But now it seems this isn't some miraculous formula at all. You probably haven't even figured out what illness old Rin is suffering from, have you? These herbs you've prescribed are indeed precious and potent tonics, but they're not suitable for old Rin. I think." "Shut up." Before Chen Fan could finish his rebuttal, Tang Di slammed his brush down on the table and snapped, "Who do you think you are? Daring to lecture me? This prescription is the result of my meticulous research. I can diagnose old Master Ren's condition with just a glance. Only a half-baked quack like you, who knows nothing, would need to take his pulse and agonize over it. Don't mind him, Run Lao. This prescription will definitely work. Just take one dose, and you'll be cured. If anyone doubts this, we'll conduct a live demonstration. Have someone procure these herbs immediately. We'll prepare a decoction for old man Ren and see if his condition improves as I've described." Tang Di's words left Chen Fan's face darkening. "Are you truly a licensed physician? How is this behavior any different from using patients as guinea pigs for experiments? I'm trying to reason with you, analyzing pharmacology in his condition, yet you insist on betting against me, driven by stubborn pride. You lack even the most basic medical ethics." Chen Fan could tolerate almost anything, but he absolutely could not stand Tang Di playing with a patient's life. He was far too arrogant, utterly indifferent to whether his patients lived or died. "Don't lecture me with your righteous indignation," Zhao Tai snorted. "Dr. Tang acts this way because he possesses the skill to do so to win your full conviction. Old Run, Dr. Tang's skill is widely recognized. Rest assured, this medicine will cure you. Though conflicted, Old Ren finally nodded in agreement. Before long, a bowl of decoction was ready. Old Ren gulped it down. At first, his complexion did indeed flush rosy, appearing much healthier. Yet this vitality proved fleeting. As his face flushed deeper, his entire body seemed on the verge of bursting, an utterly terrifying sight. His head appeared swollen to twice its normal size. Chapter 16, the Tai Chi Restoring Needle Technique. Ren Annie panicked the moment she saw this. Grasping Chen Fan's arm, she asked urgently, "Mr. Chen, what's wrong with my grandfather? This doesn't seem right, does it?" Before Chen Fan could respond, Tang Di sighed regretfully, "This herbal decoction is a perfect tonic. It should work for any patient." Yet after Mr. Ren took it, his condition deteriorated rapidly. This indicates the illness has reached its terminal stage, though it wasn't apparent on the surface. With that single sentence, Tang Di had effectively pronounced Old Ren's death sentence. He declared his prescription was absolutely flawless. The problem lay with the patient. Chen Fan was so infuriated he laughed, his voice turning colder. "This is the first time I've heard of a doctor blaming the patient for not getting sick according to the textbook. Old Master Ren was already much improved, just one more acupuncture session and he'd have been fine. Now you've reduced him to this state, yet you turn around and blame his illness for being too severe? You never once look at your own mistakes." Seeing Tang Di's expression shift slightly, Zhao Tai quickly interjected, "What's with the sarcastic tone, kid? Stop with the hindsight criticism. Now that Old Ren's condition has worsened, you can say whatever you want. I detest people like you who kick someone when they're down. Dr. Tang's reputation precedes him. His skill is recognized even by the higher-ups. If he says there's no cure, then there's no cure. Not even a divine being could change that." Chen Fan sneered with disgust, "Your face is thicker than a city wall. You're incompetent yet boast like a fool. I never intended to show off in front of you lot, but since you're being so shameless, I might as well give you a lesson, show you what real Chinese medicine looks like." "Tisk," Zhao Tai scoffed, his face twisted in a mocking grin. "As if you're some kind of miracle worker who can bring Old Ren back from the brink." Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. "What if I truly have a way to cure Elder Ren? I'd bow down and call you the king of soup doctors." Tang Di blurted out. Zhao Tai cautioned, "Tang Medical King, don't get carried away. It's not about the bread, it's about the pride. I've lived this long, I won't let some greenhorn ride roughshod over me." Tang Di's gaze turned icy. "I won't take a disciple who's lost their medical ethics, and you don't deserve to be my disciple." Chen Fan pulled silver needles from his pocket as he coldly stated, "I only ask one thing of you, publicly acknowledge your medical shortcomings, then reform your character. Dedicate yourself to medicine and treat patients with genuine compassion." His words earned Ren Annie's deep respect. Repaying malice with virtue, that is the true essence of a physician. Zhao Tai caught the admiration in Ren Annie's eyes, which only deepened his irritation. "Stop pretending to be noble. Deal with Old Master Ren's condition first." Chen Fan ignored Zhao Tai entirely. With a flick of his finger, the silver needle pierced Old Master Ren's hidden acupoint. Just as he prepared to insert the second needle into the old man's temple, Zhao Tai suddenly bellowed, "Stop! What are you doing, you brat? Trying to murder for profit? Who sticks needles into someone's temple?" Tang Di nodded solemnly. "The temple is an extremely sensitive acupoint. The slightest misstep could damage the arteries in the meninges, causing blood blockage and brain hypoxia. At best, it leads to unconsciousness or concussion. At worst, it ruptures blood vessels or arteries, resulting in death. In all my years as a doctor, I've never once inserted needles into a patient's temple. I'm terrified even the slightest tremor could cost someone their life. This kid's ignorance is his only courage. He's sticking needles everywhere. Old Ren's life hangs in the balance." Ren Annie, frightened by the commotion, was about to question Chen Fan when she caught sight of his calm, composed expression. Her nerves steadied abruptly. "Quiet, both of you," she said. "Don't disturb Mr. Chen's acupuncture. This is only the beginning." Tang Di snorted. She couldn't believe Ren Annie was so clueless, treating the words of some backwoods quack like gospel truth. She must have water in her brain. "Fine, we won't say anything. At least we won't be blamed if something goes wrong later." Zhao Tai, however, deflected all responsibility. He made no mention of how Mr. Ren's condition had deteriorated precisely because he'd consumed Tang Di's herbal concoction, instead shifting the blame onto Chen Fan. Chen Fan remained utterly oblivious to the commotion around him, fully focused on performing acupuncture on Old Run. The other's words drifted past him like clouds. At first, Tang Di didn't think much of his actions. But then he noticed something astonishing: all the veins on Old Master Ren's body, which had been shriveled moments ago, were now pulsing with renewed vitality. Especially at the joints connected by these vessels, a faint warmth was even rising. Could this be the legendary Tai reviving Qi needling technique? "Dr. Tang, what's wrong?" Zhao Tai noticed Tang Di staring intently at Chen Fan's movements, his expression unusually solemn, eyes tinged with alarm. He sensed trouble brewing. He had been waiting to see Chen Fan make a fool of himself. Why had the physician king changed his attitude? Nothing. I must have misread the situation. Upon hearing Zhao Tai's question, Tang Di opened his mouth to speak but hesitated, shaking his head without further comment. Zhao Tai breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, then resumed his sarcastic tone. Chen Fan, stop this nonsense. Old Master Ren is clearly on his deathbed. With all your fussing about, you'll ruin the appearance of his body. Just admit defeat. Dragging this out won't accomplish anything. All you need to do is kneel before me and call me grandfather, and I'll ensure the Ren family won't hold you accountable. What do you say? Young Master Zhao, we've lost. Just as Zhao Tai basked in his triumph, Tang Di suddenly let out a bitter laugh. Why? Isn't that guy just messing around? Zhao Tai asked, utterly baffled. No. He was saving old Master Ren. Tang Di sighed deeply, self-deprecatingly admitting, I did indeed use the wrong medicine earlier, putting old Master Ren's life in grave danger. Thankfully, Mr. Chen employed the long-lost Tai reviving chi needle technique to pull him back from the brink of death. At that moment, Tang Di finally admitted his mistake and knelt before Chen Fan. Master Chen, please take me as your disciple. A physician's heart must be compassionate, virtue is paramount. You're stubborn and self-willed, lacking caution toward patients. Even if you mastered the most profound medical techniques, you'd only bring disaster in the future. Chen Fan knew Tang Di wanted to learn the Tai Chi restoring needle technique and firmly refused. I've told you I won't take disciples like you. When you truly understand the meaning of compassionate heart of a healer, then come find me. These words struck Tang Di like a thunderclap, leaving him reeling. This time, he truly learned his lesson. Master Chen is absolutely right. I will shut myself away to reflect on my mistakes, correct my attitude, learn how to be a decent person first, and only then study medicine. Tang Di's contrite demeanor left Zhao Tai stunned as if struck by lightning. What kind of script is this? How could the plot twist so dramatically in just a few minutes? Zhao Tai had assumed Tang Di had been paid to play along with Chen Fan's charade, but to his astonishment, Old Ren also let out a deep sigh of relief, murmuring repeatedly, Mr. Chen, I truly have grown dim in my old age, failing to discern who the true medical king truly is. Just now, I walked through the gates of death and realized that no one but you can cure this illness. After your acupuncture treatment, I feel much better than before. I have energy again and no longer feel chilled to the bone like I did earlier. You may not be the medical king, but you surpass him. Chapter 17, Winning over Mr. Chen is imperative. Old Ren's high praise echoed throughout the room for a long time. Already stunned beyond belief, Zhao Tai could barely contain himself upon hearing these words. Have you all lost your minds? How could this country bumpkin possibly treat illnesses? I'd believe he's a veterinarian, but him. What are you saying? Watch your language. Ren Annie snapped, her face stern. If Chen Fan is a veterinarian, then does that make my grandfather an animal? Zhao Tai's thoughtless words deeply displeased old Master Ren. But given his seniority, it wouldn't be right to nitpick with the younger generation. After being scolded like that, Zhao Tai realized his words were inappropriate. He wanted to explain but didn't know what to say to salvage the situation. Mr. Chen, I must apologize again. My poor judgment led me to mistake your precious jade for worthless slag. Please don't hold it against me, I must have been delirious from illness. Old Ren began playing the sympathy card. Chen Fan had saved his life yesterday, yet instead of expressing proper gratitude, he'd questioned the man's abilities, a truly foolish move. Chen Fan replied calmly, your decision is only human and understandable. But remember, you only get one life, don't entrust it lightly to someone you can't rely on. Zhao Tai understood Chen Fan was referring to him, feeling both anger and helplessness. It was all Tang Di's fault that useless fool had made him lose face completely. Mr. Chen, your grace and composure leave me deeply ashamed. With a bitter smile, Old Ren turned to Ren Annie, transfer the title of Villa No. 1 in Jiangshan Mansion to Mr. Chen as my token of gratitude. No problem. Ren Annie agreed immediately, feeling quite pleased inside. Because this villa held special significance. Zhao Tai clearly understood this too and protested urgently, Mr. Ren, wasn't that villa supposed to be Anne's dowry? Are you just giving it away like that? Young Master Zhao, you're meddling too much. This villa complex was developed by the Run Group. I can give it to whomever I choose, do I need your approval? Old Ren's words were quite blunt, showing no regard for Zhao Tai's dignity. He was clearly displeased with Zhao Tai for inviting Tang Di, an act that nearly cost him his life. Zhao Tai was rendered speechless, clenching his teeth in frustration and shooting Chen Fan a fierce glare. The humiliation he suffered today was entirely Chen Fan's fault. If that bastard hadn't come out to show off, none of this would have happened. Enough. This is truly your family affair, none of my business. Since old Ren's health has returned to normal, I can rest assured and head back now. Next time my grandfather has free time, I'll bring him along. We can all have a proper chat then. Old Master Ren remained silent, once again delivering an invisible blow to Zhao Tai's pride. What goes around comes around. We'll see about that. Passing by Chen Fan, Zhao Tai lowered his voice, muttered a parting shot, and stormed off in anger, leaving Tang Di behind. Mr. Chen, don't pay him any mind. That guy's just a petty jerk. Though Ren Annie hadn't caught Zhao Tai's exact words, she knew they couldn't have been kind. Chen Fan hummed in acknowledgement, refusing to stoop to such a clown's level. Just then, Tang Di approached. May I ask your full name, Mr. Chen? Chen Fan. Tang Di's figure faltered, a bitter smile curling his lips. I should have guessed it all along. You're the one who used qi to control needles, channeling energy through the air to cure Tang Qingtian's daughter of rat poison. That's correct. Chen Fan made no attempt to conceal it, admitting it with unabashed candor. Mr. Chen, I failed to recognize your greatness and offended you. Might I be granted a chance to make amends? Tang Di's eyes pleaded. It was all his own fault. Arrogant and overconfident, he'd looked down on Chen Fan, a junior, relying on his own reputation as the medical king. Little did he expect the other to be anything but ordinary. Chen Fan had taught him a lesson, showing him what it meant for the new generation to surpass the old, and that true brilliance lies in humility. Remember what I said earlier, and that will suffice as atonement. Chen Fan shrugged and added, of course, your top priority now is to apologize to Master Ren. Mr. Chen is absolutely right. Tang Di nodded in agreement, immediately turning to bow deeply before Master Ren in contrition. Though Master Ren was still annoyed that Tang Di had nearly sent him to the grave, he let the matter drop for the sake of the medical king of Jinling. After all, what was done was done. Holding Tang Di accountable would serve no purpose beyond venting frustration. Better to give Tang Di a way out. One never knew when his services might be needed again. Rying. Chen Fan glanced at his vibrating phone and pointed toward the entrance of the Ren residence. I'll go take this call. After watching him leave, old Ren gave Ren Annie a knowing smile. Annie, I'm giving Mr. Chen the villa that was meant for your dowry. You understand the meaning behind this, don't you? Grandpa, I actually have quite a favorable impression of Mr. Chen. Ha! You're finally seeing things clearly, girl. Well then, since you have such thoughts, put in the effort. Old Master Ren laughed heartily. If this matter truly comes to fruition, I won't discuss any other marriage arrangements. You two can take your time, but winning over Mr. Chen is imperative. The sooner the better. Post the news of my full recovery in the Chamber of Commerce group and invite them to my recovery banquet in 1 week. At that time, I will formally introduce Mr. Chen to everyone, so they know he is one of our Ren family. Ren Annie hadn't expected her grandfather to be so decisive and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Old hands are still the sharpest. That saying couldn't be more fitting for grandfather. Though aged, he remained sharp as ever. Old Ren chuckled and added, by the way, I had someone look into yesterday's incident where Fei Gang sent men to ambush you. The report is in my study. Go take a look. I'll have Dr. Tang Wang attend to you. Ren Annie nodded lightly and headed upstairs. Passing the hallway window, she noticed a luxury car parked in front of the Ren residence. A man carrying a gift box had just entered the gate, while another woman approached Chen Fan, who was on the phone. Upon closer inspection, Ren Annie recognized the woman as Chen Fan's ex-wife, Qian Hui. Well, if it isn't the pretty boy Chen Fan. What brings him to the Ren residence? Could it be he's set his sights on another wealthy target this time, the Ren family's eldest daughter? Chen Fan pretended not to hear Qian Hui's sarcastic remarks, continuing his phone call obliviously. Hey, playing deaf and dumb? Feeling guilty now that I've called you out? Qian Hui snorted derisively. Why don't you take a good look at yourself? You're not even good enough for me. What makes you think you could ever be worthy of the Ren family's eldest daughter? Chen Fan remained silent, leaving Qian Hui feeling like she'd punched a pillow. She rolled her eyes and changed the subject. You know who that man was who just went inside? The Lu family's young master. My fiancé. I heard old Master Ren is unwell. He came specifically to visit him. We'll be collaborating with the Ren family in the future. Do you have what it takes? Chen Fan had just finished his call. Seeing Qian Hui's relentless pressure, he coldly interjected. I saved old Master Ren's life. Tell me, do I have that kind of ability? Chapter 18, The Big Shot. At this remark, Qian Hui froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. You, a freeloading ex-convict, think you can cure old Master Ren? Still half asleep? Believe it or not. Chen Fan couldn't be bothered arguing with such a self-important woman. He turned to enter the Ren residence. No sooner had he taken a step forward than Lu Yi emerged from the Ren residence, blocking his path. You look familiar. Have we met before? Honey, this is my useless ex-husband. Qian Hui rushed forward, linking arms with Lu Yi. He came here to hang around, hoping to climb the social ladder by hooking up with the Ren family's heiress. Lu Yi clicked her tongue, her lips curling in derision. Big dreams, but zero self-awareness. If he had any sense, he wouldn't be scurrying around here like a mangy dog. Qian Hui rolled her eyes and chuckled. I suspect he's been tailing us all along, hoping to use us to get close to the Ren family. He's cunning as hell. Overthinking it. With his character, the Rens wouldn't even give him the time of day. That's true. Qian Hui nodded in agreement before adding, by the way, how come you left the Ren residence so quickly? Didn't you meet old Master Ren? I did, Lu Yi replied evasively. He was chatting with Dr. Tang and didn't have time for me, so I just left the gift and left. In truth, he hadn't met the old master at all. He'd merely learned what the old man was doing while greeting the butler. As for the gift, he practically had to beg the butler to accept it. Dr. Tang was there too? Could he be treating old Master Ren? Xian Hui instantly caught on. No. Lu Yi shook her head. Based on what she'd learned from the butler, she explained, it was a renowned physician named Mr. Chen who cured old Master Ren. Dr. Tang didn't contribute much. He even asked to apprentice under Mr. Chen but was turned down. That Chen again. Xian Hui was utterly astonished. Last time at the hospital, Shen Wanwan had told her about Mr. Chen's remarkable achievements. Little did she know this man was so extraordinary that even old Master Ren owed him a favor. Lu Yi looked astonished. You know him? In his view, a modest family like the Qians couldn't possibly have connections to someone as elite as Mr. Chen. I don't know him personally, just heard of him. Shen Hui brushed it off with a single sentence, not revealing to Lu Yi that she actually had Mr. Chen's contact information. Ah, if only I could be acquainted with Mr. Chen, Lu Yi sighed wistfully. That would truly be a leap to the top. Just knowing him won't do any good, will it? You'd still need his help, right? Stupid. Lu Yi shot Chen Hui a withering look inside. I always say women lack foresight. Just knowing Mr. Chen would let you leverage his name to build connections. Those loans that never got approved? They'd come through in minutes. The benefits are too numerous to list. Oh, I see. Xian Hui felt a surge of excitement welling up inside her. She had Mr. Chen's contact info. If she could just get a conversation going, wouldn't that be like hitting the jackpot? Let's go. I've got work to do at the office. You can pick out our wedding home later. I doubt I'll have time. Lu Yi waved her hand and climbed into the car first, not even glancing at Chen Fan. Xian Hui, however, shot Chen Fan a smug, superior glance and declared triumphantly, Chen Fan, our wedding home is booked at Jiangshan Mansion, one of Jinling's top 3 developments. The price per square meter alone is enough to cover your annual salary. That's the gap in our resources. You have to admit it. With that, she climbed into the passenger seat and drove off with Lu Yayang. The moment they were gone, Ren Annie emerged. Mr. Chen, what were you discussing with them just now? Nothing much. Shen Fan didn't want to dwell on the topic. I need to head to Jinling Bank, he stated bluntly. What for? Shen Fan told the truth. My parents' old house was bought by a gambler. He mortgaged it to the bank, but then lost all his money gambling and couldn't repay the bank. Now the house belongs to the bank. Tomorrow, they're going to the court to file for auction. I plan to go to the bank and buy it back. Ren Annie had seen Chen Fan's messages and was already aware of the situation. How much? Let me cover it for you. A friend sent me money, but I can cover it myself. Chen Fan shook his head with a smile. After just finishing his call with Tang Qingtian, he loaded 100 million onto his black MasterCard, more than enough to buy a house. Do you need a ride? Chen Fan waved his hand. No need. I'll just take a taxi. You can stay home and look into Fei Gang's background. Ha? Mr. Chen, how did you know about this? Chen Fan chuckled. I have excellent hearing. I overheard your entire conversation with Old Run. At those words, Ren Annie's face instantly flushed crimson. She had confessed her feelings for Chen Fan right in front of her grandfather, even revealing her plan to win him over quickly. Little did she know the man himself had heard every word. How embarrassing. I'm leaving now. See you later. Chen Fan knew exactly what Ren Annie was thinking. To spare her further embarrassment, he hailed a taxi and left first. On the way, he received a call from Lian Baijie, the deputy president of Jinling Bank. Since the black MasterCard was issued by Jinling Bank, it was linked to their system. A large transfer of 100 million yuan had suddenly arrived, and Lian Baijie needed to inquire about the situation. Of course, it was also about cultivating a relationship with this major client. After all, the black MasterCard was issued by the Tang Group exclusively to top-tier VIPs, which to some extent signified the cardholder's extraordinary status. I'm heading to Jinling Bank right now. Let's discuss this in person later. Lian Baijie bowed respectfully. Very well. I'll be awaiting Mr. Chen's arrival. With that, she picked up the landline and summoned a newly hired female employee. The woman's long, shapely legs were encased in black stockings, and her uniform accentuated her curvaceous figure to striking effect. This woman was none other than Xian Wanwan. Leveraging her boyfriend Shirku's connections, she had successfully secured a position at Jinling Bank. On her first day, determined to make a good impression on clients and perhaps even charm a major one, Xian Wanwan had dressed meticulously. Her look blended flirtatiousness with allure, a combination most men found irresistible. Xiao Chen, a big shot surnamed Chen, will be arriving at Jinling Bank shortly. Wait at the entrance and escort him straight to my office the moment he arrives, Lian Baijie instructed. Yes, ma'am. Xian Wanwan's eyes lit up. Anyone the deputy bank president referred to as a big shot was undoubtedly a billionaire. If she could win his favor, she might become a wealthy wife in no time. Lian Baijie saw through Qian Wanwan's thoughts and reminded her, you must stay alert and maintain a respectful attitude. If you overstep and anger him, Jinling Bank will have to say goodbye to you. I'll be careful. Qian Wanwan hummed in acknowledgement, swaying her slender waist as she walked out the door, her eyes gleaming with calculation. Threatening me? Just you wait until I've handled this big shot. I'll trip you up in no time and make you eat your words. Chapter 19, is this card just for any Tom, Dick, or Harry? They arrived at Jinling Bank around 10 in the morning. Being a weekday, the bank wasn't crowded at this hour. No sooner had Chen Fan arrived than he bumped into Chen Wanwan at the entrance. What are you doing here? The smile on Chen Wanwan's face instantly turned cold the moment she saw Chen Fan. Chen Fan knew Qian Wanwan had previously worked as a teller at a rural bank. Now she had transformed into a specialist at Jinling Bank. No doubt her boyfriend Shirku had pulled quite a few strings to secure her promotion. This is a bank, not your home. Why can't I come here? Recalling how Chen Wanwan had framed him with her schemes, leaving him penniless and divorced, Chen Fan couldn't muster even a shred of goodwill toward this woman. Ha! If you hadn't overstepped your bounds and wandered into the wrong place, do you think I'd want to see you here? Get lost. A big shot surnamed Chen is coming soon. If he sees a beggar like you loitering here, he'll think Jinling Bank is some low-grade, second-rate institution. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Don't you know I'm a Chen myself? Are you out of your mind? What are you dreaming about? You? And you dare to imagine you're that important figure? Qian Wanwan sneered. He's a billionaire. Do you have that kind of money? You probably can't even scrape together 10,000. Chen Wanwan shot Chen Fan a withering look, as if he were nothing but trash. There are other customers here conducting business. I don't want security throwing you out and making a scene. Do yourself a favor and get lost, got it? Chen Fan showed no intention of leaving. He replied calmly, your bank president, Lian Baijie, called me here. You want me to leave? Are you sure? Oh, you've gotten quite the nerve, haven't you? Knowing our President Lian's name and spinning such a convincing story. If I didn't know you, I might have actually fallen for it. Hearing this, Qian Wanwan's eyes nearly rolled back into her head. President Lian is busy right now. You think I'd be dumb enough to call her out to confront you? I'm not that stupid. You must have heard I work here and deliberately picked a fight to get back at me, right? I won't fall for your tricks. Since you insist on playing dirty, I'll just have to play along. Chen Wanwan, convinced she had Chen Fan figured out, called the security chief over via walkie-talkie. What kind of job are your people doing? This guy impersonates one of our bank's major clients and tries to force his way in, and you don't even stop him? Just look at his clothes. He's not even as well dressed as our regular customers, let alone our VIPs. If he had ulterior motives, who would take responsibility? Qian Wanwan's loud reprimand of the security chief drew disapproving glances from some high-net-worth clients. As Chen Wanwan pointed out, if Chen Fan had been a robber or something, letting him freely enter and exit Jinling Bank would pose a serious threat to wealthy clients like them. Do you even consider our safety when letting just anyone in? Under the pressure from the crowd, the security chief could only bow his head apologetically, quickly summoning his subordinates to escort Chen Fan out. Chen Fan pulled out his black MasterCard and held it high. Is this card something just anyone can have? Everyone's eyes instantly darted to Chen Fan's hand. Their expressions changed the moment they saw it. Qian Wanwan initially didn't think much of it, but upon clearly seeing the card's design, she immediately gulped hard. She then leaned in, trying to snatch the card to get a better look. But Chen Fan gave her no chance. His face turned cold as he snapped, "What are you doing? Trying to rob me? You!" Chen Wanwan bit her lip, her chest heaving as she demanded, "You didn't just pick this up off the street, did you? How can I be sure you're the rightful owner?" Truthfully, she was grasping at straws. Even among high-value clients, few ever obtain such a MasterCard. You don't need to verify it. Just call Lian Baijie out here. She'll explain everything to you. Don't get cocky. President Lian doesn't have time for nobodies like you. I know that this card must be a fake, just so you can show off in front of me. Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh at Chen Wanwan's absurd notion. Since you think it's fake, why not verify it? This card holds 100 million yuan in deposits. I originally intended to keep it here, but your attitude is highly displeasing. I'll withdraw it all and deposit it elsewhere. Chen Fan's words sent a ripple of shock through the bank. Holy crap, did I hear that right? He's saying he's going to withdraw 100 million in cash? Withdrawing such a massive sum all at once would surely trigger a bank run. Where would the cash flow come from? Jinling Bank is well capitalized, they certainly have 100 million in cash reserves. But withdrawing it all? The bank president wouldn't approve. Qian Wanwan sensed something was terribly wrong. She hadn't expected Chen Fan to be so confident. Could it be that this card isn't counterfeit after all? Just as worry clouded her mind, Shirku, who had come to pick her up for dinner, happened to witness the scene and was utterly bewildered. Wanwan, what are you doing? Spotting Shirku, Chen Wanwan saw him as her savior. "Ku, come quick. This guy's picking on me." As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around Shirku's arm, her voice so sweet and pitiful that anyone unaware might think she'd suffered a terrible injustice. After listening to Chen Wanwan's embellished account of the entire incident, Shirku chuckled helplessly. "My girlfriend is just too kind-hearted. You clearly have leverage over this guy, why are you still afraid of him? Dirt?" Chen Wanwan didn't immediately grasp what Shirku meant, but after a series of knowing winks and winks from him, it suddenly clicked. "Aha, I get it now. Oh my, Chen Fan, why must you go and show off in the most reckless way possible? Why do you always have to walk straight into trouble? I know where you got this card. Yesterday, Shirku, and I saw you get into a rich woman's car. This money must be from her, lending it to you to play the big shot, right?" Chen Wanwan felt like she was a genius, figuring out the whole story in one go. "But Chen Fan, don't you know that clothes make the man? If you really had 100 million, would you dress like this? That rich woman doesn't seem particularly fond of you either, she won't even buy you a new outfit to keep up appearances. What exactly are you getting out of being her sugar baby? Did you think I wouldn't dare let you withdraw the money, so you got cocky and claimed this card was yours? Ha! This lady isn't falling for that trick." Chen Wanwan wore a smug expression as she shook her head and declared, "I'll let you withdraw the money, but we'll do it right here in front of everyone. We'll thoroughly verify whether this card is actually yours." Chen Wanwan was so confident that many onlookers present, hearing her speak with such conviction, changed their tune. "I knew it, no wealthy person would show up in casual clothes. Turns out he was just here to bluff. If you're going to borrow someone else's prestige to pretend to be wealthy, at least dress yourself properly. Looking like that, who would believe you?" Chen Wanwan felt utterly triumphant upon hearing these remarks. Exactly what she wanted to destroy Chen Fan's reputation. "Chen Fan, you bastard. Trying to bully this lady by riding on someone else's coattails? You're not even close." Chen Wanwan grew more animated with each word, vowing to turn Chen Fan into a pariah before her bitter resentment could be appeased. Chen Fan ignored Chen Wanwan's ranting and raving throughout. "A lion doesn't bother with a mad dog's barking. Enough with the nonsense, just see if I can withdraw it. Oh my, trying to pull a Zhuge Liang on me with that empty fortress ploy? This lady isn't falling for that. Tell me, what if you can't withdraw 100 million from this card later?" Chen Fan shrugged. "Whatever you say. Fine. I want you to kneel on the ground and bark like a dog. From now on, whenever you see me, you have to bark like a dog to leave. Dare you?" Chen Wanwan assumed Chen Fan would never dare accept the challenge. But no sooner had she finished speaking than Chen Fan nodded. "No problem. What if I actually withdraw the money?" Chen Wanwan crossed her arms, her voice brimming with confidence. "If you can withdraw it, then I'll kneel on the ground and bark like a dog." Chapter 20, He's Mr. Chen? Chen Wanwan and Chen Fan's sharp exchange had the onlookers cheering in delight, their voices rising in a chorus of encouragement. Shirku, however, felt a bit embarrassed. He couldn't tell if Chen Fan was just bluffing or if he actually had the goods. But one thing was crystal clear to him: no matter who ended up on their knees barking like a dog today, this incident would spread like wildfire, becoming the talk of the entire city. Because right now, quite a few people were secretly recording it. Better safe than sorry. If Chen Fan actually managed to withdraw the money, wouldn't he end up humiliated alongside Chen Wanwan? The thought made Shirku feel uneasy, and he tugged nervously at Chen Wanwan's sleeve. "Wanwan, why bother getting involved with this loser? Just kick him out. Everyone's watching, it's so embarrassing." "Cool guy, what are you talking about? We're not the ones being humiliated. That scumbag's been freeloading off my family for years, I've had it with him. He came looking for trouble today, and I'm going to teach him a lesson to get you back," Chen Wanwan said firmly. Shirku instantly stopped trying to dissuade Chen Wanwan, remembering how Chen Fan had beaten him into the hospital yesterday. He studied Chen Fan again, concluding the young man was likely trying to feign weakness. If they backed down now, Chen Fan would surely pull this kind of stunt again later. Better to give him a good slap today and spare themselves this dog's endless harassment. "Chen Fan, I bet your sugar mama has no idea you're such a despicable, shameless bastard, right?" Chen Wanwan continued her verbal assault. "If you really start barking like a dog here today, once the video gets out, that rich woman will lose face big time. Not only will she stop supporting you, she might even find a way to kick you out of Jinling. You better think carefully, do you want to take this bet or not?" Chen Fan waved the MasterCard in his hand. "I've already pulled out my card. You tell me, should we bet? Bring it on." Chen Wanwan made a sarcastic gesture, inviting Chen Fan to take a seat at the counter. To witness Chen Fan's humiliation firsthand, she even swapped places with the staff member behind the counter. She planned to personally swipe his card and withdraw the money, pushing him into hell with her own hands. But before Chen Wanwan could take the card, the sound of high heels echoed from the staircase. A tall woman in a white uniform descended the stairs. She wore delicate earrings, her hair styled immaculately, and a name tag reading "Deputy Manager" hung from her chest. Chen Fan looked closely and recognized her as Lian Baijia. The moment the staff saw the deputy manager arrive, they abandoned their gawking. Those with tasks attended to them, while the idle pretended to be busy. No one dared slack off, fearful of being caught and having their performance bonuses docked. Shirku approached proactively, feigning nonchalance as he said, "Sister Lien, you're here too? I thought you were out meeting clients." "Mr. Shir, we're not that familiar. You should address me as President Lien." Shirku's use of sis made Lien Baijia feel thoroughly uncomfortable. If it weren't for Shirku's father having some connections with the bank president, her uncompromising nature would never have allowed someone like Chen Wanwan to pull strings. "Yes, President Lien." Shirku knew Lien Baijia's temperament and kept his distance. Lien Baijia walked over to the counter, tapped the desk, and asked, "Chen Wanwan, didn't I tell you to meet Mr. Chen at the entrance? Where is he?" Chen Wanwan replied, "President Lien, I didn't see Mr. Chen." "Impossible. Mr. Chen texted me just 3 minutes ago saying he'd arrived. I was on the phone with a long-term client and didn't reply promptly. It's only been a few minutes, he couldn't have left already." Lien Baijia narrowed her eyes and demanded, "Are you even paying attention to your work? Why did you switch shifts with someone for no reason? Are you satisfied with my arrangements?" Lien Baijia already harbored resentment toward Chen Wanwan. Based on her resume alone, Chen had no qualifications to work at the head office. It was only because of Shirku's father that Lien had reluctantly granted him a favor. Now, on her very first day, not only was this woman dressed up like a peacock, but she was also neglecting her duties, randomly switching shifts without reporting it. She clearly didn't hold her position as branch manager in any regard. Mr. Chen arriving today was a true heavyweight, a client far more prestigious than any other major account. Due to her busy schedule, she had specifically instructed Chen Wanwan beforehand to keep a close eye on things. She never imagined this woman couldn't even handle such a minor task. No, branch manager Lien, I have no complaints. It's just that this person deliberately came to cause trouble for me. I was afraid it would make things difficult for other colleagues, so I took the burden upon myself," Chen Wanwan said meekly. "What trouble? Who is he?" Lien Baijia asked impatiently. Chen Fan waved the black MasterCard in his hand and declared, "The very same Mr. Chen you mentioned." The room fell silent. Lien Baijia froze. Though she'd never seen Chen Fan's face, his voice instantly confirmed he was the Mr. Chen from the phone call. She quickly took the card from Chen Fan's hand and said apologetically, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Chen, for keeping you waiting. Please, have a seat." Lien Baijia's attitude shift was so abrupt that the others present hadn't even registered it. Especially Chen Wanwan and Shirku. "President Lien, we know this guy. He's just a penniless nobody. How could he possibly be the VIP client you're supposed to be entertaining? Did he trick you?" Seeing this, Chen Wanwan quickly chimed in, Exactly. President Lien, he used to be our family's son-in-law. My sister just kicked him out yesterday, he left with nothing. How could he possibly be a VIP client here? Shut up." Lien Baijia didn't even wait to hear Chen Wanwan finish before erupting in fury. "Shirku, your girlfriend has no competence and no discernment. I'm only keeping her here out of respect for your father. Not only is she failing to learn her economic duties, but she's stirring up trouble, spreading gossip, and humiliating my VIP client. I'll let this slide this time. You two get back to work. If it happens again, even your father personally coming to see me won't help. Got it?" Lien Baijia publicly berated the two in front of everyone, then bowed to Chen Fan and apologized. "Mr. Chen, I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience today. I failed to communicate the situation clearly. My sincerest apologies. Please follow me to the president's reception room. We can discuss this further." Chen Fan didn't rush to leave upon hearing this. Instead, he smiled faintly. "President Lien, I understand your busy schedule. But I just made a bet with Chen Wanwan, if this card holds 100 million, she has to kneel on the floor and bark like a dog. Now, I'd like you to help me verify whether there really is 100 million yuan in this card." Lien Baijia immediately responded, "Mr. Chen, what verification is needed? Our system has already checked the 100 million in your card, both the amount and its source are in order." At this point, she turned to Chen Wanwan and said coldly, "I truly can't fathom how you could make such a mess of things when all I asked was for you to handle a receptionist's task. Since you've already made arrangements with Mr. Chen, proceed accordingly. As for the severe repercussions this incident has caused the bank and the subsequent handling, I will make a decision after discussing it with the bank president." Lien Baijia's tone was stern, implying that if Chen Wanwan really knelt down to bark like a dog, she might face reassignment afterward, never to return to Jinling Bank again. Chen Wanwan naturally didn't want to lose face or her job. She shot Shirku a pitiful look. Helpless, Shirku could only lower his head and pretend not to hear or see anything. If his girlfriend's humiliating act reached his father's ears, he'd be in deep trouble too. How could he dare cause more trouble? Chen Wanwan's face turned green with fury. She never imagined Shirku would play the cowardly turtle at this critical moment. She thought this boyfriend she found was someone important, but a mere deputy bank manager had just publicly humiliated him. Moreover, anyone with eyes could see that compared to Shirku, Lian Baijie clearly held Chen Fan in much higher regard. The thought that her boyfriend held less status than a commoner made Chen Wanwan so frustrated she was nearly driven mad. Security chief, let her handle it. Chen Wanwan's indifference pushed Lian Baijie over the edge. I'll do it myself. Gritting her teeth and swallowing her humiliation, Chen Wanwan slowly knelt down. Two shameful, dog-like barks forced from her throat, she scrambled back up. Her face twisted with fury as she glared at Chen Fan. Satisfied now? With that, Chen Wanwan, her eyes red-rimmed, slunk away. Seeing his girlfriend suffer such humiliation, Shirku didn't chase after her. Instead, he silently slipped out the back door. How could he ever hold his head high again if he chased after her after she'd been humiliated like that in front of so many people? Outside, Chen Wanwan wept for a long time, waiting in vain for Shirku to comfort her. Her resentment toward him grew, and her loathing for Chen Fan deepened. You worthless piece of trash. You're nothing but a kept man, yet you dare put on airs in front of me? Just you wait, I won't let you off the hook. And you, Shirku, you worthless piece of trash. Once my sister hooks up with Mr. Chen, I'll dump you in a heartbeat. Then I'll have Mr. Chen find me someone way better. Just you wait, you pathetic loser. Chapter 21, Transferring the Villa Being Mistaken for a Poor Person Trying to Impose on the Rich? While Chen Wanwan seethed with hatred toward Chen Fan, he sat in the VIP lounge with Lian Baijie, sipping champagne and chatting. Regarding the matter of his parents' old house, Lian Baijie assured him she would personally handle it. Chen Fan only needed to contribute a portion of the payment, while the remainder could be invested elsewhere. After bidding farewell to Lian Baijie, Chen Fan returned to the Ren residence. Amidst the warm hospitality of his hosts, he enjoyed a sumptuous lunch. Around 3 in the afternoon, the liaison from Jiangshan Mansion called. The property paperwork for Villa Number 1 had been finalized. However, to transfer it into Chen Fan's name, he would need to handle it in person. The liaison wanted to schedule an appointment with him. Chen Fan asked the liaison to hold on a moment, then turned to Ren Annie with a wry smile. Miss Ren, if you'd offered any other token of appreciation, I'd have gladly accepted it. But that villa holds special significance, it's meant to be your future dowry. Isn't it a bit awkward for you to just transfer it to me like this? Mr. Chen, my marriage plans are still in the distant future. I won't need that villa anytime soon, Ren Annie replied with a smile. Villa Number 1 occupies the prime location in the entire Jiangshan Mansion. We have few other gifts of comparable value to offer. You've assisted the Ren family on multiple occasions, anything less than the best would be unacceptable. The future holds many opportunities, please accept it now. Chen Fan possessed life-saving abilities and was also a master in martial arts. Who wouldn't want to recruit such talent? A mere villa in exchange for keeping such a prodigy in the Ren family's development? It's a surefire win. Seeing their sincerity, Chen Fan could only nod and say, then thank you. You're welcome. Ren Annie waved her hand and added, there's one more thing I'd like to discuss. Now that grandfather is well again, we plan to make a grand gesture, host a banquet to show those with disloyal intentions the true might of the Ren family. It's scheduled for this very day, 1 week from now. You'll have to grace us with your presence, okay? Banquets were precisely the kind of event Chen Fan disliked attending. Not only did they require formal attire, but they also inevitably drew the attention of social climbers. Moreover, judging from Ren Annie and Old Master Ren's conversation earlier that morning, he might become the center of attention at this banquet. It felt a bit too high profile. But one can't bite the hand that feeds. Having accepted their luxurious villa, refusal felt impolite, so he reluctantly agreed. After exchanging a few more words, Chen Fan arranged to meet the contact person at 3:30 p.m. and promptly set off for the Jiangshan Villa district. He first completed the property transfer formalities, then toured the villa with an employee's guidance. It must be said that this villa was undoubtedly the finest in the entire complex. Not only was it situated in a picturesque area of mountains and clear waters, but its feng shui layout was also excellent. Its design featured a unique scenic view at every turn layout, ensuring breathtaking vistas from every vantage point. After admiring the exterior landscaping, Chen Fan stepped inside the villa, where opulence reigned supreme. It was evident that the Ren family had meticulously curated the interior. Just the authentic Wan Unshi calligraphy hanging in the study alone was worth millions. As Chen Fan toured the space, his satisfaction grew. The location offered breathtaking scenery and far more abundant spiritual energy than the city center, truly a place of exceptional natural beauty and vitality, making it an ideal spot for cultivation. If he could reside here and arrange a spirit-gathering formation using more spirit energy objects, his cultivation progress would surely accelerate dramatically. Just as Chen Fan stood at the entrance, envisioning how he would transform this villa, several familiar figures came into view. The busier Lu Yi was, the more successful his career became. How could I blame him for not accompanying me to view the villa? Today, you just focus on looking at the property. Xian Hui stood tall and straight, smiling radiantly. Beside her stood Xian Hui's grandmother, Sun Si. Her eyes sparkled as she said, honestly, there's no need to look too hard.
Every villa here is splendid, especially villa number 1. I wonder if it's sold yet. If it's still available, securing that one would be the absolute best. What can't we buy? With Luya's family being so wealthy, even if someone else has reserved it, we can simply offer a higher price and buy it from them. The key is whether we're satisfied. Xianhui said triumphantly. Heh, you're right. Everything goes to the highest bidder. The Lu family isn't short on cash. You've really found yourself a good match this time. I just wonder if that incident at the Love Hotel last time might have left Lu Yi with some reservations about you? Don't worry, Grandma. I've already sweet-talked and pampered Lu Yi thoroughly. He's very pleased with me. Xianhui raised her eyebrows. Speaking of which, that Chen Fan is such a jinx. Every time I run into him, nothing good happens. I even suspect my career setbacks these past 3 years were all because of that guy. Just as the two were laughing and joking, they looked up and saw Chen Fan standing at the doorway. Chen Fan? What are you doing here, you little punk? Stealing something? Sinsi's expression darkened the moment she saw him. Her hysterical expression made it seem like she already owned the place. He's here to ask for financial support, Xianhui chuckled. First you went to the Ren family this morning, failing to hook any rich, beautiful women, then this afternoon you show up at the villa complex they developed trying to snag wealthy female homebuyers. Chen Fan, get a grip. You were once our family's son-in-law, for heaven's sake. Could you please stop doing such shameful, degrading things? Chen Fan heard their baseless, malicious speculation and wasn't the least bit surprised. After all, that's just how the Qians are beyond redemption. Xianhui, I suggest you mind your own business first. Have you paid back the money you owe to Love Hotel? Who do you think can't come up with a few $100,000? Only a poor pretender like you would think that sum is so impressive. Xianhui was stubbornly defiant, making no mention of how long she'd pleaded yesterday before Lu Yi finally agreed to pay to smooth things over. Oh. Sinsi frowned. Oh what? Aren't you ashamed? What should I be ashamed of? Sinsi sneered with disgust. A grown man who can't earn his own money and thinks he can just take from women? If I were you, I'd just grab a block of tofu and smash my head against it. Give it a rest, Granny. You're preaching to the choir. At least a cow would react to that. He's a complete moron, thick-skinned and oblivious. Someone without a shred of moral compass wouldn't understand your noble words of charity anyway. Xianhui waved her hand dismissively. Don't judge my character with your dim-witted intelligence. Compared to you lot, my values are perfectly sound. Upright values? Don't make me laugh. Xianhui snorted derisively. If you were truly upright, you wouldn't be here playing the pretty boy. You're all just old foxes playing at being ghosts from Liuzhai. Who said I came here to be a gigolo? Chen Fan waved the keys in his hand with a playful grin. I'm here to take possession of this place. Every blade of grass and tree in this house belongs to me. You two better wipe your drool if you dampen any of this $100,000 real estate, you might not be able to afford the damages. Chapter 22, Bringing Shame Upon Oneself. Chen Fan's words didn't intimidate Xianhui, they made her burst out laughing. Oh my goodness, you really scared me to death. Sinsi played along, clutching her chest with a look of utter disdain. This fool has me terrified too. How could he even make up such nonsense? Did water get into his brain or something? Any villa in this gated community starts at a minimum of 10 million yuan. The largest and best located villa number 1 would cost at least 100 million yuan, likely even more. Across all of Jinling, only a handful could afford this place. Who do you think you are? My fiancé, Lu Yi? You weren't born with that kind of luck. Get out of here now and stop daydreaming. Xianhui sneered. Chen Fan, you've been with that rich woman for just a few days and you've already lost your mind? Even if you're the best at flattering women, the best at being a bootlicker, she wouldn't buy you such an expensive villa. While I'm in a good mood and don't want security to kick you out, just get lost. Don't bother us while we're viewing the property. Xianhui and Sinsi traded barbs, waving their hands like swatting flies, determined to shoo Chen Fan away. Chen Fan casually pointed at villa number 1. Chen Fan stood there unmoved, tilting his head with interest. This villa is definitely worth the price. Never imagined I'd get to live in such a luxurious place in my lifetime. Considering you were once family, I should give you a tour of my home. But since it's brand new, I don't want any lingering odors. So I'm afraid you'll have to leave now. Who the hell are you calling stinky? Xianhui's eyes widened in fury at the remark. Chen Fan, are you out of your mind? You keep talking about your house, don't you ever look in the mirror and see if you're even worthy of it? Exactly. What right do you have to stop us from viewing the property? We're paying real money for this place, who do you think you are? As their insults grew harsher, Chen Fan remained unruffled. Calmly, he replied, some people just can't get enough. Last time at the Love Hotel, I told someone that SVIP suite was mine. They refused to believe me. What happened? Need I say more? Now I say this villa is mine, and someone still doesn't believe me. I suggest you go ask around to clarify things, so you don't embarrass yourself again and blame me for not warning you.
Qian Hui's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen as Chen Fan repeatedly brought up the Love Hotel incident, her displeasure palpable.
Chen Fan, you never stop, do you? It was just a minor victory for a nobody. Do you really need to keep bringing it up?
I admit I didn't handle that situation well and caused a minor mess, but it was resolved quickly.
You know why? There's no problem money can't solve. This villa is no different.
Even if that rich woman you're keeping buys it, we can still snatch it away if we offer a higher price.
So don't get too excited just yet.
Qian Hui cursed furiously, her eyes bulging with fury.
Sun Si chimed in, exactly. Someone like you, who spends all day at the wet market, what do you know about buying villas?
It always goes to the highest bidder. We don't need to ask if we want it, we just need to have the cash ready.
The two pushed their way inside.
Chen Fan made no attempt to stop them, instead pulling out his phone to call the contact person and have them handle the situation.
But the moment he pulled out his phone, Qian Hui bellowed. What are you doing? Trying to take pictures to brag online? Have some decency. This is going to be my house someday. You're not allowed to take pictures without my permission. You really are ordinary and confident. Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Do I look like I'm taking pictures? I'm calling the contact person to have you two kicked out. Besides, this is my house. You can't stop me from taking pictures, or even smashing it to pieces if I wanted to. What you two are doing right now is violating my rights as the homeowner. I'm being generous not to call the cops on you. How dare you still hang around here acting like you own the place?
Qian Hui snorted dismissively.
You've really mastered the art of playing the victim, haven't you? Who are you trying to scare with threats of the police? And contacting them to have us kicked out? Are you drunk? Do you think they'll listen to you? I didn't even ask them to arrest you, you thief, and you're getting all worked up? What? Why aren't you making a move? You don't even have their number, do you? Ha, I knew you were just bluffing earlier.
You've been full of hot air from start to finish. A string of words perfectly captured Qian Hui's smug, petty demeanor.
Enough, Wei Hui. There's no reasoning with this sort of person. Don't waste our precious time.
Call Manager Hua and have him come over to throw this stinking scoundrel out.
Yes, Grandma.
Qian Hui haughtily pulled out her phone and dialed Manager Hua right in front of Chen Fan, demanding he immediately send security to deal with the thief who'd snuck in. Manager Hua was the contact person Chen Fan had mentioned. Upon hearing that Villa Number 1 had been burglarized, cold sweat instantly drenched his back. That villa housed numerous treasures meticulously arranged by Oldren, all intended for the new owner, Mr. Chen. If they were stolen, selling him wouldn't even cover the losses. With that thought, Manager Hua immediately contacted the security captain, ordering him to assemble a full team to accompany him to Villa Number 1 and apprehend the thief. Though Qian Hui wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, she understood one thing very clearly. Villa 1 held an exceptionally privileged status within this gated community. Therefore, if Chen Fan were identified as the thief who attempted to steal from it, even if he hadn't succeeded, his life would never be the same again. The thought nearly made Qian Hui laugh out loud, her gaze toward Chen Fan brimming with smug satisfaction. I'll say this one last time, this house is mine. I advise you not to bring shame upon yourselves and invite trouble. Otherwise, this situation might prove far harder to resolve than the last incident at the Love Hotel. Chen Fan understood Qian Hui's ulterior motives but chose to repay her hostility with kindness. Qian Hui and Sun Si weren't about to listen to Chen Fan's words. The more he tried to reason with them, the more fired up they became. Enough! What are you trying to pull here, putting on airs? We all know who's who. You're just good at bluffing, kid. This old lady isn't falling for it. Exactly, Chen Fan. Do you take us for fools? Even the rich woman you're hooked up with might not be able to afford this villa. If you're really feeling guilty or scared, just get down on your knees and beg for mercy. For the sake of our past marriage, I might consider letting this slide. Seeing these two were beyond saving, Chen Fan simply kept his mouth shut. Just as Qian Hui had anticipated, Manager Hua took the situation here very seriously. He sped over in his car and arrived in no time. Seeing Manager Hua and the security guards drenched in sweat, Qian Hui couldn't have been happier. Living in such an upscale villa community really made a difference. Manager Hua, how on earth do you run things? You didn't even know a thief had broken in here? Unaware that Sun Si was playing the victim, Manager Hua mistakenly believed she was Chen Fan's grandmother. He immediately bowed and scraped, saying, I'm so sorry, ma'am. It was our oversight. Where is the thief? We'll apprehend him immediately. We apologize for the trouble. Are you blind? It's him. Sun Si had initially been satisfied with Manager Hua's attitude, but now that he failed to identify the thief, she instantly flew into a rage, hurling insults while pointing her finger at Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled silently, letting them play out their drama. Sun Si grew more animated with each word, piling on insults as she berated Chen Fan. Qian Hui watched coldly from the side, her expression haughty. However, both women were so engrossed in their own fantasies that neither noticed Manager Hua's expression suddenly turn off when he saw Sun Si pointing at Chen Fan.
Turns out, Sinsi and Chen Fan didn't even know each other. In an instant, Manager Hua's earlier image of groveling subservience vanished completely. He stood tall, his face brimming with impatience. Enough! Stop your incessant babbling, you old fool. Chapter 23, The Real and Fake Clowns. Manager Hua's explosive roar brought the farce to an abrupt halt. Sinsi, who had been happily ranting, was startled into trembling. Xianhui quickly caught her and shoved Manager Hua hard, shouting, "Are you out of your mind? If you scare our grandmother to death, can you afford to pay for it? Who's the one yapping? Show some respect, or when I buy this villa, I'll have the developer fire you first." Manager Hua glanced at the two stubborn women, his face cold. "You two probably won't get that chance. First, I've been in this business for decades and hold shares in the developer's company. So if you want to get rid of me, you'd have to buy the entire villa complex. Second, this villa already has an owner, Mr. Chen. Our boss has specifically instructed us to take exceptional care of him. If you two want to buy it, you'd better ask yourselves if you have that kind of clout. Lastly, trespassing on private property is illegal. If you don't apologize to Mr. Chen immediately and seek his forgiveness, I'll have no choice but to follow protocol." Xianhui froze in place, her eyes wide as saucers. "Are you the manager here, or just an actor he hired? Him? He can afford a place like this? Forget the penthouse, he couldn't even buy a toilet here. Let me tell you, I'm the fiancé of Lu Yi, the eldest son of the Lu family. If you keep treating me like this, I'll make sure you regret it." Xianhui hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation. She assumed this was all an elaborate scheme orchestrated by Chen Fan. She immediately pulled out her phone, ready to call Lu Yi and demand he find the real Manager Hua. At the same time, Lu Yi was at a client's home, attending a birthday party thrown for his lover. The atmosphere was at its peak when an untimely ringtone shattered the mood. Lu Yi glanced at the caller ID, walked to a corner to take the call, and asked with a forced smile, "What's the problem now? Didn't I tell you I'm busy this afternoon? You can decide on the house yourself, you don't have to ask me." Lu Yi's tone was clearly impatient, but Qianhui didn't pick up on it. She triumphantly switched her phone to speaker and asked loudly, "Honey, does that mean I can reserve any villa I like?" "Of course. This is the villa for our marital home. Naturally, it should be based on your preferences. Don't worry about the price, whatever you like, honey, I'll make it happen." Though Lu Yi was taking the call in a corner, several people nearby were listening in. In an effort to project his generous spirit, he made a bold promise. Qianhui took him at his word and beamed with delight. "I knew you were loaded, honey. I've already picked out the villa, it's villa number 1 right in the center of the complex. But the price might be a bit steep." "What do you mean, a bit pricey? For our family, it's just pocket change. If we buy it, we'll pay cash. Just ask him how much it is for a full payment." As more people gathered around, Lu Yi grew increasingly domineering in his speech. His commanding demeanor dazzled many of the socialites present. Qianhui heard Lu Yi's words and laughed until she was shaking like a leaf. Sinsi listened nearby, her face beaming with pride. "Oh dear, my dear grandson-in-law, you don't know the half of it. We can't get in touch with the real Manager Hua. That sneaky little bastard Chen Fan has found some fake Manager Hua to play along with him. He insists that villa number 1, which we've set our sights on, is his. Now he's even threatening to sue us for trespassing. It's enough to make my blood pressure skyrocket. That pest again? That kid's like a sticky plaster, constantly trying to exist in Hui's life. He must be trying to get back together, right?" Lu Yi said in a low voice. "Grandma, don't give him the time of day. Since you've set your sights on that villa, just buy it as your wedding home. His fake Manager Hua is no big deal with the Lu family's connections. Do you really think we can't track down the actual developer? Hold on, I'll contact our people over there and get Manager Hua's number for you." Lu Yi hung up, having secured a new number which she sent to Qianhui. Qianhui clutched the new number like a treasure, pointing at the fake Manager Hua before her. "I've got the real Manager Hua's number now. You scammers better watch out, you'll all be arrested soon." Manager Hua couldn't be bothered to listen to their whining and excuses. Qianhui thought Manager Hua had a face thicker than city walls. Clearly, he wouldn't see reason until it was too late. Without another word, she dialed the new number Lu Yi had sent. The next second, a melodious ringtone sounded from Manager Hua's pocket. Qianhui stared at Manager Hua in utter bewilderment. Manager Hua pulled out another phone and hung up right in front of her. As Manager Hua hung up, Qianhui's phone emitted a series of disconnection beeps. "This is my personal number. Any further questions?" The scene fell into an awkward silence. Qianhui still couldn't believe that the person before her was actually Manager Hua from the Villa District. You stole this phone, didn't you?" Just as she was about to call Lu Yi again for clarification, Lu Yi's call came through first. It turned out that when Lu Yi had contacted her friend earlier to get Manager Hua's number, she had casually chatted with the person. Little did she know that this single villa spanned over 700 square meters, not including the complimentary area. If she were seriously considering buying it, the price would start at no less than 120 million yuan.
Then there were the annual maintenance costs, easily running into hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Such a price was far beyond Lu Ye's means. So he quickly called Qian Hui back to try and talk her out of it. Hui, hold off on buying that villa. I just checked it, cost over 100 million in cash. I don't have that kind of liquidity right now, and financing would be too much of a hit to our credit. Let us look at other options first. Or let me rearrange my finances and free up some cash we can buy later. Lu Yi had originally planned to spend only around 30 to 50 million. At that price point in Jinling, he figured they could get a mid to high-end villa, which is why he had made that bold promise, telling Qian Hui to pick whatever she liked. Little did she expect this woman to be such a spendthrift, instantly setting her sights on the penthouse. Lu Yi thought her reasoning was solid. Qian Hui would surely agree. But to her shock, the woman retorted, "Honey, what's wrong with a loan? My sister works at Jinling Bank. We can just mortgage our current house and easily cover it." Hearing this, Lu Yi nearly choked on his own blood. Mortgage their current home? The house he lived in was ancestral property passed down from his grandfather's generation. How would people view them if they mortgaged such a house? Had this woman lost her mind? Suppressing his rising anger, Lu Yi spoke gently, Hui, that house is under my father's name. I can't make decisions about it on my own. Let's not rush into buying a house just yet. We should discuss it properly first. Oh, come on. Opportunity knocks but once. We can afford it, why not just go ahead and secure it? Qian Hui was too eager to impress Manager Hua to listen to Lu Ye's words. Seeing several people eavesdropping on her conversation with Qian Hui, Lu Ye realized that continuing to persuade her now would only make her look foolish. But shelling out over 100 million for a villa? That kind of spending was truly beyond his means. In this moment of extreme urgency, Lu Ye came up with a brilliant idea. He first pretended the call dropped and hung up, then frantically texted Qian Hui, urging her not to make things difficult for him and to abandon the idea of buying this villa immediately. These messages were meant for Qian Hui's eyes only, but earlier, to ensure everyone could clearly hear her conversation with Lu Yi, she had laid her phone flat in plain view of the crowd. The messages popped up one after another, clearly visible to everyone. Chen Fan, with his sharp eyes, saw everything more clearly than anyone else and couldn't help but tease her. TSK, your husband's telling you not to buy this place. Aren't you two getting married soon? How come you don't even know his financial situation? Chapter 24, Cleaning Up. Qian Hui couldn't stand such remarks. Provoked by Chen Fan's teasing, her blood boiled, and she immediately called Lu Yi back. What did you mean by those messages you sent me earlier? Didn't you say I could buy any apartment I liked? Now you're backtracking? Qian Hui felt Lu Yi had made her look foolish in front of Chen Fan, so her tone was fiercely accusatory, a stark departure from her earlier gentleness. Lu Yi hadn't expected Qian Hui to be so reckless, calling her out of the blue to yell at her. Though he hadn't put the call on speaker, many people nearby heard Qian Hui's roaring. This left Lu Yi utterly humiliated. He hung up awkwardly, turned on Do Not Disturb, shoved his phone into his pocket, and didn't even bother to respond to Qian Hui. That woman was brain dead. But really, it was all that damn Chen Fan's fault, stirring the pot every day. I'll deal with you sooner or later. Qian Hui frantically called Lu Yi multiple times, but the line remained dead. Manager Hua yawned and said in a sarcastic tone, Miss, you might be unemployed, which is why you have time to throw a fit here. But I have to work and really don't have time to deal with your nonsense. You've already verified my identity, shouldn't that settle it? Never mind whether your husband can scrape together 100 million to buy this place. Even if he could, this villa isn't for sale. As for the reason, I've told you many times, the owner of this property is Mr. Chen. If you don't believe me, you can call the property registry yourself. Don't make a fool of yourself here. Manager Hua's words were unequivocal. No matter how unwilling Qian Hui was to accept it, she had no choice but to face reality. The thought of how she'd just blown her top at Lu Yi to the point where she couldn't even get through on the phone now filled her with regret. She didn't blame herself for being foolish. Instead, she directed all her anger toward Chen Fan. Qian Hui glared at Chen Fan through clenched teeth, wishing she could bore a hole through him with her stare. You really know how to play the game, don't you? Getting a rich woman to buy you a place like this. Oof. But we'll see about that. Using your looks to get ahead? I'll be damned if you can keep it up long term. Qian Hui felt Chen Fan was her nemesis. Before they divorced, she kept hitting roadblocks in her career because of him. After the divorce, he kept embarrassing her everywhere, even creating friction between her and Lu Yi. Now, she could only grit her teeth and curse Chen Fan, utterly powerless against this bastard, utterly frustrated. You trespassed into Mr. Chen's home and had the audacity to speak disrespectfully to him, verbally harassing him? We will not tolerate such behavior. Manager Hua couldn't take it anymore. Arrest them, beat them up, then throw them out. Seeing the security personnel closing in, Chen Hui and Sun Si were genuinely terrified. Though reluctant, they had no choice but to swallow their pride and bow to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, a day as husband and wife creates 100 days of affection.
We've known each other for so long you wouldn't really hold us accountable, would you?
Xianhui was clearly in the wrong, yet her tone showed no sign of remorse. Instead, she resorted to moral blackmail.
Well, since we've met before, I can't exactly send you to jail, Chen Fan said with a faint, ambiguous smile. Actually, if you want to explore my villa, I don't mind. It's still unoccupied, and I could use some help cleaning it up. You two have time to spare anyway, so I'll leave this task to you. But keep in mind, the villa is already filled with valuable paintings and decorations. Manager Hua, I'd appreciate it if you could arrange for a few people to keep a close eye on things. If anything gets damaged, you'll be held responsible for the full cost of replacement. At Chen Fan's words, Xian Hui's face darkened. A villa this size would take hours just to walk through once. If we actually started cleaning, when would we ever finish? Chen Fan, don't be ridiculous. You actually expect the two of us to clean this place? Chen Fan ignored Xian Hui's retort and turned his attention to Manager Hua. Manager Hua understood immediately and said, if you two refuse to clean, then I'll have no choice but to carry out what I said earlier. You. Seeing Manager Hua's unyielding stance, Xian Hui immediately backed down. Fine, we'll clean. Why are you being so mean? And so, the two cleaned Chen Fan's new villa from afternoon until the sun set. By the time they emerged, their backs ached so badly they could barely stand straight. What made it even more infuriating was that while cleaning, they could clearly see how lavishly decorated the villa was and how exquisitely it was laid out. The more they looked, the more it made their teeth grind. The exhaustion from cleaning all afternoon was one thing, but the jealousy was driving them nearly mad. When they were finally let out of the villa, Sensi looked like she'd aged a decade overnight. Hui, what's so special about that convict Chen Fan? What on earth did that rich woman see in him? How should I know? Maybe she's just blinded by love. But seriously, what does the woman who's keeping him do? Why would she spend so much on a villa for some pretty boy? Xian Hui grew increasingly puzzled, feeling like she'd missed something crucial. Sensi scoffed coldly, it's obvious they took out a loan. Pay a few million in mortgage payments to show off, then flip it later. A villa like this will only go up in value, never down. I've seen plenty of flippers like that. What's so special about them? Only someone like Lu Yi, who's genuinely loaded and wants to pay cash, would actually consider whether the total price is too high. Sensi spoke with such certainty, as if he'd traveled through time. Yet despite the implausibility of his words, Xian Hui found herself in complete agreement. Grandma, you're absolutely right. They're exactly the type who love to spend small money to put on airs not at all like real high society. Forget it. Let him be. I refuse to believe that rich woman is so blind she'll keep supporting him forever. The more arrogant he gets now, the harder his fall will be later. We'll just sit back and watch. After comforting each other with this brain-dead logic, the two hunched over and trudged back home. The moment they arrived home, Sensi received earth-shattering news from a close friend. Manhwa was actually hosting a banquet. Without hesitation, she gathered her family around the dinner table and declared solemnly, I don't care how you do it, but we absolutely must get invitations to the Ren family banquet. Ranhua had been in poor health for years, but then he met a mysterious healer and made a miraculous recovery. Now he's throwing this grand banquet. We absolutely cannot miss such an event. I've heard that at this banquet, Ranhua will formally introduce this master. As soon as Sensi finished speaking, the Chen family members began buzzing with discussion. Everyone wanted to attend this banquet. Even just making an appearance would be a symbol of status. Sis, has your husband gotten the invitation yet? Does he know who this benefactor is that Ren Lao holds in such high regard? Xian Wanwan asked curiously. Xian Hui had no idea Lu Yi still hadn't answered her call. But to maintain appearances in front of her family, she bluffed, of course they have invitations. If even the Lius couldn't get one, how many in all of Jinling would be able to attend this banquet? As for who this highly esteemed guest the Ren family mentioned is, that's still confidential. But I'd guess it's probably some big shot from the provincial capital. After all, with old Ren standing these days, anyone from Jinling would have to bow and scrape before him. Deep down, she knew the truth. This distinguished guest was none other than Mr. Chen. But Xian Hui couldn't say it out loud. Because she wouldn't allow anyone to beat her to the punch and ruin her dream of climbing onto the coattails of a true heavyweight. Chapter 25, The Flatterer and the Flattered. Since Xian Hui had aligned herself with Lu Yi, everyone regarded her words as authoritative and nodded in agreement. So what about our family's invitation? Sis, why don't you ask your husband to help out and get us a few more? Xian Hui was speechless upon hearing Qian Wanwan's brainless request. How many? Do you think these are movie tickets? They're not that easy to come by. By past precedent, the Ren family only issues 2 invitations per clan. How could I possibly ask for more? Sensi nodded in agreement. Exactly. Asking for more outright won't work. Here's what we can do, Hui, having Lu Yi take you shouldn't be a problem. If possible, see if he can bring your sister along too. It'll be good for her to see the world. Xian Hui pondered for a moment before replying, no problem. I'll discuss it with him later. But speaking of which, shouldn't Shirku also be able to get an invitation? Wouldn't it be more legitimate for Wanwan and Shirku to go together? The moment Qian Hui uttered those words, Chen Wanwan's expression darkened instantly.
She felt her sister was deliberately trying to embarrass her.
How could Shirku compare to Lu Yi? They weren't even in the same league, for heaven's sake. Shirku, sitting nearby, caught Qian Wanwan's resentful glare and promptly interjected, "No need for sister's concern. While these invitations are indeed hard to come by, money talks.
I have connections to purchase several.
That way, everyone can attend." Shirku's words instantly sparked excitement among the Qian family members.
Such an event would be packed with wealthy tycoons and dazzling celebrities. If they could just get inside to catch a glimpse, even if it was just to become familiar faces, it would be worth it.
Shirku, is that really possible?
Sinsi jumped up from her chair, her voice trembling with excitement.
Of course it's true, Grandma.
I happen to have a friend who's secretary Ren's assistant. He's in charge of distributing the invitations, so getting a few from him won't be a problem.
Shirku chuckled.
But these things are incredibly sought after.
Even with my connections, it probably won't come cheap. Oh, money isn't the issue.
As long as I can get them, I'll just borrow from young Master Lu if I have to. Qian Wanwan hadn't expected Shirku to be so eager to make her look good. Instantly beaming with joy, she threw her arms around his and batted her eyelashes coquettishly.
Honey, you actually have connections like this? You're amazing. If you really help our family get into that banquet, I'll make sure to thank you properly later.
Shirku believed that as long as he could pull this off, Qian Wanwan would inevitably become his prize. Little did he know that Qian Wanwan had always seen him merely as a stepping stone to climb higher. Once Qian Wanwan attended the banquet and hooked up with an even more powerful tycoon's son, she wouldn't even remember who he was. Precisely for this reason, despite their relationship having lasted some time, Qian Wanwan had never slept with Shirku. Sinsi knew exactly what her granddaughter was scheming, yet instead of stopping her, she found her granddaughter remarkably shrewd. Going straight for a wealthy young man was the right move. Far better than Qian Hui's path with Chen Fan, a detour that wasted years of her youth. If Qian Hui hadn't been exceptionally beautiful and luckily managed to control Lu Yi, her life would likely have been ruined. Indeed, Hui and Chen Fan's divorce was the wisest choice.
Imajing, who witnessed the entire scene, silently nodded in agreement.
Just as she was gloating over securing the invitation at a premium price, she remained unaware that what the Qian family desperately sought was merely a trifle to Chen Fan. He was currently in the Ren family's reception room, sitting face to face with old Master Ren, engaged in casual conversation. Ren Annie, dressed in a pale yellow qipao, entered with a radiant smile. She wasn't alone this time. Following behind her was a man of remarkable bearing, standing tall and proud, with a hint of flamboyance about him.
Grandpa, I've brought Xiaoqiang back. The moment old Master Ren saw his grandson, he waved him over and proceeded to introduce him to Chen Fan. This is Ren Annie's younger brother, Ren Chang.
Though still a college student, he was already the owner of an entertainment company, a young boss with considerable vision. Ren Chang had long heard that Chen Fan was his grandfather's savior. However, Ren Chang had always been skeptical about the story, and this doubt reached its peak upon meeting Chen Fan in person. Looking at the unassuming man before him, whose every gesture carried the aura of an ordinary citizen, Ren Chang simply couldn't see Chen Fan as the kind of master with extraordinary skills. His grandfather's unusually warm reception toward Chen Fan made Ren Chang feel uneasy. Whenever he returned home before, old Ren would always pull him aside first to ask about his well-being. But this time, because of Chen Fan's presence, old Ren hadn't even given him a proper glance. Ren Chang was convinced Chen Fan was nothing but a charlatan. He couldn't fathom how his grandfather and sister had fallen for his tricks. Growing increasingly resentful, he was about to speak up and find a way to expose Chen Fan's true colors when the butler knocked on the parlor door first. "Grandfather, while you were speaking with Dr. Tang this morning, Lu Yi from the Lu family specially delivered a clan artifact, saying it was for your blessings. Any other gift would be one thing, but a family heirloom is truly precious.
I've been pondering this matter ever since receiving it.
Whenever the Ren family hosts a banquet, each clan receives only 2 invitations. The Lu family just called, hoping to secure an extra one. Beyond that, they expressed a desire to properly acquaint themselves with Mr. Chen, ideally establishing some kind of godparent relationship. What do you think of this? The steward is a respectable man. Though he felt the Lu family's numerous requests were a bit presumptuous, the gifts they sent were indeed quite generous. So he decided to help them out and report this to you." Chen Fan nearly lost his composure upon hearing the Lius wanted to establish a godparent relationship with him. Ren Annie, aware of the situation, immediately burst out laughing. Old Ren glanced at the pair. Though he didn't know what they were laughing about, seeing his daughter and Chen Fan share an unspoken understanding filled him with joy. This signaled their relationship had grown quite intimate. Ren Chang, of course, was oblivious to his grandfather's thoughts. He asked innocently, "Sis, what are you laughing about?" "I'm happy for grandfather. The moment he recovered, the Lu family came fawning over us. It shows that with grandfather as our pillar, our family remains a prominent household in Jinling," Ren Annie said with a slight smile.
I wonder what their family crest actually looks like. Why don't we have them bring it out for everyone to see? Old Rin nodded and instructed the steward, ignore their demands for now.
Send them an extra invitation, but first bring their family crest for inspection.
Yes, sir. The steward promptly fetched the sandalwood lacquered box sent by Lu Yi. Inside the brocade box lay a small jade Buddha. Its surface was smooth and translucent, its emerald hue almost dripping with vitality.
Though no larger than the palm of a hand, both its craftsmanship and the quality of the material were truly exceptional. The Lius had been quite thoughtful. This jade Buddha not only carried auspicious symbolism but also possessed an alluring luster. No wonder they treasured it as a family heirloom.
Though Rin Annie disliked Lu Yi, she couldn't help but nod approvingly at the sight of this gift, clearly impressed.
Only Chen Fan frowned the moment the box opened.
He recognized the jade used for the carving.
While its appearance was flawless, it was actually a burial artifact stolen from a grave by some unscrupulous grave robber and now being peddled as a treasure. Though ignorance might excuse the thief, the jade had been the deceased's most cherished possession. Its theft had bound the soul's resentment to the stone, imbuing it with a bone-chilling aura of cold, dark energy. Not only would someone of Rin Lao's advanced age be affected, but even a young and robust man like Ren Chang would, if he kept such an object in his home, within half a year become gaunt and emaciated, stricken with terminal illness, slowly tormented to death by the vengeful spirit's malice. Of course, this resentment isn't impossible to dispel. For Chen Fan, he could even absorb this resentment into his own body to enhance his cultivation. Old Master Ren, this jade Buddha has an illicit origin and carries resentment. Keeping it in your home will bring misfortune. Why not hand it over to me first? I'll purge the resentment, and then you can enjoy it again. Chapter 26, Refusing to Believe in Superstition. Just as everyone was admiring the jade Buddha with smiles on their faces, Chen Fan suddenly uttered this most untimely remark. At his words, Old Master Ren's smile froze instantly. He hastily stuffed the jade Buddha back into its box, his face flushing with panic as he asked, Mr. Chen, what do you mean by that? Well, it's like this. Before Chen Fan could explain, Ren Chang cut him off with a displeased expression. Listen, could some people stop playing these mystical games? If we hand this jade Buddha over to you, will we ever get it back? Ren Chang had been waiting for an opportunity to catch Chen Fan off guard and expose his true colors. Now, misinterpreting Chen Fan's words, he felt his chance had come. What nonsense about the jade Buddha holding grudges? Do you take us for fools? If whoever holds this jade Buddha brings misfortune, wouldn't the Lu family have gone bankrupt long ago? Even if you're making up nonsense, couldn't you at least think it through? My grandfather told me you're some upright sage. If you're truly upright, why would you lie like this to trick us out of our jade Buddha? Ren Chang grew more animated as he spoke, rising to his feet and pointing an accusing finger at Chen Fan. His sharp words caused Rin Annie's expression to darken instantly. Xiao Chang, stop talking nonsense. We've all witnessed Mr. Chen's abilities firsthand. If he says it, there must be a reason. Grandpa Ren quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Exactly. Stop jumping to conclusions, kid. Your sister and I have personally witnessed Mr. Chen's character. There's no need for doubt. Though he spoke these words, doubt still lingered in his mind. After all, Ren Chang's words made perfect sense. Wasn't the fact that the willow leaf was alive and well the best proof of all? Therefore, after cautioning Ren Chang to watch his words, Old Ren turned to ask, Mr. Chen, could it be that you also have expertise in antique jade artifacts? I'm not particularly fond of such things, Chen Fan shook his head, but I do have a deep understanding of the various energies in this world. A faint purple aura of resentment lingered around the jade Buddha. Chen Fan then proceeded to recount the story of the jade Buddha and its owner, explaining that it was likely unearthed by tomb raiders and should not be handled carelessly. Ren Annie, though unfamiliar with such matters, trusted Chen Fan implicitly. She immediately turned to Old Master Ren, Grandfather, if it's truly as Mr. Chen says, then this object is certainly no good. A gentleman should acquire things through proper means. This stolen object lacks legitimacy and justification. No matter how valuable it may be, it should not remain in our possession. Old Ren nodded repeatedly in agreement. Mr. Chen, thank you for your warning. If you truly have a way to purge the resentment within it, then please proceed. Both men showed their trust in Chen Fan, but Ren Chang remained as tense as a coiled spring. Grandpa, sis, you two aren't seriously buying his nonsense, are you? Watching his grandfather personally hand over the priceless jade Buddha to Chen Fan, Ren Chang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Chen Fan, you claim this jade Buddha was stolen from a burial site, that its owner cherished it deeply, and that its loss caused resentment, but you have no proof. If you're so sure, show us the evidence. Chen Fan gave a faint smile, pushing the jade Buddha back toward Ren Chang just as he was about to tuck it away. Evidence? Naturally, I can't produce any. But if you don't believe this thing harms people, feel free to display it in your own room, or better yet, carry it with you at all times. Given time, you'll see its true nature. Fine. Ren Chang refused to believe in superstition. He snatched the jade Buddha and tossed it into his pocket. Since you put it that way, this young master will prove you wrong. Starting today, forget about putting it in any room. I'll carry this jade Buddha with me at all times.
We'll set a 1-week deadline. If I'm still alive and well by the day of the banquet, you'll pack your bags and get the hell out of Jinling. You'll never be allowed to scam anyone again.
But if I'm truly, as you say, terminally ill, then whatever you demand, I, Ren Chang, will treat as gospel truth. Ren Chang stared defiantly at Chen Fan, daring him to accept the challenge. Seeing Ren Chang about to challenge Chen Fan, Ren Annie immediately tried to stop him.
But Chen Fan beat her to it. Young Master Ren wants to wager? Fine.
Just know you'll suffer a bit these next few days.
Don't try to scare me, I won't fall for it.
Ren Chang brushed off Chen Fan's words, standing tall and defiant. Seeing his resolve, Chen Fan abandoned further persuasion.
Young and robust, Ren Chang would only suffer discomfort for a few days even if resentment truly entered his body. Chen Fan could simply step in to treat him afterward.
Just as the tension reached a breaking point, a servant rushed in from outside, his face flushed with indignation.
Master Ren, Miss Ren. There's been an incident.
Some damned scoundrel has forged several and signed invitations imitating the butler's handwriting and is selling them at exorbitant prices.
Word is over a dozen have already been sold. What?
The Ren family was utterly shocked. For years, every banquet hosted by the Ren family featured invitations personally handwritten by the butler, with wording tailored to each guest. Now someone dared to forge his handwriting for mass production. They must have grown a pair.
How outrageous. Didn't they realize every invitation the butler wrote was unique?
To pull such a trick, they must be out of their minds. While Ren Chang was consumed by complaints, Ren Annie focused solely on solving the problem. Butler, on the day of the banquet, you must personally verify the authenticity of every invitation to uncover the truth.
No problem. I've already compiled the banquet guest list. It'll be easy to catch the fraudsters then. The butler was furious about this incident. As the person responsible for distributing the invitations, mishandling this could easily make him look like a thief in the night.
Old Ren interjected, Mr. Chen, I suspect these individuals are bending over backwards to attend this banquet precisely to meet you. They likely want to see for themselves what kind of person you are, worthy of being honored as a guest of honor by our Ren family.
Regarding this matter, I believe it should be left to you to handle. What do you suggest we do?
To those who would pay exorbitant sums for counterfeit invitations just to attend, Chen Fan could only think them tedious and foolish.
You decide, Old Ren. Ha, Mr. Chen is indeed magnanimous.
In that case, once we expose these fools on the day of the banquet, you can decide how to deal with them then. Old Ren was determined to place the decision in Chen Fan's hands. Chen Fan could do nothing but nod in agreement.
Oh, and Mr. Chen, since this banquet is specifically for you, we'd be delighted if you'd like to bring friends along. As long as they accompany you, I won't have the butler issue any special invitations.
Mr. Rin showed Chen Fan the utmost respect, yet Chen Fan seemed rather indifferent to the matter. No need for such trouble. I don't have many friends who enjoy social gatherings. The only friend I have now is Miss Ren. At this remark, Ren Annie's face flushed crimson.
Old Mr. Ren wore a faint, ambiguous smile for a fleeting moment. He even imagined names for his great-grandchildren.
Just as he was about to speak, a call from Imaging rang through to Chen Fan's phone.
Chen Fan, are you out of your mind?
Why are you hoarding all this junk? My storage isn't a dumpster. If you don't want this mess, I'm burning it all.
Chapter 27, The Chen Family's Self-Amusement.
It turned out Chen Hui was rummaging through every drawer and cabinet, desperately searching for a present worthy of showing off at the Ren family banquet. While searching, she stumbled upon a corner of the warehouse piled high with the very items Chen Fan had brought out of prison. Imaging despised Chen Fan and resented the loss she'd suffered at his hands, so she sought to vent her frustration on his belongings. Knowing Imaging's temper, Chen Fan said sternly, I want all those things back. I'll go get them now.
Don't you touch them.
Truthfully, most of those items weren't particularly valuable, just things like the wash basin from Longyu prison, but they held sentimental value because they had accompanied him for so long. On the day he returned to the Qian residence, he stored them in the Qian family warehouse.
Then Shen Wanwan dragged him off for acupuncture, and that's when the subsequent events unfolded. Who cares about your junk? It reeks of mold. Imaging hung up the phone muttering curses.
Chen Fan suppressed his irritation, bid farewell to the Ren family's grandmother and granddaughter, and had Ren Annie send a car to take him over. No sooner had Ren Annie escorted Chen Fan out than Ren Chang appeared, his lips curled in a sneer.
Grandpa, you've always had such keen eyesight, he said sarcastically. How did you fall for this bastard's tricks this time? Cut the nonsense, Ren Chang retorted. Mr. Chen is genuinely capable. Hurry up and put that jade Buddha aside. Don't let Mr. Chen prove you wrong. No way.
I'll prove to you both that this jerk is nothing but a lying windbag, Ren Chang declared stubbornly.
Watch your language, young man. Didn't I tell you to show Mr. Chen respect?
Old Ren rubbed his temples.
Grandpa.
You and sister must have butter on your brains.
Why be polite to that kind of person? If he's really so capable, why was he kicked out by the Chen family? And you want my sister to deliver to him? Are you trying to set them up? That's laughable. If someone like Qian Hui isn't good enough, what use is he to my sister? Ranchang grew more animated as he spoke, ending with a dig and a compliment. Anyway, besides Zhao Tai, I don't think anyone else is worthy of being my sister's husband. Zhao Tai not only comes from a solid family background, but he's also capable himself. Unlike that guy, who only knows how to pull shady tricks. Chen Fan's talents are indeed impressive. If we could harness them, he'd surely achieve great things in the future. Speaking in front of his own grandson, Old Rin felt no need to hold back. Cut the crap. What real talent does he have? On the day of the banquet, I'll expose his true colors in front of everyone. Ran Chang clenched the jade Buddha in his hand, his gaze hardening with resolve. Old Master Rin hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. Regardless of how the jade Buddha matter concludes, Chen Fan's medical skills are undeniably exceptional. Even if he boasts about other things, he remains a valuable asset worth cultivating. While Old Rin pondered how to fully bring Chen Fan into his fold, the Chen family was busy erasing every trace of Chen Fan's presence. Their urgency to distance themselves from Chen Fan stemmed primarily from fear that Lu Yi would be displeased upon seeing anything connected to him. Indeed. After the Qian family's constant longing and anticipation, the son-in-law they'd been eagerly awaiting finally arrived. Lu Yi had never visited the Qian residence before. This time, he had condescended to grace them with his presence, and naturally, the Qians dared not show him the slightest disrespect. Sinci completely abandoned her usual demeanor, proactively offering a cup of wine to this younger generation. Lu Yi showed no hesitation, downing the wine in one gulp without even addressing her as grandma. His blatant disregard for Sinci stemmed primarily from his successful securing of Qian Hui's invitation to the event. Such a feat alone granted him the right to strut around the Qian household with unchecked confidence. Son-in-law, your Lu family has truly earned some face. To get the Rin family to make an exception and give you an extra invitation, clearly they're keen to build ties with you, Sinci remarked with obvious envy. Mentioning this, Lu Yi beamed with pride. Of course. We went all out to curry favor with them this time. The Rin family has already softened their stance toward us. Besides the extra invitation, we'll even get a private meeting with that Mr. Chan on the day of the banquet. If luck's on our side, we might even become their godchildren. That would cement our connection with the Rens for good. At Lu Ye's words, the Qian family members all became incredibly excited, feeling honored by association. Excellent. With your Lu family rising to prominence, we Qians will soar alongside you literally, like chickens and dogs riding the coattails of fortune. Ha! Shen Hui's father, Shen Jianye, made no effort to hide his sycophantic intent, openly comparing himself to a chicken or dog. Lu Yi glanced at their fawning expressions. Though she said nothing, she inwardly despised them. Don't think he was giving the Qian's face now. Once he was truly married to Qian Hui, he would sever all ties with her poor family. He absolutely couldn't let these people embarrass him. Shen Wanwan watched Qian Hui and Lu Yi being fawned over like the center of attention, a pang of envy stirring within her. She bit her lip, tugged her collar down, then swayed her willow-like waist over to Lu Yi. Brother-in-law, congratulations. The Lu family's rise to prominence is just around the corner. Ha! That Shirku kid isn't half bad. I hear he's got quite the network. You found yourself a good match. Lu Yi nodded with a smile, casually brushing against Qian Wanwan's delicate hand. Though it was merely a fleeting touch, the lingering, suggestive glances exchanged between them did not escape Shirku's keen observation. He knew Lu Yi secretly looked down on him. Gritting his teeth silently, he feigned magnanimity. My sister-in-law flatters me. I merely helped Grandma and the others secure a few invitation cards, hardly anything to boast about. Shirku was clearly showing off, his expression brimming with smug satisfaction. When the topic turned to those purchased invitations, Sinci suddenly opened up. Though they were pricey, gaining entry to the Rin family's banquet is a priceless opportunity others couldn't buy even with all their money. It was worth every penny. Oh, don't be so modest, Xiaoku. You handled this perfectly. Even though Sinci didn't truly consider Shirku her future grandson-in-law yet, she forced herself to put on a friendly smile to ensure the invitations were secured smoothly. Seeing the old lady warm up to Shirku, Lu Yi asked with a forced smile, how many invitations did you buy? And how much did they cost? Sinci immediately adopted a pitiful tone, don't even ask. The price was outrageous. I practically emptied my pockets, and it only covered 4 tickets. Sigh. She deliberately avoided revealing the exact price and claimed to have spent all her money because she didn't want Lu Yi to know how financially ruined the Chen family had become. At the same time, she hoped Lu Yi would offer to cover the cost. Lu Yi was sharp as a tack. He had no intention of being taken for a sucker. Bringing Qian Hui to the banquet was already more than generous enough. He felt no obligation to cover this expense too. Siku thought the old lady was complaining about the invitation being too expensive and said with some dissatisfaction, what can you do, Grandma? That's just how the market is. If it weren't for my connection with the guy selling the invitations, you'd have paid double. That would have been a real killer. Seeing neither son-in-law hit the nail on the head and both unwilling to foot the bill for her, Sinci was both angry and unable to vent. She could only nod grudgingly and drop the subject. At any rate, the invitation would arrive tomorrow. As long as she could bring her family to the Rin family banquet and make a grand appearance, letting everyone in Jinling see just how powerful the Chin family was, she wasn't worried about recouping this money later. Just as the family was chatting and laughing in high spirits, the doorbell rang at an inopportune moment. Everyone froze, brows furrowing. Who could it be at this hour? Imajing stood up, grinning. It's Chen Fan. I said I'd burn his junk, and the penniless beggar comes trotting over to collect it. He can't even bear to throw away his own junk, what a cheapskate. Xian Jianya frowned at this remark. On such a special day, why did you call in here? It's bad luck. Sun Si was also a bit annoyed. Don't bother opening the door. Just let him stand out there. That guy brings nothing but bad luck. Later, have the maid toss all his stuff out the door. Chen Fan's arrival was unwelcome, instantly cooling the heated atmosphere. Yet, despite the others' protests, Imajing shook her head, a sinister smile playing on her lips. Precisely because today is such a momentous day for our family. I insist he come inside. Chapter 28, Delusional. Everyone looked perplexed. What does that mean? What's your game? Imajing replied with a faint, ambiguous smile. That bastard's been acting all high and mighty, thinking he's got some rich woman keeping him, right? Now that Lu Yi is here, we've got to take back what's ours. Sun Si and Xianhui immediately understood Imajing was referring to the Jiangshan Villa incident. The thought of having to squat their scrubbing toilets at his age made Sun Si seethe with rage. Slamming his fist on the table, he declared, well said. That little bastard's been living it up for a couple days thanks to some rich woman, and now he's forgotten who he is, coming to lord it over us. We need to teach him a lesson, show this nouveau riche fool what real high society is all about. That rich woman he's hooked up with probably doesn't even have the connections to buy an invitation, let alone receive one. Ha! Sun Si let her imagination run wild, picturing herself humiliating Chen Fan the moment he walked in. A surge of excitement filled her. Xianhui nodded repeatedly. She felt exactly the same way. The group anticipated a good show and headed toward the door. Xianhui summoned the housekeeper and instructed her to bring over the pile of junk stored in the warehouse. Though the maid felt sorry for Chen Fan, she needed to earn her keep and could only comply. Chen Fan waited by the door for 7 or 8 minutes before hearing footsteps approaching. The door swung open, and a barrage of items came hurtling straight at Chen Fan's face. Fortunately, Chen Fan reacted quickly enough to catch everything steadily. Otherwise, he would have been hit hard. Xianhui was thoroughly disappointed to see Chen Fan wasn't as disheveled as she'd imagined. A mutt is a mutt. Is this pile of junk really worth you running out in the middle of the night? Didn't you just say you'd never set foot in the Qian household again? Doesn't this feel like a slap in the face? Chen Fan ignored Xianhui, bending down to gather the scattered items and stuff them back into his bundle. Watching Chen Fan crouch like a beggar, Xianhui felt a surge of satisfaction. Arms crossed over her chest, she looked down on him with malice. You look like a dog right now. No, not like one, you are a dog. Originally kept by our Qian family, now you've gone to guard the door for some other rich woman. Xianhui's words grew increasingly vile, yet not a single member of the Qian household present found it objectionable. Instead, they all joined in the uproarious laughter, even pointing fingers at Chen Fan and hurling insults without cease. Chen Fan knew exactly what kind of people they were, so he ignored their taunts completely. Xianhui never expected Chen Fan to remain unflappable after all her vicious remarks, which only fueled her rage further. As Chen Fan turned to leave, she delivered her final blow. Chen Fan, do you know what day next week is? Chen Fan ignored her completely, striding out with purpose. Next week is the Rin family banquet. You penniless toad probably don't even know what the Rin family does, do you? Xianhui yelled loudly, even chasing him a few steps to make sure he heard her clearly. At first, Chen Fan truly had no intention of engaging with Xianhui. He knew this entire family were drama queens. The more attention you gave them, the more they revved up. But when Xianhui uttered the name Rin family, Chen Fan's interest was piqued. Seeing Chen Fan pause, Xianhui sneered, "Humph. A freeloader like you, living off someone else's money, is obviously most interested in gossip about wealthy families. You weren't even paying attention to me just now. Why aren't you walking anymore? What exactly do you want to say?" Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. I just wanted to say that a lowly mutt like you will never have the privilege to attend such an exclusive banquet. But ever since I ditched you, you jinx, my life has been on a roll. Xianhui declared loudly, not only will I personally attend this banquet, but my grandmother, father, mother, and younger sister will all be there too. Jealous? Xianhui held back for ages, but finally got to flaunt what she truly wanted to show off. Every member of the Chen family fixed their gaze on Chen Fan, eagerly anticipating his reaction to this news. In their eyes, Chen Fan was utterly incompetent yet desperately vain. He was unworthy of such an event, yet the Qian family could attend en masse. This news would surely make him suffer worse than death. But to everyone's surprise, Chen Fan did pause upon hearing the news only to break into laughter immediately afterward. What are you laughing at? Xianhui roared in fury. Stop laughing. What the hell is wrong with you? I'm laughing at your delusions. Chen Fan sneered. Back when we weren't divorced, at least the Chen family had one sane person me. Now your entire family has gone completely mad. There's a limit to how brain dead you can be. What kind of people are you Chiens? Even a lowly manager from Jianshan Prefecture can give you the cold shoulder, and you still show up at the Rin family banquet? Get a grip. Chen Fan shook his head as he spoke, certain this family was about to embarrass themselves again. You know Jack. No sooner had Chen Fan finished speaking than Qianhui erupted in fury. You rotten dog just can't stand seeing others do well. Do you think our family is still the same as before? Now that we're free from your curse, we're soaring to new heights, got it? Seeing Chen Fan unfazed, Sensei chimed in sarcastically, stop being so snarky, you little brat. If you're so confident, get your sugar mommy to snag you an invitation too. They're not expensive, just $1 million or so each. Surely your sugar mama wouldn't begrudge that? Oh, right. Sensei finished speaking, then answered her own question, though it might not be about the money. After all, connections like Shirku's son-in-law aren't something just anyone has. It mainly comes down to status. Chen Fan watched Sensei's little performance and laughed himself silly. Others were wondering what kind of sucker would pay for a fake invitation. Turns out it was you guys all along. $1 million per person? With your whole family going, you must have emptied your entire nest egg, right? Chen Fan struggled to suppress his laughter, but this situation was simply too hilarious to contain. He's lost his mind. That kid's absolutely seething with jealousy. I'd say he's got a screw loose too. What are you laughing at? Never mind how much we spent, at least we had the means and connections to get them. And you? If you're so capable, go buy one yourself. One after another, the Qian family members stepped forward, hurling taunts at Chen Fan. Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, I'm jealous enough to go mad. Getting invited to the Rin family banquet is truly remarkable. Just remember to show up on time, don't be late. Better yet, go when it's crowded. That way, your whole family can make an appearance together. Now that'll be impressive. As he spoke, Chen Fan gave them a thumbs up, feigning genuine admiration. He knew that even if he revealed the truth about the fake invitation now, the Qian family's stubborn nature would never believe him. Better to play along. If these people weren't ashamed, then let them wallow in it. You don't have to tell us that. Qianhui said smugly. Even if you suck up to us now, we'd never bring you along. So save your breath. She assumed Chen Fan was genuinely admiring and praising her. Chen Fan nodded repeatedly, deliberately adopting a humble tone. Right, I wouldn't dream of being invited either. That moment of glory is yours to savor. I'm not worthy of such fortune. Good to know. The Qian family thoroughly humiliated Chen Fan, thoroughly satisfied at seeing him back down. They strutted through the door, heads held high and grinning smugly, feeling utterly triumphant. The heavy door slammed shut before him. Chen Fan turned around, unable to suppress a sneer. The Qians are a real bunch of clowns. Spending millions on fake invitations and thinking they'd struck gold? Hilarious. As he walked away, Chen Fan pulled out his phone and dialed old man Rin. Mr. Rin, regarding your question earlier about how to handle those who bought the fake invitations, I've got an idea. Oh? Mr. Chen, please proceed. Are you preparing these? No problem, I'll have the butler arrange everything. After ending the call with old Rin, Chen Fan phoned the manager of Jianshan Mansion. Riding in the mansion's exclusive luxury car, he returned to his new home and began his cultivation practice. Chapter 29, The Consequences of Being Enveloped by Resentment. The next morning, Chen Fan was jolted awake by the urgent ringing of his phone. Opening his eyes, he saw the caller was Rin Annie. Her voice trembled with tears, her urgency palpable. Mr. Chen, I'm so sorry to disturb you so early. My brother went out last night to race cars with others. He's still in the emergency room now. It turned out that Ren Chang had ignored Chen Fan's advice yesterday. Not only did he insist on wearing that resentment-filled jade Buddha, but he also snuck out in the middle of the night to join some reckless motorcycle gang. Strangely enough, he hadn't been drinking, nor had he made any driving errors. Yet his motorcycle inexplicably veered off the overpass, plunging him and his bike into the river. According to his racing buddy at the time, Ren Chang's car suddenly seemed to lose control, veering straight toward the bridge pillar. No matter how much they shouted, Ren Chang showed no response. Now, after being pulled out of the water, Ren Chang lay in the emergency room. The hospital had already asked Ren Annie to prepare for the worst. His chances of survival seemed slim. Seeing the doctors at a loss, Ren Annie turned to Chen Fan, hoping he could come immediately to see if he could turn the tide. Although Chen Fan had intended to teach Ren Chang a small lesson by not insisting on taking the Jade Buddha, he never truly wished for Ren Chang's death. The kid was just a bit hot-headed. His offense didn't warrant death. I'll be right there. After hanging up, Chen Fan rushed out without even washing his face, arriving at the emergency room right at 8 o'clock. In truth, Ren Chang was remarkably fortunate his injuries weren't severe. The reason he remained unconscious, even showing signs of critical condition, was primarily because that lingering resentment still clung to him. Before entering the emergency room, Chen Fan gathered his energy outside the door and expelled the resentment lingering within. Only then did he approach Ren Annie. Alright, it's taken care of. At these words, Ren Annie looked somewhat bewildered. Mr. Chen, what are you talking about? I said your brother is fine now. No sooner had Chen Fan finished speaking than good news came from inside the emergency room. Although Ren Chang was wheeled out wrapped head to toe like a mummy, he was out of immediate danger and placed in an intensive care unit. Ren Annie first sought out the attending physician to inquire about Ren Chang's specific condition. Only after confirming there was no further danger to his life did she breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. Chen, you're truly amazing. What exactly happened? It mainly had to do with that jade Buddha. Your brother was possessed by resentment. I helped dispel the resentment, so he returned to normal, Chen Fan stated plainly. I see. Ren Annie understood immediately. Just as she was about to speak further, old Ren rushed over in a panic. Annie, how is your brother doing? Ren Annie reassured him, don't worry, Grandpa. It's nothing serious. Grandpa Ren wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, exasperated. That boy. Always messing around with these frivolous things. Once he's better, I'll give him a good scolding. With that, he followed Ren Annie and Chen Fan into the hospital room. Just then, Ren Chang regained consciousness. Learning the full story, he couldn't help but grin. Haha, I really am lucky to be alive. Big deal. If it weren't for Mr. Chen, you'd be half dead by now. Ren Chang had intended to vent his grievances to Ren Annie, but upon noticing Chen Fan's presence, he clamped his mouth shut. Instead, he sneered with obvious disdain, what's he doing here? To laugh at my misfortune? Shut up. Ren Annie immediately cut off Ren Chang's insolence. Old Ren quickly added, don't you get it, you little brat? Mr. Chen warned you yesterday that the Jade Buddha was problematic, but you refused to believe him. Now you've been in an accident, and you still haven't learned your lesson? Ren Chang dismissed the accusation. Though his body ached terribly, he stubbornly insisted, I went out speeding in the middle of the night. The fog was thick, I couldn't see the road, and I couldn't brake in time. What does that have to do with the Jade Buddha? Hearing Ren Chang's stubbornness, Ren Annie was furious. Then why didn't anyone else see fog on the mountain, but you alone saw it? Stop being so stubborn. Where's that Jade Buddha? Is it still in your pocket? No, Ren Chang thought for a moment before stubbornly insisting, it must have shattered in the crash. Since the Jade Buddha is gone, it definitely won't affect me anymore. I don't need its help anyway. Chen Fan shook his head slightly. Impossible. As long as that Jade Buddha still holds resentment, it will follow you forever. Unless you die, it won't break. Upon hearing this, Ren Annie hurried to find a nurse and inquired where Ren Chang's changed clothes were kept, asking if the Jade Buddha might be inside. The clothes were still there, but after such a severe accident, the Jade Buddha must have been destroyed, right? Wait a moment, I'll go get his clothes. Shortly after, the nurse returned with Ren Chang's blood-soaked clothes. Ren Annie I felt inside the pocket. The Jade Buddha lay there, perfectly intact. Seeing this, Ren Chang was utterly dumbfounded. He swallowed hard, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could the Jade Buddha remain completely unscathed? Chen Fan took the Jade Buddha and continued to Ren Annie, this Jade Buddha has been with your brother for a day, absorbing much of the resentment. Though he gave it to me, I can't guarantee he won't face trouble again. It's best if. Enough. Ren Chang distrusted Chen Fan, suspecting he was just putting on another show. You already have the Jade Buddha. What more do you want? I don't believe I carry any resentment. If you're so confident, prove it to me. Chen Fan chuckled, no need for proof. As long as you refuse my help to purge this resentment, your life will forever hang by a thread. Stop cursing me here. I survived a major calamity, good fortune must be coming my way. I won't fall for your charlatan tricks. Anyway, we'll see when the banquet begins. If you can actually prove I still carry unresolved resentment, I'll have no choice but to beg you. Then I'll come to you bearing a bundle of thorns in repentance. Even if you demanded mountains of gold and silver, I wouldn't bat an eyelid. Wait. At this point, Ren Chang's lips curled into a smile again. As if something occurred to him, he continued, forget mountains of gold and silver, I could even marry my sister off to you. What nonsense are you spouting? Ren Annie couldn't hold back any longer. She lightly tapped Ren Chang on the shoulder, 2 patches of blush rising on her cheeks. You little rascal, just rest properly. Stop talking big. Old Ren was both annoyed and amused. Oh, Grandpa, don't worry. He can't possibly win. Just let him have his fantasy. Ren Chang felt incredibly lucky and was thoroughly pleased with himself. In a crash like that, anyone else would have been dead. But he was just sore all over, not a single scratch. When the doctor examined him earlier, he'd called it a medical miracle, saying Ren Chang might be discharged in less than a week. Chen Fan smiled without comment. If he hadn't absorbed some of that malevolent energy, Ren Chang would have crossed over to the other side long ago. Since Ren Chang was determined to see things through to the bitter end, there was no point in trying to dissuade him. As the saying goes, teaching people doesn't always work, but but experience teaches them instantly. Chapter 30, The Master is actually Chen Fan? At the same time, the Chen family who had been celebrating joyfully just the night before had now all gathered at the hospital. As the saying goes, joy can turn to sorrow. Yesterday, Shen Jianya had been overjoyed at obtaining the invitation that would elevate him among the elite. In his excitement, he couldn't control his mouth and drank several extra cups of wine. As a result, he suffered a heart attack on the spot. After nearly a whole night of emergency treatment, he barely survived. Now, Shen Jianya lay in the hospital bed, utterly weakened, his face as pale as paper. To save her future father-in-law's life, Lu Yi personally contacted the hospital director, requesting he come and treat Shen Jianya himself. But even with the director's personal intervention, the treatment only addressed the symptoms, not the root cause. Alas, even with our utmost efforts, we cannot restore Mr. Qian to normal health. The only one who might still have a chance to cure Mr. Qian is Dr. Tang. If any of you have connections to reach him, you must act quickly. Mr. Qian's condition can't hold out for more than half a month. Xian Hui was the first to react. Director, are you referring to Tang Di? Yes. Do you know him? I've heard his name, but I'm not familiar with him. Xian Hui gave an awkward smile. Although Lu Yi knew of Tang Di, his connections in Jinling weren't extensive enough to walk around with his chest puffed out, let alone reach out to the medical king of Jinling. Glancing at the Qian family's pleading looks, he paused and said, Director, you're all major figures in the medical world. Could you please help us make the connection? The director considered it, then decided to grant Lu Yi a favor. Nodding, he agreed to handle the matter. He and Tang Di shared a passing acquaintance, and since Tang Di happened to be nearby, he had reluctantly agreed to come. Little did they know that after examining Shen Jianya, Tang Di shook his head repeatedly, it's beyond my ability. I can't treat this condition. However, I can point you in the right direction. There's a master practitioner in Jinling who specializes in the Tai Huanqi needle technique. If you can persuade him to come, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Is there such a master in Jinling? Tang Di's suggestion left everyone perplexed. After all, Tang Di's stature in Jinling's medical circles was nothing short of legendary. For him to regard someone as a master, how formidable must that person be? Yet if such a master existed in Jinling, their fame should be widespread, known to every household. Why had they never heard of them? The Chen family exchanged glances, none knowing who this master could be, and could only turn back to Tang Di. Dr. Tang, could you please tell us plainly the name and surname of this master? How might we invite him? Coincidentally, after their parting that day, Tang Di also wanted to witness the power of the Tai Huanqi needle technique once more. He decided to go the extra mile and help them contact Chen Fan. When Chen Fan received Tang Di's call, he was preparing to leave the hospital with Ren Annie. After learning the purpose of the call, he didn't immediately agree. After all, he and Tang Di weren't close, and he felt no obligation to help. Mr. Chen, please lend Dr. Tang Wang a hand. Ron Pharmaceutical needs a spokesperson, and I'd like him to sign with us. Having overheard their conversation, Ren Annie interjected, in return, I'll owe you a favor. No need for favors. Friends helping each other is only natural. Chen Fan's words made Ren Annie's heart leap with joy. Talented and so smooth with words, truly the epitome of a Prince Charming. Dr. Tang, I can agree to this, but you'll have to do me a small favor later. No problem. Tang Di didn't hesitate for a second. Give me the room number. Tang Di promptly provided the details. After exchanging a few more words, he ended the call and returned to the ward. You're in luck, the expert I invited happens to be at the hospital today. He'll be here shortly. Go to the elevator lobby to meet him. I'll organize the medical records so we don't waste his time later. The Qian family members, upon hearing this, were overjoyed. After expressing their deepest gratitude to Tang Di, they rushed toward the elevator lobby. Dr. Tang himself is personally organizing the medical records to assist that expert. Clearly, that expert holds a higher status than Dr. Tang. We must be extremely careful in our service later. We can't afford to offend someone like that. Exactly. You all better make a good impression later. If we can turn such an esteemed figure into our connection, the Qian family will be blessed for generations. Sensei admonished the Chen family members. Everyone nodded repeatedly, their expressions filled with utmost respect. As the elevator ascended, its doors were about to open. The Qian family members stood at the ready, lining both sides of the elevator doors. The moment the distinguished guest stepped out, they would immediately bow in greeting. Ding dong! As the doors opened, the Qian family bowed in unison, chanting, Welcome, esteemed. Ha! Why is it you? As they bowed, they saw the person stepping out of the elevator wearing ordinary sneakers and jeans, sensing something was off. Then they looked up and realized it was Chen Fan emerging from the elevator. They immediately let out a collective gasp. Chen Fan, seeing the Qian family gathered to welcome him, was equally baffled. He furrowed his brow. What are you all doing here? Xian Hui retorted sharply, shouldn't we be asking you that? This floor is reserved exclusively for VIP patients. What are you doing here? Someone invited me to treat a patient. Could it be you guys? Chen Fan vaguely grasped the situation and asked, utterly speechless. Imaging immediately erupted in fury. Nonsense. Do you think we're crazy to invite you here? Who do you think you are? Have you looked at yourself in the mirror? You talk about treating others? You should treat your own illness first. Delusional. Right, the Chen family is so powerful, they certainly don't need my help. Guess I got the wrong person. Chen Fan shrugged, then picked up his phone and called Tang Di back. Mr. Chen, have you arrived? Chen Fan got straight to the point. I'm here. Let me ask, did you invite me to examine someone's surname Chen? That's correct. Haven't they already gone to greet you? They cursed me out and told me to get lost. Next time, you better make yourself clear. If I'd known it was to treat their family member, I wouldn't have bothered making this trip. Chen Fan snorted and hung up, leaving Tang Di covered in cold sweat. She dropped what she was holding and rushed toward the elevator. After clarifying the situation, Chen Fan put down his phone and turned to Chen Hui and the others. Remember what you just said. Don't cry later. Cry? Why would we cry? Could you stop showing your ugly face around here and disgusting us? Still putting on airs here, pretending you know Dr. Tang? Do you think we're 3-year-olds you can fool so easily? The Chen family members chattered back and forth, none of them taking Chen Fan seriously. Chen Fan couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He didn't even wait for the elevator, taking the stairs down instead. Seeing Chen Fan walk away so quickly only fueled the Chen family's excitement. Look at him, all flustered. Feeling exposed and embarrassed, huh? Exactly. He doesn't even dare take the elevator walking down the stairs? How embarrassing. We should definitely suggest to the hospital that they improve their security. After all, this is a VIP-only area. How can just any Tom, Dick, or Harry ride the elevator up? After scolding Chen Fan, Sensei glanced at the elevator, which hadn't moved since descending. She murmured curiously, is this elevator malfunctioning? Or is that distinguished guest still not up yet? Should we go down and meet him? No sooner had Sensei finished speaking than Tang Di came rushing over. Where's Chen the expert? What did you say to him just now? Why is he so angry? Did you two have some kind of grudge? Tang Di was frantic with worry. He had no connection whatsoever to the Chen family. If he'd offended Chen Fan because of these idiots, that would be a huge loss. What, Master Chen? What grudge? Dr. Tang, what are you talking about? We don't understand. He told me on the phone that you insulted him. Don't you want your family to be well? With Tang Di putting it that bluntly, even the most dense members of the Chen family began to catch on. Xian Hui tentatively asked, Dr. Tang, could that master you mentioned be Chen Fan? Of course. Tang Di answered with unwavering certainty. At this revelation, the Chen family's faces turned green. How could it be that little bastard? Imaging blurted out. Who the hell are you calling a little bastard? Tang Di's eyes widened at the remark, and a single glare silenced Imaging. Chen Fan, of course. Sensei stammered timidly, Dr. Tang, have you been deceived? That Chen Fan is nothing but a good-for-nothing who's never learned anything. We know him all too well. You know Jack. Tang Di was nearly driven mad by these people. He pointed at his own eyes, his voice booming with fury. I personally witnessed him using the Tai reviving needle to bring a patient back from the brink of death. Are you suggesting I'm blind? Chapter 31, Forever So Self-Righteous. Tang Di's authority was beyond question. Still fuming, the Chen family dared not challenge him. Yet they had always regarded Chen Fan as a thorn in their side, a constant irritation. Earlier, they had even brazenly driven him away. Now, even if they wanted to invite Chen Fan back, never mind how difficult that would be, they simply couldn't bring themselves to swallow their pride. Dr. Tang, Xian Hui tentatively inquired, that Chen Fan has quite the history with our family. We're genuinely uneasy about letting him treat my father. Could you please consider other options? Is there any other master physician available? Oof. What do you take me for? Do you know how rare it is to even catch a glimpse of that Tai Chi needle technique? Tang Di gritted her teeth. In all my years, I've never seen anyone else master that technique besides that Chen master. And after you made me offend that Chen master, you still want me to help you? Are you out of your mind? Tang Di now only wanted to shake off these annoying people and properly apologize to Chen Fan, hoping he would forgive him on the grounds of ignorance. As Tang Di prepared to leave, Sensei, who saw him as her last lifeline, grabbed him urgently. Dr. Tang, we truly had no choice in this matter. But you can't just stand by and watch us die. My grandson-in-law is the eldest son of the Lu family. If not for your own sake, then for the sake of the Buddha, you must see this through for us. Lu Ye's face darkened upon hearing Sensei mention his name. What does he amount to? And what does the Lu family amount to? He was the medical king of Jinling, how could he possibly care about them? As it turned out, Lu Yi was indeed quite self-aware. What the hell is the Lu family? Upon hearing this, Tang Di's lips curled upward in a look of utter disdain. He promptly shook off Sensei's hand and strode away without a second glance. Tang Di just walked away. Watching his receding figure, Sun Si was so furious he stomped his foot. What kind of jerk is he? Doesn't he give the Lu family any face? Lu Yi was at a loss for words and simply made an excuse to leave. This Tang Di is seriously problematic. He's probably an imposter or a fake. Otherwise, how could he be so ignorant as to treat someone like Chen Fan as a prized catch? She was absolutely right. Even the dean had been fooled. Who in their right mind wouldn't give the Lu family face? What does that little bastard Chen Fan even amount to? We know his worth. With his half-baked skills, he's lucky his ancestors are rolling in their graves just to get him a vet's license. The Chens traded insults against Chen Fan, utterly oblivious to what they'd missed out on. Enough of this useless talk. We need to think fast. Who else can we find to treat Jianye? Sun Si couldn't help but worry about her son. The thought that Chen Jianye might not have much time left filled her with anxiety. Qian Hui pondered for a moment before declaring confidently, "Grandma, don't worry. Aren't we going to attend old Ren's banquet? If Lu Yi succeeds in becoming goddaughter to that Mr. Chen, our rise to prominence will be imminent. Then we won't lack for renowned physicians. They'll be lining up to offer their services. I'm certain a prominent figure like Mr. Chen could secure the services of a true master physician." Qian Hui's words restored the Qian family's confidence, making them even more eager for the Ren family banquet. Meanwhile, Chen Fan met with Ren Annie and briefed her on the situation. The Qians are a bunch of ingrate dogs. They're infuriating. Ren Annie stamped her foot, feeling deeply indignant on Chen Fan's behalf. I'm used to it. Don't get angry over other people's mistakes, that's just punishing yourself. Chen Fan waved his hand and suggested, let's go. Time for lunch. All right. Just as the two were setting off, Chen Wanwan happened to pass by carrying several lunchboxes. Seeing Chen Fan standing side by side with a beautifully dressed woman, laughing and chatting, an inexplicable rage flared up inside her. Chen Fan. You really have no conscience. My dad is lying in a hospital bed, his condition so critical, and you actually have the nerve to come here on a date? Chen Fan found it somewhat amusing. Your sister and I are already divorced. How your father is doing has nothing to do with me, does it? Besides, I was willing to overlook past grievances and treat your father. It was your Qian family who insisted on driving me away. You only have yourselves to blame. Let you treat him? Do you think we Qians have water in our brains? No sooner had Chen Fan finished speaking than Chen Wanwan snorted derisively. You're sucking up to some rich woman while coming here to show off your power in front of us. Do you think I don't see through your little schemes? A despicable, shameless scumbag like you will get your comeuppance. Let me tell you straight, in a few days, we'll be welcomed into the Ren family's inner circle. Our status will skyrocket. But you? Once that rich woman loses interest and stops keeping you, I'll see where you go then. Qian Wanwan unleashed a torrent of scorn at Chen Fan, her sense of superiority dripping from every word. In her eyes, Chen Fan was merely riding a wave of temporary luck. How could such wealth and privilege last? Why do you Qians always have to be so self-righteous? Chen Fan couldn't help but shake his head. What? Did I hit a nerve? After delivering her smug remark, Chen Wanwan turned her gaze to Ren Annie. Looking at your clothes and demeanor, you're clearly a respectable, wealthy woman. How could you possibly be so blinded as to fall for such a good-for-nothing? I advise you to cut your losses and stop hanging around him. Otherwise, sooner or later, you'll be the one who gets burned. Ren Annie knew the Qian sisters were foolish, but she hadn't expected Qian Wanwan to be this uniquely clueless, forever talking to herself. With people like this, she chose to indulge them. After all, the more foolish and domineering they were, the more it made her appear wise and gentle. Thanks for the advice, Ren Annie replied with a forced smile. Chen Wanwan felt like she'd punched a pillow, utterly pointless. Fuming, she stormed off with her lunchbox. Don't bother with them. The Qians are all nuts. Chen Fan shrugged. Ren Annie chuckled. It's nothing. Watching them prance around like clowns is actually pretty entertaining. But now I know who paid top dollar for that fake invitation. It must have been them, right? Ren Annie knew perfectly well that her family would never invite such trash to the banquet. Yet just moments ago, Chen Wanwan had declared with absolute certainty that they were about to become the guests of honor. Clearly, the other party was convinced they held genuine invitations. Chen Fan's eyes twinkled with a sheepish grin as he brought up the matter. Yeah, I'm not usually keen on attending banquets, but thinking about the drama that's about to unfold, I'm actually starting to look forward to it. Ha! Ren Annie and Chen Fan shared a knowing glance, exchanging a smile that spoke volumes of their perfect understanding. Chapter 32, No Comparison, No Gap. For the Qian family, attending the Ren family banquet was no longer merely a symbol of honor, it was the only way to save Qian Jianye. Therefore, the invitation matter absolutely could not go wrong. To ensure absolute certainty, Sun Si urged Qian Wanwan, who had just finished delivering the takeout, to hurry over to Shirku and retrieve the invitation. Only with the physical invitations in hand could they truly relax. This time, Shirku didn't let them down. He quickly handed several purchased invitations to Qian Wanwan. Chen Wanwan beamed with delight as she cradled the invitations. Her ability to break free from Shirku and change her fate hinged entirely on her performance at this banquet. Meanwhile, Qian Hui had left the hospital and found Lu Yi. Though not the sharpest tool in the shed, she knew some topics were off limits. So despite Tang Di's earlier snub, Qian Hui said nothing more about it. Honey, my sister just ran into that rich woman who's keeping Chen Fan as her sugar daddy downstairs at the hospital. She's actually quite pretty. I have no idea what she was thinking falling for him. Who knows? But he's got no skills, no background, and a narrow-minded outlook. He'll be dumped before long. We shouldn't give him too much thought. Lu Yi wrapped her arms around Qian Hui, feigning deep affection as she comforted her. Don't worry about Uncle Qian. Once the Rin family banquet concludes, my connections will reach new heights. Finding a divine healer to treat Uncle Qian won't be a problem then. I think so too, dear. Honestly, compared to those connections, that legendary Mr. Chen is the real game changer. Qian Hui nodded emphatically. We absolutely must make a strong impression then and build a connection with him. That way, who knows, maybe someday he'll have to dance to our tune. Lu Yeshan agreed wholeheartedly, absolutely. If we can use him as a stepping stone to elevate ourselves, that would be a huge win. His eyes gleamed with ambition, unaware that Qian Hui had already resolved to offer herself to Mr. Chen to climb higher into the ranks of the powerful. Day after day passed, and before they knew it, the day of the banquet arrived. The Ren residence was filled with guests like clouds gathering, the hall packed with distinguished visitors. Every notable figure in Jinling had received an invitation and attended without exception. Rumors had long swirled throughout the city about old Master Rin introducing a distinguished figure. Everyone eagerly anticipated seeing just what kind of important person could command such esteem from the patriarch. And today, the busiest person was undoubtedly the Rin family's steward. Counterfeit invitations were being sold on the streets, forcing him to lead a team of staff meticulously checking and verifying identities to weed out the imposters. The moment Chen Fan stepped out of the car, he saw the entrance packed with people. Among them, a few stood out the most. Not only were they dressed to the nines, but they were also exceptionally loud, completely dragging down the tone of the banquet. This drew disapproving glances from many socialites, who looked upon them with utter contempt. These particularly conspicuous individuals were none other than the Qian family's entourage. These individuals displayed no decorum whatsoever. Not only were they bawling and behaving in an utterly improper manner, but they also kept handing out business cards to fellow banquet guests, a display that couldn't have been more disgraceful. Lu Yi, likely unable to tolerate the Chen family's vulgarity, had taken Qian Hui inside long ago, leaving Qian Wanwan, Shirku, Imajing, and Sensi outside to continue making a spectacle of themselves. Hello? What do you mean, you? Qian Wanwan had come specifically to find a sugar daddy, so she was dressed exceptionally seductively and was subtly flirting with everyone around her. Just as she was about to hand out her business card, she looked up and her expression froze. Standing behind her was none other than Chen Fan, who had just arrived. What the hell are you doing here? You know you can't get into an event like this without an invitation, right? Chen Fan's appearance took the Qian family completely by surprise, and they looked down on him with contempt. They assumed he must have overheard rumors from them and had the nerve to show up here. This family of overconfident fools amused Chen Fan. Of course I know you need an invitation to attend this banquet. The ones who don't know that are you lot, right? Oh ho! You dare say that to us? Fine, our invitation is right here, open your dog eyes and take a look. Shen Wanwan held up her invitation defiantly. But what about you? Where's your invitation? Show it to us. Shirku wrapped his arm around Qian Wanwan's waist, speaking casually. If he has an invitation, that'd be a miracle. Who would give him one of those hard-to-get things? Even if the rich woman keeping him around is generous, she'd never part with it. Ah, I get it. Imajing stepped forward, feigning cleverness. You know my husband can't make it, right? So you're trying to piggyback on our extra invitation? Shen Jianya hadn't fully recovered and truly couldn't attend the banquet, but Shirku's invitation had been secured and purchased long ago, leaving one extra. Chen Fan asked with a hint of amusement, if these invitations are so hard to come by, how did you end up with an extra one? That's strange. Couldn't you have sold it? Chen Fan knew the Qian family had been scammed, and the con artists wouldn't return the money they'd already pocketed. He deliberately prodded these fools on this point, but as he'd anticipated, the lot of them failed to grasp the subtext. Shirku even sneered contemptuously, what do you know? My buddy sold me the invitation because we're close. Others with money can't even get one, why would I return it and lose face? Unlike you, you worthless piece of trash. Even if you begged a rich woman for all the money in the world, you'd still be nothing but a beggar in a golden armor. You're not worthy of this occasion. Watching his overconfident demeanor, Chen Fan sneered sarcastically, letting him revel in his delusion. Impressive, truly impressive. You two certainly have great connections. I'm sure you'll have more chances to shine at this banquet. I can't wait. Chen Fan was, of course, referring to the strict inspection of fake invitations. But the Qian family couldn't fathom his subtle meaning, mistaking his words for genuine flattery. Their smugness only deepened. Flattering us now is too late. Even if we tore this invitation, we'd never give it to you. Just stay out here guarding like a watchdog, we're going in.
Chen Fan smiled faintly, strolling casually past them and stepping ahead.
My apologies, you've misunderstood. I merely came to chat with you. I needn't queue like you to have my invitation verified. I'll be going in first. Best of luck to you. With that, Chen Fan took long strides toward the entrance.
Sun-si blocked his path, his face filled with confusion.
Where are you going?
To attend the banquet, of course.
Chen Fan replied calmly. Bull. How could you possibly get in? Sun-si pressed relentlessly. Chen Fan brushed off Sun-si's hand, smoothed his clothes, and said leisurely, of course I'm walking in. But it's true that someone won't be getting into the banquet hall tonight, and that person definitely won't be me. Qian Wanwan snorted derisively. Dream on. You think you can just waltz into the Ren family's banquet hall? Have you looked in the mirror lately? Do you even think you're worthy? All these socialites and VIPs have to line up here to show their invitations. Why should you be the exception? I'll believe that when pigs fly. Oof.
Chen Fan shrugged, not bothering to argue with him.
After all, the real show was yet to come.
As he approached the banquet hall, the staff immediately adopted a groveling posture, respectfully ushering Chen Fan inside.
Qian Wanwan and the others stood there dumbfounded, utterly baffled. What was going on? How could he just walk in empty-handed? I have no idea. Could he be here to work? That can't be right.
Even if he were working here, he'd need an employee pass.
And why would a lowly worker be allowed through the front entrance?
As Imajing and the others exchanged confused whispers, Chen Fan turned his head, waved at them, then curved his lips into a meaningful smile before striding inside.
This scene absolutely infuriated Qian Wanwan and the others. They'd spent a fortune just to secure these invitation passes. Yet even with that, they still had to queue here, receiving no special treatment whatsoever. Yet Chen Fan sauntered past them like a VIP, completely unimpeded. By comparison, did they suddenly feel like second-class citizens? Chapter 33, Branded for Fake Invitations. The Chen family had always regarded Chen Fan as a lowly beggar. Now, having been trampled upon by such a beggar, how could they possibly accept it? What the hell are you staff members doing? Checking this and that, why aren't you checking him?
Qian Wanwan, unable to contain her fury, pointed at Chen Fan's retreating back and shouted.
Shirku, equally furious, immediately chimed in, exactly. What gives that brat more privileges than us? Are you guys brain dead? Are you even doing your jobs? Don't make me report you. Their loud grumbling quickly drew the attention of many guests. They were equally curious, who was that kid who just walked in? What gave him better treatment than them?
Facing the furious Qian Wanwan and Shirku, the staff member merely replied calmly. Our master has instructed us that this gentleman requires no invitation. He is the most honored guest of the Ren family. We've already seen his photo before the banquet began, so naturally, no further checks are needed. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to inquire with the Ren family once the banquet begins. They'll surely provide you with a satisfactory explanation. These staff members were long-serving pillars of the Ren household. Many high-ranking officials privately gifted them to curry favor, hoping to glean more intelligence about old Master Ren's preferences. Having dealt with polite individuals for so long, they were thoroughly displeased with this group of eccentric Qian family members.
Why would our master invite such trash to the banquet? It was downright beneath them. The staff's cold demeanor and sharp remarks instantly left Qian Wanwan frozen in place, utterly embarrassed. She licked her tongue, struggling to believe what she'd just heard. You're saying this Chen Fan is a distinguished guest of the Ren family? Are you absolutely sure? You haven't mistaken him for someone else, have you? The more she thought about it, the harder it was to accept. If this were true, then Chen Fan truly stood above her. No, not just one rank higher. Those who pay exorbitant sums for invitations and show up uninvited? In old Master Ren's eyes, they're not even worth considering. How could they possibly be mentioned in the same breath as Chen Fan? Once they clearly grasped the gulf in status between themselves and Chen Fan, Shirku and the others all went limp. They never imagined they'd one day be trampled underfoot by someone like Chen Fan. How ironic that they had just been mocking Chen Fan with all sorts of taunts, now they were getting slapped in the face. But the real humiliation was yet to come. After waiting in line for ages, it was finally their turn for identity verification. Sun-si had been full of anticipation, planning to mingle and network inside, keeping an eye out for the right people to connect with. But just as she thought she could enter, the staff member asked with a dark expression, "Where did you get this invitation? How many of you are in your group? Did everyone get this kind of invitation?" Hearing the staff interrogate her like she was a criminal, Sun-si instantly lost her composure. "Who do you think you're talking to? Show some respect. You're nothing but someone's lapdog." No sooner had the words left her mouth than the staff member offered a forced smile. "Madam, I advise you not to be so arrogant. If you come clean now, we can make this a minor issue. But if you stubbornly insist on wielding these fake invitations to lord it over others, the outcome awaiting you might not be pleasant." At these words, Shen Wanwan and the others froze, all turning to look at Shirku. Shirku hadn't anticipated any issues with the invitation either. He quickly interjected, "Don't make baseless accusations. This invitation is absolutely genuine. Even if others have fakes, mine is definitely genuine. I bought it from the assistant right beside your boss, how could it be fake?" Imajing speculated, "You wouldn't be deliberately trying to make things difficult for us, would you? Tell me. Did you take bribes from Chen Fan? Is that why you're publicly humiliating us, trying to get us barred from entering? I knew that bastard loved pulling dirty tricks like this." Imajing lashed out indiscriminately, dragging Chen Fan into the matter. The staff were utterly speechless. Seeing such low-class behavior, they lost all patience and called security. These individuals are the masterminds behind the fake invitation scheme. Report to the butler they've been apprehended. Secure them all. The staff member's tone was stern. The security guards took their orders and forcibly removed the group from the crowd. Only now did the Qian family grasp the gravity of the situation. "Wait. Explain yourselves clearly, what makes you say our invitations are fake?" Sun Si demanded urgently. A commanding voice echoed through the air. "Because every invitation was personally written by me. Every invited guest is on the list, yet you are not." The speaker was none other than the butler. Having overseen banquet invitations for years, he'd never encountered such a blunder. Seeing the culprit standing before him now, he was thoroughly displeased. "Your invitation may appear identical to others, but it was merely forged using stolen stationery, imitating my handwriting. We are conducting a thorough investigation into this matter. Cooperate fully with our inquiry, or you won't get off lightly. To think fraudsters would dare target the Rin family, your audacity knows no bounds. Impossible. Do you have any idea how much we paid for these invitations? What exactly did Chen Fan offer you to deliberately make things so difficult for us? Could this be a trap you set for us together?" Sun Si Yue grew increasingly agitated, refusing to believe that her near depletion of savings had yielded nothing but worthless scraps of paper. Not only were they barred from the banquet, but they might even face legal trouble. "Grandma, please calm down. Getting upset could harm your health. We should call your son-in-law to handle this immediately." At this critical moment, Chen Wanwan remembered Lu Yi and told the butler that Lu Yi was her sister's fiancé. But the steward wasn't swayed. "I don't care about your family ties," he declared bluntly. "We only recognize invitations. Take them away. Interrogation can wait until after the banquet." Shirku was pinned down by staff, unable even to lift his head. He snarled, "You dog. What's your relationship with Chen Fan? You're teaming up to screw me over, huh? Do you even know whose young master I am? If this blows up, you better believe I'll make you pay dearly." Smack! As Shirku spewed filth, the butler's palm struck his jaw, snapping it to the side. "What kind of occasion is this? Who do you think you're threatening with your filthy mouth? You bought a fake invitation yourself. What does that have to do with Mr. Chen? Stop slandering him." After subduing Shirku, the butler specifically summoned Chen Fan to decide Shirku's punishment. "That filthy-mouthed dog needs his mouth stuffed. Since they don't care about dignity, there's no need for interrogation. Tie them all up at the main gate with signs hung around their necks. They love showing off? Let them make a proper spectacle of themselves." During his previous phone call, Chen Fan had instructed Old Run to have the signs prepared. Forged from pure iron, each weighed a solid 20 pounds. Hung around their necks, the weight would crush their necks, forcing them to bow their heads in confession. No sooner had Chen Fan finished speaking than the steward understood. He immediately had the custom-made iron plaques brought up. Each man had one hung around his neck. Their mouths were stuffed, their hands and feet bound, and they were then pinned down at the main entrance for all the guests passing by to see clearly. Sun Si, who had lived to such a ripe old age, had never been so utterly humiliated. It all felt like a nightmare, and she desperately wished she could wake up from it. But alas, this was stark reality. Their goal of gaining notoriety at this banquet had indeed been achieved. It was just that the manner of their fame differed greatly from what they had envisioned. Chen Fan circled around the group, nodding with satisfaction. "I was thinking of showing mercy where I could. If you'd been smart enough to stay out of my way, these signs would have rotted away in the warehouse. But you had to go and challenge me, overestimating your abilities. Didn't you want to be famous? Now I'm sure every guest here will remember you vividly, never to forget." Having dealt with these overconfident fools, Chen Fan turned and left through the main gate, heading to find Elder Rin. The steward had already dispatched someone to inform Elder Rin of everything that had transpired at the entrance. Far from disapproving of Chen Fan's actions, Elder Rin found them highly commendable. If Chen Fan had only known how to relentlessly endure, it would have made him appear weak and incompetent. When patience reaches its limit, there's no need to endure any longer. Though his methods were harsh, some people simply needed to be subdued this way, otherwise, they'd never be brought under control. Chapter 34. While all were drunk, I alone was sober. The minor incident concluded, and the banquet commenced shortly thereafter. Seating arrangements were meticulously planned based on the guest list provided by Elder Ren and the special conditions he had stipulated. The main table where Elder Ren sat occupied the foremost position, with each seat signifying distinct status. Lu Yi and Qian Hui arrived at the venue early, completely unaware of the Qian family's embarrassing antics elsewhere. Standing together, the tall, handsome man and the charmingly alluring woman were a sight to behold. Many who thought they made a perfect match approached to greet them. Though the Lu family's influence paled in comparison to the Rens, they still held considerable standing in Jinling. As for Qian Hui, though her family background was less distinguished, her beauty outshone all others. Now that she had become Lu Ye's fiancée, she naturally commanded greater respect. As the pair basked in the spotlight, Chen Fan strolled in with an air of casual ease. The crowd glanced at the new arrival at the door but paid him little mind. Even though Chen Fan's suit was undoubtedly expensive, his accessories were carelessly chosen, and his hairstyle was extremely casual, making him stand out starkly among the impeccably dressed crowd. Some even wondered if he was part of the banquet staff, though they couldn't figure out why he wasn't wearing a name tag. Qian Hui, of course, recognized Chen Fan immediately. The smile froze on her face the moment she saw her ex-husband enter. What the hell? What's this bumpkin doing here? Lu Yi also noticed Chen Fan's arrival, her expression equally one of disbelief and utter disgust. He must have snuck in during the crowd surge, right? Quite possible. Grandma and the others had been waiting in line outside for ages and still hadn't gotten in proof of how many guests were attending today. Qian Hui wholeheartedly agreed with Lu Ye's assessment. Chen Fan was always adept at scheming. He probably found a loophole and slipped in under the radar. Speaking of which, she continued angrily, that bastard has some nerve, sneaking into an event like this. Should we report him? No need. If he managed to sneak in, that's his own doing. It's good for that country bumpkin to see what a grand occasion looks like. When he gets completely ignored later, he'll get a clearer picture of what level of person he really is. Lu Yi believed Chen Fan would not only receive terrible treatment at such an event, but his pathetic, poverty-stricken demeanor would surely become a laughingstock. Keeping him here would be far more entertaining than kicking him out. Look, none of these dignitaries recognize him, they're treating him like he's invisible. At least we've met before, don't be so harsh on him. Go chat with him for a bit. Everyone here has no clue who he is, we ought to enlighten them. Lu Yi smiled mischievously as she led Qian Hui toward Chen Fan. Qian Hui knew Lu Yi intended to humiliate Chen Fan publicly and played along perfectly. Just imagining Chen Fan's awkward expression had her laughing so hard she could barely stand. The moment the two made eye contact with Chen Fan, Lu Yi began swirling her wineglass with a sarcastic tone. I thought only high-caliber guests would attend the Ren family banquet. Turns out just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can sneak in. Though Lu Yi wasn't the most prominent guest at the banquet, his youth, distinguished family background, and the extraordinary woman accompanying him drew constant attention. Consequently, the moment Lu Yi spoke with his sarcastic remark, numerous probing gazes immediately turned toward Chen Fan. Under such scrutiny, most would have lost their composure long ago. But Chen Fan remained unfazed, replying with a meaningful tone, when I saw several people being turned away at the door earlier, I also thought the Ren family had set the bar pretty high for this banquet. Chen Fan, you've got some nerve pretending to be clueless. Don't tell me you don't know who I'm talking about? Chen Fan shook his head. I really don't. While the two were talking, many people began inquiring about Chen Fan's identity. Yet despite all the inquiries, it seemed few actually recognized him. Overhearing the murmurs, Lu Yi declared loudly, how could anyone not recognize him? Years ago, my fiancé, young and inexperienced, was deceived by scoundrels into bringing a son-in-law into our family. That shameless good-for-nothing who served years in prison is none other than this very Mr. Chen Fan standing before us. With Lu Ye's revelation, many people suddenly had an epiphany, connecting Chen Fan to the widely controversial Chen family wedding. No wonder the name Chen Fan sounded so familiar, turns out he's that son-in-law the Qians took in before the new year. Lu Yi was remarkably generous. Even though Qian Hui probably wouldn't give Chen Fan the time of day, and Lu Yi had no reason to see him as a romantic rival, if it were me, I'd have pulled strings to keep him from showing up at an event like this. Something didn't add up. This son-in-law had no real talent to begin with, and now he'd been kicked out of the Chen family. He had no status, no standing, how did he even get in? Who knows? It's just too reckless. No wonder young Master Lu has been complaining about it. The crowd murmured in agreement, all sharing Lu Ye's resentment, convinced Chen Fan's presence was dragging down the entire banquet's prestige. Chen Fan listened to these unbearable taunts, yet maintained a smile throughout, neither humble nor arrogant. Only when their murmurs subsided did he speak. Questioning me is one thing, but questioning the Ren family? As a prominent family, do you truly believe their security would slip up? If I hadn't been invited, how could I have slipped in? Please use your heads. Had Chen Fan stubbornly insisted on proving his innocence, these people would have relentlessly pressed him. But by shifting the blame onto the Ren family, no one dared to accuse him rashly. Seeing her supporters silenced, Lu Yi retorted irritably, why not? A despicable, shameless scoundrel like you, what wouldn't you do? Even the most meticulous plan has loopholes. I'll have staff verify your identity right now. Go ahead. Lu Yi glanced at Chen Fan's unflappable composure and was momentarily taken aback. Why wasn't this kid afraid at all? Could he have really entered normally? Qian Hui noticed Lu Yi's hesitation. Her eyes darted around, and she immediately recalled the woman who had been with Chen Fan last time. Didn't I tell you before that some rich woman sponsored him? He must be a suck-up who sweet-talked her into giving him another invitation. Qian Hui declared this with absolute certainty. The gossip-hungry upper-class crowd, hearing such explosive news, all widened their eyes in shock. No way! That kid was kicked out of the Qian family just days ago, and he's already hooked up with an even richer woman? She's willing to give him such a rare invitation? What charm does he have? You don't understand, someone remarked pointedly. We're respectable members of high society. There are many things we simply can't do. Unlike him, born lowly, flexible in his ways, he naturally has his methods to win the favor of wealthy women. Ha! Chen Fan couldn't help but shake his head at their veiled insults. And you lot call yourselves high society? Spreading rumors and making up stories about others, where's the sophistication in that? Chapter 35, The Wealthy Woman is Actually Renani? Hearing Chen Fan's rebuke, these individuals not only failed to reflect on their mistakes but instead responded with righteous indignation. If you dared to do it, you should own up to it. Why pretend to be so righteous now? Exactly. If you were truly innocent, our words might seem like slander. But don't you know exactly what kind of person you are? You're no stranger to being a kept man. You've tasted the sweetness before, and now you're only getting worse. You little punk, think before you speak. Chances are we know the rich woman who's keeping you. We're all in the same circle. If we convince her to cut you off, your freeloading days are over. Some mocked him, others threatened him, all aiming to make Chen Fan bow to them. But Chen Fan stood tall and defiant throughout. Only after hearing these slanders did his gaze grow increasingly sharp. We're all adults here, speak with responsibility. Hey, who are you trying to scare? I saw that rich woman lead you into her luxury car with my own eyes. How could that be fake? Qian Hui's words instantly dispelled the guests' doubts. Seeing her speak with such conviction, the guests concluded Qian Hui must be telling the truth. Seeing Qian Hui still unrepentant, Chen Fan turned to her, narrowing his eyes slightly. I'm giving you one last chance. Are you sure you want to keep spreading lies? TSK, what are you doing? Threatening me? Honey, listen to this. This jerk says he'll give me another chance. Qian Hui nestled into Lu Yi's embrace with a coquettish pout, deliberately feigning innocence. Lu Yi fell for it completely, soothing her softly. What's there to fear? He's all talk. Even if that rich woman protects him and hires lawyers for him, with our Lu family's status and connections, can't we find better ones? Worst case, we'll take it to court. Then we'll see who ends up looking like a fool. Let me tell you, Chen Fan, if you've got meat, eat it quietly in your bowl. Don't go bragging about challenging us to a duel. If this blows up, you won't get off scot-free. Lu Yi threatened Chen Fan as if he'd truly done something shameful. Just as he was spouting his nonsense, the guests whose attention he had captured all turned their heads in unison toward the staircase on the right. A woman with a graceful figure, dressed in a form-fitting golden fringed gown, descended the stairs with an air of elegance. Not only was her attire lavish, adorned with priceless jewels, but her demeanor was truly exceptional, a cool elegance tempered by the unique grace of a delicate woman. She was clearly a lady of noble birth, possessing a unique and captivating aura. Qian Hui had been the most dazzling woman present, but now, compared to this high mountain flower, she instantly seemed vulgar and ordinary. Qian Hui followed the stares of the crowd and looked at the woman, gasping in shock. This was the very same wealthy woman Shen Wanwan had encountered at the hospital, the one who was keeping Chen Fan as her kept man and had even taken a photo of. But wasn't the private area upstairs? Even if Qian Hui was as dim-witted as they come, she knew the upper floor was the host family's private domain. It wasn't a place for ordinary guests like them to wander into freely. That would be utterly rude. But how could the wealthy woman supporting Chen Fan possibly be a member of the Rin family? Could he really be that lucky? The more Qian Hui thought about it, the stranger it seemed. She then considered that this woman might be the young lady's close friend, relative, or even the companion of one of the Rin family's young masters. This thought finally eased her mind. After reassuring herself, she declared loudly, "See? I told you it's a waste for that rich woman to keep this country bumpkin. Even you guys are staring at her like she's a rare sight. With all the options she has, why on earth would she choose this toad?" Lu Yi, caught off guard by Qian Hui's sudden outburst, asked in confusion, "What are you talking about? Honey, you don't know? That beauty coming downstairs is the rich woman keeping Chen Fan. She..." Smack! Before Qian Hui could finish speaking, Lu Yi was so terrified her scalp tingled that she slapped him across the face. "Are you out of your mind?" Qian Hui, publicly humiliated, was both furious and enraged. "You're the one who's ing crazy." Lu Yi snapped. Before too many people noticed, he dragged Qian Hui into a corner, his voice urgent and panicked. "Are you sure? You didn't misidentify her? That's definitely the rich woman who's keeping Chen Fan? Of course I'm sure.
Qian Hui retorted, his face twisted with displeasure.
What? You've fallen for her? Trying to hurt me to win her favor? Shut up.
Lu Yi glanced around nervously, lowering his voice further.
This woman is one of the hosts of this banquet.
Her name is Rin Annie, the eldest daughter of the Rin family.
If you keep talking nonsense, we'll get kicked out. Ha!
Qian Hui's face turned green at the mention.
Honey, what should we do?
My sister seems to have offended her.
She wouldn't really punish us for that jerk's sake, would she?
Oh dear, you're good for nothing but causing trouble. Lu Yi, who had been siding with Qian Hui moments ago, now regretted it bitterly. He felt utterly cursed. Why on earth had he fallen for a brainless woman like Qian Hui? The two believed their whispers were barely audible, but in truth, ever since Ren Annie's arrival, all the guests had been utterly captivated by her beauty. The entire room had fallen into near complete silence. Under these circumstances, even their whisper-thin voices were magnified infinitely, reaching Ren Annie's ears. Ren Annie watched them, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Crossing her arms, she walked step by step toward them. You must be Qian Hui. I believe I met your sister at the hospital. Ren Annie's casual tone sounded like a simple greeting, but its deeper meaning was clear only to Qian Hui. Her heart felt like it was about to leap out of her throat. However, Qian Hui quickly devised a solution to her awkward predicament. She cleared her throat, smoothed out her stiff expression, and adopted a sincere tone. Miss Ren, I have no idea how that scumbag Chen Fan could have been badmouthing me behind your back. But you must believe me that pretty boy scoundrel is no good. Don't throw away your life over that worthless man. Smack! Qian Hui had intended to thoroughly discredit Chen Fan, hoping Ren Annie would kick him to the curb. That way, she might just become Ren Annie's new best friend, a prospect that made her feel all warm and fuzzy inside. But things unfolded nothing like Qian Hui had imagined. Before she could finish her sentence, Ren Annie's hand came down hard across her face. Mr. Chen is my dear friend. Who do you think you're calling a? Chapter 36, A Nest of Vipers. That single word, dearest friend, left those who had mocked Chen Fan red-faced and humiliated. Chen Fan and Ren Annie had become friends, while they could only stand by and watch. The gap in their social standing was glaringly obvious. How ironic that they had mocked Chen Fan for not recognizing his own place in the world. Now they were the ones getting slapped in the face. Compared to the awkward crowd, Qian Hui, the one who'd actually been slapped, now had a large, swollen patch on her face. Her face twisted in grievance as she turned to Lu Yi with pitiful eyes, whining, "Darling, you have to stand up for me. No matter how high and mighty that woman is, she can't just go around hitting people like that, can she? I'm your fiancé, isn't this like hitting you in the face?" Lu Yi felt like she was about to faint. Was Qian Hui's brain filled with mush? It was obvious Ren Annie was upset, yet she was still trying to drag her down with her. Did this woman have to drag her down with her or die? You deserved that beating. Who told you to spread rumors about her? Learn your lesson and keep your mouth shut. Lu Yi scolded Qian Hui in a hushed voice, showing no intention of defending her. Seeing Lu Yi's tactful response, Ren Annie held back. She nonchalantly accepted the damp towel handed by the waiter, meticulously wiping the hand she'd used to strike Qian Hui. With a look of disgust, she tossed the towel back onto the tray. Lu Yi, you're a smart woman. You should know better than anyone the price you paid to attend our family banquet. Trouble springs from loose lips. If this woman's nonsense ruins all your plans, it won't be me crying then. Are you listening? I'm listening carefully. Thank you for your advice, Miss Rin. Lu Yi nodded vigorously. He had even given away the clan treasure just to earn the Rin family's respect. Yet that fool Chen Hui not only failed to cherish this opportunity but also caused him to lose face completely. If only he'd known, he never would have brought her along. Watching Lu Yi grovel and beg for forgiveness before Ren Annie, Qian Hui felt seething anger and bitter resentment welling up inside her. But Ren Annie's status was beyond her reach, let alone challenging. She could only swallow her pride. After giving Lu Yi a stern talking to, Ren Annie left with a cold smile. She had intended to introduce Chen Fan to everyone, but upon second thought, she realized the Ren family hoped to showcase him in a more formal setting, having meticulously planned the occasion. If she rushed ahead and flaunted Chen Fan now, it would only make others dismiss his status as insignificant, undermining her grandfather's careful arrangements. With that realization, Ren Annie said no more. She merely smiled at Chen Fan and returned to her duties. Chen Fan was perfectly content, wandering around and sampling the food, seemingly unaffected by the earlier incident. In stark contrast, Chen Hui and Lu Yi felt like pariahs, constantly aware of the guests' piercing stares that made them squirm. The earlier sense of pride had vanished completely. Now, they only wished their presence could be as inconspicuous as possible, hoping to avoid being pointed at and whispered about. But how could the guests let such a spectacle go unnoticed? Almost everyone gathered in small groups, discussing the recent events. How could Lu Yi possibly fancy Qian Hui? She's not bad-looking, but she's so stupid. Exactly. If I were Lu Yi, I'd want to crawl into a hole and die.
Being publicly humiliated like that by Miss Ren is utterly embarrassing.
Though Qian Hui made a fool of herself this time, Miss Ren's attitude was also intriguing. She actually called Chen Fan her close friend.
What's so intriguing about that? Miss Ren just didn't want rumors spreading, so she said it to avoid awkwardness for both sides.
Qian Hui's an idiot. She went and implicated Miss Ren in her gossip.
She's definitely going to pay for this later.
Listening to the murmurs of gossip, Qian Hui felt as if a massive ship were strapped around her neck, crushing her so she couldn't lift her head. Lu Yi, furious, dragged Qian Hui into the small garden.
Without a shred of tenderness, she shoved her away and snapped angrily, "Qian Hui, did water get into your brain? How could you not even recognize Ren Annie?"
She was already showing signs of impatience, yet you kept spouting nonsense. For Ren Annie, being associated with a low-life scumbag like Chen Fan is a disgrace beyond measure.
Do you understand? Lu Yi didn't believe Chen Fan was truly Ren Annie's kept man.
After all, countless men were clamoring to get into Ren Annie's bed. There was no way someone like Chen Fan would ever make the cut.
Even if Ren Annie did keep Chen Fan as her kept man, could she possibly admit that in public? Wouldn't that be slapping the Ren family in the face?
Qian Hui, thoroughly berated, sniffled while touching up her makeup.
I just got carried away in the heat of the moment. I didn't think it through. Anyway, let's drop this topic.
That scumbag Chen Fan isn't worth worrying about, but Miss Ren values her reputation. If this gets out, people won't just think we're spreading rumors. Miss Ren will definitely find a way to shut us down.
Lu Yi took a deep breath. I understand.
I won't mention it again, Qian Hui replied, looking utterly dejected.
But Miss Ren is way too bossy. Even if I really said something wrong, she shouldn't have slapped me right in front of you. That's just so rude.
Qian Hui deliberately tried to sow discord, implying that Ren Annie had refused to give Lu Yi face.
But Lu Yi wasn't swayed at all.
Instead, she sighed softly, sounding almost self-pitying. She does have the capital to disregard my feelings, just like you don't need to care about Chen Fan.
Ren Annie has absolutely no reason to spare my dignity. That's just how high society operates. What can we do when our family isn't as powerful as the Rens? But times change. I'll remember this incident. Bear with it for now.
Once I meet that remarkable Mr. Chen through the Ren family, I'll find a way to bring him into our camp. With Mr. Chen's backing, the Lu family surpassing the Rens and regaining our former glory will be just around the corner.
Sooner or later, I, Lu Yi, will climb above that Ren Annie and avenge you properly. Lu Yi's heartfelt words sent Qian Hui's blood boiling, making her forget all about the humiliation she'd just endured. Darling, we'll endure humiliation and bide our time. Sooner or later, we'll teach that a lesson she won't forget.
For the sake of a brighter future, Qian Hui resolved to endure this temporary humiliation. She vowed silently that once she became the mistress of the Lu household, she would repay every ounce of today's humiliation with interest to those two scum, Chen Fan and Ren Annie. Darling, you understand the bigger picture.
Rest assured, I won't keep you waiting long. Lu Yi nodded.
Though the Ren family gained the upper hand by meeting Mr. Chen earlier than us, they carried themselves with such haughty airs, always putting on airs, that they couldn't possibly lower themselves to win Mr. Chen's favor. Before coming here, I discussed it with my parents. Since this Mr. Chen commands such respectful treatment from old Master Run, he must be around the same age as our grandfather. When the time comes, I'll lower my stance. The moment I see an opening, I'll kneel and ask him to be my godfather. I must beat everyone else to it and make sure Mr. Chen remembers us. Though the title of godson might not sound impressive, once we establish ties with Mr. Chen, everyone below him in seniority will be beneath us. He couldn't be more right. Lu Yi was adept at flattering himself, and Qian Hui was even better at playing along. The two of them sang in perfect harmony, their logic self-consistent. They didn't see adopting a godfather as shameful, but rather as something to be proud of. Sigh. Come to think of it, why haven't Grandma and the others arrived yet? This line has been ridiculously long. Mentioning godfathers made Qian Hui think of her own grandmother. She scanned the area but didn't see come in, and a bad feeling started to creep up on her. Lu Yi also found it odd and asked, "Did you text them?" Sent several messages with no reply. Calls went straight to voicemail. Qian Hui replied, her voice tinged with worry. Lu Yi couldn't be bothered with those who only brought shame upon themselves. To him, it was better they couldn't get in. Shrugging it off, Lu Yi patted Qian Hui's shoulder with a half-hearted reassurance. Come on, they're a big group and all grown-ups. What could possibly happen? Probably just off networking somewhere else, we just didn't see them. Qian Hui found Lu Yi's reasoning plausible. After all, they'd come in with Shirku probably off entertaining somewhere else. Never mind that now. Get your face treated immediately. Reduce the swelling fast, don't let your godfather see you looking like this later. Qian Hui's gaze hardened as she vowed resolutely, yes. Rest assured, for our future, I'll make a great impression today. She was determined to win over Mr. Chen. The future wife of a wealthy family, no storm or setback could stand in the way of her dream. And no one would ever snatch away the Mr. Chen she had set her sights on. Chapter 37, Is Granduncle Chen Fan? After touching up her makeup in the small garden, Qian Hui turned to return to the banquet hall with Lu Yi.
By then, old Rin had already descended from the upper floor. As the host of this banquet, his appearance immediately drew thunderous applause from the entire room. All eyes focused on him, their gazes brimming with flattery and envy. Mr. Ren's status in Jinling was unquestionably paramount, towering above all others. For many present, merely catching a glimpse of his face was already a life achievement worth boasting about. Lu Yi was no stranger to old Master Ren after all, her family had once enjoyed its own period of glory. Xian Hui, however, hailed from a third-rate Jinling family and was a fallen young lady. Though renowned for her beauty, she had never truly crossed paths with the genuine upper echelons of society and thus had never encountered old Master Ren before. Today, witnessing Ren Lao's exceptional bearing and his imposing presence as solid as Mount Tai, Xian Hui was profoundly moved. Her face lit up with admiration as she exclaimed, "Truly, nobility radiates from him." As expected of an old established family, a true aristocratic house is something else entirely. But then again, if even a titan like old Master Ren would stoop to courting that Mr. Chen, he must be truly extraordinary. If we could truly gain recognition from this godfather, a lifetime of wealth and prestige would be guaranteed. At this point, Xian Hui's face lit up with anticipation. Lu Yi wholeheartedly agreed, nodding proudly. Of course. Otherwise, why would I go to such lengths, groveling and flattering the Ren family? But they don't know my true ambitions yet. Once I'm connected to Godfather Ren, the entire Ren family will be beneath my feet. Ha! Lu Ye's ambition was immense. Far from feeling shame for such blatant betrayal, he took pride in it, even basking in self-satisfaction. Xian Hui saw nothing wrong with Lu Ye's actions either. She simply thought she'd found an exceptionally clever man unlike Chen Fan, that stubborn blockhead who couldn't seize opportunities and was destined to live off others forever. Enough talk. Let's hurry over. Old Master Ren has already emerged, and Mr. Chen should be showing up soon. The two hurriedly pushed their way to the front, craning their necks to peer around, desperate for Mr. Chen to emerge. Like them, many others were brimming with ambition, waiting for Mr. Chen to make his appearance. Long before the banquet, the Rin family had relentlessly hyped up expectations for this Mr. Chen, making everyone eager to see just who this mysterious figure was that even the powerful Rin family treated with such deference. The brazen Lu Yi and Xian Hui now seemed to have completely forgotten their earlier humiliation. Pushing their way through the crowd, they reached the very front. Lu Yi bowed respectfully to old Master Ren, then asked eagerly, "Old Master, why hasn't Mr. Chen arrived yet? Everyone's waiting for him." Old Master Ren had initially been reluctant to acknowledge Lu Yi, but upon hearing the question about Chen Fan, he unexpectedly softened his tone. "Don't worry. Good things come to those who wait. Mr. Chen will make his grand entrance as the finale. As for your earlier request to bring the clan treasure and meet Mr. Chen through my introduction, I've discussed it with him. He finds you promising and is willing to meet you. So you needn't worry anymore. However, Mr. Chen also mentioned that since this is your first meeting, neither of you truly knows the other's character yet. While he has no objection to your wish to adopt him as a godfather, he suggested you might want to reconsider." Lu Yi had no idea this was Old Rin setting a trap for him. When he heard Old Rin advise against the godparenthood, he immediately suspected the old man feared losing his place once Lu Yi became close with Mr. Chen. This only fueled Lu Ye's determination. "Mr. Rin, my mind is made up. I've discussed this with my family, and they fully support it. So please, you needn't worry about me anymore." "Very well. Truthfully, I've sensed your sincerity through the gifts you've given me. Since that's the case, I shan't stand in your way." Old Ren had just spoken with Chen Fan and learned of Lu Yi and Xian Hui's humiliation of him. Naturally, he had no patience for such trash and let them make fools of themselves. Mr. Rin soon took the stage, first thanking everyone for attending, then immediately getting to the point about Chen Fan. As Old Man Rin introduced him, everyone grew even more eager to meet this highly skilled and formidable Mr. Chen. Every pair of eyes was glued to the stage, straining to see clearly, as if tiptoeing for a better view. Host Rin Annie, unusually, seemed to have completely let go of the earlier incident. She pulled Lu Yi and Xian Hui onto the stage, smiling as she instructed them, "Mr. Chen will be entering from the side shortly. To emphasize the solemnity of the occasion, all lights will be dimmed first. Get ready here in advance. Kneel with your wine glasses raised. When Mr. Chen arrives, immediately toast him and acknowledge the family connection. This way, he'll find it hard to refuse." Lu Yi hadn't expected Rin Annie to proactively offer guidance. She recognized Rin Annie as a sensible woman who surely understood that once she established contact with Mr. Chen, the Rin family would have to bow to her will. "Thank you for your guidance, Miss Rin. I won't forget this kindness." Though these words passed through Lu Ye's lips, her mind was already plotting how to exact revenge for the humiliation she'd just endured once she secured her position. Just as Rin Annie had said, after everything was arranged, the lights abruptly went out. A bright spotlight descended from above, landing squarely on the center of the stage, awaiting Chen Fan's entrance. Hearing footsteps approach from the side, Lu Yi immediately pulled Xian Hui to her knees. Following Ren Annie's instructions, they first offered a toast, then knelt and kowtowed. Immediately after, a clear, ringing Godfather rang out. That resounding cry of Godfather stunned many present. Good heavens, she's taking this as her godfather. Young Master Lu really had no qualms about this. I certainly wouldn't have the nerve. Talk about having the flexibility to pull it off. Ever since the Lu family's decline, they'd been scheming relentlessly to climb back up the social ladder. Now that they'd finally seized a golden opportunity, they certainly weren't about to let it slip away. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the figure approaching from the side finally reached the spot where Guang stood. The crowd finally got a clear look at his face. What? He's far too young. Isn't he the one who just arrived? Everyone below the stage looked as if they wanted to speak but held back. Only Lu Yi and Xian Hui knelt properly, heads bowed to the ground, unaware of who had arrived. But the next moment, a familiar voice, tinged with amusement, reached them from right in front. You want to adopt me as your godfather? But I'm not even as old as either of you. Doesn't that seem a bit inappropriate? Chapter 38, Begging for Reconciliation. Chen Fan? Xian Hui recognized the voice first and looked up to find Chen Fan towering over her. Her face drained of color as she grabbed her skirt and stood up, simultaneously yanking the still-dazed Lu Yi to her feet. Get up! Why are you kneeling before him? Xian Hui was nearly beside herself with fury. She had just publicly humiliated Chen Fan in front of everyone, and now she was kneeling and kowtowing to him, calling him grandpa. If word got out about this, where would she hide her face? How did you end up here? Don't tell me you colluded with Ren Annie to trick us. Lu Yi, no longer caring about propriety, shouted angrily. He refused to believe that Ren Lao would honor such a lowly nobody as Chen Fan as his honored guest. Lu Yi, you'd better not spout nonsense here. Chen Fan is the master my grandfather spoke of. He personally hosted a banquet for him. How dare you question him? Ren Annie narrowed her eyes and stepped forward, scolding both of them loudly. Chen Fan saved my life. The reason I'm formally introducing Mr. Chen today is so everyone remembers he is our Ren family's honored guest. Old Master Ren echoed. From now on, anyone who dares to offend him is declaring war on the Ren family. I will not let it slide. Old Master Ren's words rang out with such force and conviction that they were clearly no empty threats. In his youth, this old gentleman had been a decisive and formidable figure. Now in his later years, his authority remained undiminished. He was a man of his word, and no one dared question that. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xian Hui shook her head frantically, then suddenly remembered something and hurriedly pulled out her phone. I have Mr. Chen's number. I'll call him right now and expose your scheme. Originally, she had planned to keep his contact information secret, slowly reeling Mr. Chen in step by step to turn him to her advantage. But now was no time for secrecy. Ring ring ring. Suddenly, a ringtone echoed from Chen Fan's pocket. Under Qian Hui's horrified, deathly gaze, Chen Fan answered the call with a faint, ambiguous smile. What's up, granddaughter? The scene was almost comical. Qian Hui froze like a statue, the phone slipping limply from her hand. So all this time, Chen Fan really was Mr. Chen. The very same Mr. Chen who had tanged in on was treated as a VIP by Oldrin. The matter was settled. No matter how much Lu Yi resisted, she had no choice but to accept Chen Fan as her godfather. With so many witnesses present, even if he wanted to renege, there was no way he could back out. Not to mention, with old Ren and Ren Annie watching right there, how could he possibly back out? Once word gets out about this, it's bound to become the laughingstock of everyone's dinner table. Just recalling how Lu Yi had scrambled earlier, terrified someone else might snatch the chance to be the grandson, had everyone doubled over laughing, nearly going mad with amusement. Oh my goodness, congratulations to young Master Lu. Congratulations on acquiring such a young grandfather. Being a grandson really is your specialty. Unbelievable. Didn't he even bother to find out how old Mr. Chen was? He could have at least asked to be his godbrother instead of immediately demoting himself to grandson status. That's hilarious. Goodness, I wonder what young Master Lu's real grandfather would think if he knew he had such a young brother. If it were my grandfather, he'd be so furious he'd faint on the spot. Lu Yi stood frozen on stage, his face alternating between pale and crimson, desperate to vanish into a crack in the ground. Amidst the crowd's laughter and cheer, the banquet continued. But Lu Yi and Xian Hui couldn't hear a thing anymore. Their ears rang incessantly, and their faces burned so fiercely they felt like they could fry pancakes on them. Once the disgraced son-in-law of the Qian family, he had now transformed into the benefactor of the Ren family. This transformation was truly the inspirational model of the year. Of course, for Chen Fan to be honored as a guest of honor by the Ren family, he must have considerable backing. The reason everyone speculated this way was simple. If Chen Fan had merely saved old Master Ren's life, the wealthy patriarch would surely have expressed his gratitude with generous gifts. There would be no need for such elaborate efforts to elevate Chen Fan's status. The profound respect shown by the elderly Mr. Ren toward such a junior figure like Chen Fan must stem from other reasons. This thought made Chen Fan seem even more unfathomable to the crowd. Each wore an inquisitive expression, vying to offer toasts and curry favor. They didn't expect to leave a deep impression on Chen Fan, but they desperately hoped not to offend him. They feared that if they incurred his wrath, they might not even know how they met their end. Qian Huira lurked in a corner of the banquet like a zombie, her mind in turmoil, her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. How could Chen Fan, who had been nothing but a lowly nobody, transform into such a powerful figure in the blink of an eye? Back when they divorced, she'd feared Chen Fan might take advantage of her. So she'd deliberately set him up, tricking him into signing a divorce agreement that stripped him of all rights to their joint assets. Little did she know that her cleverness would backfire. What she held in her hands meant nothing to Chen Fan, while everything he controlled was now beyond her reach forever. Many guests at the event knew Chen Fan and Qian Huigang had recently divorced, prompting numerous women to offer themselves as concubines in hopes of winning his favor. Chen Fan became the most sought-after guest at the banquet. Most people came to act as matchmakers or send subtle signals, which he hadn't anticipated. Just as Chen Fan pondered how to handle these advances, Qian Hui, standing in a corner, clenched her teeth, stamped her foot, and seemed to make a desperate decision. She suddenly burst into tears and threw herself at him. Chen Fan, I never forgot you, not for a single moment. If only my mother hadn't abandoned us for a new lover, climbing the social ladder by forcing us apart, I would never have left you. That incident with my sister, she did it on purpose. I never doubted you. I know that damn girl framed you. I truly can't bear the pain of being apart from you. Every night, I miss you deeply. Let's get back together. Qian Hui cast herself as the tragic heroine from a Qiangyao soap opera, pleading tearfully with Chen Fan in a pitiable, helpless manner. But Chen Fan felt only endless disgust. Once, he thought Qian Hui was an unattainable flower on a high ridge, feeling utterly unworthy of her, so he'd been willing to do anything for her. But in the days since his release, Chen Fan had come to realize Qian Hui's moral standards were shockingly low. For wealth and prestige, this woman would do anything. Lu Yi had just been mortified by becoming Chen Fan's grandson, and before he could recover, an even greater thunderbolt struck. His fiancée had abandoned him to reconcile with her ex-husband? What kind of ing soap opera plot was this? Qian Hui's clumsy performance instantly thrust Lu Yi back into the eye of the storm. You actually dared to publicly cuckold me? Who was it that crawled into my room to seduce me? Who said she didn't want to be with a country bumpkin, that she wanted to be the mistress of the Lu household? You've forgotten all that now, haven't you? Lu Ye's voice boomed like thunder, echoing far and wide. Last time he'd ignored Qian Hui, she'd pleaded pitifully, swearing she loved only him, then repaid him with her body. That's why Lu Yi had invested so much manpower, resources, and heart into Qian Hui. And now, this woman had instantly changed her tune the moment her ex-husband rose to prominence, publicly humiliating him. Wasn't that going too far? Qian Hui couldn't care less. Her obsession with climbing the social ladder had driven her mad. Since Chen Fan was clearly better than Lu Yi, why would she look elsewhere? Qian Hui continued pleading desperately with Chen Fan, insisting she'd been forced into it by Lu Yi. She claimed that shameless woman had clung to her like a leech, pressuring the Chen family until she had no choice but to be with him. The crowd watched this farce unfold, eyes wide with shock. In high society, people swallowed their pride rather than act so outrageously. Just as Chen Fan had had enough of Qian Hui's pitiful act and was about to kick her out, a white-haired old lady burst into the banquet hall, her expression filled with excitement. Xiao Yi, I've brought you a treasure. Chapter 39, The Tiger Seal of the War God. Lu Yi turned to see her grandmother approaching and hurried through the crowd, fearing the elderly woman might overhear the unsavory events and suffer a stroke from the shock. Grandma, who invited you here? Suspecting someone had deliberately invited her to ruin his family, Xiao Ye's eyes sharpened. But the old matriarch of the Lu family shook her head. Trembling, she pulled a tiger token from her pocket, cradling it in both hands as she spoke in a voice thick with tears. You little rascal, I came specifically to tell you good news. See this tiger token? It belongs to the Lord of War. I dug it up while tending the garden at the ancestral home. That our family possesses an artifact of the Lord of War, and such an important one as this tiger token. Do you understand what this signifies? What does it mean? Lu Yi took the token from his grandmother, utterly bewildered. You silly child. It proves our Lu family isn't just nobodies, we're descendants of the Lord of War. Wah! As she spoke, the old lady began weeping with emotion, her overflowing joy evident. Lu Yi was utterly stunned. She swallowed hard, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the tiger token in her hands, trembling with excitement. The War God Sovereign stood at the pinnacle of Huaxia martial arts. Within the War God Hall he resided a group of deified supermasters, commanding respect from high-ranking figures across the land. Because the Lord of the War God was so formidable, anything he had ever used became a treasure of immense value. Anyone fortunate enough to obtain even a single cup from the War God's Lord could rise to power and command authority. And this was no ordinary token. A tiger token was a military command symbol, a treasure among treasures. The next instant, Lu Ye's eyes widened in disbelief as he erupted into maniacal laughter. He thrust the tiger token high above his head, his expression reminiscent of Fan Jin upon passing the imperial examination. With unrestrained arrogance, he swept his gaze across every person present.
Then, with a leap, Lu Yi hopped onto a nearby table and shouted wildly, "Did you hear that?
Did you all hear that? I'm a descendant of the war god. The blood of the war god runs through my veins. What are you dirt mongrels? Just moments ago, you mocked me? You laughed at me? Now, if you've got the guts, keep laughing. I'll see who can keep grinning. All you are is a bunch of bootlickers for the Rin family. Look at you scrambling to kiss up to them. And you, Qian Hui, you filthy woman.
The moment you heard that Chen Fan had some skills, you rushed over to suck up to him.
What do you have to say now?
My status and standing are worlds above that lowly dog's.
You must be regretting it now, right? Regretting it so much your guts are turning green? Too bad you won't get the chance. I'll never give you the time of day again.
Now that I hold the war god's tiger seal, everyone in the war god's hall must obey my commands.
What are you lot? What is this tiny Jinling city? I'm about to rise to the top, you fools. Do you even understand?
Lu Yi delivered a fiery speech that stunned everyone present. They stared at the ancient-looking tiger token in Lu Ye's hand, their expressions filled with utter disbelief. Qian Hui, who had been sobbing just moments before, now sat frozen on the ground, her eyes wide and vacant. Her mind felt like a bowl of porridge. The war god's master was the internationally recognized face of martial arts for Huaxia, the pinnacle of its martial tradition. To be connected to him meant standing at the very apex of Huaxia's martial world.
When did the Lu family become descendants of the war god's master? If the tiger token in Lu Ye's hand was genuine, what had she just done? Was she truly about to squander the chance to become the mistress of the war god's hall?
The sheer unattainability of the war god's hall made Qian Hui feel dizzy and lightheaded. If Lu Yi truly gained control of the war god's hall, the power she would wield would be beyond the comprehension of ordinary people.
These thoughts made Qian Hui change her mind once more.
She cast aside all sense of shame, lunging toward Lu Yi once more. With great effort, she lifted her skirt and scrambled onto the table, wrapping her arms around Lu Ye's calf as she knelt there, pleading desperately, "Darling, I was possessed by some evil spirit just now.
I don't know what came over me to say those things. That bastard Chen Fan must have played some dirty trick to trap me. Our love is as strong as gold, how could I ever abandon you for him? We're betrothed partners who've shared every hardship.
With this tiger token, not only will the Lu family rise, but you, my love, will surely make something of yourself.
No more bowing to their whims. Get lost."
Qian Hui was still ranting on and on when Lu Yi mercilessly kicked her off the table. A thunderous thud echoed as Qian Hui crashed heavily to the floor. The sound alone sent a shiver down one's spine. Her head hit first, smashing open and bleeding profusely.
Dazed but still clutching the table leg, she continued babbling about her adoration for Lu Yi.
Furious, Lu Yi stomped hard on the table and cursed, "Stop spouting bull. I've finally seen your true colors, you. I treated you like a goddess, but you're nothing but a shameless whore who'll sleep with anyone.
I'm done being played by you. Now I've got the tiger token that can summon the entire war god's temple? From now on, any woman I want is mine. Why would I need to pick up your slippers?" Lu Ye's words were so vile that even many of the onlookers couldn't bear to listen. The ladies present found his words utterly repulsive, lacking any trace of a gentleman's decorum. But Qian Hui, desperate for a better future, had thrown caution to the wind. Even after being trampled and berated by Lu Yi, she managed to clear her head and crawl up, blood streaming down her face, to grovel at his feet. "My dear, I truly love you. I was possessed by a demon just now. Please, let me stay by your side. As long as I can serve you from now on, even if you make me a concubine, I'll accept it willingly." Seeing Qian Hui reduced to this, Lu Yi burst out laughing. "Fine. Since you're so desperate to stay by my side, I'll grant your wish. Go home and prepare yourself properly today. If you can serve me well, I'll forget the past and forgive you. You'll stay by my side to serve me. But if you prove useless, you'll be sent packing as far as you can possibly go." "Thank you, my dear." Qian Hui was filled with gratitude toward Lu Yi, as if this were some divine blessing. She even knelt down and kowtowed to him. The scene was truly mind-blowing. Lu Yi, the poor man pretending to be rich, had now completely lost his mind. After dealing with Qian Hui, he held up the tiger token triumphantly and declared to everyone present, "You bastards, listen up. I'm not the same Lu young master you used to push around anymore. I am now the future leader of the War God's Hall. You mocked and ridiculed me earlier, apologize now while you still can. Otherwise, when I achieve greatness, I will never let you off the hook." The crowd exchanged nervous glances. Though terrified of Lu Ye's retribution, they equally despised the thought of crawling at his feet, becoming men without dignity. Just as everyone stood frozen in indecision, Chen Fan suddenly burst into laughter. "You bastard, what are you so cocky about? Don't you dare think you've really made it big." Chapter 40, The Little Mountain Wolf, Triumphant and Unrestrained. Chen Fan's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. In this situation, he actually dared to confront Lu Yi? How audacious. Who the hell do you think you're calling a grandson? Watch your ing mouth. I was set up by you bastards earlier, especially you, Renani. You humiliated me twice today, I've taken note. Lu Yi screamed hysterically, radiating an air of supreme arrogance. Unless you clean yourself up properly and serve me tonight alongside that Hort Qianhui, the Rin family won't have a moment's peace. Though others despised him intensely, they dared not act against him due to the imperial token in his grasp. But old Rin would never tolerate anyone humiliating his granddaughter. Slamming his cane hard onto the ground, he glared darkly and snapped, Lu Yi, I advise you to stop this nonsense. Ha! Old dog Rin, why should I listen to you? Things have come to this point, I'm no longer that insignificant nobody living in your shadow. Lu Yi pressed her advantage. Did you really think I came to your banquet out of genuine respect for you? What the hell are you, anyway? I only came to seize more resources. Now that I hold the imperial token, my rise to power is imminent. It should be you kneeling before me. Old Rin was furious, but he dared not make a rash move at this moment. If Lu Yi's tiger token proved genuine, and the War God's Hall fell under his command, even the entire city of Jinling would become insignificant as ants, let alone the insignificant Rin family. This thought filled old Master Ren with deep worry as he turned to look at Chen Fan. The Ren family was vast and powerful. No matter how much Lu Yi tried to undermine them, they could withstand it. But what about Chen Fan? Old Master Ren was not the kind to betray others after using them. Compared to his own family's plight, he was more concerned about Chen Fan's future. Ren Lao valued talent above all else. He knew that if Chen Fan could safely navigate this crisis, he would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. By then, Chen Fan might very well become the key to resolving the Ren family's crisis. With this in mind, the Ren family resolved to humble themselves this once, helping Chen Fan resolve the current matter first. After all, as the saying goes, keep the mountain green, and you'll never run out of firewood. The moment before, old Master Ren had been seething with anger. The moment after, he set aside his pride and spoke to Lu Yi with a gentle expression, Little Lu, please calm down. Step down from the table. We can discuss this slowly. Today's mix-up ultimately stems from my poor planning. I only wanted to surprise everyone, never expecting it would lead to this misunderstanding. This is my fault. I apologize. Let's each take a step back and consider this settled. As he spoke, old Rin shot Chen Fan a meaningful glance, worried the young man might be too inexperienced to let the matter drop. Old Ren, you're barely keeping your own head above water, what are you still whining about? Lu Yi finally had a chance to step on someone else. How could she let this go easily? I know your family has a betrothal agreement with the Zhao clan, but the Zhaos are nothing more than lackeys of the War God's temple. I, however, will become its true master. If you're smart, you'll figure out how to apologize to me instead of defending this worthless dog. Lu Yi's scolding left Ren Lao with no shred of dignity. And you, Chen Fan, you think a scumbag like you could ever be my grandfather? You must be out of your mind. Mark my words, if you kneel before me right now, kowtow, and call me ancestor, I might consider sparing you. But if you remain stubborn and keep acting cocky, I won't tolerate you any longer. Enough. Old Master Rin, pushed beyond endurance, finally erupted, Lu Yi, show mercy where you can. This place, no matter what, is still Rin family territory. Not only have you not become the master of the War God's Hall yet, but even if you did, you wouldn't be allowed to act so brazenly. Old Master Ren's stance was firm, and Ren Annie was equally resolute. Lu Yi, someone like you is utterly unworthy of the War God's Hall. Not only would you be unworthy of becoming its rightful master, but even allowing you to enter the War God's Hall would be an insult to it. You're nothing but a petty wolf, growing arrogant the moment you get your way. If the War God himself knew his descendants were scum like you, he'd be furious enough to die. Chen Fan hasn't done a single wrong thing from start to finish. Kneeling and kowtowing? Forget it. Apologizing? Absolutely unnecessary. Ren Annie had thrown caution to the wind, she'd rather die than bow to the tyranny of someone like Lu Yi. Old Master Ren hadn't expected Ren Annie to speak so decisively. Momentarily speechless, he frantically signaled his granddaughter to stop. Chen Fan understood the old man's well-intentioned efforts. He immediately clasped his fists and bowed, saying, Old Ren, I appreciate your sentiment. I know you're bowing to the Lu family to protect me. However, there's absolutely no need for that. As Miss Rin stated, someone like him isn't worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as the War God's temple. Moreover, he's merely trying to make himself look good. He has absolutely no connection to the War God's temple whatsoever. That tiger token in his possession absolutely could not belong to the War God's master. As soon as Chen Fan spoke, Lu Yi immediately turned to look at her grandmother. The old lady snorted, What nonsense are you spouting, you brat? That tiger token was found in the garden of our ancestral home. It's the genuine article, plain and simple. Chen Fan snorted coldly at this, then pulled out the small jade Buddha from his pocket. So your family's treasure was also found in your ancestral home? Seeing the jade Buddha in Chen Fan's hand, Lu Yi froze, her gaze turning sharp as she fixed it on Ren Laodao. You old dog, Ren. You're truly ungrateful. I gave you our family treasure, and now you're handing it off to this brat? Are you really determined to sink or swim with him? Fine. I was originally inclined to spare your Rin family. But since you insist on associating with such scum, then so be it. Once I rise to power and establish contact with the war god's temple, I won't let you off the hook. No sooner had Lu Yi finished his grand declaration than Chen Fan let out a cold laugh. You dare contact the war god's temple? Both your jade Buddha and tiger seal are ill-gotten. That jade Buddha was a deceased person's cherished possession. You dug it up through grave robbery and now treat it as your clan treasure. It's already steeped in resentment. But that's not the most critical issue. The most critical issue is that tiger token in your hand. That tiger token truly belonged to the lord of the war god. Years ago, when one of the lord's close friends faced persecution by treacherous men and had nowhere to hide, the lord gave him this token as a token of trust. This allowed the friend to travel south unimpeded. But when he reached Jinling, the city's commander succumbed to greed. He murdered the war god's friend and seized the token. Thus, the war god's temple had long issued a bounty for its retrieval. Whoever possesses the tiger token is deemed a traitor, marked for execution by every member of the temple. Surely you're not unaware of this? As the war god's disciple, Chen Fan knew these events from years past like the back of his hand, understanding them perfectly. When old lady Lu produced this tiger token, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Like father, like son. The descendant of that villain who betrayed loyal subjects back then is still a worthless fool in this life. Chapter 41, A Twist-Filled Plot. Chen Fan's words sent shockwaves through the entire hall. Who could have imagined the tiger token's origins were like this? Bull. My ancestors were no such villains. I see you're just jealous that I could become the heir to the war god's hall, so you're deliberately trying to scare me off here, hoping I won't contact them, right? I'm not falling for your tricks. Lu Yi didn't believe a word of Chen Fan's story, convinced he was lying through his teeth. Just then, a professor wearing glasses and possessing an elegant, scholarly demeanor stepped forward. I can vouch for him, every word he said is true. I'm a professor in the history department at Jinling University. I've spent years researching the war god's temple, and what he mentioned is documented. If you don't believe me, I can access the university system right now and retrieve all the relevant literature. This professor was not only renowned in Jinling but also a world-famous historian, so his words carried significant weight. You're lying. You must be in cahoots with him, right? Lu Yi remained unconvinced. Not only could she not use this tiger token to rise to power, but she might even face mortal danger because of it. Just as old Madame Lu was about to speak up for her grandson, two more members of the Lu family hurriedly arrived. They clutched bamboo slips in their hands, their faces etched with urgency, as if bearing urgent news. Grandma! You didn't show that thing off, did you? That's no ordinary item, hide it immediately, the two shouted the moment they entered. Their terrified expressions suggested something was hot on their trail. What are you talking about? A bad feeling flashed through Lu Ye's mind. How should I put it? The two stammered, hesitant to reveal their secret in public. Seeing their reluctance to clarify, Lu Yi, filled with unease, held up the tiger token in her hand before them. Is this the thing you're talking about? Whoa! We're done for. The moment they saw Lu Yi standing on the table holding the tiger token, they nearly fainted from fright. Quick, put it away. How could you show this to anyone? If the war god's temple finds out, it's decapitation. They've been hunting down anyone with this thing. Their reactions and words proved Chen Fan's story was entirely true. Truthfully, when the Lu family first obtained the tiger token, they were ecstatic. But as they eagerly researched their family history, their excitement gradually turned to horror when they uncovered this shameful chapter. Yet no sooner had they uncovered this secret than the old lady snatched the tiger token and dashed to the banquet. They had planned to catch up with her and conceal the matter, but never anticipated Lu Yi and the old lady would be so reckless. Not only did they flaunt the artifact, they also made outrageous boasts, offending everyone present. This time, the Lu family was truly beyond redemption. Put. Such a dramatic reversal was utterly unforeseen by everyone present. Laughter rippled through the crowd, and even old Rin couldn't help but let a sneer escape his lips. He had assumed Lu Yi was somehow connected to the war god's temple, a force he couldn't afford to provoke. But it turned out their ancestors were utterly despicable. They were actually wanted criminals by the war god's temple. With the crisis averted, old Rin fixed his deep gaze upon Chen Fan once more, a wave of admiration welling up within him. This youngster was remarkably well-read and knowledgeable, even aware of such deeply hidden matters. Had he not possessed such insight, old Ren might have truly developed a serious illness. Impossible. Why did it have to end like this? I refuse to believe it. Lu Yi seemed to lose her mind, collapsing onto the ground in despair, her eyes vacant. Witnessing this, the guests revealed their true colors, turning on her like a wall collapsing. Oh my, I wonder if we'd get some nice perks if we went to inform on him to the war god's temple? Let them avenge those heroes from back then. Times may have changed, but that beast's offspring clearly show no remorse. Their veins still pulse with arrogant, filthy blood. So if they get dragged into this mess, they deserve every bit of it. Lu Yi, what are you still standing here for? Get out of here. I may not stoop to snitching, nor do I have connections to the war god's temple, but with so many guests aware of this, word will inevitably spread. Once it reaches the war god's temple's ears, it'll be too late for you to run. Hearing these threats, the old woman and the two Lu family members trembled violently, on the verge of collapse. Just like them, Shen Hui's face was ashen, her eyes filled with terror. In her desperate quest to curry favor with the powerful, she had discarded all dignity and self-respect. Even after being beaten bloody by Lu Yi, she had knelt at his feet, begging pitifully. Now that her wish had finally come true, she learned that Lu Yi was not the descendant of some war god lord, but rather the offspring of a criminal, a traitor everyone was entitled to execute. The thought nearly sent Shen Hui into a faint. How could she be so unlucky? How could she ever show her face in Jinling's high society again? Enough. Get this beast out of here immediately. The Lu family has been nothing but scum, worse than swine for generations, utterly revolting. Old Ren waved his hand, signaling the security to throw both Lu Yi and his grandmother out. Grandfather, you're a man of honor, willing to show mercy to those unaware. But Lu Yi just hurled filthy insults at you, even calling you a dog. To me, someone like him is unworthy of being human. He deserves to be a dog himself, Ren Annie interjected. Aren't there several kneeling at the door begging forgiveness? Lu Yi's crimes are no less than theirs. He certainly shouldn't be let off lightly. Ren Annie's words struck a chord with old Master Ren. He immediately nodded, ordering someone to forge an iron plaque for Lu Yi to wear around his neck, so all would know what his Lu family ancestors had done. Lu Yi was led away, yet even as he was dragged out of the banquet hall, he showed no remorse. He kept threatening those present, declaring that once his elder brother learned of this, they would all pay the price. Watching Lu Yi meet such an end, Shen Hui's heart raced with anxiety. She knelt there trembling, her face pleading as she looked at Chen Fan, then crawled over to start begging him. Husband, I was just putting on a show to persuade Lu Yi and protect you. Please don't misunderstand, I love you, I truly do. Can we start over? I'll do whatever you say, anything you ask. Shen Hui wasn't merely hoping Chen Fan would spare her, she still clung to the fantasy of reconciling with him. Get back together? You think you're worthy? Get out now. Go see what your grandmother is doing at the door. Chen Fan couldn't care less about Shen Hui. Ren Annie gave a subtle nod to the security guard nearby. The guard understood immediately, covering Shen Hui's mouth and dragging her out. The scene was momentarily satisfying. Chapter 42, Wind Direction Changing. With the dust settled, the banquet resumed. As the star of the show, Chen Fan was the center of attention, surrounded by adoring guests. The constant flow of toasts and congratulations left him overwhelmed. It was ultimately Ren Annie who came to his rescue, extricating him from the whirlwind of social obligations. Her urgency in seeking Chen Fan stemmed primarily from concern for her younger brother, Ren Chang. The resentment within Ren Chang had not dissipated, leaving him hospitalized to this day. The doctors hinted to Ren Annie that Ren Chang's condition was highly unusual. After all, when he was rushed into the emergency room, he was in a state beyond medical help. Yet within mere minutes, his condition miraculously shifted from critical to minor injuries. That alone was bizarre enough, but even stranger things were yet to come. Although diagnosed with minor injuries, Ren Chang's condition had fluctuated over the past 2 days. As treatment progressed, his symptoms had gradually worsened. Such an oddity was unprecedented in the doctor's decades of practice. Ren Annie knew immediately that this was undoubtedly the result of lingering resentment. That was why she came to implore Lord Chen Fan to overlook the transgression of a petty individual and lend his assistance once more. As a friend, Chen Fan naturally wouldn't refuse. Besides, he was eager to humiliate Ren Chang, so he readily agreed to help. Ren Annie's heart settled back into her chest, and she immediately brought up the earlier joke. That Lu Yi really didn't know his place. Without doing any proper research, he thought he'd suddenly become a phoenix perched on a branch. The descendant of the war god must be a peerless being, noble and upright, steadfast and reliable. How could he possibly be that restless, arrogant, and reckless? Besides, the war god's temple was so formidable they wouldn't just let a descendant of the war god wander the streets, would they? Chen Fan wholeheartedly agreed with Ren Annie's earlier remarks. However, he found it hard to agree with her subsequent remarks. Though the war god's temple was formidable, there were many things beyond its reach. The descendants of the war god weren't as glamorous as they appeared on the surface. Those destined for greatness must bear its weight. I rather think they might lead rather pitiful lives. His master had no offspring, and his disciples were hailed as descendants of the war god. Yet each of them bore immense burdens defending their homeland, guarding their territories, enduring misunderstanding. That's precisely why Chen Fan refused the war god's throne. For with great power comes great responsibility. Ren Annie curled her lip, unimpressed. Mr. Chen, I think you're overthinking this. Most people I've seen just get unluckier the harder they try. The chosen few are destined from birth to have more shortcuts than others. It's hard to accept, but it's the truth. Chen Fan didn't deny Ren Annie's words, for among the wealthy, this was indeed the case. Yet the trials endured by the descendants of the war god were hardships unimaginable to outsiders. Different paths lead to different goals. Seeking common ground while respecting differences is enough.
As the two conversed, the butler hurried over, announcing that young Master Zhao had arrived. Old Master Ren instructed Ren Annie to prepare to greet him together. As the hosts and focal points of the banquet, many eyes were fixed on Ren Annie and Chen Fan. The butler's announcement to Ren Annie quickly spread among the guests. The close ties between the Ren family and the Zhao family of the provincial capital were no secret. Thus, when the butler mentioned young Master Zhao, most of the guests present recognized him as Zhao Tai. We're truly fortunate today. Not only have we met the young prodigy Mr. Chen, but we also have the honor of sharing this banquet with young Master Zhao. How splendid! Oh dear, that Lu Yi left a bit too soon. Young Master Zhao's family actually has connections to the war god's lord. If he'd heard Lu Ye's wild claims earlier, we'd have been in for quite a show. Ha! You're such a gossip. I hear the Zhao family's ancestors were merely minor attendants to the Lord of War, yet they profited immensely from that connection. Of course. Connections to the war god's temple guarantee a lifetime of wealth and prestige. Though the title of attendant may not sound particularly prestigious, the Zhao family's status in the province is as high as the sun at noon, a fact known to all. So regardless of what their ancestors did, their descendants reaping the rewards is an undeniable fact. Ren Annie deeply despised Zhao Tai. Though she'd promised the steward she'd attend to him immediately, she remained rooted beside Chen Fan, unwilling to budge. That guy really has some nerve. After getting humiliated like that, he still has the audacity to show up at the banquet. If it were me, I wouldn't dare face anyone for quite some time. From Ren Annie's words, it was clear she genuinely held no affection for Zhao Tai. Chen Fan's expression was a mix of amusement and skepticism. Isn't this Zhao Tai connected to the war god's temple? Perhaps that's precisely why he acts so brazenly. Mentioning the war god's temple, Ren Annie opened up again. Exactly. The Zhao family's ancestors served the previous war god lord. Even though their status was lowly, the war god temple wields immense power. Just look at the reactions of these guests here. It's clear the war god temple is an unreachable entity to them, like being second only to the emperor himself. Chen Fan was astonished upon hearing this. He had initially thought the war god's hall was simply a group of war gods forming a force to protect Huaxia from foreign invasion. Yet who could have imagined the war god temple held such lofty status? That even an attendant to the war god's lord could receive such treatment was truly beyond belief. Perhaps knowing that the Ren family banquet would draw many prominent figures in Jinling, Zhao Tai made an even grander show of himself this time, parading through the streets with flair. He brought along nearly 10 bodyguards alone. Young Zhao, I sent you an invitation yesterday, but you didn't reply. I thought you weren't coming. Old Ren said with a professional smile. Mr. Ren, how could I miss such an important occasion? Seeing you looking so rosy-cheeked, I trust your health is fully restored? Mr. Ren nodded, then turned to Chen Fan. I'm fully recovered, all thanks to Mr. Chen saving my life. I thought I was about to meet the king of hell, but Mr. Chen's skill brought me back from the brink. Today's banquet isn't just to celebrate my recovery, it's primarily to introduce Mr. Chen to everyone. Zhao Tai's expression darkened as he sneered, Mr. Ren, your kindness is truly admirable. But if you ask me, there's no need for such grand gestures of gratitude. For someone of his lowly status, treating your noble body is already a blessing. Just give him some money and send him on his way. Zhao Tai's voice carried well, and his appearance quickly drew the attention of the entire room. His words were overheard by many of the guests. In truth, Zhao Tai's words echoed the sentiments of many present. These wealthy individuals each had their own personal physicians, but to them, these doctors were no different from guard dogs. Even if they did cure an illness, it was merely for the money. How could they possibly be considered benefactors? Therefore, many found old Ren's praise of Chen Fan peculiar, assuming it stemmed from Chen Fan's privileged background. Yet now, hearing Zhao Tai's words, it seemed Chen Fan was truly just an ordinary doctor, with no special background whatsoever. If that was the case, what was the point of currying favor with him? The guest's expressions shifted repeatedly. Soon, someone plucked up the courage to ask, isn't Mr. Chen from a prominent family? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhao Tai scoffed derisively, you lot are being clever to your own detriment. What prestigious family background does this fellow have? He's just some obscure country bumpkin who stumbled upon a lucky break curing old Master Ren's illness and climbing the ranks because of it. Old Master Ren is kind-hearted, yet this brat doesn't even know how to be humble. He's gotten so arrogant that old Master Ren actually threw a banquet to thank him. He's got the nerve of a pig. Zhao Tai was the center of attention among all the guests present. He was already highly esteemed by everyone, and now that they knew Chen Fan's true background, many began to change their attitudes, shifting with the wind. What a joke, turns out he's just some lowly doctor. I thought he was something special. Damn it, old Ren is just too kind-hearted. If it were me, I'd have kicked this greedy bastard out long ago. And here I was just now groveling to toast him. Unbelievable. The crowd joined in, each adding their own words as they launched a frenzied barrage of attacks and insults against Chen Fan. Old Ren narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. He slammed his cane hard onto the ground, his expression unyielding. Gentlemen, watch your words. I care not what you think of your own doctors.
But I know this, when I was on the brink of death, it was Mr. Chen who pulled me back. He turned the tide for our Rin family. If anyone dares to criticize him again, don't blame me for being unkind. Chapter 43, Zhao Tai feels he's got it all figured out. Though old Master Ren's words were meant for the assembled guests, they were equally a warning to Zhao Tai. Given Zhao Tai's unique position, however, he didn't want to completely sever ties with him, so he chose to send a warning through him. After being reprimanded by old Master Ren, the crowd reluctantly reined in their ugly behavior and offered apologies to him. Yet they showed Chen Fan not a shred of respect. In their eyes, Chen Fan had become nothing more than a clown, a shameless opportunist who knew nothing but climbing the ladder without regard for propriety. Chen Fan could see the contempt in their eyes, but why bother arguing with such narrow-minded people? Yet Chen Fan's indifference did not extend to Renani. She had always despised Zhao Tai, and seeing him humiliate Chen Fan like this only made her fury boil over. Zhao Tai, enough. You think your privileged background gives you the right to look down on everyone here? If we're talking pure ability, you don't hold a candle to Chen Fan. And don't you remember how you made a complete fool of yourself in front of Chen Fan last time? Hearing Renani speak thus, Zhao Tai remained utterly unflappable, responding with brazen arrogance, Annie, I truly never imagined you would say such things. When it comes to healing and saving lives, I might not be as skilled as that kid. But if I'm willing to pay, I could easily find hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of people far more capable than him. That's the gap between us. I see no shame in this. To me, people like him are no different from waitstaff in a restaurant. As long as they can provide me with service, that's all that matters. Zhao Tai always carried himself with an air of superiority, utterly incapable of respecting others. He believed everyone was merely fit to be his tool. Unable to tolerate Zhao Tai's arrogance and ignorance, Renani sneered coldly, You have so much now, of course you feel no shame. But wait until you have nothing left, then you'll understand the harsh reality. Ha! How could I ever have nothing? The gap between people is just that cruel. You haven't really been brainwashed by that kid into believing everyone is equal and that hard work will always pay off, have you? When your brother called me, saying you'd been blinded by this kid's nonsense, I didn't quite believe it. After all, I've always seen you as a woman of great wisdom. But seeing you now, you really do seem a bit off. And, I urge you to cut ties with that boy, don't let him brainwash you. You're meant to marry into the Zhao family and become our matriarch. If you adopt the mindset of these lowly people, it'll severely damage the Zhao family's prestige. Zhao Tai rambled on as if his family truly had an imperial throne to inherit. Renani felt utterly disgusted and shot back without mercy, Zhao Tai, could you stop being so self-important? I never agreed to marry you. Besides, people aren't divided into classes. Your thinking is utterly rotten. I can't stand talking to you. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, Renani turned to Chen Fan, Mr. Chen, ignore him. The guy's lost his mind. Miss Ren, I wouldn't get upset over something so trivial, Chen Fan replied with a smile. Zhao Tai, there's an old saying, wealth rarely lasts beyond 3 generations. Do you know why? What are you implying? That a spoiled rich kid like me would squander the family fortune? Zhao Tai wasn't entirely brainless. Chen Fan's opening words made his meaning clear, and he preemptively retorted, if a family's fortune can be squandered, it means that fortune wasn't substantial to begin with. Our family has ties to the war god's temple. As long as the temple stands, so will we. So your nonsense is probably just self-comfort for the lower classes, it doesn't apply to me. Chen Fan glanced at Zhao Tai's smug, self-assured expression and remarked coolly, a family like yours, a person like you, are unworthy of any connection to the war god's temple. The Zhao family will surely be ruined by your hands. There is no future. Ha! You're just jealous of me, aren't you? Wanting to curse me? Go ahead and say whatever you want. I've seen plenty of you resentful nobodies before. All you can do is pin your hopes on some vague, illusory fantasy. How pitiful. Zhao Tai stared at Chen Fan with utter disdain, as if looking at a madman. Speaking of pitiable, I find parasites like your Zhao family far more wretched. You pin all your glory and wealth on others' favors, utterly incapable of striving for anything yourselves. When the empire crumbles, it'll happen in the blink of an eye. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, Zhao Tai waved his hand impatiently. Enough, enough. I get it, you're jealous. Your sour grapes are sickening. Someone like you, destined to remain lowly for generations, could never comprehend the alliances within our upper echelons. Our family possesses the war basin once used by the war god himself. Whoever inherits the war god's shrine in the future, as long as our family properly venerates the artifacts of the war god's lord, we shall forever preserve our glory and wealth. Even if they don't respect us, they'll respect the Buddha. With just this war basin alone, the aristocratic families of the capital will treat the Zhao clan with utmost reverence. They'd never dare look down on us. These words sent another wave of astonishment rippling through the crowd. So all this time, the Zhao family actually held the war god's personal belongings. To receive such a gift from the war god himself, the Zhao family's ancestor must have been someone very close to him, certainly not just an ordinary attendant. Need I say more? How enviable the Zhao family is. A war basin is used for washing one's face. Anyone entrusted to personally attend to their master's ablutions must be deeply trusted. No wonder the Zhao family wields such immense power in the provincial capital. This explains it all. This is what a true aristocratic family looks like. With the protection of the war god's temple, the Zhao family truly has nothing to fear. Though Old Ren didn't display the same ostentatious excitement as the other guests, he was equally stunned inside. For all these years, the Zhao family had never revealed a single detail of this secret. Yet now, they were flaunting it at the Ren family banquet. Could there be some ulterior motive? It must be said, old Master Ren possessed remarkable foresight. Zhao Tai soon stole the show at the banquet. To allow everyone a deeper understanding of the war god sovereign, our family's leadership has decided, after thorough discussion, that I shall take the war vessel on a tour of exhibitions across the land. Jinling will be our first stop, a grand gift I offer to old Master Ren. Furthermore, I shall propose to and before this very war vessel, and I cordially invite you all to witness this moment. Zhao Tai's words were packed with information, dropping several bombshells in quick succession. Before the crowd could process it, Zhao Tai turned to Chen Fan with a less magnanimous tone. Mr. Chen, I assume your scheming to infiltrate high society was driven by a desire to broaden your horizons. Well, I'll give you a prime opportunity to broaden your horizons. When I propose to Wen, you absolutely must attend the ceremony. I'll show you what true aristocratic grandeur looks like. Zhao Tai's grandiloquent words made it clear he regarded this exhibition as a major undertaking, determined to stage it with spectacular flair to showcase the Zhao family's extraordinary status. Unaware of Zhao Tai's impending proposal, Ren Annie retorted immediately, "Who said anything about engagement? Zhao Tai, you ought to consult me before making such decisions. Annie, you were merely bewitched by that scoundrel for a moment. I can forgive you. This engagement was arranged long ago by our elders. Surely you wouldn't want to break old Ren's heart? You." As a junior member of the family, Ren Annie had no choice but to seethe with frustration when old Master Ren refused to speak for her. "Well, Mr. Chen, I trust you'll grace us with your presence?" Chen Fan remained unflappable in the face of Zhao Tai's provocation, replying with a relaxed smile, "Of course I'll attend. I'm actually looking forward to broadening my horizons. Though I do wonder, is that war god artifact your Zhao family keeps actually a war washing basin, or something else entirely? Most of the worn-out war god artifacts his master had used back then were in the dragon prison, and he'd practically shoved them all onto him under the guise of passing down the legacy. Truth be told, it was just because he couldn't afford new ones, a cheapskate to the core. He used that battle bath for 3 years and even brought it out when he left, keeping it in Villa number 1. So whatever the Zhao family has couldn't possibly be the battle bath. What do you mean? Zhao Tai sensed Chen Fan was implying something, yet couldn't fathom what he was getting at. Nothing much. Chen Fan shrugged, flashing a suggestive smile. The war washtub looks a lot like the war basin, but one's for ting and the other's for washing your face, just in case someone gets them mixed up. Chapter 44, The Fool Knows Not Who Reigns. Zhao Tai finally caught on to what Chen Fan was implying. His face flushed crimson with rage as he erupted in curses. "You filthy bastard! You dare insult my ancestor as a scooper? Fine. We'll see about that. I'll make sure to humiliate you in front of everyone." After berating Chen Fan, Zhao Tai smoothed his clothes and turned to old Master Ren. "Old Master Ren, I came today not only to celebrate your recovery from serious illness, but also to present the betrothal gifts. The engagement ceremony for Anne and me is approaching. According to custom, it's about time I presented the betrothal gifts." No wonder Zhao Tai brought so many bodyguards this time. Turns out it was all for moving stuff. No sooner had Zhao Tai finished speaking than his bodyguards hauled several large trunks from outside into the room. Inside were dazzling displays of gold and silverware, jewels, and precious stones, a truly breathtaking sight. Good heavens! I'd never seen such a collection of priceless treasures in my life. Indeed, these items weren't just substantial in quantity but also exceptional in quality, truly rare finds. Any single piece could easily fetch several million yuan. With so many treasures piled together, the dowry's value must be in the hundreds of millions. Old Ren is truly blessed to have such a beautiful granddaughter. Now that they're in laws with the Zhao family, the Ren family is bound to rise to new heights. Everyone expressed their admiration, marveling at the Zhao family's generosity. Though old Master Ren knew Ren Annie wasn't particularly fond of Zhao Tai, the Zhao family's stature was undeniable. While he also liked Chen Fan, in marriages among the elite, matching social standing was a crucial consideration. If Ren Annie were to marry Chen Fan, and he failed to make it big later on, it would be a huge loss. The risk factor was simply too high. Of course, such matters ultimately depended on Ren Annie's wishes. With so many people present, old man Ren couldn't make a direct decision. He had the items packed away first, then turned to Zhao Tai and said, "Young Zhao, marriage is no trivial matter. We should deliberate this carefully at a later time." Hearing this, Zhao Tai grew displeased. "Old Ren, why wait until later? In my opinion, there's no need to hold this banquet anymore. No matter how much face you give this lowlife, he's still a lost cause. Don't speak like that. You must be hungry after your journey. Have something to eat first." As he spoke, Old Rin instructed his steward to prepare the banquet, inviting Zhao Tai and his bodyguard to dine. After making these arrangements, he motioned Chen Fan aside. Even without Rin Lao speaking, Chen Fan could guess what he wanted to say, essentially apologizing while advising him not to antagonize a high-ranking official like Zhao Tai. Mr. Ren, I appreciate your concern. I understand your position. The banquet should conclude here. Please continue your conversation with Zhao Tai. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Before Old Rin could respond, Chen Fan offered his excuses and took his leave first. Watching his retreating figure, Old Rin admired Chen Fan's maturity yet couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Had Chen Fan's background been more privileged, perhaps he wouldn't have agonized so much and could have simply offered Rin Annie to him. Chen Fan, however, wasn't dwelling on such thoughts. Upon reaching the doorway, Shen Wanwan and the others were still kneeling there, iron plaques hanging around their necks. Xian Hui and Lu Yi knelt on opposite sides, flanking the entrance like door gods. Xian Wanwan felt her neck was about to snap. She had just begun her tearful plea when she spotted Chen Fan. She immediately perked up, her breath coming in gasps. Chen Fan, I heard about what happened at the banquet from my sister. Can you please have mercy on me and let me off? If you promise to make them spare me, I'll marry you. Chen Fan's forehead creased with frustration. Sure enough, his standards for humanity were simply too high. Shi Ku heard this and felt a wave of green cloud pressure descend upon him. If his hands and feet weren't bound, leaving him kneeling there unable to move, he would have slapped that fickle, unlucky star Qian Wanwan across the face to vent his anger. After all, if it weren't for being dragged down by the Qian family, he wouldn't be kneeling here making a fool of himself. Just then, a guest emerged from inside and overheard Qian Wanwan's words. With a sneer, he remarked, "You've truly put your faith in the wrong idol. Don't tell me you actually think this Chen Fan is anything special? Young Master Zhao from the provincial government just arrived and exposed his true identity. He's nothing but a penniless doctor with no real talent whatsoever. If not for old Ren giving him face, how could he lord it over everyone here? Outside the Ren household, he's nothing." Chen Wanwan froze upon hearing this. Instead, Chen Hui, who had been kneeling silently nearby, suddenly perked up and burst into laughter directed at Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, I knew a toad like you would never amount to anything. Now you've been exposed. Serves you right." Though the Qians remained kneeling, their taunts toward Chen Fan came in waves, each eager to add their voice lest they lose face. Even Sun Si, whose body ached and who was exhausted to the point of near fainting, was no exception. She had almost passed out earlier, but hearing this, her spirits lifted considerably. Imaging roared with laughter, "Brilliant! I knew this beast would never end well. Mark my words, everyone. Stay far away from that kid. Don't get tangled up with him in any way. If word gets out, our family will suffer too." Qian Wanwan nodded vigorously. "Exactly. I was just trying to get some information out of him. I'd never actually set my sights on a penniless loser like that." Chen Fan had long grown accustomed to this family's ugly true colors. He offered no response. Time would reveal the truth to everyone. After returning to Villa Number 1, Chen Fan sorted through the prison goods he'd brought back from the Qian residence. Among them was a scroll of bamboo slips. Though somewhat damaged, when unfolded, the vigorous brushwork still caught the eye. This very scroll was personally penned by the war god lord himself. Zhao Tai had treated that pile of like a treasure, wondered how he'd react upon seeing the war god's own handwritten scroll. A playful smile touched Chen Fan's lips at the thought. After securing the items, he stepped outside. He headed to the woods behind the villa, intending to dedicate himself to cultivation there. To entertain the wealthy, a section of this forest served as a hunting ground, stocked with domesticated rabbits and other game specifically for marksmen to practice their shooting. However, the spot Chen Fan had chosen lay outside the hunting grounds. Yet, whether due to a breach in the fencing or not, a small fox suddenly scampered toward him. Deep in his cultivation practice, Chen Fan witnessed this and instinctively kicked a pebble in its direction. Immediately, a whimpering sound followed as the fox collapsed. But just as the fox fell, a gunshot echoed from the distance, the bullet striking the exact spot where the fox had collapsed. Chen Fan's expression darkened at the sound of the gunshot. The hills and forests surrounding the residential villas extended far beyond the designated hunting grounds. Hunting with live ammunition here, what if someone visiting the area got hit? Whoever was so reckless? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Chen Fan decided to first retrieve the fox before confronting the shooter. Yet, to his utter surprise, before he could even locate the shooter, the other party arrived at the gate with a great deal of fanfare. Just as Chen Fan straightened up, fox ears in hand, a sharp female voice rang out beside him. "How dare you steal someone's property? That fox was killed by my grandfather, who gave you permission to pick it up?" Chapter 45, testing each other, yet their calibers were instantly apparent. Chen Fan glanced in the direction of the voice and saw a petite beauty in riding attire, radiating grace and poise, approaching him. Behind her followed a kindly-faced elderly gentleman and several bodyguards. Though seemingly young, the young lady possessed a fiery temper. She practically skipped over to Chen Fan and bellowed, "Put that fox down right now."
Her tone carried a hint of bluff. Her voice was indeed loud, but her face flushed crimson from the shouting. Far from intimidating, she looked adorably bashful. I knocked that fox down with a stone first. By right of precedence, it's my prey. Besides, you. Just as Chen Fan was about to voice his earlier grievance, the young beauty waved her hand dismissively, her face flushed with indignation. How can you make up such tall tales on the spot? You hit the fox with a pebble? What are you bragging about? Even if, by some stroke of luck, you managed to hit it like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, how much force would you need, and how big a rock would it take to knock a fox down? Even if the fox happened to get knocked down by you, it could still get up and run away. You wouldn't have been able to catch it. So you're lying through your teeth, trying to take credit for the fox my grandfather shot with his gun. The young beauty delivered her analysis, her eyes brimming with contempt for Chen Fan. Chen Fan chuckled. If you don't believe me, why don't you perform an autopsy on this fox? See if it was shot dead by your grandfather or killed by me. Are you out of your mind? How bored would I have to be to perform an autopsy on a fox? The young beauty scoffed. Anyway, this fox was definitely shot dead by my grandfather. Just give it back to us already. Chen Fan hadn't really cared about the fox anyway, so he casually tossed it beside the young beauty. If you want it, you can have it. But I should warn you, this isn't a hunting zone anymore. Firing shots here could easily injure someone. Be more careful in the future. Blah blah blah, whatever. Humph. You're just upset my grandpa shot the fox, so you're standing here lecturing us with your big talk, aren't you? The young beauty rolled her eyes. Let me tell you, others might accidentally hit someone when they shoot, but my grandpa definitely won't. Go ask around. Across all of Jinling, my grandpa's marksmanship ranks among the very best. You think he's like you? The little beauty casually picked up the fox, gave Chen Fan a dismissive pout, and stormed over to her grandfather's side, clearly still sulking. The old gentleman found their bickering rather amusing and knew Chen Fan had a point. Taking the fox, he examined it while humbly addressing Chen Fan. Young man, you're right. I was so focused on aiming that I didn't notice we'd crossed into restricted hunting grounds. My sincere apologies. Grandpa, this guy is just looking for trouble. Why are you even bothering with him? The little beauty puckered her lips and huffed at Chen Fan. Xian, stop being so unreasonable. The young man is right. We should accept this lesson. Though the old gentleman doted on his granddaughter, he didn't spoil her. This earned him a measure of respect from Chen Fan. Ha! That fox? What's wrong, Grandpa? Suddenly, the old gentleman examining the fox let out a startled gasp. The little beauty quickly leaned in to look, but couldn't make out anything unusual. Young man, you're truly a master. The old gentleman was a seasoned marksman. He could tell at a glance whether the fox had died from the gunshot wound or from internal injuries. This fox had indeed succumbed to internal injuries first, only to be struck by his own shot afterward. Upon hearing the old gentleman's praise, Chen Fan realized the other had already figured it out. It was nothing but blind luck. Impossible. Without precision and force, it would be utterly impossible to inflict fatal internal injuries on a fox using only a stone. The old gentleman inquired curiously. What did you use to shoot that stone? Chen Fan casually replied, I kicked it. Really? This time, not only the young beauty, but even the old gentleman was stunned speechless. Feet aren't as nimble as hands, making it harder to control direction and force. If a stone kicked casually with one's foot could cause internal injuries fatal to a fox, then one could only imagine the formidable strength of the person who did it. Old master, we've never met before. Why would I lie to you? Chen Fan replied with a faint smile. Indeed, you have no reason to lie about this. By your own account, you must be at least a master of internal energy. Chen Fan humbly replied, I wouldn't call myself a master. I've merely practiced a little. Young man, might you demonstrate how you kicked that rabbit just now? I'd love to see it for myself, the old gentleman requested. Chen Fan, wanting to gauge the old gentleman's skill, nodded. He picked up a pebble from the ground and casually kicked it toward the ginkgo tree beside them. The young lady and the old gentleman looked up, but saw no unusual changes. After a moment, the pebble fell back down, looking utterly ordinary and unremarkable. What was that? Just that? I could do that, the young woman scoffed immediately upon seeing it. Grandpa, even if he wasn't exaggerating, it was probably just luck. He's no expert at all. Let's ignore him and go back to hunting foxes. The old gentleman gazed at the pebble lying nearby, feeling utterly disappointed. As his granddaughter had said, it was merely a coincidence and did not represent the true strength of the young man before him. Since Chen Fan wasn't some prodigiously gifted master, the old man lost all desire to continue the conversation. Young man, since you killed this fox, it's yours to keep. We'll be on our way now. Until we meet again. With that, the old gentleman turned and walked away with his granddaughter, not looking back once. Chen Fan glanced at the ginkgo leaf resting on the old man's shoulder and silently shook his head. It seemed the old gentleman's strength was far weaker than he had imagined. That ginkgo leaf on his shoulder had been knocked off by the pebble he had just kicked away, landing squarely on his shoulder without him even noticing.
The gap in cultivation was simply too vast. With nothing else to do, Chen Fan didn't bother picking up the fox. He simply turned and headed home.
Meanwhile, on the way back to the hunting grounds, the young beauty continued to chatter and complain incessantly.
Grandpa, that brat was such a show-off earlier. I say we should have taught him a lesson.
That ignorant fool didn't even recognize his own luck, yet he dared to put on airs in front of you. If we'd told him you're the head of the Yi family, he'd have completely changed his tune. He'd be crawling at your feet, not acting so arrogant like he did earlier. Hearing his granddaughter still stewing over the incident, the old gentleman patted her shoulder.
Enough. He's just a stranger. Why dwell on him so much? He does have some skill, but not much. Oh, Grandpa, when did you get a leaf on your shoulder? And a ginkgo leaf at that.
The young beauty was about to speak when she spotted the ginkgo leaf resting on the old gentleman's shoulder. Surprised, she asked, "Did you put it there yourself?"
A ginkgo leaf?
The old gentleman froze.
Yes. Look.
The young beauty plucked the ginkgo leaf from her grandfather's shoulder and handed it to him. The old gentleman glanced at it. It was indeed the leaf from the ginkgo tree that Chen Fan had kicked toward with his pebble. There was only one ginkgo tree where they had been standing, so there was absolutely no mistake. Casually kicking a pebble could precisely dislodge a leaf and even guide it to land steadily on his shoulder. Such prowess transcended mere strength that defied description. The thought sent a chill down the old gentleman's spine. He halted abruptly and addressed his granddaughter, Xian Xian.
This boy is extraordinary. We must befriend him. Ha!
Before the young beauty named Xian Xian could even process what was happening, she watched her grandfather sprint swiftly in the direction he had just come from.
Chapter 46, Stubborn to the End.
At the same time, Chen Fan, who was leisurely making his way down the mountain, chose another quiet path, intending to fully appreciate the scenery along the way. Halfway down, Chen Fan's keen eyes spotted a purple plant in the grass, standing out conspicuously. He hurried over, crouched down to examine it, and gasped in astonishment.
Wasn't this the purple thread orchid? How could it grow here? Unbelievable.
Purple thread orchid was a rare tonic herb, difficult to find and highly sought after. It typically grew deep in mountain forests or areas rich in spiritual energy, making it extremely uncommon. Chen Fan carefully tucked the purple thread orchid into his pocket. Just as he was about to search the area for other rare herbs, Ren Annie's call came through.
Miss Rin, what do you need? Mr. Chen, please come to the hospital immediately. My brother's condition has suddenly worsened.
Ren Annie's voice trembled with distress on the other end, her words laced with tears, clearly at her wit's end.
Chen Fan sighed deeply and said, Your brother is entangled by resentment. That his condition has only worsened now is actually fortunate.
Though I'm willing to help, your brother strongly resists my presence.
Even if I go now, it'll be futile if he refuses my assistance. Chen Fan disliked putting himself in a position where his efforts were met with indifference. If Ren Chang didn't trust him, why bother making the trip?
Hearing this, Ren Annie's eyes welled up with tears.
Mr. Chen, please don't say that. This is a matter of life and death. No matter how foolish my brother is, he wouldn't want to die. Please, help him.
I'll make sure he apologizes to you.
If not for his face, then for the Buddha's sake. Hearing Ren Annie cry so bitterly, Chen Fan finally relented, his heart softening.
He agreed to go to the hospital.
Glancing at the newly acquired purple line orchid, he couldn't help but sigh, that kid Rin Chang must have some serious karma from his ancestors. Though Chen Fan regretted parting with such a valuable herb, saving a life outweighed building 7 tiers of a pagoda. Sacrificing some value was necessary. When he arrived at the hospital, Ren Chang was hooked up to a sea of machines, even on a ventilator. Yet he remained barely clinging to life, his face dark and sallow, looking like a storm cloud clearly in the final stages of illness. Chen Fan shook his head slightly. Disregarding elders' advice brings immediate consequences. Now you've tasted the terror of resentment, haven't you? But no sooner had Chen Fan finished speaking than Ren Chang, refusing to accept his fate, yanked off the ventilator mask. Gasping for air, he cursed, Don't stand there spouting cold words. It's not your turn to laugh at me yet. Ren Chang's words came out slurred and broken. Gasping for air, he frantically sucked several deep breaths from the ventilator, his face turning purple from the strain. Still trying to be tough? If Mr. Chen hadn't come, you'd be dead already. Shut your mouth. Ren Annie's face was ashen. You're facing imminent death and still talking tough? What an idiot. Mr. Chen, don't take him seriously. This fool's about to get a critical condition notice from the doctors. Who knows what he's pretending for? Several teams of specialists have consulted today, yet none can pinpoint the cause. If this continues, I fear my brother might take his last breath and be gone. Before Ren Annie could finish, tears began streaming down her face once more. Chen Fan patted Ren Annie's shoulder and comforted her softly, Miss Rin, don't worry for now. With me here, it shouldn't be too serious. After calming Ren Annie, Chen Fan approached the bedside to take Rin Chang's pulse.
The resentment had already invaded Rin Chang's internal organs, no wonder he looked so weak and exhausted. Feeling Chen Fan's fingers on his pulse, Rin Chang stubbornly tried to pull his hand away only to receive a sharp slap from Chen Fan.
You really want to die, don't you?
Chen Fan shot him a piercing glare that sent a chill down Rin Chang's spine. The defiant words he'd been about to spit out died on his lips.
Realizing his behavior was embarrassing, he whinged like a child. Why are you yelling? What's it to you if I die? Wouldn't my death just prove you right? Then I'd lose to you how glorious for you. You're absolutely right. I never intended to save you, you idiot. If it weren't for your sister begging me, do you think I'd have come? What a joke. Chen Fan snapped, that bet might mean everything to you, but to me, it's worthless. Keep dreaming.
Rin Chang retorted defiantly, even if I die after you beat me, my grandfather will honor his promise and make you our family's son-in-law.
You're no stranger to living off others. Our family is far more powerful than the Qian clan. You dare say you don't want that? Idiot.
Ren Chang ranted on, but Chen Fan shut him down with just 2 words. He had already withdrawn his hand from Ren Chang's pulse and pulled the purple thread orchid from his pocket.
Listen carefully, I'll only say this once. Judging by how the resentment is spreading, you have at most half a day left to live. Dispelling this resentment is simple enough, just chew and swallow this purple thread orchid raw. It tastes bitter as hell, but it will save your life. I'm leaving it here for you. Eat it or not, it's your choice.
Furthermore, I warn you, I possess only this single stem of purple thread orchid. I was reluctant to part with it, but seeing your sister's grief moved me to overlook your previous behavior. If you fail to cherish this gift, even if you later beg me on your knees, I will be powerless to save you. Chen Fan laid out the stakes for Ren Chang, then placed the precious purple thread orchid on the bedside table. Seeing this, Ren Annie was moved to tears and repeatedly thanked him. Mr. Chen, I truly don't know how to thank you.
I'm so sorry we've spoiled Xiaochang rotten.
Once he's better, I'll make sure he comes to apologize to you.
It's nothing.
Chen Fan didn't care how Ren Chang treated him, he was doing this for Ren Annie's sake anyway.
I'm going to the restroom.
Watching Chen Fan head toward the restroom, Ren Annie dared not wash the purple orchid, fearing the potency would fade. She forced Ren Chang to quickly chew and swallow the root, still covered in mud.
Ren Chang couldn't resist Ren Annie's insistence and was forced to swallow a mouthful of muddy roots. Accustomed to delicacies, how could he endure such bitterness? Just as he was about to spit it out, Ren Annie pointed her finger at his nose and scolded, if you dare to spit it out, then go die. I'll pretend you're not my brother. But it's covered in dirt and tastes awful. Ren Chang complained. I bet Chen Fan is just messing with me on purpose. Even if he is messing with you, you'd better endure it. Besides him, there's no other doctor who can save you, understand? Now eat up, stop all this nonsense.
Ren Annie's gaze was piercingly sharp, her tone utterly stern. Ren Chang had never seen Ren Annie speak to him with such intensity before. Feeling wronged, he forced himself to swallow his nausea and opened his mouth. Ren Annie exhaled a long breath, just as she was about to feed the purple orchid into her brother's mouth, when a loud thud echoed from the doorway. Someone had kicked the door open. Startled, Ren Annie's hand trembled, nearly dropping the purple thread lily. The next second, Zhao Tai burst in, his face lit with relief. Thank goodness I got here in time. Don't you dare feed Xiao Chang that nonsense. That Chen Fan is the most untrustworthy person. Do you know what kind of devilish schemes he's cooking up? We've consulted so many doctors, yet none could diagnose Xiao Chang's condition. After careful consideration, I believe the root cause lies with Xiao Chang himself. This isn't illness, it's possession. That's why I specially invited a master here. Let the master exorcise the evil spirits from Xiao Chang. As Zhao Tai spoke, a man wearing a Taoist robe and carrying a pale yellow sash walked in. The man twirled his beard as he walked, fingers constantly calculating, muttering incantations under his breath, looking utterly mystical. Zhao Tai, you're out of your mind. Ren Annie never believed in such superstitious nonsense, especially when it was someone Zhao Tai had brought in. If you've got water in your brain, go find a place to empty it yourself. Stop dragging my brother down. I trust Chen Fan's medicine is fine. Just go chill somewhere else. Our engagement is definitely off. Stop wasting your breath on me. Ren Annie was utterly fed up with Zhao Tai. Though her grandfather hadn't made a decision yet, she couldn't stand being around him any longer. Unexpectedly, Zhao Tai paid no heed to Ren Annie's declaration. Annie, don't be so stubborn. Marriage is about parental consent and arranged matches. As long as old Ren gives his blessing, it won't matter if you refuse to marry me. Besides, you know exactly what kind of family we come from. How many children from noble houses like ours truly marry for love? Don't blame me for speaking bluntly. No matter what, our family holds the artifacts of the war god sovereign. Generations of prosperity and glory are guaranteed. Marrying me won't be a loss for you. Shut up. Ren Annie shot Zhao Tai a furious glare. Though she knew Zhao Tai was stating the starkest reality, she still couldn't bear to hear such harsh words. Fine, if you don't want to hear it, I won't say another word. Let me introduce you instead. This is Master Xue, whom I invited.
He's considered the chief scholar at the Qinggu Association. Zhao Tai changed the subject. I mentioned Xiao Qian's situation to him earlier, and Master Shui immediately recognized it as demonic possession. That's why I specially invited him here. Stop being so stubborn. Shen Fan had just returned from the restroom and overheard their conversation. Shen Fan had heard of this Master Shui. When the Qian family suffered losses after every venture, they'd considered asking this master to divine where things went wrong. But this master not only charged exorbitant fees, his schedule was also packed solid. He was incredibly hard to book. Even Jinling's top-tier families had to wait in line for ages just to get an appointment. A third-rate family like the Qians didn't stand a chance. They simply didn't have the opportunity. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. Whether Master Shui was truly skilled, Chen Fan couldn't say. But blocked energy caused by resentment and being possessed by evil spirits were two entirely different matters. He didn't want and to be deceived. Of course, if this Master Shui could genuinely offer a plausible explanation, Chen Fan would have no qualms about letting things be. But if the man was merely a charlatan seeking fame and fortune at the expense of others, Chen Fan felt compelled to speak up. Chapter 47, Master Shui haunted by a vicious spirit. Master Shui, hello. Earlier, Ren Annie had been too flustered to properly observe this master. Now, taking a closer look, she recognized him as Jinling's foremost expert in Qingwu divination. She immediately changed her earlier attitude and greeted him with humility. However, when it came to treating illnesses, Ren Annie ultimately trusted Chen Fan more. After all, it was Chen Fan who had cured her grandfather's illness, which was proof enough of his medical skill. Therefore, after exchanging greetings, Ren Annie politely stated, "Thank you, Master Shui, for making the special trip regarding my brother's matter. However, Mr. Chen has already given me this purple thread orchid. I believe once my brother consumes it, his illness will be cured." You've lost your mind. That's just some wild grass from the mountains. If that thing could cure anything, I'd write my surname Zhao backwards. Zhao Tai scoffed. Regardless, Xiao Qiang is my brother-in-law. I can't let you run wild like this. Master Shui, don't listen to her. Women have long hair but short sight. Just mind your own business. At this moment, Zhao Tai had completely convinced himself he was Ren Annie's husband and even intended to take charge of the Run household. Master Shui nodded, pulling a handheld bell from his bag. He began chanting incantations as he performed his calculations. Ren Annie wanted to stop him, but considering Master Shui's status, she didn't want to offend him. Besides, he meant well. She could always reassess the situation later. Before long, Master Shui reached his conclusion. He declared with conviction, young Master Ren has indeed encountered an evil spirit. Likely while out at night, he was struck by a ghost, causing this malevolent force to cling to him. No wonder the doctors were helpless. Hearing Master Shui speak with such certainty, Zhao Tai felt even more convinced of his credibility. He responded eagerly, "Master Shui, you're truly remarkable. You identified the problem so quickly. Could you please perform an exorcism ritual right away to drive away the evil spirits and protect my brother-in-law?" "Of course, no problem. Go make preparations while I write down the necessary items." Master Shui produced paper and pen, then began writing down the requirements with great self-importance. Shen Fan had been listening outside the door for quite some time. Without even glancing at what was being written, he strode in and declared bluntly, "I actually thought you were the real deal. Turns out you're just another charlatan. You've swindled so many people, all big shots at that, yet somehow managed to avoid being exposed until today. You're quite the talent, I must say. Too bad you ran into the wrong person today." The moment Master Shui uttered the words "haunted by ghosts," Chen Fan knew the rest was pointless, to listen to nothing but hot air. This Master Shui, who managed to navigate the major clans and become their favorite advisor, clearly had no real skills. It was simply that those big shots were blinded by their own filters, superstitious about authority, each one dumber than the last. Master Shui's expression darkened. Some unknown young upstart dared to talk back to him, even brazenly declaring he'd expose him, utterly clueless about his own mortality. You brat! Words carry weight. They aren't just something you spout off without thinking. Explain yourself clearly. How am I a charlatan? Even if you're not a fraud, you're a half-baked charlatan who only grasps one aspect of the truth. Chen Fan delivered his words without mercy. Ran Chang did indeed carry resentment within him, but it was not ghostly energy. Moreover, his current condition where resentment had blocked his vital organs, making him appear terminally ill, could be resolved by unblocking those organs and dispelling the resentment with yang energy. What did that have to do with ghosts? If anyone in this room truly carries ghostly energy, it's you with that ragged, limbless specter perched on your shoulder. You should focus on cleansing yourself first. Nonsense! Master Shui flew into a rage. What do you know? How dare you spout such nonsense in my presence? Miss Run, how did such an ignorant fool find his way here? Get him out of here immediately. Master Shui's beard twitched furiously, his face contorted with rage. Zhao Tai tried to calm him down. Master Shui, please settle down. This young man may seem like a charlatan, but he's incredibly smooth talking. He's completely bewitched my fiancé.
Since you're here today, please speak plainly and help my fiancé snap out of this delusion. Seeing Zhao Tai embellishing her story, Ren Annie frowned slightly, about to speak, when Chen Fan interjected first, bewitched that word fits this master's current state perfectly. If my calculations are correct, this guy definitely performed rituals for that scumbag who killed someone in a hit and run earlier this year. Earlier, Chen Fan had spoken at length, but Master Shui hadn't taken it seriously. Not only did he not take it to heart, but he wore a look of mockery. But the moment Chen Fan uttered those final words, the smile froze on Master Shui's face. He seemed to recall something, and a shiver ran down his spine. Chen Fan continued, "You know that the ghost you banished died in a car accident, but you don't know the specifics, do you? I don't know if greed has blinded you or if you're truly brainless. If it had been an ordinary accident, how could the victim have become a vengeful ghost seeking retribution? They likely wouldn't even pass through the gates of the underworld. The reason that vengeful spirit won't let you go is mainly because the accident itself wasn't severe. But your client, wanting to settle the matter with a lump sum and eliminate any future trouble, repeatedly reversed the car and ran over the injured person. They took someone who was only slightly hurt and brutally crushed them to death under the vehicle." At this point, Chen Fan's gaze turned icy cold. All this information came from the vengeful spirit clinging to Master Shui's shoulder. The more Chen Fan heard, the more enraged he grew, yearning to personally avenge that spirit. Such people deserve to pay the price, yet you, for money, performed rituals to exorcise the ghost, even seeking to shatter its soul into oblivion, denying it justice. Chen Fan pressed forward relentlessly, his righteous aura forcing Master Shui to stumble backward, his face growing increasingly grim. Seeing his obvious guilt, Chen Fan sneered coldly, "Of course, if you were truly skilled enough to ensure that vengeful spirit was completely annihilated, that would be fine. But alas, you're a half-baked fraud. You merely drove that vengeful spirit away for your client and relied on your master's talisman to prevent it from haunting that family again, yet you couldn't even protect yourself. Now that malevolent spirit has turned its attention to you. Even with the protection of your ancestors' virtuous deeds, how long do you think that will last? Once this vengeful spirit has drained your ancestors' virtuous merit, your time will come." Chen Fan's calm words sent a chill down Master Shui's spine. He shut his eyes tight, nearly letting out a cry. "Master Shui, are you all right?" Just as Master Shui was about to break down, Zhao Tai suddenly spoke up, pulling him from his terror. "Cut the nonsense, you brat. You wouldn't happen to be related to that unlucky soul, would you? Trying to scare me on purpose? I'm a descendant of the venerable Qinggu clan. If a ghost were perched on my shoulder, wouldn't I know? Fear is fleeting, but making a living off it lasts a lifetime. To keep fleecing these wealthy clients, Master Shui would never admit to being haunted even if he truly was. Who says otherwise?" Zhao Tai chimed in with exaggerated dramatics. "Chen Fan, you're one cunning little bastard. Did you hear I was bringing in Master Shui and do your homework beforehand? Annie, this kid's a sly one, don't you dare trust him." Annie shook her head. She was observant and meticulous. Even a fool could tell something was off about Master Shui's expression earlier. It was highly likely Chen Fan had hit the nail on the head. Even if, for the sake of argument, no vengeful spirit truly haunted Master Shui, his behavior alone was hardly worthy of admiration. In contrast, Chen Fan had genuinely cured Grandpa's illness. Naturally, Ren Annie preferred to trust him. "Zhao Tai, Master Shui, my brother doesn't need your help. I'd rather try giving him the medicine first. If the purple line orchid doesn't solve the problem, then I'll ask for your assistance later." "Annie, have you lost your mind? Do you think it's that easy to get Master Shui here? I pulled every string I had to bring him to us. Don't be so ungrateful." Seeing that no matter what he said, Ren Annie refused to believe him and stubbornly sided with Chen Fan, Zhao Tai's anger boiled over. He raised his voice and shouted at Ren Annie. Not only that, but seeing and cradling the purple-veined orchid Chen Fan had given her as if it were a precious treasure, he found the purple hue glaringly offensive. He snatched it right out of her hands and flung it out the window. "What kind of worthless weed do you think this is, treating it like a treasure? I could fill a truck with this garbage from my garden." Chapter 48, Seeking the Medicine King's Appraisal. "Are you out of your mind?" Ren Annie was furious, watching helplessly as the purple orchid plummeted through the window and landed in the garden below. "Zhao Tai! Get the hell out of my brother's hospital room right now. Annie! Can't you be reasonable? I'm just trying to help you see reality." Zhao Tai retorted sarcastically. "It's just some weed. What's so special about it? What the hell is a purple line lily? I've never even heard of it. I bet that little brat made it up himself." "Enough!" Zhao Tai continued to babble on, flaunting his ignorance, while Ren Annie had reached her breaking point. Her fists clenched tightly, her eyes red with fury, tears welling up in her eyes. She was on the verge of crying from the injustice. "You've defiled Mr. Chen's belongings. I don't want to see you here. Get out now." Ren Annie's deep attachment to Chen Fan's gift made Zhao Tai's rage boil over, his teeth grinding so hard they creaked. He simply couldn't understand it. He'd practically laid mountains of gold and silver at Ren Annie's feet, yet couldn't earn a single shred of goodwill from this woman.
Yet Chen Fan had merely given her this worthless piece of grass, and she treated it like a precious treasure, practically worshipping it? What the hell kind of ridiculous disparity was this? Ren Annie, I advise you to face reality. If you keep acting this way, your brother might not survive. In short, Master Shui will definitely cure Xiaoqiang. Just watch and see. Once Xiaoqiang is cured, you'll understand my good intentions. After finishing his plea to Ren Annie, Zhao Tai turned to Ren Chang with sincere eyes. Brother-in-law, rest assured. Though your sister and I aren't married yet, you're like my own brother to me. No matter what, I won't let you eat that awful stuff. I'll find a way to cure your illness, no matter what. The bitter, earthy taste of purple thread orchid flashed through Ren Chang's mind, and he felt Zhao Tai was nothing short of an angel in his life. He was utterly moved. Brother-in-law, you're the only one I recognize as my brother-in-law. That bastard and I have never gotten along. If purple thread orchid were truly that miraculous, why would he ever give it to me? Chen Fan was genuinely furious at Ren Chang's backhanded accusation. He'd only used such precious herbs to save Ren Chang out of respect for Ren Hua and Ren Annie. Forget it. He just didn't recognize a diamond in the rough. Whoever dies is simply unlucky. Miss Run, I've done everything I could. I told you I only had one purple thread orchid. Now that it's gone, blame your brother's bad luck. He wasn't meant to live long enough to eat it. Goodbye. Chen Fan believed he had shown utmost kindness and righteousness. Staying any longer seemed pointless, so he turned to leave. Ren Annie was frantic, wanting to stop Chen Fan but unsure how to speak up. Just as Ren Annie was torn between options, Zhao Tai suddenly stepped in front of the door. Furious, he shouted at Chen Fan, "What are you playing at, big shot? Now that you can't keep up the act, you think you can just run off? You're staying right here. I'll make sure you see whether Master Shui can actually cure Xiaoqiang. Ren Annie, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and prepare everything Master Shui needs. We'll perform the ritual right here in the hospital and get Xiaoqiang better." With the purple thread orchid gone, Ren Annie could only pin her hopes on Master Shui now. Chen Fan, you said the damn thing you brought was called purple thread orchid, right? I'll send someone downstairs right now to retrieve that purple weed. Li Yao Wang happens to be in Jinling these days. I'm no expert, but he is. I'll call him over to take a proper look. As a master of traditional Chinese medicine, he'll surely know if the herb is genuine. You can get Lei Yizhen? Hearing Zhao Tai make such a bold claim, Ren Annie couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes in surprise. Though Lei Yizhen might not be as famous as Tang Di in the ordinary world, when it came to medical prowess, he was certainly no less formidable. Zhao Tai saw the stunned silence in Ren Annie's eyes and proudly puffed out his chest. Annie, you're underestimating me. With the Zhao family's current status at its zenith, there's no one I can invite. This confidence, this audacity, made Ren Annie feel slightly uncomfortable upon hearing it. Yet she couldn't deny that after the Zhao family publicly declared their possession of the war god's bathing basin, their status had indeed risen to new heights. Zhao Tai promptly dispatched men downstairs to search for the discarded purple thread orchid. Simultaneously, he called Lei Yizhen, requesting his assistance in identifying the plant. Upon hearing that Zhao Tai possessed a purple thread orchid, Lei Yizhen immediately agreed with great enthusiasm. Zhao Tai shook his head as he looked at Chen Fan, his eyes clouded with gloom. He had invited Tang Di earlier, only for that bastard to side with Chen Fan and humiliate him. Enraged, he had immediately blocked Tang Di. This time, inviting Lei Yizhen over was his chance to thoroughly humiliate Chen Fan and reclaim his own dignity. Facing Zhao Tai's malicious, taunting gaze, Chen Fan maintained a smile throughout, his eyes holding a hint of pity. This guy truly wouldn't give up until he hit rock bottom. Seeing Chen Fan refusing to give in until the bitter end, Zhao Tai sneered, "Don't smile so smugly now, kid. Once the medicine king Lei shows up, I guarantee you won't be laughing. Truth be told, you really did your homework to deceive Annie. I thought the purple line lily was something you made up, but it turns out it actually exists. Lei Yaowang already told me on the phone that this plant is a once-in-a-century find. In his entire career as an herbalist, he's only ever seen 3 specimens. If even a master of his caliber says so, it speaks volumes about its rarity. You, a weakling who leeches off women, couldn't possibly have found such a precious thing. In other words, that purple thread orchid absolutely cannot be real. Once the results prove you deliberately poisoned my brother-in-law, I'll make you pay with your life." Zhao Tai snarled at Chen Fan, baring his teeth as if ready to bite. Chen Fan remained utterly unfazed, shrugging indifferently. "Whatever floats your boat." While they spoke, Zhao Tai's men retrieved the purple thread orchid from downstairs. This time, the bodyguards accompanying Zhao Tai were not only towering and imposing but also stern and unyielding. Every movement radiated the aura of formidable warriors, each one resembling an iron-faced demon. Seeing Zhao Tai pull out such a grand display for him, Ren Chang not only felt reassured but also grew even more determined to make Zhao Tai his brother-in-law, rather than letting some obscure nobody like Chen Fan step foot in the family. "You lot guard the entrance. Post 2 at the windows. Don't let that kid get desperate and lash out." Zhao Tai had Chen Fan under tight surveillance, leaving no room for escape. Seeing this, Renani wanted to send Chen Fan away first. Otherwise, if something really happened later, it would be too late. Chen Fan, weren't you going back to the villa to retrieve something? Go now. Once Lei Yaowang has appraised it, I'll send you the results. Renani's flimsy excuse drew a sneer from Zhao Tai. He wasn't stupid, he could see right through this woman's little scheme. With a snap of his fingers, he ordered his bodyguards to seal off the entrance completely. Without my permission, no one leaves. Renani snapped angrily, Zhao Tai, don't push it too far. This is a hospital, not your private domain. Chen Fan has business to attend to, why can't he leave? What business could he possibly have? He's just guilty and trying to flee. I said no one leaves, and that's final. Tie him up. Zhao Tai bellowed like a raging beast. The bodyguards blocking the entrance immediately surged forward, lunging at Chen Fan. Renani never imagined her intervention would backfire and harm Chen Fan instead. She was about to throw her frail body in front of Chen Fan to intimidate the guards when a horrifying scene unfolded. The bodyguards had barely extended a hand, not even touching Chen Fan's clothes, when a sudden blast of force hurled them backward. One after another, they crashed to the floor, their bodies slamming against the entrance with a series of thuds. Chapter 49, Another Humiliation. What the hell are you doing? Zhao Tai stood at a distance. He hadn't felt the shockwave erupting from Chen Fan, nor had he seen Chen Fan raise a hand to strike back. All he witnessed was the bizarre spectacle of his expensively hired bodyguards collapsing like limp noodles, one after another. Damn it, you guys are in cahoots with this kid, putting on a show for me? Zhao Tai couldn't fathom a single plausible explanation. These were all elite fighters he'd handpicked, how could they all be wiped out without even grazing Chen Fan's sleeve? Renani, standing close to Chen Fan, distinctly felt a gust of wind was past her ear. She knew Chen Fan must have done something just now. It was highly likely the legendary hitting the ox from afar. Young Master Zhao, that kid knows some martial arts. Watch out. The bodyguard captain grimaced, his expression grave. Zhao Tai startled, gritting his teeth. Humph. Chen Fan, you stubborn pain in the ass are harder to shake off than I ever imagined. But don't get too cocky. Once Lei Yaowang arrives and exposes your true colors, I'll see how you keep up this charade. Chen Fan couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him, simply pulling a nearby chair and sitting down. Since the other party was determined to keep charging headlong into a brick wall, he'd simply have to play along until the end. Seeing Chen Fan treat him with such utter disregard, Zhao Tai seethed inwardly. Once the Zhao family's main force arrived in a couple of days for the Battle Wound exhibition, he would have the family's masters kill this little brat first to vent his hatred. Just as Zhao Tai was lost in his dark thoughts, Lei Yizhen appeared at the ward door. Dressed in simple blue hemp robes and cloth shoes, he carried an air of ethereal grace and scholarly refinement. As an herbalist, he rarely ventured out. His visit this time was less about granting the Zhao family a favor and more about seeing the purple vein orchid for himself. The moment he entered, Lei Yizhen didn't even spare Zhao Tai a glance before demanding, "Where is the purple thread orchid? Bring it out for me to see." Master Lei, I'm truly sorry, but you've likely come for nothing. I suspect this young man never had any purple thread orchid to begin with, it's probably all a scam. Just look at what he brought out, it's nothing but a worthless purple weed. Zhao Tai gestured toward the purple wild grass his men had placed on the table as he spoke. Lei Yizhen immediately looked toward the table, leaping forward in a single stride. He scooped up the purple wild grass with both hands, trembling with excitement. I never imagined I'd see such a fresh, intact purple thread orchid in my lifetime. Even the soil at its roots is still damp. The quality is simply outstanding. Ha! Lei Yizhen's heartfelt exclamation left Zhao Tai utterly bewildered. Frowning, he gestured emphatically, "Herbalist Lei, this worthless weed doesn't belong to our Zhao family. You don't need to flatter it just to save my face." Zhao Tai assumed Lei Yizhen was trying to curry favor with such exaggerated praise and quickly tried to stop him. But Lei Yizhen just stared at him blankly, speechless. "Young Master Zhao, if something's good, it's good. I'm just telling the truth. What does it matter if it belongs to your Zhao family or not? Purple thread orchids are rare in this world, and one this freshly harvested is unheard of. It must have been dug up not long ago, so its medicinal properties are at their peak. Calling it a rare treasure is no exaggeration. If you don't want it, I'll buy at any price." Lei Yizhen cradled the purple thread orchid in both hands, utterly captivated. Any trace of the so-called master's reserve had vanished completely. His eyes were ablaze with excitement. This was no act. Zhao Tai had been thoroughly humiliated, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't utterly embarrassed. To salvage some dignity, he tentatively asked again, "Master Lei, do you truly believe this is something special?" "Of course. Haven't I told you several times already? Not only can ordinary people who consume this extend their lifespan and strengthen their bodies, but cultivators who take it will see immediate results and a significant boost in power. If I could buy it and refine it into a pill, I'd unlock its full potential. Whoever has it, come forward and name your price." Lei Yizhen's face radiated sincerity and fervor, compelling Zhao Tai to concede that the substance Chen Fan had brought was indeed a treasure.
Upon hearing Lei Yijin wanted to buy his life-saving medicine, Ren Chang grew frantic. He struggled to rise from the bed, but his will was stronger than his strength. Fortunately, Ren Annie still cared for her brother. Master Lei, my brother is now critically ill. The purple thread orchid was given to me by a friend specifically for him to chew raw as medicine.
Raw chewing for medicine?
That's a complete waste of such precious herbs.
Hearing this, Lei Yijin couldn't help but feel deeply distressed. He refused to hand the item back to Ren Annie under any circumstances. Zhao Tai, misinterpreting the situation, seized the chance to stir trouble. Master Lei, can this herb not be eaten raw? I knew that little brat didn't know what he was doing.
It's not that it can't be eaten raw, Lei Yijin replied, but doing so wastes much of its medicinal properties, even if it acts quickly.
Ah, it pains me to see it go to waste.
After speaking, Lei Yijin reluctantly turned to check Ren Chang's condition. He truly was on the brink of death. This was the only way to save him. But seeing your brother like this, there's no other choice. Here, take it back. Lu Yijin seemed to make a huge decision, turning his face away with a pained expression as he reluctantly handed over the purple thread orchid. Ren Annie snatched it away swiftly, fearing that if she hesitated a moment longer, Lei Yijin might change his mind. If your brother's illness had been treated earlier, it wouldn't have deteriorated to this point.
What were you all doing?
To let it come to this, wasting such a rare, high-quality purple thread orchid.
I won't be able to sleep tonight. By the way, Miss Rin, who is the friend who gave you the purple thread orchid? Could you introduce me?
Anyone who can find purple thread orchids and knows their medicinal value must be a kindred spirit.
I'd love to exchange ideas with them.
Lei Yijin sighed helplessly as he began to cozy up to Ren Annie. Ren Annie didn't hesitate, promptly introducing Chen Fan to him. Lei Yijin never imagined the person he sought was so close at hand and so young. He stepped forward, grasped Chen Fan's hand firmly, and exclaimed with excitement, "So you are the owner of this purple thread orchid?
Where did you obtain this herb?" "I dug it up on the mountain." "In the mountains? Wow, you're incredibly lucky."
"I've never personally dug up a purple thread orchid myself, only seen them in others' hands, and never as fresh as yours."
Lei Yijin marveled at Chen Fan's fortune.
Likewise, for someone so young to recognize such a precious herb as purple thread orchid, his skill was clearly no ordinary feat. "Young man, I won't ask which mountain you dug this up from. Just remember me if you ever find another such treasure. I'll take whatever you have, and you name your price." With that, Lei Yijin handed his business card to Chen Fan. Zhao Tai was already irritated by Chen Fan's victory over him. Seeing that the business card Lei Yijin gave Chen Fan was different from the one he received sent him into a frenzy. He clearly saw that Lei Yijin's card for Chen Fan had two additional numbers. One was Lei Yijin's home number, and the other was his personal number. Even he couldn't get Lei Yijin's private number. Yet Chen Fan, whom Lei Yijin had just met for the first time, was being treated so specially.
Wasn't this a complete slap in his face?
"Sis, hurry up and feed me. I can't take it anymore, my heart hurts so much."
Ah!
Ren Annie was so engrossed in listening to Lei Yijin and Chen Fan's conversation that she momentarily forgot about her younger brother.
Hearing Ren Chang's wails, she snapped back to reality and quickly shoved the mud-covered purple orchid into his mouth.
Though spoiled and pampered, Ren Chang had nearly vomited just from smelling it earlier. Now, however, he dared not show any disgust. He shoveled the plant into his mouth, wolfing it down. He endured the bitter taste and earthy smell, chewing with all his might, afraid to waste even a single crumb.
Master Shui watched the entire scene unfold, growing increasingly alarmed.
This Chen Fan truly seemed no ordinary man. If everything he'd claimed earlier was true, that he was haunted by a vengeful spirit, then wasn't his own situation extremely perilous? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Master Shui couldn't stay any longer. He made up a hasty excuse, stood up, and left, determined to deal with his own problem first.
Chapter 50. From now on, you're my only brother-in-law.
Master Shui's departure drew little attention. All eyes remained fixed on Ren Chang as he clenched his jaw and forced the substance down his throat. And sure enough, the moment it touched his stomach, he felt his strength gradually returning.
Ren Chang pulled his hand out from under the blanket.
Once pale and shriveled like a chicken's claw, he stared at it for a moment. To his astonishment, the veins on his hand were visibly plumping up, and the ghastly pallor was gradually fading.
It really is a miracle drug. I feel warmth spreading through my entire body.
Mr. Chen, you're willing to give me such precious herbs to save my life without even thinking of selling them for a high price. I'm truly touched.
Thank you so much. From now on, you're my brother-in-law.
Ren Chang wasn't one to forget a kindness. He clearly remembered the vow he had made earlier and immediately addressed Chen Fan as his brother-in-law. Chen Fan glanced at Ren Annie's flushed cheeks and sighed, "I only saved you for your sister's sake, not because of some silly bet.
I trust this incident has taught you a lesson. Let's leave it at that." Chen Fan's magnanimity made Ren Chang feel even more ashamed. He hurriedly protested, "That won't do. I've already decided you're my brother-in-law. You saved my life. Even if you don't acknowledge it, you're still my benefactor." Zhao Tai listened to their conversation from the sidelines, growing increasingly confused. Xiaoqian, why are you calling him brother-in-law? What bet? Explain yourself clearly. What's there to explain? You nearly ruined me, you dog. And now you want to be my brother-in-law?
Ren Chang retorted, his face hardening.
I've seen through you now.
You're nothing but a smooth-talking fraud with zero real skills.
Put.
If Zhao Tai hadn't stepped in and stopped Ren Chang from eating the purple line lotus, his illness would have been cured long ago. He wouldn't have had to brush with death like he just did. Thinking of this, Ren Chang's heart filled with resentment toward Zhao Tai, and his tone turned harsh.
Who do you think has no real skills? I brought in one master after another for you. Have you forgotten all that? You little brat, have you gone the same way as your sister, getting brainwashed by that Chen Fan? I advise you to snap out of it. If you truly refuse to acknowledge me as your brother-in-law, I won't go easy on you from now on. Though Zhao Tai's words weren't overly harsh, his eyes were dark with menace, dripping with threat. What have you ever done for me? I see through you now. You never had any good intentions. Ren Chang retorted. Last time Chen Fan wanted to treat my grandfather, you blocked him at every turn. Now that my life hangs in the balance, you're pulling the same stunt again. You're trying to wipe out my entire family so you can manipulate my sister however you please, aren't you? I'm not falling for your tricks.
Ren Chang seemed to suddenly become sharp-witted, seeing Zhao Tai not through rose-colored glasses but as a thorn in his side. Zhao Tai nearly choked on his own anger at Ren Chang. He never imagined Ren Chang would one day stand against him, his face turning ashen with rage. But no matter how furious he was, Ren Chang's life had been saved by Chen Fan. That alone meant Ren Chang would never again be at his mercy. The expert he'd shamelessly invited hadn't brought him any glory. Instead, he'd elevated Chen Fan. Zhao Tai felt utterly stifled. But it didn't matter. Once the battle bath assembly commenced, everything he'd lost would be reclaimed. Before leaving, Zhao Tai glared viciously at Chen Fan. This time, I admit I misjudged you. You're lucky you actually found a good remedy. But I don't believe your luck will last forever. When the battle bath exhibition comes, don't forget our agreement. Chen Fan chuckled at this, his words carrying a hidden meaning. Such a spectacular event? I wouldn't miss it for the world. Truth be told, I'm looking forward to it even more than you are. We'll see about that. Zhao Tai dismissed it as the defiance of a doomed man, flicked his sleeves, and prepared to leave. Before he could step out of the ward, however, an assistant from old Ren's entourage hurried over. Miss, the hospital front desk says some important figure from the province has arrived. They're inquiring about the young master's room, saying they're here to visit a young nobleman who's heard of him.
A big shot from the province? Who? A young noble? Didn't they mention a name? The assistant's words left Ren Annie utterly confused. It must be for me. Use your heads. Who else in this room could be called a noble person besides me and Lei Yaoan? Zhao Tai declared smugly. And between the two of us, I'm the only young one here. Who else could it be? Heh, it must be old Master He Hong. He mentioned he'd come find me these past few days. Probably stopped by my place and found no one, so he came here instead. Cut the nonsense and hurry up and bring old Master He Hong up here. Zhao Tai was overjoyed, feeling he could finally regain his dignity. His whole demeanor instantly became smug once more. His guess was half right. This big shot from the provincial government was indeed He Hong, the head of the He family. Speaking of He Hong, he was quite a figure. In his youth, he had fought in campaigns across the land, expanding the borders of Huaxia and earning great military merits. Though now advanced in years and holding only a ceremonial position, he still commanded immense influence and was deeply respected and admired by many. To welcome the guest, Zhao Tai promptly cast aside all the unpleasantness from earlier. He first took a moment to fuss over his hair and clothes, then hurried downstairs. Just as Zhao Tai rushed to the hospital front desk, anxiously inquiring about the whereabouts of the important figure from the province, two men approached him. Are you the person our elder He is seeking? Did you encounter elder He near the Jinling mountain hunting grounds today? Ha! Zhao Tai was utterly bewildered by their questions. He wanted to say that he was indeed the person He Hong was looking for, but he had never been to the Jinling mountain hunting ground. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. In truth, He Hong was one of the grandfather and granddaughter Chen Fan had encountered earlier on the mountain. After witnessing just how absurdly powerful Chen Fan was, He Hong had rushed off with his granddaughter to find him. Unfortunately, Chen Fan had taken a different path, and He Hong had walked the entire length of the trail without finding him. However, He Hong had noticed a villa complex near the Jinling mountain hunting grounds. He surmised that Chen Fan must be one of the residents there, so he sought out the villa complex staff and described Chen Fan's appearance. Had He Hong asked anyone else, the staff might not have known. But Chen Fan and his granddaughter stood out like sore thumbs among the villa residents. Their attire and demeanor were utterly out of place. Compounding this, they occupied the most expensive villa number 1, making them unforgettable to every staff member. Thus, He Hong quickly learned Chen Fan's name from the staff and discovered his deep connection to the Ren family. Thus, after investigating and learning that Chen Fan had arrived at the hospital, he specifically dispatched his men to fetch him. Seeing Zhao Tai remain silent, He Hong's men repeated their question. I suppose so.
Though I haven't been to the Jinling mountain hunting ground, I contacted Elder He a couple of days ago regarding our Zhao family's upcoming war washing exhibition.
He agreed to make time to meet me in the next couple of days. You've never been near the Jinling hunting grounds, so why are you meddling in this?
Despite Zhao Tai's humble tone, He Hong's men's expressions turned icy the moment they heard he hadn't visited the Jinling hunting ground.
You lot.
Zhao Tai opened and closed his mouth, deliberating for a long while but ultimately dared not curse anyone. He could only vent his frustration inwardly. Meanwhile, Ren Annie and the others descended from upstairs. Recognizing Ren Annie, He Hong's men knew the person she was with must be the Mr. Chen they sought.
One of them immediately called out, "Which one of you visited the area near the Jinling hunting ground today? And hunted a fox?"
Ren Annie remained silent, and Lei Yizhen was equally baffled.
Only Chen Fan stepped forward. "It was me." Chapter 51, Why should the strong need others' approval? Chen Fan's declaration stunned the entire crowd.
He Hong's men eyed him skeptically.
"You're Mr. Chen? What do you want with me?"
Chen Fan hummed in acknowledgement. Impressed by Chen Fan's dignified composure, He Hong's men were somewhat convinced. One of them politely explained, "Today, Old Master He and the young lady were hunting at the Jinling mountain hunting ground.
They misunderstood your abilities.
They'd like to invite you to their residence for a casual chat."
Me? Can you stop trying to suck up to everyone?
Before Chen Fan could speak, Zhao Tai glared and sneered.
You say you've been to the Jinling mountain hunting ground? Got any proof?
As the words fell, even He Hong's men began to harbor a hint of doubt.
Sir, are you certain you're the Mr. Chen we're referring to? Oof. Chen Fan gave a cold laugh and said, "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do about it. To save us both time, you might as well leave. Have whoever saw me today come find me directly, it'll save everyone the trouble."
Chen Fan actually intended to dismiss the He family's men with these few words, even putting on airs demanding He Hong come see him personally. Such behavior stunned everyone instantly. Ren Annie hurried forward, offering a forced smile to He Hong's men.
Mr. Chen was just joking. Don't take it to heart. I'll explain to him.
Unaware of the earlier incident, Ren Annie feared Chen Fan might have stirred trouble and wanted to pull him aside to ask privately.
But Chen Fan knew exactly what was going on.
Seeing no need to waste time explaining, he declined Ren Annie's offer and said flatly, "I wasn't joking. Just relay my exact words to your boss."
What the hell is wrong with you? Are you out of your mind? What are you getting so cocky about? Zhao Tai couldn't stand by and watch any longer. He seriously doubted Chen Fan was mentally stable. How else could he utter such foolish words? Even if he wanted to eliminate Chen Fan, he knew this was a golden opportunity to let others do his dirty work. Yet he couldn't help but feel the urge to rant. Do you even know who Old Master He is? Sending someone to pick you up is already showing you immense favor. What are you playing at? Don't you fear death?
Though Ren Annie usually disagreed with Zhao Tai's opinions, this time she found herself in complete agreement.
He Hong was no ordinary man. How dare Chen Fan give him attitude? Why would a powerful man need anyone's favor? Only weaklings like you desperately crave others' approval. Chen Fan's words turned Zhao Tai's face green.
In that case, we shan't disturb you further. He Hong's men didn't cause Chen Fan any trouble and simply turned to leave. Zhao Tai was paralyzed with shock. He chased them to the doorway and shouted after them, "Where are you going? Teach him a lesson. That dog dared to disrespect Old Master Yi, and you just let it slide?"
Ha! Everything that had transpired today far exceeded Zhao Tai's comprehension.
The others paid Zhao Tai no mind whatsoever. They got into their car and drove off without a second glance. Humiliated, Zhao Tai turned back, glaring at Chen Fan. After a moment of gritted teeth contemplation, he suddenly realized, "Aha!
I get it now.
They're definitely planning to bide their time first, then report back to Old Master He.
After that, they'll make you wish you were dead. That must be it. It fits Old Man He's style perfectly. Ha!"
Zhao Tai gloated inwardly, convinced Chen Fan's days were numbered. Ren Annie wasn't familiar with He Hong's temperament, but she knew someone of his high rank and power wouldn't be pleased after being publicly rebuked by Chen Fan. Even if it wasn't as severe as Zhao Tai claimed, it would certainly spell trouble for Chen Fan.
Out of concern for Chen Fan, Ren Annie pleaded earnestly, "Chen Fan, snap out of it. Find a place to hide immediately."
Offending Old He is no small matter.
Chen Fan looked at Ren Annie's worried face, feeling both amused and exasperated. How did I offend him, he thought.
If refusing to be his errand boy counts as offense, then he's being far too petty.
Don't worry about this. I've got it under control. You stay here and take good care of your brother. I'll head back to the villa first.
With that, Chen Fan hailed a cab and left without giving Ren Annie a chance to persuade him further. His stubborn refusal left Ren Annie in a panic, her forehead beaded with sweat. What on earth should she do?
Chen Fan was utterly stubborn. The Zhao family already couldn't tolerate him. If he offended the Yi family too, forget Jinling, he might not even be welcome in the provincial capital. After much deliberation, she called her grandfather.
Upon learning that Chen Fan had once again saved his grandson's life, old Rin couldn't help but feel deeply moved.
Chen Fan truly is our family's benefactor.
Time and again, he's pulled us back from the brink of death. We must never forget his kindness. Upon hearing her grandfather speak thus, Ren Annie promptly recounted how Chen Fan had offended the Yi family, hoping old Ren might mediate the situation. But after hearing this, old Ren froze in place. That boy is truly foolish. Oh dear, why must he be so reckless in his youth? Compared to offending the Zhao family, Chen Fan's provocation of the Yi family was, in old Ren's eyes, a truly looming catastrophe. Old He must have heard about Chen Fan's talents somewhere and wanted to mentor him a good opportunity that Chen Fan had ruined himself. How foolish. Ren Annie interjected impatiently, "Grandfather, stop sighing over this. We need to figure out a way to help Chen Fan. What sort of temper does Elder He have? Surely he wouldn't hold this against Chen Fan? Old master, he doesn't seem the petty type, but Chen Fan has missed an incredible opportunity, a chance to climb the ladder of power and influence." Old Rin shook his head repeatedly, momentarily at a loss for how to deal with Chen Fan's temperament.
Grandpa, don't blame Chen Fan.
He never intended to rely on a powerful family for his livelihood. That's why he acts so independently, Ren Annie defended. Old Rin sighed bitterly. That may be true, but it's a pity Chen Fan doesn't understand the He family's power. The major families in the provincial capital far surpass us Jinling families in strength.
Ren Annie hesitated, her words left unsaid. Indeed.
Even the Zhao family, a prominent clan from the provincial capital, made their Rin family think twice before provoking them. How much more so for a super powerful family like the He's? Meanwhile, He Hong's men swiftly returned with their report. He Hong was also deeply surprised by Chen Fan's response. He had dispatched his own trusted aide, driving his personal vehicle, to fetch Chen Fan. In He Hong's view, this was already an exceptionally generous gesture. Yet unexpectedly, the other party showed no regard for his face and made such an outrageous demand.
Did that kid really think he was someone special?
Sure, he had some skill, but did he really deserve a personal welcome from me?
Ridiculous. Watching He Hong's indignant expression, He Xian pouted and said, "See, Grandpa? I told you so. That guy's got little skill but a big ego. He's not worth our attention. He's got ambitions as high as the sky but a life as fragile as paper. He doesn't deserve your favor." Exactly.
Since he's so clueless about the situation, forget it. Though he felt a hint of regret, He Hong still didn't take Chen Fan too seriously at this point. Inviting Chen Fan over was meant to give him a chance to climb the ladder. Since he refused to take the hint, it was simply a case of missed opportunity. Should Chen Fan ever regret this decision later, even if he were to kneel before him, He Hong would not deign to spare him a glance. The prestige of the master of all, how could it be disgraced? Chapter 52, Master Shui's Plea. Chen Fan was unaware that Ren Annie was tearing her hair out over him. He returned to the villa, took a shower, and prepared to rest. But no sooner had he sat down on the sofa and turned on the TV than the doorbell rang. Chen Fan got up to check the door camera and discovered it was none other than Master Shui, whom he had encountered at the hospital earlier that day. He didn't open the door and asked, "What brings you to my home?" The moment Master Shui heard Chen Fan's voice, he seemed to have found a lifeline. Rubbing his hands together, he pleaded earnestly, "Mr. Chen, I beg you, save me. I believe what you said. That vengeful spirit is nearly killing me. Please help me." In just a few short hours, the once spirited Master Shui now looked decades older. His hair had turned completely white at the temples, his cheeks were sunken, and dark circles ringed his eyes.
Chen Fan still didn't open the door.
With a faint, mocking smile, he said, "You're the heir of the Qinggu clan. How could a mere little vengeful ghost possibly harm you?"
"I'm just a pretender who knows nothing. I can't help you with this. You'd better leave now. Don't bring that vengeful spirit to my house."
"No, Mr. Chen, I was wrong. Please, I beg you. I've truly been pushed to the edge." Master Shui pleaded, his voice breaking. "If you don't save me today, I fear I won't even see tomorrow's sun." With that, he knelt with a thud at Chen Fan's doorstep, tears streaming down his face as he wiped them away, looking as pitiful as could be.
"We're not related."
"You can't expect me to help for free," Chen Fan said casually.
"Of course not.
If you save me, I'll sell everything I own to repay you."
"Now that sounds more like it. Get up. Then follow the road east from my doorstep. Don't stop until dawn."
Chen Fan wasn't without his temper. Master Shui had mocked him so cruelly at the hospital earlier. He wanted to teach him a small lesson, to make Master Shui remember this one time.
Master Shui asked with a pout, "Mr. Chen, it still ages until dawn. If I walk all night, won't I just wear myself to death? Can't you help me now?" "Well, that's my only suggestion. If you find it too tiring, then do as you please. After all, it's not my life on the line."
Though Chen Fan's words were a hasty brush off, Master Shui dared not doubt them. With no other choice, he turned eastward, walking while loudly reciting his home address, pleading for Chen Fan to come help him after dawn. Chen Fan nodded in agreement, but couldn't help smirking as he watched the master's retreating figure. Truthfully, Master Shui didn't need to walk all night.
Simply facing east would weaken the malevolent spirit's hold over him. Alas, offending him came at a price.
The night passed without incident. Come morning, Chen Fan arrived at Shui San's home as promised. The old man had indeed followed his instructions to the letter, walking the entire night before daring to hail a cab home at dawn. His face was gaunt, his entire body dehydrated and utterly exhausted. For a moment, it was unclear whether this state was from the ghost's torment or simply the exhaustion of walking all night. The moment Chen Fan entered, Shui San leapt up from the sofa, kneeling before him with a thud.
The whole sequence unfolded with such fluidity that Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement. "Mr. Chen, you're finally here." Chen Fan hummed in acknowledgement, glancing around the room and noting Shui San's rather tasteful decor. The home was beautifully decorated, adorned with numerous famous calligraphy and paintings. While it bordered on pretentiousness, his taste was undeniably good. Chen Fan wandered around Shui San's room, ostensibly checking for any ghosts lurking about, but in reality, he was estimating the value of these items to gauge Shui San's wealth so he'd know what price to ask later. Born into the Qinggu clan, Shui San came from a distinguished family. Having spent years serving high-ranking officials and influential figures, he had amassed considerable wealth over the years. Seeing all this, Chen Fan knew exactly what he was dealing with. If he didn't squeeze every last penny out of this old codger, wouldn't it all be for nothing? After a thorough look around, Chen Fan couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about Shui San's house. The feng shui layout and arrangement were flawless, yet an unsettling chill emanated from every corner, transforming what should have been a house blessed with favorable timing, location, and human connections into a gloomy, foreboding space. "Mr. Chen, is there something wrong with my house?" Shui San asked anxiously, noticing Chen Fan's silence. With the vengeful spirit issue still unresolved, another thorny problem would be adding insult to injury. Hard to say. Let's perform an exorcism first. Chen Fan instructed, listing the items needed and sending Shui San upstairs to fetch them. No sooner had Shui San ascended the stairs than a couple, behaving intimately, entered the house hand in hand. The man wore a gray suit, his hair meticulously combed, yet his expression was fierce. Large tattoos covered his neck, clearly marking him as a member of an underground gang. As for the woman, she was dressed in an extremely provocative manner, heavily made up and adorned with flashy jewelry. While beautiful, her appearance felt a bit overdone. "You clingy leech. How come you're everywhere?" The woman, who had been smiling moments before, instantly turned grim upon seeing Chen Fan. Hearing his companion suddenly curse, the man asked in surprise, "Wan, who are you talking about?" "This bastard, of course." Chen Wan pointed at Chen Fan as she spoke, her voice filled with indignation. "Brother Luo, this is Chen Fan. Our family has suffered so much because of him these past days. We've practically been avoiding him like the plague, yet despite all our precautions, we still ran into this jinx. It's beyond belief." Chen Wan rolled her eyes dramatically as she spoke, practically spelling out disgust on her face. Brother Luo burst out laughing upon hearing Chen Wan's words. "So he's that pretty boy. Can't even figure out how to be a proper son-in-law. What a complete idiot. Come to think of it, I recall hearing about that jerk harassing you before. He hasn't given up yet, has he?" Chen Wan snorted. "Who knows? I'm the woman he'll never have. Comparing me to him? That's just insulting." Glancing at Chen Wan's affected mannerisms, Chen Fan could only think this woman was truly a prime specimen of weirdness. Of course, her tactics were quite impressive. In the short time they'd been apart, she ditched Shirku and found a sucker who looked even richer. "This jerk keeps staring at me, and it's making me feel all creepy and uncomfortable. You better help me rub it out." Chen Wan grabbed Brother Luo's hand and pressed it against her chest, squashing her left eye flat in the process, a scene that was decidedly not suitable for minors. Chapter 53, My skills aren't just a little bit good. In broad daylight, in front of others, these two were shamelessly engaging in such vulgar behavior. Chen Fan couldn't help but grimace in disgust, silently turning his head away. But Chen Wan felt no shame, only pride. She even thought her fierce-looking boyfriend had scared Chen Fan into averting his gaze. She gloated, "Brother Luo, see this? That guy's scared stiff. You just gave him a glare, and now he dares not look at us. Ha, that's how cowards act," Brother Luo sneered. "A loser like him, no skills, no family connections, dare to lock eyes with me? I'd cripple him in seconds." Hearing her boyfriend speak with such confidence, Chen Wan's eyes darted about as she decided to enlist his support to avenge her. Revenge for the humiliation at the Ren family banquet, being branded with an iron tag and forced to kneel at the door. Though there was no iron plaque now, making Chen Fan kneel before her and kowtow an apology would restore her dignity. With that thought, Chen Wan discreetly pulled out her phone, activated the video recording function, and prepared to capture this moment. She would take the footage home and show it to everyone, letting them witness her power. Her sister Qian Hui hadn't dared leave the house these past few days because of the willow leaf incident. Yet here she was, already finding a new boyfriend. If she could pressure Chen Fan, who had always opposed the Qian family, into submission through her boyfriend's influence, then she would undoubtedly become the most valued member of the Qian household. then even her sister would have to kowtow to her. Xian Wanwan grew more and more smug with each thought, even feeling a bit impatient. Brother Luo, just thinking about how that scumbag wronged me makes me sick. Will you stand up for me? Of course. How do you want me to handle it? Brother Luo agreed immediately, rolling up his sleeves as if he truly intended to lay hands on Chen Fan. Make him kneel before me and call me auntie. Xian Wanwan blurted out the plan she'd been brewing for ages. What's so hard about that? Bro Luo snorted and turned to face Chen Fan. Did you hear what my girlfriend said? You're unlucky to have run into me today. Now hurry up and do exactly as she says. Or don't blame me when my fists don't have eyes. Brother Luo's threat drew only a faint smile from Chen Fan, who dismissed it entirely. Would an elephant get angry over an ant's provocation? No way. Seeing Chen Fan unmoved, Xian Wanwan frowned. Chen Fan, since we've known each other, I'll give you a heads up, Brother Luo isn't joking. Go ask around. He's a big shot in Shangbao district. Half the nightlife spots in Shangbao district have Brother Luo's stake in them. Everyone in the underworld has to watch his face. Not only that, Brother Luo even went up the mountain to study martial arts under the renowned Master Wuya. You've really bitten off more than you can chew this time. If you don't kneel and apologize to me right now, I guarantee you'll walk in upright today and leave flat on your back. No wonder Qian Wanwan dared to act so brazenly. Turns out this woman really did hook up with someone influential this time. Chen Fan couldn't care less about this Brother Luo being some nightclub kingpin, but the fact that he was Master Wuya's disciple did surprise him. During his stay at the Rin family villa, he'd discussed martial arts with Rin Annie, who had mentioned Wuya. He was quite renowned in Jinling's martial circles, not quite a peerless master, but certainly among the foremost. Chen Fan, did you hear clearly what Wanwan just told you to do? Brother Luo narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, if you don't kneel and apologize, I'll have no choice but to force you. As a martial artist yourself, you should recognize that my aura far surpasses yours. To provoke me is to court your own demise. Chen Fan gradually released a wave of pressure, hoping to intimidate Brother Luo into backing down. But Brother Luo seemed like a stubborn fool, completely oblivious to Chen Fan's warning. What the hell are you spouting here, kid? Are you saying I can't beat you? Chen Fan shrugged his shoulders. Alright, I overestimated you. Turns out you've only taken a master, you haven't learned anything. You're not even a martial artist. You're asking for it. Struck at his core, Brother Luo's face flushed with shame and rage. Without another word, he swung his fist at Chen Fan. Watching her man fly into a rage for a woman, Xian Wanwan was utterly exhilarated. She filmed the scene with her phone while shouting, "Go, Brother Luo! Beat this arrogant bastard to a pulp. I'll post the video online so everyone can see how weak this, what's his name is." Ha! No sooner had the words left her mouth than a thunderous crash echoed through the air. A figure flew from the living room into the front yard, taking a long, heavy tumble before crashing to the ground. Xian Wanwan's camera frantically followed the figure, but when she finally reached the doorway, she realized through the lens that the one knocked down wasn't Chen Fan, it was her own boyfriend, Brother Luo. Ah! Xian Wanwan shrieked, quickly stashing her phone away. She scrambled over in her high heels, rushing to help Luo Gu up. Luo Gu, are you okay? Are you hurt? Get lost. Brother Luo didn't want to lose face in front of a woman. So when Xian Wanwan came to help him up, not only did he refuse her assistance, he shoved her aside. You've got some skills, kid. Brother Luo stared at Chen Fan with a grave expression, his eyes filled with disbelief. What the hell is this bastard's background? He hadn't even fought at full strength, yet dealing with a lowly lackey like Chen Fan should have been an instant kill. Yet despite that, not only had he failed to lay a finger on Chen Fan, but he'd been counterattacked and defeated. Brother Luo understood Chen Fan hadn't gone all out. He'd merely thrown a casual punch as Brother Luo charged forward. Yet that single, careless punch had nearly killed him. The gap between them was nothing short of a chasm. While Brother Luo cared for Qian Wanwan and was willing to indulge her, he certainly wasn't about to risk his life for a woman. My skills are far from just a little something, but... Chen Fan's expression was a mix of amusement and mockery. Seeing Chen Fan getting cocky, Qian Wanwan shamelessly threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around Brother Luo's arm and cooing in a sweet voice, "Brother Luo, if you can't handle him alone, just call for backup. Get more brothers over here. We have to take this kid down today, or where's your face going to be?" Sensing Brother Luo's wavering resolve, Chen Wanwan began to fan the flames, stirring up trouble with every word. She refused to let Chen Fan off the hook. This wasn't just about saving face. More importantly, if Chen Fan walked away unscathed, he'd surely come back to undermine her again. Xian Wanwan never wanted to experience that kind of humiliation again. Shut your filthy mouth, you. What do you need people for? Let's get out of here. Brother Luo slapped Xian Wanwan across the face with his backhand. Before she could react, he yanked her out the door. It wasn't that Brother Luo was backing down, he was retreating to advance. He planned to leave this place first and strategize carefully later. A young expert suddenly appearing on Shangbao District's turf? There must be more to this. He had to inform his master immediately. Just then, Shuesan descended the stairs laden with bags and packages. Spotting brother Luo, he immediately called out, "Little Luo, don't leave. I'll introduce you to a master." "Who?" Brother Luo froze in surprise. Shuesan pointed at Chen Fan, his tone brimming with respect. "This is the master, Chen Fan. Hurry up and greet Mr. Chen." Chapter 54, The Fundamental Feng Shui Issue. Shuesan's words struck Shui Luo like a bolt of lightning. "Grandfather, you must be mistaken. That brat. How dare you?" Shuesan glared at Shui Luo and snapped, "Mr. Chen came to save my life. Show him no disrespect. Apologize immediately." Shui Luo hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. Seeing his stubbornness, Shuesan's voice turned grave. "You won't apologize, huh? Then I'll take back every penny of your money and your nightclub. You can go sleep on the streets yourself." "No." Shui Luo's expression changed instantly. He quickly bowed his head obediently to Chen Fan, admitting his mistake. As a spoiled rich kid, he'd only managed to scrape by this long thanks to Shuesan's influence. Without Shuesan's protection, all his wealth and prestige would vanish. By comparison, apologizing to Chen Fan was merely a loss of face, a trifling matter. "So this guy is your grandson? He sure is arrogant." Chen Fan gave a wry smile. Shuesan's face flushed with embarrassment as he forced a sheepish smile. "My apologies, Mr. Chen. I'm sorry you had to witness this spectacle. I'll make sure to discipline this good-for-nothing grandson properly from now on." As he spoke, he shot Shui Luo a chilling glare, clearly planning to settle the score later. Shui Luo's heart lurched. He whipped his head around and shot Qian Wanwan a vicious glare, his eyes brimming with resentment. "That damn Qian Wanwan. Didn't she say Chen Fan was just a nobody, a deadbeat freeloader?" Little did she know that upon meeting him, Chen Fan turned out to be a figure so prominent that even her own grandfather had to treat him with utmost respect. The dramatic turn of events left Shui Luo feeling as if he were in a dream. Qian Wanwan was equally horrified. Her relationship with Shui Luo stemmed partly from his power and influence, but equally from his grandfather's status. Shuesan was a renowned Xingwu master in Jinling, boasting extensive connections that commanded respect from many high-ranking officials. Yet, such a prominent figure was now groveling to Chen Fan? What on earth was going on? Could it be that Shuesan, like old Master Ren, had also been deceived by the smooth-talking charlatan, Chen Fan? Damn it! What on earth qualifies Chen Fan? How could all those formidable elders be so blind as to mistake him a worthless piece of trash beyond redemption for a master and elevate him like that? Qian Wanwan grew increasingly frustrated the more she thought about it. She wanted to tear off Chen Fan's mask right then and there, to tell Shuesan that Chen Fan knew nothing about the art of Qingwu. But just as she opened her mouth, she met Shuesan's piercing gaze. "Xiao Luo, keep your girlfriend in line, don't offend Mr. Chen." "Got it." Shui Luo responded with a nod, then made a shushing gesture toward Qian Wanwan, signaling her to stay quiet. As the newlywed daughter-in-law visiting for the first time, Chen Wanwan didn't even get a chance to speak. Her heart felt utterly cold and bitter. Chen Fan paid no heed to Qian Wanwan's resentment. After inspecting the items Shuesan had brought down from upstairs, he declared with great solemnity, "You've certainly gone all out, these are top-tier items. Seems you're desperate for me to exorcise your demons." Shuesan immediately began complaining bitterly upon hearing this. "What could I do, Mr. Chen? I was up all night last night, nearly exhausted to death. I didn't even dare to stop and take a sip of water. But your idea really worked. Ever since I started heading east, that icy chill left my body. It's like that ghost truly stayed away from me." Qian Wanwan stood nearby, listening to Shuesan lavish praise on Chen Fan and spouting all this ghostly nonsense. It all struck her as utterly ridiculous and absurd. "The ghost clinging to you isn't hard to drive away," Chen Fan stated bluntly. "The real problem is that your home seems to harbor other unclean entities. They're providing that ghost with an endless supply of energy, which is why it's been haunting you all this time." I pondered deeply. Even if we exorcise this spirit, you'll likely be haunted by another. Unless we address the root cause, it's merely treating the symptoms, not the disease. Shuesan urgently pleaded, "Please help us, Mr. Chen. Don't worry. Give me some time." Chen Fan rose and began inspecting every corner of the room once more. Shuesan trailed behind like a shadow, cautiously asking, "Mr. Chen, don't you need tools to inspect the feng shui? Shall I lend you some? I've got everything you could possibly need." Listening to Shuesan's boastful tone as he offered his treasures, Chen Fan felt both amused and exasperated. If those things were truly useful, you wouldn't have been haunted by a ghost for so long without discovering it. "I don't need those things. Keep them for yourself." Shuesan was rendered speechless by Chen Fan's retort and fell silent. Truth be told, he was deeply troubled. Even a seasoned Qingwu practitioner like himself needed tools to detect anomalies in the magnetic field and pinpoint feng shui imbalances. Could Chen Fan really spot problems with just his eyes, without any tools? He was deeply skeptical. Qian Wanwan, however, simply believed Chen Fan was putting on a show. Lowering her voice, she whispered to Shui Luo, "Brother Luo, should you try to talk some sense into your grandfather? I know this Chin Fan well, he's a penniless, good-for-nothing bum. Otherwise, our family wouldn't have kicked him out. Your grandfather is so formidable, yet even he couldn't detect anything wrong. This Chin Fan just wanders around aimlessly. If he could really see anything, that would be a miracle. I bet he's just putting on airs to deceive your grandfather." Though Qian Wanwan spoke with conviction, Shui Luo didn't even spare her a glance. He was still seething with anger. If that woman hadn't sworn up and down that Chen Fan was a useless good-for-nothing, he wouldn't have been knocked flying just now. Not only had he been humiliated, but he'd also landed hard on his backside. His back still ached like hell, though he was gritting his teeth to keep quiet about it. Now Qian Wanwan was jumping in to sow discord and slander Chen Fan. There was no way Shui Luo would listen to her. What if he angered his grandfather and got kicked out? That would be a huge loss. Seeing Shui Luo ignore her, Qian Wanwan felt thoroughly humiliated. Though annoyed, she dared not provoke her boyfriend, fearing he might dump her. Reluctantly, she gave up. Of course, she wasn't conceding defeat in her heart. She was biding her time. If Chen Fan couldn't identify the feng shui issue later, she would expose his true colors, making Shui Luo and Shui San realize he was nothing but a fraud. But just as that thought crossed her mind, Chen Fan pinpointed the problem. So that was it. The culprit was this very garden. "Master Chen, what do you mean by this?" Shui San felt like a blind man, utterly unable to comprehend what Chen Fan was saying. Chen Fan stamped his foot casually, sounding somewhat disappointed. "You're a Qinggu master, yet you couldn't even detect the filth buried beneath your own garden? That ghost feeds off the dark energy released by the impurities buried beneath this ground. That's why it can haunt you day and night without you ever noticing. Fortunately, your ancestors' profound virtuous deeds protect you, so no major abnormalities have manifested yet. But if this continues, your family will soon be destroyed." At these words, Shui Luo was dumbfounded. He quickly interjected, "Mr. Chen, surely you're mistaken? This garden was just renovated a few years ago. If there were any impurities buried here, wouldn't they have been unearthed during the excavation? Ha! To the untrained eye, even if something unclean were right before them, they wouldn't recognize it. Isn't that exactly your situation?" Chen Fan spoke, casting a pointed glance at Qian Wanwan, as if implying that the impurity beside Shui Luo referred to her. Qian Wanwan wasn't stupid. She understood Chen Fan's meaning perfectly, her eyes widening in fury as she shot him a fierce glare. Yet beyond that, she dared say nothing more. After all, her boyfriend's grandfather was acting as if he owed Chen Fan his life, trusting him implicitly. If she spoke up now, she'd surely be kicked out. Shui San pressed, "Mr. Chen, what do you suggest we do now? Dig up the entire garden again?" "Certainly. If you're willing to pay, I can pinpoint the exact location of the contamination more precisely. That way, your excavation work will be minimized." Chen Fan replied with a faint smile. "Once it's dug up, if you want me to handle disposing of this filth, that'll be an extra charge. I've pinpointed the root of the problem for you. How you choose to proceed from here is entirely up to you." Shui San was a wealthy man, and his money came from other wealthy individuals. Chen Fan had intended to fleece him thoroughly from the moment he walked through the door. Now that the opportunity had finally presented itself, Chen Fan showed no mercy. Shui San hesitated inwardly. Chen Fan hadn't used any tools, performed any rituals, or chanted incantations. He'd merely wandered around and declared the garden problematic hardly credible. Yet if he let Chen Fan leave now, once matters spiraled beyond his control, it would be exceedingly difficult to summon him back. After weighing his options, Shui San bowed respectfully to Chen Fan. "Mr. Chen, how about this? First, dig the object out for me to examine. If we need your assistance afterward, we'll settle the payment separately. Would that work for you?" Chapter 55, The Long-Awaited Filthy Thing. Chen Fan understood that Shui San was trying to save money wherever possible. Such was human nature, and he understood it well enough. "All right. Go find a few workers to start digging." As he spoke, Chen Fan walked a few steps toward the center of the garden and marked off an area with his foot. "Have them dig up this spot, about 1 or 2 meters deep. Then we'll see what's there." "All right." Shui San's face lit up with delight at the suggestion. When he'd suggested the idea earlier, he'd feared Chen Fan might get angry, but he hadn't expected him to be so agreeable. To avoid any delays that might lead to complications, Shui San immediately had Shui Luo call for workers to begin the task. Amid the rumble of the earth drilling machine and the clatter of workers wielding shovels, a 2-meter deep pit was excavated within 10 minutes. Yet as the pit grew deeper and wider, the filth Chen Fan had mentioned remained stubbornly hidden. It was one thing for ordinary people like Qian Wanwan and Shui Luo to be unable to see it, but even Qinggu Master Shui San found nothing. For a moment, he grew impatient. During a break in the digging, Chen Fan discussed the payment for this visit with him. The 2 calligraphy scrolls in the room. Authentic works by Su Shi and Wang Shiji. If sold at auction, they'd fetch tens of millions at the very least. Chen Fan had merely visited their home once, offered a few pointers, and demanded such a hefty sum. The more he thought about it, the more he felt ripped off. The crux was that Chen Fan hadn't even identified the problem yet. That meant everything he'd claimed earlier could very well be false.
Sacrificing tens of millions for a lie, plus digging up the garden soil that was the epitome of being a VIP among losers.
As Shuesan's expression darkened, Chen Wanwan seized the moment, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh my, how deep have you dug already? Not even a trace of the dirty stuff yet, and this person still isn't panicking?
All that bluster for nothing, turns out it was just a scam.
And to think he pulled it off on the Shue family. That guy's got some nerve. Shuesan was already feeling anxious, and now, provoked by Chen Wanwan's words, he couldn't hold back any longer. He turned to Chen Fan and asked, Mr. Chen, could it be you've dug in the wrong spot? Absolutely. Keep digging. The dirty stuff is buried deeper than I thought. There's no mistake. Despite Chen Fan's confident reply, Shuesan felt uneasy.
This was the ancestral home of the Shue family. Every blade of grass and tree had been meticulously designed by their forefathers, including this garden. During the renovation 2 years ago, the elders had protested fiercely, believing that reckless alterations could bring misfortune upon the family. However, after Shuesan repeatedly assured them he would meticulously recalculate the feng shui, the project finally proceeded according to his wishes. But now, with the site dug up like this, the feng shui Shuesan had meticulously calculated was completely ruined. If they truly offended the ancestors and caused the family's decline, wouldn't that be a grave sin? Chen Fan saw Shuesan's hesitation and warned him sternly, I'm not joking with you, and I certainly wouldn't toy with you over something like this. This impure entity has been hidden so deeply, proving it's been present in your family for a long time. If you don't excavate it promptly, allowing it to entwine with your family's dragon vein, the destruction of your household would be the least of your troubles.
Should it later implicate everyone within and outside the clan, leading to the extinction of the family line, that would be the true catastrophe.
Hearing Chen Fan speak thus, Shuesan's heart trembled, and in the end, he chose to compromise.
Alright, keep digging. We won't stop until we find something.
Another cloud of dust swirled, yet the hidden treasure remained elusive. Chen Wanwan seized the moment to interject, Grandfather, I don't mean to sow discord, but Chen Fan was once a son-in-law of the Qian family.
I've never heard of him having any expertise in geomancy.
Rather than trusting him, you'd be better off trusting these workers digging for you.
They've been by your side for so many years, they've gained considerable insight. Surely they're better than this blabbermouth who only spouts nonsense.
Shuesan's expression darkened at these words.
Mr. Chen.
At that moment, Shuesan's tone clearly carried a hint of anger. Not only the plot you marked earlier, but we've dug several meters deep in the surrounding area too.
Look at what's become of this beautiful garden now.
There's absolutely no trace of the contaminants you mentioned.
That means your site selection was wrong.
I don't believe you're a fraud, but everyone makes mistakes.
If the problem isn't in this garden, you should choose a new site. It's better to cut our losses now than keep digging blindly, don't you think?
Seeing Shuesan still speaking so reasonably, Chen Wanwan rolled her eyes and added fuel to the fire. Grandpa, you're a decent man trying to save someone's face, but that person has no shame whatsoever. Unless you speak sternly and properly discipline that person, making them understand the severe consequences of deceiving us, they'll never rein in their actions or admit their mistakes.
In fact, that person will keep finding ways to deceive us. That's exactly how our Qian family was tricked back then. Thankfully, we've learned our lesson. Don't let history repeat itself. Chen Wanwan's relentless nagging made Shuesan's expression grow increasingly grim.
Just as he was about to give in and agree to Chen Wanwan's suggestion to teach Chen Fan a lesson, a thunderous boom erupted.
Immediately afterward, a wisp of black smoke rose from beneath a worker's shovel.
The worker, drenched in sweat from digging, hadn't noticed the smoke at all.
By the time Chen Fan tried to warn him, it was already too late.
The worker was engulfed by the black smoke, his vision went dark, and his body crashed heavily onto the nearby mound of dirt. Seeing this, the nearby workers quickly backed away, scattering in all directions. No one dared to approach the large pit.
The black smoke continued billowing from the earth. Shuesan's pupils contracted as he covered his mouth and nose, leading the others to slip away. Mr. Chen, what's with that black smoke? You've always wanted to see something dirty, right? Well, there you go. Chen Fan's expression was a mix of amusement and mockery. Shuesan felt guilty. I never imagined it would be real. Mr. Chen, I wronged you. Is that thing poisonous?
It's not poisonous, but it carries heavy yin energy.
That worker fainted because the yin energy invaded his body.
Have him bask in the sun outside for a while, then eat some nourishing food. He'll recover quickly, Chen Fan explained.
Mr. Chen, what should we do now? How long will this black smoke keep billowing? How can we resolve it completely? Unless you remove what's buried underground, that black smoke will keep billowing endlessly.
It won't dissipate, Chen Fan replied calmly.
But how can we get it out? We can't even get close. I can handle it, but...
Chen Fan drew out his words, and Shuesan immediately understood.
He promptly declared, Mr. Chen, saving a life is better than building 7 tiers of a pagoda. Given our family's current situation, no one but you can help us. I know it's an outrageous request to ask you to risk your life for us. That's why I'm willing to offer compensation. Whether it's famous calligraphy and paintings or money and treasures, anything I, Shue-san, can provide, choose freely. If I so much as frown, consider me inhuman. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction at these words. Without any protective measures, he turned and headed back alone into the garden. Watching Chen Fan's solitary figure enter the garden, Shue-san and Shue Luo felt deeply concerned for him. Only Chen Wanwan secretly wished Chen Fan would perish inside, never to emerge alive. Alas, fate had other plans. Within 3 minutes, Chen Fan reappeared, returning by the same path. This time, he carried a pitch-black wooden doll in his hands. Black smoke billowed incessantly from the doll. Though its original form was obscured by decaying soil, its appearance now seemed even more eerie and terrifying. Chapter 56, The Witchcraft Doll. Staring at the wooden doll in Chen Fan's hands, Shue-san's expression shifted repeatedly. Mr. Chen, what on earth is this? A cursed witchcraft doll, Chen Fan replied. It even bears your family crest. Likely crafted by someone with deep-seated hatred toward your clan. At this point, Chen Fan paused. However, the words sent Shue-san's heart leaping into his throat. He blurted out, but what? Mr. Chen, this thing isn't incredibly troublesome, is it? Impossible to handle? It's quite manageable to deal with. Chen Fan shook his head and continued, it's just that whoever hid this voodoo doll in your garden didn't follow traditional methods of soaking it in the blood of the dead to ensure its enduring power. Instead, they've been nourishing it with their own blood all this time, even setting up a dedicated altar for it. That's why the doll is buried deeper than my calculations indicated. In other words, whoever buried this voodoo doll here is still alive today. They continue to cast spells upon your family, sustaining the curse. Anyone willing to harm themselves just to take revenge on your family is nothing short of a madman. After hearing Chen Fan's question, Shue Luo stroked his chin, mentally reviewing his list of enemies. Could any of them have secretly set this vicious curse? But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't imagine the brutes who roamed the underworld like himself resorting to such underhanded tactics. So who could possibly be behind this? Shue-san also fell silent. His prowess ranked among the top in Jinling's Qinggu underworld. For someone to set this trap without him noticing meant their cultivation surpassed his. Yet such individuals were few and far between. Had he ever crossed paths with such a formidable figure? Wait. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Shue-san, and a name came to mind. This person had once been weaker than him. If they had surpassed him through cultivation, it wasn't impossible. But if it really was that person, this matter would become troublesome. Chen Fan remained silent. The grudges between the Shue family and others were none of his business, and he had no reason to get involved. Besides, anyone capable of such a vicious scheme couldn't be a good person. There was no need to invite that kind of trouble. With that thought, Chen Fan tossed the witchcraft doll onto the ground and brushed the dirt off his hands. Alright, I found what you asked for. How you handle it is your business. Just bring me another genuine painting. No. The moment he heard Chen Fan was about to take the painting and leave, Shue-san protested urgently, Mr. Chen, if you leave, what will become of us? Please, out of kindness, see this through to the end and help us get rid of this thing. The price for resolving this matter won't be cheap. Are you sure you're ready? Chen Fan cut straight to the point. Of course. I'm already convinced of your abilities, Mr. Chen. For your exceptional skills, I'd pay any price. Shue-san's words weren't merely flattery, he genuinely believed Chen Fan was a master. To effortlessly pinpoint the problem without tools, then handle a witchcraft doll brimming with resentment barehanded without suffering backlash, such abilities aren't cultivated by just anyone. Deal. Chen Fan bent down and picked up the witchcraft doll once more. With a gentle squeeze of his hand, the doll instantly shattered into fragments, turning to dust. The black smoke released from the dust was then imperceptibly absorbed into Chen Fan's body. To others, this dark energy would be deadly poison, but to Chen Fan, who possessed the innate chi body, it was akin to spiritual energy capable of accelerating his cultivation progress. Done. Chen Fan brushed the dust off his hands and said casually to the Shue family. Shen Wanwan was stunned, watching the witchcraft doll that had just been billowing with black smoke vanish before her eyes into a wisp of dust, leaving no trace behind. What just happened? Could Chen Fan really exorcise evil spirits? You've got to be kidding me. Shue Luo, who witnessed the scene, patted his chest and silently marveled. Thank goodness he hadn't acted like a hothead and clashed with Chen Fan earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he'd met his end. Shue-san, however, looked at him with respect. After the witchcraft doll was dispelled, he instantly sensed the malevolent spirit on his shoulder. He could suppress it with his own Qinggu cultivation, forcing it to depart. This proved beyond doubt that Chen Fan's words and actions, though harsh truths, were utterly correct. As an heir to the Qinggu lineage, Shue-san had heard elders recount since childhood that Qinggu practitioners, upon reaching a certain realm, gained the ability to freely activate their yin-yang eyes, thereby becoming true Qinggu masters.
Such masters no longer required any tools to wield immense power, they could turn the tide effortlessly with a flick of their wrist. Yet such a being had never appeared in their lineage, merely a legend whispered by ancient ancestors. Now, witnessing Chen Fan's abilities, Shui San finally understood. Chen Fan was a Qin Wu grandmaster. With just his eyes, he could peer into both realms of the living and the dead. His power was unfathomable. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for rescuing my Shui family. Taking payment to resolve troubles is only natural. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively and added, simply rebury the soil you just dug up, and everything will return to normal. But I'll remind you, endless cycles of revenge never end. If possible, it would be best to find an opportunity to resolve those past grievances. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Chen. I'll do my utmost to handle the aftermath. Shui Zhongzhong nodded solemnly, letting out a long sigh of relief. It felt like a heavy weight had finally been lifted from his chest. Qian Wanwan, however, felt the exact opposite, as if dark clouds had gathered overhead. After finally losing Shirku as her protector, she found an even more formidable one in Shui Luo. But what happened? Before she could even seek revenge against Chen Fan, he had inexplicably become a great benefactor to the Shui family. Even if Chen Fan didn't report her misdeeds to the Shui family, her earlier sarcastic remarks alone would be enough to ensure Shui San wouldn't welcome her into the Shui household. Of course, whether she could enter the house was secondary. What if they held a grudge against her, using her as a scapegoat to make an example of her? What if they considered tormenting her a generous gift to Chen Fan? Wouldn't her situation then become precarious? The thought alone sent a chill down Chen Wanwan's spine. While everyone else followed Chen Fan toward the inner courtyard of the Shui residence, she quietly slipped backward, intending to make a hasty retreat. However, Chen Wanwan's little maneuver didn't escape Shui Luo's keen eyes. He instantly saw through her attempt to slip away and bellowed, "Chen Wanwan, where do you think you're going?" Chen Wanwan had hoped to slip away unnoticed, but being called out by name and in such a fierce tone terrified her. She froze in place, stammering after a long pause, "Darling, I have things to do at home. He told me to come back early, so I'll head back first." "Get lost. Stop calling me dear. I've seen through you, you're the real disaster magnet." Shui Luo snapped angrily. "I'm warning you, Chen Wanwan. From now on, you and I have absolutely nothing to do with each other. But if I ever hear you bad-mouthing Mr. Chen outside again, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson on his behalf." "Oh." Chen Wanwan looked utterly aggrieved but dared not erupt, only gritting her teeth and lowering her head. "Mr. Chen, I caused some friction with you over this woman earlier. I humbly ask for your magnanimity, please turn a blind eye and let this matter drop." Shui Luo bowed his hands and bowed his body. Chen Fan chuckled, "You're a sharp young man, not half bad with your head on your shoulders. You'll go far. Mr. Chen flatters me." Being praised by such a distinguished figure naturally lifted Shui Luo's spirits. He invited Chen Fan into the Shui residence, presenting all manner of fine offerings. Shui San made no attempt to stop him, instead smiling with satisfaction. This grandson actually has some sense, he knows to sacrifice a woman to befriend Chen Fan. Not bad, not bad. Too bad I don't have a granddaughter. Otherwise, he could have used a woman to seduce Chen Fan, engaging in a soul-stirring exchange of body and mind to bind him to the Shui family. Chapter 57, Spirit Stones, Spirit Gathering Array. After chatting with the Shui family for over an hour, Chen Fan declined their invitation to lunch. He planned to gather some medicinal herbs to prepare for activating Ren Annie's Purine constitution. What he never expected was that the moment he stepped outside, he saw Chen Wanwan crouched by the door, waiting for him all along. "Chen Fan, so you've been playing dumb all these years in our family, quite the clever move, huh?" Chen Wanwan shed her earlier disdain, grinning as she approached. "Leaving the Qian family seems to have unleashed your potential, you've become quite the figure now. But you've ruined 2 of my perfect matches in a row. You owe me a little compensation, don't you? How about this, I'll make a sacrifice and marry you instead. As for the dowry, just hand over Villa number 1 in Jiangshan Mansion. How about it? My demands aren't too high, are they? Are you out of your mind?" Chen Fan stared in stunned disbelief at Chen Wanwan's smug expression. What kind of twisted logic does this woman have? Her self-perception is way too inflated, isn't it? When did I ever say I wanted to marry you? I'm begging you to stay away from me. I don't want anything to do with the Chen family anymore. Chen Fan couldn't stand the demonic aura radiating from Chen Wanwan and decided to take a detour. But Chen Wanwan wouldn't let it go. Even the Shui family valued Chen Fan so highly, proof that this kid had real potential. She wasn't about to let him go so easily. "Chen Fan, you wouldn't dare be a toad dreaming of marrying a swan, waiting for Ren Annie to marry you down, would you? Let me tell you, that's absolutely impossible. What kind of status does Zhao Tai have? Could you ever compare? Not only am I as beautiful as a flower, but I'm also sharp and clever. Me agreeing to marry you is a blessing you've earned through lifetimes of good karma. Don't be so ungrateful." Chen Fan tried repeatedly to push Qian Wanwan away, but she kept throwing herself at him, babbling incoherently.
Exasperated by her antics, Chen Fan finally shouted to Shui Luo in the courtyard, "Get your ex-girlfriend out of here." Shui Luo, ever the gossip, had been lurking by the doorway, eavesdropping. He'd been nervously expecting Chen Fan to accept Xian Wanwan, dreading that his ex might badmouth him. Only when Chen Fan ordered him to take Xian Wanwan away did Shui Luo finally breathe a sigh of relief. He dashed out in 2 strides, slapped Xian Wanwan twice without a word, and ordered his bodyguards to take her downtown and dump her in any trash bin they found. Xian Wanwan was forcibly shoved into the car, and the area finally quieted down. Meanwhile, Shui-san emerged from the house, bank card in hand. "Mr. Chen, please wait. This is a small token of appreciation. I hope you'll accept it. I've already received my payment. No need for anything extra." Chen Fan shook his head. Shui-san shoved the bank card into Chen Fan's hands. "Mr. Chen, you went out of your way for the Shui family. A little extra is only fair. If you truly wish to give me more, money isn't necessary. While I was wandering around your home earlier, I noticed a lightning-struck jujube token displayed on your living room table. How about giving me that instead?" Chen Fan changed the subject. "Ha? Mr. Chen, did I hear that correctly? That lightning-struck jujube talisman isn't worth much, it's just for decoration." Shui-san spoke truthfully. Though the jujube talisman was crafted by his ancestors as an evil warding artifact, he could replicate it himself. Overall, it held no special significance. "No problem. I'll just take it home for my collection." Seeing Chen Fan insist, Shui-san nodded reluctantly, though he didn't understand. He handed the item over. To him, its value paled in comparison to the millions in his bank account. Trading the jujube token for several million was a steal. "Mr. Chen, should you ever need anything, just give me a shout. I can't promise anything elsewhere, but in Shangbao district, I, Shui Luo, am the undisputed local kingpin. I can share prosperity with you." Before Chen Fan left, Shui Luo specifically handed him his business card. "All right." Chen Fan didn't bite the hand that fed him. He tucked the card into his pocket and hopped into a taxi. He gazed at the lightning-struck jujube token he'd obtained from Shui-san, his eyes flashing with keen interest. This artifact held hidden secrets Shui-san himself was unaware of. When Shui-san's ancestors forged the thunder-struck jujube token, besides conventional materials, they deliberately embedded a spirit stone within it. Spirit stones were rare, concentrated essences of ancient spiritual energy, a game-changing cheat code for martial cultivators. Cultivating with the spiritual energy within a spirit stone could lead to rapid progress, exponentially increasing one's cultivation speed. He would deal with the purine physique herbs later. First, he must handle this spirit stone. With his mind made up, Chen Fan returned to Villa 1 and immediately used the Inferno Flame to melt the thunderstruck jujube token, extracting the crystal-clear spirit stone within. He had long envisioned crafting a small spirit-gathering array at Villa 1 to double his cultivation efficiency, but lacking a treasure to serve as the array's focal point, he had to shelve the plan. Now, with this spirit stone in hand, the spirit-gathering array could finally become a reality. It took Chen Fan a full afternoon to design the spirit-gathering array. No sooner had he finished than Oldrin called. That evening, Ren Annie was to attend a social cocktail party in full formal attire. Due to the previous incident where Fei Gang had sent men to ambush Ren Annie, Old Man Ren felt uneasy about his granddaughter's safety. He wished to commission Chen Fan as her bodyguard, accompanying her to the event. While protecting Ren Annie, Chen Fan could also broaden his social circle, preventing Zhao Tai from pushing him too hard in the future. Though Chen Fan disliked such occasions and the glitzy social gatherings, he had promised Ren Annie to be her personal bodyguard and wouldn't refuse. "Very well. Prepare yourself. I'll have Annie pick you up." Old Ren laughed heartily. Chen Fan hummed in acknowledgement, hung up the phone, activated the spirit-gathering array, and dashed to the bathroom for a quick shower. No sooner had he changed than the doorbell chimed. Opening the door, Chen Fan was greeted by Ren Annie, dressed in a princess-style gown. "Mr. Chen, do I look pretty? Anyone who says you don't look beautiful is lying through their teeth." Hearing Chen Fan's uniquely flattering compliment, Ren Annie covered her mouth, laughing delightedly. "Are you ready? The cocktail party is about to start." "Almost." Chen Fan smiled faintly and got into the car with Ren Annie. "Mr. Chen, there'll be plenty of rich, handsome guys at this networking event, some particularly persistent types I'd rather not chat with. So I'll need you to act as my shield," Ren Annie said, batting her eyelashes at Chen Fan. Her coy, adorable expression made it impossible to refuse. "Then I might be pierced by 1,000 arrows." Chen Fan rubbed his temples, torn between laughter and tears. "No worries, I'll tend to your wounds." Chen Fan froze. "How exactly?" "With these little hands of mine, of course." Ren Annie giggled, her hands moving up and down. Chen Fan cleared his throat awkwardly, glancing out the window, suddenly feeling rather embarrassed. This woman is wicked. Chapter 58, The Social Gathering. That bitch again. The networking cocktail party Ren Annie was attending was held at a club in Shangbao district. Though situated in a bustling district, it was also a place rife with vice.
It was no shortage of high-ranking officials, prominent socialites, nor those who harbored filth and committed crimes. No wonder old Ren had requested Chen Fan to protect Ren Annie. Chen Fan followed silently behind Ren Annie, behaving like a dutiful bodyguard. Though his attire clearly clashed with the surroundings, no one made a fuss. Upon entering the cocktail party, Ren Annie quickly became the center of attention. As Ren Annie had mentioned, the gathering featured far more men than women, making every female attendee highly sought after. An elegant and alluring beauty like Ren Annie naturally drew everyone's attention the moment she appeared. "Annie, it's been ages. Trying to get you out was a real challenge." Yeah. Those in the know understand you're swamped with work, but the clueless ones probably thought you'd become a nun. Hee, Ren Annie is already spoken for, you lot better behave yourselves. If young Master Zhao finds out you dared to flirt with his fiancée, he'll make sure you regret it. The attendees at this networking cocktail party all had some business ties to the Rin family. Being roughly the same age, they'd practically grown up together. Familiar banter was practically a daily occurrence. Ren Annie didn't pay it much mind. She'd always kept her distance from these former admirers, brushing off Zhao Tai's matter with some excuse. Yet these men insisted on rubbing salt in the wound, persistently circling back to Zhao Tai. There was no helping it. In their eyes, Zhao Tai was an unattainable figure. Precisely because Zhao Tai was Ren Annie's legitimate fiancé did they give up on her. Otherwise, who wouldn't want to pursue relentlessly a woman as beautiful and accomplished as Ren Annie? "Hey, Annie, is that guy your bodyguard? Tell him to hang out outside. None of us brought bodyguards and it's awkward for him to be the only one left here." As they chatted, someone finally noticed Chen Fan, who had entered with Ren Annie. The person even politely suggested a place for Chen Fan to pass the time, so he wouldn't interrupt their conversation. But who could have guessed that the moment the words left their mouth, Ren Annie's expression turned decidedly sour. "What are you saying? Mr. Chen is an honored guest of the Ren family. Our recent banquet was specifically held to thank him. Haven't you heard about it?" Seeing Ren Annie's stern tone and solemn expression, everyone froze. They exchanged glances, then turned their attention to Chen Fan, finding the whole situation increasingly hard to believe. He came dressed like this? Finally, someone voiced the thought on everyone's mind. Chen Fan's appearance made it hard to believe he was any kind of important figure. In fact, his clothes and appearance were worse than those of the bodyguards and drivers present. He didn't look like someone from their circle at all. Some wanted to question him, but the warning in Ren Annie's eyes made them swallow their words. Offending Chen Fan meant offending Ren Annie and the entire Ren family. Most present were nowhere near as prominent as the Rens, and with the Rens soon to be joined by the Zhaos in a powerful alliance, they were far beyond anyone's ability to provoke. Thus, the crowd didn't dwell on the matter. Some even approached Chen Fan to exchange pleasantries, hoping to make a favorable impression. Just as Chen Fan was gradually being accepted by the crowd, a tall man dressed in opulent attire approached. "Chen Fan? How dare you attend a social gathering I'm hosting? Didn't my cousin warn you to stay away from my sister?" The speaker was Zhao Tai's cousin, Jibei. Though not a member of the Zhao family, he wielded their influence to lord over others and live a life of luxury. As the eldest son of the Zhao family, Zhao Tai was on very good terms with him. Now, seeing someone Zhao Tai despised at his own networking event, he was furious. He intended to teach Chen Fan a lesson and curry favor with his cousin at the same time. Ren Annie's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she stepped in front of Chen Fan. Her expression turned cold. "Gabao, I brought this person. If you don't welcome us, I can leave with Mr. Chen right now." "Hey, cousin, are you okay? This guy's just a freeloading pretty boy. Even a third-rate family like the Qians wouldn't want him. You parade him around everywhere. Have you considered my cousin's reputation?" After scolding Ren Annie, Graduation then pointed his finger at Chen Fan's nose and yelled, "You little punk, you'd better know your place and get lost right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." "Not nice? How nice exactly? What exactly do you plan to do? Tell me, let me hear it." Chen Fan fired back with 4 rapid-fire questions. Seeing Chen Fan's utterly nonchalant response to his threats, Graduation instantly flew into a rage. "Fine, kid, you won't see reason until you're in a coffin, huh? Fine. I'll call your former sugar daddy right now. He'll tell everyone exactly how you shamelessly milked his family dry." With that, Graduation snapped his fingers. Hui. Hearing that nickname, Chen Fan's brow furrowed. Could the former sugar daddy he mentioned be Qian Hui? Sure enough, just as Chen Fan suspected, the person Graduation called out was none other than Qian Hui. It must be said, the Qian sisters were truly ambitious, each one finding a man faster than the last. Qian Hui felt genuinely awkward upon seeing Chen Fan. But then she thought about it, her new boyfriend was related to the Zhao family, and would soon be Ren Annie's cousin-in-law. She, in turn, would be his sister-in-law. Compared to that, what did Chen Fan amount to? Empowered by this realization, Qian Hui stood tall and radiant. She proudly displayed her figure to the crowd while taunting Chen Fan. "Fortunes change over time. Back when you were riding high on Mr. Ren's favor, you looked down on our Qian family. You even showed ingratitude, making us kneel before you.
Humph. Now that I've found a boyfriend who's graduated, if you're smart, you'll apologize to me immediately and then get as far away from my cousin and his wife as possible. Don't force me to humiliate you. Qian Hui's smug, petty victory demeanor filled Chen Fan with utter disgust. This graduate was, after all, a provincial playboy with the Zhao family as his backing. His business must be substantial. Why would he settle for a bus stop like Qian Hui? To everyone else, Qian Hui's words were already viciously insulting, yet graduation still felt unsatisfied. Hui, why are you sparing his dignity? A shameless bastard like him deserves to have his true colors exposed in front of everyone. Come on. Tell everyone how this scumbag lived off your family as a freeloader, and how after getting kicked out, he still had the nerve to scheme his way back into high society. Chapter 59, High Society, Low Talk. At graduation's insistence, Qian Hui paused to gather her thoughts before beginning to embellish the story. We're already divorced. I didn't want to bring this up again, and I wanted to spare her husband some dignity. But he has no shame whatsoever. The moment he was kicked out of our house, he started flaunting himself everywhere, trying every trick in the book to hook up with rich women. Miss Rin might have been fooled by his feigned sincerity, unaware of how scheming this guy really is. It's precisely because he has Miss Rin backing him up that this guy has repeatedly shown up at our door spouting nonsense. Not only does he show no gratitude for the help and favors our family gave him back then, but he also threatens us constantly, bragging that he'll make sure we can't survive in Jinling. Miss Rin, think carefully, in what way is he better than my cousin Zhao Tai? At this point, she made a baseless accusation. That guy is a complete womanizer and a total pervert. While we were together, he was already eyeing other women. He made a move on my younger sister. Thankfully, you don't have any sisters, Miss Rin, but you should still be careful. Don't let your money become his capital for showing off. Qian Hui rattled off a torrent of accusations, essentially painting Chen Fan as greedy, fickle, treacherous, and a petty upstart. These traits were precisely what the upper crust, those who were utterly sleazy yet professed moral superiority, detested most. Before long, many began pointing fingers at Chen Fan, denouncing him as a treacherous villain. Facing these baseless accusations, Chen Fan showed no sign of anger. He merely gave Qian Hui a faint, ambiguous smile. Qian Hui felt a chill under his gaze, swallowing nervously as he took 2 steps back. What are you laughing at? Don't tell me you're using that smile to hide your guilt? Qian Hui, I'm genuinely curious. It's only been a few days since the Rin family banquet, right? Who was it that was wailing and begging for forgiveness at that banquet, pleading to reconcile with me? Chen Fan remarked with a smirk. Who was it kneeling there desperately, clutching Luya's pant leg, begging for forgiveness? Having said that, Chen Fan turned his gaze to you. You're a successful man, after all. What on earth do you see in this worn-out shoe? Her shameful deeds have probably already spread throughout Jinling. Aren't you afraid of people talking behind your back? Chen Fan genuinely found it baffling. Given Qian Hui's performance at the Rin family banquet, she should have vanished from Jinling as high society long ago. How had she managed to rise from the ashes so swiftly? Could it be that Jinling's socialites were truly that discreet, never discussing such matters at all? What Chen Fan didn't know was that Qian Hui's reputation in Jinling's social circles was already utterly ruined. No one would ever invite her to a social gathering. But the newly graduated businesspeople who had just arrived from the provinces to start their ventures here knew nothing of Qian Hui's past scandals. Others weren't close to graduation either, so naturally, they wouldn't bring up the past, knowing full well Qian Hui was his girlfriend. What if graduation truly loved Qian Hui? Wouldn't the one spreading these nasty rumors be the one inviting bad luck upon themselves? Bull. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Qian Hui's nerves were shot. She shrieked angrily, "Stop spreading lies. I never did any of those things you're accusing me of. A pretty boy like you? Even if I were blind, I'd never get back together with you. Brother, this scumbag is smearing me with lies, which is basically slandering you and making you lose face. If you don't kick him out now, where's your dignity?" Having been completely smitten by Qian Hui these past few days since graduation, and viewing Chen Fan as a thorn in his side as his cousin, Bai Gun naturally refused to believe Chen Fan's words. Rest assured, I won't let any troublemakers show up at the networking event. With that, graduation turned and locked eyes with Ren Annie. To get rid of Chen Fan, you'll have to get past Ren Annie first. Before graduation could speak, Ren Annie interjected, just because a certain woman denies it doesn't mean it never happened. I was the host of the Ren family banquet. I know better than anyone what transpired there. I advise that woman not to spread slander here. As a fellow woman, I simply choose not to tear down your veil of shame, not that I couldn't. At these words, Qian Hui's expression darkened noticeably. Ren Annie had no intention of wasting breath on a lowlife like Qian Hui. She turned to graduation and stated bluntly, Chen Fan is my invited guest. Whoever kicks him out is kicking me out. Got it? Ren Annie's firm stance left graduation momentarily speechless. He was counting on currying favor with Ren Annie to earn Zhao Tai's greater trust and secure more perks for himself. How could he possibly drive Ren Annie away? Chen Fan, today I'll let it slide for my cousin's sake. But you better watch your back from now on. If I catch you alone, I'll make you regret it. Grad snorted coldly, then dragged Chen Hui off to drink and gamble with his buddies.
Ren Annie pulled Chen Fan aside with an exasperated look, apologizing, "Sorry, Mr. Chen. These guys have sharp tongues.
Don't take it to heart. I'll get used to it." Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively, clearly not taking the earlier exchange seriously. "Though I never expected your ex-wife to be so smooth.
Finding a new boyfriend this fast and completely washing her hands of everything that happened before, that's just incredible."
Chen Fan sighed.
3 years ago, she was still a normal girl.
Too bad people change.
Birds of a feather flock together. Once you mix with weirdos, you'll inevitably turn bad.
I actually feel a bit sorry for that guy named Graduation.
Men who get involved with Chen Hui rarely end up well. I wonder how long he'll last.
Seeing Chen Fan wasn't letting it get to him, Ren Annie breathed a sigh of relief and sat down to eat and chat with him. During the meal, several wealthy, beautiful women approached Ren Annie to chat.
Compared to currying favor with Graduation, winning over Ren Annie, a woman likely destined to become the matriarch of the Zhao family, was a far more efficient and convenient path to advancement for them. True to her upbringing as a lady of refinement, Ren Annie, though largely unimpressed by these sycophants, conversed with them politely about everything under the sun, never once showing the slightest discourtesy.
As for Chen Fan, he was completely ignored, treated as if he were invisible.
Chen Fan, however, found this situation rather liberating. Asking him to joke and laugh with these sycophants would have been a real hardship.
After all, he was here as Ren Annie's bodyguard.
As long as these people didn't lay a finger on her or harbor ill intentions, he could relax and enjoy his food and drink. The networking event stretched on for over an hour. Though no incidents occurred, the mood gradually soured as attendees grew restless, each turning to their phones for distraction.
At exactly 9 o'clock, the VIP lounge doors swung open.
A woman in a silver strapless bodycon dress stepped inside, instantly reigniting the crowd's energy.
Chapter 60, The Lapdogs. The newcomer was Yin Qing, the club's owner.
Her boyfriend, known as Hao Er, was the second in command of Shangbao District's underground gang.
Yin Qing's presence here was primarily to welcome the new graduate.
A young master from the provincial capital carried a different weight. Entering her territory demanded a measure of respect. Yin Qing first presented several bottles of liquor, then shared a couple of drinks with Bai Ju. Before departing, she promised him a generous discount, then swayed her slender waist out of the VIP lounge. The moment Yin Qing left, several young men crowded around Graduation, their faces brimming with envy.
"Mr. Bai, you really have the connections.
Every time we come here to eat, we try to get the boss's wife, Yin Qing, to have a drink with us, but she won't even acknowledge us. But this time, because it's your event, not only did she come to toast and give gifts, she even stayed for so long and offered you a discount herself."
Man, that's just so enviable. Yeah. None of us have ever gotten that kind of treatment. Looks like even that big shot Hao Er has to bow to our Mr. Bai.
Sigh, I used to think Yin Chang was aloof and detached from the world, but turns out we just weren't good enough for her. Hearing everyone's flattery, Bai Gu felt quite pleased.
But being new to the scene, he wasn't quite up to speed on Jinling's underworld. He decided to ask, "So who exactly is this Hao Er you keep mentioning? Why does it sound like you're all scared of him?"
"Of course we're scared.
Hao Er is the second in command of the Shangbao District underground gang.
He's notorious for being ruthless and merciless," one of them explained. A couple years back, Hao Er splurged over 20 million on a limited edition Lamborghini.
Some rich idiot, drunk on his family's wealth, had the nerve to brag that even dogs wouldn't drive that car.
That remark reached Hao Er's ears. Within 2 days, the kid's body was dug up at his own father's construction site. Although the case was never properly investigated and eventually swept under the rug, everyone knew Hao Er was behind it. Hearing this, some wealthy, beautiful women who weren't close to Hao Er gasped in horror, feeling a chill run down their spines. Only Qian Hui remained unfazed, declaring haughtily, "Who cares what kind of tough guy he is? In front of Brother Bai, he'll just have to act like a lapdog and fawn over us obediently."
Didn't you see how polite his woman was when she came earlier?
I'm not afraid of him anyway.
Qian Hui's flattery was spot on. Graduation felt thoroughly pleased upon hearing this, swaying his head smugly. "My Hui is the smart one, with real discernment.
Unlike you lot, blind to the real deal, mistaking that brute for some big shot. Hao Er. If he ever dares cross me, I bet he won't even dare to fart."
Ha! Graduation's words sparked uproarious laughter throughout the room.
Everyone eagerly flattered him, hoping to curry favor and gain more benefits from him.
Chen Fan watched them huddled together spouting nonsense and found it utterly laughable.
Loose lips sink ships, these fools really don't know when to shut up.
Just as the crowd was laughing, the VIP room door swung open once more.
A stranger entered, swaying drunkenly with a bottle of liquor in hand. Covered in tattoos, he clearly wasn't someone to mess with. Clearly, he was so drunk he'd stumbled into the wrong room. The drunkard squinted, his eyes widening as he took in the room full of young, beautiful women. His mouth watered, drool nearly dripping from his lips.
"Holy, I was only gone for a minute and you turned this place into a den of sin? These chicks are top-notch. Where'd you find them? Brr." The drunkard tossed aside his bottle and grinned lecherously as he lunged toward the women in the VIP lounge, reaching out to grope one of them. With a man this ugly and greasy, who wouldn't be repulsed? Ah! A group of girls shrieked and dodged, none wanting to be touched by this drunkard and end up smelling like a mess. Though, truth be told, they were already pretty scandalous themselves. Only Rin Annie and Xianhui remained unfazed, one because of her dignified demeanor, the other because she felt invincible with her graduation nearby. And these two women happened to be the most strikingly beautiful at the entire networking event. Seeing the women flee in panic, the drunkard felt his interest wane. He clicked his tongue, then turned his head and spotted the two stunning beauties, Rin Annie and Xianhui. He couldn't help but lick his lips. Damn, so there were even better catches hiding in plain sight. Ha! As he spoke, the drunkard rubbed his hands together and lunged toward the two women. Reeking of alcohol, he bent down and slurred, "How old are you two little girls? How much for the night? Come on, stand up so I can get a good look." Seeing the drunkard about to lay hands on Ren Annie, Chen Fan stood up and blocked him. Xianhui, seeing this, interjected with a self-important tone, "Chen Fan, stop putting on airs. I don't need your revenge. Just get lost." Chen Fan turned to her, a sneer on his face. "You don't seriously think I'm protecting you, do you? How ridiculous." At his words, Xianhui finally snapped out of it, her face flushing with embarrassment. But her stubborn pride quickly kicked in, and she continued to argue stubbornly, "You don't seriously think I need your protection, do you? Ha! With your chicken-like demeanor, who could you possibly protect? What's the point of standing up like that? Stop disgusting people." Now that Xianhui had a powerful boyfriend, many were eager to curry favor with her. Hearing Xianhui mock Chen Fan, others immediately scrambled to agree. Who could disagree? Some people were good for nothing but causing trouble, yet they lacked self-awareness. What started as a minor issue would likely escalate into a big mess because of his meddling. Oh, you should understand him. It's not easy for someone like him to climb the ladder. Isn't he just putting on a show to please his sugar daddy? Whether he's competent or not doesn't matter, what counts is whether the sugar daddy believes in him. Miss Rin, a woman as sharp as you surely wouldn't fall for such tricks, right? Everyone chimed in, eager for Ren Annie to publicly confront Chen Fan right before their eyes. That would be the real show. Ren Annie's face turned ashen, about to shut them up, but her focus shifted to the drunkard. "What kind of trash do you think you are, trying to hit on my girlfriend and my cousin? Don't you want to live anymore?" Chapter 61, One Up, One Down. For graduation, asserting his authority in front of everyone was far more important than berating Chen Fan. After all, merely hurling insults at Chen Fan was utterly meaningless. The real victory lay in making Chen Fan recognize the gulf between them and voluntarily distance himself from Ren Annie. The drunkard heard someone cursing him and narrowed his eyes at graduation, his expression dripping with contempt. "Who the hell do you think you are, yapping away like that? Get lost." Hearing a drunk belittle him on his own turf, graduation's temper flared instantly. He planted one foot on the table, glaring fiercely at the pair of drunks. "I'm a member of the Bai family from the provincial capital. Show some respect." "The Bai family? Which one? The stable master?" "Ha!" The drunkard was clearly well past his limit, his words now slurred and incoherent. Graduation couldn't stand such insults. His voice turned deep and menacing. "You bastard, you wanna die? Let me tell you, my grandfather is the renowned provincial construction magnate, Bai Jian. Don't tell me you've never even heard of his name." Put. Graduation thought that once the drunkard heard his background, he would surely bow down and submit immediately. But who could have guessed the drunkard would be so bold? Not only did he show no sign of backing down, he actually laughed out loud. "What are you laughing at? You haven't been scared out of your wits, have you?" Graduation snapped angrily. The drunkard sneered with contempt. "Scared? I'm laughing myself silly. Today, forget about you, you little punk. Even if your grandfather himself showed up before me, I wouldn't be afraid. The Bai family? In my eyes, you lot are no different from stable hands. What are you trying to pull here? You really want to die." Gabao never imagined anyone would dare insult his grandfather like this, showing him no respect whatsoever. He leapt over the table and started throwing punches at the drunkard. Though the drunk was big and burly, graduation wasn't small either. He was tall and still sober, so his punches landed with deadly accuracy. The drunk staggered wildly and fled toward the door. "You little bastard. You've got some nerve hitting me. Just you wait, I'll go get my buddies. They'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." After this beating, the drunkard sobered up considerably. He glared viciously at the graduate, spat out his threats, then bolted out the door. Whether to find backup or to flee, no one knew. Gabao snorted, strutting back to his seat with smug satisfaction. He spread his arms wide, slumped back against the sofa, and declared with utter arrogance, "You bastard. Think you can strut around in front of me after downing a few swigs of horse piss? You don't know when to quit. Even Hauer had to send his women to serve me properly. What gives you, you country mutt, the right to bark like this?" This declaration of victory drew cheers from the entire room.
Most of the banquet attendees, like graduation, had sailed through life on their family's wealth, never having suffered setbacks or endured the grind of society.
To them, graduation's display had been nothing short of heroic.
Mr. Bai, you're so badass. Unlike some people who just stood there pretending to be tough, frozen in place for ages.
Oh, why bring that up? He's probably scared stiff by now. What can you expect from a greenhorn who's never seen the world? Truly, no comparison, no gap.
These very people hadn't stood up themselves just moments ago, yet now they were hurling insults and mockery at Chen Fan. Listening to them, Chen Fan could only think how utterly foolish they were. When it comes to things like this, you either don't do it at all, or you go all out.
He's off to get reinforcements now.
I'd advise you not to celebrate too soon.
Chen Fan had a nagging feeling that the drunkard earlier wasn't bluffing.
The confidence and arrogance radiating from him when he made those threats came from deep within. It wasn't just empty talk. Had he been allowed to act earlier, he would have struck the man down in a single blow, eliminating the threat once and for all. But letting that tiger return to the mountain only invites trouble. Now he's standing here putting on airs, and I fear this will lead to endless complications later.
Oh, still talking tough?
You're nothing but a big mouth, no family, no skills, no guts. If I were you, I'd find a place to drown myself right now.
How dare you still be shouting here?
Miss Run, you've truly misjudged him. A man who's all talk and no substance, just knowing he's by your side makes me feel embarrassed for you.
The crowd joined in, each taking turns berating Chen Fan.
To an outsider, it would have seemed like he was the one who'd caused the earlier disturbance. Shen Hui, seizing this rare chance to truly outshine Chen Fan, wasn't about to let it slip away. She sidled up to Ren Annie, feigning sisterly closeness.
Cousin-in-law, she purred, I'm practically your mentor in this game. That lowlife was even more of a bootlicker when he was groveling at my feet than he is now. Look at him. Shut up and stay away from me.
As for the other rich kids, their families would likely have business dealings with hers in the future, so Ren Annie didn't want to antagonize them too harshly. But for a fool like Shin Hui, who only knew how to use her looks, never aspired to anything, and was all talk and no action, she had no such courtesy.
Shin Hui, some things are best left in the past. Out of sisterhood, I won't drag them up to humiliate you again.
I advise you to show some self-respect. Ren Annie's words weren't harsh, but her tone was. Xian Hui flinched in fright, silently ducking her head and daring not utter another word. But Ren Annie, who had just demonstrated his courage, couldn't stand by and watch his girlfriend be bullied. Ren Annie was, after all, her junior. Even after marrying Zhao Tai, he would still have to address her as cousin. To dare scold her woman like that was utterly disrespectful.
Annie, you should stop this.
Hui Hui is my girlfriend, and she might even become your sister-in-law someday. It's not your place to lecture her like this. Ren Annie merely rolled her eyes silently at this remark, refusing to stoop to his level.
She certainly didn't want any family connection to graduation that would be downright embarrassing.
But Grieve remained unconcerned, preoccupied with elevating his own status.
He'd even grown addicted to lecturing Ren Annie.
Annie, don't blame me for being a nosy cousin. Women and men are fundamentally different. Before marriage, it's no big deal if we have female friends or confidants, no one will judge us. But you're about to be engaged to my cousin, yet you're parading around with this pretty boy everywhere. Where do you think you're putting the Zhao family's reputation? If my uncle finds out about this, you'd better hope you make it through the Zhao family's door. The more Ren Annie listened, the more speechless she felt.
Who even wants to marry into the Zhao family?
She was practically begging for the engagement to be called off. Though Ren Annie's mind was seething with complaints, she maintained a semblance of decorum in front of so many people and kept her harsh thoughts to herself. Seeing Ren Annie cowed into silence after his tirade, Graduation felt even more triumphant. He felt incredibly pleased with himself today. Not only had he dealt with that drunkard earlier, but he'd also thoroughly berated Ren Annie. It was practically a day of triumph. Unfortunately, the self-satisfied graduate remained unaware that the drunkard he had driven off was no ordinary man.
Chapter 62, Bringing Trouble Upon Oneself.
Nightclub VIP Lounge. The drunkard clutched his numb face and stumbled inside. The moment he entered, he wailed pitifully, "This is terrible, brother Hao.
Someone beat me up in your place. Are you going to handle this or not?"
The brother Hao he referred to was none other than the nightclub's owner, Hao Er. Don't let his scruffy, unkempt appearance fool you. This drunkard had been by Hao Er's side for years, a brother in arms through thick and thin. Hao Er was a man of deep loyalty, always treating this drunkard like a younger brother. Never mind that the drunk got beaten up in his own place. Even if it happened elsewhere, he'd find a way to restore his brother's honor.
Tong, you're a grown man, what's with the tears? You're just making a fool of yourself. Calm down and tell me what happened.
I'll make sure justice is served. Yin Qing's face was equally grim. She managed this nightclub.
Hao Er's brother getting beaten up here. That was a slap in her face.
I accidentally walked into VIP room 3 earlier, the drunkard whined. When I saw those pretty girls inside, I asked them to have a drink with me. They didn't have to drink with me, but they had to insult me too. The leader, who called himself Graduation, claimed to be the grandson of some big shot named by Jian from the provincial government. I told him, even your grandfather wouldn't dare act like this in front of me. Who do you think you are? Then he started beating me up, yelling that his sister-in-law had just gone to toast him and that he was in charge here. Yin Cheng heard that Graduation dared to use her name to get cocky. She narrowed her eyes and stood up from the sofa. Is this kid crazy? I was just being polite, giving him some face, and he actually thinks he's someone important? Hao heard this and felt slightly displeased. Xiaoqing, how many times have I told you? There's no need to go out and make a spectacle of yourself, giving those people face. That kid probably thinks you were toasting on my behalf. He's gotten so full of himself he could step right over my face. Yin Cheng lowered his head awkwardly. Sorry, brother Hao. I'll be more careful next time. Tang Laodi was absolutely right. The Bai family was nothing just bullies running rampant because they had a powerful in-law. But that was in the province. Here in Jinling, especially Shangbao district, this was our turf. How dare he act like he owned the place? Hao didn't blame Yin Cheng. His voice deepened. Alright, Tang, go freshen up in the restroom. I'll get you back. Alright. Brother Tang's face lit up with joy. He quickly tidied up his disheveled appearance and followed Hao to VIP room 3. At that moment, Graduation was still gloating, bragging incessantly about how he'd be making a dazzling appearance and delivering a speech at the Zhao family's upcoming war-washing exhibition. His flowery rhetoric left the others utterly bewildered, clapping and cheering in response without a clue. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the atmosphere in the hall. Hao silently withdrew his right leg from the door and asked casually, which one is Graduation? Having cut his teeth on the streets for years, even his expressionless face radiated an aura that sent shivers down spines. Seeing Hao's imposing presence, everyone fell silent, frozen in fear. Only Graduation remained unfazed. Having just sized Hao up from head to toe, he dismissed him as nothing more than a low-level thug, hardly worth taking seriously. Who the hell are you, kid? What gives you the right to strut around my nightclub like you own the place? Ha, you don't know me? Hao asked with a mocking smile. Who the hell do you think you are? Why should I know you? Don't you have the guts to take a good look at yourself in the mirror? Graduation stood there with an air of superiority. Oh, I get it. You're here to settle the score for that drunk earlier, huh? Didn't he make himself clear when he left? My name is Graduation. I'm from the Bai family. What are you here for? Looking for trouble? Xianhui was secretly thrilled by Graduation's imposing presence. After all these years of dating so many men, she finally found someone worthy. Brother Bai, you're so manly. I admire you so much. Hearing his woman's praise, Bai Lai stood even taller, his arrogance growing by the second. Hao watched the two of them trading barbs, feeling like he was watching a pair of clowns perform. He chuckled nonchalantly. Well, it's a perfect match like pot and lid. I suggest you give your grandfather a call. Whether you walk out of here in one piece today depends entirely on how much sincerity Bai Jian can muster. With that, Hao strode in briskly, plopping down on a sofa without a second thought. Following closely behind him was a group of burly enforcers. Though standing, Bai Ju showed no trace of superiority in Hao's presence. Instead, he appeared timid and withdrawn. What do you mean by that? It means this: if the money's in place, you can get the hell out of here upright. If it's not, you'll be carried out flat on your back. Got it? Hao was a ruthless man. He didn't need Graduation to kneel and apologize. No amount of talk could match the weight of cash. Today, he intended to teach this arrogant brat a lesson to extract a ransom to appease his brothers. Graduation hadn't anticipated such brazen arrogance. He'd never encountered someone so tyrannical before and was momentarily at a loss. Some speculated it might be because Graduation hailed from the provincial capital and lacked influence in Jinling. They immediately pointed at Ren Annie. You may not know young Master Bai, but surely you recognize Miss Ren? The Ren family is a formidable presence in Jinling. We're all Miss Ren's friends, don't push your luck. Overstepping? Hao lit his cigarette with his head bowed, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. You beat up my brother who exactly is being unreasonable? With that, he shot Ren Annie a glance. I'll give face to the Ren family patriarch. You can leave. But these others? They'll only walk if they cover every penny of my brother's medical bills. Not a single cent less. Graduation's face turned green. He'd actually thought he had more clout than Ren Annie earlier. Yet Hao would rather give face to old Ren and let Ren Annie go than spare them. What the hell had he been pretending all this time? But face was secondary now. The real question was how to extricate themselves from this mess. Hao and his crew were clearly underground gangsters. If a fight broke out, his side would definitely get the short end of the stick. Just as Graduation's mind was in chaos, completely at a loss, Xianhui offered a suggestion. Honey, why don't you reach out to Hao? Didn't he just send his woman over to toast you? Since this is his turf, he should be able to smooth things over. Graduation's expression darkened as he looked at Qianhui's expectant face.
If he could actually find Hao-er, would he be trembling like a scared dog right now?
Qian Hui's suggestion made everyone else turn to graduation with equally hopeful expressions, making him feel even more humiliated. But then he thought it was just bluffing anyway, borrowing someone else's authority.
Maybe just saying it casually to intimidate them wouldn't hurt.
With that thought, he took a deep breath, clenched his fists silently, and adopted an air of profound mystery.
I am indeed from the provincial level, he declared.
I don't have many connections here locally, but I can speak a few words to the second in command of that underground society in Shangbao district.
Judging by your demeanor, you're likely involved in the underworld too.
Since we've crossed paths by chance, let's call it fate.
I admit hitting your brother was wrong. If you're willing, I'll offer you a drink and consider this settled.
If you refuse, and this incident reaches Hao-er's ears, you won't get off easy. Graduation spoke with such conviction, thinking he could intimidate the other guy. But to his surprise, upon hearing this, Hao-er burst out laughing.
You're a ing genius, kid. Guys, tell him who I am.
The enforcers exchanged glances and answered in unison.
Brother Hao.
Chapter 63, both get slapped in the face. The scene fell deathly silent. In an instant, Graduation felt his mind go blank, his ears buzzing.
He couldn't process it. Brother Hao? He's Hao-er.
The young masters stared wide-eyed at each other, utterly unable to believe their ears.
Damn it, hadn't he just walked right into a trap?
Graduation never imagined his luck could be this bad, blowing his own horn only to get caught red-handed. Of course, getting caught was the least of his worries. The real problem was the other guy's attitude, clearly here to settle a score. There was no way he'd let this slide.
What was he supposed to do now?
Anyone with half a brain could see that Graduation had tried to show off, only to get struck by lightning when he stepped on the wrong toes.
But one person just couldn't wrap her head around it: Qian Hui.
She refused to believe the man before her was Hao-er.
She continued to rant, keep bragging.
The boss's wife, Yin Xing, is Hao-er's woman. She was just bowing and scraping to toast my boyfriend.
Doesn't that prove Hao-er is afraid of my boyfriend too?
How dare you fraudulently use Hao-er's name here? You better believe we'll report this to the real Hao-er, then you'll be in big trouble. At this, everyone turned to stare at Qian Hui, stunned by the woman's bizarre logic.
Stop causing trouble here. Graduation was terrified and quickly covered Qian Hui's mouth. This woman is utterly useless except for her face.
But Qian Hui, upon being yelled at, felt deeply wronged.
With tears welling in her eyes, she retorted, I didn't say anything wrong. Why are you being so mean? Are you two okay? What are you playing dumb for on my turf? My girlfriend came to toast you because she believes guests deserve respect. She was saving you some face. Hao-er was furious.
I told her long ago not to bother with shameless scum like you, but she's too kind-hearted to listen.
And now you're bragging about it? You actually think sharing a drink with my woman makes you my brothers?
Then my brothers must be famous all over the world.
Graduation's face darkened. Oh crap.
This time he'd really hit a brick wall. He shouldn't have acted like such a jerk.
With things escalating like this, money might be the only way to smooth things over.
Sighing, he steeled himself and approached Hao-er. Lowering his voice, he politely said, Brother Hao, let bygones be bygones. I was just drunk and wanted to impress my friends. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Name your price, and I'll pay.
This kid's agreed to cover the medical fees. You talk to him.
Hao-er called over Tang Laodi, who'd been standing by earlier, to handle the situation. The moment Tang stepped out, he slapped Graduation hard across the face.
You think I need your measly $2? You were so tough when you hit me earlier, weren't you? Keep acting cocky, let's see how long that lasts.
Tang Laodi was a man who valued his pride. After being beaten to a pulp in front of so many people, how could he possibly let it go? After the slap, he shoved Graduation into a corner and unleashed a barrage of punches. Graduation tried to fight back, but Hao-er's henchman pinned him down, leaving him reeling from the blows.
Fortunately, Brother Tang was drunk and unsteady on his feet. He tired after a few blows. Panting heavily, he sat down nearby, seemingly calmer now.
Just as Tang Laodi was calculating how much medical compensation to demand from Graduation, he glanced over and spotted Qian Hui sitting there, trembling.
Instantly, a scheme formed in his mind. You beat me up, I beat you up, we're even. I won't charge you for medical expenses.
But you little bastards all piled on, acting all cocky in front of me. Especially this cheap woman, she was the loudest of them all.
But since this woman has a bit of charm, I'll let it slide. Consider it an apology. Brother Tang stood up, swaying unsteadily toward Qian Hui.
He extended his pig-like claws, reaching out to grab her. Qian Hui had pinned her hopes on her good looks to climb the social ladder. Even a graduate like this couldn't satisfy her ambitions. He was merely a stepping stone. A thug like Brother Tang, who bullied others under someone else's authority, was even less of a threat.
Brother Bai, you have to save me.
Qian Hui shrieked, throwing herself at Bai Gu. Despite his earlier disappointing performance, Qian Hui had no one else to turn to now. Unfortunately, Qian Hui had vastly overestimated her standing in Graduation's eyes.
Get lost. It's your honor to be with this old brother. If it weren't for you, you stinking woman, stoking the fire with your lies, would I have to offend him?
Not only did Brother Bai refuse to help Qian Hui stop Brother Tang, he actually shoved her away, sending her crashing to the ground. Such behavior left many present feeling disgusted, causing their opinion of him to plummet. Turns out this provincial city playboy is nothing but a paper tiger. To save his own skin, he'd even sacrifice his own woman. His character was truly despicable. Of course, some felt sympathy and understanding for Graduation. After all, who could blame him for facing off against Hao-er? A mighty dragon can't overpower a local snake. Even if Zhao Tai had come, wouldn't he have had to smile and make amends? Besides, Bai Ji didn't exactly speak out of turn. If Qian Hui hadn't been fanning the flames all along, things wouldn't have escalated so badly. Graduation took a beating for this woman. He'd done his duty. No need to stir up more trouble. Help me, everyone. Seeing Graduation wouldn't back her up, Qian Hui started pleading for assistance. Sadly, not a single soul stepped forward to uphold justice. No matter how flawed Graduation was, he was still more formidable than these ordinary rich kids. If even Graduation was backing down, afraid to clash with Hao-er, stepping forward would only invite trouble. Seeing no hope in others, Xian Huijian's gaze drifted involuntarily toward Qin Fan only to quickly avert her eyes. She must be out of her mind to pin her hopes on that guy. He'd only prove himself even more useless. Just when Qian Hui had given up all hope, convinced she had no chance of turning things around, Brother Tang went and made another huge blunder. Haha, I remember seeing what looked like a fairy when I first came in. After searching everywhere, I found you here. Little beauty, you're much prettier than that stinky woman. Compared to her, I definitely prefer your type. If you'd be willing to spend the night with me, I'll consider today's incident completely forgiven. What do you say? Brother Tang drooled as he spoke, his entire appearance ugly and revolting. Ren Annie frowned. She hadn't expected this beast would dare set his sights on her. Your brother's got some nerve. Hao-er's temper flared instantly at Ren Annie's icy tone. What? You look down on my brother? Don't think just because you're old Ren's granddaughter, you can boss me around. This is my turf. When I give you face, it's me doing you a favor. When I don't, you'd better put up with it. You come here trying to flex your muscles? Think you're some kind of princess? Ren Annie's expression darkened considerably. Though the Ren family was one of the three major clans, their authority only held sway over upright gentlemen. For a scheming villain like Hao-er, such pressure held little effect. After all, this was Shangbao district, not the Ren family's home turf in Xiangjin district. Mr. Chen, what should I do? Seeing Ren Annie's panic, Chen Fan gave a faint, mocking smile. Of course, you handle it properly. As he spoke, he rose to his feet and declared loudly. The rest of you can do as you please, but not with Miss Ren. She's under my protection. If anyone has the misfortune to set their sights on her, I'll make sure they learn a bloody lesson. Chapter 64, You might as well treat me like your little brother. Chen Fan's words echoed through the hall for a long time. No one had expected him to be so bold, to act so arrogantly and brazenly in front of Hao-er. Tang Laoti's face darkened as he growled, What's that punk spouting here? You're the one I despise most. Everyone else is decked out in gold and silver, yet look at yourself, you're dressed like a beggar. How dare you raise your voice here? You're the least deserving of them all. Get out. Thud. Faced with such a low-level provocation, Chen Fan didn't even bother to respond. He simply kicked him hard, teaching him a lesson. Brother Tang was sent flying, crashing into the sofa and landing flat on his back. With a thunderous crash, the massive solid wood sofa landed squarely on Brother Tang, pinning him down. His face turned crimson as he nearly choked on his own breath. Fortunately, Hao-er acted swiftly, ordering his henchmen to help lift him up. Otherwise, he might have truly been crushed to death. You little punk, I underestimated you. Look like a weakling, but you've got some skills. Hao-er lit a cigarette, his expression stern. Chen Fan shrugged indifferently. If you want to fight, get it over with. If not, I'm taking her out of here right now. Cut the nonsense. Well, I never expected it. You might be the poorest of the bunch here, but you've got more guts than any of them. Hao-er was genuinely impressed by Chen Fan. After all, he was the only one who dared challenge him so far. Chen Fan, you're out of your mind. What kind of heroics are you trying to pull? Get lost. Don't drag us down with you. Graduation saw Hao-er standing up in anger. Sensing trouble, he immediately started cursing at Chen Fan, trying to distance himself from the situation to avoid getting dragged down with him. I won't drag you down, nor will I save you. I'm only responsible for the young lady's safety. Don't lecture me on how to do my job. If it weren't for Tang's idiotic scheme targeting Ren Annie, Chen Fan would never have gotten involved in this mess. Oh, you talk a big game. Think I want to deal with you? I'm worried you'll piss off Brother Hao and drag us all down with you, Graduation snapped. Exactly. What are you even doing here? Who gave you the right to speak? You're the last one who should be speaking up. Just some pretty boy, what are you so cocky about? Brother Hao, this guy isn't one of us. He's got a screw loose.
Take it out on him if you must, but don't drag us into this. At that moment, everyone thought Chen Fan was a complete moron. All it would take was sacrificing one woman to solve this, yet he had to step forward and play the hero. He really doesn't give a damn about his life. Shut up, all of you. Hao-er was a streetwise guy who valued brotherhood above all. Seeing these cowards turn their backs on him, he felt sick to his stomach. He immediately ordered his enforcers to shove them all against the wall and make them kneel out of the way. Once graduation and the others knelt obediently, Hao-er turned his gaze back to Chen Fan. Kid, your temper reminds me of my younger days. How about this? I take you as my little brother. We'll forget about this woman business, and I'll let them go. What do you say? It must be said, the exchange Hao-er proposed would have made anyone else jump at the chance. Crad, kneeling on the ground, even felt a twinge of envy toward Chen Fan. How did this kid get so lucky? Becoming Hao-er's underling would mean he could strut around Jinling's Shangbao district with his chest puffed out, right? Damn it. If we'd known Hao-er admired such hot-headed types, we shouldn't have knelt so quickly just now. If we'd stood our ground, maybe Hao-er would have taken notice and taken us as his men too. Exactly. That guy got lucky. It's like our ancestors' graves are smoking. While everyone else envied Chen Fan, Chen Hui's heart was filled with anxiety. Was it too late now to propose remarrying Chen Fan? If Chen Fan didn't rescue her, all her future wealth and glory would vanish. Just as Chen Hui agonized over whether to humble herself before Chen Fan, his words exploded like thunder across the room. You? Want me to be your subordinate? You'd be lucky to be mine. What did you say? Not only was Hao-er stunned, but everyone present was left speechless. Ren Annie, though equally drenched in cold sweat, quietly pulled out her phone, intending to alert her grandfather. Unfortunately, Ren Annie's actions were too slow. Hao-er had finally agreed to give someone a way out, but Chen Fan showed him no respect whatsoever. Instead, he turned the tables and tried to climb over his head. How could he tolerate that? Take him down. In a fit of rage, Hao-er bellowed an order. His henchmen immediately roared in unison and charged toward Chen Fan. You little punk, who do you think you're talking back to? You're asking for a beating. Hao Ge gave you face, didn't he? Dozens swarmed in, instantly surrounding Chen Fan in the center. These were Hao-er's elite enforcers. To them, his face meant everything. Anyone who dared disrespect Hao-er would pay with their life. Thus, as they attacked Chen Fan, each unleashed lethal strikes, determined to make him pay. Facing such a horde of vicious enemies, even a well-trained special forces soldier would feel uneasy. Graduates and those rich kids who'd never seen such a scene were nearly scared into fainting, each wishing they could crawl into the walls, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. Yet Chen Fan, the target of this onslaught, remained far more composed than any of them. As the lead enforcer swung his fist, Chen Fan shifted his body, effortlessly dodging the fierce blow. With a casual motion, he hoisted the man onto his shoulder. Chen Fan possessed strength like an ox. The leader, weighing nearly 200 pounds, felt like a mere whip in his hands as he flung him around like a spinning top with one arm. Every attacker who approached him ended up being smashed away by the leader's body. In an instant, the private room descended into chaos, blood, and flesh flying everywhere. Watching his brothers get knocked down one after another, Hao-er was utterly stunned. Only when the last thug scraped past his shoulder and crashed before him did Chen Fan finally toss the leader aside like discarded trash. The private room was now a complete mess. Even the crystal chandelier hanging overhead had half its lights shattered. Hao-er squinted at Chen Fan, gradually realizing this kid was probably a martial artist. I underestimated you. Hao-er re-examined Chen Fan, deeply impressed that such immense power could erupt from such a small frame. Of course, he still didn't hold Chen Fan in high regard. After all, compared to his own build, the kid was still far too slender and frail. Hao-er believed his thugs had lost because Chen Fan had trained in martial arts. If he faced someone like himself, a fellow martial artist, he doubted he'd fare much better. You never thought much of me, did you? Chen Fan chuckled. Your minions are crippled. Isn't it time for you, the boss, to step in? Hao-er's dominance in Shangbao district, his unshakable position, rested entirely on the strength of his fists. If he lost to Chen Fan today, wouldn't the position of Shangbao district's boss be up for grabs? Fine. I'll take you on myself. Hao-er gathered his strength, pulled back his fist, and swung it out with blinding speed, closing the distance to Chen Fan in an instant. Both his speed and power reached a dizzying level, far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Just as everyone thought Hao-er's punch would surely kill Chen Fan, a thud echoed. Chen Fan extended his palm and caught the blow with surprising ease. Hao-er's punch landed with a thunderous roar, yet proved to be all bark and no bite. Chen Fan stood there unflinching, his feet planted firmly in place. In contrast, Hao-er struggled desperately to pull his fist from Chen Fan's grasp, but found himself utterly powerless. His body swayed for a long moment before he stumbled backwards several steps. Chapter 65, Apologies, Mr. Chen. Thud. Another thunderous impact echoed. This time, Chen Fan gave a gentle shove backward. Caught completely off guard, Hao-er was sent tumbling backward. He slammed hard onto the floor, slid across the room, and crashed into the wall looking utterly miserable. Haware felt as if his tailbone had snapped. The excruciating pain in his back felt like his soul was being torn from his body. He couldn't even crawl back up. Who the hell are you? Haware knew that if this fight continued, he'd likely spend the rest of his life confined to a bed. He lay flat on the ground, staring at Chen Fan with fear. All thoughts of retaliation vanished. Just remember this, I'm someone you can't afford to cross. Chen Fan's reply was brazenly arrogant, yet this time, no one dared to underestimate him. After all, his strength was undeniable. Those harsh words weren't empty threats, they were backed by genuine power. The young masters who had previously followed Ma's lead like sheep now stared at Chen Fan in stunned silence, stealing glances at him. Their eyes held admiration and respect but no trace of the contempt they'd shown before. Xian Hui swallowed hard, blinking in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. At the wedding, Chen Fan had been nothing but a weakling, a pushover who wouldn't fight back when struck, wouldn't retaliate when insulted, and wouldn't even squeak when beaten senseless. How had he now transformed into a master among masters? Even the formidable underground gang boss, who could hold his own anywhere, crumbled like a little chick under Chen Fan's hands. Was this truly the same Chen Fan who had once been treated like a servant in their household? Miss Rin, it's time for us to leave. Amidst the stunned silence, Chen Fan glanced at his watch and prepared to lead Rin Annie away. Though Haware didn't physically stop them, his heart burned with fury. If a master like Chen Fan couldn't be made to serve him, then he had to be eliminated. Otherwise, the consequences would be endless. Who knew if he'd seek revenge someday over today's conflict? Therefore, the moment Chen Fan helped Rin Annie out the door, Hao made a call in front of everyone to the top dog of Shangbao District's underground syndicate. Chen Fan had no intention of paying Haware any further mind, but his hearing was exceptional. Even from a considerable distance away, he caught every word of the conversation. Ren Annie noticed Chen Fan halting and asked with concern, "Mr. Chen, are pursuers coming?" "Pretty much. That Hao guy is going to send people after me." Chen Fan nodded bluntly. "I'll call my grandfather right now and ask him to send people to help us." Ren Annie sensed things wouldn't end smoothly and rushed to find reinforcements. But before he could even pull out his phone, Yin Sheng appeared with a group of men, blocking the stairwell entrance. "Don't even think about calling anyone. I've already evacuated the other guests and locked the doors. Haware's older brother will be here any minute. If you have the guts to cause trouble on our turf, you'd better have the guts to face the consequences." Chen Fan glanced at the exit downstairs. The iron gate was indeed locked tight, there was no way out. Fine then. Yin Sheng had expected Chen Fan to panic in the face of such a blockade, but instead, he merely uttered those 3 words calmly. Then, he led Rin Annie back to VIP room 3. Chen Fan motioned for Rin Annie to sit down and rest. Then he grabbed Haware's collar, slamming the barely recovered man hard against the wall. "Listen carefully," he said. "You're the one who wouldn't let me leave. Since you insist on courting death, I'll grant your wish. Call as many people as you want. Today, we'll settle this once and for all. You little punk, you're talking big even as death approaches? Brother Luo's already on his way with his crew. They'll be here in less than 5 minutes." Haware, accustomed to bullying others, had never been threatened like this before. He flew into a rage and began taunting Chen Fan. "Fine. I'll see what kind of trash you can bring." Chen Fan smiled indifferently, slapped Haware across the face, then released him. He walked over to the side, poured himself a glass of wine, and waited, sipping it leisurely. Watching Chen Fan's relaxed demeanor, Haware inwardly sneered. He believed Chen Fan was stubborn to the end, clearly able to walk away while ahead, yet choosing to show off instead. This time, he was bound to meet a gruesome end. As time ticked by, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Only Chen Fan continued eating and drinking, seemingly in high spirits. Moments later, the sound of the iron gate opening echoed from downstairs. Instantly, every ear pricked up and every eye widened. Footsteps echoed from below, sounding like the Grim Reaper approaching with his scythe to claim a life, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Soon, figures emerged from the crowd. The newcomers were all dressed in sharp suits, well-groomed, tall and imposing, bearing matching tattoos that made them look like trouble. Haware struggled to his feet, leaning against the wall as he made his way outside to greet Brother Luo. But Brother Luo, his face expressionless, kicked Haware straight to the ground. "What the hell is wrong with you? You sent my men to investigate Mr. Chen? Who the hell do you think you are, going against Mr. Chen?" This tirade left everyone present utterly bewildered. Then, under the horrified stares of the crowd, Brother Luo bowed deeply. "My apologies, Mr. Chen. My failure to discipline my men properly has caused you trouble." The group of black-clad men behind him followed suit, bowing low with an abnormally submissive demeanor. "Our apologies, Mr. Chen." The entire scene fell deathly silent. Everyone watched the scene unfold in utter terror, their minds buzzing as if struck by lightning. Even Ren Annie, who had always been confident in Chen Fan, was now filled with confusion. This Brother Luo must be the boss. Haware mentioned the head honcho of Shangbao District's underground gang. Such a figure had arrived only to beat up his own henchman and then grovel to Chen Fan like this? How surreal. Is this guy under your wing?
Chen Fan had long suspected Hauer was Shui Luo's man, but he asked nonchalantly.
Shui Luo nodded awkwardly, his face flushing with embarrassment. Yes, Mr. Chen.
I taught him those half-baked skills.
My apologies for the spectacle. No wonder.
Chen Fan had indeed sensed a familiar power in Hauer's punch. Turns out he was trained by Shui Luo. Shui Luo had trained under Wu Ye for several years and possessed decent martial prowess. But this underling he brought along was a whole different story, maybe passable against ordinary folks, but utterly useless against real masters.
Fine. I've already beaten him to this state. You handle the rest yourself. I'm leaving this place with my friend.
After all, neither he nor Rin Annie had suffered much. Chen Fan saw no point in dwelling on such a minor incident. Though Hauer was scum, he'd received his due punishment. Besides, he'd earlier helped deal with the arrogant Goba and Xian Hui. Counting that as a small favor, there was no need for further retribution.
Thank you for your magnanimity, Mr. Chen. Please take your time. Shui Luo bowed repeatedly, his polite demeanor leaving Xian Hui feeling bitter. Especially since Chen Fan was leaving with only Rin Annie, abandoning her in this den of wolves and tigers. Xian Hui was furious. Chen Fan, you can't do this to me. A day as husband and wife creates 100 days of affection. How heartless can you be?
One of the young masters who had earlier criticized Chen Fan now chimed in enthusiastically. That's right, brother Fan.
We've all met here, why not take us all with you?
Mr. Chen, we were arrogant and blind to your greatness earlier.
Please forgive us. Don't leave us behind, we don't want to die.
The crowd pleaded desperately, each adding their own plea, all hoping to leave with Chen Fan. Shui Luo paid little heed to these minor figures, but Xian Hui alone felt strangely familiar to him. Coupled with that phrase, one day as husband and wife creates 100 days of affection, suspicions began to stir within him.
What's your name, woman? Xian Hui assumed Shui Luo was attracted to her looks.
Thinking that hooking up with such a big shot wouldn't be a bad thing, she hurriedly leaned in and answered in a sweet, coquettish voice, Brother Luo, my name is Xian Hui.
What's your relationship with Qian Wanwan?
Xian Hui blurted out without hesitation, she's my sister.
Damn it, what a small world.
Xian Hui continued batting her eyelashes at Shui Luo, hoping to seduce him. Unexpectedly, Shui Luo turned his head away with a look of disgust, not even bothering to glance at Xian Hui again.
Chen Fan, relishing the drama, chimed in with a smirk. Chen Wanwan is Shui Luo's ex-girlfriend, they just broke up today. Chapter 66, Ren Annie's Worries. At those words, Xian Hui's face turned green.
No wonder Shui Luo had no interest in her apparently, his sister hadn't been properly appeased.
Damn it! That brainless little sister is so stupid.
She let a perfect catch slip right through her fingers.
What a waste!
If it had been me, I would have had Shui Luo falling head over heels by now. As for Jiaban, he couldn't bring himself to ask Chen Fan to plead for him. Instead, he set his sights on Ren Annie.
Cousin, we'll be family soon enough. You can't just stand by and watch your cousin get beaten up.
If my cousin finds out about this, he'll be furious. If you just put in a good word for me and help me get out of here safely, I promise to keep your relationship with Chen Fan completely under wraps. I won't breathe a word to my cousin.
What do you say? Chen Fan's shamelessness left Ren Annie utterly speechless.
She shot him a withering look and retorted, Chen Fan and I have nothing to hide, we've done nothing wrong.
Say whatever you like, I couldn't care less.
One plan failed, but another emerged upon graduation. She pressed on, cousin-in-law, don't act impulsively.
Think carefully, can your Run family really afford to cross my cousin?
Of course, with old Rin backing you, my cousin won't touch you.
But Chen Fan is another story. If my cousin finds out Chen Fan dared to poach his territory, what good will his fighting skills do him then? Hearing this, Ren Annie couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry.
After all, the tension between Chen Fan and Zhao Tai was palpable. Though Chen Fan possessed considerable talent and was a rising star, his backing was nowhere near Zhao Tai's. If Zhao Tai really set his sights on him, Chen Fan might be crushed before he could even build his empire. The reason Ren Annie had delayed proposing to break off her engagement with Zhao Tai wasn't just to observe her grandfather's moves to some extent, she was also worried about dragging Chen Fan into trouble. After much deliberation, Ren Annie proposed a compromise to Yubi. I couldn't care less about your gossip. If you want to fabricate stories about my relationship with Chen Fan, go ahead and make them up however you like. But if you can do one thing for me, I'll let Chen Fan save you. Graduation perked up at the prospect of Ren Annie's assistance, nodding fervently. Just tell me what you need. I'll do everything in my power. I need you to help resolve the grudge between Chen Fan and Zhao Tai. If you can make them get along and stop Zhao Tai from bothering Chen Fan, I'll take care of today's mess for you. Before Ren Annie could finish, Chen Fan interjected, I'll handle Zhao Tai myself. No need for this kid's help. Though Ren Annie found Chen Fan's stubbornness highly inappropriate, she didn't want to embarrass him in public. With a long, drawn-out sigh, she abandoned the idea. Yet deep inside, her concern for Chen Fan's predicament only grew.
After all, once the Zhao family's war bath exhibition commenced, everyone would learn they possessed the war god's artifact. Then, with a single word from Zhao Tai, Chen Fan would be stabbed in the back by thousands and imprisoned within his own boundaries. Graduation, seeing his chance at salvation ruined by Chen Fan, erupted in fury. Chen Fan, what are you playing at? Think you've got days left to live? Once the Zhao family holds that war bath exhibition, do you think you'll even survive? What are you so cocky about? Smack! Xue Luo, unable to bear seeing his benefactor humiliated, lashed out with a sharp slap. He hadn't dealt with Graduation and the others because he was waiting for Chen Fan to speak, to see what his intentions were. But that bastard Graduation had the audacity to threaten Chen Fan outright, brazenly shouting threats of violence. Wasn't that like declaring him dead? Xue Luo, do with these men as you please. All I care about is Miss Ren's safety. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. Xian Hui's face drained of color, her heart pounding like a drum. With a thud, she knelt before Chen Fan, begging him to save her life at any cost. Chen Fan paid no heed to the woman's desperate pleas, striding purposefully away with Ren Annie. On the way back, Ren Annie was still shaken by the day's events, sighing repeatedly, "Thank goodness you came with me today. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died." But speaking of which, that Xue Luo, isn't he the grandson of that master Xue Zhao Tai invited? I feel like I've heard of him before. How come he recognizes you as his boss? Mentioning this made Chen Fan chuckle. Remember yesterday when I told Master Xue there was a ghost on him? I remember. But was it really true? Ren Annie asked, covering her mouth. Of course. I'd have no reason to lie about something like that. After I told him yesterday, he called me as soon as he got home, asking me to help exorcise the ghost. But when I arrived today, I discovered it wasn't just a ghost, his house had been cursed. Chen Fan chuckled. I helped resolve the situation and naturally became a benefactor to the Xue family. Little did I expect that Xue Luo would come into play so soon. Chen Fan's response was understated, as if everything had unfolded by fate and was no big deal. But Ren Annie couldn't help but marvel at it, sighing that Chen Fan was truly a master of all trades, leaving no stone unturned. She couldn't help but wonder how many more surprises Chen Fan had in store that she was unaware of. This man seemed to possess 3 heads and 6 arms. There was scarcely anything in this world he couldn't do. Yet despite this, Ren Annie remained deeply troubled by the Zhao family's affairs. After all, the Zhao family had spared no expense for this battle-washing exhibition. They'd invited heroes from all corners of the land and even brought in numerous influential figures from the capital. And since Jinling was the first stop of the exhibition, the scale was bound to be grand. If Zhao Tai truly intended to humiliate Chen Fan that day, how could Chen Fan ever hold his head high again? Oh, right. Seeing Ren Annie's troubled expression and gloomy mood, Chen Fan mistakenly thought she was distressed over being forced to marry Zhao Tai. He took the initiative to ask, "Didn't you say before that you wanted to break off the engagement with the Zhao family? Why hasn't anything happened yet? Could it be that old Master Ren won't agree?" Ren Annie lowered her beautiful eyes and replied, "It's not that grandfather won't agree. I simply haven't dared to bring it up. If the Zhao family hadn't made such a grand spectacle of their war bath exhibition, I might have found the courage to voice my thoughts. But now the Zhao family is at the height of their power. I truly don't want to cause trouble and put grandfather in a difficult position at this moment. Besides, the betrothal was arranged long ago. If I choose to break it off now, it could very well anger the Zhao family. The consequences would be unimaginable. Sigh. Everyone envies my privileged upbringing, treating me like a little princess. But how could they possibly know the bitterness in my heart?" At this point, Ren Annie interjected, "Mr. Chen, when Zhao Tai invited you to attend the war-washing exhibition last time, your agreement was rather impulsive. I suggest you avoid the confrontation for now. Where would you like to go? I can arrange tickets and book a hotel for you. You should get away for a while before returning." Ren Annie had essentially given up on Chen Fan, convinced there was no chance for them to be together. Her only wish now was for Chen Fan to live his quiet little life in peace, untouched by her troubles. That way, the sacrifice she made for her own lifelong happiness wouldn't be in vain. Seeing Ren Annie's deep concern for him, Chen Fan felt genuinely touched. He reassured her, "Don't worry about me. Since I dared accept his invitation, I'm certainly not afraid of him. As for their family's battle-wound exhibition? Just watch. It'll turn into a full-blown embarrassment parade for them. In fact, the level of embarrassment they'll face will be no less than that of Lu Yi." Chen Fan spoke with absolute conviction, but Ren Annie found it utterly unconvincing. The Zhao family's situation was different from the Lu family's. It was common knowledge that their ancestors had once served the war god lord. They weren't some sudden upstart. It was just that no one had known before about their possession of the war god lord's artifacts. Regardless, the Zhao family was far more formidable than the Lu family. Even if the matter of the war god's relic turned out to be a misunderstanding, their deep-rooted connection with the war god's temple remained unbreakable. "Mr. Chen, is this supposed to be comforting me? No. You'll see for yourself when the time comes." Chen Fan knew words alone weren't proof, but it didn't matter. He knew the truth in his heart. When the day comes, once the Zhao family stumbles, Ren Annie will see the truth for herself. Chapter 67, Listen to the Fist. That night, Ren Annie returned home with a heavy heart. She tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. Chen Fan's words kept circling in her mind, growing more puzzling the more she thought about them. She drifted through the night in a haze. The next morning at breakfast, old Ren inquired about Ren Annie's attendance at the networking event the previous day. He had heard from several sources that Chen Fan had caused some trouble at the nightclub. Ren Annie recounted the entire incident to her father. After hearing the full story, he looked astonished. Mr. Chen truly has connections everywhere. He's far more powerful than we imagined. I thought our family was his strongest backing, but it turns out the support he's found for himself is no less formidable. Ren Annie sighed softly. Honestly, I wish Chen Fan would hit a wall. Preferably before the Zhao family's battle armor exhibition begins, so he realizes he's not omnipotent. I pleaded with him yesterday to lie low for a while, but he refused outright. He seemed utterly confident, as if certain the Zhao family would make a complete fool of themselves at this battle armor exhibition. It's truly baffling. Oh? What exactly did he say? Old Ren inquired curiously. Not much, just. Ren Annie relayed her conversation with Chen Fan from yesterday to old Master Ren. After listening, he looked deep in thought, sensing something was off but unable to pinpoint exactly what. Seeing his granddaughter so troubled over Chen Fan, old Ren could only pat Ren Annie's shoulder gently and reassure her, "Alright, don't worry about this. Chen Fan is a great benefactor to our entire family. Even if I have to risk my old life and lose my dignity, I won't let anything happen to him. As for you, I understand your feelings, but your grandfather is getting old. There are some things I simply can't control. Since fate cannot be altered, it's best to accept it with a smile. Zhao Tai's feelings for you seem genuine. At least with him, you won't suffer." Old Ren knew full well that Ren Annie loved Chen Fan and had no desire to marry Zhao Tai. But the Ren family is now in a state of transition, with little influence and no power to resist the Zhao family. If they inadvertently provoke the Zhao family, not only would they fail to save Chen Fan, but the entire Ren family might be dragged down with him. Ren Annie understood her grandfather's predicament. As the dutiful granddaughter she always was, how could she let him face such a dilemma alone? "Grandpa, rest assured. I understand everything you've said. I won't let you down. By the way, I heard Zhao Tai invited quite a few bigwigs to kick things off with a bang. Is there a guest list yet?" To ease her grandfather's worries, Ren Annie deliberately changed the subject, no longer dwelling on the marriage matter. "I had someone look into it. Quite a few bigwigs have accepted the invitation. Even the old patriarch of the He family is coming personally, bringing his granddaughter. Clearly, they're taking this exhibition very seriously." Hearing this, Ren Annie began plotting in her mind how she could persuade Chen Fan to lie low for a while. Given Chen Fan's stubborn nature, he wouldn't back down in front of so many influential figures. If Zhao Tai exploited Chen Fan's stubborn nature to deliberately provoke him into offending the other bigwigs, Chen Fan might end up completely ruined. "Sigh, Chen Fan, if only you'd listen to me." While Ren Annie was fretting over Chen Fan's safety, he was leisurely jogging laps up the mountain. He breathed in the fresh air while casually looking around to see if there were any rare medicinal herbs or the like. Whoa! Passing by a lakeside, he heard the rhythmic sounds of martial arts training. The force behind the strikes was powerful, sounded like a skilled practitioner. Chen Fan initially paid it little mind, but as he listened, something struck him as off. The practitioner's punches weren't weak, but the rhythm was chaotic and disjointed. It was all show and no substance. They clearly hadn't grasped the subtle essence of the form. Continuing this way would damage their foundation. Over time, it could even lead to chi deviation, potentially causing not only physical harm but also turning them into a madman. He decided to investigate. Saving a life was better than building 7 tiers of a pagoda. Guided by a sense of kinship and a desire to help, Chen Fan approached the source of the sound. There, a middle-aged man in training attire stood frowning, drenched in sweat as he practiced his boxing. "Your technique is all wrong." Hearing the movement, the man paused his movements, turned to look at Chen Fan, and asked with some confusion, "You know what style of boxing I'm practicing?" "If I heard correctly, you're practicing the 5 Tigers Fist." The middle-aged man froze. "Heard? You heard it? Exactly. The first 15 forms were executed beautifully. The rhythm was precise and flawless. But starting from the 16th form, the rhythm completely fell apart." Chen Fan pointed out. The 5 Tigers Fist was indeed created based on the rhythm of a tiger's hunt, but it doesn't strictly follow the tiger's hunting rhythm. Because a tiger's pounce is incredibly swift, making it difficult for practitioners to master. Therefore, before accelerating, there should be 2 transitional moves. Yet in your practice just now, you skipped this transition entirely, shifting abruptly from slow to fast. Practicing this way not only risks muscle strains but also leads to chaotic rhythms that can cause internal energy to go haywire. Chen Fan, intent on guiding the other, laid out everything he knew without reservation. Yet the middle-aged man wore a look of utter disbelief, sneering, "You're quite the talker, spinning a convincing tale.
But this boxing style has been passed down through my family for generations. It absolutely cannot be wrong. My grandfather and father both trained this way. You're just a young upstart with limited experience. Stop spreading alarmist nonsense. The middle-aged man waved his hand impatiently, as if swatting away a fly, trying to dismiss Chen Fan. This kid was spouting nothing but nonsense, utterly baseless, pure and simple. Seeing the other party so unresponsive to reason, Chen Fan decided not to persist. Just as he turned to leave, Zhao Tai suddenly emerged from a nearby corner. I knew that voice sounded familiar. Turns out it's you, kid. Chen Fan, how the hell do you manage to be like a cockroach, crawling into every crack? Mr. In, this guy is nothing but a lying scoundrel. He'll crawl into any crack where there's an advantage, desperate to worm his way into high society. You shouldn't give his words any credence. Mr. In had never fully trusted Chen Fan, and now, seeing Zhao Tai's utter distaste for him, his own regard for Chen Fan dwindled even further. Rest assured, young Master Zhao. A little punk like him won't fool me. Chen Fan wasn't one to throw himself at cold shoulders, especially when the other was Zhao Tai's friend. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have come at all. Just as he turned to leave, Zhao Tai intercepted him, chattering away. Chen Fan, I've settled in Jinling lately. I advise you to behave yourself. Don't act all cocky around me, or you'll definitely regret it. That line should have come from me. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and walked around him. Young Master Zhao, shall I teach him a lesson? Mr. N's eyes flashed with severity. Not necessary. Zhao Tai watched Chen Fan's retreating figure and snorted, at the war bath exhibition, I'll make that brat pay the price he deserves. Let him gloat for a few more days. After speaking, he countered, Mr. N, how do you find living here? Would you prefer to move elsewhere? Not at all. The scenery here is picturesque, the environment serene. Moreover, the spiritual energy near my villa is noticeably more abundant than elsewhere. Clearly, a master has set up an array. Mr. N's eyes gleamed with keen insight. His residence lay behind Villa Number 1. Thanks to the spirit-gathering array Chen Fan had set up, the overflowing spiritual energy allowed him to reap some benefits as well. Zhao Tai was startled. Anyone Mr. N refers to as a master must be no ordinary figure. I don't know the person's background, but they're definitely no weaker than me. If I get the chance, I'll look into it for you, Zhao. If I find them, you can go and make acquaintance. Thank you, Mr. N. Zhao Tai's face lit up with delight. The war bath exhibition is about to commence. I'll need your assistance in overseeing the proceedings then. Rest assured, young Master Zhao. Since I've come, I'll lend my full support. Mr. N laughed heartily. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Zhao Tai had gone to great lengths to invite him, offering substantial rewards, all to secure his presence at the Zhao family's war-washing exhibition to bolster its prestige. After all, the Yin family had produced generations of martial arts masters. Now in his prime, Zhao Tai himself was a bona fide quasi-grandmaster. Given time, he would surely become a legendary master, his fame reverberating throughout the Jiangnan region. Young Master Zhao, I hope you'll grant me the opportunity to observe the battle altar up close then, so I too may sense the aura of the war god's master. The War God's Hall, the pinnacle of martial pursuit, was the ultimate destination Mr. N longed for. Alas, his strength falls short of the requirements for admission. He can only gaze upon the War God's emblem to fill the void within his heart. Of course, that's no problem. I'll design a unique shape for the war basin, and everyone can hold it for photos of fine keepsake. For this very purpose, Zhao Tai has already commissioned several designers, hoping to craft the war basin with even greater nobility to showcase his family's status. That's good. Mr. N's face lit up with delight, his anticipation for the war basin exhibition growing ever stronger. Chapter 68, Looking Down on Others. Meanwhile, on his way down the mountain, Chen Fan received a call from Xue San. Ever since witnessing Chen Fan's formidable abilities, Xue San had been scheming to find an opportunity to win Chen Fan over. Now, a perfect opportunity had presented itself. The situation was this: Xue San had an old friend with whom he'd maintained a close relationship over the years. Xue San had personally handled all the feng shui arrangements for his friend's family. Recently, however, not only had Xue San been overwhelmed with problems, but his old friend's household had also been plagued by a series of mishaps and troubles. The friend felt that such persistent misfortune must indicate some underlying problem and decided to ask Xue San to take a look. After hearing the full story, Xue San felt somewhat capable but limited in his abilities. Moreover, this friend held an exceptional position. If he could use this opportunity to introduce Chen Fan to him, it would naturally deepen his own relationship with Chen Fan. Chen Fan wasn't particularly interested in such matters. After all, he didn't rely on this skill for income and had no need for Xue San to act as a middleman. But Xue San pleaded earnestly, pleading repeatedly. Since Chen Fan had nothing pressing on his hands anyway, he might as well pass the time. Reluctantly, he agreed. Xue San's friend, surnamed Chang, also resided in Shangbao district. His ancestors were royal relatives. Given the family's profound heritage, even old Ren would show them due respect upon meeting them. However, the Chang family had always kept a low profile, rarely appearing in public, which was why they weren't widely known. After hanging up, Chen Fan followed the address Shuesan had sent him and arrived at a garden villa in the westernmost part of Shangbao district. This landscaped villa occupied a vast area of over 100 acres. Even from a distance, its grandeur and splendor were evident. Though not situated in the absolute heart of the city, owning such a vast expanse of landscaped grounds in a place like Jinling, where every inch of land was precious, was truly unimaginable. Chen Fan strode purposefully toward the villa's entrance, but before he could even reach the gate, he was stopped. "Who are you? Who are you here to see?" "Shuai-san sent me. He said your family wants someone to assess the feng shui." The man nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this, then walked into his small office and spoke a few words into an intercom. Though Chen Fan couldn't make out the words, the guard's expression made it clear they were likely not pleasant. About 3 minutes later, a black SUV pulled up. A well-dressed butler stepped out, scrutinizing Chen Fan from head to toe before asking with a hint of suspicion, "Are you truly sent by Shuai-san? What's your relationship with him?" Hearing the butler's skeptical tone, Chen Fan frowned. "No particular relationship. I helped Shuai-san with some matters earlier. He knows I've made significant contributions in Xingwu, so he sent me." "Is that so?" The butler circled Chen Fan a few more times, still unconvinced he looked like a master. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Shuai-san had indeed mentioned earlier that he would send someone over, but he had said it would be a master even more skilled than himself. Yet this fellow before him looked like a wetbeard, unreliable and untrustworthy. How could he possibly be a master? That Shuai-san is getting more and more arrogant. Could it be that after reading the fortunes of so many high-ranking officials and nobles, he looks down on our Chang family now? At this thought, the steward's face darkened, his gaze toward Chen Fan tinged with disdain. Chen Fan watched as the steward scrutinized him repeatedly, his expression laced with undisguised contempt. He couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. "If you don't trust me, I can leave right now. You'll just have to fend for yourselves. What's the rush? Good things come to those who wait. If you want this money, you should accept our family's scrutiny." "Humph. I wonder if Shuai-san accidentally let something slip and you overheard it, so you came here to swindle us. Anyway, I don't believe Shuai-san would invite someone like you." Though the butler was merely an employee, he long enjoyed the perks of his position. Years of service to the Chang family meant no guest dared give him the cold shoulder. They even prepared a separate gift for him during the customary exchange. He'd grown accustomed to wielding his master's influence like a dog with a bone, lordly and arrogant. Now, having been bluntly rebuffed by Chen Fan, his mood was understandably sour, and his words turned sharp. Chen Fan was no stranger to such petty characters and couldn't be bothered to argue. He merely pointed to a rockery in the garden and said, "See that spot? Someone died there, right? And not just one person, either? Mark my words, by sunset tomorrow at the latest, another victim will appear. Soon after, misfortune will fall upon your master. If these events come to pass, it will be entirely your fault for obstructing me today." Chen Fan had intended to gain the steward's trust by mentioning past events, but the man was filled with hostility, convinced Chen was merely playing tricks to intimidate him. "Cut the doomsday nonsense. You think I'm some scaredy cat?" Even if Chen Fan had gotten some things right earlier, it was merely hearsay. After all, Chen Fan had already heard from Shuai-san that the Chang family was planning to hire someone to check the feng shui. Who's to say he didn't pick up these details too? "Get the hell out of here. I've seen plenty of con artists like you. I can't be bothered to deal with you now. Security! Throw this scoundrel out." The butler's shout was met by several groups of men rushing out from nearby, surrounding Chen Fan with stun batons in hand. Facing the crowd's threats, Chen Fan showed no fear. But he didn't want to make things difficult for these lowly workers. After all, they were just following orders, no need for them to take a beating for nothing. Therefore, Chen Fan took 2 steps back and declared, "Listen carefully. What I said earlier will absolutely come true, and you will pay the price for your recklessness and vulgarity today. After I leave today, I will never come knocking on my own accord again. If you want to invite me next time, your boss will have to come and kowtow to me first, begging for forgiveness. You're delusional. Go see a psychiatrist." The steward paid no heed to Chen Fan's words, dismissing him as a complete moron. He sat in his black SUV and drove off triumphantly. Chen Fan had made the trip for nothing, and now he was seething with pent-up anger. It was downright infuriating. But he didn't dwell on it. The real show was yet to come, time would tell. Shortly after Chen Fan left, Shuai-san, having finished his tasks, scurried over to the Chang household to claim credit. He was certain that after helping the Chang family secure such a high-caliber expert as Chen Fan, they would surely treat him with great hospitality. Little did he know, the moment Shuai-san stepped through the door, the steward greeted him with a sour expression. Such treatment had never occurred before. While Shuai-san's status was indeed lower than that of the Chang family's master, their personal rapport was strong, and the steward had always treated him with courtesy. How could he be so audacious this time? Besides, he had earned merit by bringing Chen Fan here. Even if they intended to cut him loose after using him, shouldn't they at least avoid being so blatantly snobbish? With that thought, Shuesan spoke with some displeasure. Steward Lu, I've been sitting here for half an hour. You haven't offered me tea or pastries, and you keep rolling your eyes at me. What exactly is your meaning? Hearing Shuesan's rebuke, housekeeper Lu approached in steady strides, his leather shoes clicking on the floor. Looking down at Shuesan with a sour expression, he retorted, Shuesan, don't you know exactly what you've done? What sort of person did you introduce to our family? Has my master not treated you well all these years? How could you repay kindness with betrayal? Our family has indeed faced some difficulties and sought your help. I can understand if you want to show off your authority, but sending that kind of person to disgust us is simply too much. Li's tirade rained down relentlessly, leaving Shuesan utterly bewildered. Mr. Lo, what are you talking about? What do you mean biting the hand that feeds you? What do you mean that kind of person disgusts us? Butler Le fumed, didn't you call earlier promising to bring a master to help us? Instead of a master, you sent some young con artist who got chased away by me. Wait a minute. Shuesan immediately sensed trouble upon hearing this. He shot to his feet and grabbed Li's arm. That young man, didn't he look down to earth in his clothes and manner? What's approachable about him? He was downright shabby. Don't try to sugarcoat it. Lu the steward scoffed. You didn't hear how vile that brat spoke. He actually dared curse our master into misfortune. Then he told me that if we ever wanted to hire him again, my master would have to personally come apologize. He even said I'd pay for today's arrogance. That kid's got a screw loose. Lu Steward's words left Shuesan utterly disheartened, pounding his thigh in frustration. How could he have failed to realize that Lu the steward would judge him by appearances? Had he known this would happen, he should have brought Chen Fan himself. Now this huge blunder had happened, offending both sides. Offending the Chang family wasn't the worst part, it was Chen Fan, whom he'd worked so hard to ingratiate himself with. What was he to do now? Chapter 69, Realizing the Gravity of the Situation. Shuesan paced the living room, sweat pouring down his face. His expression was anything but feigned. Butler Lu, you've really made a huge mistake this time. This young man, Chen Fan, is far more capable than I am. When my family encountered trouble earlier, he was the one who resolved it. That's why I confidently recommended him to you. How could you drive him away? I couldn't make heads or tails of your family's problems, which is why I asked him to intervene. Yet you've offended him. Alas, if he truly refuses to help, your household will face grave calamity. Seeing Shuesan's reaction, Manager Lu gradually grasped the gravity of the situation. He hadn't yet informed his master about this incident. If word reached him, would he even retain his position as steward? Realizing how precarious the situation had become, Manager Lu frantically grabbed Shuesan's arm. Master Shue, you must help me find a solution. Though the primary fault lies with me, you didn't make things clear over the phone either. Our house has always had its share of charlatans trying to swindle us. Seeing his demeanor, how could I possibly let him in so casually? Our master doesn't know about this yet. If he finds out, we'll be in big trouble. Hearing Li's words, Shuesan was speechless. You remember us now? Who wants to deal with you? Even if Shuesan thought this in his heart, he couldn't very well say it out loud. Lu, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that in this matter, I'm in deep water myself. I saw Mr. Chen's capabilities firsthand, which is why I wanted to introduce him to you. My intentions were pure, but now you've ruined everything. How am I supposed to fix this? In my opinion, the only option left is to report this matter truthfully to your master. Since Mr. Chen has stated that he will only assist again if your master personally comes to apologize, that seems to be the only path forward. Chen Fan is a man of principles. If you fail to satisfy him with proper etiquette this time, he won't lift a finger to help, even if the entire Chang family were wiped out. Unfortunately, Manager Lu was unaware of this. When he heard Shuesan actually intended to have his master make a personal apology, his eyes widened in disbelief. Master Shue, are you all right? Don't you know better than anyone else what my master's standing is? Is that young upstart worthy of having him personally apologize? Seeing Steward Li's familiar arrogance resurfacing, Shuesan sternly cut him off. Steward Lu, you must truly correct this long-standing habit of yours, this utter disregard for others. If he weren't so capable, why would I give up such a golden opportunity for him? It's because I'm powerless to handle it myself. Your family's crisis is imminent. Do as he says immediately. Compared to him, I'm not even a third-rate Qingwu practitioner. Do you understand what I'm saying? Shuesan had always been a proud and arrogant man, never one to readily admit inferiority to anyone. And in Jinling, he was undoubtedly one of the foremost Qingwu masters. That such a man would now willingly place himself beneath another, while painting Chen Fan in such glowing terms, spoke volumes about the latter's true capabilities. Though deeply reluctant, Steward La had to admit he'd made a mistake that would haunt him forever. Yet the thought of approaching his master to confess his error and worse, to beg his master to apologize to some greenhorn made his mouth go completely dry. After weighing his options, Steward La said to Shuesan, Master Shue, actions speak louder than words.
I was the one who sent Chen Fan away, so I should be the one to apologize. It's best not to involve our master. For the sake of our long friendship, please call Chen Fan and convey my apology. I'll prepare a gift, and we can go together to invite him. I trust he'll grant me this favor. Li's confidence stemmed from his years as the Chang family's steward, during which he had never encountered a setback. Consequently, he considered himself a man of standing, possessing a measure of authority. He intended to resolve this matter himself and bring Chen Fan back. Shuesan desperately wanted to tell Butler Lu that Chen Fan was a man of his word, and that a gatekeeper like Butler Lu was nothing but a fart in Chen Fan's eyes. But he didn't want to put it so bluntly. After all, completely alienating Lu Guanji wouldn't benefit him either. Reluctantly, he agreed to handle the matter. Butler Lu went downstairs to change into a different outfit, intending to carefully select some presentable gifts from the private collection, hoping to win Chen Fan's favor. While he was preparing the gifts, Shuesan wasn't idle either. He called Chen Fan. Chen Fan was taking a nap. Seeing Shuesan's name flash on the screen, he simply hung up. Even though today's incident stemmed from manager Li's overreach, Shuesan, as the intermediary, bore some responsibility for failing to handle the matter properly. Seeing Chen Fan ignore his calls only made Shuesan sweat profusely with anxiety. He certainly didn't want to lose a friend like Chen Fan over this. Fortunately, Chen Fan wasn't the type to hold grudges. When Shuesan called for the third time, Chen Fan relented and answered. "Ah, Mr. Chen, thank goodness you finally answered. I'm truly sorry for the trouble today. I have no idea what possessed that butler, Lu, to speak to you so disrespectfully. Please don't take it to heart. I've already set him straight. The old man realizes his mistake now and wants me to bring him over to apologize. What do you say? Don't bother." Shuesan's words were sincere, but Chen Fan showed no sign of forgiveness. "When I left, I made it perfectly clear, if they want me to resolve this matter, their master must personally come to me and offer a proper apology. As the saying goes, if a child is not taught, the fault lies with the father. Their steward bullied others with arrogance and haughtiness. As the master of the house, he naturally bears responsibility. You needn't bother bringing that steward to me, I won't see him." No sooner had Chen Fan finished speaking than Shuesan opened his mouth again, hoping to intercede. But before he could finish, Chen Fan's voice came through the phone, cold and warning. "Shuesan, I only made this wasted trip because of you. I know you didn't mean it, so for now, I won't hold you responsible. But if you knowingly side with those disrespectful people and bring that jerk here to bother me, that would be your fault. You understand what I mean, right?" Shuesan understood perfectly. This time, Chen Fan would let it slide. But if he dared to disrupt Chen Fan's plans by bringing that butler to annoy him, then Chen Fan would no longer consider him a friend. It must be said, Chen Fan's threat carried considerable weight. Upon learning he'd been cleared of all charges, Shuesan immediately decided to mind his own business. After all, it was Butler Lu who had caused this huge mess. It had nothing to do with him whatsoever. "Mr. Chen, thank you for your understanding and for bearing with me. I'll pass this along to Mr. Lu. Yes. Also inform the Chang family to make a decision soon. Their situation is extremely delicate. If the matter isn't resolved before sunset tomorrow, I won't be able to help either." With that, Chen Fan ended the call. Having gone to such lengths to warn them, he had done all he could. As for the outcome, that was up to fate to decide. Chapter 70, Ignorant and Unaware. Meanwhile, Shuesan recalled Chen Fan's stern tone during the call and felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. His own family had been cursed into such a state, yet Chen Fan had remained completely unfazed, even joking with him. What on earth had gone wrong with the Chang family to warrant such a stern warning from Chen Fan? As his thoughts raced, the ever-efficient Butler Lu returned, eagerly carrying a gift box. He addressed Shuesan with brimming confidence. "Master Shue, I've prepared 2 bottles of fine wine for Mr. Chen worth well over 100,000 yuan. Surely this demonstrates our sincerity?" Shuesan shook his head, his voice weary as he addressed the butler. "Mr. Lu, there's no need for further effort. Mr. Chen has already declined your apology. He's a man of principle and stated that only if your master personally apologizes to him will there be any chance of turning things around. Otherwise, no one else going will make a difference. If I insist on taking you to him, he'll sever ties with me. I'm truly sorry, but I can't take that risk. You should carefully consider whether to inform your master about this. I must return now. Additionally, Mr. Chen specifically asked me to remind you, if you intend to invite him, you must make your decision before sunset tomorrow. Otherwise, your household will inevitably face another calamity. When that happens, the sins you've committed will only grow heavier." After relaying Chen Fan's message, Shuesan rose to depart. Steward Yu stared at the gift box in his hands, feeling as though he'd been slapped hard across the face. Rage flushed his cheeks crimson. He slammed the box down on the table and gritted his teeth, snarling, "Shuesan, what do you mean by that? Are you implying I'm unworthy? How utterly ridiculous. That brat is nothing but a wet-beard kid. I'm already doing him a favor by bringing gifts to apologize. And now he has the nerve to push his luck and threaten me? Our Chang family is doing just fine. As for you, Shue-san, you must have lard clouding your brain to be so easily manipulated by that greenhorn. I'm not about to be the sucker here. If he's so full of himself that he won't accept my apology, then I won't apologize. Losing this opportunity is his loss, not mine. Watching Butler Le show no sign of remorse, still spouting nonsense, Shue-san could only shake his head helplessly. There was truly nothing more to say. Steward Lu, there are always people more capable than you, and skies beyond skies. I don't deny your worldly experience, but don't get too cocky. I've seen Mr. Chen's true strength with my own eyes and felt it firsthand. He wouldn't exaggerate like that. After I leave, you'd do well to reflect on this. Should the Chang family suffer any misfortune due to your ignorant arrogance, the consequences will be far beyond what you can bear. How could Steward Le possibly heed Shue-san's words? He only thought Shue-san had lost his mind. Get out. My master has always regarded you as a friend, and I don't know whether you've been deceived by that good-for-nothing brat or if you're in cahoots with him to deceive us. Either way, I will never trust scum like that. As you said, there are always better people out there. Without you lot, we'll find replacements in no time. We'll see about that. Le Guanjia's words were sharp and unyielding. Shue-san saw no point in arguing and slipped away quietly. After Shue-san left, Manager Li's expression no longer held the same confidence as before. Better safe than sorry. Even if he believed Shue-san and that brat were most likely bluffing, the Chang household had indeed been plagued by a series of strange occurrences lately, and they seemed to be escalating. It would be best to find a capable person to take a look. But where could he find such a person? Steward Lu was deep in thought, but time offered him no respite. The head of the Chang family had returned from his routine medical checkup. The moment he stepped through the door, he impatiently demanded of Manager Lu, "Has Shue-san arrived?" Li's heart skipped a beat. In his panic, a sudden idea struck him. He put on a pained expression and complained, "Master, they say older folks are easy to deceive. I never believed it before, but even a young master like Shue-san can't escape that stereotype." "Oh? What do you mean by that?" Chang Tai's expression turned peculiar. "Just half an hour ago, Shue-san called to say our family had encountered some tricky matters, so he'd invited a master to come handle them personally. I was eagerly awaiting his arrival, but guess what? What showed up was a complete fraud. That greenhorn has no real skills, yet he talks a big game. I was just trying to probe him subtly, see if he was truly worthy of entering our family's door. But before I could even get 3 sentences out, he flew into a rage. He threw a huge tantrum right at our doorstep, accusing me of having a bad attitude. He said he wouldn't read our feng shui for us, and that unless you personally invited him back and apologized, he wouldn't help us solve our problems. He went on about how disaster was imminent for our family and that no one but him could help. In short, he hurled a string of nasty curses at us, showing absolutely no class whatsoever. The situation was nowhere near as dramatic as housekeeper Lu made it out to be, but he stirred up trouble and painted Chen Fan as a complete scoundrel. Upon hearing all this, Chang Tai was utterly stunned. Was that man really recommended by Shue-san? You bet. When Shue-san came, I specifically asked him about it. Turns out Shue-san must have been brainwashed by that kid too. His story matched Chen Fan's word for word. Considering all the favors Shue-san had done for us over the years, I decided to swallow my pride and apologize to that kid. But he refused to give me the courtesy, insisting that you must come personally, otherwise, forget it. How outrageous. Under the instigation of Butler Lu, Chang Tai was furious, slamming his teacup down on the table. Though our Chang family has kept a low profile these years, that doesn't mean just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can trample over us. To spout such insolent nonsense right at our doorstep, who does he think he is? Does he have some powerful backer? Butler Le shook his head. I don't know. All I know is his name Chen Fan. At this, Chang Tai's assistant interjected. Oh, so he's that penniless son-in-law from the Qian family. He used to live off them, didn't he? Just days ago, he was kicked out of the Qian household without a single coin. Such a man should have been shunned like a rat in high society. Who knows what tricks he pulled to deceive even Shue-san? Hearing the assistant's words, Chang Tai seemed to recall something. You know, I have a vague recollection of this man. Zhao Tai mentioned him when he visited our home a couple of days ago. Zhao Tai said he wanted me to come to their family's war-themed exhibition to witness the spectacle of Chen Fan being thoroughly driven out of Jinling. Oof. If Shue-san had invited anyone else, I might have considered saying a few kind words and shaking hands to make peace. But since it's Chen Fan, he can go to hell. Shue-san must have been momentarily blinded by some foolish notion. For now, let's set this aside. Once the Zhao family's battle ritual exhibition concludes, Shue-san will surely come to his senses. However, the matter at home still needs resolving. If it escalates, not only will it tarnish our reputation, but it won't be good for the family either. Go and investigate thoroughly. See if there are any other formidable Qingwu masters active near Jinling recently. This routine arrangement perfectly aligned with housekeeper Li's intentions. Rest assured, master. I shall handle this matter properly.
Besides contacting the Qingguo masters, also inform Yuan that he is needed to oversee security during the Zhao family's battle ritual exhibition.
It's a prestigious assignment, I've already agreed to it.
Upon hearing this, Steward Liu expressed some surprise. Zhao Tai is really pulling out all the stops this time.
Yuan is a renowned expert in Jinling.
Having him serve as a bodyguard at the Zhao family's exhibition truly brings them great honor. What they deserve, they shall receive. Holding the token of the war god's lord, the war god's temple would never shortchange them.
Chang Tai's expression remained a faint, ambiguous smile. You've endured injustice today, but don't dwell on it.
Come the day of the Warbath exhibition, Zhao Tai will teach the Chen Fan a lesson.
The humiliation you suffered will be repaid in full. Thank you for your kind words, master.
Steward Liu bowed repeatedly, inwardly relieved. Thank goodness I didn't go apologize to Chen Fan today, otherwise, I would have lost big time.
Chapter 71, Graduation turned castration? Some rejoice, others grieve.
While Butler Liu waited to see Chen Fan's downfall, Graduation now lay on his own bed, his expression hollow and gaunt. His face was as pale as paper, his eyes staring blankly ahead. He looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Downstairs, his grandfather Bai Jian sat with a deeply troubled expression, sighing repeatedly.
Grandpa, stop sighing and tell me what's going on.
I can't help if you don't explain.
Zhao Tai watched the scene, speechless. There's nothing I can do.
You'll just have to see for yourself. Bai Jian stammered for a long time, unable to speak, and finally handed Zhao Tai the medical records he'd brought back from the hospital. Zhao Tai glanced at it and froze, utterly stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes.
Is this really Bai Jian's medical records? How could this have happened?
It turned out that the reason Bai Jian was so dejected was because he had suffered an excruciatingly painful lesson yesterday. It wasn't just a brutal beating, he had been sodomized and castrated. This incident not only left him with lifelong psychological trauma, but crucially, it shattered the Bai family's hopes of continuing their lineage. As the sole heir of the Bai family, Bai Jian had always longed to hold his great-grandchildren.
How could he possibly bear such a devastating blow? Damn it! Which bastard had the nerve to lay a hand on my cousin? Grandpa, rest assured I'll find a way to get justice for him. I've already investigated. It was Shui Luo who ordered his men to do it. Apparently, during yesterday's networking event on his turf, your cousin caused a disturbance that spiraled out of control. My cousin was such a fool. Why didn't he contact me when this happened? Even if he didn't know how to reach me, he should have at least mentioned the Zhao family name. Hearing that would have stopped them in their tracks. Zhao Tai lamented bitterly.
Bai Jian shook his head, his expression bitter.
How could he not have said anything? Even if he had, it wouldn't have mattered.
No matter how powerful we are, our connections aren't rooted in Jinling. Those underground gangsters have nothing to lose, they'd never fear us.
The Zhao family runs legitimate businesses, while Shui Luo is a professional criminal. They're not competing for the same livelihood, why would he care?
Besides, Bai Jian wasn't some naive greenhorn who'd never seen the world. He knew full well that people like Shui Luo were not to be trifled with. Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. Once you cross people who'd throw caution to the wind, you'd never have a moment's peace again. Therefore, despite the immense injustice he felt, he had no choice but to swallow his pride for the time being. Zhao Tai heard these words and felt deeply resentful. In his eyes, no one in all of Jinling was worthy of challenging him, much less bullying his maternal family. Now that his graduation had been sabotaged like this, his mother's lineage was effectively cut off. How could this be tolerated?
Grandfather, please don't be hasty.
Once the War Bath exhibition concludes, I believe all factions will gradually align with our Zhao clan. When that time comes, I will command all the elite fighters. Anyone who dares to offend us will face certain death.
This is what we'll do, I'll send men immediately to the nightclub.
They'll tear Hao Er and the others who harmed graduation to shreds. As for Shui Luo, kill him if possible.
If not, make him pay dearly. Bai Jian hesitated. Young Tai, are you sure you can handle this?
The Chang family agreed today to send their retainer Yuan to assist me.
He ranks among Jinling's top 10 martial artists. Dealing with Shui Luo is no problem at all. Zhao Tai declared with absolute confidence. With that, he immediately called Yuan to issue the order. Soon after, Zhao Tai arrived at Graduation's room. While comforting him, he repeatedly swore he would avenge him. Little did he know, Graduation clutched Zhao Tai tightly, his lips moving incessantly, murmuring only Chen Fan's name. Cousin, what does this have to do with Chen Fan? It's him. He's the one who made Shui Luo's men do this to me. Grad, clenching his teeth against the pain, recounted yesterday's networking event with eyes bulging. Those men had already decided to let us go, but Chen Fan stubbornly refused to take us with him. He insisted he was only responsible for Ren Annie's safety and told Shui Luo to do whatever he wanted with the rest of us. As the leader, I became a thorn in their side, which is why I ended up like this. Don't spare Ren Annie either, besides Chen Fan.
That woman is your fiancée, yet she parades around with Chen Fan everywhere, showing no regard for the Zhao family's reputation. Knowing I'm your cousin, she remained utterly indifferent from start to finish. She's no better. These words cut deep into Zhao Tai's heart. He never imagined Renani would openly bring Chen Fan to yesterday's networking event, only to cause such a scandal. Rest assured, cousin. I'll see justice done. Once Renani marries into our family, I'll make sure she pays dearly. As for Chen Fan, don't worry about him either. That scum won't last long. Once our family's war bath exhibition opens, all the powerful figures will inevitably align with us. By then, eliminating Chen Fan will be as easy as turning over my hand. I'll take his worthless life with ease. For now, focus on recovering your health. Come witness the battle bath exhibition and see him suffer a fate worse than death with your own eyes. Hearing Zhao Tai's promises, Xiao Ye's emotions finally stabilized. Xiao Tai, you know that herbalist Lei Yizhen, right? Why not invite him to examine Xiao Yi? There might still be a chance, Bai Jian suggested, as if remembering something. This. Zhao Tai hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. Ever since Lei Yizhen had embarrassed him in front of Chen Fan last time, Zhao Tai had little desire to have anything to do with him. But glancing at Bai Jian's hopeful gaze, Zhao Tai's resolve softened. Alright, I'll give him a call. Coincidentally, Lei Yizhen was nearby on business. Upon receiving Zhao Tai's request, he arrived swiftly. After examining the situation, he said regretfully, because it's been left untreated for too long, we've missed the optimal window for treatment. Even if I had a miracle cure, there's nothing I can do for Mr. Bai now. However, Bai Jian pressed urgently, but what? However, Lei Yizhen stated bluntly, if you can find someone skilled in the true Qi revival technique to assist me before tomorrow morning, there might still be a sliver of hope. What is the true Qi restoration technique? It's a technique that uses true Qi to replenish the yang energy of someone who lacks it, meaning someone who has lost their fertility so they can conceive again. Lei Yizhen patiently explained. I'm too old, and I'm not a dedicated practitioner. My Qi alone is insufficient to complete the entire process. I must have such a master to assist me to have any hope. But as far as I know, few possess this true Qi restoration technique, and most reside in Yanjing. Therefore, Zhao Tai, upon hearing this, snapped impatiently, you must find a solution now. If you can restore my cousin to a normal man, you absolutely cannot let him remain disabled. Yesterday's incident turned out that way. If word spreads and others find out, where would the Zhao family's reputation be? Master Lei, this is your golden opportunity to make an outstanding contribution to the Zhao family. I hope you seize it. As he spoke, Zhao Tai's expression grew grave, his tone deepening. If you handle this matter for me, our family will deepen its ties with the war god's temple. You will certainly reap the rewards. But if you botch this, you can forget about the Zhao family supplying your medicinal herbs. Worse still, we'll join forces with other herbal merchants to boycott you. Understand? Zhao Tai's words were unmistakably a threat to Lei Yizhen. In the past, he would never have dared to speak this way. But times had changed. With the war bath exhibition imminent, Zhao Tai believed his own rise to prominence was imminent. He saw no need to play the underdog anymore. He now addressed Lei Yizhen with an air of superiority, even issuing commands without hesitation. Lei Yizhen felt deeply resentful inside. Yet, when he thought of the war god's temple and his own future, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and reluctantly work for the Zhao family. Wait, there might actually be a way. Suddenly, Lei Yizhen's eyes lit up as a name came to mind. Chen Fan. The man had identified and located a rare herb like the purple line lotus, demonstrating astonishing perception. He was most likely an extraordinary practitioner of true Qi cultivation. Seeking his help might offer a glimmer of hope. Unaware Lei Yizhen was thinking of Chen Fan, Zhao Tai urged, if you have a plan, execute it now. Hurry! Lei Yizhen said nothing outwardly, but once outside, he cursed under his breath. If not for fear of being blacklisted by the war god's temple, what right did Emir Zhao family have to ride roughshod over him like this? They really think they can push me around? Chapter 72, The Medicine King's Desperate Search for Remedies. Without Chen Fan's phone number, Lei Yizhen had to track him down himself. After several twists and turns, he learned Chen Fan resided in Jiangshan Prefecture and resolved to make the trip personally to seek his help. At that moment, Chen Fan was relaxing at home, watching television. When the doorbell rang, Chen Fan checked the security feed and discovered it was Lei Yizhen seeking him out. Master Lei, what brings you here? Lei Yizhen cut straight to the point. Mr. Chen, I've encountered an extremely difficult patient who requires the true Qi revival technique. Could you assist me in treating him? I don't know the true Qi revival technique, Chen Fan replied, feigning ignorance. The true Qi revival technique wasn't exactly a high-level acupuncture method he could perform it in minutes. But he and Lei Yizhen weren't close, so he saw no reason to help him. Besides, Lei Yizhen was aligned with Zhao Tai's faction. Lei Yizhen knew Chen Fan was likely lying, but since the other party refused to help, he couldn't force the issue. He could only settle for the next best thing and ask, Mr. Chen, do you still have any purple line lotus? If he could obtain the Qi-restoring sacred herb purple thread orchid, he could first concoct a batch of elixir to stabilize the situation, delaying the irreversible transformation into a eunuch by a few days. This would buy time until Zhao Tai could bring in reinforcements from Yanjing.
Chen Fan did indeed have several more purple thread orchids in his possession.
Earlier, while wandering the mountains, he had discovered several more plants at the same location where he first found the purple thread orchid. He had dug them all up and brought them back, now growing them on his balcony. He did have them, but this wasn't something money could measure. Mr. Chen, to be perfectly honest, the person I need to save was beaten into impotence after offending certain people. He's become a half-eunuch, which is why we urgently need the medicinal properties of the purple thread orchid to preserve his manhood. Lei Yijin said with a bitter smile. Their family line is the sole heir, and they place immense importance on continuing the lineage. If you're willing to give me the purple orchid, whatever benefit you desire, my family won't bat an eye. Just name your price. Chen Fan scoffed. You're a renowned herbalist, yet you'd use purple thread orchid for such a trivial ailment? That's a waste of precious medicine. I thought the patient was on death's doorstep, but it turns out it's just about saving his manhood. He'd assumed Lei Yijin had come all this way seeking a miracle cure for some life-threatening ailment. Instead, it was for such a trivial matter. What a waste of effort. Lei Yijin frowned. Mr. Chen, what manner of words are these? Carrying on one's lineage is certainly no trivial matter. If he truly became a eunuch, then. I never said carrying on the family line was trivial. I meant this minor ailment doesn't warrant purple thread orchid. Chen Fan cut Lei Yijin off with this nonchalant remark. Lei Yijin froze, swallowing hard. After a long moment, he asked in utter shock, Mr. Chen, what do you mean by that? Could you possibly have another method to restore severed roots? Of course. For such a minor ailment, just concoct a 9-yang rebirth pill. Use more blood-activating herbs, and even if it's completely severed, as long as it hasn't been too long, it can regrow. Chen Fan's nonchalant assertion left Lei Yijin utterly dumbfounded. If what Chen Fan claimed were true that the legendary 9-yang rebirth pill could be concocted, then this matter would indeed be easily resolved. A single small pill would suffice. But the crucial problem was he didn't know how to concoct it. Mr. Chen, hasn't the formula and method for the 9-yang rebirth pill been lost to history long ago? Chen Fan dismissed the notion with indifference. Nonsense. Isn't it all detailed in the Pharmacopoeia of the Medicine King? What? You've read the alchemy scripture, the Pharmacopoeia of the Medicine King? But that scripture was lost long ago. Where did you even find it? Lei Yijin felt his entire worldview was about to collapse. Here he was, the esteemed Medicine King, a legendary master of alchemy, yet before Chen Fan, he felt like an ignorant schoolboy unfamiliar with this, unaware of that? Was Chen Fan deliberately playing coy? Or had he genuinely laid eyes on these treasures, things industry insiders had sought for years without success, and could rattle off their details like they were his own? Chen Fan froze for a moment before realizing he shouldn't have put it so bluntly. Whether it was the Medicine King's cannon or the 9-turn revival pill, such items could be obtained with ease within the War God's Hall. Yet in the world of ordinary people, these treasures were not only revered as sacred texts but also extremely difficult to find. Some had even been lost to history for centuries. Given this context, it was only natural that Lei Yijin found it hard to believe. But words spoken could not be unsaid. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan covered his tracks. Our ancestors once had a divine physician who possessed ancient medical texts. Unfortunately, a great fire consumed them all. Fortunately, I had studied some of them beforehand, a silver lining in that tragedy. Though Chen Fan's words sounded implausible, Lei Yijin, overcome with excitement, lacked the capacity to discern truth from fiction. As the Medicine King, he had always believed his formulae were unmatched. Yet here was someone who knew more than he did, proof that beyond every master, there was always another master, and beyond every heaven, there was always another sky. To possess so many secret formulas while remaining so unassuming by comparison, Lei Yijin felt he had truly lost sight of what truly mattered. Mr. Chen, may I apprentice under you? What you shared here are things I've spent half my life searching for in vain. If you'd be willing to impart even a fraction of your knowledge, I'd gladly serve you as your ox or horse. Chen Fan declined decisively. I'm afraid I have no intention of taking disciples. To prevent these formulas from being misused, I won't readily prepare these elixirs for others. Though Lei Yijin felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this, he understood it was only natural. They were complete strangers. Why should Chen Fan share such precious formulas with him? Mr. Chen, might I beg you to prepare a 9-turn revival pill for me? The person I need to save is in truly critical condition. There's no time to waste. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. Preparing the 9-turn revival pill is no simple task. I don't have all the required herbs on hand. I'd need to gather them and prepare it fresh. Mr. Chen, I have all those ingredients. I'm in the herbal medicine business. Just tell me what you need. Lei Yijin declared, pounding his chest. I'll have my apprentice deliver the items to the patient's home immediately. You can prepare the 9-turn resurrection pill on site and administer it to him. With graduation approaching and time running out, Lei Yijin had no choice but to grasp at straws. He'd have to trick Chen Fan into coming over first. If he ultimately failed to revive the patient by graduation, the blame wouldn't fall on him. Lei Yijin's scheme seemed foolproof, but Chen Fan refused to go along with it. Before offering help, shouldn't you show some sincerity?
Am I some waiter you summon at your beck and call?
As the saying goes, when affection falls short, bargaining chips step in. If the other party could offer a satisfactory exchange, Chen Fan might make an exception.
Mr. Chen, that family is loaded. If you can turn things around for them, money won't be an issue.
Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively.
Money isn't what I lack right now. Then what do you lack?
If anyone else claimed they didn't want money or thought it was useless, Lei Yijin would have dismissed them as full of themselves. But coming from Chen Fan, it was a dead serious statement. Just looking at where Chen Fan lived, it was clear he was genuinely wealthy.
As a medicine king, you must have some rare herbs in your stockpile.
Since you're so willing to run around helping people in need, why not give me something valuable first? Then you can ask them for money later.
Chen Fan said, enunciating each word deliberately. Of course, whatever you give me must be sufficiently rare. If it's just ginseng or the like, don't even bother. I couldn't care less for such commonplace trinkets. Chen Fan wanted something money couldn't buy. Otherwise, he'd have just asked for cash. Why go through all this trouble? Lei Yijin's eye twitched.
Chen Fan seemed to be asking for the moon, but since he clearly had the clout to back it up, Lei Yijin could only swallow his resentment and begin carefully weighing his options. But no matter how he calculated, Lei Yijin couldn't think of anything he currently possessed that would impress Chen Fan.
How about this, he suggested. I own several well-established chain pharmacies. Taking them over guarantees steady profits. I'll give you 2 of them outright. You just sit back as a passive owner, rake in the cash, and build your own medicinal herb inventory. How does that sound? It must be said, Lei Yijin was quite resourceful. He knew money wouldn't sway Chen Fan, but he also knew Chen Fan's expertise in herbs would make him interested in a herbal pharmacy. So he took this roundabout approach. Chen Fan had considered opening a herbal shop himself a couple days prior, thinking it would make sourcing herbs more convenient. However, having no experience in such a business, he found the idea of coordinating with upstream distributors and suppliers too troublesome. He'd merely toyed with the thought without taking concrete action. Unexpectedly, what he'd searched high and low for came to him effortlessly. Lei Yijin was actually willing to gift him 2 fully operational chain herbal medicine shops. It couldn't have been better. Not bad. Acceptable. Thank you, Mr. Chen.
Lei Yijin breathed a sigh of relief, ushering Chen Fan into the car and heading toward the Bai residence. Zhao Tai remained in the graduation room keeping company, so only Bai Jian came out to greet them. Lei Yijin had already called Bai Jian earlier, instructing him to clear a room and prepare the necessary equipment, ensuring no disturbances during Mr. Chen's alchemy process. Bai Jian understood that the Mr. Chen brought by Lei Yijin this time was the only hope to save his grandson. He was exceptionally excited, bowing repeatedly to Chen Fan the moment he saw him, expressing his profound gratitude for making the long journey. Even though Chen Fan's youth made it hard to believe, considering his grandson's current predicament, he dared not harbor the slightest doubt. This was his last desperate chance. However, as the group ascended the stairs, they happened to encounter Zhao Tai, who had come out to investigate the commotion upon hearing the noise. Their eyes locked, and the room fell silent.
Chapter 73, May your line die out. After about 5 seconds, Zhao Tai erupted first. Chen Fan? You bastard, you have the nerve to show your face here? Enemies meeting face to face, their hatred flared. Without a word, he lunged forward, fists raised to strike Chen Fan. Lei Yijin, seeing this, rushed to block them. Young Master Zhao, what are you doing? Zhao Tai gritted his teeth. He's the one responsible for turning my cousin into this. If it weren't for that bastard, my cousin wouldn't have ended up a eunuch. So it was you who ruined my precious grandson? You beast. I'll kill you. Bai Jian roared in fury. Amidst the chaos, Chen Fan finally grasped where he had ended up. Turns out the one hanging by a thread, the one needing rescue, was just a graduate who got what was coming to him for being so arrogant. Today's been one bad luck after another, first getting turned away by Xue San, now getting turned away by Lei Yijin. My luck's just great. Chen Fan clicked his tongue, shook his head, and prepared to leave. The faint glimmer of hope that had finally ignited was about to be extinguished. Lei Yijin, overcome with anxiety, hurried after him. Mr. Chen, why are you leaving? Chen Fan retorted, you have the nerve to ask me? Didn't you witness our argument with Zhao Tai in the hospital room? Why are you still trying to link me to his family? Mr. Chen, I had no idea you and young Master Zhao were at odds. With graduation looming and only a sliver of hope left, young Master Zhao forced me to save him no matter what. Driven to the edge, I had no choice but to seek your help. Lei Yijin knew Chen Fan possessed extraordinary abilities. Just for the exclusive formula in his hands, Lei couldn't afford to offend him. But the Zhao family was on the verge of rising to prominence. Zhao Tai's orders couldn't be ignored. He was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Seeing Lei Yijin pleading desperately, tears welling in his eyes, Chen Fan pondered for a moment. I can't help with this matter, he said. Setting aside whether I'm willing or not, just look at the way those two are acting. You know there's no room for negotiation, right? Lei Yijin opened his mouth, then closed it, words failing him. Zhao Tai roared angrily, Chen Fan, stop putting on airs. I've already sent men to settle accounts with Hauer. You're next. Ha! Chen Fan laughed. I didn't personally castrate him, what business is it of mine? Besides, every action has its consequence. He provoked me time and again after graduation. Even a clay statue has its limits. Why should I save someone who shows me no respect? Do you really think I'm some kind of saint? Zhao Tai couldn't stomach Chen Fan's words, but Bai Jian finally saw the light. Compared to those young upstarts who'd grown accustomed to bullying others, he, having clawed his way up from the bottom, still held onto some principles and sense of morality. He knew his grandson's true nature all too well. Lei Yijin, you've got some nerve bringing this beast here just to piss me off, haven't you? Unable to counter Chen Fan, Zhao Tai vented all his fury on Lei Yijin, berating him relentlessly. Lei Yijin, deeply aggrieved, retorted angrily, "Young Master Zhao, you summoned me to save someone. I told you I couldn't do it. Under your intimidating pressure, I had no choice but to seek out Mr. Chen. After much effort, I finally persuaded him to help. Yet here you are, nitpicking and picking faults. Just because you bear the Zhao surname, you think you can bully people like this?" He, the esteemed medicine king, a renowned figure in the medical world, was now forced to grovel before a young upstart like Zhao Tai. Truly, a tiger fallen into the plains is bullied by dogs. Of course, this speech was mainly directed at Chen Fan, meant to establish his own innocence and avoid losing the chance to befriend him. You're playing the victim now? I thought this medicine king was some kind of genius, but all you managed to bring was this useless fool? You worship him like a god? What's in your head? Oatmeal? Zhao Tai sneered. Zhao Tai, don't push it too far. Let me make this clear, right now, no one but Mr. Chen can save graduation. Lei Yijin could no longer hold back. Old Bai, I sacrificed 2 of my own herbal shops to persuade Mr. Chen to help. I begged and pleaded just to get him here. I've done everything humanly possible. Now your grandson not only shows no gratitude but also berates me relentlessly, leaving me caught between a rock and a hard place. Are you really going to stand by and say nothing? After all, Zhao Tai is still a junior. If Bai Jian acknowledged his favor and spoke in his defense, Zhao Tai couldn't very well repay kindness with ingratitude, no matter how displeased he felt. Lei Yijin, shut your mouth. I can see right through you. You're colluding with that Chen fellow just to watch my cousin make a fool of himself. Zhao Tai snorted derisively. Don't you think I know exactly what this guy's made of? Rather than pin my hopes on this useless fool saving my cousin, I'd put my money on my own knees. Grandpa, don't let Lei Yijin's smooth talk fool you. I've seen through him. This Lei fellow is no good either. Bai Jian was deeply conflicted. He had only one precious grandson. If he made a mistake in his decision, his grandson's entire life could be ruined. Grandpa, what are you hesitating for? Send them packing immediately. The world is full of capable people, and countless others would be honored to serve the Zhao family. Seeing Bai Jian wavering, Zhao Tai urged him on. As soon as dawn breaks, I'll be calling every top expert in Yanjing. I refuse to believe no one can cure my cousin. Once the Zhangguan exhibition wraps up, I'll settle every single score with those 2 old grudges and new ones. Bai Jian understood Zhao Tai's meaning perfectly well. But with his junior colleague's life hanging in the balance, every minute delayed could spell tragedy. After weighing his options, he ultimately decided to ask Chen Fan to stay and treat the graduate. A glimmer of hope was better than none at all. As for the grudges between Zhao Tai and Chen Fan, that was a matter between 2 juniors. It had nothing to do with him. Mr. Chen, I know nothing of the grudges between you and the younger generation. If my side has wronged you, I'm willing to apologize on their behalf. Please, for the sake of our only child, help me. I truly hope to hold my great-grandchild before I close my eyes. No sooner had he finished speaking than he flung open the window and bellowed down at the crowd below. Grandpa, don't beg him. I'll never let him treat me, no matter what. If it weren't for that bastard, I wouldn't have suffered this misfortune. Tell him to get lost. Make him leave immediately. Chen Fan shrugged his shoulders. Old Mr. Bai, you heard that. Since your grandson, the one directly involved, has spoken so decisively, I can only wish you and your family no descendants. The matter was settled. Chen Fan departed slowly, his steps light and even carrying a hint of satisfaction. When he left yesterday, he never imagined Shui Luo and Hauer would strike such a vicious blow against graduation. But then again, graduation had it coming. He deserved every bit of it. Who asked him to go stirring up trouble on someone else's turf? Once Chen Fan was gone, Lei Yijin saw no point in lingering. Staying would only make him Zhao Tai's punching bag. He decided to throw caution to the wind and gave chase after Chen Fan. You 2 bastards, just you wait. Once this young master makes it big, I'll settle the score with you come harvest time. Zhao Tai stamped his foot, his rage nearly shaking the street. Lei Yijin trembled at the sound of it, yet Chen Fan seemed utterly unconcerned about his future predicament, which struck him as odd. Mr. Chen, aren't you afraid? Chen Fan gave a faint, mocking smile. What should I be afraid of? Didn't Zhao Tai just say that after the war bath exhibition, he'd come after you and me? Lei Yijin said with a mournful expression. Sigh, I've really hit rock bottom. If I hadn't taken that call, none of this mess would have happened. Mr. Chen, I'm truly sorry for today's events.
As compensation, I'll gift you those 2 herbal medicine shops.
Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. No reward for no effort. Keep the herbal shops for yourself.
Though I made a wasted trip, at least I got to witness a good show, so it wasn't entirely in vain.
At a time like this, you can still take it so lightly. I really admire you. Lei Yizhen's eye twitched. Enough. I've lived this long anyway.
I have no regrets in death. Seeing Lei Yizhen sighing and lamenting, Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Master Lei, you're just too timid.
What's the Zhao family? You're a master herbalist, aren't you far superior to them? Mr. Chen, don't underestimate the Zhao family. They possess the token of the war god's sovereign.
Once the War Shrine exhibition opens, the Zhao family will soar to unparalleled heights beneath Jinling.
They'll crush us like ants, effortlessly.
At this point, Lei Yizhen added with deep concern, I am, after all, a legendary medicine king. Perhaps I could enlist a few friends to intercede on my behalf and help me escape this crisis.
As for you, I hear you and Miss Rin are quite close.
But even she will barely be able to protect herself then, with no time to spare for you.
In my opinion, you'd be wise to flee now.
Once the War Altar exhibition begins, the Zhao family will rally forces from all corners.
By then, escape will be impossible. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, they'll hunt you down and bring you back, sacrificing you like an offering to the Zhao clan. Listening to Lei Yizhen's earnest warnings and bleak predictions, Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said, Alright, Mr. Lei. Since you believe the Zhao family's War Altar exhibition is so crucial, let's make a bet.
If after the exhibition, the Zhao family doesn't soar to new heights as you predict, and I remain unharmed, you'll give me the herbal shop you promised earlier. But if I truly become the thorn in the Zhao family's side, as you claim, and end up with nowhere to bury my bones, I'll personally transcribe the Medicine King's canon and give it to you before I die.
What do you say? Lei Yizhen was startled. Is this a genuine offer? Absolutely. Lei Yizhen declared decisively, agreed.
Mr. Chen, if you truly survive this ordeal, it will prove your extraordinary fortune defies the heavens. I shall align with this divine timing and gift you every single herbal shop I own in Jinling. All I ask is to become your friend. Since things had already come to this, he might as well be straightforward and generous, even if it was just to placate Chen Fan. Chen Fan knew Lei Yizhen spoke thus because he was certain of defeat, yet he accepted the offer graciously, replying with a smile, then it's settled. Watching Chen Fan's carefree figure disappear into the distance, Lei Yizhen couldn't help but sigh deeply. That foolish boy, so optimistic. What a pity. Chapter 74, The Near Grandmaster arrives. No one can stand against him? Halfway back to Villa 1, Chen Fan received a call from Xue Luo. Mr. Chen, help! It's an absolute emergency. The voice on the other end sounded hollow, as if coming from a spacious place like a bathroom. Chen Fan frowned. What happened? Although Xue-san had recently snubbed him, leaving Chen Fan thoroughly annoyed, he was a man who judged matters objectively and didn't hold grudges against Xue Luo. Mr. Chen, it's like this. After Xue Luo explained, Chen Fan finally understood. Zhao Tai hadn't been joking when he said he'd send men to deal with Hao Er. He'd actually gone to exact revenge. Now, Zhao Tai's men had bound Hao Er and his entire crew, threatening to slit their throats unless Xue Luo appeared. Xue Luo initially thought his presence alone would easily resolve the situation. Little did he expect that Zhao Tai had sent a skilled fighter, one who could knock down even a martial artist like him with just a few moves. Had his men not created a diversion, allowing him to slip away and hide in the restroom, he would likely have been beheaded by now. Chen Fan's tone held a hint of surprise. Even you got beaten so badly? What's the background of this guy? Though Xue Luo possessed only mediocre martial arts skills, at least by his standards, the kid was still quite capable compared to the average practitioner. Otherwise, his master, Wu Ya, wouldn't have taken him as a disciple and risked tarnishing his reputation. His name is Yuan, Xue Luo said nervously. He's a martial arts consultant for the Chang family. Rumor has it he's already reached the quasi-master realm and is quite renowned in Jinling. Chen Fan pondered thoughtfully. Near Grandmaster, no wonder you couldn't beat him. Wait, which Chang family are you referring to? The one in Shangbao district? Yes, Mr. Chen. If you know them, could you put in a good word for me? Xue Luo, surprised by Chen Fan's extensive connections, perked up instantly. But the next moment, Chen Fan poured a bucket of cold water over his head. You're dreaming. My relationship with the Chang family isn't exactly friendly. This afternoon, your grandfather invited me to their home to assess the feng shui. That butler looked down on me like a dog. I made a few snide remarks, and by now, that butler has probably exaggerated everything, painting me as a despicable scoundrel. If you tell you when you know me, you'll probably end up dead as a doornail. What? What should I do? Mr. Chen, please save me. He's been searching everywhere for me. I'm sure he'll find my trail soon. Xue Luo was sweating buckets with anxiety. Listening to the incessant screams outside, he desperately wanted to rush out and fight them. But even if he risked his life to confront them, he'd never stand a chance. It'd be suicide. Don't panic. I'm not far from your nightclub, just a few minutes away. Count on you, Mr. Chen.
Shui Luo hung up the phone and paced back and forth, trembling. He wondered if Mr. Chen could really handle this guy once he arrived. Mr. Chen was formidable, but Yuan was a near master. Ugh, am I dragging Mr. Chen into this? I wish I hadn't made this call. Shui Luo was torn with anxiety, dreading that even Chen Fan's arrival might be futile, that they'd both meet their end together. Gritting his teeth at the thought, he decided, better to call Master Wuya. Even if it meant years of confinement afterward, it was still better than dying. Coincidentally, Wuya happened to be nearby today on business. When Chen Fan arrived at the nightclub, he happened to run into Wuya. Dressed in black, his hands calloused, his stride powerful and resolute, he was clearly someone who had trained for years. Chen Fan initially assumed Wuya was the Yuan mentioned by Shui Luo. Yet, despite his formidable aura, Wuya carried no icy killing intent. He didn't seem like a villain. As Chen Fan studied Wuya, Wuya was also observing Chen Fan. The more he looked, the more familiar the face seemed. Surprised, he exclaimed, "Oh, I remember now. You must be the Chen Fan that my disciple spoke of?" Disciple? Chen Fan realized suddenly. So you're Wuya, Shui Luo's master? That's right. Long admired. Chen Fan bowed politely, then added, Shui Luo is in dire straits. Let's rescue him first, then talk. Wait. Wuya raised his hand, halting Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, that you went inside is a quasi-grandmaster. I fought him 2 years ago, and even then he was already my equal. 2 years have passed, and he's undergone several periods of seclusion. His strength must have grown even more formidable. Among quasi-grandmasters, he's undoubtedly one of the top tier. This time, even I wouldn't have absolute certainty of victory against him. It's extremely dangerous. To prevent you from getting dragged into this, perhaps you should turn back. Chen Fan understood that Wuya likely feared he might prove useless, not only unable to assist, but potentially hindering him. Senior Wu, thank you for your concern. Having agreed to rescue Shui Luo, I have my own confidence in this matter. Rest assured, while I cannot guarantee everything, I will certainly not hinder your efforts. Wuya gave an awkward chuckle and remained silent. He didn't want to crush Chen Fan's pride, yet he couldn't help but think that with his skinny frame, Chen Fan could only hope his ancestors would burn incense in heaven if he ever hoped to outdo his own disciple. As for challenging that famed martial prodigy Yuan, that was nothing short of a fool's fantasy. Mr. Chen, perhaps you should reconsider? Chen Fan shook his head slightly. No need. Let's go inside. We don't want any complications arising from delaying too long. Very well. Wuya sighed and followed Chen Fan straight into the nightclub. He felt somewhat disappointed in Chen Fan, believing that such a young upstart with considerable talent should recognize reality instead of acting recklessly beyond his capabilities. After the two men went upstairs, they found the floor covered in blood, evidence that several people had already fallen victim to Yuan's cruelty. Shui Luo, who had been hiding in the bathroom, had already been caught by Yuan and beaten badly. Now, his face swollen and bruised, he lay at the doorway, wailing in pain. Fortunately, he appeared to have only superficial injuries, nothing life-threatening. Shui Luo, didn't you say you'd called for backup? Where are they? Yuan crossed his arms, his voice deep and menacing. I'll wait 5 more minutes at most. After that, whether they show up or not, I'll castrate you myself to give young Master Zhao an explanation. Before Shui Luo could respond, Wuya's voice boomed from afar. I'm here. Well, if it isn't Wuya. So this kid is your disciple. What's that guy behind you? Bringing along such a pretty boy, don't tell me you think I'm into young men, ha? Yuan couldn't care less about Wuya. As for Chen Fan, who looked delicate and frail, he dismissed him entirely, sneering with contempt. Arrogant. Yuan, I'll see just how much you've improved these past 2 years. Wuya wasted no words, unleashing a thunderous punch with overwhelming force, as if seeking justice for his apprentice. But Yuan proved far more formidable than he'd anticipated. Before Wuya's fist could even touch Yuan, his arm was seized and twisted with a loud crack. Next came a thud as Wuya was flung backward, crashing flat on his back. Shui Luo's pupils contracted in horror. He hadn't expected Wuya to lose, let alone so quickly and so decisively. Yuan's terrifying prowess far exceeded his wildest expectations. After waiting so long, this is all he had? Wuya, you haven't just failed to improve since 2 years ago, you've actually regressed. Yuan's interest waned, his disdain evident. Master, how are you? Though beaten to a pulp and unable to lift his head, Shui Luo struggled forward, deeply concerned for his master's safety. I'm fine. Not dead. Wuya clutched his injured arm in pain, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was the founder of the Wu school, yet defeated in a single move by Yuan. If word got out, how could he ever show his face in the martial world again? Yuan, I just fell into your trap by accident. Come on, try again if you've got the guts. What a tough talker. Yuan's expression turned contemptuous as he struck again. This time, Wuya was far more cautious than before. Yet the gap in their abilities was too vast, he was thoroughly dominated, with no sign of turning the tide. 3 minutes passed. Wuya was covered in wounds, while Yuan remained unscathed. He stood tall, chest puffed out, flipping Wu Ye a defiant middle finger. Wu Ye, you're pathetically weak. Of course, holding your own against me this long is impressive. After all, in a few more months, I should break through to the Grandmaster realm. Then, across all of Jinling, no one will surpass me. As my defeated opponent, you'll have plenty to brag about for a while, ha! You! Wu Ye nearly spat blood at the insult, yet he was utterly powerless against his opponent. Who could blame him? The other was genuinely stronger. Wu Ye, since you volunteered to be my stepping stone, I'll spare your life. Yuan folded his arms, a wicked smile spreading across his face. But your disciple overstepped his bounds, offending those he shouldn't have. I've been entrusted with a task, and I serve my master faithfully. Today, I must cripple him no matter what. I trust you have no objections? Watching Yuan draw a dagger from his waist and advance step by step toward him, Shui Luo sank into profound despair. It's over. Without his master's backing, he was utterly powerless to turn the tide. Just as Shui Luo closed his eyes, waiting for the tragic fate to befall him, a voice rang out coldly. I object. Chapter 75, One Punch to Subdue Yuan. The abrupt declaration caused the atmosphere to grow slightly still. Chen Fan had concealed his presence all along, standing in the shadows of a corner, so Yuan hadn't noticed him from the start. Now, seeing him interrupt, Yuan's gaze turned icy. Who the hell are you? You don't have a shred of a powerful aura about you. You're probably just some ordinary person, right? Considering your youth and ignorance, I'll let you off this time. But if you dare to keep spouting nonsense, your fate will be far worse than these guys. Generally, martial artists with integrity wouldn't kill ordinary people. To do so would violate martial cultivation principles. In severe cases, it could even draw investigation from the Martial Affairs Bureau. Facing Yuan's less than friendly warning, Chen Fan merely smiled faintly. Judging by appearances is a grave mistake. After all these years of cultivation, you still lack such basic knowledge? Hearing Chen Fan's nonchalant retort, Yuan's brow furrowed. What do you mean by that? Lecturing me? Ha! Even Wu Ye fell at my hands. What gives you the nerve to chatter here? Senior Wu lacked the strength to handle you, but that doesn't mean I can't, Chen Fan stated matter-of-factly. You want to take me on? Ha! How utterly ridiculous. Didn't you see how badly Wu Ye was beaten just now? Yuan couldn't fathom it. Where did this puny little brat get the nerve to challenge him? Wu Ye was stunned by Chen Fan's bold declaration. While Chen Fan's courage was commendable, wasn't he being a bit too overconfident? Mr. Chen, you must leave immediately. This situation is beyond your control. Had I known Yuan was this formidable, I never would have asked for your help. Shui Luo was frantic with worry. I may not be a paragon of virtue, but I'd never betray someone like this. Get out of here now, don't let me drag you down. Shui Luo forced himself to stay composed, shouting at Chen Fan. He desperately didn't want him to become another casualty at Yuan's hands. Chen Fan felt a flicker of emotion, though he kept his expression neutral. If anyone's dragging anyone down, it's me dragging you guys down. Ha! Shui Luo looked utterly bewildered. Yesterday, that graduate was making such a fuss mainly to target me on behalf of his cousin, Zhao Tai. At the end of the day, this is between Zhao Tai and me. You guys are all innocent bystanders dragged into this, Chen Fan explained. Help Senior Fu Wu rest over there. Leave the rest to me. At these words, Yuan's expression changed. You have a grudge with young Master Zhao? Wait, you wouldn't happen to be Chen Fan, would you? It's me. Chen Fan made no attempt to hide it. Upon hearing this, Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement. It was like searching high and low only to find it right under my nose. All this time, the mastermind behind it all had been standing right before me. Yuan felt immense joy, convinced he'd stumbled upon a stroke of incredible luck. If he could return to Zhao Tai with Chen Fan's head this time, it would surely count as a major achievement. You fool! Heaven's path lay open before you, yet you chose to plunge headlong into Hell's Gates. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Yuan advanced toward Chen Fan with a wicked grin, his knuckles cracking audibly. Mr. Chen, run! Shui Luo sensed Yuan's overwhelming killing intent and threw himself forward with all his might, trying to shield Chen Fan and buy him time to escape. Get out of the way! Yuan kicked Shui Luo away without mercy, his expression filled with contempt. A piece of trash dares to block my path? You must be tired of living, huh? That's an added offense. Facing this scene, Chen Fan offered only a cold, for-word assessment before surging forward with explosive force. In the blink of an eye, he stood directly before Yuan. Yuan hadn't anticipated that not only would Chen Fan not flee, but he'd actually charge forward to court death. He spread his arms wide, preparing to slam Chen Fan to the ground. He's done for. Wu Ye sighed, turning his head away, unwilling to witness Chen Fan's brutal demise. Thud! Ah! Amidst a thunderous crash and a horrifying, agonized growl, everything fell silent. Wu Ye's expression hardened. Strange. That scream didn't seem to come from Chen Fan? It's over. Get up. Suddenly, Chen Fan's lazy voice rang out, leaving Wu Ye utterly dumbfounded. He stared fixedly at Chen Fan before him, unflinching, impeccably dressed, and began to doubt whether any of this was real. What was going on? Chen Fan wasn't dead? After finally snapping back to reality, Wu Ye immediately scanned the room with a skeptical gaze. Only after a long moment did he notice Yu Wen, lying in the corner, his face covered in blood. He rubbed his eyes hard, craning his neck to scrutinize the scene for a long while before daring to confirm that the man beaten like a dead dog was indeed Yu Wen. How did you do that? Wu Ye was filled with regret so deep it felt like his guts were turning green. He cursed himself for looking away earlier, missing the life-altering battle that had just unfolded. Chen Fan shrugged indifferently, mimicking a punching motion. I just landed one punch, and he ended up like that. He couldn't take a hit. Chen Fan's casual response left Wu Ye speechless. A single punch could knock a near master into a bloody mess, leaving him sprawled on the ground? Watching Wu Ye's stunned expression, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a bit amused. He could easily beat up a grandmaster. What the hell was a mere quasi-grandmaster? Tap. Footsteps echoed from afar, drawing nearer, sending the wounded Yu Wen into a cold sweat. Fear filled his eyes. When the opponent's fist had struck him earlier, it felt as though his dantian was about to shatter into pieces. He had been utterly powerless to defend himself. Though he had attempted a counterattack, his fist striking Chen Fan felt like hitting steel. Not only did it fail to harm Chen Fan, but the immense force rebounded violently against him. In that moment, Yu Wen curled into a ball, all traces of his earlier arrogance and insolence vanished. Who are you? Why, at such a young age, do you possess such terrifying cultivation? I refuse to answer that question. Chen Fan looked down on him and added, I see you have some talent. I'm considering giving you a chance. If you stop working for the Chang family and serve me instead, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you won't survive. Understand? Chen Fan understood the importance of building his own power base. Having someone like Yu Wen run errands and provide protection would save him a lot of trouble. Yu Wen wasn't one to be easily swayed. Compared to his life, what did the Chang family amount to? I'm honored to serve you, Mr. Chen. A promising disciple. Chen Fan smiled with satisfaction, using the power of his innate chi body to shield Yu Wen's dantian, preventing his cultivation from plummeting. Return and tend to your injuries. Await my orders. Yes. Yu Wen nodded, though his heart was filled with profound dread. Such formidable power, Chen Fan's strength absolutely surpassed that of a grandmaster. He was most likely a celestial master. A celestial master of martial arts, that's the pinnacle of martial cultivation. To serve under a celestial master? That would be 8 lifetimes worth of luck. Perhaps this was what they meant by fortune and misfortune being intertwined. Chapter 76, New Grandmaster's Support, Zhao Tai overjoyed. After Yu Wen departed, Chen Fan revived Shui Luo and tended to his injuries. During this time, Shui Luo was utterly stunned to learn that Yu Wen had been blown apart by a single punch from Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, I never imagined you were this formidable. I'm truly impressed. Recalling how he'd brought Chen Wanwan to provoke Chen Fan that day, Shui Luo couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Thankfully, Chen Fan hadn't harbored murderous intent toward him back then, otherwise, he'd have died 10,000 times over. That was nothing. You haven't seen my true power yet. Chen Fan clapped his hands. Alright, I've got your injuries mostly under control. Head back, apply some medicine, get some rest, and just wait for a full recovery. Glancing at the devastation strewn across the floor, he added, remember to clean up the mess. Seeing Chen Fan about to leave, Wu Ye hurriedly called out to him. Mr. Chen, please wait. What is it? Chen Fan paused, taken aback. Clack. Wu Ye knelt before Chen Fan, slamming his forehead hard onto the ground. On one hand, he was expressing gratitude for Chen Fan's life-saving act moments ago. On the other, he hoped to bring his numerous disciples under Chen Fan's tutelage, effectively abdicating his position as sect leader to him. Upon learning Wu Ye's intentions, Chen Fan hurriedly helped him up. Senior Wu, I'm the last person who wants trouble. I have no desire to take disciples, much less become a sect leader. There's no need to thank me. When I entered the gate, you repeatedly urged me to come in proof of your kind heart. Without my current strength, I would have surely met my end here. As the saying goes, sow good deeds, reap good rewards. Helping you and your disciples deal with Yu Wen was simply karma at work. Hearing this, Wu Ye was overcome with shame. His earlier concern for Chen Fan hadn't stemmed from kindness either, it was purely out of fear that Chen Fan would become a liability. Mr. Chen, your magnanimity is truly admirable. You saved my life. From this day forward, whatever you command, even if it means climbing mountains of blades or plunging into cauldrons of boiling oil, I shall not hesitate. Though Wu Ye's skills weren't particularly formidable, having such an ally in Jinling could prove advantageous for Chen Fan. I won't hesitate to call upon you when needed. With that, he turned and left the nightclub. Meanwhile, on his way back, Yu Wen was still pondering how to bid farewell to Changtai and join Chen Fan's camp when Zhao Tai called, inviting him to a 5-star hotel for a meeting. Unaware that Yuan had botched the mission, Zhao Tai arranged this dinner specifically as a celebratory feast for him. Yuan pondered for a moment and decided to attend the meeting first. Even though the deal fell through, he felt he owed Zhao Tai an explanation. When he met Zhao Tai, the latter wore a look of utter bewilderment. "Mr. Yu, what happened to you?" Yuan, now bearing injuries, appeared somewhat dejected. Yuan didn't beat around the bush. He stated bluntly, "Mr. Chen, I'm truly sorry. Shui Luo wasn't incapacitated." "What? How could that be? Aren't you a quasi-master? How could Shui Luo possibly be your match?" Zhao Tai was utterly astonished. How could someone as formidable as Yuan lose to a low-level thug like Shui Luo? What a joke! After all, Shui Luo had only trained for a few days. Compared to Yuan, a renowned master who had made a name for himself in the martial arts world, Shui Luo was nothing but a paper tiger utterly insignificant. "Young Master Zhao, I'm not joking. I truly lost in badly," Yuan said with a bitter smile. "But I didn't lose to Shui Luo, nor to his master Wu Ya. I lost to that Chen Fan, the very man you despise with a passion." "What?" At Yuan's words, Zhao Tai nearly leapt to his feet. Compared to Yuan losing to Shui Luo, he found it utterly unacceptable that Yuan had lost to Chen Fan. To him, it was utterly impossible. "Mr. Yu, you must be joking? That weakling Chen Fan could beat you?" As absurd as it seemed, it had happened. "If he hadn't shown mercy and spared my life, you probably wouldn't be seeing me now." Yuan's mouth twisted bitterly. "He spared me because he wants me to serve him in the future." I agreed. Hearing Yuan speak these words with such calm composure, Zhao Tai felt as if struck by lightning. He couldn't let such an ally side with Chen Fan. He hurriedly interjected, "Mr. Yu, you're being too single-minded. What right does Chen Fan have to command you? Compared to the decades of nurturing and kindness the Chang family has shown you, what does Chen Fan amount to? If you sever ties with the Chang family for his petty favors, that would be utterly foolish and ungrateful. Think carefully. Could your defeat today stem from exhaustion after battling Wu Ya earlier, compounded by your underestimation of him? Or perhaps he employed some trickery, making you mistakenly believe he was a master? In short, Mr. Yu, your true strength is far greater than this. Forget about Chen Fan for now. When I hold the Battle Bath exhibition, I'll deal with him then." After Zhao Tai's persuasive words, Yuan began to waver. He too felt that the favor of Chen Fan sparing his life was hardly enough to justify betraying his principles. "Thank you for your guidance, young Master Zhao. You're right, what I should do now isn't wallow in self-pity and follow Chen Fan. Instead, I'll use these days to seclude myself in training, aiming to reclaim all the humiliation I suffered today at the Battle Robe exhibition." Watching Yuan regain his fighting spirit, Zhao Tai finally let out a satisfied smile. "Chen Fan, oh Chen Fan, your soft-heartedness will be your undoing someday." Of course, this incident also served as a stark warning to Zhao Tai. He knew Chen Fan was formidable, but he hadn't anticipated just how formidable even Yuan was no match for him, a testament to his extraordinary skill. It seemed he needed to find a way to bring in even more formidable experts to secure his position. With this thought, Zhao Tai lost all interest in dining with Yuan. After exchanging a few perfunctory words and dismissing him to eat alone, he returned to the Jiangshan mansion to see if Master Ren had any skilled fighters to recommend. Little did he expect that the moment he arrived, he would run into Chen Fan on his way back. What a small world running into you here of all places. As he listened to Zhao Tai's sarcastic remarks, Chen Fan was about to respond when an unusual commotion caught his attention. To the east, thunder rolled across the sky, creating a breathtaking scene. "Ha! Someone in Jiangshan Prefecture is attempting to break through to the Grandmaster realm?" Chen Fan exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at the swirling thunderstorm looming overhead. The Grandmaster realm was a major hurdle in a martial artist's cultivation journey, yet it was but a small step on the long ladder of cultivation. The Tribulation Lightning Array was not particularly difficult to pass. Could it be Master Ren? Zhao Tai's eyes lit up as he dashed toward the scene without pause. Sure enough, and Wei Zhao, having just successfully passed the tribulation, leaped down from the rooftop, radiating triumph. He looked full of vigor, as if years had been erased from his face. "Ha! Heaven rewards those who persevere. I've finally reached the Grandmaster realm." Zhao Tai clasped his hands in a deep bow and exclaimed, "Congratulations, Mr. Ren. Heartfelt congratulations. Just when you're tired, someone hands you a pillow." Zhao Tai had been hoping to find someone even more formidable than Yuan to deal with Chen Fan. Little did he expect that Wei Zhao had broken through to become a martial arts grandmaster. Wasn't this a ready-made expert? From now on, the martial world of Huaxia would have one more grandmaster-level powerhouse. Undoubtedly, the respect for Master Ren in the martial circles would only deepen. And Wei Zhao was no ungrateful man. His rapid breakthrough owed much to the abundant spiritual energy near the villa. And all of this had been arranged by Zhao Tai. Thus, Wei Zhao remembered the well digger who provided the water. "Young Master Zhao flatters me. Had you not found me this uniquely blessed place for cultivation, I could never have broken through so swiftly. Should young Master Zhao ever require my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask." To repay today's kindness, I shall serve you faithfully. Ah, Mr. In, you're far too polite. I'm one who values talent and recognizes potential. It's precisely because I saw your remarkable talent and extraordinary strength that I was willing to invest my efforts in you, Zhao Tai said cheerfully. Mr. In, when the day comes for my family's war bath exhibition, your presence on stage delivering remarks will carry immense weight. Zhao Tai was lavishing praise on An Wei Zhao, who beamed with delight at the flattery. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Zhao. Ha! If I truly receive such an honor, I will forever remember your generosity. No need for such formalities, Mr. In. This honor is well deserved. Speaking of the war washing exhibition, there's actually something else I'd like to ask your help with. Just as Zhao Tai was about to steer the conversation toward Qin Fan, and Wei Zhao, understanding his intent, interjected, "Rest assured, young Master Zhao. I know what troubles you. That Qin Fan arrogant and insolent, he dares to disregard you and the Zhao family. It's nothing short of contempt for the War God Temple's dignity. Such a man has no right to exist in this world. I will personally see to his elimination." And Wei Zhao was indebted to Zhao Tai for favors received. Coupled with Qin Fan's condescending, know-it-all remarks about his martial arts training, and held no regard for the young man. And Wei Zhao considered himself a great hero. How could he tolerate such a petty, scheming scoundrel? Then my deepest gratitude to you, Mr. In. Zhao Tai finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the Grandmaster stepping in, Qin Fan would be a caged bird, utterly powerless to resist. Chapter 77, Storms Gathering. That evening, as housekeeper Lu attended to Master Chang Tai's calligraphy practice. While wielding his brush with fluid strokes, Chang Tai casually inquired, "How is the matter with you in progressing?" "It's going well. Young Master Zhao holds him in high regard. However, I'm not sure if Yuan has been affected by something, but he's gone into seclusion again. He says he won't emerge until the war bath exhibition opens. That boy is proud and ambitious. He likely feels a strong connection with Zhao Tai and wants to dedicate himself to handling matters well for him." Chang Tai smiled faintly. Let him be. If he truly catches Zhao Tai's eye, it won't hurt for him to stay with the Zhao family. Once the Zhao family establishes contact with the War God's shrine, both he and we will surely reap benefits. Prepare some generous gifts for him too. Don't let him forget his old patron once he finds a new one. Zhang Tai hoped that by lending Yuan to Zhao Tai, he could ride the favorable winds and seize an opportunity to establish connections with the War God's temple. Steward Lu understood perfectly and nodded in agreement. Oh, and Master, there's one more thing. Young Master Zhao sent word today requesting your presence as one of the honored guests to hold the ceremonial basin during the unveiling. The photos will be featured in a commemorative album displayed at exhibitions nationwide. Would you be willing to participate? Upon hearing this, Chang Tai chuckled heartily. Why would I refuse? I'd be overjoyed. That's an item once used by the War God himself. Forget holding it for photos. Even if they asked me to carry it on my head, I'd do it with a smile. Mid-sentence, however, the previously elated Chang Tai suddenly clutched his stomach, slowly crouching down with an expression of intense discomfort. Master, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Asked the house steward anxiously. Something feels like it's rolling around inside me, making it impossible to stand straight. Sweat beaded on Chang Tai's forehead. The checkup results were normal, but I've felt off these past few days. Help me back to bed to rest. Yes, sir. Butler Lin nervously helped Chang Tai onto the bed, an inexplicable sense of foreboding settling over him. Could it be that bastard Qin Fan was right? At the same time, He Hong was inquiring about Qin Fan's information in his study. Are the investigation results in yet? This Qin Fan has a pretty clean background. He lost his father at a young age, and before he was even 3, his mother passed away too. After that, he probably didn't have an easy life. He drifted around with no real records to speak of, his subordinate reported. Later, somehow, he joined the Qian family and married Qian Hui. But the poor guy was unlucky. Right after the wedding, he got thrown in jail for 3 years for no apparent reason. After finally getting out, everyone in the Qian family treated him like a jinx, not giving him the time of day. He didn't exactly redeem himself either. Instead of cherishing his beautiful wife, he went and molested his sister-in-law after his release. Qian Hui caught him red-handed, and the Qian family promptly kicked him out. He Hong puffed on his cigarette, muttering in disbelief, that kid, well, he's quite the oddball. That's not what I want to hear. Did you find out who taught him those skills? The way he acts so cocky and full of himself, he doesn't seem like some ordinary thug. More like a seasoned expert who's seen the world. He Hong was neither satisfied nor entirely convinced by this investigation report. He couldn't shake the feeling that Qin Fan couldn't possibly be that incompetent. If Qin Fan were truly just a low-level thug from the underworld, encountering a benefactor like himself, he would surely scramble to curry favor. There was no reason for him to refuse outright. After hearing He Hong's request, his subordinate carefully reviewed the report again, but no matter how he searched, he couldn't find any information matching the requirements. Turning back with a look of embarrassment, he apologized to He Hong. My apologies, old He. I truly haven't uncovered any information related to his cultivation practices. The tips from our informants mostly involve wealthy families' gossip, but Chen Fan has been making quite frequent moves lately. According to the latest intel I have, even Yuan, a quasi-grandmaster, fell to him. He's likely already cultivated to the quasi-grandmaster level, or even the grandmaster realm. Though it's hard to comprehend given his current age, the facts seem to point in that direction. He Hong, having anticipated this, showed no surprise. Instead, he turned to a man in black beside him. As a master with minor accomplishments, could you defeat Chen Fan? The dark-clad man retorted indignantly, North King, you underestimate me terribly. Though I've reduced my campaigns these years, my training has never slackened. If I can't even defeat this pretty boy, what right do I have to command? Heh, no need to get worked up. It was just a casual question. I recognize your strength, of course. He Hong laughed heartily. Chen Fan's talent was indeed tempting, but his arrogance was too much. I offered him a chance, yet he refused my olive branch. Never mind, let him be. He Hong had originally intended to entrust Chen Fan to the black-clad men for training, hoping to mold him into another formidable general under his command. But Chen Fan didn't hold him in any regard whatsoever. When He Hong sent men to greet him, Chen Fan even acted like a big shot, putting on airs. After all, I am the renowned Northern King. How could he possibly allow some nobody to trample on his authority so casually? His subordinate put away the documents and turned to ask He Hong, Old He, are you certain you'll attend the Zhao family's War Shrine exhibition? If not for the Zhao family's sake, then for the sake of the War God Temple's relic, a rare sight indeed. I must make an appearance to avoid the temple thinking I disregard them. He Hong actually despised Zhao Tai as well. Having fought on the battlefield for years, he naturally loathed smooth operators who only knew how to curry favor and play the system. But dislike aside, one must still navigate the complexities of human relationships in this world. Old He, I know you're not fond of such gatherings, but I hear Zhao Tai has arranged a special performance this time. That kid Chen Fan has been getting rather close to Zhao Tai's fiancée lately. Zhao Tai can't stand it and is seething with anger. He plans to make an example of him at the War Shrine exhibition. His subordinate's smile was half-hearted. After what happened with Yuan today, Zhao Tai even called me, hoping you could send someone to lend him a hand. How should we respond? He Hong rolled his eyes. That kid really does provoke everyone. But if Zhao Tai wants me to handle something, he'll have to come talk to me himself. Understood. You may go. He Hong waved his hand dismissively, gazing at the moonlight outside the window. He sighed, I wonder if I'll ever see the medical martial god in my lifetime. They say he's a once-in-a-millennium prodigy at the War God Temple. In just 3 years, he mastered 90% of the War God's techniques, reaching the pinnacle of both medical and martial arts. Such a prodigy exists? The black-clad man was utterly shocked. Indeed. The War God himself offered him the throne, yet he refused and departed the War God's hall, vanishing without a trace. He Hong marveled, sighing deeply, the War God throne is a seat second to none, yet the medical martial god goddess abandoned it outright. What immense courage and self-assurance that must have taken. Truly, the mightiest of the mighty. Hearing this, the black-clad figure's mind reverberated, his resolve growing ever stronger. He too would become a figure like the medical martial god. Chapter 78, The Battle Bath Exhibition begins. Time flew by, and soon it was the day before the Battle Bath Exhibition. Chen Fan remained as relaxed as ever, training and resting at his usual times each day while gathering herbs to activate his purine physique. He was utterly unaware of the turbulent winds and surging undercurrents swirling outside. As the exhibition drew nearer, Ren Annie's mood grew increasingly gloomy, her entire demeanor appearing utterly listless. She genuinely did not want to accept this engagement to Zhao Tai. The thought of them soon becoming betrothed left Ren Annie so troubled she couldn't sleep, her face etched with exhaustion and distress. Grandfather Ren could certainly see his granddaughter's anguish, but with the Zhao family currently at the height of their power, even if he wanted to call off the engagement, it wasn't the time to bring it up. Annie, Grandpa knows you're hurting. After all, you're only engaged, not getting married right away. Let's get through this first. We'll find an opportunity later and act accordingly. Don't panic, okay? Hearing her grandfather's consolation, Ren Annie could only offer a bitter smile. Even before the Zhao family had produced the genuine War God's master token, grandfather already held such deep apprehension toward them, constantly urging her to yield and compromise. Once the War Shrine exhibition concluded and the Zhao family truly established ties with the War God Temple, solidifying their alliance, what grounds would there be left to call off the engagement? Though she understood this all too well, Ren Annie didn't want to upset her grandfather. She swallowed her frustration, put on a docile expression, and nodded. Grandpa, I understand. Old Ren knew his lie hadn't fooled his granddaughter. After a moment's pause, he spoke plainly, Annie, if I alone had the final say over your marriage, I'd sacrifice everything the Ren family possesses to ensure you had the freedom to choose your own love. But you know our family situation. There are 3 others of my generation. With their pressure, it's hard for me to rule alone. Ren Annie forced a smile, Grandfather, there's no need to say more. I understand. As a member of the Ren family, I've long been prepared to shoulder such responsibilities. Annie, you've truly endured so much, Grandfather Ren said, his eyes reddening. I know your heart belongs to Chen Fan. I hold great promise for this young man and believe he will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. It's just a pity his background is too humble. To climb his way up step by step, who knows how many years it will take before he sees any progress. Though I wish to help him, I'm too old now to wield the influence I once did. Moreover, Chen Fan's character is too unorthodox, he lacks social grace. Sooner or later, his unyielding pride will get him blacklisted. He might be snuffed out before he even gets a chance to shine. Following him, you'll rarely share in the good times, mostly you'll endure the hardships together. Old Ren's assessment of Chen Fan was spot on, and Ren Annie agreed wholeheartedly. However, neither grandmother nor granddaughter knew Chen Fan's true background, nor that the connections to the War God's Hall others desperately sought were already his by birthright. In fact, if Chen Fan so desired, the entire War God's Hall could be his. Precisely because he possessed such formidable strength, Chen Fan no longer cared to regard those who groveled before the War God's temple. Unfortunately, to those unaware of Chen Fan's true standing, this came across as arrogance and conceit. Grandfather, I can marry Zhao Tai, but there's one thing weighing on my mind. Silly child, you needn't say more. Setting aside Chen Fan's potential, the fact that he saved me, you, and Xiao Chang means I could never stand by and watch Zhao Tai harm him. Old Ren patted Ren Annie's shoulder reassuringly. Tomorrow, I will do everything in my power to protect him. But I must warn you, this is something only I can handle. Under no circumstances should you plead for him before Zhao Tai. If Zhao Tai grows jealous over this, Chen Fan's situation will only become more perilous. Grandfather, thank you. With old Master Ren's promise, Ren Annie finally felt a little more at ease. If Chen Fan had only offended Zhao Tai, it might have been manageable. But over the past few days, rumors had spread that not only Zhao Tai, but even the formidable He Hong, a figure grandfather himself respected, seemed to harbor a strong dislike for Chen Fan. This left Ren Annie deeply troubled. She had called Chen Fan several times, urging him to flee and not attend the Battle Bath exhibition. But whether he was possessed or not, Chen Fan stubbornly refused to listen. He wouldn't budge an inch, utterly impervious to reason. Sigh. May he navigate this crisis safely. Ren Annie's gaze held a complex mix of emotions as she silently prayed. The next day, the Battle Bath exhibition commenced in full swing. As Jinling's grandest event in recent years, the gates of the mountain villa hosting the exhibition were swamped from early morning, packed to the brim with visitors. Experts from all walks of life gathered here, the wealthy, the powerful, and renowned martial artists from across the land. Nearly every invited guest had arrived. Chen Fan didn't show up until just before the opening. By the time he arrived, the queue stretched nearly all the way down the mountain. Witnessing this scene, Chen Fan couldn't help but marvel. Zhao Tai's ancestors had been nothing more than lowly servants to his master. Displaying his master's token was clearly an act of borrowing prestige, yet so many were fawning over him. It was hard to fathom what earth-shattering deeds his master had accomplished in the past to command such reverence. By 10 o'clock sharp, all those who had arrived early had entered the grounds. Seeing the queue had vanished, Chen Fan finally strolled leisurely into the mountain villa with long strides. The manor was now filled to capacity with distinguished guests. The Zhao family had spared no expense for this battle armor exhibition, the decorations reaching extreme levels of luxury. To show their respect for the Zhao family, virtually none of the guests attending the exhibition came empty-handed. Each had prepared valuable gifts as tokens of celebration. As the Zhao family basked in the glory bestowed upon them by the War God Hall with such unabashed ease, Chen Fan felt nothing but resentment. He, the esteemed medical martial god, had spent 3 years guarding the Great Wall and repelling foreign tribes for the War God Hall, yet all he received were a few words of not bad from his master. The Zhao family, however, enjoyed such prestige and status that it truly gnawed at his sense of injustice. This War Bath exhibition absolutely could not be allowed to be held elsewhere by the Zhao family. They must be silenced completely at this very stop. The image of the War God Hall, forged by heroes who sacrificed their lives and shed their blood, built with will and faith, how could it be allowed to be casually defiled by these clowns? Just as Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, contemplating how to punish the Zhao family, Zhao Tai, dressed in an outrageously flashy outfit, made the suicidal mistake of coming right up to him to provoke a fight. Well, you actually dared to show up? I thought you'd vanished after all this time with no sign of you. You remember Mr. Ren, right? The day you spied on him training and then bragged right in front of him. Zhao Tai gestured toward An Weizhao standing beside him. Chen Fan certainly remembered. This fool's five tigers fist was a complete mess, yet he stubbornly refused to heed his advice, clinging to his self-imposed limitations, a complete moron. Good advice falls on deaf ears. You never listen to me. Your body's already pushed to its limits. If you keep rushing your training without focusing on cultivating your mind, you'll definitely end up losing control. You insolent brat. With death staring you in the face, you still dare spout such nonsense? Do you realize I've already? And Weizhao was cut off mid-sentence as Zhao Tai raised a hand to silence him. Mr. Ren, allow me to speak. Engaging with such a clown at your level is beneath you. After speaking, Zhao Tai added with a hint of malice, Chen Fan, I've never seen anyone as stubborn as you. You won't learn until you're 6 feet under. Do you even know what level of cultivation Mr. Ren has reached now? So he forced his way to Grandmaster. Big deal, Chen Fan retorted dismissively. How do you know that? Zhao Tai had intended to put on a show for Chen Fan, but instead of succeeding, he was stunned by Chen Fan's keen insight. With such an overflowing aura, any martial artist of higher realm could see it. That you can't is pure incompetence. Then again, you're not even a martial artist. How could you possibly grasp the essence? Chen Fan's words turned Zhao Tai's face green. Before he could retort, Chen Fan turned to Wei Zhao. Your reckless attempts to force growth are nothing but courting death. The faster your cultivation rises, the quicker you'll perish. For years, Wei Zhao had never been treated with such contempt, his formidable strength shielding him from such disdain. Now, being harshly lectured by a mere upstart like Chen Fan, his fury knew no bounds. Cut the damn doomsday talk. I'm not easily scared. Exactly. Zhao Tai's face hardened as he growled, Chen Fan, mark my words. If it weren't for this war bath exhibition today where I can settle this grudge in front of everyone, I'd have killed you long ago. I'll let you strut around for a little longer. Once the battle bath exhibition officially begins, your time will be up. I'll be waiting. Chen Fan shrugged, not even bothering to lift an eyelid. You. Zhao Tai gritted his teeth in fury, but to maximize the impact of his revenge, he couldn't touch Chen Fan just yet. For now, he could only storm off, and Wei Zhao trailing behind him, both of them seething. Chen Fan casually picked up a cocktail from the nearby wine pool, sipping it with a smile. The real show was about to begin. He couldn't wait to see the look on Zhao Tai's face when his hopes were dashed. It promised to be quite the spectacle. Chapter 79, Pouring Wine into a Basin. Time ticked by. As the other major star of this battle-washed exhibition, Ren Annie had finished her makeup backstage and now emerged with her grandfather, Old Man Ren, to greet the guests. The news of Ren Annie and Zhao Tai's engagement had already spread like wildfire, known to everyone. Though she hadn't yet formally become the mistress of the Zhao household, it was only natural for her to assist in maintaining decorum and welcoming guests at such a grand occasion. To match the engagement theme, Ren Annie wore a white crystal gown with a floral crown, looking like a princess straight out of an ice kingdom. Her graceful figure, poised smile, and elegant demeanor instantly outshone the other socialites, making her the undisputed center of attention. When Ren Annie spotted Chen Fan sitting there drinking, her heart tightened involuntarily. Her eyes brimmed with concern and regret. He had come after all. This fluttering gaze and pitiful expression happened to catch Zhao Tai's eye. Seeing his fiancée secretly sending flirtatious glances at Chen Fan, he felt a surge of anger. Ren Annie was his woman. What was she doing staring at another man? Even though Chen Fan hadn't reciprocated Ren Annie's feelings in the slightest, Zhao Tai blamed Chen Fan for everything. He hated him with a passion, determined to make him pay. Zhao Tai's gnashing of teeth sent a chill down the spines of many present. The butler, sensing the tension, hurried over and whispered, Young master, please set aside your personal grievances. Elder, he has confirmed his attendance. It's almost time. We must prepare to receive him. Understood. Zhao Tai took a deep breath and turned his attention away from Ren Annie. To ensure a grand display of prestige, the Zhao family had sent out invitations far and wide, inviting influential figures from across the land to witness the ceremony. But these individuals weren't easily persuaded. Unwilling to make a special trip to Jinling, they all declined, saying they would grace the event with their presence when the Warbath exhibition came to their own cities. He Hong, however, happened to be in the area recuperating and readily accepted the invitation. Though only one big shot attended, for the Zhao family, this was considered the ultimate honor. Yet Zhao Tai waited at the entrance for a long time without seeing He Hong's motorcade arrive. After calling to inquire, he learned He Hong preferred to avoid drawing too much attention and planned to arrive after the official opening. After all, He Hong was the legendary Northern King. While he wished to show respect to the War God Temple, this exhibition was organized by the Zhao family. After much consideration, he felt it would be inappropriate to elevate Zhao Tai, a junior figure, too much. Thus, he decided to arrive later. Zhao Tai's expression darkened considerably. He understood He Hong's reasoning, but at its core, it was a clear sign of contempt. What a snob! Just wait until I establish connections with the War God Temple, then what will you be, you petty Northern King? You'll have to bow and greet me obediently. Young master, lower your voice. Everyone is watching you. The steward was truly worried sick about Zhao Tai, dreading he might do something unseemly and become a laughingstock. After repeated reminders from the steward, Zhao Tai finally composed himself and stepped onto the stage with a feigned smile. He announced to the crowd, after much deliberation, to allow everyone present to partake in the majestic aura of the war god, we have specially prepared several jars of Shiguang wine aged for 200 years. It is said this very Shiguang wine was the war god's favorite choice for entertaining guests. When the time comes, we shall pour this Shiguang wine into the war basin. You may then use cups to scoop and taste it from within. What do you say? Though this wash basin was used by the war god lord to wash his face, making it somewhat unsuitable as a wine vessel, as Zhao Tai said, it was used by the war god lord himself. Who wouldn't want to feel the might of the war god lord?
Seeing everyone eager to try it, Zhao Tai smiled with satisfaction. Initially, the PR firm suggested decorating the basin and having guests take turns photographing it. But Zhao Tai found this setup too dull and insufficient to showcase the Zhao family's prestige, so he changed the plan on the spot.
Sitting below the stage, Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud upon hearing this. He thought Zhao Tai's decision to treat this filthy basin as a ceremonial wash basin was already absurd enough, but the kid managed to outdo himself intending to use it to hold wine? That was truly something. What the hell are you laughing at? Feeling insulted, Zhao Tai narrowed his eyes and bellowed from the stage. Chen Fan retorted bluntly, I'm laughing at your lack of common sense. You've ruined perfectly good Shuguang wine. Stop acting like sour grapes. You're just trying to deliberately cause trouble and embarrass me, aren't you? I won't give you the satisfaction. When it comes time to drink the Shuguang wine poured from that war basin, you won't get a single drop. A lowly person like you isn't worthy. The banquet hadn't even begun, yet the two were already bickering and so fiercely at that, leaving the guests below the stage utterly stunned. Everyone knew Zhao Tai and Chen Fan had issues, but no one expected the rift to be so deep that Zhao Tai would abandon all decorum as host. Yet upon reflection, Zhao Tai's actions weren't entirely unreasonable. Compared to the lofty Zhao Tai, what was Chen Fan? Not only was he born into lowly origins and held a lowly position, but he was also a freeloader. Such men were the most despised. His presence at such an occasion, standing alongside them, was undoubtedly an insult to their status. To have Chen Fan share the longevity wine with everyone would only further lower their standing. Even if you begged me to drink, I wouldn't. Chen Fan's nonchalant demeanor made everyone think he was pretending not to care, but in reality, he felt deeply resentful. Chen Fan remained unperturbed by the guests' disdain. No one understood Zhang Guan's true nature better than he did. Once the truth was revealed, it would be crystal clear who was feigning ignorance and who remained truly awake. Soon, after Zhao Tai finished his string of useless platitudes, the staff deftly lifted the curtain. Amidst a sea of flowers, a bronze basin stood upright at the center. Its patterns were peculiar, its lid covered in intricate inscriptions of ancient seal script. The handles were shaped like dragon heads, giving it the appearance of both a basin and a jar. Though it bore no explicit emblem of the war god's sovereign, the lid featured the exclusive insignia of the war god's temple, serving as proof of its authenticity. The guests gasped in awe upon seeing the war basin. The next moment, everyone rose to their feet and applauded. The war god's lord's possessions were truly exquisite. Who'd ever heard of a basin with a lid? If you say you're ignorant, it's because we modern people live too carelessly. After all, the war god lord enjoys supreme blessings and commands the winds and clouds, so the things he uses are meticulously crafted. This wash basin is truly massive, especially those dragon ear handles. Even the dragon's eyes and whiskers are vividly rendered. It's clearly the work of a master artisan. Though it's ancient, I can still faintly see white sediment at the bottom, the very mark of time. Soon we shall share the light of longevity wine from this very basin, thereby partaking in the divine aura of the war god. How splendid! Young Master Zhao has devised such a wonderful way for all guests present to share in this glory. Truly thoughtful. Flattering murmurs rose from the audience below the stage, filling Zhao Tai with unbounded joy. His head lifted even higher, his entire face radiating triumphant vigor. Yet amidst his satisfaction, Zhao Tai cast a sidelong glance at Chen Fan. There sat Chen Fan, utterly unfazed, as if the whole affair meant him nothing. This displeased Zhao Tai. He was certain Chen Fan was putting on an act, pretending to be unmoved on the surface while inwardly seething with jealousy. With this sense of seeing through everything, Zhao Tai cupped his hands around his ears and lifted the heavy bronze basin off the display stand. With a sharp snap of his fingers, a group of ethereal beauties dressed in colorful Han-style robes appeared on stage. Each maiden held a jade-green porcelain bottle filled with the finest century-aged Shuguang wine. My goodness! This must be how the war god lord entertained his guests back in the day, someone exclaimed in admiration. Though clearly a man of power and influence, he looked utterly starstruck. Chen Fan watched the Zhao family put on this grand spectacle, his eye twitching in utter disbelief. Was a basin really worth all this fanfare? Chapter 80. Don't drink that wine, it's filthy. You must understand, everything used by the war god lord bore his exclusive markings, signifying his nobility and uniqueness. This unsightly chamber pot, unworthy of bearing the war god's name, instead bore the emblem of the war god's temple. Though times had changed and the war god temple no longer used such items, these details were meticulously recorded in its annual chronicles. If the Zhao family truly had close ties to the war god's temple, they'd surely know such basic facts. To elevate such a dung basin onto the stage as a prized treasure reveals, on one hand, that the Zhao family has seen little of the world and possesses little of substance to display. On the other hand, it also reveals that the Zhao family's ancestors were nothing more than lowly servants tasked with emptying chamber pots in the presence of the war god. Such an obscure figure likely didn't even possess the privilege to meet the war god in person. How could they possibly claim to be a trusted confidant? It was utterly preposterous. Moreover, the war god lord showed great compassion toward his lowly servants. Those assigned to the most menial tasks were typically rotated every 3 years. Upon their rotation, they were released with a small silver reward, allowing them to marry and settle down. By this reckoning, the Zhao family patriarch could have spent at most 3 years in the war god's hall. To boast about being a loyal servant after shoveling for 3 years is like a dung beetle wearing a mask, utterly shameless. Chen Fan rolled his eyes inwardly, watching the guests who seemed possessed, each boasting more outrageously than the last, and couldn't help but sneer. Fortunately, Zhao Tai chose Nanjing as his first stop. Had he selected a place like Beijing, vast, resource-rich, teeming with masters, and where everyone was worldly, he would have been exposed long ago. On stage, a line of beauties filled the dung pots with Shaguang wine. Then, Zhao Tai produced an exquisite night glow cup. Raising it, he addressed the crowd, "Esteemed guests, as the host of this War Basin exhibition, I shall taste it first on your behalf." With that, Zhao Tai dipped the cup into the chamber pot and scooped out half a cup of Shaguang wine. Chen Fan felt inexplicably heartbroken for that night glow cup. A perfectly good artifact reduced to this, wasn't this pure desecration? After scooping the wine, Zhao Tai solemnly raised the cup with both hands and continued, "Honored by your presence, I trust you all know that Renani of the Ren family and I are soon to be engaged. As a junior, I offer this toast first to Elder Ren." Though the actual engagement ceremony hadn't begun yet, Zhao Tai announced it right at the start to avoid any complications down the line and to give Old Master Ren ample face. "Please invite Elder Ren and Renani to join us on stage." Both felt a weight on their hearts, but they couldn't refuse Zhao Tai's request. They stepped onto the center of the stage. Zhao Tai picked up 2 cups, poured wine into each, and handed one to Mr. Ren while placing the other in Renani's hands. "With such fine vessels and exquisite wine, please join me in a toast." Zhao Tai drank first as a gesture of respect. Mr. Ren graciously accepted the gesture. After Zhao Tai finished his drink, he spoke with a kind smile, "Little Tai, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Our families have been close for generations, and you and Annie have been childhood sweethearts. Now that our families are united in marriage, we will surely advance hand in hand and reach new heights. I also wish you both a marriage where you respect and support each other, sharing a harmonious life together." Though Renani harbored many reservations about this match, with her grandfather having spoken so earnestly before everyone, she could only nod. She raised her cup of wine, intending to drink alongside her grandfather and put the matter to rest. If anyone else had taken the first sip, Chen Fan wouldn't have batted an eye. But Ren Annie was his close friend. He couldn't bear to see her drink such a filthy concoction. He abruptly interrupted, "Wait. Don't drink that wine, it's disgusting." The others were baffled, assuming Chen Fan's outburst stemmed from jealousy over Zhao Tai. They saw it as a classic love triangle drama unfolding before them, their interest peaked as they settled in for the show. Not only did the guests think this, but Renani herself shared the same notion, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment. Chen Fan was so deeply devoted to her that he dared to snatch her away in broad daylight. How touching. Zhao Tai's face turned ashen at the accusation. "What are you jumping in for, you little bastard? You actually want to compete with me for Annie? Don't you dare look in the mirror, do you even think you're worthy?" Chen Fan burst out laughing at this. "Where should I piss? Into your so-called war basin? How dare you? This is the war god's lord's token. How can you spew such filthy nonsense?" Zhao Tai, enraged, hurled the wine cup in his hand. Chen Fan dodged it effortlessly, arms crossed over his shoulders, speaking with deliberate calm, "I'm not spouting nonsense. This thing was the war god's lord's chamber pot back in the day. You're the one who got its purpose all wrong, treating it like some kind of treasure. I only spoke up to prevent others from drinking filth like you did." It must be said, Chen Fan's timing was impeccable. No one in the entire hall had drunk the Shaguang wine inside except Zhao Tai. Zhao Tai exploded upon hearing this. "Are you out of your mind? To sabotage my family's war basin exhibition, you'd say something like that? You're just a lowly commoner, what do you know about a war basin? You're deliberately spewing filth here to disgust people, aren't you? I won't fall for your tricks. Are you blind? Can't you see the war god temple's emblem engraved on my war basin? How could this possibly be fake?" Zhao Tai spat venomously, unleashing a torrent of abuse at Chen Fan. Chen Fan shrugged it off with a faint, mocking smile. "I never said this wasn't the war god's temple's property. I only said it's not a war basin, it's a pot. You yourself said it bears the war god temple's emblem, not the war god lord's name. If you'd done even a modicum of research, you'd know that any item exclusively used by the war god lord bears his personal insignia or name. Yet this one bears only the temple emblem because it is utterly unworthy of being associated with the war god's name." Chen Fan answered with such conviction, his words so well reasoned, that one couldn't tell whether he truly understood or was merely bluffing. "Stop spouting nonsense and putting on airs. Do you think your silver tongue and made-up excuses will fool us? My ancestors served as a trusted aide to the Lord of War himself. Do you think I know less than you? This is the Lord of War's personal wash basin. If you keep spouting nonsense, I won't just call in professionals to slap you in the face, I'll broadcast your disgraceful spectacle for all to see. Let everyone know this lowly scum is consumed by envy toward our Zhao family." Chen Fan replied calmly, go right ahead. Find someone knowledgeable to slap my face.
Let them judge who ends up with a redder face in the end.
Chen Fan's calm, unwavering composure momentarily threw Zhao Tai off balance. What kind of underhanded scheme is this kid playing?
Old Rin feared Chen Fan was speaking recklessly out of revenge against Zhao Tai.
If the matter escalated, even if he wanted to protect Chen Fan, he might not be able to.
He hurried off the stage and approached Chen Fan, his expression grave as he asked, Mr. Chen, this is a matter of great consequence.
You cannot make such reckless claims.
Mr. Ren, I would never joke about such matters.
That thing is nothing but a basin. The crystalline sediment inside is just urine alkali. Have it tested by anyone, and you'll get the same result. There's absolutely no mistake.
Chen Fan insisted vehemently, but old Ren remained unconvinced. The only person in the entire room who believed Chen Fan implicitly was Ren Annie. Upon hearing the wine was scooped from a dung pot, Ren Annie swiftly tossed her cup aside, her face twisted in disgust.
Thank goodness for Mr. Chen's guidance. Otherwise, I'd have drunk urine thinking it was nectar. The very thought makes me sick.
As she spoke, she mimed retching and bolted off the stage as if fleeing.
Chapter 81, Sorry, I don't eat. Ren Annie's reaction turned Zhao Tai's face green. Annie, don't let that brat slice fool you. Our family's ancestor was once a highly esteemed servant in the war god's hall. How could he possibly bring back a pot as a treasure?
He's clearly slandering our Zhao family, trying to sabotage my war basin exhibition.
Chen Fan scoffed. If you say it's not, then go find an expert to authenticate it. If I'm proven wrong, I'll gladly pay with my life.
This thing is nothing but a pot not even guaranteed to have been used by the war god himself.
Who knows how many people's filth it's held?
Yet you parade it around like some precious artifact. If my ancestor had been nothing more than a lowly servant for 3 years at most, who even stole a pot from his master before leaving, I'd be too ashamed to flaunt such a thing everywhere. Zhao Tai's face darkened to pitch black.
Chen Fan, you dare insult my family's ancestor? I'm just stating the facts. Those tasked with emptying waste are released from the war god's hall every 3 years.
That means your ancestor only emptied the war god's chamber pot for 3 years, not his entire life.
Got it? Chen Fan snorted. Of course. If you want your ancestor to have shoveled for a lifetime, that's your business. After all, he's not my ancestor, it's not my face he's disgracing. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. You're provoking me. Provoking the entire Zhao family. Chen Fan's expression, a mix of contempt and amusement, completely enraged Zhao Tai.
He swung his clumsy fists, intent on teaching Chen Fan a lesson.
But how could Chen Fan tolerate Zhao Tai showing off his might in front of him? With a light dodge, he tripped Zhao Tai with a swift kick. With a thud, Zhao Tai crashed straight to the ground, his jaw instantly dislocated. His comical appearance made him look as if the large forehead of the god of longevity had grown onto his own chin. Witnessing this scene, the other guests began to rebuke Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you've got some nerve. What kind of occasion is this? How dare you cause such a scene? Exactly. Young Master Zhao was magnanimous enough to grant you this opportunity to see the world, yet you show no gratitude. Here you are insulting the Zhao family, slandering the war god's temple, and defiling the war god's personal belongings. You truly don't know when to quit. Zhao Tai rose from the floor with his steward's support, icing his bloody jaw as he spat venomously. Chen Fan. Chen Fan. I'd intended to spare you a little longer to let you taste the dignity and grandeur of a noble household before your death. That way, when you're reincarnated next time, you'll know to choose a better place to be born. But not only did you fail to appreciate it, you dared to cause trouble here, bringing shame upon the Zhao family. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being unreasonable. Guards! Seize this dog of a man. With that, Zhao Tai continued, everyone, pay him no mind. Let us all drink from this cup together to increase our blessings and longevity. He ordered the staff to bring the ceremonial basin filled with Shaguan wine down from the stage. Everyone was to scoop a cup from it, ensuring each guest could be toasted in turn. The guests below the stage were overjoyed at this honor, instantly forgetting Chen Fan's earlier words. They jostled to the front, eager to be the first to taste this nectar of the gods. It seemed as though drinking this cup would grant them longevity and forge a connection with the war god's temple. Zhao Tai's lips curled in a sneer as he looked down from above at Chen Fan, surrounded by security. He offered condescendingly, if you kneel obediently now and apologize to me, I'll grant you a cup before you die. That way, you can share in the blessings of the war god's temple. How about it? Sorry, I don't eat. Chen Fan's unyielding defiance had extinguished Zhao Tai's last shred of pity. Just as he was about to order the guards to cripple him, his gaze fell upon Ren Annie, who hadn't touched a drop of alcohol the entire time. His brow furrowed. Annie, why aren't you drinking? Do you truly believe that little bastard's lies? You're my fiancé, yet you publicly humiliate me at such a crucial moment for the Zhao family. Is that appropriate? Even old Ren drank. And, I advise you not to be so ungrateful. At this moment, Zhao Tai's mindset had shifted. He believed Ren Annie was his for the taking, convinced he was now more powerful than ever. He no longer needed to be her lapdog, she should be his. Under these circumstances, Rin Annie must show him absolute obedience. How could she possibly undermine him? Just as Rin Annie was about to speak, old Rin frantically signaled her with his eyes, urging her to be careful with her words. She lifted her wineglass, deliberated for a moment, and decided against drinking. Instead, she made an excuse. Zhao Tai, it's not that I'm refusing your kindness. I'm just feeling unwell today and took some medicine for dizziness. Drinking might interfere with the medication. Ren Annie had expected Zhao Tai to show her mercy and stop pressuring her. But Zhao Tai, completely intoxicated by his own success, no longer regarded Ren Annie as anything significant. His face cold, he pushed the cup toward Ren Annie's cherry red lips. Just one cup won't make much difference. Besides, this wine contains the dragon energy of the war god lord. After you drink it, your body will surely improve. It'll work better than any medicine. In full view of everyone, Zhao Tai could not tolerate his fiancée trusting others over him. He resolved that today, even if he had to force it down her throat, he would make Ren Annie drink this cup of wine. Ren Annie found herself in a predicament. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she cast pleading glances around, looking utterly helpless and pitiable. Zhao Tai, after all, was a man who cherished beauty. Seeing Ren Annie's plight, he finally snapped in anger, snatching her cup and downing it himself in one gulp. His eyes bulged as he roared, Chen Fan, you ing bringer of misfortune. You're nothing but a lowly, narrow-minded upstart spreading lies everywhere. You turned a perfectly good war washed into some filthy thing with your lies. If I don't kill you today, I'd be a disgrace to my ancestors. With that, Zhao Tai stormed off the stage again, pushing past the security guards to confront Chen Fan. His menacing aura made everyone tremble in fear, hastily retreating to the sides, unable to meet his gaze. Why are you glaring at me? You can't reason with a damned fool. You insist on drinking this filthy swill. What can I do? Chen Fan shrugged helplessly. If I were you, I'd be freaking out right now. Everyone here is a high-ranking official or dignitary. You went to all this trouble to invite them, only to make them drink this filthy stuff with you? Your hospitality leaves a lot to be desired. It's only good that this stuff is reserved for the war god's lord. If someone else had used it, ugh, just imagining it is thrilling. Zhao Tai's temper flared to the heavens at Chen Fan's veiled insults. Damn it! Kill him! Zhao Tai roared in fury, and his security guards lunged forward one after another. But Chen Fan struck with lightning speed, knocking them all to the ground. Young Master Zhao, your men are useless. Chen Fan, don't get cocky. Zhao Tai knew Chen Fan was no ordinary fighter, so he had prepared in advance. His eyes flashed with ferocity as he clapped his hands sharply. You won! Take him down! Chapter 82, This exhibition sucks. After losing to Chen Fan last time, Yuan had been utterly disheartened. But under Zhao Tai's relentless provocation, he rallied his resolve, viewing Chen Fan as his mortal enemy. He chose to seclude himself for intensive training, determined to make Chen Fan pay dearly today. Now Zhao Tai had summoned him, intending for him to seize this chance to avenge his previous defeat. Yuan did not disappoint Zhao Tai, charging forward with a completely renewed demeanor. Seeing Yuan, seemingly transformed with an even sharper aura radiating from him, Chen Fan knew instantly that he had betrayed him. Yuan, do you recall what I told you when you lost to me that day? I spared you, yet you repay kindness with betrayal? What nonsense about repaying kindness with betrayal? You clearly used underhanded tactics to make me lose. Victory and defeat are matters of military strategy. There's no point dwelling on the past. After secluding myself for intensive training, my strength has approached that of a grandmaster. Today, I will crush you utterly and reclaim my honor. Yuan roared with fury. His voice boomed like a bell, his presence overwhelming. Ren Annie was instantly intimidated. Enough, Zhao Tai. This is no reason to make such a scene over a minor matter. Your Zhao family is at its zenith now, and our marriage is soon to be formalized. Chen Fan, no matter what, is a benefactor to our Ren family. For my sake and my grandfather's, please let him go. Will you? Ren Annie deeply disliked the idea of marrying Zhao Tai and refused to grant his wishes. Yet, for Chen Fan's safety, she had to abandon her previous coldness. Stepping forward, she gently pleaded with Zhao Tai. But this only infuriated Zhao Tai. He'd been her lapdog for so long, yet and had never shown him the slightest kindness. Yet now, to plead for Chen Fan, she's lowering herself and deploying her charms on me? How dare she? Ren Annie, get lost. Our marriage was arranged long ago and has nothing to do with this little bastard. Even if he saved your life and that of old Master Ren, he has no right to lord it over our Zhao family. Once or twice might be forgiven, but this time he's crossed my line. I won't let him off the hook. Old Master Ren, what do you say? Zhao Tai was at his most furious now. Hearing his challenge, old Master Ren dared not oppose him. He could only sigh deeply and choose to play dead. Seeing this, everyone felt a pang of emotion. For years, old Master Ren had been a formidable figure in Jinling. Who dared to disrespect him? Yet now, before a junior like Zhao Tai, old Master Ren was the one left with his head bowed. This reversal of roles spoke volumes about the Zhao family's formidable power.
Though old Master Rin felt indebted to Chen Fan, he had no choice but to prioritize his own family's interests. After this incident, it wouldn't be long before the Zhao family became the most influential force in the provincial capital. For the sake of the Ren family's future, he must assess the situation realistically. He couldn't sacrifice his clan's honor over one Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you've truly gone too far this time. Ren Annie never imagined her grandfather would sever ties with Chen Fan and disregard his promise to her. She was so enraged she began to weep. Old Ren kept his head bowed, dreading his granddaughter's reproachful gaze and Chen Fan's look of disappointment. Chen Fan, however, felt no resentment. If he were in old Ren's shoes, he would have made the same choice. It was only human nature. Still, the feeling of being cast aside was undeniably unpleasant. Chang Ji, the head of the Chang family, had been waiting for this moment. Seeing the expert he had cultivated finally step forward and become the vanguard avenging Zhao Tai brought him immense satisfaction. He couldn't help but step forward and say a few words. Alas, those of us withstanding always practice the virtue of sparing others when possible. Had Chen Fan not been so stubborn and gone too far, who would wish to resort to violence in such a harmonious gathering? Miss Ren, in my view, young Master Zhao has already shown utmost kindness and consideration to save your face. Chen Fan's relentless provocation and lack of tact have truly brought this upon himself. There's no need for you to plead for him any further. Jingtai's words were tantamount to a death sentence for Chen Fan. Both of Jinling's most powerful patriarchs had now sided with Zhao Tai, not a single one willing to speak on Chen Fan's behalf. What this meant, everyone understood all too well. It seemed Chen Fan was truly finished this time. Facing Changtai's kick while down remarks, Chen Fan merely smiled without comment. Instead, he studied Changtai for a moment before saying with a faint, mocking smile, "Changtai, I've long warned you about the feng shui issues in your household. You've been ill for some time now. Had you not drunk from that filthy basin today, you might have lived another half-month. Too bad you treat filth like treasure and revel in it. At your current state, meeting the king of hell is just days away." Zhang Tai's face darkened at Chen Fan's words. He snorted coldly. "Stop spreading alarmist nonsense. You're just cursing me because Manager Lu gave you a hard time when you came begging at our door last time, aren't you? Well, my full medical checkup shows I'm perfectly fine." No sooner had Changtai finished speaking than the steward, who despised Chen Fan intensely, jumped in, adding fuel to the fire. "Thank goodness the master is wise and discerning, unlike me, for not falling for your tricks. I was actually planning to bring you gifts and apologize the day what a fool I was." Chen Fan shook his head at the steward's opportunistic remarks. Sigh. "I thought a group of people gathering to drink urine soup was already beneath contempt, but now this exhibition has dogs barking non-stop. It's like a zoo. Absolutely rotten." As Chen Fan spoke, he delivered a kick straight to the house steward's knee. Before Le Guanji could even process what happened, he crashed to his knees with a thud, his head smashing against the floor. Despite the carpet cushioning the fall, his head split open, blood gushing out and forming a large bump. As the saying goes, you can't beat the dog without looking at its owner. By publicly humiliating Butler Lu in front of everyone, Chen Fan was essentially slapping him in the face. "You've gone too far, Yuan. Teach him a lesson." "Yes." Yuan nodded, advancing toward Chen Fan with thunderous momentum, his killing intent overwhelming. Old Ren's face twisted with bitterness. Chen Fan, don't blame me for being heartless or ungrateful. The trouble you've caused is simply too great to be remedied. You were once such a promising talent. Why must you go stirring up trouble everywhere? Couldn't you just keep a low profile and build your strength quietly? You truly brought this upon yourself." Seeing old man Ren's indifference, Ren Annie realized her grandfather was no longer reliable. But she would never abandon Chen Fan, nor stand by and watch him face punishment without a fight. "Zhao Tai, today is our joyous occasion, no matter what. Let's not resort to violence, it's terribly inauspicious. If you'll just let Chen Fan go, I swear I'll never see him again. We can live happily together from now on, okay?" To save Chen Fan, Ren Annie humbled herself to the utmost. Yet the more she humbled herself, the more twisted and unbalanced Zhao Tai felt inside. "Aren't you usually so high and mighty, looking down on me? Why have you lost all your prim and proper airs now? How could some Chen Fan reduce you to this lowly state? Let me make this clear, marrying me is the Zhao family doing your Ren family a favor. You have no right to negotiate terms with me. Get lost." Ren Annie repeatedly humbled herself for Chen Fan, which to Zhao Tai felt like slapping him in the face. Enraged, he shoved her hard. Already unsteady in her long dress and high heels, Ren Annie stumbled backward from the unexpected shove. Thud! At the critical moment, a pair of strong hands swept around her waist, catching her. Her heart pounded like a drum as she lay against Chen Fan's chest. Their eyes locked, and in that instant, she felt as if her entire life had culminated in this moment. Chapter 83, Facing the Grandmaster, Still Ignored. Slut! Zhao Tai's eyes turned bloodshot with rage at the sight. In full view of everyone, Ren Annie dared to make him wear the green hat. This was simply too much. "Ren Annie, get over here this instant. Does your Ren family still want to live?
Renhani's delicate frame trembled with fright as she hurriedly extricated herself from Chen Fan's embrace. Mr. Yu, act now. Zhao Tai ordered Yuwen to execute Chen Fan immediately. Upon receiving the order, Yuwen assumed a fighting stance, determined to seize this chance to redeem himself. Chen Fan glanced at the overconfident Yuwen and said leisurely, "Some people really overestimate themselves. Just a few days of seclusion, and you think you're back in the game? Once you're my defeated opponent, you'll always be my defeated opponent." This time, Chen Fan acted decisively, without a moment's hesitation, striking out with a palm toward Yuwen. Yuwen saw the attack coming and scrambled to dodge. Everyone anticipated an extraordinary battle. As they stepped back, their eyes brimmed with eager expectation. Yet the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Before the crowd could even clear space for the two, Yuwen's body flew backward, crashing into a tree with no sign of life. The crowd could scarcely believe their eyes. Chen Fan had merely struck a single palm, and Yuwen was already dead? Not only were the spectators stunned, but even the Grandmaster and Wei Zhao, who had been watching the spectacle from the sidelines, was left speechless by the scene. Though Yuwen was only a quasi-grandmaster, and Wei Zhao had acknowledged his strength, even believing he could withstand several blows if they ever fought. Yet in Chen Fan's hands, he was finished in a single strike, utterly powerless. The gap between them was like heaven and earth, far beyond his wildest imagination. "What kind of dirty trick did you pull, you little bastard? Mister, you couldn't have lost like this." Zhao Tai couldn't accept this outcome. He pointed an accusing finger at Chen Fan, his expression a complex blend of emotions. Anger, fear, and above all, a torrent of hatred surged within him. Chen Fan remained calm, urging him, "Do you have any more helpers? Bring them out to die quickly. I can't be bothered with your nonsense. How dare you? Don't get so cocky." Seeing Yuwen prove so useless, Zhao Tai turned his attention to Wei Zhao. "Mr. Ren, it's up to you now." Zhao Tai refused to believe it. If Yuwen, a quasi-grandmaster, couldn't defeat Chen Fan, could Wei Zhao, a true grandmaster, really fail too? Though Wei Zhao had only recently broken through to grandmaster, his aura radiated several times the intensity of Yuwen's quasi-grandmaster presence. Unlike other cultivators, he specialized in hard qigong, making his fists formidable and his body incredibly resilient. He didn't appear to be the burly, broad-shouldered type. In fact, he carried a certain scholarly demeanor. Yet his power and force had long since reached levels unattainable by others. His Five Tigers Fist was a fearsome, signature killing technique that struck terror into the martial world. Over the years, he had challenged martial arts schools across the land, forcing nearly every dojo to submit to his superior skill. None dared to stand against him. Seeing everyone's gaze fixed on Wei Zhao, Zhao Tai rolled his eyes and remarked, "You may not all be aware, but just days ago, Mr. Ren successfully passed the Grandmaster's trial and has now broken through to the minor Grandmaster realm." The moment these words were spoken, the entire hall erupted in an uproar, the shock nearly killing them. "I've long heard of Mr. Ren, though never met him. Seeing you today, your reputation is truly well deserved. Your aura is astonishing. Clearly a master among masters. Need I say more? The Yin family has practiced martial arts for generations and is quite renowned in the provincial capital. Chen Fan is in for a world of trouble now. What a fool, why did he have to clash head-on with young Master Zhao? With the Grandmaster standing right there, he's as good as dead." Hearing the crowd's admiration, Wei Zhao basked in smug satisfaction. He stood there with an arrogant expression, his eyes gleaming with reckless arrogance. "Chen Fan, your skills are indeed impressive, and your movements are sharp and decisive. But compared to a true master like myself, you still fall far short. I refuse to be seen as bullying the weak or exploiting my strength. Therefore, I'll grant you a chance to apologize. If you kneel now and beg for forgiveness, and young Master Zhao chooses to pardon you, I'll let you off. But if you refuse, once I decide to kill you, there will be no way out for you." Wei Zhao spoke with arrogant confidence, as if Chen Fan had no chance of survival once he struck. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan not only ignored the threat but retorted, "You're on the brink of losing your mind, yet you remain unrepentant, treating my words as mere wind. Utterly foolish. If you insist on fighting me today, you'll plunge completely into demonic possession and destroy your cultivation entirely. Considering how hard you've worked to cultivate, I'll give you a chance to apologize. Have Zhao Tai kneel obediently and beg for my forgiveness, and I might spare you." At these words, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Who could have imagined that this young man, facing certain death, would not only refuse to bow his head in repentance but would instead solemnly threaten a martial arts grandmaster? He was literally courting death. Wei Zhao was so enraged by Chen Fan's words he laughed bitterly. "You truly won't cry until you see the coffin. Go to hell." He abandoned all pretense of a master's composure, charging at Chen Fan the moment the words left his mouth. Chen Fan remained standing there, unmoving. He said indifferently, "Though you forcibly broke through to the master realm, you're merely a novice master. You dare to make a spectacle of yourself before me, you insignificant clown? Shut your mouth, you brat." For Wei Zhao to break through to the Grandmaster realm at such a young age was an extraordinary feat by any standard.
Even in a place like Yanjing, where hidden talents abound, cultivators achieving such distinction at his age were exceedingly rare, scarcely heard of.
Yet Chen Fan repeatedly looked down on him, utterly unforgivable. This Chen Fan has nothing but a big mouth left to boast about. He's nothing but trash, yet he dares to show no respect for a grandmaster? Exactly.
Compared to Masterin, this guy isn't even worthy of tying his shoes.
Where does he get the nerve to keep yapping?
Masterin, since this fool shows such utter ingratitude, there's no need to spare his face. Just take his worthless life.
Fueled by the crowd's jeers, and Wei Zhao's arrogance reached new heights.
He unleashed a fist across the distance, its force staggering. Little did he know, Chen Fan merely shifted his stance slightly, effortlessly evading in Wei Zhao's lethal strike. And Wei Zhao could never have imagined that his powerful punch, delivered with the force of a dragon or tiger, would be so effortlessly nullified by Chen Fan.
He unleashed several more punches, each dodged by Chen Fan with astonishing footwork. Damn you, Chen Fan! Aren't you the one who claims to fear nothing and boasts about being tough? If you're so skilled, why are you dodging?
If you're so confident, take this punch.
Unable to land a hit, and Wei Zhao began to lose his temper.
Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, taking a punch like yours isn't difficult for me.
But if I did, you'd lose control and never recover. You're already a world apart from me. Taking advantage of your weakness would be childish. Once you've healed your wounds and restored your dantian, you can challenge me then.
No sooner had Chen Fan finished speaking than Zhao Tai couldn't help but jump in, gesturing wildly. You worthless piece of trash, why all the nonsense? If you're scared, just say you're scared.
What are you doing here prattling on like some grandmaster? Anyone watching would think you're some noble, compassionate hero, utterly disgusting. Mr. In, hold nothing back, bring out your ultimate move. This scum won't show remorse even in death.
Keeping him alive will only make us sick to our stomachs. And Wei Zhao agreed wholeheartedly, preparing to unleash the five tigers' fist to finish off Chen Fan.
At that critical moment, a commanding voice rang out. Hold! Chapter 84, you're not qualified to tell me what to do.
The abrupt voice echoed throughout the venue. Everyone turned their heads to see He Hong had appeared behind the crowd at some unknown moment. Beside him stood a man in black. His name was Shi Yi, He Hong's right-hand man. Having observed the situation for some time, he found Chen Fan rather intriguing.
Unwilling to see such promising talent killed, he stepped forward to mediate.
And Wei Zhao, though Chen Fan is young and hot-headed with a sharp tongue, I see talent in him.
Do me a favor and let him off this time. After persuading in Wei Zhao, Shi Yi approached Chen Fan.
Sizing him up, he remarked, you're all sharp edges and no substance. You'll likely burn out too soon, failing at the last hurdle.
Now I offer you a chance to temper your temperament under my guidance.
Within 3 to 5 years, I can cultivate you into a martial arts master. By then, you'll possess far greater confidence and command deeper respect than you do now.
What do you say?
Witnessing this scene, the crowd began murmuring among themselves.
Who is this guy? What business does he have speaking here? Why does Mr. Ren give him face the moment he opens his mouth?
He's the Northern King's foremost general, his strength rivals in Wei Zhao's.
Of course Wei Zhao would show him respect. The Northern King? You mean He Hong?
Good heavens, the Zhao family is pulling out all the stops this time. He Hong actually came all the way to Jinling just to attend their battle armor exhibition. Looks like the Zhao family is truly on the rise. Though Zhao Tai was reluctant to let Chen Fan off the hook, he couldn't afford to snub He Hong. He swallowed his pride, for now less a lifeline for Chen Fan than a favor granted to him. And Wei Zhao seethed inwardly, but there was nothing he could do.
In the cultivation world, might reigns supreme. He had only just broken through to the Grandmaster realm, how could he possibly stand against Shi Yi? Yet to his astonishment, Chen Fan rejected Shi Yi's proposal. With your level of cultivation, you're not qualified to tell me what to do. Get out. You're as arrogant as ever. Shi Yi didn't grow angry but laughed instead. Don't get so cocky.
I'm Shi Yi, the top general by the North King's side. You disrespected Elder He last time, and I'm here specifically to teach you a lesson.
If you won't listen to reason, I'll just have to make you suffer a bit. You people are so petty. It's been ages since that incident, yet you still can't let it go.
Chen Fan was speechless.
But it's fine. If you want to fight, I'll fight you. Just remember, if you lose, shut your mouth immediately. Don't pull the same cheap tricks as you won, dragging down the dignity of martial artists. Big talk, kid. Looks like you're just asking to be trampled underfoot.
After being lectured like that by Chen Fan, Shi Yi, who already had a fiery temper, couldn't possibly hold back. A brutal aura erupted from him, stirring up violent winds that made the guests shiver. The timid ones clutched their hearts and slowly collapsed to the ground, unable to even look on. Not just these ordinary folk, even in Wei Zhao, a powerhouse who had cultivated to the Grandmaster realm, felt dizzy and weak under Shi Yi's overwhelming pressure, his body drenched in cold sweat. He never imagined that despite being only one cultivation realm apart, the gap in combat prowess between him and Shi Yi was so vast. The pinnacle of Grandmaster cultivation, truly terrifying.
In stark contrast, Chen Fan stood there unflinching.
Though closest to Shi Yi and bearing the brunt of the shockwave assault, he showed no reaction whatsoever, as if these dramatic changes were nothing out of the ordinary.
Shi Yi frowned and intensified his aura.
This time, not only did a fierce wind howl, but even the cups and plates on the table began to shake violently. With a crash, they fell to the floor in a chaotic mess. Ren Annie lost her balance and stumbled backward, her fair face turning pale. Chen Fan, worried she might be caught in the blast, stomped his foot lightly.
The next second, a series of cracking sounds suddenly emanated from beneath Shi Yi's feet. Then came a thunderous crash.
To everyone's horrified gaze, the ground beneath Shi Yi's feet caved in deeply, dragging him down so he was half a head shorter than Chen Fan.
Simultaneously, an unnamed force surged upward from below, knocking the unprepared Shi Yi off balance.
He staggered for a long moment before finally grabbing the table to steady himself. But a mouthful of old blood surged uncontrollably, erupting violently from his throat.
Shi's sudden coughing up of blood sent shockwaves through the crowd. They couldn't comprehend what had just happened.
While ordinary people couldn't comprehend the situation, He Hong and In Wei Zhao's expressions abruptly changed, their faces contorting with horror.
Projecting internal energy, neutralizing force from a distance, had his power truly reached such a level? With just a stomp of his foot, the force erupting from Chen Fan's body poured forth like a dam bursting. Vast yet precise, it slammed down onto the tiny space surrounding Shi Yi. Though it hadn't reached earth-shattering levels even grandmasters could achieve such feats, what was truly terrifying was Chen Fan's ability to pinpoint his force with pinpoint accuracy. When striking from a distance, the vast majority of force is typically wasted in the air, with only a fraction actually hitting the target. Chen Fan was different. The force he unleashed wasted not a single ounce, striking Shi Yi with complete precision. This feat required at least the peak of the Grandmaster realm. The fool was me. And Wei Zhao recalled his earlier arrogance toward Chen Fan, and goosebumps instantly covered his body. It turned out Chen Fan's warning wasn't meant to intimidate him, but rather a master's guidance to a weaker opponent. In other words, his impending descent into madness was real. The realization sent a chill down in Wei Zhao's spine. His heart pounded like a drum as regret consumed him. Had he known Chen Fan possessed such formidable abilities, how could he have dared to speak so arrogantly and disrespectfully to him that day? Now he was in a bind, having not only landed himself in trouble but also offended a powerful figure, truly a case of losing both the battle and the wife. For a moment, and Wei Zhao bitterly regretted his actions, distancing himself from Zhao Tai in frustration. He knew full well that he could never again conspire with Zhao Tai. To do so would be courting death. Looking back, he clutched his chest, forcibly suppressing the surging qi and blood caused by the immense force crashing down upon him. He understood there was no point in continuing the fight. Had Chen Fan not shown mercy, he would have been dead already. Sir, you are truly a master. I, Shi Yi, am thoroughly convinced. Thank you for your mercy in sparing my life. Though Shi Yi appeared rough and burly, he was not one to boast arrogantly. He knew that with his current abilities, he was utterly unworthy of being mentioned in the same breath as Chen Fan. So young, yet already possessing such terrifying strength, given time, this man would surely become a formidable figure. Seeing the other party wasn't pressing the issue, Chen Fan said indifferently, "Get out of the way." "Just shut up." "Got it." Xia nodded emphatically, standing by He Hong like a schoolchild in detention, silent and still. Chapter 85, A Reel in Piss Bucket. Both sides had lowered their banners, but Zhao Tai couldn't accept this outcome. What the hell? A so-called general? That's all he's got? All bark and no bite, utter trash. You two aren't colluding, putting on a show for me, are you? Mr. Ren, what are you standing there for? If he can't handle it, you take over. And Wei Zhao heard this and was utterly speechless. This Zhao Tai is nothing but a clueless fool. Young Master Zhao, spare us the embarrassment. Their earlier exchange was a clash of masters, a level of prowess beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like you. I'm no match for Mr. Chen, and I certainly won't go up there to get myself killed. Find someone else. Mr. Chen? He deserves to be called Mr. Have you lost your mind? Mr. Ren, where are you going? Zhao Tai had assumed today's gathering was his turf where his word was law. Yet to his utter shock, and Wei Zhao refused to give him the slightest face, turning and leaving without so much as a backward glance. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. Wasn't Mr. Ren a renowned master? Would such a heavyweight really back down? He Hong lowered his voice as he asked, "Are you sure you didn't hold back?" Shi Yi sighed softly and answered truthfully. "North King, stop teasing me. Chen Fan is genuinely formidable. Even if I trained for another 30 or 50 years, I doubt I could match even half of his current strength. Is it really that exaggerated?" Shi Yi's answer stunned He Hong, making him realize why Chen Fan had refused his invitation that day. In Chen Fan's eyes, this northern king was likely nothing special, just an ordinary man with a string of titles. Not exaggerated at all, North King. If possible, find a way to befriend him. Securing such a master to stand guard would be a great blessing for both the Yi family and our North King Legion. Among the commanders under He Hong's command, Shi was the most arrogant and self-satisfied.
Yet today, after exchanging a single move with Chen Fan, he was thoroughly subdued, his words now brimming with reverence.
Chen Fan's prowess was plain for all to see.
Understanding this, He Hong nodded heavily, musing thoughtfully, "You're right. With such extraordinary combat prowess, I should indeed seek to cultivate a relationship with him."
Talented individuals emerge in every generation, each dominating the scene for centuries. Chen Fan is so young yet possesses such formidable strength, his future prospects are truly boundless.
Sure, Yasi agreed wholeheartedly, a master like Chen Fan will soon be renowned throughout the martial world.
We must act swiftly.
Before we can win him over as an ally, we must ensure no word leaks out, lest others seize the initiative. Furthermore, I believe no transaction can foster closer ties than becoming family.
Coincidentally, your granddaughter Xianxian is of marriageable age. Why not? He Hong instantly understood, chuckling, "That's a fine suggestion."
Upon returning, arrange for me to contact the Fu family. I had previously agreed to an engagement between Xianxian and their household, but it seems that can now be cancelled.
The Fu family was no ordinary clan, but He Hong possessed remarkable foresight.
Though Chen Fan's current influence and stature paled beside the wealthy Fu family, given time, this young upstart would surely become a formidable powerhouse revered across China. If Chen Fan became his granddaughter's husband, the Yi family would only ascend to new heights and enjoy enduring prosperity, never facing gradual decline.
While the two discussed this, an exasperated Zhao Taiju failed to persuade in Wei Zhao. Left with no other option, he resorted to the age-old method, where there's a will, there's a way. He offered generous rewards to entice others to take action against Chen Fan.
Now that the Zhao family possessed the War God's token, countless masters were eager to curry favor with them. One or two more wouldn't make a difference. To all the heroes present, whoever can teach the dog Chen Fan a lesson, no need to kill him, just beat him half to death to vent my fury. I shall honor him as a cherished guest of the Zhao family, treat him as a distinguished guest, and show him the utmost courtesy. Zhao Tai's olive branch was undeniably tempting, stirring the hearts of many present.
Yet, constrained by Chen Fan's formidable strength, they ultimately held back.
The atmosphere hung heavy for a full minute before He Hong stepped forward to break the silence.
"Zhao Tai, hear me out."
"Please speak, Elder He," Zhao Tai replied, forcing patience. "You've been acting rather unreasonable today, making this whole situation look terribly ugly." He Hong's words turned Zhao Tai's face ashen. Before he could retort, He Hong continued, "I've already shown photographs to an expert specializing in the War God Hall.
He categorically confirmed that the object you displayed today is not a war basin.
As Mr. Chen stated, it is merely a uniquely shaped double-eared warchamber pot.
A warchamber pot is a chamber pot for excrement and urine.
Historical records of the War God's temple clearly document the theft of a double-handled warchamber pot. Therefore, this is not something your ancestor was rewarded with, but rather something he stole from the War God's temple. To flaunt such a disgraceful, ill-gotten object everywhere is truly unbearable to behold." Faced with He Hong's scathing rebuke, Zhao Tai was utterly dumbfounded.
"Old He, what on earth are you talking about? Is that expert you consulted even credible?"
"This artifact has been passed down through our family for generations, treasured and carefully preserved. In recent years, it was kept on high shelves, reverently enshrined. No one dared touch it lightly. When I saw it, I felt it was too pitiful for only our family to appreciate. That's why I plan to bring it out for everyone to share in its glory, to soak up some of the divine aura of the War God's Lord. It was meant as a kind gesture, yet in your words it becomes a disgraceful, unworthy object?" Zhao Tai grew increasingly furious as he spoke, nearly shouting by the end.
"I'm merely stating the truth."
He Hong remained composed. "As for which expert I invited, it is none other than the renowned authority in the War God Hall research community in Yanjing. Our earlier conversation serves as proof, and I can even arrange for him to join us via video call right now. But once that happens, this matter will inevitably become a huge scandal. I specifically warned him not to disclose this matter, lest it bring shame upon your Zhao family. Yet you seem to doubt my word as if I, the esteemed Northern King, would deceive you. Since that's the case, I see no need to spare your dignity.
If you're not afraid of embarrassment, let's connect with him right now."
He Hong pulled out his phone, preparing to verify the matter on the spot with great solemnity.
Wait.
At the critical moment, Zhao Tai chickened out.
He dared not gamble. Many influential figures in Yanjing maintained close ties with the War God's temple.
Suppressing this incident now would merely cause a minor embarrassment in Jinling. The Zhao family wouldn't be utterly ruined over such a trifling matter. But if this escalated and word reached Yanjing, into the ears of the War God's temple, he would likely never have another chance to smooth things over.
"Mr. He, may I speak with you privately?"
Unexpectedly, He Hong refused to give him the courtesy.
"I have nothing more to say to you. I've stated everything I needed to. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Your ancestors' thieving ways are utterly despicable.
Had you stopped in time, I might have suppressed this matter temporarily, allowing your Zhao family to continue doing business in the province with some semblance of dignity. But if you insist on flaunting it, making this scandal public knowledge, then I'll have no choice but to uphold justice and prosecute you for theft. Stealing from the War God's shrine, even if it's just a filthy basin, is a grave offense.
I trust you understand its severity without further explanation?
He Hong's words combined both leniency and sternness, instantly cornering Zhao Tai into a desperate situation.
The decision now rested solely on the balance of day and night.
Zhao Tai scratched his head in agony. With no elders present to guide him, forcing such a monumental decision upon him was truly a daunting task. Even though he still clung to the hope that his family's heirloom wasn't stolen or tainted, He Hong's absolute certainty even bringing in experts from Yanjing left him trembling and unable to make up his mind. As Zhao Tai wavered, murmurs began to rise from the crowd below the stage.
No way. Even old he said it's a chamber pot? If that really was a chamber pot, then what the hell were we drinking just now? Don't say another word, I'm gonna throw up. In an instant, waves of retching echoed through the exhibition hall.
More and more people pointed fingers at Zhao Tai, cursing him. Even Ren Chang felt waves of nausea wash over him, making his already uncomfortable body feel utterly miserable. Ren Annie watched her grandfather with deep concern. After all, he'd just downed a full glass of it.
Grandpa, are you okay?
Old Ren, being the seasoned veteran he was, didn't lose his composure like the others, but his face was as grim as could be, dark and foreboding. Speaking of which, Chen Fan truly possessed remarkable insight. The words spoken by the expert He Hong had invited perfectly aligned with what Chen Fan had previously stated. But where on earth did he learn all this? It was truly hard to believe. The more Ren Annie pondered it, the stranger it seemed. Old Master Ren, too, had fallen deep into thought. Suddenly, he recalled the banquet they had hosted. Back then, Lu Yi had brought the tiger token, only for Chen Fan to expose its origins with a single glance, casually revealing its history.
And now, it happened again.
Chen Fan seemed to know every detail about the War God Temple as if it were his own home. What was most terrifying was that He Hong had only uncovered the truth about Zhao Tai after consulting a renowned scholar in Yanjing.
Yet Chen Fan had grasped it effortlessly, recognizing it the moment he saw it.
Such discernment and depth of knowledge were utterly incongruous with his humble origins.
Old Ren took a deep breath and declared with certainty.
This Chen Fan is most likely the son of a prominent family, deliberately concealing his identity.
Chapter 86, I support Mr. Chen. Ren Annie felt the same way and breathed a sigh of relief.
Now, not only could the Zhao family gain no benefit from the War God's token, but they had also saddled themselves with a massive liability.
Everyone present today knew about this. Would they keep it confidential for the Zhao family? When rumors eventually swirl and grow loud, will the War God's temple take notice? How would the Zhao family resolve this?
Originally, Ren Annie had been deeply concerned about Chen Fan's predicament, but now it seemed the situation had completely reversed. Now it was Chen Fan who held the leverage over Zhao Tai. Not only would Zhao Tai dare not lord it over him anymore, but even the family's honor now lay entirely in Chen Fan's hands. Clap. Just as He Hong pressed Zhao Tai for a decision, Chen Fan, who had remained silent all along, suddenly clapped his hands.
Strolling casually, he approached He Hong, raised his thumb, and remarked, "The Northern King's connections are indeed formidable.
Without your testimony here, they likely wouldn't have believed a word I said. Zhao Tai, I warned you long ago, don't flaunt yourself so ostentatiously, don't use this thing to show off. I also advised others not to drink the wine inside, but you stubbornly refused to listen. Now look, you've slapped your own face. Why bother?" Chen Fan shook his head helplessly, feigning deep regret. But anyone could see that his heartfelt sorrow was fake. The truth was, he was amused by their predicament, finding them utterly foolish. Even though they saw through his mockery, they could only swallow their anger silently. What could they do?
Chen Fan's power was undeniable. Who dared to challenge him?
They'd have to see if they even had the strength. Besides, they'd all drunk that filthy concoction earlier. If word got out, Zhao Tai would certainly face disaster, but it wouldn't do them any favors either.
Who would willingly admit to such a humiliating experience?
Not to mention, though they possessed wealth and influence, most had built their empires within Jinling. Beyond its borders, they were hardly considered wealthy families. The Zhao family, however, conducted their business in the provincial capital.
Silencing them would be a piece of cake. Zhao Tai wasn't a fool. He quickly grasped these realities.
Today's guests were no threat, and there was no need to fear them spreading the story. The only two individuals requiring vigilance were He Hong and Chen Fan. He Hong had shown willingness to keep his secret and had made his position clear. As long as Zhao Tai backed down and cancelled the upcoming exhibition, the matter could be buried. But Chen Fan was a different story. This guy was notoriously unpredictable, utterly unfazed by anyone's threats, a painfully stubborn individual.
Getting him to keep quiet would be no easy feat.
Zhao Tai never imagined that after all his calculations, the one ultimately holding his fate and the very survival of the Zhao family in his hands would be Chen Fan. Alright, a true man knows when to yield. I'll go apologize to him and beg for mercy, nothing shameful about that. As long as the Zhao family survives, it's all worth it. After half a day of mental preparation, Zhao Tai finally convinced himself. Steeling himself, he approached Chen Fan, all traces of his former arrogance and tyranny vanished. "Mr. Chen, I'm truly sorry for making a spectacle of myself. It was all my fault. My ambitions exceeded my capabilities, my vision was short-sighted, and I failed to recognize a mountain when it stood before me. I implore you, Mr. Chen, to keep this matter strictly confidential for the sake of the Zhao family. Should word spread, our family will be utterly ruined. Zhao Tai's sudden groveling caught Chen Fan completely off guard. TSK. Never thought you'd have such a flexible spine. He pulled over a nearby chair and sat down, squinting slightly as he said, but the question is, whether your Zhao family is ruined or rises to glory, what does it have to do with me? You were just moments ago threatening to hunt me down and wipe me out. I'm no Buddha reincarnated, why should I help you? As the saying goes, fortune's wheel turns. Watching Chen Fan sitting back in his chair, legs crossed, looking utterly relaxed, Zhao Tai felt utterly humiliated. That Chen Fan, a nobody, a lowly nobody, had become the master of his fate overnight. It was infuriating. Mr. Chen, show mercy where you can. Leave a little room for future encounters. I have no need to meet you again. Chen Fan was blunt. Once this scandal breaks, your Zhao family will likely end up on the streets, won't you? Compared to your lofty, triumphant self, I find your lowly, dust-covered form far more entertaining. To Zhao Tai, Chen Fan's words were nothing but kicking a man when he's down, spoken with utter arrogance. He rarely bowed to anyone, let alone an enemy like Chen Fan. Now, having laid bare all his sincerity, Chen Fan still refused to budge. Zhao Tai could no longer contain his fury. Abandoning his earlier humility, he straightened his back and gritted his teeth, saying, Chen Fan, don't push your luck. My apology is the greatest concession I can make. If you insist on trampling over me, you'll only bring misery upon yourself. At the end of the day, you're just a nobody. How credible are your words? Even if the Zhao family is struggling, we still have our connections and relatives. I'm confident Elder He will stand up for us and won't let you make such outrageous demands. After speaking, Zhao Tai turned away in a huff, facing He Hong. Old He, you witnessed everything just now, didn't you? This brat is pushing his luck shamelessly. I simply can't tolerate it anymore. You. Zhao Tai had intended to ask He Hong to intervene and settle the matter, but He Hong cut him off coldly before he could finish. Whether you can bear it or not, you must endure. Whether you can tolerate it or not, you must hold your tongue. I stand with Mr. Chen on this matter. Whatever Mr. Chen says, that's how it will be handled. If Mr. Chen refuses to keep your secret and settle this matter, then I, He Hong, can only act impartially. What? Old He, even if you won't consider our years of friendship, let me put it this way, if you help me this time, I'm willing to give you 1/5 of the shares in the Zhao Group. How about it? At this moment, Zhao Tai finally began to panic. The twists and turns of this situation kept surpassing his expectations. Seeing it spiraling out of control, he had to cut his losses immediately. Zhao Tai would rather curry favor with He Hong than let Chen Fan gain any advantage. In his mind, Chen Fan would always be an inferior being. Zhao Tai had assumed that such a generous offer would sway He Hong, even if he disregarded their past friendship. Yet to his astonishment, He Hong showed not the slightest flicker of emotion. You needn't bribe me. My reputation as the Northern King is more precious than any shares. Either do as Mr. Chen suggests. If he agrees to drop this matter, I'll turn a blind eye. But if he chooses to expose this matter, as one of the informed parties, I cannot remain impartial. The decision now rests entirely with Mr. Chen. You must decide for yourself. He Hong's words felt like a bucket of cold water dumped on Zhao Tai's head without warning. He couldn't fathom what had gotten into He Hong. Why was he siding with Chen Fan like this? Handing over his own fate to Chen Fan, how was that any different from sabotaging him? He Hong's decision astonished everyone present, and Chen Fan was equally perplexed. Hadn't He Hong looked down on him earlier, labeling him arrogant and boastful? How could he change his mind so quickly? And now, his attitude practically screamed that he was willing to follow Chen Fan's lead? Grandfather, what's going on with old He? How could he choose to side with Chen Fan? Ren Annie looked utterly shocked. Old Ren stroked his beard, his eyes flashing with sharp insight. The Northern King was indeed a loyal and upright man, but Ren Lao absolutely refused to believe he was completely untouched by fame and fortune. He believed He Hong's decision stemmed from calculating that backing Chen Fan would yield greater benefits than supporting Zhao Tai. Like old Ren, Chang Tai also saw through He Hong's reasoning. He Hong's rise to the position of Northern King was certainly not solely due to his integrity, his willingness to stand up for the common people, or his willingness to abandon the Zhao family for it. Put plainly, Chen Fan offered him greater potential value, causing him to show favoritism. Given He Hong's unwavering stance, one impossible to sway Zhao Tai, with no other options, was forced to bow to Chen Fan. With heavy steps, he approached Chen Fan, bowing 90 degrees. All traces of his former arrogance and bravado vanished, replaced by earnest words. Mr. Chen, I admit my mistake. Please, in consideration of my ignorance, forgive the error my family patriarch committed in a moment of greed years ago. Neither I nor the Zhao family knew the full story. Had we understood everything from the start, we would never have dared flaunt such ill-gotten gains.
As Zhao Tai tearfully recounted his hardships to Chen Fan, he gritted his teeth inwardly, vowing that once he weathered this storm, he would spare no expense to hire a top-tier assassin to eliminate Chen Fan. Once that little brat is dead, today's secret will be buried forever. Chen Fan saw right through Zhao Tai's thoughts. If the kid had sincerely apologized and admitted his mistakes, Chen Fan wasn't without the magnanimity to forgive. But Zhao Tai remained unrepentant to the very end, scheming all the while. Under these circumstances, Chen Fan saw no reason to show mercy. He raised his foot and delivered a fierce kick to Zhao Tai's midsection. You! Caught off guard, Zhao Tai stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Just as he was about to curse, Chen Fan suddenly bent down, enunciating each word deliberately. Your old ancestor's nickname was Zhao Dog, right? At these words, Zhao Tai's pupils contracted. The rage on his face vanished completely. He stared at Chen Fan, his eyes wide with disbelief. After the Zhao family's ancestor had made his fortune, he deemed the name Zhao Dog too vulgar for his newfound prestige. He adopted a more imposing moniker, Zhao Xiong. The fact that their ancestor had once been called Zhao Dog was recorded only in a few scattered lines within the family genealogy. It was absolutely impossible for outsiders to know this. So how had Chen Fan discovered this? Chen Fan looked down at Zhao Tai's dazed expression, a faint smile curving his lips as he placed his hand on Zhao Tai's head. The next instant, his magnetic yet commanding voice abruptly echoed within Zhao Tai's mind. Zhao Tai, upon seeing the heir apparent of the War God's Hall, do not you hasten to pay your respects? Chapter 87, Young Master, spare my life. The voice, emanating from the depths of his soul, sent a jolt through Zhao Tai's body. He tried to speak, only to find his mouth wouldn't open. This is a conversation within the spiritual realm. You need only speak within your mind to converse with me. Chen Fan's voice resonated like a divine being, making Zhao Tai feel as though he were in the presence of an immortal. What did you just mean? Successor to the War God's sanctuary? Could you be the next War God? What do you think? Chen Fan displayed the War God's master's token within the mental realm, striking Zhao Tai like a bolt of lightning. He never would have imagined that the lowly individual he had looked down upon harbored such an earth-shattering identity. Forgive me, young master. I never meant to offend you. Zhao Tai trembled violently, straightening his knees as he pressed his palms together before his forehead, prostrating himself in a deep bow before Chen Fan. The onlookers were all stunned. Chen Fan had merely placed his hand on Zhao Tai's head. Why had Zhao Tai suddenly transformed, showing such inexplicable reverence? What was this all about? Regardless of what others thought, Zhao Tai was genuinely terrified. His family's patriarch had committed such an egregious offense in the War God's Hall. They should count themselves lucky to have avoided punishment, let alone now having offended the War God's successor. Speak. How do you propose to resolve this? Chen Fan's voice boomed like a bell, violently assaulting Zhao Tai's mental realm, nearly shattering his consciousness. Young master, this humble servant has repeatedly offended you. Blind and unrepentant, my crimes are too numerous to list, deserving 100 deaths. Zhao Tai bowed his head low. I dare not beg for your forgiveness, but I implore you to spare my life. Treat me as a dog or a horse at your service. With that, he bowed low and struck his forehead against the ground several times before Chen Fan. This scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Just 10 minutes ago, this man had been threatening Chen Fan. To see him suddenly adopt such a different demeanor was utterly unbelievable. Not only the onlookers present, but even Ren Annie shook her head vigorously, slapping her own cheeks as if to confirm this wasn't some illusion. She had known Zhao Tai for years and knew his character better than anyone. Making Zhao Tai kowtow to Chen Fan was essentially a death sentence. So why would Zhao Tai willingly do these things? What hidden circumstances lay behind this? He Han's eyes flashed with sharp insight as he smiled meaningfully. Zhao Tai's submission to Chen Fan, regardless of the reasons, proved Chen Fan was no ordinary man. Sooner or later, he would shine like a pearl, rivaling the sun and moon in brilliance. His choice was not mistaken. Zhao Tai, you're a clever man. As long as you serve me obediently from now on and don't cause any more trouble, I'll spare you and your Zhao family. I'll even grant you considerable benefits. Chen Fan transmitted his voice. But you should know what words are safe to speak and which are not. I detest loose tongues above all else. His meaning was crystal clear. Zhao Tai must keep his identity buried deep within himself and never speak of it. Truth be told, even without Chen Fan's warning, Zhao Tai wouldn't dare speak of it, nor would he ever. On one hand, the heir apparent of the War God's Hall deliberately concealed his identity and traveled incognito among the common folk. There must be a reason for that. Who would dare to spread nonsense about such a matter? On the other hand, Zhao Tai was now Chen Fan's personally appointed servant. This was an immense honor for Zhao Tai. Not only could he rectify the mistake made by the old ancestor, but when Chen Fan returned to the War God's Hall, the benefits would surely extend to him as well. Such a golden opportunity. If he were to blab about it and someone else beat him to it, wouldn't that be like shooting himself in the foot? Young master, rest assured. I am the most discreet of men. I will serve you with utmost dedication and keep this matter strictly confidential. Chen Fan reminded him, don't call me young master. Just address me as Mr. Chen. Be more considerate and stop causing me trouble. Understand? Understood. Rise. Zhao Tai breathed a sigh of relief as if granted a pardon. The heavy weight on his chest finally lifted. With that matter settled, Zhao Tai hastily ordered the war trophies to be put away. He transformed the exhibition into an ordinary banquet, allowing the guests to mingle and converse freely. But who had the heart to drink and chat now? All they could think about now was what Chen Fan had said to Zhao Tai that caused such a dramatic shift in his attitude. Others dared not ask, but Chang Tai found the courage to be the first to speak up. He approached Zhao Tai, curiosity etched on his face. Young Master Zhao, have you and Chen Fan reconciled? Hearing Chang Tai voice the question on everyone's mind, the crowd pricked up their ears, eager to hear Zhao Tai's response. Zhao Tai nodded, offering a wry smile. Indeed, my temper was rather poor before. Mr. Chen has graciously chosen to show mercy, sparing me and granting me a chance to reform. I am profoundly grateful. To me and our Zhao family, he is like a second parent. How could I possibly disrespect him? Zhao Tai was speechless. Could Zhao Tai's excuses get any more ridiculous? Not just Chang Tai, all the other guests were left with question marks on their faces after hearing this response. Who would buy this sudden epiphany? Young Master Zhao, do you still intend to hold the engagement ceremony with Miss Ren? Zhao Tai's head was spinning from Chang Tai's words. No wonder this old codger's family keeps declining. He really knows how to rub salt in the wound. With things escalating like this today, how could I possibly proceed with the engagement? Miss Ren is pure as jade, with an extraordinary aura far beyond the reach of a toad like me. I will discuss this matter thoroughly with her family. I kindly ask everyone to refrain from spreading rumors, lest it tarnish Miss Ren's pristine reputation. Zhao Tai had once mistakenly viewed Chen Fan as a romantic rival, not realizing their true connection. Now that he knew Chen Fan's true identity, how could he dare compete with his master over a woman? Wouldn't that be courting death? Therefore, he planned to let this matter lie for now. Should Ren Annie later request to call off the engagement, he would readily agree. This would preserve her dignity without displeasing Chen Fan. Zhao Tai grew even more perplexed. Since Chen Fan had already agreed to keep the secret and not expose it, wouldn't the Zhao family still be at the height of its power? Ren Annie marrying Zhao Tai was clearly a case of her climbing the social ladder. Why did it become a fraud trying to eat swan meat in Zhao Tai's words? Had Chen Fan dealt Zhao Tai such a crushing blow? That it had driven him to such self-loathing? Zhao Tai offered little response to Chang Tai. He stepped before Ren Annie and whispered, Miss Ren, I know you dislike me, and I truly am beneath you. If your heart belongs to another, then let your father discuss annulling our engagement with my family. We will agree. I could announce the annulment right now, but since you're a young lady, having me initiate this could affect your reputation. It's better if your family takes the lead. Zhao Tai's unexpectedly humble demeanor left both Ren Annie and her father utterly dumbfounded. Earlier, Zhao Tai had been so high and mighty. His arrogant demeanor showed he held even an elder like old Mr. Rin in utter contempt. Yet in the blink of an eye, he'd transformed into a gentleman? It was utterly baffling. Even if she couldn't fathom the reason behind it, for Ren Annie, this was ultimately tremendous good news. With a smile, she thanked Zhao Tai. Mr. Zhao, thank you for your understanding. Though we may not be suited as husband and wife, I believe we can certainly become good friends. Of course. Our families have been long-standing friends. Should the Ren family ever need assistance, don't hesitate to reach out. Whatever I, Zhao Tai, can influence, I'll do my utmost to help. Zhao Tai handled the matter with great grace. Watching from afar, Chen Fan felt quite satisfied with the outcome. Thus, an exhibition that had started high but ended low concluded relatively smoothly. While many expected this incident to become the talk of Jinling, an even more explosive piece of news emerged after the exhibition, completely overshadowing the Zhao family affair. This development had nothing to do with the Zhao family or Chen Fan. It concerned He Hong. He Hong had originally been betrothed to the Fu family, intending to marry his granddaughter to their eldest son, thereby forming an alliance between the two prominent families. This arrangement had long been common knowledge, and all that remained was for the parties to meet and finalize the matter. But who could have predicted that at the very moment when everything seemed all but settled, He Hong would back out? Not only did he dissolve the engagement with the Fu family, but he also publicly announced he would host a matchmaking event in the provincial capital for his granddaughter, He Xian. Any eligible suitor of comparable age, with proper character and appearance, and possessing sufficient strength would qualify. Ultimately, whoever emerged as the victor among the contenders would win the right to marry He Xian. Compared to wealthy families or powerful clans, He Hong actually intended to marry his granddaughter to a martial arts master. When this news broke, it sent shockwaves through all of Jinling. Even powerful figures from other regions of Jiangnan began stirring with anticipation. Chen Fan was unaware that this matchmaking event had been specifically arranged for him. At that moment, he had yet to leave the exhibition hall. Ren Annie had asked him to wait there briefly, saying she needed to speak with him. With nothing pressing to attend to, Chen Fan sat down and patiently savored the delicacies. But just as his mood was lifting, a text message suddenly appeared, shattering Chen Fan's tranquility. Chen Fan, your time is up. Chapter 88, The Threat of the Willow Blade. The inexplicable threat made Chen Fan frown. He detested such sneaky individuals and immediately dialed the number back. Oh? You've got some nerve calling me back. A sinister voice came from the other end. You ruined the Lu family's reputation. You drove my brother into depression. He can't even leave the house now. From a rising star, he's become a pariah. I will kill you. Chen Fan froze. Your brother? Could it be Lu Yi? That's right. I'm his older brother, Lu Dao. Oh, you want to kill me? I'll be waiting any time. Come to Villa number 1 in Jiangshan Mansion whenever you're free. With that, Chen Fan hung up. He briefly informed Ren Annie before leaving.
As the saying goes, repay kindness with kindness and repay grudges with grudges.
He wasn't one to procrastinate. He dealt with potential trouble immediately to avoid future headaches.
Hong had intended to exchange a few words with Chen Fan, inviting him to the matchmaking event, but the other man departed in such haste that he was given no opportunity.
That kid is so impatient, all my groundwork went to waste.
Hong rolled his eyes inwardly, yet remained unhurried. He had made up his mind he must win Chen Fan over.
Such a big fish, he wouldn't let it slip away easily.
And Hong certainly wasn't the only one harboring such thoughts. Though Old Ring grasped only fragments of today's events, one thing was crystal clear to him: Chen Fan's potential had been laid bare, far exceeding even his wildest expectations. The fact that he could instantly kill Shi Yi proved that Chen Fan was, at the very least, a grandmaster-level powerhouse. And the mere act of patting Zhao Tai on the head had caused Zhao Tai to instantly change his attitude, abandoning his usual selfishness, arrogance, and recklessness to proactively seek reconciliation with the Ren family. This alone was enough to reveal the profound depth of Chen Fan's hidden background. Annie, now that your betrothal to the Zhao family is nullified, pursue what you truly desire. As for those old fools above, I'll handle them myself. To ensure both himself and Ren Annie could rest easy, Old Master Ren decided to report this matter to headquarters that very night. He would arrange for Chen Fan to meet with them promptly, cutting through the mess with a swift sword.
Learning of her grandfather's plan, Ren Annie felt immense joy.
She felt today was the luckiest day of her entire life. Not only had she escaped someone she disliked, but she could now be with the one she loved. She was over the moon. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had barely returned to Villa number 1 when he discovered his front door defaced with a mixture of dog's blood and red paint. Curses and repeated characters for death covered the once luxurious entrance, leaving it in utter disarray. Several dead crows had also been tossed into the courtyard. He had assumed Lu Dao was inside the villa, but after searching thoroughly, there was no sign of him. He must be deliberately avoiding me, using this time to make me restless and exhausted.
Playing mind games with me? What a moron.
Chen Fan had intended to settle things with Lu Dao swiftly, but hadn't anticipated such scheming. This debt would be settled later, once he was beaten into submission. With that, Chen Fan pulled out his phone and called the property management, requesting someone to come clean up the mess. No sooner had he finished than Zhao Tai came trotting over. This guy specifically presented a red phoenix pearl. This red phoenix pearl had been given to him by Chang Ji some time ago. It was said to have been embedded in the feathered cap of the Chang family's ancestor during his time serving in the imperial court, making it quite precious. Chen Fan wasn't particularly interested in antiques or jewels, but this red phoenix pearl was something else entirely. It seemed to contain a trace of spiritual energy free for the taking. Likewise, accepting this gift would serve as a reassurance for Zhao Tai, preventing him from losing sleep over today's events. With Zhao Tai present, Chen Fan inquired about the Willowwood dagger. Though Zhao Tai didn't meet Chen Fan's standards, he was a well-connected figure in the province with access to reliable information. He promptly laid out everything he knew about Lu Dao. It turned out Lu Dao was a well-respected martial cultivator in Jinling. While his exact strength remained unclear, he was undoubtedly formidable, as evidenced by the many cultivators who regarded him as a brother, including in Weizhou. Beyond that, Lu Dao was the son-in-law chosen by Pai Ku, head of the Pai family in the provincial capital. The Pai family had made their fortune in mining, later expanding into jade, jewelry, and gold crafts, amassing considerable wealth. Privately, people joked that the family possessed a treasure trove. Beyond their wealth, the Pai family diversified their interests, nurturing their offspring to become leaders in various fields, particularly martial arts and the bureaucracy. Across the entire provincial capital, few families could hold a candle to the PIs. The Zhao family stood in stark contrast, like heaven and earth, utterly incomparable. Zhao Tai was notoriously arrogant and rarely spoke well of others, yet even he acknowledged the Pai family's staggering wealth and formidable influence. This alone showed the Pai family's unfathomable depth. The Lu family's background is inferior to yours, Zhao. Why would Pai Ku choose him as a son-in-law? Chen Fan asked in surprise. Mr. Chen, families like the Peace no longer need to elevate their status through marriage alliances.
Whomever they choose as a son-in-law would be considered climbing the social ladder by marrying into their family, Zhao Tai replied truthfully.
Under these circumstances, they naturally regard ability as their sole criterion.
Lu Dao was different from his brother Lu Yi.
Not only is he sharp-witted and exceptionally skilled in business, but he's also a gifted cultivator. He's likely destined to become a martial arts master. The Pai family, driven by ambition, believes that taking in such a son-in-law might even allow them to establish their own martial arts sect in the martial world. That's why they've placed such high hopes on him, nurturing him as if he were their own son.
Chen Fan understood immediately upon hearing this. Although Lu Dao had lived with the Pai family all these years, he remained a member of the Lu clan. Now that the Lu family had been disgraced by Chen Fan, whether out of concern for his kin or fear for his own future, Lu Dao would certainly not let him off the hook. Mr. Chen, why are you suddenly asking about Lu Dao? You haven't gotten into a conflict with him, have you? Zhao Tai inquired cautiously. Chen Fan considered Zhao Tai almost family and saw no need to hide anything. He nodded. Lu Dao is coming for me. What? Zhao Tai paled at the news. I thought he was joking, but it seems he's serious. As he spoke, Zhao Tai opened an email. It was sent by Lu Dao just before today's Battle Bath exhibition began. In the email, Lu Dao first politely congratulated Zhao Tai. He then stated that the Lu family had been framed by treacherous individuals, slandered with a torrent of lies, and had since fallen into disgrace. As the war god temple's true inner circle confidants, the Zhao family's words carried weight. Lu Dao hoped Zhao Tai would join him at a press conference next week to issue a joint statement, helping clear the Lu family's name and proclaiming to the world that they were no traitors or villains. At that time, Lu Dao would also behead Chen Fan, turning his body into a headless kneeling statue, forcing him to apologize to the Lu family's ancestors. Zhao Tai's role would be twofold: first, to gather influential figures to attend this rehabilitation ceremony; second, to oversee the ceremony's layout and proceedings, ensuring the Lu family forged an inseparable bond with the war god's temple. Only then could the Lu family's status, standing, and reputation be restored, even elevated to new heights. Simply put, it was Lu Dao trying to burnish his own reputation. Had Zhao Tai been unaware of Chen Fan's true identity, he would have seized this as a golden opportunity to strengthen ties with the Pai family, offering his full support. But now the situation was different. As the heir apparent of the War God's Hall, Chen Fan stood second only to the hall's leader himself. Zhao Tai couldn't risk offending Chen Fan just to curry favor with the Pai family. He wouldn't dare. This Lu Dao was quite the schemer. From the emails Zhao Tai provided, Chen Fan could easily discern Lu Dao's ambition. Zhao Tai stammered, "Mr. Chen, you must believe me. I haven't replied to that email yet. I'm not colluding with him to scheme against you. I know you wouldn't dare." Chen Fan gave a faint smile and returned the phone to Zhao Tai. Zhao Tai nervously took it back, trembling as he asked, "Mr. Chen, should I reply to this email?" "Of course you should." Chen Fan's expression was a mix of amusement and skepticism. "Then should I just reject him outright?" "No need. Not only should you agree to this, but you must handle it exactly as he requested. The grander the spectacle, the better." Chen Fan chuckled. "Besides what he requested, prepare some surprises for him. For instance." At first, Zhao Tai couldn't fathom why Chen Fan would suddenly make him work for someone else's benefit. But the more he listened, the more his heart sank. Thankfully, he'd corrected his course in time, avoiding the foolishness of continuing to oppose Chen Fan. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't have known how he'd met his end. Zhao Tai meticulously recorded every detail of Chen Fan's instructions, vowing to execute the plan flawlessly and never disappoint his boss. Chapter 89, Some Rejoice, Some Grieve. After seeing Zhao Tai off, Chen Fan directed the property staff to clean the villa thoroughly. Before he could catch his breath, another guest arrived: Lei Yizhen. Lei Yizhen had come here primarily because he'd heard about today's events at the Zhao family exhibition. The moment he stepped inside, he congratulated Chen Fan. "Mr. Chen, your skill is truly remarkable. To have successfully navigated this crisis is truly cause for celebration." "What crisis?" "It was nothing more than a trivial matter." Mr. Chen, with your extraordinary abilities, naturally find this trivial. But for me, I've just lost a full 7 shops. Lei Yizhen's face twisted into a bitter smile, yet he honored his promise. He pulled the transfer contract from his briefcase, preparing to sign over all 7 of his herbal medicine shops in Jinling to Chen Fan's name. Seeing his opponent act so decisively and honor his word, Chen Fan laughed heartily. "You're mistaken, Master Lei. Though you lost the herbal shops to me in this wager, you've also escaped a calamity, avoiding Zhao Tai's retribution. This is what they call losing in one place but gaining in another." Lei Yizhen nodded, his outlook remarkably clear. "You're absolutely right. I trust that after this incident, Mr. Chen won't abandon me. If you could lend a hand in the future, these shops would have been well worth the price." "Of course. I've long considered you, Lei Yaowang, a friend." "Ha! Nothing could be better." Lei Yizhen was a man with remarkable foresight. Compared to profiting from herbal shops, winning Chen Fan's favor was a far more lucrative investment. Forming an alliance with Chen Fan was an opportunity others could only dream of, yet he had secured it effortlessly with just 7 herbal shops. If word got out, everyone would surely envy him. After Lei Yizhen departed, a figure clad in black arrived at Chen Fan's residence. Had Zhao Tai been present to see this figure, he would have been utterly shocked. For this dark-clad figure was none other than the deceased Yuan. In truth, Yuan was not dead. At this critical moment when Chen Fan needed capable hands, Yuan's talent proved valuable and he ultimately spared his life. At the Battle Bath exhibition, Chen Fan had induced Yuan into a state of feigned death and implanted a contract within him. After all, Yuan had betrayed him once before, instigated by Zhao Tai. This time, Chen Fan deliberately kept him under his thumb, turning him into a pawn in his own game. Should Yuan dare betray him again, he would explode and die for breaking the contract. Having narrowly escaped death twice at Chen Fan's hands, Yuan dared not harbor any further ulterior motives. He simply came forward to acknowledge Chen Fan as his master. Having heard of Shi's instant demise at Chen Fan's hands, he belatedly grasped the true caliber of this master. Serving such a formidable figure was no disgrace. Just pick any guest room upstairs. This place can become your permanent residence. The inner courtyard is rich in spiritual energy, which will accelerate your cultivation. Chen Fan advised. Yuan carefully sensed the surroundings and was utterly astonished. The spiritual energy concentration is far too high, at least 3 to 5 times that outside. Mr. Chen, how did you achieve this? Just set up a small spirit gathering array. Chen Fan made it sound effortless, but Yuan's mind was reeling. First, not just anyone can set up a spirit gathering array, it requires at least a master of array formations. Second, such an array requires a super power source like spirit stones to sustain it. Moreover, preventing the spiritual energy from leaking out demands exceptionally strong control over spiritual energy. All things considered, Chen Fan's true strength far exceeded Yuan's expectations. Wait a moment, and Wei Zhao had been staying nearby recently. Could it be that his breakthrough to Grandmaster was due to Mr. Chen's spirit gathering array? Chen Fan nodded. You could say that. Before I sealed the spiritual energy, the array leaked a significant amount, and he likely tapped into that overflow. Yuan was thoroughly impressed. Here they were, and Wei Zhao and himself, scheming to help Zhao Tai deal with Chen Fan. Turns out they were both indebted to Chen Fan, typical ingrateful dogs. Moreover, Chen Fan was magnanimous enough not to seek retribution. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how many times they'd have died. Mr. Chen, from now on, I will serve you with utmost dedication until my dying breath. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. First break through to Grandmaster level. With your current strength, serving me to the best of your ability is still a stretch. Dying for the cause, however, would be quite easy. You're simply too weak. Yuan, his pride wounded, awkwardly sought out a guest room. Changing into his training attire, he plunged into frenzied cultivation. Chen Fan, meanwhile, leisurely watched a few movies and instructed the managers of the 7 herbal shops to help gather herbs for activating the purine physique, accelerating the task's progress. At the same time, at the Qian residence. These past days, with Qian Jianye, the family's backbone, having met his maker without any cure, Qian Hui and the others were consumed by funeral arrangements. Thus, they paid no attention whatsoever to the War Bath exhibition. The loss of her breadwinner didn't trouble Imaging much, if anything. She seemed invigorated. With Qian Jianye gone, she could now openly engage with her lovers. Moreover, she could now rake in money daily, her coffers swelling by the bucketful, a prospect that filled her with delight. As the matriarch, Sensi understood Imaging's intentions. Though deeply displeased with this daughter-in-law, she could do little about it. After all, life must go on even without her son. Today's meeting concerned the future of the Qian family. With Jianye gone, the responsibility of supporting the family now fell on Hui Hui and Wan Wan. Relying on conventional methods to propel the Qian family to new heights was as difficult as scaling the heavens. Therefore, you must leverage your physical and facial advantages to attract the most suitable husbands for our family. Hui Hui, dump that guy the moment he graduates. I've looked into him, he's nothing but a eunuch now, unworthy of you. However, his cousin Zhao Tai is quite suitable. My sisters just informed me that Zhao Tai and Ren Annie have broken off their engagement. This is your chance. Use whatever means necessary to secure him. Xian Hui nodded. Yes, Grandma. She had already planned to do just that. Even if Sensi hadn't mentioned it, she would have acted. Wan Wan, you must also strive harder. Find someone even more formidable than Xue Luo and thoroughly humiliate Chen Fan. Sensi turned to Qian Wan Wan, her voice filled with venom. That damn Chen Fan. He keeps meddling in your affairs time and again. It's unforgivable. Once we're wealthy, we'll teach him a lesson first thing. Rest assured, Grandma. I won't let that beast off the hook, Chen Wanwan declared, her fists clenched and eyes blazing. The thought of losing Xue Luo because of Chen Fan filled her with rage. If not for Chen Fan, she'd be living the high life right now. Why would she be here listening to Grandma's lectures? Hui Hui, you really need to learn to leave some room for others. You cast aside Lu Yi, but now his brother Lu Dao has risen. With the Pai family backing him, he's preparing to use a press conference to elevate the Lu family into Jinling's 4th major powerhouse. Sensi sighed regretfully at this point. If only you hadn't completely severed ties with Lu Yi back then, perhaps you could have ridden the wind to power now. But you can't blame Hui Hui. For 10 years, Lu Dao never set foot in the Lu family's door. Everyone thought he'd severed ties with them. Who could have predicted this twist? Out of nowhere, he's standing up to back the Lu family? Ma Jing shrugged helplessly.
The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the unexpected turn of events. Qian Hui, however, felt little regret, more like a sense of vindication. My bestie told me that Lu Dao's trip to Jinling wasn't just to help the Lu family, it's mostly about seeking revenge on Chen Fan. That troublemaker is as good as dead this time. Hearing this, the Qian family members all wore expressions of satisfaction. Such a despicable man deserves to die by Lu Dao's hand, sparing him from ruining the Qian family's plans.
Chapter 90, The Old Patriarch of the Ren Family's Disdain.
The next morning, Chen Fan had just finished breakfast when he received a call from Ren Annie. The young lady acted swiftly, having already relayed the details of the war bath exhibition to several elders at the Ren family headquarters in the provincial capital overnight. These elders, all of Ren's father's generation, held the ultimate authority within the Ren family. How Ren Annie's future marriage would be arranged was, to a significant extent, entirely up to these elders. There could be no defiance whatsoever. As for old Ren, he was merely a tool in this scheme. Chen Fan pondered this. He hadn't realized the Ren family had a headquarters in the provincial capital. Its status must not be very high, otherwise they wouldn't need to curry favor with the Zhao family.
Seeing Chen Fan's silence, Ren Annie flushed and said, after hearing about yesterday's incident, my great-grandfather came to Jinling personally.
He specifically requested to see you to discuss the marriage.
Chen Fan's eye twitched. They weren't even officially dating yet and already discussing marriage? That seemed far too hasty.
He wanted to refuse, but Ren Annie's earnest invitation left him no excuse.
Reluctantly, he agreed. Meeting the parents empty-handed would be inappropriate.
Giving medicinal herbs, though Chen Fan had some readily available, carried a nice symbolic meaning, but their value wasn't high enough.
They might not be well received.
After much deliberation, he recalled the red phoenix pearl Zhao Tai had given him yesterday. Not only was it an extremely precious antique, but it also contained a strand of spiritual energy. Wearing it could indeed prolong life and ward off misfortune, making it a suitable gift for the elderly. With that thought, Chen Fan retrieved the red phoenix pearl and fastened it around his neck before heading out. To make her great-grandfather happy, Ren Annie had specially reserved a VIP room at Rui Tower, Jinling's most historic hotel. The decor here was antique and elegant, and the dishes were exceptionally refined and tender, perfectly suited to the elderly's tastes. Once seated, even the usually imposing old Ren restrained his expression, sitting as still as a schoolchild, afraid to make a sound. Ren Annie felt a slight flutter of nervousness. After all, today's conversation could very well determine her lifelong happiness. The patriarch of the Ren family, Ren Vita, was now over 90 years old, yet his back remained straight as an arrow, and he walked with a vigorous stride. Though his hair had turned white, his spirit and vitality remained undiminished. Among the elders of the Ren family, Ren Vita might not hold the highest authority, but his words carried considerable weight. Ahem. Ren Weidai's cough shattered the silence in the VIP lounge. He took an impatient sip of tea and said, when exactly is this Chen Fan you keep mentioning going to show up? Do I have to wait here for him? Ren Weidai's tone carried an innate authority that sent a sudden pang through Ren Annie's heart. Just as she was about to try to calm her great-grandfather, Chen Fan arrived. Ren Vita glanced at Chen Fan but made no gesture for him to sit. Beside them, Ren Annie's great-uncle remarked, I hear Mr. Chen has offended Lu Dao.
He even threatened to take your life next week?
Even Ren Annie and old Ren hadn't heard this news yet he already knew everything clearly. His network was extensive.
That is correct.
Chen Fan nodded, replying casually, but Lu Dao is no threat in my eyes. I don't even consider him worth my attention.
Then are you aware that Zhao Tai is already making preparations for him? I know.
Seeing Chen Fan so calm and composed, Ren Vita's eyes held not a shred of admiration for him, only contempt. Ignorance breeds boldness. Old Ren's head buzzed. Zhao Tai reconciled with Chen Fan yesterday. Besides, with Chen Fan holding his leverage, why would he go help Lu Dao against Chen Fan? That damned Zhao Tai, two-faced as hell. Yesterday he was bowing and scraping before Chen Fan, and today he's already crawling up Lu Dao's ass. What a piece of work!
Ren Annie fumed.
Zhao Tai knows how to read the situation. A true man bends when he must.
What would a woman like you understand? Ren Wei snorted. I don't approve of this Chen Fan. He's unworthy of becoming our Ren family's son-in-law. We absolutely will not agree to dissolve the engagement with the Zhao family.
Stop clinging to your delusions. Ren Vita berated Ren Annie relentlessly, then shot a glare at old Ren.
Manhwa, what's gotten into you?
After all these years, how can you regress like this?
You just let your granddaughter have her way? Don't forget whose family you belong to.
Old Ren opened his mouth, but no words came out. From start to finish, the elderly patriarchs of the Ren family never once looked Chen Fan in the eye. It seemed as though someone of Chen Fan's lowly status wasn't even worthy of a single glance from them. After all, Chen Fan was merely a lowly son-in-law by marriage. His years at the Qian household proved fruitless. He achieved nothing before being cast aside. Now he'd offended Lu Dao, who'd openly vowed to eliminate him.
Whether he'd even survive the next few days was uncertain. How could he possibly live as a son-in-law of the Ren family? Dad, don't get angry just yet. Chen Fan is quite capable. There are some things I'll explain to you later. Seeing Ren Annie's stern expression, ready to confront Ren Vita, old Ren quickly interjected. Chen Fan, please sit down first. We'll talk over dinner. After sensing Ren Vita's hostility, Chen Fan felt an urge to lash out. Yet as the junior party, he couldn't afford to be too impulsive, especially considering the need to preserve Ren Hua and Ren Annie's dignity. Thus, instead of storming off, he complied with old Master Ren's suggestion and placed the gift on the table. To ease the awkwardness, Ren Annie changed the subject. Mr. Chen, is this the gift you prepared for my great-grandfather? Chen Fan composed his expression and nodded slightly. This is an extremely rare red phoenix pearl, worth tens of millions. That expensive? A red phoenix pearl? I've only heard of such things, never seen one. Let me take a look. Old Ren's eyes widened in astonishment. As she opened it to examine, she gasped in awe, wow. Such a large red phoenix pearl, it must be worth a fortune. I'm no expert, but this bead is perfectly round and smooth, radiant and translucent like a pearl, a vivid crimson like blood. It even carries a subtle fragrance of red plum blossoms. This must be the finest of the finest. Ren Vita dismissed it with a sneer. Cut the nonsense. What sort of person could possibly obtain a red phoenix pearl? As if he were worthy. You brat probably just picked up some plastic bead from a street vendor to fool me. If you can't afford a proper gift, don't bother. I may be old, but my eyes aren't dim yet. Chen Fan was speechless upon hearing this. This old man was blatantly lying through his teeth. A red phoenix pearl this large, anyone who laid eyes on it would instantly know it wasn't plastic. The old man was clearly picking on him on purpose. Though Chen Fan held back his temper out of respect for Ren Annie's friendship, he wasn't some fool to be pushed around and mocked at will. With Ren Vita showing such blatant disdain, Chen Fan decided to stop holding back. Old Master Ren, since you insist your eyesight isn't failing, then take a good, close look. Examine it carefully with your own hands. If these red phoenix beads are truly made of plastic, I'll buy every last one you have. I'd love to see which prestigious family is so powerful they could obtain so many red phoenix beads from the headdresses of high-ranking officials. Chen Fan's offhand remark left Ren Vita utterly dumbfounded. First-rank officials? Official headdresses? You wouldn't be suggesting these are some kind of extraordinary cultural relics, would you? Ha! I've seen my share of arrogant youngsters in my lifetime, but someone as delusional as you is a rare breed. Could it be your family descends from some noble lineage? But as far as I know, you're just an orphan who lost both parents at a young age. How could you possibly possess items once used by a first-rank official? Stop trying to make yourself look important. Before you lie, you should at least know your place. Chen Fan promptly tucked the box away. Believe it or not, I assumed someone your age would be well-traveled and discerning enough to spot the real thing at a glance. That's why I brought this treasure to you, but clearly, I overestimated you. You're quite skilled at saving face, but I won't fall for that trick. Ren Vita, still unaware of his mistake, continued unabashedly, if Zhao Tai had given me a red phoenix pearl like this, I wouldn't question its authenticity. He'd never present a fake. But you? Forget it. Chen Fan found this utterly laughable. Little did Ren Vita know that this very red phoenix pearl had indeed come from Zhao Tai. It truly proved the saying, you can slaughter a pig for its stupidity, but there's no cure for human foolishness. Chapter 91, Everything is under my control. If you don't want it, then don't take it. I'll just keep it myself. Chen Fan swiftly returned the item to its box. Watching him clash head-on with Ren Vita, Ren Annie felt her head splitting in two. She had assumed that someone as outstanding as Chen Fan would earn Ren Vita's admiration upon meeting him. Instead, Ren Vita arrived with preconceived biases, his every word laced with barbed insults that were hard to swallow. However, Ren Annie had complete faith in Chen Fan's character. She knew he would never present a counterfeit item as a gift to deceive her great-grandfather. With this thought, Ren Annie addressed Ren Vita with a hint of displeasure. Great-grandfather, though Chen Fan comes from humble origins, he possesses formidable martial arts skills and exceptional medical expertise. I believe this red phoenix pearl is likely a token of gratitude from someone else. Enough of that nonsense. What favor could possibly warrant such a priceless gift? Even if his medical skills are extraordinary, he's still unworthy of it. Don't try to fool me with your nonsense, thinking I'm too old and blind to see through you. Ren Annie felt deeply aggrieved at being unjustly scolded and turned to her grandfather for support. Old Ren didn't want to escalate the situation either, so he forcefully placed the box containing the red phoenix pearl into Ren Vita's hands. Dad, please accept it. Regardless, this is Mr. Chen's gesture of respect as a junior toward you, his senior. What does its value matter? Besides, our engagement with Zhao Tai is off, that's a done deal. Annie likes Mr. Chen. Why can't you just let her have him? Ren Hua, have you lost your mind? After hearing his father's words, Ren Vita's expression didn't soften one bit. Instead, his face twisted in anger as he snapped, "We may not be a wealthy or prestigious family, but marriage is a serious matter. It must at least be between equals." What qualifications does this Chen Fan have? Not only is his background unsuitable, but he's also a divorcee, a freeloader living off the Qian family, a mere kept man. What right does he have to marry into the Ren family? Is it really so unmarriageable that we have to pay to marry her off? Have you considered how this will reflect on the Ren family if word gets out? Where would our dignity be? Ha! Are you asking us to live out our days only to be dragged through the mud with you, becoming the subject of people's whispers? Renvita grew increasingly furious, finally slamming his fist on the table and glaring fiercely at old Master Ren. Old Ren's eyes darted nervously. After a long pause, he finally stammered, "Father, though Mr. Chen's background isn't ideal, he's a capable young man. Take my recent illness, if not for his timely intervention, I would have perished long ago. He's like a piece of raw jade. If we nurture him properly, we can cultivate him into a dominant figure in this region. When word gets out, it won't tarnish our family's reputation. People will actually look up to us." Cut the crap. Old Ren spoke with such conviction, but Renvita couldn't be bothered to listen. He waved his hand dismissively. "Stop trying to pull the wool over my eyes. I may be old, but I'm not senile. If you want to hire him as our family doctor, even if you pay him $1 million a year, I won't stand in your way. But if you want him to walk through our front door and become my family's son-in-law, over my dead body." Renvita had made his position crystal clear. No matter what, he would never accept Chen Fan as a son-in-law of the Ren family. "I still think Zhao Tai is the right choice. An engagement can be broken off, but it can be renewed. Call Zhao Tai here immediately. I need to have a serious talk with that boy. How could he be so impulsive as to agree to break off the engagement?" Chen Fan found the whole situation rather amusing. He never intended to marry Ren Annie in the first place, did he? If Ren Annie hadn't been his only true friend in Jinling, he wouldn't have hesitated to shatter the Ren family's illusions. He simply couldn't bear to hurt her and ruin their friendship. And now Renvita was getting all high and mighty, saying he wasn't qualified? Absolutely ridiculous. "Quick, call Zhao Tai." Renvita insisted on his position, demanding to see Zhao Tai at all costs. Old Ren couldn't do much about it, and besides, he didn't think it was right to badmouth someone behind their back. So he called Zhao Tai and asked him to come explain things to Renvita. Zhao Tai initially hesitated, but upon hearing Chen Fan would be present, he immediately promised to arrive as soon as possible. Ron Annie's heart sank instantly. She desperately didn't want to see Zhao Tai again, especially didn't want him to run into Chen Fan. Despite yesterday's events culminating in Zhao Tai kneeling before Chen Fan to apologize, Ren Annie couldn't shake the feeling that something about the whole affair was oddly unsettling and hard to fathom. Adding to her suspicions was Renvita's earlier remark that Zhao Tai had agreed to assist Lu Dao. This only reinforced Ren Annie's belief that Zhao Tai was a two-faced, duplicitous individual, one thing in public, another behind closed doors. His submission to Chen Fan yesterday was likely just a delaying tactic, born purely from fear of Chen Fan's combat prowess. His true plan was to team up with Lu Dao afterward and strike a fatal blow against Chen Fan. What if Zhao Tai arrived and another heated argument erupted with Chen Fan, compounding old grudges with new ones? What then? These thoughts prompted Ren Annie to immediately urge Chen Fan to leave first and wait until Renvita clarified the situation. "It's fine. You saw how Zhao Tai treated me yesterday. No need to worry." Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. "But didn't great-grandfather say Zhao Tai has joined forces with Lu Dao again? I'm worried. It's fine. Everything is under my control." Chen Fan cut Ren Annie off. "You really know how to talk big, kid. Everything under your control? What are you, some kind of god? What could you possibly control?" Renvita sneered. "You're better off staying here. Beg Zhao Tai for mercy later, plead with him to spare you. That's far better than facing a joint attack from Zhao Tai and Lu Dao, ending up with no place to bury your bones." Facing Renwei's relentless curses and taunts, Chen Fan remained silent. It wasn't cowardice, but rather consideration for Ren Annie's deep affection for him. He didn't want to embarrass her. Otherwise, this old bastard? He could knock out a dozen with a single slap. Zhao Tai dared not keep Chen Fan waiting long. After receiving the call, he rushed over at top speed and soon appeared in the VIP lounge. Upon entering, he found Chen Fan wearing a stone-cold expression. His heart immediately sank, fearing he might become the sacrificial lamb. To avoid being dragged into trouble, Zhao Tai took the initiative to greet Chen Fan. "Mr. Chen, you're here too? What a coincidence." Chen Fan grunted in acknowledgement, saying nothing more. "What are you playing at?" Renvita couldn't stand Chen Fan's arrogant demeanor. He sneered and glared at him before turning to Zhao Tai. "Little Tai, ignore him. Come sit beside me. Let's have a proper chat." Zhao Tai flinched at Renvita's scolding of Chen Fan. Has this old guy lost his mind? Does he really not know his place? Is he out of his mind? Chapter 92, Zhao Tai, sandwiched between two powers. Zhao Tai dared not step forward. He stole a glance at Chen Fan, waiting for his instructions. Chen Fan, unwilling to reveal his identity and equally reluctant to jeopardize their future plans against Lu Dao, patiently gestured to Zhao Tai. Zhao Tai understood immediately and finally settled down beside Renvita. Old Master Ren, what business do you have with me? The engagement between N and me has been dissolved. Surely there's no need for our families to maintain such frequent contact anymore? Zhao Tai deliberately sought to distance himself from the Ren family, lest Chen Fan misunderstand and put his life at risk. But Renvita frowned and said sternly, "Oh, Zhao Tai, what are you saying? You are the son-in-law we've chosen. How can you just casually call off the engagement? The friendship between our families spans generations that absolutely cannot end with yours. And is young and easily swayed by smooth-talking pretty boys. Don't take it to heart, I'll give her a good talking to later. Come, let me offer you a toast first as an apology. I failed to raise my younger generation properly, causing you this hardship." As Rinwei spoke, he personally poured Zhao Tai a cup of wine. This attitude was worlds apart from how he treated Chen Fan. Zhao Tai realized Rinwei was referring to Chen Fan as the pretty boy, and suddenly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Damn it, if this old fool wants to die, why drag me down with him? Using me to drag down Mr. Chen? That's practically a death wish. Old Master Ren, I hold no grudges. There's no need for apologies. Miss Run has excellent discernment, her judgment is flawless. I shan't join you for this drink. As the last to arrive, I'll take a seat at the back. With that, Zhao Tai hauled his own stool over and sat beside Chen Fan, the spot closest to the door. Seeing Zhao Tai voluntarily place himself below Chen Fan in status, the entire Ren family found it utterly unbelievable. Especially Renvita. He assumed Zhao Tai was angry and deliberately acting sarcastic. Left with no choice, Renvita rose and gently urged, "Little Tai, with your standing, how can you possibly sit at the back? Don't you have any sense of propriety? Get over there." The latter part of that statement was directed at Chen Fan. He believed Chen Fan was utterly unworthy of sitting alongside Zhao Tai and should have voluntarily moved to a more secluded corner. Chen Fan glanced at Zhao Tai with a faint, ambiguous smile. "Where do you want to sit? Just tell him straight up." Zhao Tai was completely flustered. He stammered timidly, "Well, I don't want to sit anywhere. I want to leave." Zhao Tai was on the verge of tears. What kind of bad luck had he stumbled into, ending up here as the sandwich in the middle? Seeing Zhao Tai about to leave, Renvita immediately grew frantic. Pointing an accusing finger at Chen Fan, he snapped, "You got a problem, kid? What are you playing at, acting like some big shot? You're just here freeloading. Who gave you the right to speak up? If you dare to keep talking back to Zhao Tai, I won't hold back on you." Zhao Tai broke out in a cold sweat at these words, utterly drained. He wished his legs would give way so he could kneel before Chen Fan, demonstrating his resolve to distance himself from this old curmudgeon. Damn it, he'd finally managed to latch onto Chen Fan's coattails, only for Renvita to keep meddling and ruining everything. How infuriating. "Old man Ren, you bastard, go back and sit down already. I like this seat myself, it has nothing to do with Mr. Chen. Let's sit down, eat properly, and chat properly. If you have something to say, just say it straight out." Zhao Tai practically gritted his teeth to get those words out. He just wanted this over, quickly talk fast, leave fast to avoid Chen Fan holding a grudge. Zhao Tai's dismissive attitude left Renvita baffled, so he blamed it all on Chen Fan. Chen Fan earned another fierce glare from Renvita for no apparent reason, feeling that the term double standard had been invented just for him. This guy was clearly trying to curry favor with Zhao Tai, so instead of bringing up the betrothal right away, he turned the red phoenix bead Chen Fan had just given him into a joke to tell Zhao Tai. Earlier, that kid Chen Fan, trying to curry favor with me, pulled out some bright red plastic bead from who knows where and tried to give it to me. He even claimed it was some prestigious red phoenix bead, supposedly worn atop the heads of first-rank officials in ancient times. My son has no taste whatsoever, gushing over that worthless red phoenix bead. I wonder what he's been studying all these years in his antique research, only he would fall for such a fake. Renvita spat as he spoke, his face dripping with scorn. I said, if you brought this thing, it'd definitely be real. But Chen Fan? That good-for-nothing who couldn't even get a decent family like the Chen family to look at him, who got kicked out with nothing. How could he have something this valuable? If he really had the red phoenix pearl, he'd have pawned it long ago for cash to buy himself some decent clothes. No offense, but just look at what he's wearing. I'm over 90 years old, and even I think he's tacky. Renvita ranted on and on, chuckling as he spoke, genuinely amused by the whole affair. But Zhao Tai's face darkened with every word, nearly leaping up to slap Renvita across the face. That red phoenix pearl was a gift he'd given Chen Fan, the most high-class present he could offer at the moment. Chen Fan had passed it on to Renvita, which was more than enough to elevate this old fool. Yet not only did the old fool show no gratitude, he actually had the nerve to look down on it? You don't know. Zhao Tai's anger boiled over as he slammed his fist on the table. What's up, Zhao Tai? You think this is ridiculous too, huh? Ha! As Renvita cackled wildly, Chen Fan slid the box containing the red phoenix pearl toward Zhao Tai and teased, looks like old Master Ren trusts your judgment. Why don't you take a look and tell us, is this plastic or the real thing? Zhao Tai didn't need to look. He'd personally selected this damn box and paired it with the gift for Chen Fan. How could it be fake? But before Zhao Tai could formulate a proper response, Renvita cut in. You really have no shame, do you? Even little Tai would be afraid of catching an eye infection looking at this junk. How dare you flaunt such trash? You don't recognize quality, but others do. Since you don't trust me and insist on trusting Zhao Tai, let him authenticate it for you. Then we'll see who ends up looking like a fool. Chen Fan didn't get angry, instead, he laughed. Oh ho, you're quite confident. You don't seriously believe this thing is real, do you? Kid, don't blame me for looking down on you just because I'm older. Renvita snorted. I'll stake my reputation on this. If that red phoenix pearl turns out to be genuine, I, Renvita, will take your surname. Faced with such provocation, Chen Fan merely waved his hand dismissively. You're not worthy of sharing my surname. What did you say? Renvita's face darkened. Zhao Tai could no longer hold back. His voice grew heavy. Old Master Ren, Mr. Chen is showing you respect. Don't push your luck. What do you mean? Zhao Tai pointed at the box. This thing is real. What? It's genuine? Renwei was stunned. Impossible. How could this be real? Zhao Tai, you don't need to lie to save this kid's face. He's already shown no shame himself, trying to fool people with fakes. Why are you still considering him? Zhao Tai enunciated each word deliberately. This item is genuine. And it couldn't be any more genuine. TSK, did you misjudge him? Oh dear, you're just young and inexperienced. Let me tell you. Renvita was about to lecture Zhao Tai like a know-it-all, but Zhao Tai cut him off without mercy. No need to say more. This thing is genuine. Just shine a highlighter pen on it, and you'll see the anti-counterfeiting mark. With that, he pulled a highlighter pen from his sleeve, gave it a quick swipe, and confirmed the authenticity of the red phoenix pearl. Chapter 93, The Profit-Obsessed Oddball. Renvita was dumbfounded. His face flushed crimson, and for a moment, he was too flustered to speak. Ren Annie, meanwhile, was utterly incredulous. Not only because Chen Fan had actually presented a red phoenix pearl worth tens of millions as a meeting gift, but also because Zhao Tai had unexpectedly vouched for Chen Fan. Just yesterday, the two had been at each other's throats, nearly fighting to the death. And after that, they had feigned agreement with Chen Fan while secretly plotting with Lu Dao behind the scenes. Why were they now siding with Chen Fan word for word? Zhao Tai's every word and action didn't seem insincere at all. For a moment, Ren Annie couldn't make heads or tails of it. What the hell was this guy playing at? Ahem. After a long pause, Renvita cleared his throat twice, finding a way to save face. He picked up the box on the table, cradling it carefully in his hands as he examined it. It truly was as crimson as blood, without a single blemish. If this were naturally formed, it would be truly astonishing. Seeing this red phoenix pearl so flawless, I actually thought it was artificially dyed, ha. As he spoke, Renvita quickly tucked the gift into his robe, as if afraid Chen Fan might snatch it back. Witnessing her great-grandfather's unseemly behavior, Ren Annie rubbed her temples, feeling utterly mortified. Old Ren asked curiously, Chen Fan, where did you get something this valuable? His question was meant to prompt Chen Fan to reveal a more prestigious origin, thereby elevating his own standing and preventing Renvita from looking down on him. Renvita was also deeply curious about the matter. He was adept at reading people and gauging their worth, eager to hear if Chen Fan had found some reliable patron. Chen Fan couldn't reveal it was a gift from Zhao Tai. With Renvita's big mouth, he'd surely broadcast their connection far and wide. While others hearing it wouldn't be a big deal, if Lu Dao caught on and realized Chen Fan and Zhao Tai were scheming against him together, their secret plot from yesterday would be ruined. So Chen Fan made up an excuse. I bought it at a stall in the flea market a couple days ago. The vendor probably thought it was just a dyed rock, so he sold it to me for $100. The flea market was exactly the kind of place Chen Fan would frequent, and mistaking it for a dyed stone aligned perfectly with Renvita's own assumptions. Thus, Chen Fan's explanation was readily accepted without suspicion. Meanwhile, Zhao Tai, sitting nearby, felt his heart bleeding. To give such a splendid gift to Renvita while belittling its origin was nothing short of squandering a treasure. You truly have an eye for quality. An ordinary person wouldn't recognize something this special. Old Ren praised Chen Fan, hoping to make Renvita look at him with new respect. But Renvita merely curled his lip. While fondling the gift in his pocket, he sneered, what discerning eye. Pure luck. I knew this thing couldn't be expensive, how else could he afford it? Chen Fan was completely immune to such mockery. Instead, he shot back, mind your own business about how much I paid for this. What you should mind is that foul mouth of yours. Stop looking down on people with your dog's eyes. If I hadn't chosen to let it slide, you'd be changing your name to Chen Vita right now. Zhao Tai remained outwardly silent, but inwardly gave a silent thumbs up. Well said. Shut your trap, kid. Who do you think you are, lecturing me? Those earlier remarks were just a joke. Don't you have any social intelligence? No wonder you got kicked out after marrying into the Qian family. You don't know the first thing about the art of conversation.
Facing Renvita's unreasonable criticism, Chen Fan smiled indifferently. Whether you're high or low EQ depends on who you're dealing with. You started targeting me, why should I put on a friendly face for you? If you dislike me so much, just return the gift I gave you. Why keep nagging and whining about it? Chen Fan knew Renvita wouldn't part with the red phoenix pearl, and things unfolded exactly as he predicted. The moment he heard about returning the pearl, Renvita panicked. He quickly clutched his pocket, his face hardening. Return what? Gifts aren't meant to be taken back. Besides, you didn't even pay much for this thing. Do you have any idea how much this feast cost? $100 for that bead? That wouldn't even cover a single dish here. Just be glad you got it for cheap. Renvita's skill at arguing was truly first-rate, a match for anyone in the Qian family. Old Ren couldn't bear it anymore and interjected, "Enough, Dad. Cut it out. Since you like the gift Chen Fan gave you, just be nicer to him. He didn't take such a valuable item to resell for profit, he gave it directly to you. That shows his sincerity." Exactly, great-grandfather. Stop picking on Chen Fan, his temper is already remarkably good. Under the combined pressure from Ren Annie and Old Master Ren, Renvita, knowing he was in the wrong, finally softened his stance. Fine, you've shown some thoughtfulness. But don't get too carried away thinking a few small favors will earn you entry into our family as a son-in-law. Don't get ahead of yourself. If you truly wish to marry into our family, you'll need to show far more sincerity. Renvita made an outrageous demand, pressing Chen Fan for more benefits. Chen Fan had lost all interest in conversing with this trashy old man. His expression remained impassive as he replied, "I thought you genuinely cared about Miss Ren's future, not wanting her to suffer by marrying someone incapable. That's why you presented this red phoenix pearl to prove your worth. But it turns out you're just a money-grubbing scoundrel, trying to trade Miss Ren's marriage for your own wealth and glory. A sycophant like you has no right to accept my gift. I won't return it. You offered it to me yourself, why should I take it back?" Renvita knew the value of this red phoenix bead and refused to hand it over under any circumstances. Chen Fan snatched it away without a second thought. You thief!" Renvita, furious and flustered, shot to his feet. He pointed an accusing finger at Chen Fan's nose, cursing him out, and reached out to snatch it back. But at his age, even with his sturdy build, how could he possibly be a match for Chen Fan? Chen Fan sidestepped, easily evading Renvita, leaving him lunging at thin air. "Enough, great-grandfather. Stop making a scene, don't you feel ashamed?" Ren Annie intervened with obvious disgust. Run Wei hadn't exerted himself this much in ages. Panting heavily, he sat back down in his chair, glaring fiercely at Chen Fan. Seeing no hope of retrieving the red phoenix bead, he finally gave up. "Better off returning it anyway. Do you think I care about your worthless bead? With a grandson-in-law like Xiao Tai, I'll have plenty of people bringing me beads in the future. I don't need yours." With that, he turned to curry favor with Xiao Tai. "Xiao Tai, I think canceling the engagement between our families was too hasty. There's no one more suited to be our son-in-law than you. You're both talented and handsome, and my end is no less exceptional. You two are a perfect match, a heavenly made golden boy and jade girl. Besides, your betrothal was arranged long ago, how can it be dissolved so easily?" Xiao Tai had no desire to wade into this mess. Rising to his feet, he declared, "Let's call off the engagement with Miss Ren. Forced relationships never work. Miss Ren doesn't like me, and frankly, I'm not worthy of being the man by her side. Mr. Chen is far more deserving. He and Miss Ren are clearly meant for each other. Please don't try to break up a couple who's meant to be." Ren Annie was stunned. When she had summoned Xiao Tai earlier, she feared his involvement might complicate the annulment. But she never imagined that not only would things not change, but the opposite happened. Xiao Tai inexplicably became a catalyst for her and Chen Fan's relationship. This was utterly bizarre. Renvita paused, his voice tinged with suspicion. "Xiao Tai, have you lost your mind? Does he even deserve Annie? I advise you not to speak so harshly. Mr. Chen is far more capable than you imagine. You're getting on in years, stop meddling in young people's affairs. Miss Ren and Mr. Chen will find happiness together. It's far better than being with me." The more Xiao Tai insisted, the more Renvita sensed something was amiss. "Xiao Tai, tell me straight, are you planning to abandon our Ren family? I know you've been secretly plotting with Lu Dao against Chen Fan. Now you want my precious great-granddaughter to be with him, isn't this just a scheme to wipe out our entire Ren family?" Xiao Tai was utterly speechless at Renvita's idiotic logic and could only deflect with a lie. "Where on earth did you hear such nonsense? It's not true. Stop imagining things." Faced with Xiao Tai's denial, Renvita was convinced it was merely a cover-up to avoid exposure in Chen Fan's presence. Seeing the situation spiraling into utter chaos, Xiao Tai chose the wisest course of action: retreat. "I've got things to do, so I was just joking with you earlier, don't take it seriously." Renvita suddenly cracked a smile, leaving Xiao Tai utterly flabbergasted. Damn it, what exactly does this old man want? Wouldn't it be better to die sooner and find peace? Chapter 94, He Hong comes to invite him personally. Seeing Zhao Tai's face turn pale and then flushed, Renvita changed the subject.
Little Tai, how's your relationship with Chang Tai? Can you pull some strings?
Our Ren family has a business opportunity we'd like to pursue with Chang Tai, but he seems uninterested.
If possible, I'd appreciate your help in facilitating a meeting.
If Zhao Tai agreed to help, it would prove he had no intention of harming the Ren family. If Zhao Tai refused, then they'd better watch their step.
They'd likely be dragged into Chen Fan's downfall and would need to distance themselves quickly.
Zhao Tai hadn't anticipated Ren Wei's extensive affairs and was about to politely decline when a sudden knock interrupted his words. Ren Annie walked over and opened the VIP lounge door to find the lobby manager standing there.
My apologies for the interruption, but is Mr. Chen here? Someone is requesting an audience outside. Would it be convenient?
Ren Wei was baffled upon hearing the visitor was seeking Chen Fan and addressing him respectfully as Mr. Chen. In his eyes, Chen Fan wasn't worthy of dining in such a place. His very presence was only possible because of their family's influence.
What kind of idiot would come here looking for Chen Fan? Could it be that Chen Fan arranged this himself to make himself look good? It was me. Chen Fan stood up. Mr. Chen, I can't disclose the other party's identity. Please come with me.
Though Chen Fan wasn't fond of such mysterious types, the thought of escaping Renvita, that old scoundrel, made him readily agree. The moment Chen Fan stepped outside, Renvita blurted out his wild guess about the setup. Zhao Tai rolled his eyes skyward.
This guy's imagination was way too wild. The other party was the heir apparent of the War Gods Hall. Did he really need to go this far? Ridiculous.
Truthfully, Zhao Tai was also dying to tag along and see who was actually after Chen Fan. But Renvita showed zero tact, insisting on dragging him back into their previous mundane conversation, driving him absolutely mad. Meanwhile, Chen Fan followed the manager out of the VIP lounge and met the person who had come looking for him. To his surprise, it was He Hong. He had completely abandoned his previous arrogant demeanor and chosen to come see Chen Fan in person. Compared to his previous aloofness, He Hong was much more courteous this time, which Chen Fan found quite agreeable.
Mr. Chen, would you care to join me at Jinling Villa? I've arranged a banquet in your honor.
All right. Chen Fan considered it for a moment before nodding in agreement. Better to spend some quiet time with He Hong at Jinling Villa than stay here and endure Renvita's constant nagging.
He sent a message to Ren Annie and left ahead of time.
The scene of the two getting into the car together was witnessed by Renvita, who was chatting with Zhao Tai by the window. His brow furrowed as he pointed downstairs.
Who's that kid Chen Fan leaving with? That car looks pretty fancy rented, right?
Zhao Tai looked up, speechless.
Old Master Ren, are your eyes failing you? You can't even recognize the Northern King, He Hong?
That car is an exclusive vehicle reserved for meritorious officials. There are only a handful of them in the entire world, so of course it's impressive.
As for renting? Ha! Where exactly would you even rent something like that?
Zhao Tai's words left Renvita frozen in place, unable to recover for a long while.
You're saying that's Prince He Hong? Impossible. Why would he come here? If he wanted to meet someone, he'd meet you, right? Why bother with that kid Chen Fan? Zhao Tai remained silent, unwilling to engage with Renvita. Renvita's face darkened as he seethed inwardly for a long moment before finally speaking to himself.
That kid must have gotten himself into trouble, or maybe you just misidentified him. Either way, I refuse to believe He Hong would show him such favor. Zhao Tai remained silent, mentally blacklisting Renvita 1,000 times over. On the way, Chen Fan noticed He Hong staring intently at him and cut straight to the chase.
The Northern King came to see me personally. Surely it wasn't just for casual conversation?
Mr. Chen, you say that, but while it's true that no one visits without reason, I genuinely sought you out simply because I admire you. I wanted to find a place to have a proper conversation with you.
He Hong laughed heartily. Our encounter in the mountains a while back was meant to be, yet my arrogance ruined it. My sincere apologies.
As they say, no fight, no friendship.
Let's put this minor incident behind us and not dwell on it.
Since He Hong had taken the initiative to apologize, Chen Fan graciously offered him a way out, smoothly resolving the previous grievance.
Mr. Chen truly possesses great magnanimity.
Yesterday, my subordinate, ignorant of his place, rashly challenged you.
Thankfully, you showed mercy. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
Leaning back in his leather seat, He Hong remarked, he spoke of your extraordinary skill, which left him in awe. He expressed a desire to seek your guidance again when the opportunity arises.
He held back that day and didn't press the issue.
I'd certainly welcome such an exchange of skills. He Hong had been preoccupied with these few incidents that might have offended Chen Fan and caused him to hold a grudge. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Chen Fan didn't seem to hold any of it against him, causing He Hong to breathe a long sigh of relief.
Mr. Chen truly is a magnanimous man, unconcerned with trivial matters.
I was worried you might blame me for these incidents, but now I can rest assured.
Mr. Chen, your prowess is extraordinary. You should be a dominant force in your own right.
Yet, your youth inevitably leads some to underestimate you. So from now on, whenever you need support or backup, just call on me. Whether in Jinling or the provincial capital, my word carries weight. Chen Fan understood the favor was offered because the other had recognized his exceptional combat prowess and sought to win him over. Even if he didn't need He Hong's help, one doesn't bite the hand that feeds, so he bowed his hands and said, "Then I thank the Northern King in advance. I'm sure I'll be troubling you in the future." "Mr. Chen, you're always welcome to trouble me." He Hong agreed instantly, bursting into hearty laughter. "By the way, why didn't Sure come along today? Has his health not recovered yet?" Hearing Chen Fan's inquiry, He Hong gave an embarrassed smile. "Yes, Sure Yi got a bit overconfident yesterday and picked up a minor injury. But it shouldn't be serious. I've already had a doctor examine him, and he said a fortnight's rest should see him fully recovered. Sure Yi only got hurt because he didn't take Chen Fan seriously and didn't defend himself like he would against a normal opponent. You could say he brought it on himself." Chen Fan pondered for a moment before suggesting, 2 weeks is too long. "Take me to see him. I can heal his injuries, he should recover immediately." Hearing this, He Hong couldn't help but look surprised. "Mr. Chen, you're also skilled in medicine?" He Hong knew Chen Fan possessed medical knowledge. He'd already investigated Chen Fan's background. Old Master Ren held Chen Fan in high regard precisely because he'd cured his illness. However, He Hong didn't want Chen Fan to know he'd looked into him, so he deliberately feigned ignorance and asked the question again, seemingly for no reason. Chen Fan, oblivious to the subtext, nodded readily. "Compared to martial arts, I personally consider myself more proficient in medicine. So just leave Sure Yi's treatment to me. I absolutely won't let you lose a valuable asset. I have complete trust in Mr. Chen, so I'm naturally at ease." The two conversed pleasantly all the way, their differences diminishing considerably. As noon approached, He Hong led Chen Fan to Jinling Manor. Before they even entered, Chen Fan gazed toward the dark clouds gathering in the east and frowned. "Was this villa purchased ready-made, or did you build it yourself?" He Hong was a bit puzzled but answered honestly, "It was indeed purchased as is, but the area you're looking at, Mr. Chen, I had it remodeled. I built a small martial arts hall there for daily training and exercise." "When you designed this small martial arts hall, did you consult someone knowledgeable in feng shui?" He Hong shook his head, replying with characteristic nonchalance, "Building a functional little structure? No need to bother some master for that, right?" Seeing He Hong's indifference, Chen Fan opened his mouth but swallowed his words, deciding to wait for a more opportune moment. Chapter 95, What Perks Do Men Get? After entering the house, He Hong immediately instructed the butler to summon Sure Yi from upstairs. Sure Yi's face was pale now, his entire being radiating a weak, bloodless pallor. He clearly felt unwell. Chen Fan was taken aback. He hadn't struck Xia particularly hard yesterday. Though she had coughed up blood, she shouldn't have ended up like this. As Chen Fan pondered this, He Hong's granddaughter, He Xian, came running downstairs. She had just finished swimming in the rooftop pool, her body still damp. Casually draped in a large bath towel, she revealed her impressive figure. "Ah!" Spotting the stranger in the house, He Xian gasped in surprise. She quickly wrapped the towel tighter around herself, her face flushing with embarrassment as she scurried back to her room. Not long after, He Xian emerged from her room, now dressed, and sat beside He Hong. With a puzzled look, she asked, "Grandpa, this guy looks familiar. Is he that arrogant fellow we met at the hunting ground the other day?" "Xian, be polite. This is Mr. Chen. Say hello." He Hong's eyebrow twitched. "Mr. Chen? He looks about my age. I'm not calling him Mr. Hey, what's your name anyway?" Despite He Xian's lack of manners, Chen Fan, as a guest, couldn't really take issue with her. "My name is Chen Fan. Pretty common name. Last time my grandfather sent someone to invite you, you refused to come. Why did you agree today? Did you change your mind after learning my grandfather's status?" He Xian spoke without restraint, not only saying whatever came to mind but also expressing herself bluntly and harshly. Xian, stop talking nonsense. I specifically invited Mr. Chen to our home as a guest. Show some respect." After scolding He Xian, He Hong turned to Chen Fan and began explaining, his tone now very polite. "Mr. Chen, please don't take this girl seriously. She grew up right by my side and I spoiled her rotten. She's a bit scatterbrained and not as well-mannered as other young ladies. Grandpa, how can you talk about your own granddaughter like that?" He Xian pouted in displeasure, then sat down on the sofa and studied Chen Fan. She thought he was rather handsome, with clear, well-defined features. He Hong watched the scene unfold, inwardly delighted. It seemed Chen Fan had caught his granddaughter's eye. Though He Hong hadn't yet revealed his intention to bring them together, he'd spent the entire previous night pondering it. His granddaughter was far too spoiled and pampered, her temperament not as gentle and charming as other young ladies. He wondered if Chen Fan would even like her. If Chen Fan wasn't into this type of girl, he'd have to have a word with the little brat later and get her to shape up. She couldn't let a moment of stubbornness cost her a good match. He Xian truly was a spoiled princess. Yesterday, He Hong had intended to take her to the Battle Bath exhibition to broaden her horizons. Kahushwan, claiming she had little interest in such events, went straight to the zoo instead. Consequently, He Xian remained completely unaware of the events that unfolded at the exhibition yesterday, let alone Chen Fan's spectacular performance that blew everyone away. Consequently, He Xian had absolutely no clue why He Hong had suddenly changed his attitude and placed such importance on Chen Fan. Chen Fan felt uncomfortable under He Xian's gaze and shifted his attention to Shi Yi.
Mr. Shi, how are you feeling now? My chest feels tight, like I can't catch my breath.
I tried regulating my breathing in my room earlier, but it didn't help much.
Shi Yi answered honestly, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Their conversation left He Xian deeply puzzled. Wait, what are you here for? To treat Uncle Shi? No way. You know medicine? Chen Fan nodded calmly.
Of course. Besides, I'm the one responsible for Mr. Shi's injuries.
I understand them better than anyone. Ha? You mean Uncle Shi's injuries were caused by you?
At those words, He Xian's expression darkened instantly, turning as gloomy as the depths of a bottomless pit. She had always regarded Shi Yi as her own uncle. After Shi Yi got injured yesterday, He Xian assumed it happened during a mission and didn't dare ask what happened.
Now, hearing the truth that the culprit was right before her eyes, fury instantly boiled over. Are you out of your mind?
Why on earth would you beat Uncle Shi for no reason?
Xian, I'll explain yesterday's incident later. Just don't disturb Mr. Chen while he's treating Shi.
He Hong feared He Xian might provoke Chen Fan's anger and ruin their promising relationship, so he quickly intervened.
Is he even qualified?
He Xian pouted and plopped back onto the sofa, her face still brimming with skepticism toward Chen Fan.
Chen Fan couldn't be bothered with this spoiled princess.
He took Shi Yi's pulse and quickly reached a conclusion. Yesterday's internal injury seems to have triggered an old ailment, causing qi and blood stagnation in your body.
That's why you're having trouble breathing. It's nothing serious.
Take off your shirt, and I'll help clear the blockage.
After yesterday's confrontation, Shi had witnessed Chen Fan's abilities firsthand and harbored no doubts. She promptly followed his instructions and removed her top.
Chen Fan gathered energy in his palms and used massage techniques to regulate Shi Yi's qi and blood flow. Shi Yi felt waves of warmth continuously surging into his back, greatly relieving the discomfort in his chest caused by the stagnation. Though He Hong knew nothing of medicine, as a formidable martial cultivator, he could discern the flow of energy. He Xian, however, couldn't discern this. To her eyes, Chen Fan was clearly taking advantage of Shi Yi, groping all over his body, nothing mysterious or profound about it.
Hey, you're not taking advantage of Uncle Shi, are you?
He Xian's sudden outburst caught all three of them off guard.
What kind of twisted logic does this girl have? What kind of advantage could one man possibly take from another? 3 minutes later, Chen Fan withdrew his hand. Nothing serious. Try channeling your energy again.
Shi nodded, pulled on his shirt, stood up, and threw a couple of punches.
The blocked sensation was indeed gone.
Seeing this, He Hong couldn't help but praise him, saying repeatedly, Mr. Chen, you truly are a jack of all trades.
Please, have some tea. Trivial skills, nothing to mention.
Chen Fan waved his hand politely, accepted the tea offered by He Hong, and took a sip.
It's cured already? Uncle Shi, are you really okay now?
He Xian couldn't believe it and pressed for answers.
Yes, Mr. Chen's technique is truly masterful. He's incredibly skilled.
Shi Yi clasped his hands in gratitude toward Chen Fan.
It was nothing.
Amidst their pleasantries, all past grievances dissolved into thin air. Just then, He Hong's assistant arrived with news. The Fu family, upon receiving word of the broken engagement, had rushed over from the provincial capital overnight. After resting briefly at the hotel, they would likely request an audience shortly.
He Hong frowned.
In his view, calling off the engagement should have been settled with a simple word. He hadn't expected them to pursue the matter all the way to Jinling.
Who had they sent this time? Surely not Fu Chunggong himself?
No, it was his younger brother, Fu Li.
The assistant replied. Utterly unnecessary. Even if his elder brother had come, the annulment wouldn't change. What business did this greenhorn have meddling?
Fu Li was only a few years older than He Xian. He Hong believed the man had no standing to speak with him. They must find our sudden annulment utterly baffling, so they sent someone to probe the situation, the assistant speculated.
Shi Yi pondered, probably.
If they sent an elder right away and got rejected by the northern prince, it would be embarrassing for their family. So they sent a younger relative to test the waters and see if there's any room for negotiation.
Business people are so annoying, always calculating everything, never making a clean break. It's infuriating.
He Hong made no effort to hide his displeasure with the Fu family. He instructed his assistant to schedule the meeting for tomorrow to avoid interfering with his discussion with Chen Fan.
Upon receiving the order, the assistant immediately went to make arrangements.
Shi Yi pondered for a moment before speaking. Your Highness, the Fu family has been riding high these past 2 years. Coupled with their marriage alliance to provincial dignitaries, their standing has risen considerably. This annulment matter might prove difficult to resolve.
I'm well aware of all that, but...
He Hong left the rest unsaid. Chen Fan mistakenly assumed his presence as an outsider was disrupting their discussion and rose to leave.
Your Highness, you're discussing important matters. I'll take my leave. Mr. Chen, what are you saying?
No matter how important the matter, it couldn't be more important than sharing this meal with you. He Hong urged him to stay.
By the way, I'm meeting that Fu Liye tomorrow. Would you like to come along? Chen Fan was taken aback by He Hong's invitation. Why bring me along for something like this? Your Excellency, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to tag along.
We're not related, and I don't know this Mr. Fu you mentioned at all.
This? Mr. Chen, that's an outrageous thing to say.
I genuinely treat you as one of my own, He Hong hurriedly retorted.
Come with me tomorrow. On one hand, it'll give us a chance to introduce you both.
On the other, having a master like you there will give me a lot more confidence. Ha!
Chen Fan knew instantly that He Hong was joking. As the esteemed northern king, why would he need an unknown nobody like me to bolster his presence?
Still, since He Hong had gone out of his way to extend the invitation, it would feel awkward to refuse. Besides, he would eventually need to visit the provincial capital.
Gaining advance insight into the Fu family there could prove advantageous for reshaping the city's power dynamics later.
He decided to accept the invitation.
As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will win every battle. Chapter 96, The Spoiled Child's Audacity. The conversation between the two left He Xian increasingly bewildered. Grandpa, did you break off my engagement to Fu Chenggong? Why didn't you tell me?
I get along well with brother Chenggong and am willing to marry him.
Why did you suddenly arrange this?
He Xian was utterly perplexed by He Hong's actions. Ever since she was born, she'd known she was destined to marry Fu Chenggong, a betrothal arranged in her childhood.
She had no objections whatsoever and even found Fu Cheng's appearance quite appealing. And then what? He Hong suddenly changed his mind and cancelled their engagement? And without even consulting her. You two get along well? Don't be ridiculous. Fu Chenggong doesn't like your type at all.
He only married you to gain the prestige of being the son-in-law of the Prince of the North. He Hong rolled his eyes. The Fu family are all ruthless devourers who swallow their victims whole.
You're so naive and clueless, girl.
If you marry into that family, they'll wear you down and kill you within 2 years.
These words weren't just idle talk.
He Hong had long been considering breaking off the engagement with He Xian. That's why, whenever the other party pressed for the wedding, He Hong had always deflected by insisting He Xian was still too young and that he wanted her to stay by his side for a few more years. However, as He Xian grew older, the pretext became increasingly untenable.
Coincidentally, Chen Fan emerged a son-in-law candidate so perfectly suited to He Hong's expectations that he couldn't help but feel satisfied.
Naturally, he chose to cut the knot decisively, severing the engagement to avoid complications down the line. He Xian, a single-minded girl, couldn't fathom He Hong's thoughtful intentions. She also couldn't agree with his assessment of the Fu family.
Grandpa, you really do think up these things on a whim.
I don't see how brother Chenggong's family is scheming or calculating at all.
Success has always been so kind to me.
Not only is he handsome, but he's also incredibly talented, achieving great success both in managing the family business and in martial arts cultivation. You have no idea how many rivals I have. I only regret not marrying him sooner to cut off those other women's hopes.
And now you go and call off our engagement for no apparent reason? What on earth were you thinking?
Humph. He Xian was furious, deeply resentful that He Hong had made this decision without her consent.
He Hong gazed at his granddaughter's naive expression, unsure whether to feel relieved or exasperated.
You silly girl, you're like a fool who sells himself and then counts the money for the buyer.
You are my only granddaughter, He Hong. After I pass away, the entire empire I've built will be yours. That alone will draw countless suitors. Don't you think Fu Chenggong was after precisely that?
All these years, his family has actively sought alliances with wealthy clans, watching their status rise like a tide.
They're a family with such wolfish ambitions.
Once you join them, things might be manageable while grandfather is still around.
But once he's gone, you'll become a stumbling block for them.
Chen Fan listened to He Hong's words, marveling at the old man's foresight. He had even considered his own funeral arrangements for his granddaughter's sake. Yet he also found it odd that He Hong would speak so plainly with an outsider like himself present.
Wasn't it said that family matters should never be aired in public? Wasn't He Hong afraid these words might be relayed by him?
In truth, He Hong's candor stemmed largely from a desire to play the victim in front of Chen Fan. He believed that only by marrying his precious granddaughter to Chen Fan could the tragedies he feared be averted. Though Chen Fan currently possessed nothing, if he could become a son-in-law of the Yi family, He Hong was willing to entrust him with managing everything. He believed Chen Fan was a man capable of steering the ship, someone who would never let his life's work come crashing down. After all, the very fact that Chen Fan had proactively offered to treat Shi Ye's injuries clearly demonstrated his profound sense of loyalty and duty. Entrusting He Xian to Chen Fan meant that even if their love faded someday, Chen Fan's sense of responsibility would ensure he never mistreated her.
Not to mention, Chen Fan possessed extraordinary talent.
Given time, he would surely make a name for himself in the region. The more He Hong contemplated this decision, the more convinced he became of its wisdom, inwardly marveling at his own foresight. He Xian knew her grandfather always acted with her best interests in mind. She had also heard her share of rumors about Fu Qinggong's scandalous affairs, but she couldn't bring herself to speak of such things and embarrass herself. So she chose to turn a blind eye. Now that grandfather He Hong had taken charge and dissolved the engagement, He Xian simply couldn't be bothered to care anymore.
Grandpa, I'm not getting any younger. By calling off this engagement now, how will you arrange my future marriage?
He Hong's expression was half smiling, half serious. Don't worry about that.
I've already found you another suitable match.
His character is impeccable, and he surpasses Fu Qinggong in every way. Rest assured, when the time comes, Grandpa will see to it that you two are married.
Is he handsome?
He Xian was still a girl at heart, dreaming of marrying a handsome man. Hearing this, He Hong silently glanced at Chen Fan, recalling how He Xian had been staring at him earlier. He smiled and said, Grandfather can't judge whether he's handsome or not, but you'll definitely like him.
Alright then, Grandpa. You must introduce us as soon as possible.
I want to get to know him properly before we marry. He Xian's thoughts were simple indeed. Grandpa He Hong's few words had completely soothed her sorrow over the broken engagement.
No problem, just trust me.
I'll take care of it. He Hong patted his granddaughter's shoulder with a smile, his eyes brimming with doting affection.
Watching this scene, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy.
Back when his parents were still alive, he too had been showered with affection, just like He Xian.
Alas!
Noticing a faint sadness in Chen Fan's expression, He Hong was about to ask when the butler suddenly ushered in a man clad in grey robes. Your Highness, I passed by the estate and observed from outside. The layout of your residence is quite unfavorable, especially the eastern section. Dark clouds are gathering over the moon. If this persists, it will inevitably drain your spirit and energy, posing particular harm to the womenfolk of the household. The moment He Hong saw the grey-robed figure, he gasped in surprise.
Master Qi? What an unexpected guest. When did you arrive in Jinling? Why didn't you inform me?
He hurriedly gestured for him to sit.
I returned just a couple days ago.
The house I purchased happens to be near Jinling Manor.
If this were a stranger, I wouldn't have spoken up. But as old acquaintances, I felt compelled to offer some advice.
After taking his seat, Qi Dingxiang spoke solemnly, Northern Lord, heed my counsel. Demolish that small house to the east and transform it into a pond. Only then can the dragon's energy flow freely, driving away the greedy wolf.
This is the path to building your family's fortune, attracting good fortune, and warding off misfortune.
He Hong's figure froze upon hearing these words. Only then did he recall that earlier, when Chen Fan had stood at the doorway, he had also inquired about the small martial arts hall to the east.
Could it be that Chen Fan had already discerned the feng shui imbalance back then? Unbelievable. Chapter 97, the feng shui plan was flawed. He Hong studied Chen Fan for a few more moments before addressing Qi Dingxiang.
Mr. Qi, thank goodness you pointed this out. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have known I'd fallen into a trap. That small building is the martial arts hall I built, essentially a training room. At the time, I just thought of it as a casual space to use, nothing major, so I didn't bother asking you to take a look.
I never imagined it would be such a major taboo. That's quite normal.
Most laypeople are like you, they don't take such minor projects seriously. But when I designed your mountain villa years ago, I specifically incorporated the Qiankuan formation. A single misstep can lead to a 1,000-mile error. Never make arbitrary changes again. Chen Fan listened to their conversation nearby and learned this man was Qi Dingxiang, a renowned expert in geomancy, particularly skilled in feng shui arrangements.
To spot the eastern issue at a glance showed this fellow possessed considerable skill.
Chen Fan preferred to keep a low profile and wasn't eager to showcase all his abilities in front of He Hong.
With someone else taking the lead, he was naturally happy to stay in the shadows. Unexpectedly, though Qi Dingxiang's diagnosis was spot on, his proposed solution was utterly flawed. Converting the training room into a small pond might not affect He Xian, but it would be detrimental to He Hong. The optimal solution was to level the area completely, leaving it untouched was the wisest course. With this in mind, he interjected, Northern King, I suggest you consult other Qingwu masters to discuss and devise the optimal solution. Qi Dingxiang's expression darkened instantly at Chen Fan's questioning of his plan. He Hong hadn't anticipated Chen Fan's emotional intelligence being so low, suggesting he consult others right in front of Qi Dingxiang. He had mistakenly assumed Chen Fan was knowledgeable, which was why he had asked about the training room upon entering. But now it seemed Chen Fan understood nothing at all. It had been pure coincidence, and he had overthought it entirely. Still, He Hong didn't blame Chen Fan. After all, he was so young, a bit of low emotional intelligence was understandable. There was no need to be overly critical. Still, this matter needed proper resolution. Angering Qi Dingxiang would do Chen Fan no favors in his future endeavors. With that thought, He Hong gave Chen Fan a meaningful glance, signaling him to keep quiet. He then turned to Qi Dingxiang with a smile and said, Master Qi and I have known each other for many years. He's designed the feng shui for several of my properties, and he's never made a single mistake. It's precisely because of our close relationship that he came to inform me of the issue without charging a fee.
Chen Fan, you may be young and inexperienced in these matters. You likely don't know how exorbitant Master Chi's feng shui consultation fees are. Even the high-ranking officials and wealthy elites in Yanjing have to queue up to book him, and sometimes they can't even secure an appointment. So I needn't bother with anyone else, I wouldn't trust them anyway. Master Chi's judgment is spot on. Rest assured. Kai Dengxiang, flattered by such praise, visibly softened. He nodded his head with satisfaction, deciding to let bygones be bygones and not dwell on Chen Fan's earlier remarks. Even the most skilled can slip up. When it comes to the safety and fate of Yuan Yixian, it's best to err on the side of caution. At Chen Fan's words, both He Hong and Qi Dengxiang's expressions darkened. Hey, what exactly are you implying? Spit it out clearly. Do you think I'm too old, my eyesight failing, my mind clouded, unable to grasp even this minor issue without someone correcting me? I've put up with you since you walked in. Not only did you not greet me properly, but you've been nitpicking my every move. What? Do you know something about feng shui too? If you think my solution is flawed, then tell me yours. Ha! Qi Dengxiang had been sitting on the sofa chatting with He Hong. After Chen Fan's challenge, he stormed to his feet, arms crossed, glaring down at Chen Fan with fury etched across his face. Seeing trouble brewing, He Hong hurriedly soothed Qi Dengxiang, speaking softly, Master Qi, please don't take offense. This young man speaks bluntly out of concern for me. He just wants to resolve matters thoroughly and efficiently, fearing delays might cause complications. He means no disrespect, don't let it get to you. Don't let his youth fool you. Chen Fan possesses considerable skill in both medicine and martial arts. But as you know, we martial artists tend to be all muscle and little brain. It's only natural he's not the most articulate. Though He Hong was apologizing to Qi Dengxiang, his words were entirely protective of Chen Fan. Qi Dengxiang sensed He Hong's unusual regard for Chen Fan. Seeing their close rapport, she couldn't refuse He Hong's face. Forcing down her anger, she said, fine. At my age, I can't very well pick a fight with a child, especially one who's an outsider. But Chen Fan, let me warn you, not everyone has my temperament. Especially someone like me, a Qingwu master. Every word I speak is weighed and considered. You make rash judgments without understanding anything, and that easily angers others. Before coming in, I observed outside for quite some time. Replacing that training room with a small pond is absolutely the best solution. No one else could suggest anything better. It wouldn't matter who you asked. He Xian, who'd been listening nearby, saw Chen Fan's humiliation and grinned. Some people really overestimate themselves, she said. How dare they criticize in front of a true feng shui master? Where do they get the nerve? Chen Fan, no offense, but if you don't know what you're talking about, just keep quiet like me. Why did you have to show off? Even if you were trying to impress my grandfather, you shouldn't have said those things in front of Master Qi. Are you stupid or something? He Xian always treated Chen Fan as her peer, so she spoke without reservation. He Hong felt both amused and exasperated upon hearing his granddaughter's words. But this time, he didn't scold He Xian. Her words were exactly what he wanted to say. He intended to groom Chen Fan to eventually take over his business, but Chen Fan's emotional intelligence was currently far too low. With such a lack of social awareness, no matter how capable he might be, he'd struggle to make a real impact. He hoped Chen Fan would learn from this incident and make amends. Alright, Xian, there's no need to rub salt in the wound. I believe Chen Fan already understands his mistake. Let's not dwell on it. Seeing He Hong didn't trust him, Chen Fan paused before explaining, transforming that training room into a small pond might indeed mitigate the feng shui's adverse effects on the women in the household. However, doing so would create an imbalance. While He Xian would be unaffected, the dragon energy within Bei Wang would be suppressed. Over time, this won't just make him foggy-minded and prone to rash decisions, it'll seriously harm his health and shorten his lifespan. In my opinion, simply leveling that training room to create open ground would suffice. There's absolutely no need for such a grand undertaking as digging a pond. Alarmist nonsense. Utter rubbish. After Chen Fan voiced his opinion, Qi Dengxiang rolled her eyes dramatically and offered her 8-character verdict. You're just a kid, yet you're acting like some grandmaster here. As if you know everything. Do you think there's some huge flaw in the solution I proposed that I wouldn't have noticed? Who do you think you're looking down on? Chapter 98, Building the Model, Testing. He Xian never trusted Chen Fan as much as He Hong did, and now she saw him as nothing but a smooth-talking little con artist. To gain her grandfather's favor, he'd say anything. Chen Fan, you've got to stop this nonsense. You're so desperate to climb the ladder you've lost all sense of propriety, even questioning Master Qi. Even if you have some talent, it's useless. Who knows what trouble you'll cause in the future? He Xian spoke indignantly, urging He Hong not to place too much trust in Chen Fan. Fearing his granddaughter might provoke Chen Fan, He Hong feigned anger. Xian, stop spouting nonsense. What could a child like you possibly understand? Go back to your room and rest. He Hong feared that with He Xian present, the entanglement between Chen Fan and Qi Dengxiang would only deepen. He promptly dismissed the little girl. He Hong rarely spoke to He Xian with such sternness. She snorted indignantly and trudged upstairs, looking utterly aggrieved. She believed her grandfather's treatment of her was all Chen Fan's fault, making her dislike him even more. Chen Fan paid it no mind. He and He Xian had never been close. He'd only reciprocated He Hong's courtesy by pointing out the feng shui issue to prevent misfortune, nothing more. Master Qi, Mr. Chen, I know you both have my best interests at heart. Let's put this matter to rest. You are both esteemed masters I deeply rely on. Don't let this trivial matter turn us into sworn enemies. He Hong interjected to smooth things over. Qi Dingxiang sneered, Your Highness overthinks matters. I've traveled the martial world for years. What sort of people haven't I seen? To lose my temper over such a trifling matter with a junior? How utterly beneath me. I've encountered no fewer than 100 such clowns who speak without restraint just to grab attention and curry favor. I merely wish to remind you, North King, that you must exercise caution and discernment when evaluating talent. Keep your eyes open and don't let yourself be deceived. As for this young brother here, the fact that the Northern King holds you in such high regard shows you possess certain strengths. I don't know you well enough to comment on other aspects. But since we've crossed paths, I'll offer this advice: it's best to keep your feet on the ground. Don't always dream of soaring to the heavens, especially in our line of work, where pretending to know what you don't could cost someone their life. Chen Fan listened to Qi Dingxiang's impassioned speech and earnest admonitions, wearing a faint smile. Master Qi, when I pointed out your error earlier, it wasn't to show off my own abilities. I simply didn't want the Northern King to suffer harm, nor did I want this minor slip-up to become a stain on your career as a Qingwu practitioner. If you insist on arguing, we can certainly debate the matter and see who is right and who is wrong. What did you say? In all his long years, Qi Dingxiang had never been lectured in such a patronizing tone, as if he were a schoolchild. Though Chen Fan's words weren't harsh, they rang particularly jarring in his ears. The more humble Chen Fan appeared, the more it exposed Qi Dingxiang as stubborn, incompetent, and arrogant. How could Qi Dingxiang possibly tolerate this? He'd already lumped Chen Fan in with those scheming, manipulative types. So you're spouting nonsense, pretending to know things you don't, and you expect me to be understanding? Fine. I'll address your point directly. Go ahead, how do you propose we discuss this? Chen Fan shrugged. Simple. We can build a micro-model to test both our approaches. That way we'll see whose conclusions hold up. It avoids arguments. How about it? As he spoke, his expression remained utterly unruffled, his gaze fixed on Qi Dingxiang as though she were nothing more than a child throwing a tantrum. That expression deeply wounded Qi Dingxiang's pride. He slammed his fist on the table and snapped, You little bastard. You've got some nerve. You won't believe it until you see it with your own eyes, huh? Fine. If you want to test it, I'll test it with you. We'll build the model right now. After testing, if it proves you're spouting nonsense here, what will you do? I'll accept whatever punishment you deem fit. Compared to Qi Dingxiang's aggressive stance, Chen Fan's composure was almost unnerving. So calm, in fact, that for a moment, He Hong couldn't tell which of the two was actually the older one. Alright, since you put it that way, I'll show some sincerity. If it turns out you're right, from this day forward, every time I, Qi Dingxiang, see you, Chen Fan, I'll perform 3 bows and 9 kowtows to thank you for enlightening me today. The last few words practically spat out through clenched teeth, revealing just how furious Qi Dingxiang was at that moment. Chen Fan shrugged indifferently. Whatever you say. You. Qi Dingxiang clenched his fists tightly, vowing silently that once he won this duel, he would make Chen Fan pay dearly. He would give him a lesson he'd never forget, and see if he dared to be so arrogant again. Seeing the two men about to come to blows, He Hong's face darkened. Gentlemen, this is unnecessary. You are both my honored guests. Why not each take a step back? Let's prioritize harmony. Not a chance. I've been in the Qingwu realm for years. Having a junior point fingers at me? I'll never swallow that pride. Today, we settle this once and for all. After Qi Dingxiang finished speaking, Chen Fan followed with a calm tone, Rest assured, North King. This contest is merely to prove whose proposed solution is better for your health. Our original intention is to resolve the feng shui issues in your manner. We're focusing on the matter at hand and won't hold any grudges. He Hong glanced at Chen Fan, who sat with an air of supreme confidence, as if everything were under his control. But could someone so young truly understand feng shui formations better than Qi Dingxiang? A huge question mark appeared in He Hong's mind. Alas, both men had resolved to settle this through tangible results. With no other option, He Hong ordered his men to prepare the materials needed for constructing miniature models. Their contest was straightforward, each would use a small mold to simulate the villa's layout, then implement their respective plans. By observing the flow of energy within the mold, they could determine whose design was more suitable for He Hong's estate. Qi Dingxiang went first. His plan involved transforming the Eastern Training Hall into a pond stocked with koi. This would harness the koi's vital energy to counteract the harsh energy in the East, resolving the issue of the East being higher than the West. Consequently, the negative influence on the women of the household would naturally dissipate. After testing Qi Dengxiang's plan, the energy flow indeed improved significantly, and the lingering Inshar energy vanished completely. Though He Hong knew nothing of Qinggu techniques, as a cultivator he was highly sensitive to energy flow and could discern the internal circulation. It matched Qi Dengxiang's description perfectly, seemingly flawless. Well, Qi Dengxiang asked Chen Fan smugly. What do you think, you little brat? Is there a problem with my plan? He expected Chen Fan to immediately hang his head in defeat, but instead, Chen Fan calmly nodded. There is a problem. You stubborn as a dead duck, huh? Then tell me what's wrong with it. Qi Dengxiang was furious. The model was already built, how could Chen Fan still argue with him? He's got a screw loose. Watch closely. Facing Qi Dengxiang, who was fuming with rage, Chen Fan remained completely calm and composed throughout. He walked up to the model and blew a soft breath toward the koi pond. The next moment, the scene transformed dramatically. The water in the koi pond suddenly turned pitch black. The model and everything inside had been prepared by He Hong's butler. There was absolutely no way any trickery could be involved. So when He Hong witnessed this transformation, he was utterly stunned. The water, it's blackened? Chapter 99, a few words exposed Qi Dengxiang's true colors. Whoa! While He Hong stood in utter shock, Qi Dengxiang sucked in a sharp breath. His previously arrogant expression instantly dimmed. He stared at Chen Fan in utter shock, speechless for a long moment. Chen Fan curved his lips into a faint smile, calmly explaining, water and fire complement each other, yin and yang harmonize. I imagine when Master Qi designed this layout, he must have considered the North King's birth chart, deeming him a fire element destiny, hence pairing him with water. This was excellent in principle, but Master Qi overlooked one crucial point: wind aids fire and harms water. Your mountain villa is situated high in the mountains, not only at an elevated elevation but also frequently exposed to easterly winds. Consequently, fire flourishes while water is depleted. Over time, your temper will grow increasingly volatile, potentially transforming your disposition entirely. You may become reckless and unaware, ultimately reaping what you sow. After finishing his explanation, Chen Fan smiled and turned to look at Qi Dengxiang. Master Qi, am I correct? At that moment, Qi Dengxiang's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen. He never imagined he'd made such a foolish mistake. Kai Dengxiang had been so preoccupied with how to resolve the feng shui to propel He Hong to the highest ranks that he had forgotten the principle of moderation. Mr. Chen is absolutely correct. I concede completely. Qi Dengxiang was left speechless. Seeing was believing this time. He had truly made a fool of himself. Recalling his own sharp-tongued, relentless pressure moments ago, Qi Dengxiang wished he could dig a hole and bury himself in it. He Hong was caught completely off guard by this reversal. Initially, he'd been calculating how he could cover for Chen Fan if it turned out he was spouting nonsense. Who would have thought that in the end, it was Qi Dengxiang who apologized and admitted defeat? How awkward. Everyone slips up sometimes. Master Qi, there's no need to blame yourself. As for Mr. Chen, I'm surprised you're so well versed in the art of Qingwu divination. He Hong's words carried both reassurance and genuine surprise. He was already quite satisfied with Chen Fan, and now seeing that Chen Fan was also so knowledgeable in feng shui, even outshining the renowned Qi Dengxiang, he was undoubtedly overjoyed. His gaze toward Chen Fan was filled with admiration. Just a little understanding, Chen Fan replied modestly, bowing his hands. If the Northern King requires a place to practice, there's no need to dismantle this training room. Simply bury this object beneath the Polonia tree to the west, and the issue will resolve itself. As he spoke, Chen Fan pulled the lightning-struck jujube wood token he had requested from Shuesan earlier from his pocket and handed it to He Hong. He Hong took the heavy, black token, noticing the vivid red character thunder engraved upon it. He asked curiously, Mr. Chen, what exactly is this? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Qi Dengxiang, standing nearby, saw the object and her pupils contracted sharply. She snatched the thunder-struck jujube wood token from He Hong's hand, cradling it in hers as she examined it, her expression turning deathly pale. A genuine thunder-struck jujube wood token? Mr. Chen, where did you get this? It was given to me. Chen Fan's single sentence left Qi Dengxiang utterly dumbfounded. Given? Someone would actually give this away? He Hong looked utterly bewildered and asked, Master Qi, is this lightning-struck jujube wood token very precious? It's not just precious, it's practically unheard of in this world. Using this to balance the layout is nothing short of squandering a treasure. Qi Dengxiang clutched the thunder-struck jujube wood tablet tightly, utterly unwilling to let He Hong bury it underground. In his view, such a precious thunder-struck jujube wood token should be reverently enshrined for future emergencies. How could burying it in the ground be such a waste? Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. There's no squandering anything here. Isn't everything made to be used? This thunderstruck jujube wood tablet is serving its purpose right here, that's putting it to good use. We can always find another use for it later. Chen Fan's nonchalant response left Qi Dengxiang speechless with frustration, nearly choking on his anger. But this time, he dared not vent his anger recklessly at Chen Fan. Instead, he pleaded earnestly, Your Highness, if you truly can't bear to part with that training room, you could simply relocate it elsewhere.
Just level the site. Why waste such a prime piece of lightning-struck jujube wood? Mr. Chen, if you truly care so little for it, why not give this thunder-struck jujube wood token to me? I've been planning to set up the Heavenly Thunder formation for some time now.
With the enhancement of this token, it would surely make the task twice as effective with half the effort.
He Hong finally understood.
All this commotion was because Qi Dingxiang coveted the valuable item Chen Fan had given him and now wanted to claim it for himself.
Good grief.
Just minutes ago, this guy was ready to pounce on Chen Fan, practically tearing him to shreds with criticism.
Now he's clutching the other's belongings like they're his own, begging desperately. The art of changing one's face smooth as silk. Not that I look down on you, but it's best you don't set up that thunder array.
You don't want to invite trouble, Chen Fan said coldly, his gaze fixed on Qi Dingxiang.
You're just looking down on me, aren't you? Qi Dingxiang retorted, his face darkening.
Chen Fan, I may have been careless earlier and failed to grasp the whole situation, which is why I lost to you. But that doesn't mean I, Qi Dingxiang, am some worthless charlatan.
What thunder array could I possibly fail to set up? If you don't want to give me this thing, just say so. No need to humiliate me like this.
Chen Fan leaned back in his chair.
To deploy a Heavenly Thunder array, one must not only possess the Thunderstrike Jujube Wood token's blessing but also have sufficient spiritual energy to activate it.
Otherwise, one risks the array backfiring, not only destroying all cultivation but potentially costing one's life.
Master Qi, ask yourself honestly, is your current cultivation level sufficient to generate that much spiritual energy? Qi Dingxiang retorted, I can set up a spirit gathering array.
A spirit gathering array channels spiritual energy by sacrificing spiritual power. Simply put, it still requires an exceptionally potent spiritual item like a spirit stone as its driving force.
Do you have one?
At Chen Fan's words, Qi Dingxiang, who had been fiercely aggressive a moment before, instantly wilted.
No. Chen Fan pressed on, then are you the Qingwu Celestial Master?
If so, you could transform the essence of the Qingwu into a spirit body to supply spiritual energy. If I were the Celestial Master of the Azure Crow, I wouldn't be stuck in this little Jinling. I'd have made a name for myself throughout the Jiangnan region long ago, Qi Dingxiang retorted, his voice filled with frustration. The path of the Azure Crow also requires cultivation of magical arts, and the process is far more arduous than martial cultivation. To ascend from an ordinary Qingwu practitioner to a true celestial master requires not only favorable timing, location, and human connections, but most crucially, sufficient innate talent. Though Qi Dingxiang was revered as a master by tens of thousands within Jinling's Qingwu circles, he remained far from attaining the rank of celestial master. Those he had encountered before were either outsiders or, though insiders, lacked his own strength. Over time, this had fostered a certain arrogance within Qi Dingxiang. But today, being brought back down to earth by a junior like Chen Fan was nothing short of humiliating.
Enough.
This was all my own doing, failing to recognize my place and stubbornly challenging Mr. Chen.
My apologies. I overestimated myself. Calmly, Qi Dingxiang was fully brought back to reality.
He walked up to Chen Fan, bowed his head in apology, and was about to kneel down to fulfill his promise, performing the formal 3 bows and 9 kowtows. Just as Qi Dingxiang bent his knees, Chen Fan grabbed his arm. Master Qi, to recognize one's error and return to the right path is the greatest virtue.
Let's consider what happened earlier just a joke. That won't do, Qi Dingxiang insisted with fierce pride. I'm a prominent figure in the Qingwu realm. My word is my bond. Mr. Chen, you've taught me a valuable lesson today. One must not be overly arrogant. Even if I didn't have to honor the wager, I'd still do this simply to thank you.
Qi Dingxiang stubbornly knelt down and kowtowed several times to Chen Fan. Mr. Chen saw right through my abilities. I believe your achievements in the Qingwu realm are no less than mine.
May I ask, have you already cultivated into a true Qingwu celestial master? Qi Dingxiang's question stunned He Hong.
Chen Fan's prowess in both medicine and martial arts was already formidable and terrifying.
If he were also a Qingwu celestial master, wouldn't that make him all around omnipotent? Chen Fan neither wished to confirm nor deceive Qi Dingxiang, ultimately choosing silence. Her senior sister, Dongfan Lingyan, was the Qingwu patriarch.
Having studied under him for several years, though she hadn't reached his level, attaining the rank of a minor celestial master was certainly within her grasp.
Chen Fan's silence spoke volumes to Qi Dingxiang. He sighed in self-deprecation.
How foolish of me to strut about everywhere, so full of myself, not realizing that in front of Mr. Chen, I was as childish and laughable as a little kid.
Chapter 100, Class Reunion. Qi Dingxiang rarely displayed such humility.
At least in the years He Hong had known him, he had never seen him wear such an expression.
While utterly astonished, He Hong couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Chen Fan truly was a genius.
Thankfully, he had discovered him early. He was certain that, apart from himself, no one else knew just how multifaceted and formidable Chen Fan truly was.
If he could act before others witnessed Chen Fan's true power and secure him as the son-in-law of the Yi family, wouldn't the Yi family's future be limitless?
He Hong's mind was racing with calculations, wishing he could marry Chen Fan and He Xian today. Shi Dingxiang, filled with admiration for Chen Fan, seized the moment while Li Hong was lost in thought and proactively inquired about the possibility of becoming Chen Fan's disciple. Chen Fan declined without hesitation, merely suggesting they could exchange insights and spar in the future.
Though disappointed, Shi Dingxiang did not press the matter.
Next, he and Li Hong probed indirectly, asking Chen Fan questions about his background and origins.
However, Chen Fan evaded them all with vague answers. Seeing Chen Fan's reluctance to elaborate, they dared not press further. Having encountered such a master as Chen Fan, Shi Dingxiang naturally didn't want to leave so soon. He stubbornly stayed on, sharing lunch with Chen Fan and exchanging personal phone numbers before finally departing, thoroughly satisfied. Afterward, Chen Fan also rose to take his leave, boarding the car arranged by Li Hong to return to Villa Number 1. He Xian was thoroughly displeased by this turn of events. Sitting sulkily on the sofa with her pouty lips, she snapped, "Grandpa, why did you let him ride in my car? And you actually went on, urging him to attend tomorrow's dinner with Fu Liye? Does he even deserve it? I just can't fathom what's so special about him that you'd go out of your way like this." Hearing his granddaughter's words, Li Hong sighed deeply. Xian, listen to Grandpa. Though Chen Fan is about your age, his capabilities are extraordinary, far surpassing even Grandpa's. Given time, he will surely become a dragon among men. When you see him in the future, you must be respectful and obedient. Stop acting so recklessly, understand? He Xian snorted in disbelief. Him? A dragon among men? Grandpa, you're really overestimating him, aren't you? You just don't understand Grandpa's good intentions. He Hong sighed deeply, then fell silent. He Xian, however, believed her grandfather had been brainwashed by Chen Fan. She vowed to expose his true colors and rescue her grandfather from this dangerous situation. On the way back, Chen Fan received a call from an old classmate. The caller, Kang Chengfang, announced that the class monitor was getting married and was organizing a pre-wedding gathering. Dinner was set for 6 p.m. tonight at the Love Style Hotel. Chen Fan wasn't keen on attending. He'd long lost touch with these classmates. As the saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished. Most of them had been merely acquaintances during school, and who knew what trouble might arise at the dinner table. But the class monitor had been exceptionally kind to Chen Fan back in their school days. When Chen Fan was hungry, the monitor would often share snacks with him, encouraging him to study hard and achieve academic success. Driven by a desire to repay this kindness, Chen Fan accepted the invitation. After returning home, he rested briefly before heading to the Love Hotel around 6 o'clock. At the same time, in the 888 VIP room of the Love Style Hotel, the students who had arrived early were taking turns toasting their homeroom teacher, Wu Hua. Leading the group was Kang Chengfang, the one who had called Chen Fan. Kang Chengfang was always fond of organizing gatherings, and with his recent promotion, he had deliberately arranged this event to show off his new status. Wu Hua felt deeply satisfied seeing her students dressed so smartly and appropriately. After all these years, you still remember me. Seeing how well you've all done, your teacher is truly delighted. Kang Chengfang, even back in school, your organizational skills were the strongest in our class. Now that you've entered the workforce, you've truly risen through the ranks. Teacher raises a toast to you. Congratulations on becoming Chang Group's youngest manager. Kang Chengfang had intended to boast himself, and hearing Wu Hua voice his very thoughts made him overjoyed. Thank you, Teacher Wu. This is all thanks to your guidance back then. But honestly, compared to this minor manager position, Yumeji is truly the most outstanding among our class. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she possesses extraordinary talent. I hear she's already established herself in a major corporation. Truly remarkable. At Kang Chengfang's words, all eyes turned to Yumeji. Yumeji possessed an aloof elegance, a flawless face, and a stunning figure. Back in school, she was unquestionably the most beautiful girl. Most remarkably, she wasn't just a pretty face, she was a true goddess of intellect and wisdom. As Kang Chengfang mentioned, Yumeji had already established herself in the provincial capital. Her attendance at this reunion was purely coincidental. She happened to be in Jinling on business. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy for these classmates to catch a glimpse of her. Having spent years in a major corporation, Yumeji was worldly and well-traveled. She didn't take such small gatherings or flattery too seriously, merely offering a faint smile to everyone present, unlike Kang Chengfang, who was clearly basking in his own pride. Among all the students present, Wu Hua admired Yumeji the most. She smiled with half-closed eyes, saying, Meiji never forgets her roots. Every holiday season over the years, she sends me messages with blessings. Unlike some students who practically turn their heads away when passing me, refusing to acknowledge my existence. I almost feel guilty about my nurturing, thinking their low academic credentials and lack of career success make them unworthy of speaking to me. But education is merely a reflection of one's cultural background. True capability is the real foundation. Take Kang Chengfang, for instance. His grades were average in school, but he excelled at networking and still thrived in the company, a classic example of a capable professional. As one of Jinling's most selective companies, Chang Group would normally look down on someone like Kang Chengfang, who didn't graduate from a prestigious university.
Yet precisely because of his eloquence and shrewd tactics, he outshone the academic stars, skyrocketed to manager, and became their leader. Everyone present envied Kong Chengfang, especially Yuan Liang, who was currently stuck as a salesperson at a small company with little future prospects. Though Yuan Liang's looks couldn't hold a candle to Yumeji's, she possessed a captivating allure, with a seductive gaze and a style that was decidedly sexy and bold. For today's gathering, she had gone to great lengths to dress up, all in the hope of climbing into Kong Chengfang's good graces and securing a bright future for herself. No sooner had Kong Chengfang sat down than Yuan Liang wheeled her chair over to him, hooked her arm through his, and said with a charming pout, "Brother Kong, now that you're a manager at Changru, it shouldn't be too hard to get your little sister a job, right? The small company I'm at now looks like it's about to go under. There's no future here at all. I want to get out. Could you help me out?" Though Yuan Liang wasn't particularly striking in the face, her figure was exceptionally voluptuous. To curry favor with Kong Chengfang, she leaned obediently against his arm, pouting her lips and widening her eyes to project an innocent, adorable demeanor. Kong Chengfang had been captivated by Yuan Liang's provocative outfit the moment he walked in. Now that she was throwing herself at him, how could he resist? He immediately cupped her delicate, soft hand in his own, his eyes gleaming with desire. "Of course it's no problem. We were classmates back in the day. Now that I've made it big, I wouldn't just abandon an old classmate. Whatever kind of job you want, just tell me. I'll do whatever I can within my means." As the two shared an ambiguous glance, the class monitor curiously brought up a topic. "By the way, did you invite Chin Fan? Is he coming?" Chapter 101, A Bunch of Social Climbers. Silence fell over the group. They hadn't been in touch with Chen Fan for 3 years, so naturally, they hadn't thought to invite him. Kong Chengfang heard this and gave a faint, ambiguous smile. "I reached out to him. He said he'd come. Whether that's true or not, I can't say." Wu Hua sighed softly upon hearing them mention Chen Fan. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd almost forgotten we had someone like that in our class. Chen Fan lost both parents at a very young age, poor kid. Wonder how he's doing now." One person chuckled, "Orphaned, living off welfare. Probably just doing odd jobs after high school, right?" Speaking of Chen Fan, he made the front page a few years back. "Didn't you notice?" interjected a well-informed curly-haired boy. "Ha? He made the papers? For what?" Everyone looked on with eager curiosity, eager for the gossip. "It's been too long, I can't quite recall. Something about him marrying into the Qian family, but getting arrested right after the wedding. Forgot the exact crime, but he got sentenced to several years," the curly-haired guy said, only half remembering the details. If Kong Chengfang's call had gone through earlier, he must have just been released. Wonder if the Qian family still recognizes him as their son-in-law. Which Qian family? The one from Jinling? Wu Hua asked curiously. Yuan Liang seemed to recall something upon hearing this and exclaimed, "I know. It's Qian Hui's family. My distant cousin is Qian Hui's best friend. I heard Chen Fan got divorced by Qian Hui the moment he was released, left with nothing. She's not stupid, how could she possibly live with a convict? Wow, this guy's life story is way too eventful." After hearing this gossip, the classmates gasped in disbelief. Could it be true? The most inconspicuous orphan in school had actually been the Qian family's son-in-law and even served time in prison. Unbelievable. An orphan whose tuition was covered by donations instead of repaying society, he commits crimes? What a piece of trash. Exactly. I thought he'd work hard to succeed. Even if he couldn't make something of himself, he shouldn't have been so spineless going to live off someone else's family. What a disgrace to our school. Everyone chimed in with criticism of Chen Fan, even Wu Hua, the homeroom teacher, wore a look of disgust. Oh dear, if only Kong Chengfang hadn't called him. If he actually shows up, who knows what trouble he'll stir up. Seeing Wu Hua's worried expression, Kong Chengfang waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry, Teacher Wu. If Chen Fan had any self-awareness, he wouldn't have the nerve to show his face here. Alright, enough about him. It's bad luck to dwell on it. Everyone, eat and drink your fill. If you want more, just order. Today's on me." With Kong Chengfang's words, everyone's attention quickly shifted back to him. Kong Chengfang really was generous. Being a manager made all the difference. Of course. His monthly salary is equivalent to our yearly income. If I had that kind of money, I'd be generous too. Ha! We're doing fine. What Kong Chengfang earns in a month is just what we make in a year. If it were Chen Fan, he might never see that much money in his entire life. The crowd burst into laughter at this remark. The study committee member, however, felt inexplicably annoyed. These guys were treating Chen Fan's tragic life like a joke, casually making fun of it. That was too much. Just as she was thinking of an excuse to leave, the door to the private room slid open silently. And the one who entered was none other than Chen Fan, the very person they'd been mocking. His sudden appearance caused everyone's expressions to shift. They quickly stifled their laughter, lowering their heads as if nothing had happened. Though Chen Fan had heard their sarcastic remarks, he refused to stoop to their level.
He didn't want the class monitor to witness his humiliation. He pretended not to have heard their earlier remarks, striding confidently into the private room and immediately greeting the class monitor. Bu Huimei, long time no see. You're still as beautiful as ever. Chen Fan, stop teasing me. Bu Huimei's face flushed instantly, her voice dropping several octaves. I'm just stating the facts. Chen Fan smiled and added, congratulations on your marriage. Here's my red envelope. Bu Huimei froze, torn between laughter and tears. Chen Fan, I don't even have a boyfriend yet, how could I be getting married? Did you get the wrong person? Ha? Chen Fan froze, glancing toward Kong Chengfang. Didn't you say the class monitor was getting married? I was just joking. Kong Chengfang shrugged it off, feigning generosity as he stepped forward. It was just a white lie to make sure you, my old classmate, would come. Long time no see, let's sit down and catch up properly. Kong Chengfang acted like an old friend, ushering Chen Fan inside, but after searching for a while, they couldn't find an empty seat. Just as Bu Huimei was about to offer her seat, Yumeiji moved her bag from the adjacent chair behind her, freeing up a spot. Sit here. Seeing Yumeiji actively offer Chen Fan a seat, the other classmates all flashed jealous expressions. They too wanted to sit beside Yumeiji, but her bag on the seat clearly signaled she didn't want anyone close. No one dared push past her bag. Now Chen Fan had snatched the advantage, utterly infuriating. Not only the other boys, but even Kong Chengfang had some complaints about the situation. If he'd known this would happen, he would have ordered someone else to give up their seat. What right did a loser like Chen Fan have to sit next to the goddess? In truth, Yumeiji had offered Chen Fan the seat purely out of courtesy, not because she harbored any special feelings for him. After Chen Fan sat down, she instinctively shifted her chair further away, creating distance between them. No one wanted to sit too close to a convict who knew if he might suddenly snap. Seeing this, the other students breathed a collective sigh of relief. It seemed Yumeiji was just a kind person, not harboring any special feelings toward Chen Fan. Since Chen Fan had accompanied Rin Annie to meet Rinvita that morning, he deliberately changed into a suit he rarely wore, an overall rather presentable choice. But after visiting the He family, directing them to dig and bury the Jujubwood talisman, rearranging the feng shui layout, and then drinking heavily with He Hong and Qi Dingxiang, his clothes inevitably gathered wrinkles, and his shoes and pant legs were splattered with mud. This made the once neat suit look drab and dusty, as if he'd picked up someone else's discarded clothes to wear. Wu Hua scrutinized Chen Fan from head to toe, furrowing her brow. Mr. Chen Fan, what kind of work have you been doing lately? How did you get mud on your pants? Her question drew everyone's attention to the scene, and each face twisted with disdain. I was digging soil at noon and didn't notice. With that, Chen Fan rose and headed to the restroom to clean up. The moment Chen Fan left, the private room erupted in commotion. I knew Chen Fan couldn't possibly have a decent job. He's probably just hauling bricks on a construction site, no wonder he looks like that. What a poser. Wearing a suit while hauling bricks on a construction site? He must be out of his mind. Ah, that's just how insecure people act. But honestly, that suit looks pretty pricey, not like something he could afford. Probably just picked up someone else's cast-offs. TSK, looking like that, how could he even show his face at a class reunion? If I were him, I wouldn't dare meet anyone. Ha, what do you know? Just look at him, he probably rarely eats out. When he heard our reunion was at such a fancy place, of course he'd come to pig out for free. Wu Hua turned green upon overhearing the whispered gossip. She never imagined that among the students she had taught, there would be such a black sheep. It wasn't that Chen Fan was disgraceful for working as a bricklayer on a construction site. It was more that his unkempt appearance only highlighted her failure as a teacher. Before long, Chen Fan returned from the restroom. He keenly sensed the disdain in everyone's eyes toward him. Bu Huimei had intended to have Chen Fan move his chair closer to her so she could shield him, but Fong Kong didn't give her the chance. Chen Fan, I hear you were once a son-in-law at the Qian household? Must have gotten a decent share of the assets in the divorce, right? Is that suit from the Qians? Everyone detected the mocking tone in Fong Kangqing's voice and suppressed their laughter, fixing their gaze on Chen Fan, eager to hear his response. Chen Fan knew they were deliberately mocking him, but he didn't care. He spoke the truth. I left the Qian family with nothing, I didn't take a single thing. Chapter 102, Confusing Mr. Chengfang with Mr. Chen Fan? You. Wu Hua's expression darkened further upon hearing this. Does this Chen Fan really not understand a hint? Does he think he hasn't embarrassed himself enough? How could he say something like that? Wow, your life must be really tough then? No wonder you're working as a construction laborer. Kong Chengfang feigned concern. Ha? Chen Fan's mind was filled with question marks. Where did this guy get the idea that I'm working on a construction site? And he's so sure of it? This is beyond ridiculous. Seeing Chen Fan's puzzled expression, Kong Chengfang thought he was deliberately playing dumb to avoid being exposed. He immediately slapped Chen Fan on the shoulder in a buddy-buddy manner and said, Hey, Chen Fan, you don't have to pretend anymore. We're all old classmates who doesn't know who? After you got kicked out of the Qian family, you were penniless. Working as a bricklayer on the construction site must have been tough.
Even though I'm now a manager at Chang Group, I'd love to help you out. But you know as well as I do, big companies like ours hire top graduates.
With your criminal record, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do.
Kong Chang rattled off a long speech, and Chen Fan just thought the guy was crazy.
When did he ever ask for a job referral?
Before he could clarify, Yuan Liang interjected, "Our company isn't so picky.
For my sake, even with your record, management should be able to find you a position. What were you arrested for? Not petty theft, right? If you were caught stealing, we couldn't have you as a warehouse keeper. How about cleaning toilets instead?"
It might not be glamorous, but it's definitely less exhausting than hauling bricks on a construction site. Hearing this, the other students began to jeer. They pretended to be offering Chen Fan advice, but it was really just kicking him while he was down. Chen Fan heard these words and sneered inwardly.
Turns out Kong Chengfang just dragged me here to make fun of me. Chen Fan didn't want to waste his breath on such idiots.
He was about to leave this trouble spot and privately message Bu Huimei when a knock at the door interrupted his plans.
It was the waiter.
He pushed a small cart laden with several plates of visibly expensive dishes and a bottle of red wine worth over 100,000 yuan. The moment he entered, the waiter greeted them warmly. "Excuse me, everyone. These dishes and this bottle of wine were specially sent by our manager.
Mr. Chen Fan, we apologize for the lack of a proper welcome upon your arrival. The manager is currently handling an urgent matter but will personally come to accompany you and toast to your honor once he's free."
The waiter placed everything on the table and then bowed respectfully before exiting. Kong Chengfang mistakenly believed the waiter was addressing him, his eyes brimming with surprise and delight. He couldn't recall when he developed a relationship with the manager here. Presumably, news of his promotion to manager at Chang Group had reached the manager, prompting this special gesture of flattery. After all, Chang Group was a prominent name throughout Jinling, and this hotel frequently handled their business receptions, so they must have quietly taken note of him. The more Kong Chengfang thought about it, the more pleased he felt, inwardly praising the manager's savvy. He'd only visited this place 2 or 3 times, yet received such generous treatment, even being treated to such fine wine and cuisine. It was simply fantastic. The other classmates at the gathering all felt the same way. Who else could possibly receive such special honors besides Kong Chengfang? Little did they know, the waitstaff hadn't been referring to Mr. Chengfang at all, they'd been talking about Mr. Chen Fan.
Good heavens, Kong Chengfang.
When did you become such good friends with this hotel's manager? Just this bottle of wine alone costs more than all the dishes on our table.
Yeah.
We're totally riding on Brother Kang's coattails this time.
I've never even eaten here before, let alone received complimentary gifts from the restaurant. Move aside, everyone.
I need to snap a photo for the memories. Later, I'll post it on my social feed and show off.
I've never seen such fine wine before.
Hearing his classmates' flattery and praise, Kong Chengfang felt thoroughly pleased with himself. He secretly rejoiced that he'd been willing to splurge on this upscale venue, otherwise, he never would have scored such a sweet deal.
Chen Fan couldn't help but sneer inwardly.
Earlier, when he'd come up from downstairs, he'd run into the manager of the Love Hotel in the elevator. Having met him once before, the manager recognized him immediately and exchanged pleasantries. Upon learning he was coming to this private room, the manager immediately offered to send over some surprises. So these gifts were meant for him, not Kong Chengfang. It was only because the last 2 characters of Kong Chengfang's name sounded similar to his own that Kong Chengfang had mistakenly assumed they were intended for him.
Kong Chengfang, are you really that close with this hotel manager, close enough for him to send you all these gifts?
How deep is your friendship that he'd go to such lengths?
Before Kong Chengfang could respond to Chen Fan's words, the classmates pounced on him. Hey Chen Fan, why don't you just admit you're just jealous? Exactly. What's with all the snide remarks? You're just a country bumpkin, how could you possibly understand Brother Kang's status now? Exactly.
The youngest manager at Chang Group isn't just a flash in the pan. Brother Kong became a manager at his age, give him 2 more years, and he'll be general manager for sure. A single business gathering hosted by Chang Group at this hotel brings in profits of at least 100,000 yuan.
What's so hard to understand about that manager wanting to curry favor with Brother Kong to secure business? The group chattered away, each adding their 2 cents, until they'd somehow rationalized the entire affair.
Kong Chengfang initially felt uneasy, thinking the manager had no reason to lavish him with over 100,000 yuan worth of food and drink.
But as his classmates' flattery swelled his ego, Kong Chengfang began to find their reasoning increasingly plausible. With newfound confidence, he declared to Chen Fan, I can't be bothered with you. Don't embarrass yourself. Someone like you, stuck at the bottom of society, could never understand these things. Save yourself the humiliation.
Yu Meiji had never held Kong Chengfang in high regard. She believed that even if he was impressive, it was only within Jinling someone like her, who had made her mark in the provincial capital, was in a completely different league. But now, Yu Meiji had changed her mind. Their company had a branch office in Jinling, and depending on the status of visiting clients, they would select different hotels for hospitality.
The Asang hotel they were currently staying at was reserved exclusively for hosting the highest level guests. This alone made being treated as a VIP guest here an exceptionally rare honor. Not to mention the lavish gifts worth over 100,000 yuan. Such extravagance was something Yumeji had rarely witnessed even in the provincial capital. Yet Kong Chengfang remained utterly unfazed, as if the whole affair held little significance to him. It seemed she had underestimated him. Though Kong Chengfang had stayed in Jinling to build his career, his worldly experience was likely no less than hers. In an instant, Yumeji's demeanor shifted. Where she had previously maintained an icy beauty's composure, refusing even a smile for Kong Chengfang, her expression now softened considerably. She even offered him a sweet, genuine smile. Unaware of Yumeji's true thoughts, Kong Chengfang mistakenly believed she harbored feelings for him, which only fueled his growing sense of triumph. The impact of today's gathering far exceeded his expectations. His classmates were all revolving around him, a glory he hadn't experienced since joining the Chang group. Satisfying. Chapter 103, I do have that right. Kong Chengfang pressed his advantage, pushing Chen Fan aside to cozy up next to Yumeji. Yumeji, if there's anything you'd like to eat, I'll get it for you. If you don't like anything on the table, just order a few more dishes, charge them to me. Yumeji pursed her lips and smiled, no need. There's already so much fine wine and delicious food I can't possibly finish it all. Besides, the prices here aren't cheap. Ordering too much would be such a waste. What waste? To win a smile from a beauty, I'd gladly spend any amount. With these words, Kong Chengfang laid bare his intentions toward Yumeji. To curry favor with Kong Chengfang, the classmates began to cheer, declaring that Yumeji and Kong Chengfang were the most outstanding pair among their classmates, a match made in heaven. Yumeji smiled without comment. She had weathered far greater storms. Among the wealthy young men of the provincial capital, suitors were no stranger to her. She certainly wouldn't give in to such a minor display. In contrast, Yuan Liang, who had always been just a lowly salesperson, was seething with envy. Little did she know that the value of the freebies Kong Chengfang received from the manager alone equaled her entire annual income. Truly, comparing people makes you feel worthless, and comparing goods makes you want to throw them away. If she could marry such a promising young man, wouldn't she live in luxury and never have to look for work again? To prevent Kong Chengfang from falling into Yumeji's clutches, Yuan Liang cooed sweetly as she leaned toward him, sending him flirtatious glances. Kong Chengfang basked in the attention, feeling utterly smug. In reality, he wasn't a manager at Chang Group at all, just a manager's secretary. Chang Group was a den of hidden talents filled with top graduates. Those like him, who snagged positions through connections, were secretly looked down upon by everyone, treated as mere errand boys. And the very reason Kong Chengfang had secured this table today was precisely because he was the manager's secretary. He managed all the company-branded membership cards under the manager's name, which gave him the perfect opportunity to abuse his position and exploit loopholes. Originally, Kong Chengfang felt uneasy impersonating the manager, but now, buoyed by everyone's flattery and the mistaken belief that the manager of Love Hotel held him in high regard, pride swelled within him. His back straightened, his entire being felt light and elated, all distracting thoughts swept away. He felt that if he could truly embrace both Yuan Liang and Yumeji, the two beauties, in his arms today, he would have no regrets for the rest of his life. Overjoyed, Kong Chengfang casually picked up the bottle of red wine, ready to open it and share with everyone. During this, he deliberately turned to glance at Chen Fan, nodding his head emphatically as he said, "Chen Fan, you've never tasted wine this fine, have you? Don't worry, I'll make sure to pour you extra later. The rest of us here will likely have chances to drink such expensive wine again, but for you, this might be your only opportunity in a lifetime. Out of respect for our time as classmates, I won't shortchange you." Hearing this, Chen Fan didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter, looking thoroughly delighted. He even pushed his wine glass forward. "Sounds great. I'd love to taste what this wine is like. Fill it up for me." The moment he spoke, the entire room erupted in an uproar. Who could have imagined Chen Fan would be so brazen? Kong Chengfang was clearly trying to humiliate him, yet he didn't feel ashamed. He took it as a compliment and even played along, actually letting Kong Chengfang pour him a full glass. His mental fortitude was truly unmatched. "Chen Fan, are you okay? Can't you hear the subtext in Kong Chengfang's words? Do you really think you deserve this wine?" "Exactly. We're lucky to give you a couple drops to taste. A full glass? Who do you think you are? Seriously, some people should take a good look at their own faces before acting like they're entitled to have Brother Kong pour them wine." What a joke! The sycophants took turns mocking Chen Fan, their eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. Faced with the crowd's jeers and ridicule, Bu Huimei was about to retort, but Chen Fan sat there with a relaxed expression, propping his chin up and saying, "This wine was meant for me in the first place. You're all just piggybacking off my luck. How dare you stand here whining and complaining? Are you out of your mind? Drunk before you even took a sip?" Kong Chengfang's eyes widened in disbelief. "You say this wine was meant for you? What gives you the right, you bricklayer?" "Well, I just happen to have that right." Chen Fan's expression was half smile, half sneer. The waiter just said it was for Mr. Chen Fan. Are you Chen Fan? Bull. Did you have donkey hair stuffed in your ears? He clearly said Kong Chung Fong. Curly sneered. Everyone here can vouch for it. Are we all hearing things wrong, and only you're right? Ugh, you're disgusting. Serves you right for being in prison. Looks like you haven't reformed yet.
No one took Chen Fan seriously. Only Bu Huimei showed him some consideration, saying a few kind words only to be cut off abruptly by a barrage of retorts. Yumeiji rolled her eyes dramatically, regretting giving Chen Fan her seat. Sitting next to someone like this was downright embarrassing.
Chen Fan, cut it out already. Can you stop acting like a clown? You're just a peasant. Do you think the hotel's gone mad giving you gifts? Yuan Liang, acting like a shrew, flipped him off. Get lost already. Stop disgusting everyone. Nobody here wants you. Brother Kong kindly invited you to a nice meal, but you're so unpresentable. You keep pushing your luck, acting like you belong here. For heaven's sake, have some self-awareness.
As the insults grew harsher, Wu Hua tried to intervene but found himself powerless to stop it. They were classmates after all. They shouldn't have targeted Chen Fan like this. After all, he was a pitiful figure. But pity often comes with resentment. If Chen Fan hadn't stepped forward pretending to be something he's not, none of us would be berating him like this. Left with no choice, Wu Hua tried to reason with Chen Fan. I know things aren't going well for you now, and it must be frustrating. But that's just how life is. We're on completely different levels. Why make things harder for yourself? Facing his homeroom teacher's admonishment, Chen Fan remained silent and pulled out his wallet. Bu Huimei thought he intended to take out a loan to cover the meal and stopped him. Chen Fan, don't be impulsive. This isn't a small sum. Don't let your pride push you into paying. It's fine. I don't have to pay for my meals here. Chen Fan smiled faintly and tossed a black card from his wallet onto the table. Does anyone here recognize this card? The group exchanged bewildered glances. What the hell is this? Never seen one before. Yumeiji's pupils contracted as she covered her mouth in shock. This is a MasterCard from the Tang Group? Chapter 104, Who's Playing Pretend? The company Yumeiji worked for in the province had close ties with the Tang Group. She had personally witnessed the chairman using an identical card. At the time, Yumeiji had etched the card's design deep into her memory, secretly vowing that one day, she too would possess one. But who could have imagined that such a black MasterCard, one reserved exclusively for the ultra-wealthy or ultra-powerful, would be casually pulled out by Chen Fan? What was most infuriating was how casually Chen Fan stuffed it into his wallet without even a card sleeve, as if the card held no significance whatsoever. Chen Fan, how did you get something like this? You didn't steal it, did you? After confirming the card belonged to the Tang Group, Yumeiji slammed her hand on the table and glared at Chen Fan. Yeah, no doubt he stole it. Otherwise, what kind of construction worker has the right to own such a prestigious membership card? Curly snorted. Chen Fan, when will you finally kick this thieving habit? You've already served time in prison, haven't you learned your lesson yet? Even though Chen Fan produced the black MasterCard to prove his identity, not a single person believed the card was his. Only Kong Chengfan's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the card. He had been uneasy from the start about whether these drinks and food were meant for him. Now that Chen Fan stepped forward to claim them, his unease only deepened. However, as the voices questioning Chen Fan grew louder, Kong Chengfan gradually regained his confidence. He joined the chorus of classmates, saying, Chen Fan, I advise you to stop this farce. If we call the police and have you arrested, whether you stole someone's card or forged a fake one to show off, it won't end well for you. Kong Chengfang deliberately adopted a tone of earnest concern, as if genuinely looking out for Chen Fan. Bu Huimei also grew concerned, tugging at Chen Fan's sleeve to signal him to play it safe. Chen Fan couldn't be bothered explaining to these idiots, but he patiently addressed Bu Huimei. Kong Chengfang is just crying thief when he's the thief himself. The manager sent me these dishes because I bumped into him in the elevator earlier. He even said he'd come over later to toast us. Once that manager arrives, it'll be obvious who these gifts are for. His gaze swept over the entire table. But until then, none of you except Bu Huimei and me have any right to touch these dishes. I wouldn't normally mind treating you, but your attitude toward me has been utterly despicable. Let me make this clear, anyone who touches these items without my permission will be paying for them out of their own pocket. Chen Fan's warning fell on deaf ears. Enough already, what are you trying to pull? Warning us? Do you think we were born yesterday? 100 grand worth of stuff? You're just a country bumpkin who's never seen anything like this. You think we're like you, scared stiff by your threats? You're dead wrong. Sigh, Chen Fan, no offense, but you're just pitiful. You can't even fake it convincingly. This meal is on Brother Kong. Do you really think he'd care about such a small sum? Don't project your own limitations onto others. You'll just end up looking like a clown. Kong Chengfan was constantly bullied at work, too scared to even fart. But in front of his classmates, he holds his head high, the most successful among them. Even without lifting a finger, others would fight for him. This unprecedented sense of being the center of attention made Kong Chengfang ecstatic, feeling like today was a heavenly day. Though he had no real confidence, he was determined to save face. With this conviction solidified, Kong Chengfang stood up, smugly uncorked the red wine, and declared loudly, "Everyone, eat and drink to your heart's content. Don't let that dumb dog ruin your mood. These dishes may not be for me, but they certainly aren't for him. He has no right to boss us around here. Even if the hotel did make a mistake, I can afford to pay for it." Kong Chengfang's impassioned speech stirred up the emotions of all the classmates. They ate and drank without restraint, quickly polishing off the entire bottle. Chen Fan, however, didn't get a single drop. "Chen Fan, was what you just said true or false?" Bu Huimei asked anxiously. "Of course it's true. If you can't wait, I'll speed things up and prove it to you." Chen Fan smiled and called the manager of the Acehang Hotel. "Come quickly. I've run into a problem that needs your attention." The others in the room didn't realize Chen Fan was calling the manager. They thought he'd finally lost his temper. "Wow, calling someone? How thick-skinned do you have to be to pull that? Chen Fan, if you'd channeled that shameless spirit elsewhere, you wouldn't be in such a tight spot now. We were classmates once. If you hadn't gone too far yourself, would we have to isolate you like this?" Kong Chengfang feigned magnanimity, waving his hand dismissively. "Don't call me stingy. Pack up 2 dishes from the table for your friend, consider it my treat. After all, you probably won't get another chance to taste such fine wine and food in your entire lives." Curly-haired guy flattered and then took a dig. "Brother Kong is such a good guy. Chen Fan, why don't you thank Brother Kong right now?" Chen Fan glanced at this self-directed, self-indulgent spectacle and found it utterly bizarre. He must have been possessed when he answered Kong Chengfang's call, otherwise, why would he ever want to meet these people? Wu Hua sighed at the scene. "Chen Fan, your teacher doesn't expect you to be a big shot or roll in wealth. But you must at least have a basic sense of decency. Prison time wasn't wasted. Now that you're out, reform yourself and live properly. Even if you can't rise to great heights like others, at least act like a decent human being. Look at what you've done, it's utterly disgraceful." Yumeji shot Chen Fan a look as though he were a piece of trash, not even bothering to utter a word. "I'll save these words for the manager when he arrives." Chen Fan couldn't be bothered to say more. "Are you out of your mind? Still putting on airs at a time like this? I'm seriously fed up with you." Yuan Liang couldn't take it anymore and flipped him off again. Just then, a knock sounded at the private room door. Immediately after, the manager of Acehang Hotel entered, drenched in sweat. "Mr. Chen Fan, what might have happened?" Everyone turned to look at Kong Chengfang, who, ever the self-important one, rose and walked over. "No trouble at all, Before he could finish, the manager brushed past him without so much as a glance, approaching Chen Fan with trembling trepidation. "Mr. Chen Fan, are you dissatisfied with the dishes we served? Or is there another reason?" Chapter 105, Exposing the Counterfeit. The room fell deathly silent. Seeing the manager address Chen Fan directly while ignoring Kong Chengfang, everyone present was stunned. They rose from their seats one after another, their expressions filled with utter bewilderment. "Holy crap, could these drinks and dishes really be for Chen Fan? I'm speechless." Whispers began to ripple through the room, leaving the manager thoroughly puzzled. But he didn't press further. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on Chen Fan, waiting for his response. Chen Fan sighed deeply, tapping the table with his fingers in frustration. "I know you meant well by bringing these dishes and wine," he said, "but I haven't tasted a single bite of any of it. Instead, it's caused me nothing but trouble. What do you suggest we do about it?" Hearing this, cold sweat nearly dripped from the manager's forehead. Tang Group had explicitly instructed every employee at their entertainment venues to memorize Chen Fan's appearance. The incident where he was neglected due to Qianhui last time absolutely must not happen again. But now, it seemed like they'd messed up again. If word got back up the chain, his position as manager would likely be over. "Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. I failed to handle this properly. Please forgive me." Though the manager didn't understand the situation, he knew apologizing first couldn't hurt. "It's not your fault you didn't handle things properly. It's just that, through a series of unfortunate coincidences, someone shamelessly impersonated me and claimed all these things as their own." The manager exhaled in relief, then turned with fury, glaring at the crowd. "Who dares impersonate Mr. Chen Fan? The complimentary items we just delivered are worth over 100,000 yuan. This fraudulent claim is grounds for legal action. Whoever did this, step forward immediately. Do you want me to call the police?" At this, everyone backed away, none wanting to shoulder the blame. Finally, only Kong Chengfang remained standing there, frozen in place, utterly embarrassed. Even now, he stubbornly tried to wriggle out of it. Wiping sweat from his nose, he hurried to the manager and said with a touch of flattery, "Manager Gu, don't you recognize me? I'm Kong Chengfang from Chang Group. Just last week, I came here for a banquet with our department manager." Manager Gu, however, showed him no mercy. With a dismissive wave of his hand and a look of utter contempt, he retorted, "Are you out of your mind? We have countless guests dining here every day.
You're not even a department manager, why would I remember you? Am I crazy?
Manager Gu's sharp retort left Kong Chengfang's face alternating between pale and flushed.
Wait a minute.
Just as Kong Chengfang, humiliated, prepared to slink away, Manager Gu suddenly frowned as if remembering something. You're just an ordinary employee of Chang Group.
Who booked this private room? He asked this because he knew full well this VIP room hadn't been booked by Chen Fan.
Otherwise, with the power of a black MasterCard, it would have been an SVIP room at the very least. No sooner had Manager Gu finished speaking than Yuan Liang stepped forward, eager to make a fool of herself. You're just a lowly hotel manager, don't get too big for your britches. I have no words for you being a lackey for someone like Chen Fan, but our brother Kong isn't just any ordinary employee. He's the youngest manager at Chang Group.
You don't know what you're dealing with, you know? That's right. Brother Kang's status is no small thing either.
Don't you dare look down on him. I advise you, manager, to find a way to smooth things over quickly. If you cross Brother Kong, you won't get off scot-free. Yuan Liang's words seemed to serve as a wake-up call for the others, prompting them to engage in a rather heated argument with Manager Gu.
Kong Chengfang was so terrified his limbs went numb.
Cold sweat poured down his back in waves, and his lips trembled so badly he couldn't get a single word out.
Manager Gu sized up Kong Chengfang and sneered, "Manager of Chang Group? Ha! What a manager! Give me your name."
If you mentioned another company, I might not know, but only 5 people from Chang Group have the standing to book private rooms here.
Only one of them is manager level. I even played golf with him yesterday. How come I haven't heard about a new manager taking over?
Manager Gu advanced aggressively toward Kong Chengfang, who dared not even breathe loudly. If you won't tell me, I'll call and ask myself.
As he spoke, Manager Gu pulled out his phone, ready to verify Kong Chengfang's identity. Chen Fan hadn't expected things to escalate like this. What a spectacle! No, don't call.
I'm Kong Chengfang, the manager's secretary. Kong Chengfang replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz.
What? I didn't catch that. What exactly do you do?
Manager Gu leaned in, straining to hear. I said I'm not the manager, I'm the manager's secretary.
Kong Chengfang raised his voice in frustration.
At those words, Yu Meiji was utterly dumbfounded.
So all this time, Kong Chengfang was just a lowly manager's secretary?
And here they were, putting on such a show for Chen Fan, all this time only to discover that the biggest fraud was Kong Chengfang, the very person everyone had been praising the most? This was just too ridiculous.
Wu Hua was utterly dumbfounded. She had believed Kong Chengfang to be the most promising among the male students, yet now it turned out all of that was a sham?
Instead, it was Chen Fan, the one they looked down on the most, who earned genuine respect from Manager Gu. Such a reversal left her utterly dumbfounded.
TSK, Teacher Wu, it seems those 4 words, keep your feet on the ground, shouldn't have been directed at me, but rather at your most prized pupil. Chen Fan wasn't some pushover, nor was he a saint.
Since the other side had provoked him first, he wouldn't be blamed for kicking them while they were down. Wu Hua was so embarrassed he could have dug out a 3-bedroom apartment. His old face was burning with shame.
Enough. The truth of their familiarity is clear.
I won't waste my time on you shameless turncoats. Chen Fan swept his gaze over the cowering crowd, chuckling coldly. Manager Gu, they've devoured all the complimentary items, leaving me not a single sip untouched.
Make sure they settle their bill. As for the impersonation and private room booking, we'll settle that according to the rules.
Manager Gu nodded in agreement with Chen Fan's words, replying earnestly, Mr. Chen, you're absolutely right.
I'll take this to heart.
I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience this time. Next time, I will personally attend to you and ensure such a blunder never occurs again. With that, Manager Gu bowed again in apology. No problem, Chen Fan said, glancing sideways at Kong Chengfang with amusement.
Though the meal was ruined, the drama was quite entertaining.
It just cost my old classmate a pretty penny, heh. Hearing Chen Fan mock him like this, Kong Chengfang's face flushed crimson. He gritted his teeth, looking as if he wanted to tear Chen Fan apart. But the thought of his wallet forced him to swallow his pride and concede, Chen Fan, we were classmates.
You wouldn't be that heartless, would you? Today we're treating our teacher to dinner. You're part of our class too, so you should chip in. It's not right for me to foot the entire bill for such an expensive meal, is it?
Chen Fan never expected this guy would have the nerve to come moralize him.
This masterstroke genuinely stunned him.
Kong Chengfang, Chen Fan didn't touch a single bite of food or a drop of alcohol, yet you got him teamed up with classmates to berate him. Why should he shoulder your burden?
Bu Huimei finally found an opening to speak up for Chen Fan. Besides, didn't you brag that you'd cover the entire bill? Why are you coming to him now? You. Kong Chengfang's face turned green.
The class monitor's words were music to my ears.
Come on, let's grab a drink alone. Chen Fan shot Bu Huimei an approving glance before striding out with her. Kong Chengfang gritted his teeth and snapped at Manager Gu, regardless, I'm still part of the Chang Group.
Sure, I'm just a lowly manager's secretary now, but that's only because I'm new to the workplace.
Given time, my standing might not be inferior to that brat's. Besides, you'd better watch who you're picking on. If my superiors find out you're bullying me like this today, do you think they'll just let it slide? Kang Chengfang truly embodied shamelessness to the fullest. As a mere manager's secretary, he already dared to wield the Chang Group's name to lord over others. Chen Fan halted in his tracks, whipping his head around. What does Chang Group mean to me? Never mind that you're just a lowly manager's secretary. Even if Chang himself showed up today, he'd still have to pay his share. You dare address our CEO by name? Don't you want to live anymore? Kang Chengfang's face turned ashen once more, his plans thwarted by Chen Fan. Even Shang Tai himself wouldn't dare speak to me like that. Who do you think you are? Chen Fan sneered dismissively. No sooner had he spoken than a waiter burst through the door. Manager Gu, Chairman Chang has made a surprise visit to the Asang Hotel. He's downstairs. Kang Chengfang's face lit up upon hearing this. Mr. Chang? That must be our boss, Chang. Chen Fan, you're dead meat. I'm telling the boss right now that you've disrespected his dignity. I'll be damned if I don't see how you'll smooth this over. Bu Huimei's pretty face paled slightly. Chang Group was one of the top conglomerates in Jinling, and Shang Zong was a powerful figure in Shangbao district. If he heard these words, Chen Fan would be finished. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Fan coldly interjected. Getting Chang Tai to die is easy. Getting me to die is another story. Chapter 106, Chang Tai begs for help. The room fell deathly silent. Everyone present felt Chen Fan was overplaying his hand. Kang Chengfang sneered, you really are arrogant. Fine, let's go see Boss Chang right now. I'll see if you dare to be so brazen in front of him. Let's go. Chen Fan shrugged indifferently, stepping out of the VIP room ahead of them. Bu Huimei felt a twinge of unease, but recalling the formidable power Chen Fan had displayed moments ago, she concluded he must be utterly confident. Otherwise, he wouldn't be striding forward with such unwavering determination. Curiosity piqued, the others followed him out. At that moment, Chang Tai was just stepping out of the elevator. Today he looked particularly listless, sitting in his wheelchair, his entire body extremely weak. He kept his head down, and when he saw a row of feet appear right before his eyes, he thought hotel staff had come to greet him. But upon closer inspection, the shoes they wore didn't match the hotel uniform. They were a motley assortment of all kinds. Lifting his gaze, a familiar face came into view. Chang Daoshi was overjoyed and was about to greet him when Kang Chengfang suddenly adopted a pained and distressed expression. Chairman, did you hurt your foot? Oh, you've been working so hard, managing countless affairs day and night. I feel honored that Chang Group has such a dedicated boss like you. Chang Tai didn't recognize this minor manager secretary. He only found the guy annoying for interrupting his conversation with Chen Fan. The manager pushing Chang Tai's wheelchair, however, recognized Kang Chengfang immediately and asked with some surprise, Kang Chengfang, what are you doing here? Didn't you say your mother was sick and asked me for a day off? What? This is a hospital? Kang Chengfang had been so preoccupied with currying favor with the chairman and seeking opportunities for advancement that he had completely overlooked his immediate superior. Now that his lie had been exposed, he couldn't help but feel awkward. Hearing the manager's rebuke of Kang Chengfang, the classmates all fell silent. This Kang Chengfang was nothing but a lying, deceitful fraud. From the start, he'd lied to them about being a manager, when in reality he'd stolen the real manager's card to book the private room. Now caught red-handed by the actual manager, he'd even cursed his own mother to put on a show and host this banquet truly without a shred of integrity. Yumeiji felt utterly disappointed in Kang Chengfang. She rolled her eyes in disgust, secretly relieved she hadn't taken action yet. Kang Chengfang's true colors had been exposed, otherwise she would have been the one left holding the bag. Even Yuan Liang, who had been excessively attentive to Kang Chengfang before, now pulled away with a scowl, as if standing beside him was a matter of great disgrace. But the most devastated among them was undoubtedly Wu Hua, who had been Kang Chengfang's proudest supporter. Recalling her earlier tirade against Chen Fan and her effusive praise of Kang Chengfang, she felt as if invisible hands were slapping her face repeatedly. Kang Chengfang's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground. Manager Jing. Kang Chengfang tried to salvage the situation, scheming how to spin a lie to smooth things over. I was actually on my way to the hospital, but then I got invited to a class reunion. When I heard someone here badmouthing Boss Chang, I came over specifically to stick up for him. The manager rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. Who does this little manager's assistant think he is, speaking up for Chang? Ridiculous. Who dares publicly humiliate Mr. Chang? He. Kang Chengfang pointed at Chen Fan and launched into a dramatic tirade. The manager's face darkened, about to unleash a torrent of abuse at Chen Fan, when Chang Tai raised his hand and said, "This one, Kang Chengfang, let him go." Ha! Kang Chengfang was stunned. Mr. Chang, why are you firing me? Mr. Chen is a god among men, I wouldn't dare cross him. And you, a mere manager's secretary, dare to make a scene here? Chang Tai wasn't a fool. He could see right through Kang Chengfang's personal vendetta. Besides, even if Chen Fan had actually said that, he wouldn't dare voice the slightest objection.
At the Zhangguan exhibition, he'd witnessed Chen Fan's true strength and background firsthand.
How could he possibly afford to offend such a prodigy?
Seeing that Chang Tai not only didn't get angry at Chen Fan's offense but actually defended him, everyone was utterly shocked.
Who would have thought Chen Fan wasn't joking?
The formidable head of Shangbao district's dominant family, Chang Chengfang, dared not confront him.
How terrifying. Kong Chengfang, you can get out.
Manager, at Chang Tai's command, Kong Chengfang's face drained of color in an instant, panic setting in immediately.
Manager, please. Give me one more chance. Stop embarrassing yourself.
If it weren't for my connection with your uncle, I'd never have kept someone like you lacking both education and common sense by my side. The manager said sternly.
Your backdoor entry ends here. Don't bother coming to the office tomorrow.
I'll have HR pack your things and send them to your home.
Go chill wherever you like.
As his trusted right-hand man, he felt no need to hide his understanding of such social dynamics.
He didn't care either.
As long as the group thrived, he'd turn a blind eye to these abuses of power.
The farce concluded.
Kong Chengfang, too ashamed to face anyone, was hauled away by manager Gu's men and forced to settle the bill.
Chen Fan had no intention of lingering either. Just as he turned to leave, Chang Tai called out to him. Mr. Chen, please wait. Chen Fan asked without turning his head, what is it? Let go.
Chang Tai gave the manager a signal, then hurriedly maneuvered his electric wheelchair closer to Chen Fan.
Mr. Chen, I'm truly sorry.
I failed to recognize your true worth. Everything you told Butler Lu earlier has been verified, every word was accurate.
My health is now critically endangered. You must have a way to save me, right? Chen Fan had warned Butler Lu earlier that the Chang family's feng shui layout was severely problematic. If not rectified promptly, Chang Tai would soon be terminally ill.
But Chang Tai didn't take Chen Fan's words seriously at all. He sided with Butler Lu, who had driven Chen Fan away, thinking Chen Fan was a moron.
Only after the incident did Chang Tai realize his mistake.
After repeatedly interrogating the butler, he discovered that the man had looked down on Chen Fan, deliberately exaggerating his faults to slander him and ultimately doomed himself. Desperate to save his own skin, Chang Tai urgently sent people to find out Chen Fan's whereabouts. Learning he was at the Love Bar, Chang Tai immediately dropped everything and rushed over, terrified that any delay would cost him his life. Though Chang Tai kept a low profile and rarely ventured out, he was a prominent figure in Jinling, frequently featured in TV interviews and newspaper articles. Consequently, none of Chen Fan's classmates, including their homeroom teacher Wu Hua, were unfamiliar with Chang Tai or unaware of his exalted status. Now, witnessing such a high-ranking figure groveling and begging Chen Fan for forgiveness and medical help, they were all utterly stunned. What kind of power could a reformed convict possibly wield? This world was utterly absurd. Anyone else would have felt flattered and honored to see Chang Tai pleading like this. But Chen Fan's expression remained utterly calm, even tinged with coldness. If only you'd known today's outcome back then? Your butler gave me the cold shoulder, treating me like dirt. Isn't it a bit late to admit your mistake now? Seeing Chen Fan had no intention of saving him, Chang Tai panicked and lunged forward, tumbling off his wheelchair. The manager behind him was startled and rushed over to help, but Chang Tai pushed him away and knelt down on his own. Mr. Chen, everything that happened in the past was my fault. No matter how you want me to apologize, I will do everything in my power. I only ask you to save me this once. I truly don't want to die. That he would stoop to this before so many people showed he'd sought help elsewhere to no avail, pinning his last hope on Chen Fan. I can save you with conditions, Chen Fan replied after a moment's thought. Chang Tai's face lit up with joy. Mr. Chen, rest assured. Any condition you set that I can meet, I will agree to it. Your illness stems from geomancy. Take me to your home. Chang Tai felt as if he'd been granted a royal pardon. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Without another word, the manager helped Chang Tai back into his wheelchair and followed Chen Fan downstairs. Seeing Chen Fan's status, the crowd scrambled to follow, jostling to squeeze into the elevator, hoping to exchange a few words or get his contact information. Chen Fan paid them no mind, instructing Chang Tai's bodyguards to shoo them away. He then turned to Bu Huimei. Want to come in? I'll pass. You go ahead with your work. We'll connect later, Bu Huimei said, flattered and a bit overwhelmed. Alright, wait for my call. Chen Fan smiled and slowly departed with Chang Tai and the others. Chapter 107, The Condition Becoming the Major Shareholder of Chang Group. Seeing Chen Fan's elevated status, Bu Huimei felt genuinely happy for him. But just as the smile touched her lips, Yu Meiji muttered beside her, turns out he's just some feng shui charlatan. How ridiculous. I guess Mr. Chang was desperate enough to believe such nonsense. Yu Meiji considered herself clever for grasping the crux of the matter. Bu Huimei, however, felt a pang of resentment and immediately retorted, Mr. Chang is a man of great experience and insight. With so many brilliant minds in his advisory circle, he wouldn't fall for such tricks so easily. The fact that he pleaded so earnestly with Chen Fan proves Chen Fan has genuine abilities. You'd do well not to jump to conclusions. Earlier, Yumeji's words carried the weight of an imperial decree, while Buhuime found herself constantly challenged no matter what she said. But now, with the reversal of the shipwreck status, her influence among the classmates had shifted. Buhuime's words garnered widespread agreement. Everyone acknowledged that Chen Fan's possession of a black MasterCard signaled his deep connections with the Tang group. Achieving such status wasn't something small-time hustlers could pull off. Yumeji, thoroughly humiliated, felt anything but beautiful inside. Stomping her foot angrily, she declared, "Forget it. You can't explain ice to a summer insect. I can't be bothered to explain all this to you lot. Jinling really is backward, even a con artist like him can thrive here. I'd better head back to the provincial capital to develop my career. At least the wealthy there aren't so ignorant. And when I get back, I'll tell my boss to cut ties with the Chang group." That Chang must be losing his mind. Curly Hair heard Yumeji say this and wore an expression of utter disbelief. "Yumeji, you must hold quite a position in your company to have such influence with the boss?" At this point, Yumeji couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. She'd worked her fingers to the bone just to get hired at Pi Group, and now her direct supervisor was none other than Miss Pai's fiancé, Lu Dao. Yumeji and Lu Dao shared an exceptionally close relationship, often seen together wherever they went. Though Yumeji could never have a legitimate romantic relationship with Lu Dao, in her eyes, being with such a young, promising future tycoon even if only as his mistress was 10,000 times better than being someone else's wife. Not exactly high status, but I am Mr. Lu's secretary. Gathering intelligence on his business partners is part of my job, Yumeji said casually, flipping a strand of hair behind her ear. You mean Mr. Lu Dao, right? Being by his side truly means a bright future. The Pai family has only one daughter, so they'll definitely entrust all their assets to Lu Dao to manage someday. As his secretary, you'll likely become a board member then, Curly Hair said enviously. No wonder you look down on other men. If my boss were a young prodigy like Lu Dao, I wouldn't have eyes for anyone else either. Who says otherwise? Mr. Lu isn't just at the peak of his business career, he's also a formidable figure in the cultivation world. Truly a prodigy, sighed a bespectacled man. Hey, Yumeji? Did you come to Jinling this time with Mr. Lu? Would we have the honor of meeting Mr. Lu too? It must be said, these classmates were nothing but fence-sitters. When they thought Chen Fan was formidable, they dragged Yumeji down. Now that they learned her boss was extraordinary, they promptly forgot all about Chen Fan and Bu Huimei. Yumeji couldn't care less about their fawning. Crossing her arms, she replied coldly, my boss is too busy to meet you lot. He's not here for business. Mind your own business and don't pry into things that aren't your concern. Yumeji appeared to be concealing Lu Dao's whereabouts, but in truth, she herself didn't know why he had returned. Meanwhile, Chen Fan rested his eyes in the car, while Chang Tai watched him intently, seemingly wanting to speak but holding back. Noticing the other's discomfort, Chen Fan opened his eyes and asked, what's on your mind? Chang Tai humbly replied, Mr. Chen, I've been thinking carefully. Right now, I don't have anything substantial to offer that could truly repay you for saving my life. So I've decided to give you 20% of my shares in the group. What do you think? How much equity do you hold in total? Chen Fan inquired. 61%. I'd like to give you more, but any more than that and I might lose my position as the largest shareholder. So, if I can't keep it, then forget it. Let's swap, you keep 20% and give me the rest. Deal or no deal, you decide. Chen Fan's demand was outrageous, as if he couldn't care less about Chang Tai's life or death. Zheng Tai was instantly stunned by Chen Fan's resolute stance. Swallowing hard, he replied hesitantly, Mr. Chen, do you have time to manage the company? I won't have time, so I'll authorize you to continue managing company affairs. But the position of largest shareholder must be mine. Otherwise, what's the point? Chen Fan stated firmly. Think it over carefully. After all, only I can resolve your family's feng shui issues. Life or death rests entirely on your decision. With that, Chen Fan closed his eyes again to rest, leaving no room for Chang Tai to argue back. Although Chang Tai felt utterly disoriented inside, reluctant to hand over the lion's share of his fortune, he quickly reconsidered. If he lost his life, what else would matter? Besides, the feng shui issues weren't just harming him, they'd surely bring misfortune upon his descendants too. After he died, who knew whose turn it would be next? If the entire Chang family perished, wouldn't those assets simply fall into outsiders' hands anyway? After weighing these thoughts, Chang Tai declared decisively, Mr. Chen, I've made up my mind. I accept your terms. I only ask that you rectify the feng shui in my home, ensuring my descendants benefit from it. Please, no more misfortune. Chen Fan responded with a faint, ambiguous smile, rest assured, I'm neither a charlatan nor an extortionist. Once I take action, I'll ensure a permanent solution. Don't blame me for asking for more. Your family's problems are deeply rooted. To uproot them completely will take at least 2 or 3 years of my energy, and I'll even have to use my only soul-sealing bead. Just ask anyone knowledgeable in the field, and you'll see that what I'm asking for is nothing compared to what I'm putting in. Chen Fan wasn't one to play the victim or seek praise, but he couldn't let his sacrifices go unacknowledged either. Thus, he concisely listed the sacrifices he'd made to save Changtai. Upon hearing this, Changtai felt as if struck by lightning. He was deeply ashamed of his earlier stinginess and hesitation, and immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I judged you by my own petty standards. I'll have someone from the company handle it right away and draft the share transfer agreement as soon as possible." Upon arriving at Chang's residence, the housekeeper had already been brought over, bound. "Mr. Chen, this fellow is yours to deal with." Chen Fan couldn't be bothered wasting time on such a worthless man. He waved to Chang Tai. "This old dog abused his power and nearly cost you your life. You should deal with him yourself. Cut out his tongue and toss him out to fend for himself." Chang Tai tossed the order to his bodyguard, indifferent to the butler's screams. Chen Fan paid no heed, using the soul calming bead to help Chang Tai resolve the feng shui issues in his home. This artifact was essentially an enchanted Hongwan bead, imbued with magical power akin to being consecrated. The moment Chang Tai saw the soul calming pearl, he sensed its mystical power. A single glance calmed his previously chaotic emotions. Terrifying indeed. Chapter 108, the Ren family's harassment was but a drop in the bucket. Through Chen Fan's actions, Chang Tai, who had been on the brink of death, his life hanging by a thread, was instantly revived. The sickness within him vanished completely, and he regained his vitality as if a withered tree had found spring again. Zheng Tai never dreamed that the art of feng shui could yield such immediate results. He dared not question Chen Fan any longer. Instead, his face was filled with admiration as he clasped his fists in a respectful salute, his expression radiating profound gratitude. "Mr. Chen, moments ago I thought you were asking for an exorbitant price. But now I realize it was sheer ignorance on my part. That someone with your extraordinary abilities would choose to use them for me, saving the Chang family from the brink of collapse. It's truly my greatest fortune." Chen Fan paid little heed to such effusive praise. Furrowing his brow, he cautioned, "Don't get too excited just yet. While your family's immediate crisis is averted, another matter requires your careful attention." Chang Tai, sensing the gravity in Chen Fan's tone, immediately adopted a more serious demeanor and asked solemnly, "What guidance does Mr. Chen have for us? Please speak. Your family's feng shui was originally excellent. The sudden problems arose because someone secretly set up a trap around here to frame your family." Chen Fan gestured eastward with his hand. "See that large tree over there?" Chang Tai nodded. "What kind of tree is that? I've never seen it before. It seems to have green fruit on it. It's a walnut tree, also known as an autumn nut tree. Since your 5 elements clash with wood, to put it simply, having this tree planted here is like turning your home into a graveyard. That's why you've suddenly been plagued by misfortune." Zheng Tai's expression shifted slightly. "Mr. Chen, should I call someone to cut down the tree now?" "No." Chen Fan replied decisively. "I've already reversed everything by altering your home's feng shui magnetic field. Cutting down the tree now would actually be detrimental to you. My mention of it wasn't to have you cut it down, but to urge you to thoroughly investigate who planted this tree here. Walnut trees aren't commonly used as ornamental trees in gardens. Planting one so tall and laden with fruit in isolation clearly indicates deliberate intent. Whoever seeks to harm you possesses considerable power. That walnut tree is planted so far from your home only someone with profound skill could detect the problem. The enemy clearly harbors deep hatred toward you, intending to turn your family home into a graveyard, meaning they want every last member of your household dead." Hearing Chen Fan's words, Chang Tai felt both furious and terrified. "Mr. Chen, I truly have no idea who I've offended to earn such hatred. While I've occasionally used some tactics in business, I've never destroyed anyone's family. You must help me. How could a wealthy family, who usually values reputation above all, commit such an unconscionable act?" Chen Fan remained non-committal to Chang Tai's words. "Whether you've committed wrongdoing or not, I have no way of knowing. Since this walnut tree was planted here later, it suggests the person was offended by you recently. You should reflect on this yourself. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Chen. I will investigate thoroughly and bring this person who harmed me to justice." Chen Fan feigned exhaustion. "Resolving this matter for your family has drained half a year's worth of cultivation from me. It'll take at least 2 or 3 months to recover. So try to avoid trouble lately. Otherwise, even if you come to me, I might not be able to help. Sigh, if only I could find some potent restorative herbs to replenish my vitality." Hearing Chen Fan's mutterings, Chang Tai understood implicitly and silently committed the words to memory. He had witnessed Chen Fan's extraordinary abilities firsthand. Such a master must be courted and served diligently, striving to earn the privilege of a lasting relationship. Doing so would benefit not only himself but also his descendants for generations to come. Ring ring ring. No sooner had Chen Fan stepped out of the Chang residence than Ren Annie called. "Hello, Miss Ren. What can I do for you?" "It's me." Before Ren Annie could speak, her great-grandfather, Ren Vita, snatched the phone and coldly commanded Chen Fan, "Chen Fan, I've just had a thorough discussion with Annie. This girl has feelings for you. I don't want to be the villain who breaks up a loving couple. So let's be clear, I'm assigning you a task. If you can accomplish it, I'll allow you to marry Anne.
If you fail, you'll have to leave on your own. Chen Fan, don't listen to him. Don't agree to it, you'll never pull it off. Shut up, you brat. Ren Annie had barely interjected when shoving sounds erupted over the phone. Clearly, Rundawe intended to deliberately make things difficult for Chen Fan. Considering Ren Annie's perspective, Chen Fan didn't intend to clash with Rundawe. He replied calmly, "What conditions do you want to set? Go ahead. Chang Group is currently developing a promising project and seeking partners. If you can arrange for Annie to become a regular partner, I'll acknowledge your capabilities and consider you worthy to be my great-grandson-in-law." What do you say? Great-grandfather, you're being outrageous. You can't even influence the Chang Group yourself, why should Chen Fan do this? Ren Annie retorted coldly. Nonsense. If I could handle it myself, why would I need him? Mark my words. Our family's son-in-law must surpass us in strength. Either he must have wealth and status, or he must possess real capability and talent. If he lacks both, he'd better get lost early. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan declared, "I accept this task." Mr. Chen, you can't agree to this. Ha! That shows some backbone. Now he's starting to look like he could be my great-granddaughter's husband. Good luck with that. I'm hanging up. Renvita chuckled, satisfied that Chen Fan had taken the bait. He hung up the phone with satisfaction, leaving Ren Annie fuming, her eyes red with anger. As the most difficult of the three major families to deal with, the Chang family would never entrust such a mission to Chen Fan alone. Meanwhile, Chen Fan tucked his phone away and returned to his usual composure. He was sitting in the small garden, lost in thought, counting on his fingers over and over, yet still unable to figure out who was trying to sabotage him. What new project was the company planning lately? Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, he initially thought Chen Fan was conducting a work inspection. After the transfer contract was signed, he had become the largest shareholder in his place, so inquiring about the company's direction was only natural. The company was planning to upgrade the pharmaceutical division of the group. Previously, we only engaged in deep processing of medicinal materials, but now we intended to expand the industrial chain by partnering with growers. This would allow us to handle everything from cultivation and procurement to processing and final pharmaceutical production. Eliminating middlemen would significantly increase profits. However, coordinating with growers is incredibly cumbersome, so we're also seeking partnerships with smaller pharmaceutical companies to leverage their resources. That's why we're currently conducting a bidding process. Oh, is the Ren Group involved too? Chen Fan asked. Changtai answered honestly, they do have interest in joining, but the Ren Group is just starting out in the medicinal herb business. They primarily focused on retail before shifting into real estate. While they have extensive experience, they often seem to be all over the place. To be honest, I'm not overly optimistic about their overtures. As a businessman, Changtai naturally considered all angles and conducted thorough due diligence when evaluating potential partners. Chen Fan now understood why Ren Annie had said the partnership was virtually impossible. The Ren Group simply held no competitive edge in this field. I'm quite optimistic. Chen Fan's sudden remark completely overturned Changtai's earlier analysis. Zheng Tai wasn't stupid. He immediately caught on and said, "Mr. Chen, that's a brilliant idea. Partnering with a relatively new industry company like this, growing together, would forge a deep revolutionary friendship. I'll call the Ren family tomorrow to arrange a detailed meeting. Would you like to attend in person, Mr. Chen?" Chen Fan was highly satisfied with Changtai's arrangement and smiled, "That's fine, but don't mention my involvement. Just say a representative will attend." Understood. Changtai understood instantly, flashing a meaningful smile. Chapter 109, That's What They Call Prejudice. That evening, Manhwa received a call from Changtai's secretary, inviting the entire family to meet at the Yashang Hotel the following day during lunchtime. Chang Group attached great importance to this meeting, dispatching their largest shareholder. If negotiations went well, they could finalize the partnership immediately, with the bidding process merely a formality. The news left the Ren family both overjoyed and incredulous. How could such a windfall suddenly fall from the sky? Chang Group was willing to engage with them privately, even bypassing the public bidding process? This was truly fantastic. Annie, hurry and prepare the contract and materials. Make sure to secure this deal smoothly during lunch today. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After hearing Renvita's instructions, Ren Annie nodded repeatedly, convinced even the heavens were aiding Chen Fan. Renvita sat back on the sofa with a broad smile, crossing his legs and swaying his head as he declared, "Well, it just had to be me. You and Renhua have been bustling about in Jinling for so long without landing any major deals. But the moment I arrived to oversee things, even Changtai proactively extended an olive branch to us. See? Experience really does count, doesn't it?" Ren Annie pursed her lips at this, her voice tinged with displeasure. "Great-grandfather, that's going too far. How can you dismiss all the hard work and sacrifices my grandfather made for this company with just one sentence?" Compared to Renvita, Ren Annie felt closer to her grandfather, Renhua. Naturally, she couldn't stand Renvita taking credit for everything and claiming all the glory for himself. "If you don't know the right channels, all your hustle is just wasted effort," Renvita chuckled. Let me tell you, this time Chang Tai approached us proactively. It wasn't by chance. It was because I reached out to Zhao Tai yesterday and asked him to pull some strings. The Zhao and Chang families have always been on excellent terms. I'm sure Chang Tai only made an exception and gave us this opportunity because he was doing Zhao Tai a favor. Ren Vita spoke with conviction, his smile growing broader. That's why I like Zhao Tai. He's the kind of guy who does good deeds without seeking recognition. He just gets down to business and never takes credit. After I called in yesterday to discuss this matter, Zhao Tai told me he couldn't handle it. He said his friendship with Chang Tai wasn't that deep, and that since his engagement to Annie had been dissolved, he no longer had any obligation to meddle in our family affairs. But today, the situation took a dramatic turn, proving Zhao Tai had secretly helped. That kid really is all bark and no bite. Upon hearing this, Ren Annie was stunned by Ren Vita's words. Great-grandfather, you're not senile and can't tell right from wrong, are you? If Zhao Tai said that, it means he wants to crush your hopes. There's no way he'd help. Hey, you're wrong about that. Besides Zhao Tai, who else could possibly have any say in this matter? Ren Vita clung stubbornly to his delusion, insisting Zhao Tai had intervened. But Ren Annie and Ren Hua exchanged a glance, hesitating to speak. They knew Zhao Tai's character far better than Ren Vita did. He was a selfish bastard, always putting himself first. Yet Ren Vita stubbornly insisted, talking all by himself, determined to pin all the credit on Zhao Tai. He even criticized Ren Annie for not recognizing a gem like Zhao Tai, rejecting such a perfect marriage prospect and instead setting her sights on the lowly Chen Fan. Great-grandfather, I can't stop you from praising Zhao Tai, but please don't use this as an excuse to drag Chen Fan down. Your constant nitpicking of him is simply too much. Ren Annie retorted, clearly annoyed. How have I gone too far? I'm just making him understand the gulf between people. What Zhao Tai handles effortlessly tasks he wouldn't even claim credit for our monumental challenges for Chen Fan. Ren Vita snorted. Besides, Chen Fan is utterly overconfident. Everyone knows he can't pull it off except him. He stubbornly agreed despite knowing better. I didn't force him. Blame his own arrogance. Ren Vita shook his head emphatically, convinced he was entirely in the right. Ren Annie was so enraged by Ren Vita's blatant favoritism that she was left speechless. Her eyes red, she stormed upstairs. She felt terribly guilty toward Chen Fan, knowing she'd forced him to endure these disgusting remarks. Seeing his granddaughter so deeply wronged and his life-saving benefactor subjected to relentless harassment, Ren Hua could no longer bear it. Dad, this is really inhumane of you. Enough. It's not your place as a junior to lecture me. For the Ren family to thrive, certain sacrifices are unavoidable. You've spoiled in too much, that's why she's so willful. Ren Vita declared imperiously. Cut ties with Chen Fan. Focus on mending things with Zhao Tai. That's key to our family's future. Go prepare immediately. The partnership with Chang Group must be secured at all costs. There can be no failure. I'll personally handle it. I'm confident it will help our family transition smoothly. Ren Weidai now brimmed with confidence, convinced the matter was practically a done deal. Immediately after, he made a grand show of ordering the company to contact those small pharmaceutical factories as soon as possible, as if their acquisition were already imminent. Ren Hua felt this behavior was akin to popping champagne before the race had even started. It was highly inappropriate to make such a public declaration when nothing was even close to being finalized. But Ren Vita wouldn't listen to Ren Hua's advice. He believed his decisions were infallible, and anyone who dared to oppose them was committing treason. Left with no choice, Ren Hua had to comply. Soon, rumors of the Ren Group's high-profile acquisition of small and medium-sized pharmaceutical companies were all the rage, even reaching emerging seers. Everyone, you've likely heard about the Ren family seeking partnerships with small and medium-sized pharmaceutical companies, right? I believe this presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our Qian family. Sinci, hearing her daughter-in-law's words, asked with some confusion, what opportunity? We're not in that line of business. Mom, everyone's talking about cross-industry ventures these days. Didn't the Ren family originally deal in medicinal herbs? It's only because Chang Group expressed interest in partnering with them that they're scrambling to break into this field. Why can't we do the same? Imajing rolled her eyes. I have a close friend whose son works at Ren Group. According to intel he gathered for me, Chang Tai has scheduled a meeting with the Rens tomorrow at the Asang Hotel. We should attend too. If their partnership materializes, then the Ren family's herb acquisition is definitely real. We might as well act as intermediaries and pocket a commission. Imajing's plans were clicking into place. After hearing this, Sinci also thought the idea was sound and immediately agreed to it. The rest of the Qian family members were all eager to get involved, scrambling to raise funds in anticipation of a big payday, completely unaware that they were about to become the ones getting fleeced. Chapter 110, one lacked vision, the other lacked brains. The next day, around noon, Ren Vita arrived early at the reserved private room, eagerly awaiting the Chang family's representative. Convinced that Chang Tai would be the one to arrive, he sat stiffly upright, anxious not to make the slightest misstep.
As the appointed time drew near, Renvita reminded Renhua and Renani, when Chang Jiatang arrives, you two must behave impeccably.
Don't say anything wrong.
Even though both our Rin family and the Chang family are among the three major powerhouse clans, requiring no special deference toward each other, in the pharmaceutical sector, our Rin family is still a newcomer.
We must maintain the proper attitude of humility and deference. And I needn't remind you how crucial this partnership is for us, right?
Seeing this, Renani poured cold water on the situation.
Great-grandfather, I don't think Chang Tai will be the one coming today.
What do you mean? Renvita asked, confused. Renani raised her phone, pointing to a news report. Earlier this morning, Chang Chang transferred 2/3 of his shares to a mysterious individual. That person is now the primary shareholder of Chang Group.
What? This happened?
Renvita snatched the phone and scrutinized the article. After reading it, his head buzzed and he felt completely dazed.
How could things change so drastically overnight?
Who knows what kind of temperament this new chief shareholder has? Sigh. Renvita had spent half the night yesterday crafting the perfect words and etiquette to curry favor with Chang Tai.
Now, all that effort had been wasted.
Just as he sighed deeply, unsure what to do, the door to the private room opened. Hearing the movement, Renvita quickly composed his anxious expression and rose to greet the visitor. But the moment he looked up, his previously radiant smile froze on his face.
Chen Fan? What kind of trouble are you stirring up now, you brat? Annie, did you invite him? Have you lost your mind? What's the point of bringing this disreputable character here? To pour fuel on the fire?
Renvita assumed Chen Fan's arrival meant nothing good likely here to sabotage his partnership with the Chang family.
He unleashed a torrent of abuse on Renani.
Renani felt utterly wronged by the scolding and was about to speak when Chen Fan cut her off with a loud command, "Shut up."
Shut up? Who do you think you are, giving me orders?
Let me tell you, the Chang Group project is already in the Rin family's pocket. And it's all because I contacted Zhao Tai in advance. He put in a good word for us, which is why we even have this meeting today. Renvita sneered with contempt.
And look at you, what else can you do besides embarrass yourself?
Compared to Zhao Tai, you're nothing but a pile of.
You're senile, Chen Fan sneered. How could Zhao Tai possibly have spoken well of you? It was clearly my efforts that pushed this deal through.
Bull. Stop trying to take credit for everything. Renvita rolled his eyes and shooed him away like swatting a fly. Get out of here.
The representative from Chang Group is about to arrive. If you screw this up, I won't let you off the hook.
Facing Renvita's expulsion, Chen Fan not only refused to leave but pulled out a nearby chair and plopped down.
I am the representative of Chang Group. If you want to successfully sign the contract, you'd better talk to me properly.
Renvita, however, paid no heed to Chen Fan's words.
What are you playing at, putting on airs? Do you think I was raised in fear? I've seen plenty of bluffing fools like you. Even if Chang Group's CEO isn't here personally today, their mysterious new chief shareholder is. There's no way a nobody like you gets to strut around here. Seems you haven't quite reached the depths of stupidity yet.
Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. If I leave, this contract won't get signed.
Are you sure you want me to go? Not leave, get the hell out. Your very sight brings me bad luck. Get as far away as you can. Ren Wei sneered. Fine.
Your words.
Chen Fan smiled wryly, then walked away without looking back. No sooner had he reached the elevator lobby than Sun Si appeared, leading the Chen family's female contingent. Enemies meeting only intensified their animosity.
Xian Hui, Chen Wanwan, Imajing, and the others all regarded Chen Fan as a thorn in their side. Their chance encounter naturally sparked no pleasantries. Especially since Chen Fan had already humiliated the Qian family at the Love Style Hotel. If they didn't salvage some dignity now, it would be a disgrace to their own mouths.
What a small world. Chen Fan, you bastard, how come you're like a ghost, never going away?
Chen Fan sneered coldly. The sight of certain people acting like dogs is still fresh in my mind.
You're at it again? Don't you dare look down on us.
We're here on serious business. Xian Wanwan retorted, her face twisted with frustration.
Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Serious business? What serious business could you two possibly have? Flirting with men?
Xian Hui and Xian Wanwan's greatest talent was their seamless ability to switch to wealthy boyfriends. As for any other skills, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say these two women had none whatsoever.
Bull. We're here to gather intel. The Ren family is about to partner with Chang Group's pharmaceutical subsidiary.
They'll need to connect with medicinal herb farmers. If we confirm this is true, we can beat them to it. Reach out to those farmers first, become their middleman, and rake in the cash, you idiot.
It must be said, Chen Wanwan's brain just doesn't work right.
Chen Fan had only mocked her once, and she blurted out everything in a rush. The moment Qian Wanwan finished speaking, Imajing raised her hand and smacked her on the head. Why did you tell him? What if that kid sabotages us? Our whole plan would be ruined.
Relax, Mom.
Even if he wanted to sabotage us, he doesn't have the clout.
He doesn't have the startup capital. What makes you think he could steal our opportunity? Xian Hui reassured Imajing. Chen Fan finally understood. So all this time, these people had been scheming to act as middlemen. Sure enough, when it came to underhanded schemes, this bunch was full of ideas. So your plan is to liquidate everything you can to secure cooperation with those farmers, then squeeze every last penny out of the Rin family? So what if we are? What business is it of yours? Chen Fan, I advise you not to meddle. If you dare go snitch to the Rin family, I won't let you off the hook. Yi Majing warned sternly. Chen Fan certainly wouldn't snitch. Because he could handle this matter himself, without needing Rin Annie to lift a finger. I'm not that idle. Let me give you some advice, don't bet your entire fortune on such a shortcut scheme. You might end up losing everything with nowhere to cry about it. Chen Fan knew the Chen family's character all too well. These fools were constantly scheming, obsessed with pulling off some grand comeback. Now that they'd finally found a seemingly viable avenue, they'd inevitably go all in, pouring every last penny into land acquisitions and medicinal herbs, even resorting to high-interest loans if necessary. Though this business had little to do with him personally, old Master Qian had been quite kind to him in life. He didn't want to see the Qian family vanish from Jinling, so he offered a well-meaning warning. Unfortunately, Qian Hui and the others clearly weren't going to listen to Chen Fan. Cut it out. You just can't stand seeing us do well, can you? You're jealous because we're about to strike it rich, so you're here spouting your bitter remarks, right? Let me tell you, I'm not falling for your nonsense. Chen Fan, just wait and see. Before long, our assets will double and double again. By then, you penniless bum won't even have the right to speak to us. Oh, well, good luck to you. Chen Fan shrugged indifferently, ignoring them completely as he turned and stepped into the elevator. Good advice falls on deaf ears. Some people just won't listen, and there's nothing he can do about it. If the Qin family was destined to end up on the streets, then so be it. Chapter 111, the second young master of the Fu family gets his comeuppance. After descending the stairs, Chen Fan didn't venture far. He reserved a private SVIP room for himself, feasting heartily on lunch before resting leisurely. He wasn't in a hurry to leave because he'd be meeting Fu Li here tonight with He Hong. Returning home only to come back would be too much hassle. Chen Fan ate well, drank well, and slept soundly. Meanwhile, Ren Vita, Ren Hua, and the others were peckish in their private room, their eyes darting around impatiently. Lunch hour had long passed, and the sun was slowly sinking toward the west, yet the representative from Chang Group still hadn't shown up. Ren Vita, being of advanced age, was nearly hypoglycemic from hunger. Yet he dared not casually call Chang Tai to urge them, fearing it might provoke the other party. By the time it neared 3 in the afternoon, Ren Vita could endure it no longer. Steeling himself, he called Chang Tai to demand an explanation for the no-show. Upon hearing Ren Vita's questioning, Chang Tai felt nothing but confusion. The chief shareholder had left in my car long ago. The driver returned over 3 hours ago. He must have arrived on time, there's no mistake. Zheng Tai knew Chen Fan and Ren Annie shared a special bond. It was precisely because of Ren Annie that he had insisted on giving this opportunity to the Ren family. Therefore, Chen Fan would never do something like being late or standing him up. Ren Vita suddenly felt dazed. He carefully recalled Chen Fan's earlier words, as if struck by a thunderclap. Could what Chen Fan said actually be true? But how could a lowly nobody like him become the chief shareholder of Chang Group? Had Chang Tai lost his mind? To actually hand over all his shares to someone like that? It just didn't make any sense. Chang Tai seemed to have other matters to attend to. He instructed Ren Wei to look into something before hurriedly hanging up the phone. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had finished his afternoon nap. Seeing that it was still early, he asked Manager Gu if there were any places nearby to pass the time. Manager Gu quickly provided an answer. The indoor hot springs at the hotel were very popular. The water was specially transported from Qingchuan Mountain on the outskirts of the city. It was top-notch quality and excellent for your health. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan immediately went to experience it. As the preferred lodging for the elite and wealthy, Love Hotel maintained a tiered system across all offerings to cater to the competitive spirit of its affluent clientele. The hot spring facilities were no exception. Based on varying service standards, the hot spring pools were divided into 6 tiers. The highest tier, named Jade Fairyland, accommodated only one group of guests at a time. Even though Chen Fan had come alone, once he entered, no one else could join him until he emerged. Chen Fan quickly obtained the amenities and completed registration. Just as he was about to enter, he was stopped by several men. Bro, isn't it a bit wasteful for just you to soak in the jade like Fairyland? The 3 of us are together, why not let us have it? You can soak somewhere else. Whatever you spend today, we'll cover it. How about it? No need. I don't have to pay anyway, Chen Fan replied indifferently. What? So you're here to freeload on food, drinks, and fun? Then you have even less right to compete with us for this spot. Get lost. This jade pool must be ours today. Upon learning Chen Fan was a lowly commoner, their expressions instantly soured. They surrounded Chen Fan in the center, their eyes filled with malice. A coward would have bolted long ago. But Chen Fan, the esteemed medical martial god, would never be intimidated by such lowly minions. He glanced at them coldly, a sneer curling his lips. Must? Who do you think you are? Oh ho, a cocky, arrogant young punk. Do you even know who I am? Saying it might scare the hell out of you. Then don't bother. I'm not interested.
Chen Fan deflected the attack effortlessly, leaving his opponent speechless. Clearly, this self-important fool was used to flying high, never having encountered a rock-solid opponent like Chen Fan before. Now, having hit a brick wall, he couldn't help but flush crimson.
You little punk, are you out of your mind?
As the second young master of the Fu family, Fu Liye had always been the center of attention. In his world, if he told someone to go east, no one dared to go west. But Chen Fan was the first person he'd ever met who wouldn't budge an inch. This guy had him completely stumped.
You're just ignorant and reckless, aren't you?
Let me tell you, my young master is Fu Li, straight from the provincial capital.
Go ask around and think carefully about how you should address him. The underling trailing behind Fu Li couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out his affiliation.
Fu Li smiled with satisfaction, certain victory was now assured. Upon hearing his name, the other party would surely fall to his knees, begging for mercy. But to his surprise, Chen Fan remained expressionless.
Whether you're Fu Liye or Juliet, what difference does it make to me? You. Fu Li was furious. Not only did Chen Fan treat him with utter disregard, but he also dared to make fun of his name? How dare you? Don't you know what my name represents? What does it represent? Chen Fan's counter-question left Fu Li speechless. Damn it! Fu Li's confidence had never been shattered like this before.
His face turned green.
This is the most upscale hotel in Jinling. Anyone who can afford to stay here is either rich or powerful. You must know who I am. You're just pretending, right? Say whatever you want, but don't waste my time. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively and added, I checked in first. This Qianyao paradise is naturally mine to enjoy first.
If you want to soak, you'd better wait patiently. That's the most basic principle of being a decent person, got it? Not only did Chen Fan brush Fu Liye off completely, he lectured him, sending Fu Liye into a rage. With a sweeping gesture, he addressed his two henchmen, since this brat insists on refusing the wine and choosing punishment instead, you two will oblige him. Beat him up first, then we'll talk. Got it. The two henchmen obeyed the order and closed in on Chen Fan. The commotion had already drawn the attention of several passers-by, who stopped to watch.
Damn, is this kid deliberately looking for trouble? How could he not even recognize Fu Liye? This kid's got some nerve. He must have some serious connections behind him, right? Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant? In a small place like Jinling, even if he were the son of the city's richest man, wouldn't he still have to show proper respect to young Master Fu? And here he is, not even recognizing young Master Fu. Clearly, he's not someone to be reckoned with. Fu Li, basking in their flattery, crossed his arms and fixed Chen Fan with a smirk. Hear what they're saying? Now you know who I am, huh? My two guys here are top-tier fighters. With your skinny arms and legs, they could easily beat you into a high-level paraplegic. Once that happens, you'll never get to soak in a hot spring for the rest of your life. To Fu Li's boastful words, Chen Fan offered only one word in response. Oh. Chapter 112, The Bizarre Mindset. Chen Fan's cold indifference thoroughly enraged Fu Li. Oh? You're getting cocky? Fine. Since you're so eager to die, I'll send you on your way. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his two henchmen lunged forward, striking without mercy. Crack! The sound of cracking bones filled the air. Everyone present was horrified to the point of death. Fu Lie's two henchmen couldn't even last a single move against Chen Fan. Their wrists snapped clean off, leaving them writhing on the ground in agony, unable even to crawl. Both of these men were genuine quasi-grandmaster level fighters. 2 against 1, and they were instantly defeated by Chen Fan? This outcome left Fu Li frozen in place. He swallowed hard, a hint of surprise in his voice. Huh. Good lad. No wonder you had the guts to cross me. So you really did train properly. This small city of Jinling truly harbors hidden talents. That someone like you exists here is truly unbelievable. But if you think you can show off your half-baked skills in front of me, you're dreaming. Take this. Fu Li snorted, sweeping his leg out in a horizontal kick toward Chen Fan. Trained under a renowned master since childhood, his talent far surpassed the average person. Though not a grandmaster himself, his skill was indistinguishable from one. Taking down Chen Fan himself would be a breeze. The onlookers, seeing Fu Li personally enter the fray, all wore expressions of gleeful anticipation. Ah, this kid's had his moments. Defeating second young Master Fu's henchman was impressive enough. Too bad he's met his match this time. With second young Master Fu stepping in, the kid's life might be on the line. Unexpectedly, when Fu Li delivered his kick, nothing happened. For just as his foot was about to strike Chen Fan's jaw, the young man dodged with a speed and agility that seemed to defy the laws of motion. His footwork was so light and swift, his movements so rapid, that even Fu Li, a seasoned fighter, couldn't quite make out what had happened. Fu Li couldn't retract his leg in time, causing him to lose his balance. He staggered and then splashed into the nearby pond with a thud. Compared to the calm and composed Chen Fan, the soaking wet Fu Liya looked like nothing short of a clown. This only fueled his rage. Splashing up a huge wave of water, he pointed at Chen Fan's nose and shouted angrily, "You coward! If you've got the guts, don't hide. Aren't you so cocky? Why are you running?" To salvage his pride, Fu Li blamed everything on Chen Fan, refusing to admit his own loss of balance and instead calling Chen Fan a coward. Chen Fan scoffed at this. "If I hadn't dodged, you'd be dead. I was going to finish you off, but then I remembered who you are. For the sake of the Northern King, I can't kill you just yet. Consider yourself lucky." The person He Hong was meeting tonight was none other than Fu Li standing before him. He Hong had treated him fairly well, and Fu Li was, after all, his honored guest. Naturally, Chen Fan owed He Hong a favor, which was why he had dodged the attack instead of striking back. Too bad Fu Liyue was such a useless piece of work. Even without retaliating, this fool would still end up soaked to the bone. "You know He Hong?" Fu Liya froze for a moment, but the realization hit him instantly. Chen Fan's claim of doing He Hong a favor was clearly just him trying to make himself look good. Climbing ashore, he barked a warning at Chen Fan, "Don't try to act tough here, kid. You didn't dare lay a finger on me because you're scared of old He, right? Humph. His reputation still carries weight in Jinling. Listen up. I demand you kneel and apologize to me right now. Then hand over your position and get the hell out of here. Disappear from my sight immediately. If you refuse, I'll report this to old He. I guarantee you won't be able to handle the consequences." Though revealing his own background proved useless, attempting to intimidate others by leveraging He Hong's authority was essentially borrowing someone else's might. Yet at this moment, Fu Li couldn't afford to be choosy. Fu Li's confident tone and bizarre logic genuinely amused Chen Fan. "Are you out of your mind? Which ear of yours heard me say I'm afraid of He Hong? I said I'm giving him face, don't you understand?" Fu Li couldn't care less about Chen Fan's explanation. "Stop pretending. Who do you think you are? Daring to address Elder He by his full name? Don't you dare look at yourself in the mirror and see if you're worthy. Mark my words, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If you don't apologize now, I won't let you off the hook. Old He has a whole entourage of experts around him. When I meet with him later and mention this, you'll definitely be in big trouble." Glancing at Fu Li, who was ranting and raving like a bully, Chen Fan just chuckled. "Whatever floats your boat." He couldn't be bothered wasting time on such a moron and went to soak in the hot springs on his own. After ranting for ages, Fu Li stood there with his dripping wet hair, looking utterly pathetic. Finally realizing how ridiculous he looked, he stomped back to his room, fuming, determined to have He Hong settle the score for him later. Time flew by, and evening soon arrived. He Hong and He Xian arrived as scheduled. Fu Li dared not neglect them, dressing himself up in his finest attire well in advance. Though He Hong intended to call off the marriage alliance with the Fu family, he still had to maintain appearances. Especially since today's guest of honor was Chen Fan, the person He Hong genuinely wished to host. To ensure no slight was given, He Hong not only reserved the largest SVIP private room but also ordered every single one of the hotel's most precious dishes. Fresh, air-freighted ingredients filled the tables, and even the wine was casually priced at over 500,000 yuan per bottle. Seeing He Hong go to such great lengths to entertain him, Fu Li thought there might be a chance for the marriage alliance to be revived, and his face lit up with joy. He also interpreted this lavish reception as proof of his status in He Hong's eyes, growing increasingly smug. Yet Fu Li found it odd that after sitting for quite some time, He Hong hadn't touched his chopsticks. Not only did he not eat himself, but he also failed to offer the customary courtesy of a host, inviting his guest to help himself. Fu Li sat there awkwardly for over 10 minutes. Completely baffled, he finally couldn't help but ask, "Mr. He, shouldn't we start eating?" To his surprise, He Hong shook his head without a trace of apology. "Liya, don't be in such a hurry. Our most important guest hasn't arrived yet. How could we possibly start eating before them?" At this remark, Fu Li was instantly dumbfounded. The most important guest hasn't arrived yet? Then what was he? "Mr. He, what do you mean by that? Did you invite someone else besides me?" He Hong replied calmly, "Indeed. This entire feast was prepared especially for him. I trust you don't mind?" Having navigated the world for years, He Hong was no fool. His question made it abundantly clear he held Fu Li in utter contempt. Fu Li vaguely grasped the hidden meaning behind the words, and the smugness radiating from his body instantly deflated by more than half. Not at all. A distinguished guest worthy of such a grand invitation from Elder He must be a true luminary. It would be my honor to have the opportunity to meet such a person. Fu Li was quick to grasp the situation, saving face for himself and diffusing the awkwardness. He Hong nodded in agreement. "You're absolutely right. The distinguished guest I've invited today is truly a prodigious talent. You'll see for yourself when you meet him." Fu Li had initially felt some resentment that He Hong was entertaining someone else while meeting with him, but upon hearing He Hong praise the other person so highly, his attitude shifted instantly. After all, He Hong was the esteemed prince of the north. What storms hadn't he weathered? Anyone who could earn such glowing praise from him was no ordinary person. It seems He Hong deliberately set me up to introduce me to the other person. Fu Li yet chuckled to himself, feeling that He Hong had been genuinely kind to him. Once he grasped this, he began to flatter himself into thinking he and He Hong shared a rather close bond. So he finally voiced the words he'd been holding back all afternoon. Mr. He, while that distinguished guest hasn't arrived yet, I'd like to ask you for a favor to help me deal with someone. Chapter 113, Chen Fan is the distinguished guest mentioned by old He? He Hong knew Fu Li was notoriously arrogant, so hearing him ask for a favor suddenly struck him as rather novel. Deal with who? Well, it's like this. Fu Li concisely recounted the afternoon's events to He Hong, omitting the embarrassing detail of falling into the pond. He only mentioned that the other party had bullied him and beaten him up. Furious, he now sought to borrow some skilled fighters from He Hong to settle the score. After hearing the whole story, He Hong was utterly astonished. He looked at Fu Li with a puzzled expression and asked, "There's actually someone you can't beat? There shouldn't be many masters like that in Jinling." That's exactly why he acts so arrogant and tyrannical, because he knows he's powerful. Oh, and old He, it seems he knows you too. Even when I mentioned your name, he didn't flinch at all. He's just outrageously brazen. Fu Li said, clearly annoyed. Oh? Is that so? He Hong wasn't easily swayed. He didn't fully believe Fu Li's words, but he quietly pondered who in Jinling could defeat Fu Li and also know him. As He Hong pondered without reaching a conclusion, Fu Li pressed on, "Mr. He, I had someone tail that kid this afternoon. He hasn't left, he's still at the hotel. Why don't you lend me Uncle Shi? I'll teach him a lesson. How about it?" Hearing this, He Hong replied with some hesitation, "Shi has sustained injuries these past few days. It's not convenient for him to take action." "Ha? Uncle Shi's injured? But hasn't he been off the battlefield lately?" Fu Li asked, looking genuinely surprised. He Hong replied calmly, "The injuries weren't from the battlefield. He got hurt trying to challenge someone to a fight, biting off more than he could chew. The one who injured him is precisely the distinguished guest I invited today. You'll understand everything once you meet him." Fu Li stared in disbelief, his anticipation for this unseen master growing even stronger. Someone who could effortlessly injure Shi and earn He Hong's genuine admiration. Indeed, such a person could outshine him. As the two spoke, Chen Fan pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing Fu Li sitting beside He Hong with an obsequious expression, Chen Fan's lips curled upward involuntarily. He had deliberately arrived slightly late, giving Fu Li ample time to complain. He was eager to see how He Hong would react once he learned Fu Li had been tricked. What Chen Fan didn't know was that while Fu Li had indeed complained, he hadn't explicitly mentioned that Chen Fan was the one who had bullied him. Consequently, He Hong remained completely unaware of the situation. "Mr. Chen, I've been waiting for you. Allow me to introduce you to Fu Li, the second son of the Fu family." As He Hong rose to welcome Chen Fan, he made a point of introducing Fu Li. "Li, this is the distinguished guest I mentioned, the truly talented young man, Chen Fan." As he spoke, he gave Fu Li a meaningful glance, signaling him to extend his hand and initiate a friendly gesture. But to He Hong's embarrassment, Fu Li remained unmoved, standing there as if turned to stone, taking a long while to snap out of it. "Old He, this brat is the distinguished guest you spoke of?" "Li, speak properly." "What do you mean, brat? Hurry up and greet him. Have you forgotten everything I just said?" Even Shi was defeated by Mr. Chen. At this point, He Hong recalled Fu Li's earlier complaint to him, his expression shifting between amusement and mockery. "If you cultivate a good relationship with Mr. Chen, he might just help you avenge this afternoon's humiliation." Chen Fan's lips curled into an even wider smirk at those words. Fu Li, however, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Chen Fan avenging him? Was there anything more laughable in this world? Fu Li's eye twitched. After a long moment, he steeled himself and said, "Mr. Chen, please don't take this afternoon's incident to heart. I'd had a few drinks and wasn't thinking clearly. I'm truly sorry for the embarrassment." "Ha?" This sudden reversal left He Hong and He Xian momentarily bewildered. Their astonished gazes darted between Chen Fan and Fu Li, as if they couldn't quite grasp the situation. Chen Fan, however, laughed magnanimously. "Everyone, please sit down. We can discuss things over dinner." With him speaking, He Hong naturally couldn't refuse. He invited Chen Fan to take the seat of honor and personally poured him a glass of wine. Fu Li caught the sight of He Hong's obsequious demeanor toward Chen Fan, and cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "Li, you're one lucky bastard. To meet a big shot like Mr. Chen on your first visit." Oof. Fu Li was at a loss for words, his embarrassment so palpable he couldn't find the right response. Though He Xian was usually careless and scatterbrained, she was still a girl at heart and possessed a keener eye for detail. By reading the room, she immediately sensed something was off. "Fu Li, that awkward smile of yours, don't tell me Chen Fan is the guy who beat you up, the one you just complained about to my grandfather?" He Xian hit the nail on the head, and Fu Li froze in place. He Hong looked utterly incredulous, murmuring under his breath, "No way. Mr. Chen, could it be?" "That's correct. Second young Master Fu did get into a fight with me over the hot spring pool, but it was entirely his provocation," Shen Fan stated truthfully. "I did intend to retaliate, but then I remembered he was your guest tonight, old he. If I'd really hurt him, it wouldn't have ended well. So I just dodged. I didn't expect him to lose his footing and fall into the pool. Seems he got pretty upset about it. His skills are still lacking." Chen Fan's words were delivered with casual nonchalance, yet they laid bare every embarrassing detail of Fu Lie's humiliating display. Fu Lie wished he could sink into a crack in the ground. He Xian, however, relished the spectacle, laughing so hard she doubled over, her body shaking with mirth. She'd never warmed to Chen Fan before, but after this incident, she found the kid surprisingly humorous, not the dullard she'd imagined. "Enough, stop laughing." He Hong shot He Xian a stern look and tried to smooth things over. "You two have become friends through conflict. Let bygones be bygones." Chen Fan didn't dwell on the matter either, finally giving Fu Li a moment to breathe. Over the past few days, He Xian had been re-watching her old chat videos with Fu Chunggong and studying his martial arts recordings. Captivated once more by his heroic demeanor, her romantic brain kicked back into gear. Rather than canceling the engagement, she now hoped the wedding would proceed as planned. She proactively inquired with Fu Li about Fu Chunggong's recent activities. Fu Li had come specifically to discuss Fu Chunggong's marriage plans. Hearing He Xian steer the conversation toward her brother, he wasted no time launching into a torrent of praise. "Not to toot my own horn, but Xian, my brother has truly worked tirelessly to win your hand. Not only has he managed the company impeccably, but he's also achieved another breakthrough in his martial arts. His dragon tiger fist has now reached perfection. I'm confident that with my brother's abilities, not only in the provincial capital, but across the entire Jiangnan region, there's no peer his age who can match him." Fu Li declared proudly, shooting Chen Fan a warning glance to keep him in check any more arrogance, and her brother would come back to teach him a lesson. Chen Fan couldn't care less about this clown's rant. He didn't even spare him a glance, so naturally, he missed the warning entirely. This left Fu Li feeling somewhat deflated. He Hong had listened impassively throughout, offering no commentary. His cold detachment was so pronounced that even Chen Fan found it astonishing. What exactly had Fu Chunggong done to deserve this? Or had He Hong truly found a suitor for his granddaughter who was 100 times better than Fu Chunggong? Otherwise, how could he remain utterly unmoved by all this? He Xian, the naive and innocent one, remained completely oblivious to the undercurrents swirling around the table. She devoured her food with gusto while listening to Fu Li's boasts about his brother's achievements, her eyes brimming with admiration. "Oh my, brother Chunggong is truly amazing. I knew he'd become a dominant figure someday. To achieve such mastery at such a young age, I'd love to witness it firsthand. Grandfather, I don't want to cancel my engagement to brother Chunggong." Chapter 114, The Granddaughter's Ideal Son-in-Law is Chen Fan? Fu Li was fretting over how to steer the conversation toward the marriage agreement between their families when He Xian eagerly stepped in to help. This gave Fu Li the perfect opening. He immediately followed up, "Exactly, grandfather Our families are old friends. My brother is one of the most outstanding young talents in all of Jiangnan. Why on earth would you want to break off the engagement? Look, even Xian is so fond of my brother. I think you shouldn't break up a loving couple." He Hong felt a pang of frustration at He Xian's reaction. His granddaughter was far too naive, unaware that Fu Chunggong was nothing like the upright gentleman Fu Li claimed him to be. That young man was full of scheming and cunning. If he were to marry He Xian and gain control of the He family's fortune, he would surely become a wolf in sheep's clothing, just like Sun Xiaozu. He Hong refused to let his granddaughter suffer injustice, nor would he allow the empire he'd built over a lifetime to fall into the hands of such scoundrels. Even without the emergence of a standout like Chen Fan, he would have found a way to call off the engagement. And now that a top-tier son-in-law candidate like Chen Fan had appeared, he naturally looked down on Fu Chunggong even more. But He Hong wouldn't be foolish enough to lay all these hard truths bare to Fu Li. Instead, he played it coy, "The long-standing friendship between our families will never change. Even without a marriage alliance, we'll always remain friends. Times have changed. I believe marriage doesn't necessarily require matching social status. What truly matters is whether our families share compatible values. My granddaughter is rather naive, and the position of matriarch in the Fu household is fraught with danger. She is ill-equipped to shoulder such a heavy responsibility, so I've decided to find her a husband from a family with less pressure. This doesn't mean your brother is unsuitable." He Hong's words were extremely tactful, but anyone who truly believed them would be utterly foolish. Fu Li wasn't stupid. He understood He Hong was implying his family harbored excessive ambition, merely seeking to climb over him to seize power. Truth be told, the Fu family's intentions were as obvious as Sima Zhao's ambitions, an open secret to all. He Hong had never raised any objections before, so the Fu family felt confident, waiting only for the wedding to proceed. Unexpectedly, at the 11th hour, He Hong had suddenly turned against them, exposing their ulterior motives outright. At first glance, his words seemed formal and polite, but they carried an unspoken warning. If the Fu family refused to back down and insisted on marrying Yi Xian, He Hong would not stand idly by. He would likely reduce all their years of effort to ashes. Had this aggressive stance come from anyone else, Fu Liye might have responded with scorn. But facing the cunning He Hong, he dared not act rashly. After all, this was the formidable North King himself, whose connections were vast and far-reaching. Thus, Fu Liye chose not to confront him head-on. Instead, he deflected the sharpness of the question, feigning concern as he inquired, with your far-reaching foresight, Lord He, you naturally wish to secure the best for Xian. May I be so bold as to ask, have you already considered a suitable candidate? He Hong nodded, making no attempt to conceal the matter. But as for who exactly it was, he didn't say outright. Upon hearing this, He Xian immediately grew frantic. Grandfather was truly going to marry her off to someone else and had even finalized the choice. Grandpa, how could you do this? I may be young now, but I could certainly become a good matriarch someday. Shenggong and I are deeply in love. To ignore my opinion completely and force this match upon me is utterly outrageous. He Xian couldn't comprehend her grandfather's well-intentioned efforts, hopelessly lost in the throes of love. There were things He Hong didn't want He Xian to know, not wanting this innocent child to be tainted by the world's ugliness. So, without elaborating further, he calmly told her, Xian, listen to Grandpa. I'm the closest person to you and would never harm you. The man I've chosen for you will be the best possible match. You'll definitely be satisfied. I won't be satisfied with anyone but Brother Chenggong. Grandpa, if you already have someone in mind, just tell me. If you won't tell me, then I'll run away with Brother Chenggong. With that, He Xian turned away in a huff, determined to force He Hong into giving an answer. Nonsense. He Hong frowned. You've grown bold, girl, how dare you utter such outrageous words. Fu Liya watched from the sidelines, inwardly delighted. No matter what arrangement He Hong ultimately made, wouldn't it all depend on whether He Xian was satisfied? This girl was far easier to manipulate than He Hong. With that thought, Fu Li turned his scheming attention to Yi Xian and chimed in, Old He, though our family's betrothal is off, I've always regarded Xian as my own sister. At this point, why not reveal who you have in mind? I'll personally vet the candidate for my sister Xian. If that man truly surpasses my brother in every way, our Fu family will wholeheartedly offer our blessings. With Fu Li having laid it out so plainly, it would be hard for He Hong to keep hiding things. With that thought, He Hong decided to go all in. Pointing at Chen Fan, he declared, Alright, since you all want to know, I'll be straightforward. The man I've chosen for Xian is none other than Mr. Chen. The moment those words left his mouth, He Xian's chopsticks dropped to the floor. Fu Li sat frozen in place, his expression utterly priceless. He Xian, the first to recover, slammed her hand on the table and pointed at Chen Fan's nose. You scoundrel! What kind of mind control potion did you feed my grandfather? He's not senile. How could he possibly think you're better than Brother Chenggong? He Xian was convinced Chen Fan had brainwashed her grandfather. She immediately blamed him, unleashing a torrent of abuse. When Chen Fan arrived, he hadn't anticipated He Hong pulling this stunt. Grandfather what exactly do you mean by this? He Hong replied with unshakable composure, Mr. Chen is resourceful, exceptionally capable, and masters numerous secret arts. Though he doesn't hold a high position like Fu Chenggong, he is the best choice for my granddaughter's husband in my heart. Hearing this, Chen Fan couldn't immediately discern whether He Hong was being sincere or merely using him as a scapegoat to dissolve the engagement. He wanted to refuse, yet didn't wish to embarrass He Hong, so he remained silent. To Yi Xian, Chen Fan's silence equated to tacit agreement. She was furious. This guy was nothing but a toad trying to eat swan meat. Chen Fan, don't just sit there silently. Think about whether you're even worthy of me. Xian, I'm actually worried you're not worthy of Mr. Chen. Stop being so selfish and high and mighty. Take a good look at yourself. He Hong was clearly siding with outsiders. The granddaughter he usually doted on like a precious jewel was now being overshadowed by Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, I've spoiled this granddaughter of mine rotten. Before your formal wedding, I'll make sure to mold her into a proper wife. Chen Fan was speechless. He Hong was actually serious about this. If it were merely a matter of using He Hong as a shield, Chen Fan wouldn't mind. But if the other party intended to make this a serious matter, that was absolutely out of the question. I feel it's far too rash and hasty to finalize my marriage to Miss Yi Xian just like this. We should discuss this matter at a later date. If forced to choose, Chen Fan would rather be with Ren Annie than the willful Yi Xian. He Hong had assumed that even if Chen Fan didn't actively pursue the match, he wouldn't outright refuse it. Now, having been publicly rebuffed, his expression darkened. Mr. Chen, might you already have someone in mind? Chen Fan shook his head and answered honestly, No, but I feel that Miss Yi Xian and I are not well suited in temperament, and we are not very familiar with each other, so... Before Chen Fan could finish, He Hong cut him off with a smile. Mr. Chen, none of those are real issues. People change. Just because you feel incompatible now doesn't mean you won't be compatible later. As for not knowing each other well, that's utter nonsense. Young people should date and get to know each other. How else would they become familiar? I, Hee Hong, have arranged many matches for others without a single misstep. From the moment I first saw you, I felt you and my granddaughter were a perfect match. I believe that as long as you spend more time together, you will surely develop feelings for each other. Hee Hong's words were so flawlessly constructed that Chen Fan couldn't find a single angle to counter them. He had never been someone who needed others' approval to build his confidence. He understood clearly that anyone who treated him well did so because he had value to offer. Hee Hong's flattery stemmed solely from his talent. Hee Hong saw him as manageable, someone who could elevate the He family's standing without the ruthless ambition of the Futs, who would devour them down to the last bone. Mr. He, I am deeply grateful for your esteem and recognition, Chen Fan said. However, I have no immediate plans to consider romantic relationships. For the sake of Miss He Xian's happiness, I suggest you explore other options. Chapter 115, A King's Strength Needs No Proof. Chen Fan's refusal was brutally blunt, so blunt it stunned even He Xian, who never wanted to marry him in the first place. Chen Fan, I haven't even rejected you, yet you're rejecting me? What's wrong with you? Not to mention how adorable I am and my exceptional intelligence, just my grandfather's status alone makes you unworthy of rejecting me. He Xian was genuinely furious now. She felt utterly humiliated. Countless aristocratic families were scrambling to form alliances with her. Compared to them, what was Chen Fan? What gives him the right to reject her? Seeing the displeased expressions on both the elder and younger members of the He family, Fu Li studied Chen Fan intently. He concluded the young man was either deeply enigmatic with hidden motives or simply a complete moron. Despite his anger, Hee Hong still admired Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, I understand your point. A true man should indeed establish his career before starting a family. You know full well that climbing aboard the He family ship would be a shortcut to success, yet you still refuse me with such unwavering conviction. This purity of principle is truly admirable. However, I won't give up. I trust my judgment. Rather than letting my granddaughter become a pawn in a political marriage, I'd much rather see her wed a man of substance and talent like you. I want you to become our family's son-in-law, not merely as a subordinate, but to offer you a platform where you can fully showcase your talents. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Go back and give it serious thought. Hee Hong's tone was sincere. Far from being angry with Chen Fan, he affirmed his choice. Fu Liye, who had been standing by hoping to witness a spectacle, now found himself watching his own brother become the laughingstock instead. This infuriated him, and he felt Hee Hong was being utterly hypocritical. He treated Chen Fan, a nobody with no status or connections, with such courtesy, yet rejected the Fu family without so much as a polite refusal. This clearly showed his contempt for them. To defend his family, Fu Li argued passionately, Old He, you've always been a man of deep foresight, but this time your choice is utterly wrong. I know this kid's martial arts are better than mine, but compared to my brother, he's nowhere near as capable. My own background isn't exactly noble either. While children from humble origins may possess greater ambition, they're also more prone to losing themselves in the game of money and power. I've always believed that marriage should be between equals. And my brother? He's every bit as good as this guy, no less handsome, no less charismatic, no less talented, and in many ways, he's far superior. For someone like that to snatch my brother's fiancée, it's not just me, but anyone who knows about this would surely have something to say about it. They might even laugh at the Yi family behind their backs. Fu Li's words were somewhat reckless, and sure enough, Hee Hong's face turned pale upon hearing them. Mock the Yi family? Ha! Let them come forward, I'd like to see who dares. Hee Hong's fierce demeanor instantly intimidated Fu Li. He cleared his throat awkwardly, slumped back into his seat, gritted his teeth silently, but dared not say another word. With matters escalating to this point, both parties could only part ways in mutual displeasure. Before leaving, Fu Li, still unwilling to concede, addressed Hee Hong, Elder He, my words carry little weight. You may not heed my suggestions, so I'll refrain from elaborating. I'll simply convey the stance of our family's elders. Neither my grandfather, uncles, nor father agreed to cancel the marriage alliance. I hope you'll also think carefully before acting impulsively and damaging the relationship between our two families. With that, Fu Li turned to Chen Fan, his gaze carrying a hint of warning. Chen Fan, you were right to refuse old Master He just now. It shows you still have some self-awareness. Before long, my father and elder brother will personally handle this matter. By then, you'd be wise to pack your bags and leave. If you linger here getting in the way, you'll reap what you sow, don't say I didn't warn you. Clearly, the Fu family sent Fu Li not to dissolve the engagement, but to gather intelligence. Regardless of the circumstances, the Fu family's stance remains unwavering. Wasn't the Yi family planning to hold some martial arts contest to select a son-in-law? Then let brother Fu Chenggong participate openly in this contest. Even if he has to defeat all opponents, he'll still achieve our goal. He Xian pouted angrily, Grandfather, I believe no matter what you do, brother Chenggong will prove to you that he is the most qualified to marry me. Once you've seen the ocean, other waters pale in comparison beyond the Wu Mountains, no clouds compare. Setting aside character, Fu Chenggong was indeed an exceptional marriage prospect, handsome, powerful, renowned, and pursued by countless admirers. With such an outstanding fiancé, how could Xian possibly set her sights on anyone else? If she were to marry someone less than Fu Chenggong, she'd feel utterly disgraced in public. Chen Fan refused to get involved in this drama, remaining silent as if he hadn't heard a word. But the more Chen Fan held back, the more fired up Xian became. Chen Fan, self-awareness is a virtue. You know full well you're beneath this lady, don't you? I advise you not to entertain any foolish notions, and certainly not to set your sights on me. If Brother Cheng found out you had any improper intentions toward me, he'd break your legs for sure. Even clay figures have their limits, and Chen Fan certainly wasn't one to be pushed around. He'd held back for so long, yet Xian only grew more insolent, truly showing no gratitude for the face she'd been given. If Fu Chenggong dares to provoke me, his fate won't end with just one broken leg. If you truly care about that Fu Chenggong, you should advise him not to mess with me. Otherwise, he won't even know how he died. He Hong felt deeply uneasy hearing his granddaughter mock Chen Fan relentlessly. Seeing Chen Fan remain silent only heightened his anxiety. Just as he was about to speak up, Chen Fan delivered that line and He Hong's heart leapt with delight. This was the kind of grandson-in-law he admired. This was the commanding presence a true strong man should possess. He Hong knew Chen Fan wasn't joking or bragging with his strength, he could absolutely pull it off. But Xian didn't see it that way. Hearing this, she nearly rolled her eyes so hard they'd pop out. Where on earth do you get this confidence? You're not exactly a powerhouse, but you sure talk big. Do you even know what kind of strength Brother Chenggong has? Crushing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. You'd better find a place to hide right now. If Brother Chenggong finds you, you're dead meat. Xian's arguing skills were as immature as a primary schooler's. Chen Fan couldn't be bothered to respond and was already looking for an excuse to leave when his phone conveniently rang. He answered it as if granted a reprieve, immediately standing up and walking outside. The call was from Shui Luo. The reason he'd been frantically searching for Chen Fan earlier that evening was because trouble had erupted again at the nightclub. Troublemakers had stormed the place, knocking out every security guard on duty. The nightclub was now a bloodbath, and the situation had escalated dramatically. Shui Luo had weighed his options, calling the police versus seeking Chen Fan's help, and chose the latter. He hoped Chen Fan could step in and resolve the situation. Not wanting to dine with Xian, Chen Fan readily agreed to Shui Luo's request, stating he'd be there immediately. He then returned to the SVIP room to bid farewell to He Hong, stating plainly that he had business to attend to and would see him next time. He Hong sensed a hint of evasion in Chen Fan's words, but seeing his earnestness, he didn't press too hard. He simply told Chen Fan to reach out if he needed any help. This was a veiled reference to the Lu Dao incident. Because Lu Dao had issued Chen Fan an ultimatum. He was telling Chen Fan that as long as Chen Fan was willing to speak up, he would protect him. After all, as the Northern King, his influence far surpassed that of the Pai family, which Lu Dao relied on. Chen Fan merely smiled at He Hong's generous offer. As the esteemed medical martial god, did he need anyone's protection? As if. Chapter 116, Lu Dao's Revenge. Meanwhile, Renvita was still anxiously awaiting the arrival of that major shareholder. From noon until now, he had called his regular secretary several times. The response remained consistent: the major shareholder had already departed, and it was their own fault for failing to meet him. At first, Renvita believed the secretary, but later he realized the guy was clearly toying with him. The other party probably never intended to cooperate with him at all. With no other choice, Renvita decided to head home first, intending to think things through carefully before making any further moves. As luck would have it, Chen Fan was standing by the elevator as Ren walked toward it. Renvita had wasted his entire afternoon waiting, and his mood was already sour. Seeing Chen Fan only made him even angrier. "You little punk, how come you're as persistent as a ghost? What the hell are you still doing here? You don't seriously think I'd buy your bowl and believe you're representing Chang Group, do you?" With Shui Luo's situation growing urgent, Chen Fan couldn't be bothered to waste time arguing with Renvita. But Renvita wouldn't let it go, treating Chen Fan like a punching bag for his frustration. Chen Fan frowned and said in a deep voice, "Listen carefully. As long as you're around, Chang Group will absolutely never cooperate with you." "I said it." "You say? Who do you think you are? Don't get too full of yourself." No sooner had Chen Fan finished speaking than Renvita launched into a merciless tirade of mockery, dismissing his words as nothing more than hot air. "We'll see about that." Chen Fan was never one to rush. He feared no one's contempt. After coldly tossing out those 4 words, he didn't even bother with the elevator. He strode to the nearby emergency stairwell and raced down the stairs. The more arrogant the other side was now, the more pitiful their fall would be. All he needed to do was wait for the outcome. No sooner had he climbed into the taxi than his phone rang again. This time, the caller ID displayed a number Chen Fan hadn't saved, yet it looked eerily familiar. "Chen Fan, have you hit the nightclubs yet? I've got a special gift waiting for you there. Bloodstained roses are far prettier than real red ones, I'm sure you'll love it." The voice on the line belonged to Lu Dao. Clearly, he was the one behind the incident with Shui Luo. They were all innocent bystanders, why did you have to hurt them? Chen Fan despised collective punishment above all else in life. Those who act must bear the consequences. Lu Dao's harm to those close to him had undoubtedly touched his sore spot. But Lu Dao didn't feel ashamed, he was proud. He even laughed out loud, thrilled that he'd provoked Chen Fan. Feeling the sting now? I knew a knife in someone else's flesh cuts deeper than one in your own. Calm down for now, this is merely the appetizer. I hear you and that Renani have something going on. Well, she's my next target. Let's see who's faster. Can you rescue her from my grasp? Want a hint first? Lu Dao's words cut like a knife, and Chen Fan unconsciously clenched his fists, as if gripping Lu Dao's throat. Lu Dao, drop the smirking act. I warn you, if you dare touch anyone uninvolved in this matter again, I'll take your life and grind your bones to dust. Last time, I showed mercy and spared your family's lives, leaving them only disgraced. But if you keep messing with me, I won't have such patience. Lu Dao sneered with contempt. Chen Fan. You're already on death's doorstep, and you still dare threaten me? How terrifying. Listen carefully. You get one chance. Be at the Lu family ancestral home at 9 a.m. on Wednesday. If I see genuine remorse, then I'll only take your worthless life and spare those around you. But if you persist in your stubbornness and defiance, I won't just kill you, I'll make everyone around you join you in death. Especially that Renani. I hear this woman hasn't even slept with a man yet. TSK. Such sweet looks, yet still untouched? What a waste. Rest assured, before sending Renani on her final journey, I'll make sure this woman achieves complete fulfillment in life. Lu Dao made this call seemingly just to provoke Chen Fan. Mission accomplished, he hung up with a smirk. The taxi driver, sensing Chen Fan's icy expression and terrifying aura, floored the accelerator, desperate to get rid of this plague as quickly as possible. Within minutes, Chen Fan arrived at the nightclub. The scene unfolded exactly as Shui Luo had described. That beast Lu Dao had nearly drained the blood from every security guard. Though the injuries weren't fatal, the entire nightclub was awash in blood, the air thick with the stench of gore. By the time Chen Fan arrived, Shui Luo had already sent everyone to the hospital for emergency treatment. Surveying the devastated nightclub, he said with a pained expression, Mr. Chen, it seems we've hit a brick wall this time. That Lu Dao isn't human. Should we call the police? That the feared underground gang boss was so terrified he sought police protection showed just how deep the psychological scars from Lu Dao's massacre at the nightclub ran. No need. Lu Dao has powerful backers. Even if you report it, it likely won't solve anything. He'll just mock your cowardice. Chen Fan shook his head. Then what do we do? Are we just going to let him run wild? If we let him keep causing trouble, my life and my apprentices will be in danger sooner or later. Wu Ya's face was deathly pale as he limped over, still reeling from Lu Dao's severe beating. He wasn't blaming Chen Fan, but genuinely feared Lu Dao, a ruthless killer. The man was not only powerful but downright twisted. It was best to avoid provoking such a person if possible. Sidestepping his sharp edge was the wisest course. I apologize for dragging you into this suffering. I've already agreed to a life or death duel with him, so he won't be looking for trouble anytime soon. The humiliation you suffered today, I will make him repay tenfold. Please stay calm and tend to your injuries. I will let you witness firsthand how I eliminate this scum. Chen Fan felt deeply guilty for dragging innocent people into this mess, his tone softening unusually. Upon hearing this, Shui Luo waved his hands repeatedly. Mr. Chen, please don't say that. This isn't your fault at all. Neither my master nor I intend to hold you accountable. That's right. Wu Ya, fearing Chen Fan might harbor resentment, hastened to explain, Mr. Chen, neither my master nor I are cowards. We don't regret following you. I'm just worried that Lu Dao is exceptionally powerful. What if you're no match for him? Better safe than sorry. Why don't we all leave this place and hide somewhere Lu Dao can't find us? Let's lie low for now. Once your strength grows powerful enough to stand against him, we can seek revenge, then there's no rush. Wu Ya believed Chen Fan was a talented individual who would surely achieve great things in the future. But he was still too young now. Not only could he not defeat Lu Dao, but even if he could, what good would it do? Lu Dao had the backing of the Pai family. If anything happened to Lu Dao, the Pai family would certainly not let it rest. After all, this was a son-in-law they had personally groomed for over a decade, dearer to them than a biological son. To prevent endless trouble down the line, the wisest course of action now was to flee, the best strategy among the 36 stratagems. Chen Fan understood every word of their reasoning. He knew they genuinely had his best interests at heart when offering this advice. But Chen Fan didn't agree with their thinking. He didn't believe he was powerless against Lu Dao, nor did he think the Pai family was anything to fear. Besides, while he could leave without issue, Shui Luo and Wu Ya could barely find a place to hide. But what would become of his family after they left? Were they all supposed to abandon everything and go into hiding? That was absurd. I've never doubted your resolve to protect me, nor do I question your willingness to walk through fire for me. But precisely because of that, I absolutely cannot back down on this matter. If I flee today, those around me will inevitably be harmed. One must take responsibility for one's own actions. Since Lu Dao has specifically called me out to fight him, then fight it is. If I win, I will take down the Pai family along with him. If I should lose, at least I won't drag you all down with me. Chen Fan never imagined he could lose. After all, in Jinling, there was simply no one who could defeat him. Yet he refrained from boasting, unwilling to reveal his full capabilities lest it strain their harmonious relationship. Chen Fan's words moved Wu Ye and his apprentice to the point of tears. Mr. Chen, your loyalty is truly admirable. But if I may speak frankly, should you truly go and something were to happen, it would be my fate. You two should go back and rest well. I'll contact you again once the matter is settled. Chen Fan cut them off and slowly walked away. Xue Luo and Wu Ye gazed deeply at his retreating figure, their eyes brimming with sorrow. This would likely be their final meeting with Chen Fan. In the depths of their emotions, a certain tragic grandeur was unavoidable. Chapter 117, The Stubborn Old Bastard. The next day, Ren Vida was still agonizing over the partnership with Chang Group. After returning home yesterday, he had barely slept a wink all night. At the crack of dawn, he dragged old Ren into the study to discuss yesterday's events. Son, what do you make of this Changtai situation? Is he stringing us along, or did he genuinely bring the chief shareholder over? Father, I can't say for certain, but I believe Changtai is most likely not deceiving us. He simply has no reason to do so. Deceiving us would bring him no benefit. Old Ren stated bluntly. I had people discreetly inquire around. The night before last, Changtai did indeed contact company personnel, instructing them to suspend the bidding process. This clearly indicates he genuinely intended to cooperate with us at that time. As for yesterday's incident, I don't know what exactly went wrong. But since Chang Group hasn't demanded the bidding preparations resume, it means we still have a chance. So instead of obsessing over whether it was genuine or not, we should focus on figuring out where things went wrong and how to fix it. Old Ren is particularly upset about this. Following Ren Vida's directive, the entire company has been scrambling to secure contracts with farmers, and many agreements have already been signed. If this partnership falls through, all those contracts become void. The compensation alone for breaching those agreements with the farmers would be enough to sever their cash flow, plunging the entire Ren Group into irreparable ruin. Ren Vida massaged his temples, his face etched with deep frustration. I've been racking my brain all night, but I just can't figure out where things went wrong. The venue and private room were confirmed with them in advance. If that chief shareholder had actually shown up, there's no way he could have gotten the location wrong. Only that brat Chen Fan had to come out and cause trouble, insisting he was the so-called chief shareholder. Old Ren carefully recalled the sequence. It had indeed unfolded that way. A sudden flash of insight struck him like a bolt of lightning. He stood up abruptly and exclaimed, Dad, what if Chen Fan wasn't lying at all? What? Old Ren exclaimed excitedly, Dad, haven't you ever considered that Chen Fan might actually be telling the truth? That the principal shareholder we're waiting for is him? Are you out of your mind? Faced with Ren Lao's suggestion, Ren Wei dismissed it without a second thought. If he were Chang Group's chief shareholder, then I'd be the Jade Emperor himself. What does Chen Fan amount to? No pedigree, no money. Only a complete moron would hand over 2/3 of their shares to him. Ren Vida's words were spoken with such conviction that old Ren's expression stiffened. He himself found it hard to believe Chen Fan could have any connection to Changtai. Remember, at Zhao Tai's exhibition, Changtai had glared at Chen Fan and mocked him mercilessly. It was impossible that Changtai had suddenly changed overnight, not only turning from enemy to friend with Chen Fan, but also giving away the majority of his shares for nothing? The whole thing felt utterly fantastical. Ugh, Zhao Tai's phone was off. Calls went unanswered, and he couldn't get any information. This situation was clearly unsustainable. Ren Vida racked his brain but couldn't make sense of it. In the end, he turned his cunning thoughts toward Ren Annie. Go tell Annie to call someone from the Zhao family and find Zhao Tai. Old Ren couldn't help but sigh at the suggestion. When would this old father ever give up on pushing Annie and Zhao Tai together? Annie clearly didn't like Zhao Tai, and Zhao Tai had long since lost interest in her. Wouldn't it be perfect to let Annie be with Chen Fan? That way, Chen Fan could marry into the family, ensuring the Ren lineage continued, while his granddaughter could still stay by his side. It was a win-win. With this in mind, old Ren didn't immediately comply with Ren Vida's order. Instead, he gently reminded his son, Dad, forced relationships never work out. You must see that Zhao Tai has given up on An and has poured all her affection into Chen Fan. Since that's the case, why should we force a couple apart? Besides, Zhao Tai turning off his phone clearly shows he wants nothing more to do with our family. Don't you feel embarrassed constantly throwing yourself at him like this? Ren Wei slammed his hand on the table and roared, How dare you speak to your father like that? After all these years of raising you, now you're lecturing me? A true man knows when to yield. I understand Zhao Tai's stance better than you do. No need for your lectures. The Ren family's survival hangs by a thread. If we don't secure this partnership project, we'll both end up sleeping on the streets. No matter what it takes, even if you have to send Annie to Zhao Tai's bed, you secure this partnership. After Rin Vita delivered his unquestionable tirade, he turned to berate old Rin in a fit of rage. Annie picked up your temper, which is why she's useless. You've ruined this granddaughter. Enough. Go fetch Anne. I'll speak with her myself. You're not needed. Rin Vita knew that, given old man Ren's temperament, he would never force Rin Annie to do something she didn't want to do. But unless he pushed Rin Annie now, this deal would never happen. Therefore, he decided to take matters into his own hands. No matter what, he had to make this happen. Old Rin didn't want Rin Annie to become a pawn in Rin Vita's pursuit of fame and fortune. Yet the company's situation was exactly as Rin Vita described, a predicament from which there was no easy escape. Left with no other choice, he finally mustered the courage to visit Rin Annie. Rin Annie wasn't home. When he called, he learned she was with Chen Fan. Learning that Rin Annie had gone to see Chen Fan first thing in the morning, Rin Vita was furious. That damn girl had gone completely rogue. Did she think she could just ignore my orders? Didn't I explicitly forbid her from associating with Chen Fan yesterday? What does this mean? Does she think she can ignore me? Rin Vita raged, then immediately ordered old Ren to locate Rin Annie and drag her back, ensuring she could never see Chen Fan again. Rin Vita's hatred for Chen Fan stemmed partly from the disrespectful words Chen Fan had hurled at him yesterday, but more fundamentally, he believed Chen Fan's very existence had sabotaged the marriage between Zhao Tai and Rin Annie, thus ruining the carefully orchestrated alliance he had spent years cultivating. But most crucially, after a night of reflection, Rin Vita had become utterly convinced that Zhao Tai and Rin Tai's peculiar behavior stemmed from their shared dislike of Chen Fan. The Rin family, showing no avoidance of suspicion, maintained close ties with Chen Fan. This led to misunderstandings from both sides, resulting in the Rin family being ostracized. Not to mention, he had received reliable intelligence that Lu Dao had already set his sights on Chen Fan and would deal with him soon. If Rin Annie continued her close association with Chen Fan, the entire Rin family could be in grave danger. The more Rin Vita thought about it, the more critical the situation seemed. He couldn't delay any longer. In a flurry of urgency, he took old Rin out to catch them red-handed. Chapter 118, A Complete and Utterly Useless Teammate. At that moment, Rin Annie and Chen Fan were sipping coffee in a cafe. She knew her grandfather had sought her out at this hour because he'd likely heeded her great-grandfather's words. Rin Vita's attitude toward Chen Fan was downright hostile. Saying too much would only earn her a scolding. Better to brush it off with a single remark and avoid trouble. Besides, it was rare for Chen Fan to call her first thing in the morning and ask her out. How could she let her great-grandfather ruin this date? For this date, Rin Annie had deliberately applied a fresh, innocent makeup look and donned a warm, beige dress. She hoped to change Chen Fan's perception of her as strong-willed, showing him her gentle and virtuous side. Little did she know, Chen Fan hadn't called her out for a date at all. He couldn't care less about her outfit. Miss Run, you absolutely must bring several bodyguards with you whenever you go out these next few days. Under no circumstances should you go out alone. Before Rin Annie could even ask Chen Fan if her outfit looked good, he spoke first. It's best to avoid any gatherings too. Besides going to the office or home, don't accept any invitations. Once I handle things these next couple of days, you won't have to worry about this anymore. What do you mean by that? I don't understand. What are you sorting out? What should I be worried about? Have you gotten yourself into trouble? Rin Annie had never heard Chen Fan speak with such solemn gravity before, and her expression shifted slightly. In her mind, Chen Fan was always fearless and perpetually calm, never like this, offering earnest advice. Yesterday, Lu Dao called me and challenged me to a final showdown at his place the day after tomorrow. You agreed? Rin Annie's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Chen Fan nodded nonchalantly. Of course I agreed. Dealing with him is no big deal. So don't worry about my safety. Right now, your safety is the priority. What do you mean? How is this related to me? Could it be that just because our family hosted that banquet, he's targeting me? Rin Annie asked, somewhat confused. Because you're my friend. He believes our relationship is very close, so he's attempting to punish me by harming you. Chen Fan relayed Lu Dao's exact words. Rin Annie's face drained of color upon hearing this. Though she hadn't witnessed the bloody scene herself, Chen Fan's description alone sent shivers down her spine and filled her with dread. So that's how it is. I'll be careful. If that guy is that twisted, won't his methods against you be even more terrifying? I heard that Lu Dao has already mastered the Pai family's secret techniques and is extraordinarily powerful. Why don't you just run away? I can give you some money. Rin Annie was terrified that Lu Dao might actually come looking for them. Yet, like Chen Fan, she worried more about how he would survive this ordeal than about her own safety. Glancing at Rin Annie's anxious concern for him, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. I told you, he's just a clown. As long as you protect yourself and don't let him capture you to threaten me, everything will be fine, understand? Alright, but you still need to stay vigilant. Never let your guard down. Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden threats are hard to guard against. Rin Annie trusted Chen Fan's abilities, but she wasn't reckless. He might ambush you. Chen Fan wasn't worried about that. With his skills, if he really got taken down by Lu Dao, he'd be a disgrace to his master and he wouldn't die unjustly. No problem. I'll stay alert. After settling that matter, Ren Annie shifted the topic to Renvita. After my great-grandfather returned yesterday, he went completely berserk, cursing you out relentlessly. No matter how we tried to calm him down, it was useless. Mr. Chen, you shouldn't have made that bet with him. Our collaboration between the Ren family and Chang Group is likely off the table now. After being stood up all day yesterday, I can't fathom what we did to offend Chang Tai to make him treat us this way. Shen Fan shook his head upon hearing this and replied solemnly to Ren Annie, Chang Tai didn't play games with you, nor did he stand you up. Chang Group was genuinely eager to partner with you. It was your great-grandfather who refused to value this opportunity and distrusted my words, leading to this mischance. Ren Annie looked at him curiously. Where did you get this information? Could it be you have an insider at Chang Group? Ha! Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh at Ren Annie's dramatic question. Seems your great-grandfather's brainwashing has taken quite a hold on you. Didn't I explain yesterday? I am Chang Group's largest shareholder. Once I approve something, no one can oppose it. I went there yesterday specifically to sign the contract with you, but who knew your great-grandfather wouldn't believe my identity and kept telling me to get lost? What could I do? Ren Annie froze for a long moment, her entire body seemingly petrified. It took her ages to snap out of it. Mr. Chen, are you joking with me, or is this for real? Why would I joke about something like this? Look for yourself, I brought the contracts. I know your great-grandfather wouldn't trust my signature, so I signed under Chang's name and used the company seal. Surely that can't be wrong? Shen Fan handed the two signed contracts to Ren Annie. Ren Annie examined them carefully. They were indeed from Chang Group. Good heavens, what on earth is going on? How could this be? Just the other day at the exhibition, Chang Tai was pointing his finger at you and yelling how could he suddenly? Ren Annie felt utterly bewildered. Chen Fan was simply too incredible. How, in less than a week, had someone who had been at loggerheads with him become his staunch supporter? And now they'd even signed this contract without question? It was beyond comprehension. Some things are too complicated to explain now. I'll tell you later when I have time. In short, take these two contracts. As soon as you sign and stamp them, they'll take effect immediately. I know your family invested heavily in this venture. If it truly fails, bankruptcy is likely. I can't bear to see you and old Ren end up on the streets. So this time, I'll show mercy. For your sake, I won't hold it against Ren Wei. But he must be taught a lesson. He absolutely cannot be allowed to lord it over me like this again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless and refusing to offer you any further assistance. Chen Fan wasn't a heartless man. No matter how unreasonable Renvita might be, Ren Annie and Old Run were good people worthy of his support. Yet such support must be built on mutual respect. Without respect, nothing is possible. Ren Annie was so moved she was on the verge of tears. She knew better than anyone how stubborn and inflexible her great-grandfather had been. Putting herself in Chen Fan's shoes, she knew she would have been driven to the brink of death by Renvita's fury long ago. Yet here was Chen Fan, repaying hatred with kindness, willing to swallow his pride for her sake. This made Ren Annie's heart feel sweet and warm. She felt Chen Fan must also harbor feelings for her, why else would he sacrifice so much for her sake? Just as Ren Annie was lost in her joyful thoughts, old Ran, who had tracked her down via her phone's location, arrived with Renvita in tow. The moment Renvita saw Chen Fan and Ren Annie sitting together chatting, his great-granddaughter looking coy and bashful, he stormed over, his cane pounding the floor so hard it drew stares from the cafe patrons. You little bastard! You're deceiving Mayan again, aren't you? You good-for-nothing scoundrel, all smooth talk and no substance. I'll have your tongue cut out someday. Ren Annie, have you no backbone? What's so great about that pretty boy? Are you blind or just heartless, always hanging around him like that? Renvita's words were utterly merciless. The onlookers sensed drama unfolding and craned their necks, desperate not to miss the spectacle. Chen Fan detested nothing more than being stared at like a sideshow attraction. He was a private man by nature. Even when doing good deeds, he disliked being gawked at. This humiliating situation was even worse. Renvita, I advise you to take back what you just said. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. Ren Annie, fearing Chen Fan might actually withdraw the contracts, hurriedly stood up and said, Great-grandfather, why are you stirring up trouble again? Chen Fan and I are discussing serious business. Look at this. This is the long-term contract with Chang Group you've always dreamed of. He thrust both contracts under Renvita's nose, but Renvita didn't even glance at them, pushing them aside. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old you can fool? You two have been huddled over this for ages. Turns out you were just figuring out how to forge a fake contract? This kid's got a screw loose, and you're joining in the nonsense? You even stamped it? Do you know impersonating a company seal is a criminal offense? Have you lost your mind? Ren Annie protested helplessly, No, great-grandfather. This is a genuine Chang Group contract. Mr. Chen specifically brought it to us. If you don't believe me, you can go to Chang Tai for verification. I'm not that stupid. This thing can't possibly be real. Why would I go? To make a fool of myself? What does this loser even have that qualifies him to secure a cooperation project? Just listen to him spouting nonsense. Renvita exclaimed angrily. Tear up this worthless fake contract right now. If someone catches you with this, you'll be eating prison food. Seeing Renani unmoved, he snatched the contract from her hands and tore it to shreds in one swift motion so fast she couldn't even stop him. Chen Fan, who had been slightly annoyed at first, now burst into laughter as he watched the contract destroyed. Nice. Tear it up good. You should have made it louder after all, this is your last moment of glory before the Ren family goes bankrupt. Chapter 119, The Self-Important Oddballs. You bastard, stop cursing us. Ran Wei's voice rose several octaves. He was already freaking out about the company, and Chen Fan just hit him right where it hurt. Oof. Whether it's a curse or not, we'll see. Opportunity knocks but once. Goodbye. Chen Fan's patience had reached its limit. He refused to do anything that might benefit Renvita. All he could think was, Renani and old man Ren must have stolen heaven's pillow in a past life, robbing the heavens of sleep. That's why heaven had to torment both grandmother and granddaughter. You piece of trash, get out of here. Just seeing you brings bad luck. If you ever dare contact Mayan again, I'll beat you to death. Even after Chen Fan left, Renvita remained furious. Leaning on his cane with one hand and thrusting the other into his waist, he continued to hurl insults at Chen Fan's retreating back. Ran Annie had never felt such humiliation. She knew she could never face Chen Fan again. Great-grandfather, are you a complete idiot? Couldn't you have verified the contract before tearing it up? You may feel satisfied, but the Ren family is utterly ruined now. We might as well all go to hell together. Ren Annie had never lost her composure so publicly before, but this time she truly broke down. Seeing Ren Annie crouched on the ground, staring at the shredded contract and wailing, Renvita was momentarily stunned. Yet he stubbornly persisted. What really? You two think you can fool me? You're too green. I won't fall for your tricks. Old Ren knew Ren Annie's temperament well enough to realize this was absolutely not an act. He crouched down, slowly picking up the stamped section of the contract fragments. As his fingers brushed against it, his face drained of color. Dad, this contract is real. Renvita snorted. You're playing along with them too? Are you even my son? How dare you side with them? Seeing Renwei's disbelief, old Ren gathered the contract fragments and immediately contacted his contact at Changru, sending photos of the pieces. The contact immediately confirmed the contract's authenticity, stating he had personally printed it that very day. There was absolutely no mistake. Upon receiving this confirmation, old Ren's vision darkened. He slumped into a chair, his eyes completely devoid of light. Renvita was stunned, as if struck by a thunderbolt. His ears rang, his mind reeling in chaos. What the hell? How could this be real? This can't be real. You must be lying to me. Renvita refused to accept reality, unable to believe he had destroyed everything with his own hands. What was he to do? What on earth was he to do? The once arrogant Renvita finally panicked. Overcome by rage and distress, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the Chen family wasn't sitting idle either. Sensei had been keeping a close watch on the cooperation between Chang Group and Ring Group. Learning that they still hadn't signed the contract, he was practically overjoyed. Their family had been thoroughly humiliated at the Rin family banquet, even forced to kneel outside with shameful signs, completely disgracing generations of their family honor. This incident had gnawed at them, fueling their daily obsession with the Rin family's downfall. Now that the day had finally arrived, they felt vindicated, as if the Ren's predicament was entirely their doing. Imaging gloated triumphantly, this is what they call the wheel of fortune turning. Back when the Wrens treated us like that to curry favor with Chen Fan, now it's their turn to taste the same medicine. The Wrens really were arrogant. They hadn't even finalized the deal yet, hadn't even finished the negotiations, and they were already aggressively recruiting farmers to cooperate, signing contracts, and paying deposits. Were they out of their minds? Chen Wanwan couldn't help but sneer. Who knows what they were thinking? Where did they get the nerve? Anyway, if they fail to seal the deal, it's a huge win for us. Just seeing them fall from grace would be satisfying enough. Sensei declared confidently, besides, we can enter the competition too. If this project really goes to public tender, I don't think our chances are any worse than anyone else's. After all, we've collaborated with Chang Group several times in the past. Though the projects weren't large, the partnerships were always pleasant. Plus, we've already connected with numerous farmers, giving us a head start. All that will be our bargaining chip when the time comes. Imaging wholeheartedly agreed with Sensei's decision, thinking the old lady was truly wise. Xianhui chimed in with flattery, Grandma truly thinks ahead. The moment we heard the news yesterday, she ordered us to secure these farmers at any cost even if it meant borrowing from loan sharks.
With things progressing so smoothly, far exceeding our expectations and Grandma's shrewd decisions, I believe it's only a matter of time before our Qian family replaces the Ren family as one of Jinling's major powerhouses. Sinsi was floating on air from all the flattery, swaying her head with even greater satisfaction.
It wasn't just my brilliant decision-making.
The main reason was that bastard Chen Fan jumped in yesterday to try and stop us. I've always known that kid's character, he's nothing but a jinx, never wishing our family any good.
So as long as we don't make the same decisions he does, everything will go smoothly. Sinsi now regarded Chen Fan as a harbinger of misfortune, basking in self-satisfaction. Enough about that jinx, he makes me sick. Just hearing Chen Fan's name made Imaging feel physically nauseous.
All she cared about now was making more money. She had no time to waste on a pushover like Chen Fan. We need to move fast, connect with as many farmers as possible, and secure all the medicinal herb resources under our control. That way, even if we lose the bidding, we can sell these resources at a premium later. We won't lose out either way. Currently, aside from the contracted farmers under Lei Yizhen's pharmacies in Jinling, most of the remaining farmers have shown interest in collaborating with us. However, Lei Yizhen's pharmacies still control the lion's share of Jinling's medicinal resources and remain our major competitor. What the Chen family didn't know at the time was that Lei Yizhen's herbal shops had already been transferred to Chen Fan's control. This was precisely why Chen Fan had advised them yesterday against engaging in such profiteering schemes.
With Chen Fan in control, neither the Ren family nor Chang Group's pharmaceutical enterprises would ever face a shortage of medicinal herbs.
The more they speculated, the more they risked getting stuck with unsellable inventory. Unfortunately, the Qian family members were already brainwashed by dreams of sudden wealth and success, completely unaware of the impending disaster.
To seize the initiative quickly and monetize their farmer resources, Sinsi, after much deliberation, made a bold decision.
She instructed Qianhui to draft a letter of intent immediately, aiming to beat the Ren family to the punch by approaching Changtai first to negotiate terms and secure a partnership. She hoped to single-handedly outmaneuver the Rens. The thought of soon becoming a small-time rich woman instantly energized Qianhui, who quickly finalized the contract. During lunch break, Sinsi led her team to Chang's group, ready to stake out Changtai and seize an opportunity to meet him. She repeatedly urged her two granddaughters to make a good impression. After all, men of any age were inevitably prone to lust. Though Changtai was old, he certainly wasn't immune to such desires. If the two girls could charm him into a good mood, future benefits would surely follow. Qianhui and Shan Wanwan had suffered significant reputational damage from past incidents. Still, without new boyfriends, they found it difficult to climb the social ladder, let alone infiltrate elite circles. Thus, both women were determined this time.
They dressed up more flamboyantly than ever.
Even if they couldn't snag a young, promising man, landing this wealthy and powerful older man wouldn't be a bad alternative.
Chapter 120, Chen Fan as chief shareholder? You know what? Sinsi's plan actually worked.
After staking out the Chang Group entrance for over half an hour, they managed to catch Chang Tai Chang returning from lunch. Though Qianhui and Shan Wanwan were both unpleasant and morally bankrupt, they possessed undeniable beauty and silver tongue charm. After some flirtatious banter, they smoothly gained entry to Chang Tai's office. Chen Fan was no novice in the game.
Though unsure which specific project these women were pursuing, he assumed they were seeking collaboration.
Chang Group handled numerous projects, and if the women truly possessed sufficient sincerity and capability, he wouldn't mind sharing a slice of the pie.
That's why he invited them into his office, ready to hear what promising plans they had to offer.
But the moment Sinsi opened her mouth, Chang Tai nearly turned tail and left.
What did you just say? You want our pharmaceutical project? Sinsi nodded, still unaware of Chang Tai's souring expression, continuing to speak without pause. Mr. Chang, I've come with complete sincerity. Ever since learning about your pharmaceutical partnership plans, I've been preparing.
Look, I've already contacted these farmers and signed letters of intent with them. If you entrust this project to us, sourcing medicinal herbs won't be an issue.
We also.
Stop. Chang Tai had never seen such a clueless old woman. His face had already turned stern, yet she kept blabbering on.
This project can't go to you.
Our group's chief shareholder has made it clear he will personally select the partner for this initiative. So all your efforts will likely be in vain. The pharmaceutical project was specifically requested by Chen Fan himself.
The contract had already been taken away.
Though he didn't know why it still hadn't been signed, Chang Tai dared not act presumptuously.
If he took the project Chen Fan specifically wanted on his own authority, wouldn't that be like provoking a powerful enemy?
Since he never expected Chang Tai to refuse so decisively, his tone firm, as if there was absolutely no room for negotiation.
Yet she had already secured contracts from so many farmers.
If this deal ultimately fell through, she wouldn't just lose her life savings, she'd be saddled with a mountain of high-interest debt.
Mr. Chang, who is your company's chief shareholder? To whom did he assign this project? I can't disclose that yet, since the contract isn't signed.
As for our company's chief shareholder, well, it's quite a coincidence it's someone you know.
Chang Tai stated bluntly.
He happens to be in his office upstairs.
You can go meet him yourselves. Sinsi's reminder finally snapped Chang Tai out of his complacency.
The bitter feud between Chen Fan and the Chen family came rushing back, sending a cold sweat down his back.
Thankfully, Sinsi had requested a project he couldn't grant.
Had he momentarily lost his mind and handed it over, Chen Fan, discovering he dared to deal with his sworn enemy, would spell trouble. Thus, having regained his wits, Chang Tai Tang decided to go with the flow and pass this clingy family off to Chen Fan. After all, Chen Fan was now the chief shareholder of Chang Group. Having him personally deal with the Chiens would surely be a satisfying outcome. If Chen Fan was pleased and credited him with the achievement, wouldn't that bring him closer to Chen Fan? Sinsi remained completely unaware that Chang Tai had manipulated her. She genuinely believed he was honoring her and the Chien family by introducing them to the company's chief shareholder.
Thank you, Chairman Chang. We'll head over now. Go ahead.
The moment the door closed, Chang Tai burst into laughter and immediately dialed Chen Fan's number. At the same moment, Sinsi and the others stepped into the elevator, brimming with confidence as they headed upstairs.
Grandma, this is such a pleasant surprise. Our luck is finally turning. Qian Wanwan exclaimed excitedly. You bet.
Even though Chang Tai didn't give us a clear yes just now, the fact he introduced us to the chief shareholder means this has real potential.
You two need to make a great impression later and charm this shareholder, got it? Don't worry, Grandma. Do we even need you to tell us? We're both ready.
Shen Wanwan and Qian Hui said in unison.
The four of them went upstairs and quickly found the chief shareholder's office.
They cheerfully knocked on the door, and soon footsteps could be heard approaching from inside. Just as they composed their expressions, hoping to make a favorable impression, the door swung open.
Chen Fan's face appeared before them, wearing a faint, ambiguous smile. Sinsi's painfully forced smile instantly crumbled.
Imaging, Chen Wanwan, and Qian Hui all wore expressions of varying degrees of shock.
Chen Fan? Why is it always you? What are you doing here?
Chen Fan shrugged nonchalantly.
That's a question I should be asking you. This is my office, didn't you come looking for me? Your office?
Sinsi's voice shot up an octave as she stumbled back 2 steps, nearly falling. Fortunately, Imaging was quick to react and caught her. Qian Hui stepped forward, arms crossed, glaring at Chen Fan.
This can't be your office. How did you suddenly become Chang Group's chief shareholder?
I'd never believe that even if you killed me. Chen Fan curled his lip, then sat back down in his executive chair. Spinning it around, he shrugged indifferently.
If you don't believe me, then leave. It's no loss to me. Stop pretending, Qian Hui snorted. You're here to plead for Rin Annie, aren't you? You want to help her family secure this project, that's why you showed up, right? Has that chief shareholder even shown up for work yet?
So you're impersonating him, strutting around here trying to bluff us out of here.
Am I right? Qian Hui's imagination ran wild, quickly conjuring up a dramatic scenario. Chen Fan could only laugh. Qian Hui, with a mind like yours, why not become a screenwriter? Why go around selling your body? You freeloader, what gives you the right to mock me?
Qian Hui pulled down her wide-open collar as she spoke. She'd deliberately worn a sexy outfit to seduce Chang Tai, but now that Chen Fan had caught her off guard, her face flushed crimson. You should know best whether I'm a freeloader or not. When I was your son-in-law living in your house, did you ever give me the slightest benefit? All I got was a huge mess to clean up. I've never heard of anyone freeloading like that. Chen Fan spoke the truth, and Qian Hui was momentarily at a loss for words. Enough. Why are you saying all this to him? Chen Fan, people need dignity, trees need bark. I advise you to get off that chair before the chief shareholder returns. Otherwise, when the real owner comes back, you won't get off lightly. Imaging remained adamant that Chen Fan wasn't the rightful owner of this office, persistently urging him to get lost. But Chen Fan paid no heed, propping his chin on his hand as he picked up a pen from the desk and began twirling it idly. Sigh, this mess is all Chang Tai's fault for not making himself clear. Go ask him yourself, see if this office really belongs to me, Chen Fan.
Forget it. Don't bother running around, it's a waste of time. I'll just give him a call. Chen Fan dialed the internal line. Moments later, Chang Tai's slightly obsequious voice came through the phone. Mr. Chen, what can I do for you? Is it those Qian family members who just came up? Are they being troublesome? Should I call security to have them removed? Not yet. They don't believe I'm the owner of this office. You come talk to them. Tell them who the current chief shareholder of your company is.
Chen Fan said indifferently.
Listen up, all of you. Mr. Chen Fan is our company's current chief shareholder. The pharmaceutical project I mentioned earlier is entirely under his authority. Anyone who dares to upset Mr. Chen is directly opposing me, Chang Tai. Got it? Unlike his cautious deference when speaking to Chen Fan, Chang Tai's tone toward the Chen family was as impatient as it could possibly be. Even over the phone, the severity in his voice was palpable. Sinsi and the others instantly felt their hearts turn to ashes. Who could have imagined that the former son-in-law by marriage would transform into a figure so high-ranking they could never hope to reach his level? Chapter 121, The Chen Family Women Panic.
Chen Fan hung up the phone, raising an eyebrow as he surveyed the women. Seeing their ashen faces, he gave a playful smile. I trust you all heard that clearly? Who would have thought you were after the pharmaceutical project? Didn't I advise you against it yesterday? Stop entertaining delusions, you have no chance with this project. Why won't you listen? Chen Fan's tone dripped with mockery. But Qian Hui was known for her resilience when it came to making money. She'd sacrifice her pride in a heartbeat. How could a few words from Chen Fan deter her? She took a deep breath, then snatched the cooperation proposals from Sun Si's hands and slammed them down in front of Chen Fan. With a beaming smile, she said, Chen Fan, take a look. This is the result of our entire day's effort yesterday. Already, this many farmers are willing to supply us with medicinal herbs. Given our sincerity, why not let us in on the deal? While the Chen family may not control Jinling's herbal medicine market, we can absolutely meet large-scale supply demands. It's a win-win working together to prosper. Doesn't that sound ideal? Why would I use yours? Jinling has plenty of herbal suppliers. Chen Fan leaned back in his chair, propping his chin on his hand. They certainly don't have as many farmers unwilling to cooperate as we do. If you're expanding, without the help of these farmers we have, your medicinal herbs probably won't be enough, right? Qian Hui's self-righteousness left Chen Fan speechless. Just as he opened his mouth to retort, the woman launched into another tirade, leaving him no chance to interject. Chen Fan, our breakup back then was just a misunderstanding. There was never any deep-seated hatred between us. A day as husband and wife creates 100 days of affection. I think we had a pretty good life together. It's only since we split that everything's gone haywire, making us a laughingstock. Why don't we reconcile? Let's remarry. Qian Hui's prospects had been steadily declining lately. Due to her past issues, most of Jinling's wealthy families were unwilling to accept her into their households. Yet Qian Hui looked down on modest families and businesses. After much deliberation, she concluded that Chen Fan, in his current position, had become the most suitable match for her. After all, the guy had made it big now. Plus, the Qian family had him firmly under their thumb just a few years ago. Qian Hui believed that if they remarried, they could turn back the clock. Before long, she could seize all the resources currently in Chen Fan's hands and restore her family's prosperity. As for dealing with Chen Fan, she could simply repeat her old tricks and find another excuse to kick him out of the house. Qian Hui's plans clicked and clattered in her mind, yet she remained unaware that Chen Fan had never held her in any regard from the start. Reconciliation with such a venomous woman was utterly out of the question. Chen Fan stroked his chin, feigning deep thought. Just as Qian Hui's heart swelled with anticipation, certain he would agree, he poured cold water on her hopes. When will you ever get your head straight? Do you take me for a fool? Getting back together with you? That'll happen when pigs fly. Chen Fan shook his head and clicked his tongue in utter disgust. Qian Hui's temper flared instantly at such humiliation. No matter how high his position, in Qian Hui's eyes, he would always remain that good-for-nothing son-in-law who couldn't be salvaged. Chen Fan, stop putting on airs. Mark my words, if you refuse to take me back today, don't expect me to give you the time of day when you come begging later. Humph. The wheel of fortune turns. You've only had a few days of luck. Don't you dare think you can stay arrogant forever. You've got no money, no skills, what can you even do besides housework? Marry Ran Annie? Wake up! Stop dreaming such pipe dreams. Qian Hui belittling Chen Fan down to nothing was a tactic their family often used. Chen Fan dismissed her rant as nonsense, retorting with a sneer, as long as my name, Chen Fan, hangs on this office door, I won't let Chang Group partner with you. Unless you kneel before me, beg for mercy, and make amends for your past sins, I can't help you. I know you paid a hefty price to secure these contracts. I bet you even dipped into your life savings, old Madamson? I'll be watching to see how you clean up this mess. Chen Fan exuded the authority and pressure of a man in power, and with just a few words, he had Sun Si panicking. If Chen Fan truly held such decisive authority and remained resolutely unwilling to give the Chen family a chance, then their doom was indeed near. They could temporarily dodge their relatives' debts, but how would they repay those loan sharks? Those loan sharks were ruthless devils who wouldn't blink at killing to get their money back. The thought alone made Sun Si immediately grab Qian Hui's arm, preventing her from provoking Chen Fan any further. Clearly, confrontation was useless now. Chen Fan was no longer the pushover he once was. With his newfound superiority, their only option was to play the victim. Chen Fan, everyone hits rock bottom sometimes. Didn't you come to our family penniless yourself? Even if we treated you poorly, we still gave you food to eat, clothes to wear, and a roof over your head, didn't we? A day as husband and wife creates 100 days of affection. Qian Hui and I endured those hard times with you. How could you be so heartless as to push us to our deaths? Seeing Yimajing deploy her soft approach, Chen Huixing caught on immediately and quickly shifted her tone. Yes, Chen Fan, I'm all bark and no bite, you know that. Why must you pick a fight with me? Let's make up. We'll treat you well from now on. You used to be so devoted to me. How could you change like this? It's truly heartbreaking.
Chen Hui's falsely sweet demeanor now only made Chen Fan feel sick. Don't bother putting on a show for me.
While I haven't yet exterminated you both, you still have time to think of other ways to make amends. Every second I look at your faces, my rage grows. If I can't hold back any longer, I might end your worthless lives before those loan sharks even get involved. Chen Fan's tone had been steady and measured until those final words, which cut through the air with sudden, brutal sharpness. The sudden chill caught Chen Hui off guard. She shivered violently, nearly twisting her ankle. She couldn't fathom that the man she'd always dismissed as a good-for-nothing could one day become such a formidable figure. And she certainly never imagined she'd end up in such a predicament. Get out! At Chen Fan's command, the Qian family members scattered like frightened quails, filing out in single file with heads bowed, not daring to linger for a moment. Outside Chen Fan's office, the four women looked utterly devastated. What were they to do now? It seemed all that money had truly gone down the drain. Chen Fan would never change his mind. I don't want to end up with my limbs chopped off and dumped in the red light district. Quick, think of a way out. At this point, the women were finally terrified and realized just how foolish their earlier decision had been. If they'd only lost the house and the money, there might still be a glimmer of hope. But now, with tens of millions in high-interest debt hanging over them, interest alone costing hundreds of thousands daily, where on earth would they find that kind of money? After much deliberation, Sensi still felt they had to beg Chen Fan to relent. Steeling herself once more, she led the three women back inside. The moment Chen Fan saw them return, he grabbed his phone to call security. Unexpectedly, Sensi lunged forward, snatched the phone from Chen Fan's hand, and slammed it shut. Then, with a thud, she knelt before him. Seeing this, Imajing, Chen Wanwan, and Xian Hui scrambled to kneel as well, banging their heads on the floor and tearfully begging Chen Fan to show mercy. Chen Fan, we beg you. If not for our sake, then for the sake of our late grandfather. He treated you well when he was alive. Yes. We borrowed from loan sharks, but now our deal fell through and we can't repay them. They'll slaughter us alive. If grandfather's spirit in heaven knew this, he'd never rest in peace. Chapter 122, Settling Both Sides. It must be said, these people knew exactly how to manipulate Chen Fan. If it were for their sake, Chen Fan would consider these venomous women deserving of death. But the moment the late Mr. Qian was mentioned, Chen Fan felt helpless. The old man was the only one who treated him like family, giving him one of the few chances to experience genuine affection. It was just a pity he passed away too soon. Keep these contracts. Hand over the farmers to me. I'll transfer the full amount to you at the original price. Pay off the high-interest loans as soon as possible. Figure out what to do with the rest yourselves. Chen Fan believed accepting their mess was the height of kindness, yet he never imagined these women would remain unsatisfied. Chen Fan, if you're going to be the good guy, go all the way. Buying these farmers' contracts at full price still leaves us hundreds of thousands in unpaid interest. How are we supposed to repay that? Exactly. If you take these farmers on, let us partner with Chang Group. With this partnership secured, we promise never to bother you again. Exactly. With this long-term partnership, it's like having lifetime insurance. From now on. Shut up. Listening to these women scrambling to make demands, Chen Fan slammed his hand on the table. With your utterly foolish minds and rotten hearts, I'd have to be insane to let Chang Group partner with people like you. Think you can make money off me? That's laughable. The hundreds of thousands in interest are your just punishment. You love buying luxury goods, don't you? Sell them all off, that'll give you the money to pay back. Xian Hui was the first to accuse him. Chen Fan, aren't you taking this too far? Are you trying to drive us to our deaths? You've got a heart of stone. Exactly. You. Chen Wanwan was about to back her up when Chen Fan sneered coldly, if any of you dare utter another word, pack up these contracts and get out. With matters having reached this point, Sensi could only resign herself to her fate. She left behind the contracts and her bank account details, then obediently took the remaining 3 and got lost. At least the bulk of the funds were recovered now. The only gaping hole left was that several $100,000 in unpaid interest. At worst, they'd have to default on their relatives' loans, still better than being hacked to death by loan sharks. The group jogged out of Chang Group, still trembling at the memory of Chen Fan's imposing demeanor moments earlier. Truly, clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. This penniless wretch, now with money and status, carried himself with entirely different confidence. Xian Hui mentally noted Chen Fan's name in her ledger of grudges, screaming hysterically, "You bastard, mark my words. I will avenge this today. When I rise to power and become a phoenix, I'll turn him into a human pig." Xian Wanwan was utterly speechless at Chen Hui's vow of vengeance, quickly shattering her sister's fantasy with a few words. Enough, sis. We're already pariahs in the socialite circles. How exactly do you plan to rise to the top? Not to mention, that debt of several $100,000 will balloon to over $1 million by tomorrow. Our relatives are all greedy wolves. Do you think they'll let us off the hook? They might even seize our house. As Qian Wanwan said, there's always someone worse than you. The Qian family's relatives were all demons in disguise.
They'd gladly help when they thought the sisters could make money, hoping to get a piece of the pie. Now that they know the Qians are utterly ruined, they won't just keep their distance, they'll kick them while they're down. How could anyone get along with such people? Chen Fan couldn't care less whether the Qians lived or died from now on. He had done all he could. As for the medicinal farmer contacts obtained from Sensi, Chen Fan planned to integrate them all into his own herbal shop. He couldn't let these farmers get their hopes up for nothing. As for the Chang family pharmaceutical venture, Chen Fan still needed to carefully consider who it would ultimately go to, mainly depending on whether the Ren family could pull off a last-minute turnaround. If Ren Wei would just gracefully step away from the project and never meddle again, Chen Fan wouldn't want to push Ren Hua and Ren Annie to the brink. Of course, if the bastard insisted on digging his own grave, there was nothing he could do about it. After handling all this, Chen Fan left Shang Group. No sooner had he stepped outside than Ren Annie's call came through, inviting him out for dinner. They made a reservation at a wine tasting club. When he met Ren Annie, she seemed in a terrible mood, drinking an entire bottle of red wine by herself. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I don't mean to play the victim, but I truly feel terrible about this. You went to such great lengths to secure this project for us and were willing to sign with me despite past grievances, only for my great-grandfather to ruin everything. Rest assured, I'm not here to shamelessly ask for the project back. I simply want to apologize and prevent this from damaging our relationship." Ren Annie didn't want Chen Fan to think she was someone who'd stop at nothing to get the project, nor did she want him to feel used. So she began explaining herself earnestly the moment they met. Chen Fan trusted Ren Annie's character and smiled gently. "Miss Ren, we're friends. No need for all these formalities. I never once considered handing this project to anyone else. I still want to collaborate with you. I have no personal grievances against your grandfather. It's just that old fool Renvita truly shouldn't remain in the company wielding such power. Otherwise, even if you weather this storm, he'll be the reason you lose everything next time. As long as Renvita stops interfering in company affairs, I can hand this project over to you. Power is best utilized in the hands of someone as capable as you. You understand my meaning, right?" Only then did Ren Annie grasp Chen Fan's thoughtful intentions. All this time, Chen Fan hadn't been fighting for pride, he'd been strategizing to secure her future. Tears streamed down Ren Annie's face. She was at a loss for how to express her gratitude to Chen Fan. "Mr. Chen, I never imagined you'd done so much for me." Chen Fan replied magnanimously, "It's nothing. Just go back and explain everything to your great-grandfather. Then you and Shang Group can continue your partnership. No need to say more." Ren Annie declared firmly. "After my great-grandfather learned that contract was genuine, he was so enraged he fainted on the spot and fell gravely ill. My grandfather contacted the other two senior elders in the family. Upon learning of this, they were furious and have already stripped my great-grandfather of his executive powers at the Ren family group, leaving the decision to my grandfather and me." "Very well. You've turned misfortune into fortune." It wasn't that Chen Fan lacked emotional intelligence, he genuinely felt happy for Ren Annie. If Ren Vita hadn't meddled, Ren Annie's career would have been smooth sailing all along. "Heh, you really speak your mind. My makeup's all smudged from crying, I must look terrible. I'll go fix myself up." Chen Fan's words made Ren Annie laugh through her tears. Knowing the partnership was settled, the heavy weight on her heart lifted. Chen Fan poured himself a glass of red wine. "Since I'm already here, I can't exactly abstain from alcohol, can I?" As Chen Fan savored the wine's aroma, a club attendant approached. "Excuse me, sir," he said apologetically, "would you and the lady here mind switching seats? 2 other ladies have taken a liking to your spot and would like to sit here." Those who frequented this wine club were either wealthy or influential, and the staff dared not offend them. Though aware the request was peculiar, he had no choice but to approach Chen Fan and negotiate. Chen Fan was puzzled. The spot Ren Annie had chosen was indeed by the window, but many other window seats were still available. It was essentially the same, so there was really no need to switch. Just as he was about to refuse, the 2 women approached, their high heels clicking as they swayed their hips like water snakes. "Give us your seat, and I'll give you some money as a token of appreciation. 5,000 should be generous enough, right?" One of the women spoke while counting out 5,000 yuan from her wallet and slapping it down in front of Chen Fan. Her condescending attitude was utterly revolting. Had she been a bit more polite, Chen Fan wouldn't have refused outright. But this woman was using money to humiliate him. If he actually gave up his spot, wouldn't he just be inviting others to look down on him? "Keep your money. I don't need it." "Chen Fan, don't be so ungrateful." The other woman frowned and snapped. Chen Fan paused, then focused his gaze and realized the woman beside him was none other than Yu Meiji. Chapter 123, Yu Meiji Gets Jealous. "How could it be you?" Chen Fan frowned. "Why wouldn't it be me? It's you showing up here that surprises me. But then again, you've climbed onto Changtai turned into a phoenix perched on a branch. Looks like your deception is pretty clever, huh? Still haven't been exposed yet? Can even afford this bottle of wine worth tens of thousands? Pretty impressive." Yu Meiji said haughtily. "This is my boss's reserved seat. He decided to come at the last minute and we couldn't get another spot. He'll be furious. Since you don't have anything important to do, why don't you go sit somewhere else?
Yumeji's tone seemed polite, but her words were laced with barbs, calling him a fraud and subtly mocking his newfound wealth.
Without a second thought, Chen Fan refused. Who cares what your boss's temper is like? He's not my boss. What the hell does it matter to me? Get lost. Don't ruin my drinking mood. Meiji, who is this guy? Why is he so arrogant? Do you know him?
Sigh, that unlucky high school classmate of mine.
He's just a con artist. Probably thinks the money isn't enough. Mumu, round it up for him.
Yumeji said, rolling her eyes.
Oh, fine.
Here, take another 5,000.
That makes 10,000 total. Should be enough, right?
Mumu's attitude mirrored Yumeji's exactly. Both were assistants to Lu Dao, responsible for his daily needs, and naturally developed an air of superiority.
Do you two really think I'm short on 10,000 yuan? Chen Fan found it somewhat amusing. Chen Fan, we're all classmates. You don't need to make things so difficult for me. 10,000 yuan for a seat like yours is perfectly reasonable anywhere. Don't be unreasonable. Yumeji warned.
Chen Fan chuckled at her words, swirling his wine glass with a puzzled expression. I'm sitting at my own seat, drinking wine I paid for myself.
How is that unreasonable? Aren't people like you, who rudely interrupt others' enjoyment, the real problem? With that, Chen Fan turned his head toward the window, not even bothering to glance at the two women.
Yumeji bit her lip, clenching her fists tightly.
She felt Chen Fan was nothing but a bully. So he tricked some ordinary folks out of their money, and now he was putting on airs in front of her?
Though seething inside, Yumeji remembered Lu Dao's terrifying temper and ultimately held her tongue. She continued patiently negotiating with Chen Fan.
Chen Fan, we've known each other for so long, why be so heartless? How about this, you give me this spot and I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow? Then you can snap all the group photos you want and post them freely on your social media. With my stunning looks and designer clothes, people will trust you more and give you more face when they see you hanging out with a beauty like me. Don't you agree? Ha! You really know how to flatter yourself. Don't you ever look in the mirror? Yumeji was furious at Chen Fan's words, grinding her teeth in anger. Chen Fan, what exactly do you want? Nothing. My time is precious. Don't bother me. Go play somewhere else.
Chen Fan retorted bluntly. Yumeji had always been the center of attention, pursued by men like stars around the moon.
Now, to be so blatantly rejected by this loser Chen Fan, how could she possibly swallow her pride? Her eyes blazed with fury, her face flushed crimson as she snapped,
Chen Fan, don't play hard to get with me.
I don't have time for your games. Getting invited out by a beauty like me must be a first for you, right? Humph. I know exactly what you men are thinking. Don't try to fool me. I know you secretly had a crush on me back in high school.
Sure, you've made it big now and hooked up with Changtai. If you want a beauty to keep you company, just give him a shout.
But let's be real, a woman with looks like mine. You'd be lucky to find another one even with a lantern. Right?
Yumeji looked utterly self-absorbed, flicking her hair as she spoke and striking a seductive pose. Chen Fan, however, couldn't be bothered to glance her way. Taking a sip of red wine, he chuckled dryly, you're so greasy it makes me want to puke.
If it weren't for this wine to suppress it, I'd probably vomit all over you right now.
Besides, the bathroom's over there with a mirror inside.
Feel free to take a look. Your looks? Honestly, I couldn't care less.
Chen Fan didn't say this to deliberately hurt Yumeji. He genuinely believed that while she was beautiful, she fell far short of Ren Annie's level. To be perfectly honest, even compared to those two annoying pests Chen Hui and Xian Wanwan, Yumeji fell slightly short.
But Yumeji didn't see it that way.
Her exceptional looks had always brought her countless perks and advantages, ensuring she succeeded in everything she did. Now, to be dismissed as worthless by an inferior like Chen Fan was simply unbearable.
Chen Fan, what gives you the right to talk like that? You look down on someone like me? Well, I'd love to ask you, what kind of goddesses do you usually date? If you're so confident, show me.
Yumeji was deeply offended and immediately confronted Chen Fan. Just as their argument flared, Ren Annie glided back with her long, elegant legs. Her eyes were still slightly red from recent tears, yet she appeared all the more delicate and charming.
Who are you? Why are you arguing with Mr. Chun? Hearing the sudden, melodious voice behind her, Yumeji turned around. The moment she recognized the face, she froze in shock.
Yumeji rarely felt jealousy over another's looks, but this woman before her possessed skin as cool and white as porcelain, a face of exquisite beauty, especially those large eyes that sparkled like crystal. Her waist was soft and slender. By comparison, Yumeji suddenly felt overshadowed. What enraged Yumeji most were the accessories adorning Ren Annie. Even a single earring was worth more than her annual salary. Clearly, Ren Annie was a genuine rich and beautiful woman. A woman like this wasn't someone Chen Fan could normally be paired with. Could she be Chen Fan's girlfriend? Or had she too been duped by this charlatan? Yumeji's eyes darted about as a look of resentment flashed across her face.
Grabbing Ren Annie's arm, she began sowing discord. "Miss, have you been deceived by this charlatan? Let me tell you, don't believe a word he says. He's just a lowlife scumbag who can't even." Smack!
Before Yumeji could finish, Ren Annie violently shook off her hand, her face flushing with irritation.
"What's wrong with you? Why are you slandering people like this? Mr. Chen isn't the kind of person you make him out to be."
"If you keep spreading these baseless rumors, don't blame me for losing my temper."
Ren Annie glared fiercely at Yumeji, warning her to watch her words.
Yumeji's face turned ashen, but she persisted stubbornly. "Looking at your clothes and demeanor, you're clearly a well-bred young lady.
As a fellow woman, I'm warning you because I don't want to see you get deceived.
This guy has no money, no skills, he probably sweet-talked his way into your life. Get a grip, or you'll end up fleeced and used without even realizing it."
Ha! Ren Annie couldn't help but laugh at that.
"You're the first person in this world who dares to say I, Ren Annie, am not clear-headed or intelligent.
May I ask what your status is that you presume to lecture me?"
Yumeji was struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. No wonder her outfit was so extravagant. Turns out she is the legendary most beautiful female CEO of Jinling.
Chapter 124, The Submissive Man. Ren Annie's reputation was legendary throughout Jinling.
Fresh out of university, she took the helm of the Run Group and steered the company to remarkable success. In just 3 short years, she doubled its market value. If a woman like that wasn't worthy of being called smart, then there were no smart people at all.
Damn it, Chen Fan actually managed to snag such a beauty. How infuriating.
Yumeji gritted her teeth, then reconsidered. Even that old fox, Chang Tai, had been fooled by Chen Fan.
It wasn't impossible that Ren Annie had been deceived too.
Just as Yumeji prepared to continue her persuasion, Ren Annie unexpectedly spoke. "I don't know what purpose you have in slandering Mr. Chen, but I can tell you this.
I've been pursuing Mr. Chen recently.
So it's not that he's trying to deceive me for money or affection, it's that I want to be with him. If he truly intended to deceive me or get close to me, I'd be overjoyed. I wouldn't need you pointing fingers here at all."
These words stunned even the staff standing nearby. What on earth was so special about this Chen Fan that Ren Annie would lower herself to pursue him? From the sound of it, Chen Fan hadn't even accepted Ren Annie's advances yet. Holy crap, what the hell is wrong with this world? Anyone else would have fallen head over heels for Ren Annie ages ago. Ahem.
Chen Fan hadn't expected Ren Annie to go this far to save his face, leaving him momentarily flustered.
But he didn't realize that Ren Annie's words were completely sincere. Seeing that Chen Fan hadn't caught her hint, Ren Annie's expression showed a hint of disappointment. But that didn't matter.
The most crucial thing was to make this arrogant woman apologize to Chen Fan. Yumeji stared intently at Ren Annie. She noticed the woman's eyes held no evasion, and when she looked at Chen Fan, they were filled with a secret admiration. Only then did she confirm that Ren Annie wasn't lying. The brutal truth struck her like a thunderclap, leaving her dumbstruck. What did Chen Fan possibly have to offer Ren Annie? Heaven must be blind. Though inwardly seething, Yumeji prided herself on her dignity. Apologizing to Chen Fan was utterly out of the question. She bit her lip, gave a haughty snort, and led her colleague Mumu to a table tucked away in a secluded corner. Ren Annie tried to call after them, but Chen Fan cut her off. Let her be. The more he entangled himself with such people, the more he'd devalue himself. Chen Fan wanted nothing to do with Yumeji, he just hoped she'd stop causing trouble. Small towns breed big problems, shallow ponds attract too many turtles. Have all these women gone blind? How could they possibly fancy that sort of trash? Yumeji sat down, her mind still churning. Failing to secure the position she wanted was one thing, but being made a laughingstock by someone like Chen Fan? That was something Yumeji could never accept. What was so special about Ren Annie? Sure, she was a big shot in Jinling, but in the provincial capital? She was nothing. So what if she was born into privilege? What's she playing at? Just wait until I've worked my way up in the provincial capital for a couple more years. Let's see if that stinking woman dares to act so arrogant then. The more Yumeji thought about it, the angrier she became, vowing silently to make Chen Fan and Ren Annie pay. Chen Fan, however, paid no mind to this minor incident, continuing to drink his wine. Ren Annie, however, was intrigued by Yumeji. "Mr. Chen," she asked, "what was that woman here for? Why did she start arguing with you? We were high school classmates. She thinks she's hot stuff now that she works in the provincial capital, looking down her nose at everyone. I was sitting here minding my own business when she suddenly barged over, demanding we switch seats. All high and mighty, trying to bribe me off with money," Chen Fan scoffed. "When I refused, she looked down on me and said, 'If you agree, then you can have dinner with me tomorrow,' as if it were some great favor. She really has a screw loose." Ren Annie, however, burst out laughing at the remark. Who would have thought even Mr. Chen could be left speechless? That woman really is outrageous. Just ignore her. Chen Fan hummed in acknowledgement, quickly pushing the incident to the back of his mind as he shifted the conversation to other topics. Just then, a tall man in a gray suit approached Yumeji's table. "Mr. Meng." Yumeji and Mumu immediately stood up, addressing him politely. This man was Manhwa.
From Yumeji's attitude toward him, it was clear his status was no small matter. As the vice president of Lushire Group in charge of marketing, though not as high-ranking as Lu Dao, he was still someone Yumeji had to curry favor with. In terms of background alone, Manhwa surpassed Lu Dao. A native of the provincial capital, his family ran a martial arts academy, yet he alone had chosen the path of business. Coming from a martial arts lineage, Manhwa retained a certain rough-and-tumble aura even as a vice president. He was unconventional in his dealings and often spoke without restraint. President Lu just called to say he's stuck in traffic and will be a bit late. But speaking of which, didn't Mr. Lu tell you he wanted the brightest spot in the whole place? The lighting here is a bit dim. Sorry, Mr. Meng, but the spot Mr. Lu requested is already taken. The other party refuses to give it up, so we're stuck here for now. Yumeji said this while shooting Chinfan a fierce glare, convinced it was all his fault. How incompetent can you two be? If they won't give it up, you should find a way to make them. How about paying them? Yumeji sighed helplessly. We did. They refused. Oh? In this backwater of Jinling, someone actually turned down money? Who has got the guts? Manhwa asked with a playful look. Yumeji curled her lip and pointed at Chen Fan. That guy right there. The woman dining with him is Rin Annie. She's a well-connected figure in Jinling too, probably not short on cash. Manhwa, not a native of Jinling and having visited only a few times, hadn't heard of Rin Annie. He glanced at Rin Annie and found her stunningly beautiful, his eyes lighting up. I'll handle this myself. That loser doesn't deserve to date such a beauty. I'll teach him a lesson. With that, Manhwa approached Chen Fan's table. Miss, would you mind introducing yourself? Manhwa proactively handed Rin Annie his business card, not intending to drive her away but rather to befriend her and eliminate Chen Fan. That way, he could have both the beauty and the seat. Wouldn't that be perfect? Little did he know, Manhwa had greatly overestimated his own charm. Ren Annie didn't even take the business card, bluntly refusing, it's inconvenient. You. Manhwa was momentarily speechless. He prided himself on his dashing good looks and had never been treated with such cold indifference before. Since Rin Annie was a woman, Manhwa couldn't vent his anger on her, so he redirected all his fury toward Chen Fan. You little punk! I heard from Yumeji that you were the one who refused to give up your seat earlier, right? Chen Fan shrugged indifferently. Is there a problem with that? Oh, you're getting cocky. I'll show you exactly what the problem is. With that, Manhwa unbuttoned his suit jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and slammed his fist on the table, startling Rin Annie. Yumeji stole a glance at Rin Annie's deathly pale face and felt gleeful inside. Stupid woman, you thought you could act all high and mighty. Now you know fear, huh? Yumeji's colleague, Mumu, watched Manhwa storm off to cause trouble and felt a twinge of worry. Meiji, should we go talk him out of it? Mr. Meng has always had a temper. If he causes a scene here, who knows what might happen? What are you afraid of? Let him make a scene. We're not the ones who'll lose face. Mr. Meng's skills won't let him lose. This is the perfect chance to get back at that bastard Chen Fan for humiliating us earlier. Just watch and see. Mumu pursed her lips, hesitating to speak. While the two were talking, Manhwa had already lunged at Chen Fan. Ren Annie was startled and was about to speak up to stop him when a crisp snap echoed. Chen Fan effortlessly caught Manhwa's flailing arm and gave it a gentle twist. The next second, the burly Manhwa crashed to the ground with a thud, his mouth spewing a blood-curdling scream as his wrist was dislocated by Chen Fan. Chapter 125, Abusing Power. Mr. Meng, are you okay? Yumeji shrieked in fright, scrambling over in her high heels to check on Manhwa. Manhwa's family ran a martial arts academy. He'd trained in martial arts since childhood and was incredibly powerful. Even in the provincial capital, where masters gathered, he was definitely a respected martial artist. Yet under Chen Fan's hands, he couldn't even withstand a single move. How terrifying was the other's strength. Being helped up by a woman, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, this was the ultimate humiliation in Manhwa's life. He wrenched free from Yumeji's grasp, forcing himself upright. Holding his dislocated wrist aloft, he spat furiously, "You're just full of cheap tricks. If you're really so skilled, then face me in a proper fistfight." Facing Manhwa's provocation, Chen Fan took a sip of red wine and replied calmly, "A mere dislocation? That was showing mercy. If I really fought you fist to fist, this arm would be broken." Chen Fan had long seen through Manhwa as a blustering weakling. A mere fraction of his strength could have crippled the man. There was no deep-seated grudge between them, and Chen Fan didn't want to strike so hard. That's why he'd given him a small punishment for a big lesson, using a deft maneuver to dislocate his arm. But Manhwa took no offense whatsoever. He interpreted Chen Fan's words as a direct provocation, a blatant trampling of his authority and self-respect. "Damn it, what gives you the nerve to talk to me like that? Do you even know who I am? I come from a martial arts family in the province. I'm the vice president of the Pi Group. Who the hell do you think you are, talking back to me?" Manhwa ranted on, but Chen Fan just propped his chin on his hand and chuckled. "If I were you, I wouldn't go around bragging about coming from a martial arts family. Otherwise, with your half-baked skills, wouldn't you just be bringing shame upon your clan? And you claim to be from the Pi group? Do you know Lu Dao?
Of course I do. He's our company president, and I'm his right-hand man, Manhwa declared solemnly.
Our president Lu is a true martial arts master.
He's far stronger than me and wouldn't be as careless as I was to fall for your tricks.
Once he arrives, you're as good as dead.
Unless you kneel and apologize right now, leave this woman behind, and get the hell out yourself, then I might consider covering for you and letting this slide. At this point, Manhwa's eyes narrowed into slits, his expression twisted into something utterly sinister.
Hearing this, Chen Fan didn't grow angry, he laughed instead.
He couldn't wait to cross swords with this Lu Dao, and now, by sheer coincidence, they'd met right here.
What a narrow encounter.
At this moment, Manhwa and Yumeji still had no idea that Lu Dao had come to Jinling not to discuss business, but to seek revenge against Chen Fan. Noticing the unmistakable amusement in Chen Fan's eyes, the two men frowned and demanded,
"What are you laughing at?"
Chen Fan sat calmly in his chair, taking his time before replying, "I have some unfinished business with Lu Dao."
"Fate, I suppose. Since he'll be here shortly, you two might as well relax. We'll settle everything together then."
Seeing Chen Fan speak with such natural ease, Yumeji and the others were all stunned.
Could it be that Chen Fan and Lu Dao were actually friends? Otherwise, why would he seem so eager to meet Lu Dao instead of fearing his authority?
Yet upon further thought, they dismissed the idea as highly improbable. While Lu Dao was indeed from Jinling, the Lu family had once been a prominent clan in Jinling. There was no way they would associate with a lowly commoner like Chen Fan.
Did a donkey kick you in the head? How dare you address our boss Lu by his first name? When he arrives, he'll take your life. Pray for your own salvation. What fate are you talking about? Manhwa sneered.
Yumeji chimed in, exactly.
Why don't you take a good look at yourself?
Don't think just because you sweet-talked your way into Chen Fan and Ren Annie's circles, you can suddenly call yourself high-class. Compared to a distinguished family like our Lu family, you're nowhere near their caliber.
Stop pretending to be one of us.
Ren Annie knew what Chen Fan intended to do, but she was also worried about his safety and considered urging him to leave with her. Yet Chen Fan stood there, utterly unfazed, showing no trace of fear. A flicker of hope flickered in Ren Annie's worried eyes.
Was Chen Fan so confident because he had some hidden card up his sleeve?
Though slightly uneasy, Ren Annie remained seated quietly by his side, saying nothing.
Facing the other's mockery, Chen Fan remained unconcerned, replying indifferently, "Why all the blabbering? Once the willow blade arrives, won't everything be settled?"
Stop playing these mysterious games. Manhwa believed Chen Fan was deceiving him, trying to wriggle out of this predicament. He refused to fall for such tricks, continuing his stern rebuke, "You little punk, don't think you can fool me with your posturing.
Mark my words, I'll count to 3.
If you don't kneel and apologize by then, once Mr. Lu arrives, I won't care what your relationship is, I'll make sure you have no place to bury your remains.
And it won't just be you, this beauty won't get off easy either."
Manhwa was utterly salivating over Ren Annie's looks, his lecherous eyes constantly drifting toward her. Ren Annie was utterly disgusted by those lecherous glances and pressed herself tightly against Chen Fan. It was as if having Chen Fan by her side gave her a refuge, a powerful shelter. No matter how fierce the storm raged outside, no one could harm her. Chen Fan was utterly speechless at Manhwa's mindless lechery. The man was so stupid and dull-witted, it was hard to comprehend.
He tapped the table, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Is that so? Then tell me first, how many men did Lu Dao bring this time? I'll weigh it in my mind."
The question seemed casual, but it was a clever way to gather intelligence.
He needed to gauge the enemy's numbers to ensure Renan's safety before confronting them.
"Heh, I knew you weren't really acquainted with our boss Lu.
Otherwise, why would you need to ask me such a trivial detail? Caught pretending to be close, huh?"
Manhwa smirked smugly.
Chen Fan nodded. "You're absolutely right. I'm so scared right now. Just tell me already, how many people are with Lu Dao? Let me see."
Manhwa, a muscle-bound simpleton, failed to recognize Chen Fan's reverse psychology.
He snorted, still trying to play games? "Fine, I'll tell you.
Only 2 bodyguards accompany Mr. Lu, but these 2 are no ordinary men.
Pick any one of them, and they're top tier in the provincial capital.
Even Mr. N has praised their skills."
"Mr. N?" Chen Fan froze. Could it be in Weijiao?
Manhwa rolled his eyes in exasperation at Chen Fan's confused expression.
"How can you be so clueless? Don't you have internet at home? When we talk about Mr. N in our province, who else could it be but in Weijiao?
He's a true heir to a martial arts lineage, renowned for his 5 tigers fist that dominates the scene. He holds a key position in the Provincial Martial Arts Association. Use your thick skull and think for yourself. If the people around our boss Lu are this powerful, do I really need to say more? Most importantly, people like this are all at our boss Lu's beck and call.
That alone shows just how formidable he is.
So stop putting on airs and just beg for mercy already." Manhwa had expended a great deal of breath, convinced his words were crystal clear. Any sensible person like Chen Fan would surely back down at this point, never daring to challenge him further.
But Chen Fan wore a peculiar expression. He hadn't realized in Wei Zhao held such prominence in the provincial capital. No wonder Zhao Tai had been so eager to curry favor with him earlier. But if even a minor master like this could be so boastfully praised, it seemed Lu Dao's 2 bodyguards were nothing special. There was no need to worry about Ren Annie's safety. Stared into silence, haha. Yumeji shot a glance at the silent Chen Fan, feeling immensely satisfied. Manhwa, however, grew even more arrogant, loudly berating Chen Fan. The quiet wine-tasting lounge instantly erupted into a scene as bustling as a marketplace. Staff, fearing the group might come to blows and disrupt the club's atmosphere, quickly summoned security to intervene. After all, this wine-tasting club was an extremely high-end establishment. Those who frequented it were either wealthy or influential, all individuals of considerable standing. If a disturbance occurred here, who would dare return? The security guard, in his early 30s, had an imposing, commanding presence. He strode with a powerful, wind-cutting gait. When expressionless, he resembled a guardian deity, radiating an innate aura of formidable strength. He frowned, glaring at Meng Huo and Chen Fan as he bellowed, "Do you two have any idea where you are? This is the most exclusive wine club in all of Jinling. It's where dignitaries and high-ranking officials conduct business. Take your disputes outside, stop causing trouble here." The moment Chen Fan heard that voice, a playful smile instantly spread across his face. He never imagined the security guard hired by this wine club would be none other than Wei Zhao. Chapter 126, Mr. Chen's Defeated Foes. Meng Huo also recognized Wei Zhao, suddenly recalling that the man was friends with the club's owner and had been helping out with security duties here these past few days. He immediately approached to curry favor. "Mr. Ren, what brings you here?" "I was just talking about you." Though the Meng family couldn't compare to the Yin family, both were martial arts clans and shared some connection. Having just suffered a setback at Chen Fan's hands, Meng Huo now spotted Wei Zhao and eagerly sought his intervention. "Little Meng? What's up? Did something happen?" And Wei Zhao and Meng Huo didn't interact much, and seeing him dressed up like a dandy today, he didn't recognize him at first glance. "Don't even get me started, Mr. Ren. It's all because of this good-for-nothing troublemaker. He attacked me and then acted all innocent, showing no respect for you whatsoever." Yumeji leaned in, pointing at Chen Fan as she complained to Wei Zhao. It's human nature to admire strength. Especially since Wei Zhao was still single, a prime catch. If she could catch Wei Zhao's attention and win him over, her future would be set for success. Yet Wei Zhao couldn't be bothered to look at her. Instead, he stared at Chen Fan in stunned silence, his speech stuttering. "Mr. Chen, you're actually here? Goodness, my apologies for not greeting you properly upon your arrival." And Wei Zhao said, clasping his hands in a bow toward Chen Fan, as if he were Chen Fan's subordinate. Yumeji and Meng Huo watched the scene, their mouths agape, blinking hard as if doubting they were dreaming. "Mr. Ren, what are you saying? That scum isn't worthy of your greeting." "Yes, Mr. Ren, you must have mistaken him for someone else." And Wei Zhao's obsequious demeanor toward Chen Fan was utterly unacceptable to them. It felt like a slap in the face, leaving their cheeks burning. "Shut up, both of you. Not only am I a defeated opponent of Mr. Chen, but he also saved my life. If I don't show him utmost respect, should I show it to you instead? How dare you?" And Wei Zhao was a man who remembered his debts. Moreover, in the martial arts world, strength reigns supreme. Chen Fan possessed formidable combat skills and was also a rare master of medical arts. Such a master is rare and hard to find. Building a good relationship with him means securing one's future. No need for such formality. Chen Fan never considered himself a benefactor. His assistance to Wei Zhao was merely a minor favor, scarcely worth mentioning. A drop of kindness deserves a spring of gratitude. Martial artists traveling the world prioritize loyalty and righteousness. "Mr. Chen, you are a noble man with a forgiving nature, so you may choose not to dwell on these things. But I will forever hold this debt of gratitude in my heart. Whenever an opportunity arises to repay it, I will never refuse." And Wei Zhao's words made Meng Huo's face turn from green to white, looking utterly humiliated. And here he was, boasting about Wei Zhao, counting on him to help teach Chen Fan a lesson. And what was the result? Wei Zhao showed Chen Fan more respect than he ever showed his own father. "Mr. Ren, this kid probably just stumbled into luck by accident. How else could he sound so uneasy? This sort of person is nothing but scum from the lowest rung of society. Even if he could help you, it would be the honor of his life. In my opinion, such a minor matter isn't worth mentioning. Of course, I could let him off the hook for your sake, but he must apologize to me. Otherwise..." Smack! And Wei Zhao didn't give Meng Huo a chance to finish. He whipped his hand around and slapped the man across the face, stunning him and leaving Yumeji speechless. "Who the hell do you think you are? Lecturing me on how to run things? Demanding Mr. Chen apologize to you? What gives you the right? Before you open your mouth, take a piss on yourself and see if you're even worthy. I already said it, Mr. Chen saved my life. You want my savior to apologize to you? Are you out of your mind?" And Wei Zhao's tirade was nothing short of explosive. His voice boomed with such force it seemed to pierce the clouds.
Even bystanders uninvolved in the matter, merely observing from afar, were stunned by the intensity, let alone Manhwa and Yumeji. The staff were utterly baffled. He was sent to defuse the situation, yet here he was, more agitated than the parties involved.
Ran Annie knew nothing of the history between Chen Fan and Wei Zhao.
She only vaguely recalled Wei Zhao provoking Chen Fan during the battle exhibition, but hadn't followed up on what happened afterward. Who would have thought that not only had Chen Fan beaten Wei Zhao into submission that day, but he had also inadvertently helped him? Had that incident left such a lasting impression that Wei Zhao now treated him like a benefactor? What else had Chen Fan done these past few days that she hadn't known about? Impressive. Manhwa reeled from the slap, his eyes spinning and jaw swollen like a hamster's, slurring his words. And Wei Zhao, you've really outdone yourself. Our families have been sworn brothers for generations. You disregarded that bond to take my side that I could understand. But now you're actually turning against me for a lowlife like this? Do you really think the Yin family is still at its peak? I asked for your help because I respected you. Let me tell you straight, when I went to the Martial Arts Association that day, I heard it from them. Because your family is going downhill, stubbornly clinging to martial arts without developing other areas, they've already decided to kick you off the candidate list. Don't tell me you're still dreaming of becoming the Martial Arts Association's president? Mark my words, once I return and report how you turned against me and stabbed me in the back, you won't even be able to stay in the Martial Arts Association. It wasn't that Manhwa changed his tune so quickly, it was that what he said was brutally realistic. And Wei Zhao's character was a clear reflection of this. Everyone in the Yin family was as straightforward as him. They repaid kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance, living by the code of the martial world. Such a temperament is highly valued among true martial artists, but in society, it makes them no different from hot-headed fools. Over the years, the Yin family neither expanded their power through strategic marriages nor ventured into shady dealings to infiltrate commerce or politics. Consequently, they gradually declined, now clinging desperately to martial arts with no prospects for growth whatsoever. Yet, as a genuine martial arts lineage, they still command some standing and respect in the martial world. Consequently, many families remain willing to cultivate friendly relations with them. Yet these relationships are fundamentally built on the Yin family doing favors for them and following their commands. Zhao Tai had invited numerous martial artists, yet only Wei Zhao arrived early. This was because the Yin family needed to cultivate relations with the Zhao family to stabilize their standing. And Wei Zhao was well aware of how far his family's standing had fallen. Yet as a martial artist, he possessed an innate pride that refused to associate with such people. Precisely for this reason, after the battle bath exhibition that day, Wei Zhao never contacted Zhao Tai again. For in his eyes, Zhao Tai was a petty villain. And this Manhwa before him was an even lesser villain than Zhao Tai. But one doesn't strike below the belt or rub salt in wounds. Having his shortcomings exposed publicly and being verbally cornered by a petty villain like Manhwa, Wei Zhao simply couldn't swallow his pride. Manhwa, you talk tough, but your words are no match for my fists. Shame on you, born into a martial arts family yet choosing to study nothing but crooked ways. Now, forget about Mr. Chen, you wouldn't even stand a chance against two of my punches. Even in our family's decline, martial honor remains untarnished. If you wish to die, just say so, I'll send you on your way this very moment. Manhwa never dreamed Wei Zhao would harbor murderous intent toward him. Terrified, he swallowed hard and stumbled backward, panic burning in his eyes. He was used to being arrogant in business circles, where others indulged him because of his family's influence. But not Wei Zhao. Wei Zhao, calm down. Injuring me won't benefit your family in the slightest. When that happens, the Meng family won't let you off the hook, nor will we spare your clan. Your family's already in dire straits. Do you really want to drag your entire family down with you to the grave? Manhwa knew his doom was near. Unless he could persuade Wei Zhao, he would never survive this day. But for him, begging for mercy in front of so many people was more agonizing than death itself. So Manhwa dug in his heels, resorting to threats against Wei Zhao in a desperate attempt to use his family as leverage. Little did he expect that Wei Zhao would not fall for such tactics. Who can predict what happens after death? I'll kill you today first, then go confront your Meng family. I'll see if they'll truly risk everything for you, if they truly have the guts to lay a finger on our Yin family. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Though the Yin family had declined from its peak, it was far from powerless. Now consumed by rage, Wei Zhao was determined to kill Manhwa to vent his hatred. Just as Wei Zhao gathered his strength, poised to unleash his 5-tiger fist and strike Manhwa dead in one blow, a figure suddenly darted forward, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Stop! Chapter 127, Deep-Seated Hatred. Boom! Before the echo faded, the figure had already closed in before Wei Zhao, deflecting the momentum of his 5-tiger's fist with a single palm strike. Wei Zhao staggered backward, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground before finally regaining his footing. Chen Fan snapped his fingers, channeling a surge of his own true qi into Wei Zhao's body to restore his meridians. As Wei Zhao felt Chen Fan's aid and opened his mouth to thank him, the intruder laughed. Chen Fan, you're on the brink of death, and you still have the energy to care about others?
And you, and Wei Zhao, I know your family has fallen to third-rate status, but I never imagined you'd sink so low as to become a lackey for this worthless scum. You're truly laughable. Manhwa, who had thought his end was near, leapt excitedly toward the rescuer, hiding behind him and exclaiming joyfully, Mr. Ping, why did you take so long? Where's Mr. Lu? The one who emerged wasn't Lu Dao, but Ping Fong, one of Lu Dao's 2 elite bodyguards. Just 2 days prior, he had broken through to the Grandmaster realm, his strength originally on par with Wei Zhao. But moments ago, Wei Zhao had been exerting his full power with no intention of defending, allowing Ping Fong to ambush him unexpectedly, leaving him thoroughly battered. Ping Fong's appearance reignited Yu Meiji's excitement. With him here to command, no one in all of Jinling could possibly stand against them. Wonderful! Mr. Ping has arrived. Now no one will dare give us the cold shoulder. Ping Fong chuckled, Mr. Lu is still on his way and won't arrive for a while. I'm an impatient sort, so I flew straight over. Little did I expect that scum and Wei Zhao would dare lay a hand on you, Mr. Meng. He must have grown a pair. Exactly. Mr. Ping will have to teach him a lesson later. Manhwa spoke, then seemed to recall something else. Curiosity piqued, he asked, by the way, I thought I heard you call that brat Chen Fan earlier. Do you actually know him? Ping Fong smiled indifferently, his brow radiating coldness and arrogance. Mr. Lu came to Jinling specifically for him this time. I've seen his photo, so naturally I recognize him. Ha? You mean Mr. Lu came specifically for him? What do you mean? Manhwa asked, puzzled. Ping Fong answered bluntly, that bastard angered Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu came specifically to seek revenge on him. At this revelation, not only Yu Meiji and Manhwa, but even Wei Zhao was stunned. When did Chen Fan ever cross Lu Dao? This is hopeless. Lu Dao's prowess was such that even Wei Zhao would retreat 3 steps upon encountering him. Not to mention, he was a martial arts prodigy in his own right. The mere mastery of the Pai family's secret arts alone was enough to strike fear into hearts. Rumor had it that Lu Dao had broken through to the Grandmaster realm 2 years ago. By now, he was likely at the pinnacle of that level. Though not naturally timid, Wei Zhao couldn't help but feel his heart sink at the mention of Lu Dao's name. He had intended to help Chen Fan settle his grudges, but now it seemed rather difficult. After all, even at his peak, he would never have stood a chance against Lu Dao. And now, with Chen Fan injured by Ping Fong, his situation was truly precarious. Wei Zhao wanted to save Chen Fan but found himself powerless. He could only watch with deep concern, hoping Chen Fan would find his own way out. Wei Zhao, considering we're fellow townsfolk, I advise you to renounce darkness and embrace the light. Don't align yourself with this little beast. Otherwise, when Mr. Lu arrives, your entire family might face extinction. Though Wei Zhao clenched his fists in anger, he knew Ping Fong's words weren't unfounded, they were the plain truth. In the martial world, there's no concern for right or wrong, guilt or innocence. Victory is always decided by the strength of one's fists. The saying, the victor is king, the vanquished is bandit, was practically tailor-made for the martial world. Though deeply humiliated, Wei Zhao had no retort. Chen Fan watched Wei Zhao's livid face, and a flicker of sympathy stirred within him. Truth be told, Wei Zhao's innate talent wasn't lacking. It was merely that he'd taken a detour on his cultivation path, resulting in twice the effort for half the results. Only recently, after stumbling along, had he finally achieved a breakthrough. With just a little guidance and help in reshaping his dantian, Wei Zhao's strength could skyrocket. Not only could he easily defeat the opponent before him, but he could also effortlessly overcome even more formidable masters. Chen Fan admired Wei Zhao's character and decided to lend him a hand at this critical moment. Mr. Ping, is it? You seem pretty cocky, huh? Wei Zhao is injured now and might not be able to defeat you, but give me 5 minutes max, and I'll have him wipe you out effortlessly. 5 minutes? Ha! You must be out of your mind, kid. Chen Fan's sudden outburst drew roaring laughter from Manhwa, who dismissed it as utter nonsense. You're on the brink of death yourself, yet you're still standing up for Wei Zhao? I honestly don't know how an idiot like you managed to survive this long. Ping Fong hadn't attacked Chen Fan because he wanted to leave him for Lu Dao to deal with. But if Chen Fan kept provoking him endlessly, Ping Fong wouldn't mind stepping in and taking matters into his own hands. I never intended to drag uninvolved parties into my feud with Lu Dao. Unfortunately, your insolence simply begs a beating. Sigh. Chen Fan massaged his temples and sighed. You little brat, stop acting so cocky. I'm sparing your life so Lord Lu can deal with you. Tomorrow is the day of your final showdown with Lord Lu. He'll slowly slice open your flesh, drain every drop of your blood, and use it as a blood sacrifice to appease the Lu family's ancestral spirits. This will atone for the shame you brought upon them with your slanderous lies. Ping Fong's expression was icy. When that time comes, Master Lu will personally broadcast your execution for all under heaven to witness, so they may see the fate that awaits those who dare offend the Lu family. I don't kill you now not because I can't, but because your time hasn't come yet. Understand? Hearing Ping Fong's words, Manhwa was startled. Could there be such deep-seated hatred between Chen Fan and Lu Dao? What was going on? Chen Fan, I never imagined a lowly scum like you would dare to provoke our boss Lu. Out of our past as classmates, I might consider pleading your case, but only if you admit your mistake and stop talking back. Otherwise, even if the Heavenly King himself came, he wouldn't be able to save you. Yumeji, though slightly more impressed with Chen Fan, couldn't help but sigh in frustration upon realizing his opponent was Lu Dao. In her eyes, Lu Dao was the most formidable man in the world, supremely accomplished in every aspect. A lowly dog like Chen Fan wasn't even worthy of tying his shoes, let alone defeating him. Chen Fan merely responded with a silent, cold laugh. What's the point of speculating now? Can't you all make it to tomorrow? When Lu Dao and I face off tomorrow, who's stronger and who's weaker will be plain as day. Chapter 128, Guiding in Weizhou. Fine, you can keep putting on a brave front. It doesn't matter. Letting you crawl around for another day won't make much difference anyway. Just as Ping was about to continue, his phone suddenly rang. It was Lu Dao calling. It turned out Lu Dao had a last-minute dinner engagement and wouldn't be coming after all. He told them to do as they pleased. Ping Fong was somewhat puzzled but dared not question it. After hanging up, he turned to Chen Fan with feigned bravado. You little punk sure got lucky. If Mr. Lu hadn't been detained, you probably wouldn't have seen tomorrow's sun. At Ping Fong's words, both Ren Annie and In Weizhou visibly relaxed. Though they were on Chen Fan's side, defeating Lu Dao was something they dared not even imagine. Manhwa, however, looked visibly disappointed. He desperately wished Lu Dao would rush over right now and pin Chen Fan to the ground. What a pity! With Lu Dao absent, Manhwa and his group saw little point in lingering. After hurling a few insipid threats at Chen Fan, they departed. After they departed, In Weizhou finally collapsed, plopping down onto the ground. Cold sweat poured from his forehead as he writhed in agony. Seeing this, Ren Annie wanted to help him up but hesitated, looking at Chen Fan with a troubled expression. Mr. Chen, what's wrong with Mr. Ren? His dantian is blocked, causing qi and blood to reverse flow. A little adjustment will fix it. You drive us to the Love Shang Hotel. With that, Chen Fan hoisted In Weizhou onto his shoulder and effortlessly walked out the door. Ren Annie grabbed the car keys and followed. Before long, she had driven both of them to the Love Style Hotel. Within just 5 minutes, Chen Fan stabilized In Weizhou's reversed qi and blood flow. He also took a look at his dantian and couldn't help but shake his head. Once certain errors took root, they became deeply ingrained and extremely difficult to correct. After Chen Fan's guidance last time, In Weizhou had recognized flaws in his cultivation practice and tried hard to correct them. Yet he never grasped the proper method, ultimately treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. Fortunately, Chen Fan had brought along some calming qi pills from the dragon prison, which could regulate the liver and lungs. Within a mere hour, In Weizhou's symptoms of qi deviation were completely brought under control. Immediately after, Chen Fan used his own internal energy to regulate In Weizhou's condition and performed several acupuncture treatments. As a result, In Weizhou's dantian, which had been filled with false fire, was completely restored. The entire process took a full 2 hours, leaving Chen Fan drenched in sweat. When In Weizhou opened his eyes again, he felt as if he had been reborn. The nameless fire within him had vanished completely, replaced by a clear, flowing energy in his dantian. When he swung his fist, there was no longer any sense of obstruction as before. Mr. Chen, I truly don't know how to thank you. How about this, you flee tonight, and tomorrow I'll take your place at the rendezvous. If it comes to it, I'll offer my life to Lu Dao. That would repay your life-saving favor. And Weizhou was a man of honor. Ever since learning of Chen Fan's impending duel with Lu Dao, he'd been consumed with worry. More than his own safety, he feared his benefactor would meet a brutal end at Lu Dao's hands. Thus, he volunteered to fight in Chen Fan's place. This way, he could buy Chen Fan some time, allowing him to flee as far as possible. However, Chen Fan waved him off, patting In Weizhou on the shoulder and saying, if you truly wish to thank me, join me in the future. Assist me in my endeavors and shine your light. There's no need to rush to your death. As for this fist technique, I've already demonstrated it to you before, but it seems you still haven't grasped its deeper meaning. Hearing this, In Weizhou hung his head in shame. I admit I'm slow-witted. I thought I understood your meaning, but it seems I still haven't grasped it. It's not your fault. People have their habits. You've trained this way for so long, so it's naturally hard to change. It's also my fault for not explaining clearly enough back then because we were pressed for time. Chen Fan smiled faintly. I can help you turn things around, but it will require considerable effort on your part. Are you willing? Of course I am. Upon hearing Chen Fan was willing to guide him, how could In Weizhou possibly refuse? Didn't he also yearn to become stronger and bring glory to his family? Seeing his eagerness, Chen Fan didn't hold back and revealed a startling truth. Though the Five Tigers Fist was passed down as the In family's ancestral martial art, it wasn't actually created by their founding ancestor. Instead, it was a technique passed down from the War God's Hall. The In family's ancestor had once served in the War God's Hall, thus learning this technique. Later, to avoid suspicion, he deliberately modified the War God Hall's traditional techniques when creating his own, adding numerous new moves. Some of these additions were beneficial, while others were flawed.
However, the patriarch had cultivated for many years and possessed a solid foundation, so no issues arose. Consequently, he mistakenly believed all these techniques to be profoundly mystical. He meticulously recorded them, instructing future generations to practice them as well. Among the descendants of the Yin family, Weizhao was the most sensitive to the flaws of this boxing style precisely because he was more diligent in his cultivation than any other member of the clan. Furthermore, blessed with exceptional talent, he began practicing techniques that other Yin descendants typically only started after turning 20, having commenced his training from childhood. Unfortunately, the young Weizhao's foundation was unstable, and his dantian had not yet been fully shaped. This amplified the flaws in the boxing style, turning them into chronic ailments that damaged his dantian. Earlier, Chen Fan had used acupuncture and internal energy to correct the damage, reshaping Weizhao's dantian entirely. Now, if he corrected the flaws in his boxing style and avoided the old path, he could achieve twice the result with half the effort and quickly break through to the next realm. So that's how it was. And Weizhao was beyond thrilled. He didn't doubt a word of what Chen Fan said, for he had already witnessed Chen Fan's extraordinary abilities firsthand. Mr. Chen, it's thanks to my ancestors' good deeds that I've been fortunate enough to meet a master like you to guide me out of this predicament. I humbly request your assistance. I wish to avenge today's insult personally. That damned Ping Fong and Manhwa have repeatedly spoken disrespectfully to me, dishonoring my family. I simply cannot swallow this humiliation. Of course, no problem. I agree that taking revenge yourself is far better than me disciplining them on your behalf. The path of cultivation is also a path of self-cultivation. Since Chen Fan intended to have Weizhao serve under him in the future, helping him enhance his strength and resolve his inner conflicts was naturally a crucial step. Thus, Chen Fan began guiding Weizhao through the night. It wasn't that he was forcing growth prematurely, but rather that he recognized Weizhao possessed an extraordinary physique, a true prodigy for cultivation. It was merely that taking a detour had held him back. He hoped Weizhao could return to his peak in the shortest time possible, ideally joining him when he sought out Lu Dao for a decisive battle to reclaim his honor from Ping Fong. Chapter 129, Disabling Lu Yi. While Chen Fan painstakingly guided Weizhao in his training, Lu Dao was far from idle. Having vowed to use Chen Fan's blood to honor his ancestors, he was now preparing everything necessary for the ritual at his home. Lu Dao took this matter extremely seriously, personally overseeing every detail and secretly arranging numerous preparations, all for the sake of avenging his humiliation tomorrow. Unfortunately, his brother Lu Yi was a hopeless case. After being thoroughly humiliated by Chen Fan that day, he'd become as reclusive as a rat scurrying through the streets, tail tucked between his legs, too afraid to show his face. Now, seeing his brother return to back him up, Lu Yi reverted to his stubborn ways. He found arranging the memorial at home utterly boring, so he dragged Manhwa out, determined to show him a good time. Though Manhwa felt uneasy about it, he relented for Lu Yi's sake. After all, he was Lu Dao's younger brother, and besides, he himself was not one to hold back. He decided to join forces with Lu Yi and head out for some diversion. They soon arrived at a neon-lit nightclub, secured a private room, and began reveling in their indulgence. Lu Yi, who hadn't set foot outside his home in ages, had been pent up to the brink of madness. Now finally free to indulge, he naturally assumed the airs of a big shot. He slammed the bank card he'd taken from Lu Dao onto the table, ordering the manager attending to him to bring the finest liquor in the place and arrange for plenty of fresh-faced girls. Today, they'd indulge in some serious revelry. Money talks. Though the manager disapproved of Lu Yi's behavior, he certainly wasn't going to turn down money. With a smile, he hurried off to make the arrangements. Manhwa, seeing Lu Yi's extravagance, sensed something amiss and cautioned, "Second young Master Lu, we're here to enjoy ourselves, but let's not make too much noise. Tomorrow, young Master Lu has arranged ancestral rites. If we get so drunk we can't stand tomorrow, we'll be the ones to suffer the consequences." "Oh, come on. You're not even part of the Lu family, and I'm just a good-for-nothing anyway. As long as my brother holds down the fort tomorrow, nothing else matters." Lu Yi knew his own limits well and paid no heed to Manhwa's words. Soon, he was seeing stars and slurring his words. Overwhelmed by the alcohol, Lu Yi urgently needed to relieve herself. She left Manhwa and the girls playing drinking games, staggering out of the private room toward the restroom. No sooner had she stepped outside than she spotted a stunning woman entering from the other direction. She wore a white cocktail dress that revealed her long, shapely legs. Looking up, she wasn't just snow-white fair-skinned, her figure was scorching hot, and her face was absolutely stunning. Lu Yi instantly felt a surge of lust. He licked his lips and walked toward the beauty. Only upon getting closer did he recognize her. Wasn't this Renani? Renani was here because Chen Fan was busy coaching Weizhao at the Love Hotel, leaving no need for her assistance. So she decided to attend the Chang Group's celebratory cocktail party instead, marking the partnership between the two companies. Renani was focused on the private room number her staff had texted her, completely unaware of Lu Yi's presence. Only when Lu Yi reached out and blocked her in the middle of the corridor did she snap back to reality. "Well, if it isn't Miss Ren. Who'd have thought you'd come to such an event for entertainment?
I always thought a lady of your pedigree only knew how to drink tea and arrange flowers. Lu Yi reeked of alcohol, his slurred speech laced with exhaustion, making him utterly irritating to behold. Ren Annie despised Lu Yi so intensely she refused to even look at him properly. Offering no response whatsoever, she turned to leave. But Lu Yi, drunk on horse piss, was riding high on his drunken confidence. There was no way he'd let Ren Annie slip away like that. He staggered after her, raised his arm to block her path, and even tried to pull her into his embrace. Ren Annie wasn't one to tolerate such behavior. Seeing Lu Yi's persistent harassment, she swiftly turned and delivered a resounding slap across his face. The blow seemed to sober Lu Yi instantly, simultaneously igniting his rage. Bitch! Lu Yi's eyes widened with fury as he grabbed Ren Annie's wrist. Her wrist turned crimson under his grip. She struggled desperately, but a frail woman stood no chance against his hold. Have you lost your mind, Lu Yi? Open your filthy eyes and see who this lady is. Dare to disrespect your superiors again, and you won't end well. I know you're Ren Annie. I'm targeting you. Facing Ren Annie's threats, Lu Yi remained unmoved, snarling with unbridled arrogance. Times have changed. I kept my head down like a turtle before because you truly had powerful protectors. Plus, your Ren family held some standing in Jinling, so I chose to avoid confrontation. But now the tables have turned. My brother has arrived in Jinling. Tomorrow, he will restore honor to the Lu family and bring glory to our name. After tomorrow, our Lu family will become Jinling's new powerhouse, while your Ren family will be yesterday's news utterly worthless. If you're smart, you'll throw yourself into my arms today. Otherwise, come tomorrow, the line of women eager to serve me will stretch from south to north across the city. Who knows when it'll be your turn, Ren Annie? Lu Yi spoke as if resolved to force himself upon her. In the critical moment, a dark shadow flashed past Lu Yi. The very second before, Lu Yi had been clutching Ren Annie tightly. The next, she crashed with a thud against the adjacent wall, her arm nearly dislocated. She grimaced in pain. You really are a leopard that can't change its spots. The voice belonged to none other than Chen Fan. And Wei Zhao, under his guidance, had gradually improved and only needed to grasp the concepts on his own. Seeing that it was getting late, he intended to escort Ren Annie home. However, he learned from Chang Tai that Ren Annie had attended the celebration party, which was not far from the Love Hotel, so he had rushed over. Little did he expect to witness such a scene the moment he arrived. The dazed Lu Yi's expression changed instantly upon seeing Chen Fan. The lesson Chen Fan had taught him last time was etched into his memory, leaving a deep shadow in his heart. But now that his older brother, Lu Dao, had returned, he no longer needed to fear anyone. Lu Yi immediately lifted his head high and stood tall. Chen Fan, you little punk, showing up at the worst possible moment to ruin my plans. You don't seriously think I'll bow down to you like last time, do you? Tomorrow, my brother will use your worthless life for a blood sacrifice. If I were you, I'd be fleeing tonight. How dare you show your face? Looking for death? Tomorrow? Ha! I'm torn. Part of me wants to spare your pathetic life so you can witness your brother's gruesome death firsthand. But another part thinks a scum like you doesn't deserve to see tomorrow's sunrise. What do you suggest I do? Chen Fan stroked his chin, feigning deep distress. Lu Yi wasn't buying it. Bolstered by alcohol, he retorted, cut the bull. I'm not easily intimidated. Who do you think you are? Could you even beat my brother? Mark my words, tomorrow, the Lu family won't just make you, Chen Fan, pay in blood. Ren Annie, Manhwa, anyone who helped you oppose us? Not a single one will escape. Every last one of you will die. Cough. No sooner had Lu Yi finished his death threat than Chen Fan seized him by the throat, hoisting him effortlessly into the air with one hand. Never since reaching adulthood had Lu Yi been hoisted so high. The helplessness of floating in midair made him kick wildly, his heart filled with terror. To make matters worse, Chen Fan's hand was gradually tightening, cutting off her air supply. She was suffocating. Mr. Chen, this is a public place. Don't act impulsively. Ren Annie felt Lu Yi deserved no mercy, but this was hardly the moment for murder. She didn't want Chen Fan to cause trouble over someone like him and urgently urged him to let go. Of course, Chen Fan replied with a mocking smile, casually tossing Lu Yi to the ground. I still need him to witness tomorrow's bloodbath. Why would I kill him so easily? Just as Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking his life was spared, Chen Fan crushed his wrist with a single stump. Next came his ankle, then his ribs. Chen Fan moved with deliberate slowness throughout, showing no hint of violence. It seemed as though he was merely placing his foot down leisurely and applying gentle pressure. Yet the immense force sent Lu Yi into a fit of agonized screams, transforming him into a cripple within moments. Nearly every joint in his body that could move had been crushed by Chen Fan's feet. The rest of his life would likely be spent confined to a bed. Mr. Chen, you. Chen Fan's ruthlessness left Ren Annie covering her mouth, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long while. He deserved this punishment. Skip the celebration banquet, avoid unnecessary trouble. Head back first. Wait for me to deal with Lu Dao tomorrow. Chen Fan casually led Ren Annie away, as if nothing had ever happened. Chapter 130, The Madman.
Manhwa never dreamed that simply going out to play with Lu Yi could cause such a huge disaster. When he saw Lu Yi, she lay in the corridor covered in blood, every joint in her body shattered. She looked no different from a living corpse.
Oh no. This is bad.
Manhwa's face drained of color as he hurriedly called an ambulance and rushed to the hospital.
Half an hour later, Lu Dao arrived at the hospital.
Seeing his brother's horrific state, he wasted no words and punched Manhwa hard.
What the hell were you doing? My brother went out with you to have fun, and this is how he ends up? Two bodyguards followed Lu Dao. One was Ping Fong, and the other was Huang Huihong. Both were seasoned veterans of the underworld, yet even they couldn't help but gasp at the sight of Lu Ye's horrifying injuries. The attacker had been ruthlessly precise, each blow deliberately avoiding vital areas, leaving Lu Yi in agony worse than death. Manhwa stood trembling, unable to utter a word in response to Lu Dao's tirade. He'd never seen Lu Dao lose his temper like this before. Clearly, he'd really gotten himself into deep trouble this time. But he was genuinely upset. Lu Yi had insisted on dragging him out to play, and she'd even picked the spot. Who could have guessed that just stepping away for a bathroom break would cause such a huge commotion? Yet Manhwa knew Lu Dao's temper. The more he explained, the worse off he'd be. So he dared not argue back at all. Instead, he knelt on the ground, begging for mercy non-stop, hoping Lu Dao would show him some leniency and spare him, not taking his anger out on him. But was Lu Dao the kind of person who saw things clearly and was easy to reason with? If he truly possessed any sense of reason, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to seek revenge against Qin Fan and Jinling, stubbornly twisting black into white. My brother is now crippled, yet you stand here unscathed. How can I not suspect you colluded with outsiders to harm him? Enough talk. Though I spare your life today, you shall not escape punishment. My brother has been crippled. You shall share his disability. No. Unlike Qin Fan's measured approach, Lu Dao's attacks were wide and sweeping, making as much noise as possible. Many in the hospital heard the commotion outside. Peering out, they were instantly stunned by the bloody scene. Lu Dao seemed possessed, swinging his fists and using every limb to rain blows upon Manhwa. Within mere seconds, Manhwa was transformed into a bloody mess, his features utterly unrecognizable. The entire hallway resembled a murder scene, with blood splattered even onto the ceiling. Help! Murder! Help! Someone, help! Spectators screamed and fled, covering their heads. Even Ping Fong and Huang Huihong were stunned by the scene. After all, Manhwa was no ordinary man. Not only did he come from a martial arts family, but he was also the vice president of the Pi Group. Either identity alone was extraordinary. As the saying goes, you don't mess with someone's dog without considering its owner. Anyone daring to lay a finger on Manhwa would likely become an enemy of these two powerful factions. Yet Lu Dao had ruthlessly struck Manhwa, leaving him paralyzed from the waist down, clinging to life by a thread. Even as Paika's son-in-law, this was going too far. Could anyone truly expect a good outcome by following such a brutal man? For a moment, Ping Fong and Huang Huihong couldn't help but worry about their own futures. Lu Dao couldn't care less about others' thoughts. In his eyes, he was a near-invincible powerhouse. It was only natural that people feared him. As for today's lesson to Manhwa, it was merely a warm-up. The real main event would be tomorrow's blood sacrifice. Damn Qin Fan! I'll spare you one more night. Tomorrow, I'll chop off your head, carve out your flesh, and ensure you never find peace in the afterlife. Lu Dao clenched his fists, narrowing his eyes as he vowed silently to make sure Qin Fan met a gruesome end at his hands. To ensure the event garnered maximum attention, Lu Dao called Zhao Tai in the dead of night. He ordered Zhao to leverage every media connection to broadcast tomorrow's events at the Lu residence far and wide, making certain every soul in Jinling knew of it. On one hand, it was to restore the Lu family's honor. On the other, it was to send a message: whoever dared to oppose him would meet the same fate as Qin Fan. This would serve as a warning to others, ensuring the Lu family's future position remained unshakable. Zhao Tai agreed outwardly, but immediately called Qin Fan, earnestly urging him to avoid confrontation. Lu Dao's current mental state was indistinguishable from that of a madman. If Qin Fan truly clashed with him head-on tomorrow, he would most likely suffer a loss. But Qin Fan showed no fear. He simply instructed Zhao Tai to carry out his orders as directed, telling him not to worry about anything else. Left with no choice, Zhao Tai set off to carry out the orders, his heart heavy with unease. The power of the media proved formidable indeed. Within mere hours, the incident had become the talk of Jinling, circulating through every street and alleyway. The upper echelons of society were almost universally aware of it. Even the elders of the Ren family, far away in the provincial capital, had heard whispers of it. They had long heard rumors of Lu Dao's intentions toward Qin Fan, but everyone dismissed it as petty squabbling, something easily resolved with a humble apology. Unexpectedly, the incident had now become a citywide sensation, causing a huge stir. They finally realized the gravity of the situation. Ren Weifeng, the older brother of Ren Vita, rushed to Jinling overnight. He demanded that Ren Annie immediately cut ties with Qin Fan and under no circumstances associate with him anymore. Unfortunately for Ren Weifeng, his timing was terrible. Upon entering the house, he witnessed Ren Annie seeing Chen Fan off. The two sides collided head-on. Ren Weifeng grabbed Chen Fan by the collar and erupted in a torrent of abuse. "You bastard! If you had any conscience left, you'd stay far away from my inn. Your time is almost up. Why are you still standing here flaunting yourself? Get out of here!" Chen Fan didn't recognize this wrinkled little old man in front of him. Seeing the other pointing his finger at his nose and lecturing him endlessly, he frowned. Seeing this, Ren Annie quickly pulled Ren Weifeng back and introduced him herself. "Chen Fan, this is my other great-great-grandfather." Even without Ren Annie's explanation, Chen Fan had already guessed as much. The Ren family had 3 elders in the provincial capital. The one he'd met earlier was Ren Annie's biological great-grandfather, and this man before him must be one of the other 2. No need to introduce him, the bastard would be dead by tomorrow. What was the point? Ren Weifeng was visibly agitated. He believed that if Ren Annie continued associating with Chen Fan, disaster would befall the Ren family at daybreak. Therefore, he insisted on severing ties with Chen Fan immediately and spreading the news far and wide. He couldn't let Lu Dao misunderstand. Chen Fan found it somewhat amusing to hear Ren Weifeng draw such a clear line with him. If it weren't for saving Ren Annie today and helping her escape Lu Ye's clutches, things wouldn't have escalated so dramatically. Truth be told, Ren Annie was the real spark that ignited this entire fiasco. Chapter 131, Standing by Chen Fan. Chen Fan understood this logic, and so did Ren Annie. Hearing Ren Weifeng utter such harsh words, he immediately argued his case. "Great-great-grandfather, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly distance myself from Chen Fan? He injured Lu Yi today precisely to save me. If we're assigning blame, the instigator is none other than me. I cannot possibly escape responsibility. Instead of worrying about distancing yourself, you should be thinking about how to resolve this situation for us. Besides, don't you possess Grandmaster level strength? If you fight alongside Chen Fan tomorrow, shouldn't you stand a good chance of winning?" Not only did Ren Annie have no intention of distancing herself from Chen Fan, she actually hoped Ren Weifeng could help him weather this storm. Ren Weifeng was so furious his beard bristled and his eyes bulged, unable to believe his ears. "What kind of mind-altering potion have they fed you, girl? Has lard clouded your judgment? Even if that bastard initially meant to save you, he still struck without restraint. Who told him to cripple Lu Yi? What does that have to do with us? Don't take the blame onto yourself. I absolutely refuse to help him. At my age, with my old bones, even if I were a grandmaster, I wouldn't stand a chance against Lu Dao. I'm not going to throw my life away for nothing. You must choose, either cut ties with this brat or sever all ties with the Ren family. I won't stand by and watch a century of our family's hard work destroyed by you." Ren Weifeng was willing to sever family ties with Ren Annie to force her away from Chen Fan. Ren Annie never imagined her great-great-grandfather could be so ruthless, sacrificing even his own great-granddaughter over the Lu Dao affair. "Great-great-grandfather, this is truly outrageous. You're the one who's gone too far. We didn't reject you for being a girl. We were willing to entrust the family business to you. That's how much trust we placed in you." Ren Weifeng roared. "Yet you betrayed your family for that fool, recklessly challenging colossal forces like Lu Dao and the Pai family. Have you considered our predicament?" Ren Weifeng was a man of stone, caring only about his own interests and utterly indifferent to others' fates. Now that Ren Annie had nearly brought the Ren family to ruin, he was ready to cast her aside without a second thought, showing no regard for blood ties or family bonds. Seeing Ren Weifeng ready to abandon his own granddaughter, old Master Ren stepped forward urgently. "Uncle Feng, hasn't our family's ancestral teaching always emphasized loyalty and gratitude? Mr. Chen has saved the Ren family from peril more than once. Now that he faces formidable enemies, how can we stand idly by?" Ren Chang and Ren Annie shared a deep bond, and after the previous incident with the Feng Shui, they had genuinely come to accept Chen Fan. At this critical moment, he stepped forward to stand by Ren Annie's side, pleading, "Great-great-grandfather, what you just said is utterly heartless. When you entrusted the family business to my sister, hadn't you squandered nearly everything? It was my sister who turned the tide, securing the means for you to enjoy your twilight years. How dare you now treat it as charity? I've already decided Mr. Chen will be my sister's husband. Whether you approve or not, our Ren family and he are in the same boat. We rise and fall together. You decide what to do." Ren Annie gazed at Ren Chang with satisfaction, feeling her once slacker brother had finally grown into a proper adult. "You're all nuts. Has he brainwashed your entire family?" Ren Weifeng wasn't buying any of it. He was stubbornly convinced Chen Fan must have used some trick to turn even old Ren and Ren Chang against him. Whoever wants to die can go with him. But before you do, remember to cut all ties with the Ren family. Don't drag the rest of us down with you. Seeing he couldn't persuade the 3 of them, Ren Weifeng gave up. He decided to throw caution to the wind and kick them all out. Ren Chang retorted sharply, "If anyone should sever ties, it's you old fools severing ties with us. Every penny of support you receive now comes from my sister's hard work. What right do you have to bark orders at us like this? If you're smart, you'll join us in helping Mr. Chen weather this storm." Otherwise, when our family goes under, do you really think you old fools could run the company? In no time, you'll be out on the street.
Normally, Ren Chang's sharp tongue left both old Ren and Ren Annie exasperated, always fearing he'd speak his way into trouble. But this time, his rebelliousness actually pleased both old Ren and Ren Annie. This kind of talk needed to come from him to pack a real punch. How dare you? Ren Weifeng was visibly shaken by Ren Chang's outburst. His beard quivered, his face flushed crimson, and his neck bulged as he struggled to speak, his mouth opening and closing for a long moment. Ren Annie had no desire to stir up trouble or commit treason. Seeing that the discussion had run its course, she stepped in to smooth things over. All right, great-great-grandfather, please don't be angry. Little Chang may speak bluntly, but he's absolutely right. Whether out of past kindness or the very nature of this incident, we cannot stand idly by regarding Mr. Chen's affairs. I've resolved to stand with Mr. Chen through thick and thin. This time, either the Lu family perishes or the Ren family is destroyed. After tomorrow, these two families absolutely cannot coexist in Jinling. Ren Annie's stance was utterly unyielding, leaving no room for compromise. She was clearly resolved to stand by Chen Fan to the very end. Ren Weifeng never dreamed that this time, not only would he hit a brick wall at every turn, but he'd also be ridden roughshod over by the younger generation at home. Dragged along by them, he had no choice but to stand or fall with them. But Ren Weifeng couldn't swallow his pride, nor did he want to help Chen Fan. He couldn't control the sharp-tongued Ren Annie, nor could he out-argue the street-smart Ren Chang. In the end, he could only vent all his fury on Chen Fan. It's all your fault, you bastard. If you hadn't brainwashed my grandchildren, how could they have turned into such unfilial brats? Now they're dragging the entire Ren family down with you. Happy now? Chen Fan had never once suggested the Ren family should stand or fall with him. Their willingness to do so touched him, but it was utterly unnecessary, even misplaced affection. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just spout nonsense. When did I ever say I wanted to take them down with me? Stop making baseless accusations. Seeing the man's advanced age, Chen Fan initially didn't want to argue. But this old man wouldn't let it go, harping on endlessly and acting completely unreasonable. It truly pushed him past his limit. Slanderous accusations? What kind of person are you? Fine, no need for further nonsense. Since my young ones are all acting like they've been kicked in the head and insist on helping you, I'll show you the way. Ren Weifeng panted heavily, his eyes bulging as he glared at Chen Fan. Listen carefully. Tonight, you go to the Lu family to beg forgiveness. I'll write you a formal letter of apology. Take it to Lu Dao. After reading it, he might show me some face and let you off for now. At least it won't drag our Ren family into this mess. Blood is thicker than water, but Ren Weifeng was even more over the top than his brother Ren Vita. He clearly knew nothing, yet still tried to act like he was the reliable one. It was beyond ridiculous. The rift between them is irreparable. What good is a single calling card? Go yourself. I've no time to waste on your nonsense. Seeing the clock strike 4 in the morning, Chen Fan couldn't be bothered to argue with Ren Weifeng any longer, refusing to spare him even a glance. What kind of attitude is that? You all saw it. It's not that I don't want to help him, he's the one who insists on courting disaster. Ren Weifeng turned his head away, puffed up like a pufferfish, ready to explode. Old Ren couldn't fathom why Chen Fan was being so stubborn. The mere thought of how terrifying Lu Dao was made her break out in a cold sweat for Chen Fan. If this matter could truly be resolved peacefully, that would be better than anything. Why dwell on temporary gains or losses? After much persuasion, Ren Weifeng finally wrote the invitation card in his own name. As for Chen Fan, it took Ren Annie's persistent pleading before he agreed to take the letter to the Lu family. Carrying Ren Weifeng's invitation, Chen Fan had barely stepped out of the Ren residence when he called Shui Luo, instructing him to prepare 100 urns to be delivered to the Lu family. Shui Luo turned pale with shock. Mr. Chen, is this really necessary? This is downright provocative. What? He's allowed to slaughter your nightclub, but I can't deliver urns to him? Stop talking nonsense. Just go get them. I'll handle the consequences. Chen Fan was quick and decisive. Understood. Though Shui Luo's heart pounded with dread, he recalled Chen Fan's numerous favors and steeled himself. He dispatched men that very night to procure the urns. Chapter 133, The Spineless Ren Weifeng. A truckload of urns? Ren Weifeng, who'd been cursed out mercilessly, was stunned for ages before snapping back to reality. The more he thought about it, the more off it felt. Damn it! That little bastard Chen Fan must be behind this. This is it. The Ren family is truly going down with that little bastard. Ren Weifeng slumped to the ground, his entire body going limp as if his soul had been stolen. Such a dramatic turn of events was completely unexpected for Ren Annie. She immediately called Chen Fan. Chen Fan owned up to it without hesitation, confirming he had indeed sent someone to deliver the urn to the Lu family because that was precisely what Lu Dao would need tomorrow. Hearing Chen Fan's confident tone, Ren Annie felt slightly reassured, yet still believed his actions were reckless. Chen Fan didn't seem to care. He had everything under control, which was precisely why he acted this way. Miss Ren, tomorrow you, old Ren, and Ren Chang must hide.
Wait until everything is resolved before emerging. This will prevent that bastard Lu Dao from using your lives to blackmail me.
Though he didn't want to say it outright, the Rin family members were indeed a liability to Chen Fan.
To prevent Lu Dao from playing dirty tricks, the best approach was to protect them first. Ren Annie felt a pang of unease upon hearing Chen Fan's plan.
Her distress wasn't born from feeling unwanted by Chen Fan, but from her own sense of uselessness. It's all because I'm so incompetent, she thought.
I can't help you, and I'm even causing you worry. I'm truly sorry. Chen Fan chuckled. What nonsense are you talking about?
Your family's willingness to stand by me through thick and thin is already tremendous support. In short, just do as I say tomorrow, and you'll be perfectly safe.
Understood.
Oh, and my grandfather has arranged some reinforcements to assist you tomorrow.
They won't be needed.
They should stay with you to protect you instead. Ren Annie had barely begun when Chen Fan cut her off. He didn't need any helpers.
As long as Ren Annie's family stayed out of trouble, that alone was the greatest assistance he could ask for. Alright then, Chen Fan, you must come find me tomorrow safe and sound.
Of course. The moment they hung up, Ren Weifeng, having regained his composure, walked in with a deathly pale face. Seeing Ren Annie frantically stow her phone, he knew she'd been talking to Chen Fan. Ren Weifeng pointed an accusing finger at Ren Annie and shouted, "You ungrateful brat!
Don't you realize that Beast has us all on the brink of death? Why are you calling him? Do you want to die with him too?"
I kindly gave him my calling card so he could apologize, but that bastard had the nerve to send an urn in my name.
Doesn't that scream he's dragging our whole family down with him? I honestly don't know what you see in that scumbag.
Now we're all marked for death, treated like mortal enemies.
Ha! Let them all go down with that bastard.
Ren Weifeng grew angrier with every curse, smashing everything breakable in the living room to smithereens. Ren Annie and Rin Chang were both terrified, but neither dared to speak up in defense, afraid of provoking him further. Finally, old Rin couldn't bear it anymore and reached out to restrain the raging Ren Weifeng.
Uncle Feng, can you please calm down? At your age, being thrown into such a panic by that upstart Lu Dao, isn't that a bit embarrassing? And what's more, that beast Lu Yi nearly defiled your great-granddaughter today. Yet you still want to grovel before them? Don't you find yourself utterly ridiculous? Ren Weifeng roared back, "You lot are the laughingstock. You deluded fools. People climb higher, water flows lower. If you won't befriend Lu Dao, fine. But to antagonize him over some penniless toad? Have you all been kicked in the head by donkeys? Enough."
Ren Weifeng's incessant ranting sounded like a monotonous chant.
Ren Annie couldn't bear to listen any longer. Great-great-grandfather, do you even know what you're saying? Are you seriously suggesting I submit myself to that scoundrel Lu Yi?
That sort of man, no matter how much you grovel before him, he'll only grow more insolent. Once he sets his sights on us, if the Rin family doesn't fight back, we're courting our own destruction.
And that Lu Dao, do you really think apologizing to him will help? Look at today's news, see what state Manhwa is in after Lu Dao's attack. He was Lu Dao's right-hand man for years, yet because he failed to keep an eye on Lu Yi, he ended up paralyzed from the waist down. Ren Annie's eyes blazed crimson as she declared with righteous indignation, "Scum like those brothers can never be appeased. No matter how much you retreat, it only buys temporary peace. Ultimately, they'll devour us whole. Great-great-grandfather, have you no backbone? You keep saying you don't want the Rin family to suffer, but look at what you've done." Faced with Ren Annie's accusations and questioning, Ren Weifeng was rendered speechless. He pressed his lips together and hung his head in silence. "This time, we must stand with Chen Fan. He's already secured our escape route. Tomorrow, he'll handle the Lu family himself, no need for us to show our faces. All we have to do is wait for his good news." "Yeah, right." Learning they had to follow Chen Fan's plan, Ren Weifeng rebelled again. That little bastard can barely save himself. What kind of arrangements could he possibly make? Following his orders would be worse than suicide. If you ask me, we should go to the Lu family and beg for mercy. While what you said earlier makes some sense, I believe that with the respect I've earned over the years, they won't completely disregard me. Ren Annie and Ren Weifeng couldn't see eye to eye. Where did this guy get the nerve to think Lu Dao would show him even a shred of respect? If he truly did, Ren Weifeng wouldn't have been berated so viciously over the phone just now, would he? Good advice falls on deaf ears, even among family. Ren Annie shook her head and went upstairs instead. Since reason was useless with Ren Weifeng, she'd simply let him be. Whoever met their end first would be the one with the shorter life. Ren Annie had given up on Ren Weifeng, but Ren Weifeng had no intention of letting Ren Annie off the hook. He believed that since Lu Yi was now a cripple, the best way to show sincerity was to make Ren Annie spend the rest of her life caring for her. Therefore, tomorrow, besides apologizing in person himself, he must bring Ren Annie along to demonstrate sincerity. But now Ren Annie was clearly brainwashed by Chen Fan. How could he possibly get this girl to the Lu household? Ren Weifeng tossed and turned all night, finally settling on a cunning plan. A sly smile curled the corners of his mouth. Chapter 134, Certain Victory. That night, as the news spread far and wide, Chen Fan found no opportunity to sleep. He Hong paid him a late-night visit, specifically to discuss tomorrow's revenge against Lu Dao. He held Lu Dao in utter contempt. If Chen Fan gave the word, he could even send men tonight to kill Lu Dao. But the crux of the matter wasn't Lu Dao's life or death, it was the power behind him, the Pai family. That was the real thorn in their side. He Xian followed closely behind He Hong. She couldn't understand why Grandpa had to bring her along to meet Chen Fan. She couldn't care less about Chen Fan's fate, all she wanted was a good night's beauty sleep. Chen Fan, no offense, but how do you manage to get into so much trouble? Do you even realize how tough an opponent Lu Dao is? Fighting him is practically the same as seeking death. He Xian rolled her eyes as she lectured Chen Fan, convinced he was nothing but trouble. The best solution now is to have my grandfather arrange a helicopter to get you out of here overnight. We have plenty of hiding spots and can even help you change your identity. You could go live somewhere else under a new name, understand? He Xian was all bark and no bite. While she scolded Chen Fan, she was also thinking of a viable solution for him, probably because she didn't want to watch him walk into certain death. Chen Fan hadn't considered hiding at all. If he truly intended to leave, he would have done so long ago. Why drag it out until now? I know you mean well, but there's no way I'm leaving Jinling. For one thing, I could kill Lu Dao anytime I wanted. For another, if I left, my family and friends would suffer. I, Chen Fan, have always stood by my actions. I will never drag others into this. Chen Fan's words sounded impulsive, yet they genuinely won He Xian's admiration. You're a bit cocky and arrogant, but you're genuinely loyal to your friends. How about this? Have your friends come seek refuge with my grandfather? Even though he's semi-retired now, his prestige remains. Protecting your friends should be no problem. As for you, focus solely on getting away. Run as far as you can. You're not short on money anyway. If you ever need it, just reach out, I'll lend you some. He Xian earnestly laid out her plan for Chen Fan's future. Though deeply touched, Chen Fan declined her offer. It's fine. I'm not afraid of Lu Dao. Chen Fan's gaze remained utterly unruffled. His demeanor radiated an unshakable composure, as if he stood immovable beneath a mountain's weight, a truly exceptional presence. He Xian wasn't buying it. She rolled her eyes and sighed. Why do all you men have to be so stubborn? I know you're a man's man, and I know you stand tall and proud. But facts speak louder than words. I honestly don't know where you get the courage to think you're not afraid of Lu Dao. Do you even realize that Willowblade is the youngest grandmaster in the provincial capital? Even Uncle Shi, who's at the same cultivation level, can't match him. Shi practices hard-style martial arts, which inherently places him at a disadvantage against peers of the same level. Besides, he's no match for me either. Chen Fan remarked casually. You. He Xian found no rebuttal to this statement. Shi had often expressed his admiration for Chen Fan in front of her, constantly praising him as a master. But her ingrained prejudice made her believe someone like Chen Fan, a commoner, could never surpass Lu Dao, who'd been raised in a prestigious family and rigorously trained from childhood. Chen Fan, can't you just be grateful? You only get one life, lose it, and you lose everything. Better safe than sorry. Alright, stop trying to talk me out of it. Actions speak louder than words. I know you won't believe me no matter what I say now. Just wait for the results to come out. Why not just be patient and wait? I'm going to rest. You guys do as you please. Chen Fan knew continuing this conversation would just be repeating the same old points, utterly pointless. So he left his guests waiting downstairs and headed upstairs to sleep. Hey, you jerk, you're really leaving? Grandpa, look at this. Who acts like that? He's so ungrateful. Even after Chen Fan closed his door, He Xian continued ranting and raving downstairs. He Hong, however, wore a faint, knowing smile. Mr. Chen must have absolute confidence. We were worrying needlessly. Let's go. Having seen countless people, he could naturally discern Chen Fan's unwavering confidence. The next morning, Chen Fan woke up early. After washing up, he slipped into a tracksuit and set off at a leisurely pace toward the Lu residence. The Lu family had publicized today's ancestral rites well in advance, entrusting Zhao Tai to handle all arrangements. Consequently, though it was still early, the entrance was already packed to the brim. Some had come specifically to curry favor with Lu Dao, while others were simply there for the spectacle. They were all curious to see whether Chen Fan, the rising young talent from Jinling who had gained considerable fame recently, could actually defeat Lu Dao. Lu Dao welcomed the onlookers warmly, even arranging seats for them. Today, he intended to personally eliminate Chen Fan before everyone's eyes. This would serve as a warning shot across the bow, making all of Jinling understand the consequences of crossing the Lu family. Ping Fong and Huang Huihong stood at the entrance like two fierce door gods, their expressions so menacing they sent chills down spines. Yu Meiji and the other assistant, Mu Mu, had been bustling about since early morning, greeting guests, preparing items showing more enthusiasm than if it were their own family affair. So many people had arrived, yet that Chen fellow still hadn't shown his face. Did this kid even dare to come? Huang Huihong scanned the area, his tone dripping with contempt. Lu Dao said coldly, I'll wait another hour.
If he still doesn't show up, I'll start by cutting down the Ren family, then work my way through his entire contact list. I refuse to believe no one will spill the beans about his hiding place.
Chen Fan did indeed have friends. After a night of deliberation, Shui Luo and his master, Wu Ya, resolved to fight to the death for Chen Fan.
They summoned every disciple of the Wu sect overnight, including the younger brothers willing to swear allegiance to Shui Luo, forming a detachment of over 100 men. They arrived at the Lu family compound with great fanfare, not to challenge them, but to create chaos and help Chen Fan escape at the crucial moment.
Humph. A bunch of rotten fish and rotten shrimp. What's with all this pomp and circumstance?
Ping Fong saw them, pursed his lips, and sneered, thinking these fellows were utterly overestimating themselves. Huang Huihong joined in with a loud laugh, sneering with obvious scorn. Birds of a feather flock together.
Weaklings naturally seek out other weaklings to play with. Too bad this bunch of nobodies isn't even worth my single hand to deal with. Coming here to show off their strength? They must have no shame. The onlookers, seeing the entire Wu family turn out in force, couldn't help but marvel. Had these people lost their minds? What kind of benefits had Chen Fan offered them to make them come here to their deaths? How could they possibly compare to young Master Lu? Wasn't this just throwing themselves away? Who could disagree? Wu Ya was a shrewd man by all accounts. Why would he throw eggs at a stone? He couldn't even defeat young Master Lu's men, let alone challenge Lu himself. Why come here seeking death? Overhearing these whispers, Yumeji felt a surge of pride. Being here today as part of the Lu family felt like a tremendous honor. Bring it on. The more noise you useless fools make, the more I shine. You're nothing but a bunch of overconfident stepping stones, you fools. Though Yumeji spoke with such bravado, a strange feeling stirred within her. Chen Fan was just a lowly orphan. What possible merit could he have that so many were willing to follow him, even at the cost of their lives? Was his eloquence truly that compelling? Was he deceiving them all with his charlatan tricks, making them all lose their heads? Chapter 135, The Tide Turns Every 30 Years. Yumeji was a quintessential opportunist, utterly incapable of understanding what true brotherhood meant. Every member of the Wu clan had received Chen Fan's kindness. Without his help, they would have been wiped out long ago when Zhao Tai sent men to deal with Shui Luo. A drop of kindness deserves a spring of gratitude. Now that Chen Fan faced peril, how could these martial brothers and sisters stand idly by? Lu Dao knew these people had likely come to help Chen Fan escape, but he would never allow such a thing to happen under his watch. Even if they merely stood there, making no move. Wu Ya, I bear no grudge against you, past or present. I have no desire to exterminate you. Leave this place now with all your disciples. Or if you wish to watch from afar, that is acceptable. But if you insist on blocking this place, harboring ill intent, and aiding the tyrant, then don't blame me for striking first and slaughtering your entire clan. As Lu Dao spoke, he rubbed his wrists with a carefree air, showing no regard for the 100 or so men before him. Chief Lu, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Let us handle them. Huang Huihong, eager to curry favor with Lu Dao, volunteered to handle the situation peacefully and rushed forward alongside Ping. Both men possessed formidable strength, even one alone surpassed Wu Ya in power, let alone their combined might. Though the Wu sect disciples possessed determination and tenacity, refusing to concede defeat easily, the gap in strength was undeniable. Within moments, they were knocked to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Wu Ya and Shui Luo, being stronger, weren't too badly injured, but they were covered in wounds, clearly outmatched. Pathetic! You lot aren't even worth stuffing between my teeth. Why come charging in to die? Utterly ridiculous. Ping Fong rolled his eyes, as if blaming them for not giving him a satisfying fight. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but sigh. Goodness, the gap in strength is just too vast. Why did they even bother? Exactly. Wu Ya is a big shot in the underworld, and his disciple Shui Luo is the top dog in the Shangbao district. They're both supposed to be formidable figures, yet they choose this moment to jump in and get themselves killed. They look like complete clowns. There's always someone stronger out there. While they might be unrivaled in Jinling, facing genuine masters from the provincial capital, they're nothing but useless fodder. Speaking of which, why hasn't that kid Chen Fan shown up yet? Could he really be too scared to come? If he really did run away, he'd be a complete piece of trash. These men fought tooth and nail for him, risking their lives, while he slipped away unnoticed. Just thinking about it made him sick. Hearing the crowd discuss Chen Fan, a cruel smile spread across Lu Dao's face. Rather than dispatching him cleanly, it would be far more entertaining to drag out his agony to make him wish he were dead. Stop spouting nonsense, everyone. Mr. Chen would never run away. Exactly. Mr. Chen is an upright gentleman. It's still early, why the rush? The two speaking were in Weizhao and Yuan. They, too, had come to aid Chen Fan. Yesterday, Chen Fan had resolved in Weizhao's Dantian issue. After a night's rest, and Weizhao's strength had significantly increased. His primary purpose in coming today, besides backing Chen Fan, was to exact revenge. Yesterday, he had been thoroughly humiliated by Ping Fong. Today, he intended to reclaim every ounce of that humiliation.
The moment Ping Fong spotted in Wei Zhao, he gave a thumbs down gesture.
Pfft, I thought someone was talking so loudly. Turns out it's just that good for nothing in Wei Zhao who lost to me yesterday?
Your injuries sure heal fast.
Yesterday you were barely hanging on, and today you're already jumping out to court death again?
And you and your skills are nothing special, but you're still a name worth mentioning in the martial world. Why on earth are you running around like a lackey for Chen Fan? You've only just reached Grandmaster level.
What are you doing here? Want to die too?
Ping Fong dismissed the two men as worthless. Those around them pointed fingers and whispered, all convinced they'd lost their minds to come here and defend Chen Fan.
Cut the nonsense. If you want to touch Mr. Chen, you'll have to get past us first. And Wei Zhao fired back. They're asking for it. Lu Dao lost patience, nodding toward Ping Fong. You deal with these two. Scum like them aren't worth my time. Yes. Ping Fong acknowledged the order and stepped forward to fight.
He beckoned to Wei Zhao with a flick of his finger. Your 5 Tigers fist is nowhere near mastery.
Why don't you just kneel down and beg Master Lu for mercy right now?
If Mr. Lu's in a good mood, he might even show you some mercy and give you a few pointers. Then your skills would definitely improve, and you wouldn't lose so badly.
And Wei Zhao didn't flinch at the taunt.
Instead, he grinned at Ping Fong.
So confident you can beat me? Times change.
Yesterday I was injured by you, but today is different.
What's different? Just one night? You think you've suddenly turned into a phoenix? Bring it on.
Ping Fong didn't take Wei Zhao seriously at all, but reality soon taught him a lesson. As Wei Zhao unleashed a punch, its force sliced through the air like a bamboo splitter, thunderous and relentless, driving straight toward Ping Fong's chest.
Ping Fong was caught completely off guard, taking the full brunt of the blow.
His heart clenched violently as Ping Fong spat out a mouthful of old blood.
How could this be? Ping Fong couldn't believe it.
The man who had been utterly powerless yesterday, easily defeated by him, had somehow made such a dramatic leap in strength overnight.
That's all thanks to Mr. Chen's guidance. Remember how he told you yesterday that just 5 minutes with him would transform me completely? Facts speak louder than words. What more can you say now? I don't buy it. You're lying.
If Chen Fan were that capable, he wouldn't still be stuck in this godforsaken backwater of Jinling. Ping Fong spat out a mouthful of blood, his face twisted with indignation.
Alright, you rest up. Let me take him on.
Huang Huihong stepped forward, ready to restore Ping Fong's honor.
Hold on, this is a 2-on-2 match. You should be fighting me.
Just as Huang Huihong moved to confront Wei Zhao, Yuan stepped forward, volunteering to fight.
You want to die? I'll grant you your wish. The two grappled fiercely.
Lu Dao had expected Huang Huihong to win easily, but to his surprise, the fight became deadlocked. For a moment, it was impossible to tell who had the upper hand. Seeing his two men pinned down by Wei Zhao and Yuan, Lu Dao felt a surge of frustration.
Two pieces of trash. How can they not even beat these guys?
Displeased as he was, Lu Dao showed no intention of intervening.
To intervene now would only diminish his standing.
Yumeji watched the chaotic brawl, where neither side gained the upper hand, and found it rather peculiar.
Yuan shouldn't be this formidable, and yesterday's Wei Zhao had been practically useless. How could these two suddenly match up against experts like Huang Huihong today?
Just as Yumeji was deep in thought, her colleague Mumu's shrill scream pierced her ears. Mumu covered her mouth, her face frozen in utter disbelief. Following her gaze, Yumeji suddenly noticed Ping Fong had been beaten so badly he couldn't get back up. Huang Huihong fared slightly better, but he too was covered in wounds.
In stark contrast, Wei Zhao and Yuan, though both wounded, stood proudly apart, their expressions haughty and triumphant, radiating the aura of victors.
Chapter 136, Who are you calling a coward? Useless piece of trash. Lu Dao shouted angrily. These two were his hand-picked subordinates, and now they'd both lost to others. What a disgrace.
Ping Fong, consumed by rage and shame, demanded, Wei Zhao, were you deliberately holding back yesterday? Otherwise, how could you have become so formidable overnight? Even if Chen Fan were a god, I'd never believe such a miracle. Believe it or not, it doesn't matter. Both brother you and I were trained by Mr. Chen. You two are our defeated opponents, and Lu Dao will surely be Mr. Chen's defeated opponent too. Wei Zhao finally avenged yesterday's humiliation with his own hands, feeling immensely satisfied. Had Chen Fan not intervened, he dared not imagine when he might have avenged that humiliation. Yuan had also harbored doubts about whether Chen Fan could defeat Lu Dao, but at this very moment, all his reservations vanished. Chen Fan was a man of unfathomable depth. Not only was he well-traveled and knowledgeable, but he also possessed keen observational skills. Yesterday, besides repairing Wei Zhao's dantian and correcting his 5 Tigers fist training method, Chen Fan had also taught him a technique for fighting opponents of higher levels. A powerhouse like this could never possibly lose to Lu Dao. Bull. Lu Dao couldn't possibly lose. Huang Huihong may have lost, but his mouth remained stubbornly defiant. Believe it or not, Mr. Chen will be here any minute. Yuan looked completely at ease, showing no concern for Chen Fan's predicament.
Those present weren't strangers to Chen Fan, they knew full well he was a young man. Though the cultivation world didn't prioritize seniority, but rather determined status by strength, it was common knowledge that younger practitioners had less time to cultivate. Chen Fan was nearly 10 years younger than Lu Dao. How could he possibly catch up in cultivation and power over just a decade? Why were the two of them so convinced Chen Fan could win? Hadn't they said it themselves? They had both made tremendous strides in their cultivation after receiving Chen Fan's guidance. Naturally, they held high expectations for his abilities. But did Chen Fan truly possess such formidable abilities? I wasn't convinced. Wu Ye and Shui Luo stood by, exchanging wide-eyed glances and exchanging bitter smiles. If only we'd gone to pester Mr. Chen for guidance too. Yeah, master, if we'd been trained by Mr. Chen too, we wouldn't have embarrassed ourselves like this today. At this very moment, both master and disciple were kicking themselves. How could they have been so foolish, missing such a golden opportunity to receive Chen Fan's guidance? Seeing everyone's attention completely drawn to Chen Fan, who hadn't even shown himself yet, and even hearing whispers that Chen Fan might actually surpass them, a surge of inexplicable rage flared up inside Lu Dao. Enough! Shut up! What favors has Chen Fan done for you lot that you're hyping him up like this? Trying to shake my resolve? You two are delusional. My two subordinates are indeed incompetent, lacking the skill to match him. But the idea that Chen Fan could defeat me is nothing short of a fairy tale. If he truly possessed such prowess, he would have made a name for himself long ago. Why would he be hiding away in this godforsaken backwater of Jinling, accomplishing nothing? Not to mention, I've been waiting here for ages, and he hasn't even shown his face, like a turtle hiding its head, utterly disgraceful. Who's the turtle? No sooner had Lu Dao finished speaking than a lazy voice drifted over. Chen Fan emerged from some hidden corner, looking as calm as a summer breeze. I've been here for ages, he said. I just wanted to see if Wei Zhao and Yuan had made any progress, so I was watching from the sidelines. Finishing his sentence, Chen Fan even yawned, as if he truly had been waiting for a long time. Mr. Chen! And Wei Zhao and Yuan bowed in unison, greeting him with respect. Chen Fan patted both of them on the shoulder. Your cultivation is solid. You've grasped the fundamentals I taught you. However, some techniques still feel a bit rusty. Keep practicing diligently. Understood. They replied in unison. Seeing the two genuinely defer to Chen Fan, accepting his guidance with utmost respect, the others felt the scene before them was like a dream utterly unreal. You two are quite the professionals, aren't you? Playing the part to the very end? I'm not buying it. Chen Fan, since you're here, have them all withdraw. It's time to settle our scores. Lu Dao had orchestrated this entire spectacle solely to confront Chen Fan. Now that the main event had finally arrived, he couldn't be bothered with small fry. No problem. I'm eager to see just how formidable the Pai family's secret arts are, the ones that make you, a freeloader, so cocky. Chen Fan's words struck right at Lu Dao's sore spot. Though Lu Dao was treated with utmost reverence and bore the title of Heaven's chosen prodigy, he remained, at his core, nothing more than a son-in-law of the Pai family. Not only were his clothes and living expenses entirely provided by the Pai family, but even the cultivation techniques he practiced were learned from Pai Ku. This had always been a point of criticism, though no one dared voice it to his face. Now that Chen Fan had laid bare the truth, Lu Dao was instantly overcome with rage. You son of a, still talking tough when you're about to die. Today, I'll make sure you have no place to bury your remains. Chen Fan couldn't be bothered to respond to such empty threats. As he prepared to step onto the stage to accept the challenge, his peripheral vision caught sight of Wu Ye, spitting blood, and Shui Luo, his face a bruised mess. What happened to you two? Chen Fan hadn't expected them to show up. Seeing the two beaten up, he asked curiously. Wu Ye lowered his head, looking embarrassed. Mr. Chen, we're sorry to have embarrassed you. We brought some disciples, planning to help you escape during the chaos. But we failed miserably. The entire force was wiped out. Sai, even if you were going to attempt something like this, you should have informed me beforehand. Isn't this just a needless sacrifice? As he spoke, Chen Fan pulled a red pouch from his robe, containing over 100 rice grain-sized pills. These are quick-acting pills to replenish qi and stop bleeding. Distribute them to your brothers. Send the critically injured to the hospital first. Don't worry about me. And Wei Zhao, Yuan, you two handle the arrangements. Roger that. The two nodded and sprang into action. Chen Fan continued walking toward the stage when Lu Dao suddenly bellowed, nobody's getting away. Even if the Ren family's hiding somewhere, we'll deal with you lot first. After delivering his threat, Lu Dao turned to Yu Meiji and ordered, call Changtai immediately. Tell him to bring his men here fast. Tie up every last one of these people, not a single one can escape. Especially those closest to Chen Fan, I'll have them tortured to death. Let all of Jinling know, associating with Chen Fan means declaring war on me. Lu Dao was determined to unleash a bloodbath here, using these men's blood to wash away his family's disgrace. Yes. Yu Meiji, who had always been an ordinary office worker, had never been exposed to such violence and ultimately felt a bit timid. But high risk meant high reward.
In her eyes, whatever torment Chen Fan ultimately endured was deserved. Who told him to provoke those he shouldn't have? Chapter 132, A Truckload of Urns.
At the same time, night had deepened, yet Lu Dao had not slept. Pingfang and Huang Huihong sat beside him now, the three of them drinking and waiting for dawn.
Tomorrow would be the day the Lu family avenged their humiliation. Lu Dao simply couldn't sleep.
Pingfang and Huang Huihong, however, were too terrified to sleep. Though Lu Dao was no stranger to violence in his daily life, he had never before gone so far as to kill those closest to him, as he had done today.
What if falling asleep angered him and they were killed in their sleep?
Only after downing 2 full bottles of baijiu did Lu Dao feel his mind settle somewhat.
He turned to Pingfang and asked, "Has Zhao Tai finished preparing everything I asked for?" "It's all set. The process looks flawless to me. The spectacle will be grand enough to restore your pride."
"Whom?
When will his men arrive?" "I assigned him to handle tomorrow's security, didn't I?" Lu Dao frowned.
"He said they'll be in position at first light. They're being dispatched from the provincial capital. He'll personally lead them over, so we needn't worry."
The kid's actually been pretty reliable this time.
In this chaotic night, at last there was one thing that satisfied Lu Dao. He let out a soft snort through his nose, growing ever more eager for the sun to rise.
"Oh, what about Chang Tai? I've sent him 2 invitations already, still no reply?" "He replied, but said he's been unwell lately and can't make an appearance. Probably doesn't want to come."
Huang Huihong answered nervously.
Bang!
The moment he heard Chang Tai didn't want to come, Lu Dao's expression darkened instantly. He slammed his palm onto the stone table, shattering it into pieces.
"That damn Chang Tai really thinks he's some kind of big shot. That old bastard owed my grandfather a favor back in the day, and now he's forgotten all about it?
Tomorrow morning, you two will accompany me personally to fetch him. I'll see if he dares to skip it. Not only must he come, but he'll restore our family's honor.
If he tries any tricks, I'll take his life too."
Whether Lu Dao was drunk out of his mind or truly deluded into thinking he was above the law, he'd grown so brazen he was even treating Chang Tai with such ruthless force.
Pingfang and Huang Huihong exchanged a glance, sensing trouble brewing.
But with Lu Dao riding high on his momentum, neither dared utter a word of discouragement.
After a long pause, Pingfang tentatively asked, "Mr. Lu, have you considered what happens if that kid Chin Fan takes off in the middle of the night? Run? Where would he run? You can run, but you can't hide.
If that bastard dares not show up tomorrow, I'll slaughter every last member of the Ren family."
"Then I won't be at a loss."
Hearing Lu Dao's words, Chen Fan shuddered involuntarily and asked in a subdued tone, "The Ren family has some roots in the provincial capital.
Wouldn't that be a bit problematic? What's not good about it? What the hell does the Ren family amount to in the provincial capital?
They're just living off their old capital, accomplishing absolutely nothing. Besides, Ren Annie is the instigator behind what happened to my brother today. Tomorrow, I'll make that agree to marry him. My brother may be crippled now, but it's all thanks to that. She must take responsibility by serving him for the rest of her life. If that dares refuse, I'll still take her worthless life." As Lu Dao gritted his teeth and spat out these words, he hurled the wineglass in his hand with all his might at the nearby tree. A sharp crack echoed beside him. Before the sound faded, the massive tree as thick as a man's waist crashed to the ground, cleanly severed at the trunk by the tiny wineglass. Such power was truly astonishing.
No wonder Lu Dao was so confident. His current strength was indeed formidable enough to make even ordinary masters hesitate to confront him.
Pingfang and Huang Huihong fell silent, frozen in fear. Just then, the butler appeared, breaking the tense standoff and rescuing the two from the awkward situation. "Young master, a small truck just pulled up at the gate. It has a banner saying it's a gift for the Lu family."
The driver parked and hurried off. "I suspect it's not something good. What should we do?" The butler was a shrewd man. At this critical juncture, delivering a gift in the dead of night without even showing his face, it certainly couldn't be anything good.
Therefore, he dared not act rashly but came to report to Lu Dao instead.
Lu Dao didn't overthink it.
He walked to the door, jumped onto the truck, and pulled back the blue tarp covering it. Seeing the neatly stacked rows of urns, Lu Dao instantly exploded.
"You bastard! Chen Fan, you bastard! You dare provoke me even as you face death?"
Without a second thought, Lu Dao knew it had to be Chen Fan's doing.
Just then, the butler spotted a visiting card tucked away in a corner.
Opening it, he saw the name Ren Weifeng written on it. The steward immediately thrust the card under Lu Dao's nose, looking puzzled.
"This is strange.
The wording on this card is clearly very polite.
Why would they send something like this?" Lu Dao's temper flared.
He snatched the card, tore it to shreds without even glancing at it, and flung the scraps into the air. "That old bastard is daring to provoke me. Damn it, I was even considering sparing the Ren family, but now it seems unnecessary.
That old beast is practically begging for death. Fine, I'll grant them their wish."
Lu Dao swept his gaze over the urns, his anger boiling over. He struck the small truck with a palm strike, the force of which instantly shattered every single urn to pieces.
The butler cowered, his neck shrinking back, not daring to breathe a sound. Even after smashing the urns, Lu Dao still felt unsatisfied. He flipped his phone and dialed Runwayfeng. Runwayfeng assumed the invitation letter had worked its magic. Holding his phone, he waved it at Ren Annie with a smug expression. See? It's all thanks to my connections. You young upstarts dare speak so boldly to me? Without me, you'd all be dead. With that, Runwayfeng switched the phone to speaker mode, ready to show off. But the moment the call connected, Lu Dao's torrent of profanity erupted from the receiver. Runwayfeng, you old bastard. If you're tired of living, just say so. Send me a truckload of urns. Are you in such a hurry to kick the bucket? When I teach Chen Fan a lesson tomorrow, don't you dare hide. Bring your ass over too. I'm putting this out there today, between the Lu family and the Ren family, it's either us or you. After the tirade, Lu Dao slammed the phone down, then smashed it in a fit of rage. Chapter 134, Certain Victory. Su Fan remained completely unmoved, standing there as if frozen, showing no reaction whatsoever. This terrified Xiao Xian, who desperately wanted to throw himself forward to shield Su Fan with his own body. But Xiao Xian's waist was held tightly by Su Fan. No matter how much Xiao Xian struggled, he couldn't move an inch. He could only watch helplessly as the blow landed on Su Fan. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, a figure flew backward, but it wasn't Su Fan. Instead, it was Tang Kiki, the one who had initiated the attack. The scene stunned everyone present. No one had anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. Even Xiao Xian, standing closest to Su Fan, couldn't make out what had happened. Tang Kiki seemed to have been pushed away by an invisible blast of force. Yet Xiao Xian had been standing right beside Su Fan the entire time. He hadn't made a single move to channel his energy. What kind of demonic power are you cultivating? Tang Kiki was utterly dumbfounded. She had traveled the martial world for years and had never encountered an opponent like this. It was merely the ordinary golden bell shield. But while deploying it, I turned your own technique against you. So the force that injured you just now was clearly your own. It had nothing to do with me. Tang Kiki had heard of such force redirecting techniques before, but she'd never witnessed anyone actually using one. Now, having suffered a crushing defeat at Su Fan's hands, she was both furious and terrified. Truth be told, Su Fan had only recently inherited this technique and never had the chance to use it. Little did he expect today would bring such a worthy sparring partner. Xiao Xian had never heard of such a technique. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Su Fan, utterly baffled. How could this young man, seemingly her age, have cultivated such abilities? He claimed to have lived all his life in remote mountain wilderness, merely a lone cultivator. But how could a solitary cultivator possess such techniques? Surely he hadn't researched them himself? Xiao Xian grew increasingly curious about this man before her. She sensed something deeply mysterious about him, as if he harbored countless secrets. You! Tang Kiki bit her lip, her expression darkening. She had consumed the Crystal Palace's secret potion, elevating her power to unprecedented heights. If she couldn't kill this man even at the peak of the potion's effects, once its potency faded, she would likely face certain death. The thought sent a chill down her spine, and her gaze toward Su Fan grew deeply guarded. Xiao Xian, however, had already put her mind at ease. She knew clearly that as long as Su Fan was by her side, she would be absolutely safe. After all, Crystal Palace was a major sect, and Tang Kiki was a pivotal inner door disciple. If anything were to happen to her today, neither she nor the man by her side would escape unscathed. With this in mind, Xiao Xian decided to persuade Su Fan to show mercy, let Tang Kiki off the hook, and drop the matter. If both sides backed down, they likely wouldn't cross paths again, effectively resolving the issue. Thus, Xiao Xian spoke up. Alright, I believe this is all just a misunderstanding. We become acquainted through conflict, why not each take a step back and part ways here? How could Su Fan not see through Xiao Xian's true intentions? She was clearly compromising for the sake of her own future. Su Fan didn't want Xiao Xian to suffer this injustice. He only wanted to kill these vicious women to vent his anger. Tang Kiki hesitated at this outcome. If she didn't teach this man a lesson, it would bring shame upon Crystal Palace and herself. But she lacked the strength to do it alone. Perhaps she could lure him to Crystal Palace and have the elders intervene? Tang Kiki began weighing the feasibility of such a trap, leaving her momentarily silent. Instead, Gung Songhui burst out, her face flushed with indignation. You rotten brat, she screamed. Stop playing the mediator here. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You just want to protect this bastard, don't you? Stop dreaming. You two are both going to die. Seems some people still can't read the situation. Su Fan had intended to spare Xiao Xian some face, but hadn't expected this reckless fool to jump in and stir trouble again. Su Fan couldn't tolerate such arrogance. He sneered coldly, even your strongest inner door disciple couldn't stand against me. What could you lot a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, good for nothings possibly do to me? You keep taunting me like this, are you in such a hurry to die? Ha! With that, Su Fan lunged at Gung Songhui with lightning speed, landing a backhand slap across her face. You ungrateful fool! I gave you a chance, yet you couldn't even seize it properly. Ha! This time, Su Fan unleashed a full 50% of his strength. The blow sent Gung Songhui flying over 100 meters, knocking out several teeth. Her body slammed hard into a distant pile of boulders, instantly tearing her flesh open. Countless pebbles embedded themselves deep into her skin. Blood gushed forth, creating a horrifying sight. The bloody scene sent a collective gasp of horror through the onlookers. Even Xiao Xian was stunned speechless. This man before them seemed far more dangerous than they had imagined. He was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Good heavens! A single slap from him packs such devastating force. At this rate, even if all of us join forces, we might not stand a chance against him. What else could we do? Senior Sister Tang's potion was nearly worn off. Even at her peak, she couldn't defeat him. Once the potion's effects faded, wouldn't we have even less chance of winning? What should we do? Just tell us what to do already. The women who had been so arrogant moments ago were now terrified, their limbs weak and trembling, terrified that they might be the next to be sent flying. Tang Kiki watched the scene with a face as dark as iron, her mind suddenly turning into a chaotic mess. Just as her junior sisters had said, at this very moment, their Crystal Palace faction had no chance of victory. Whether they could preserve their lives and return alive depended entirely on this man's whim, let alone anything else. At the same time, Teng Kokoko grew increasingly convinced that this man before her was no ordinary individual. He was highly likely a disciple of the divine sect, and at the very least, a direct disciple of a master-level figure. Otherwise, an ordinary wandering cultivator would never possess such formidable strength at this age. Chapter 135, Continuing Cultivation. You must have come to terms with reality by now, right? A bunch of nobodies like you stand no chance against me. Truthfully, I never intended to harm you, just give you a taste of your own medicine. But you've pushed things too far. You're the ones who did wrong, yet you twist the truth and harm the innocent. Your actions are utterly revolting. I once believed Crystal Palace to be a reputable sect. But seeing its disciples are all like you, it clearly isn't a place worth staying. Miss, I advise you not to return to Crystal Palace. It would be wiser to journey with me. This time, Su Fan absolutely refused to let Xiao Xian return. That place wasn't a Crystal Palace at all, it was a den of wolves and tigers. Faced with Su Fan's invitation, Xiao Xian's heart stirred intensely. Recalling how those people had treated her earlier, Xiao Xian's heart had completely turned to ice. If even groveling for mercy couldn't spare her, what was the point of returning? It would only be courting death. These thoughts solidified her resolve. She silently vowed never to return to the Crystal Palace. But if she didn't return to the Crystal Palace, should she leave with this man instead? A man and a woman traveling alone together? People would surely gossip. Xiao Xian valued her reputation above all else, otherwise, she wouldn't have been so furious when Su Fan rejected her. If she truly left with this man now, who knew what kind of rumors Gung Songhui and her clique would spread about her once they returned to Crystal Palace? The thought of how sordid her reputation might become filled Xiao Xian with resistance. Little Feather sensed Xiao Xian's inner conflict and immediately fluttered onto her shoulder. It obediently lowered its head, using its soft feathers to gently rub against Xiao Xian's neck and cheeks, as if pleading with her to leave with Su Fan. As the saying goes, forced fruit never tastes sweet. Su Fan didn't want to pressure Xiao Xian either. He spoke with gentlemanly grace, if you're unwilling to travel with me, that's perfectly fine. I can give you some money to find another way forward. But you definitely won't be able to return to Crystal Palace. Think it over. I'll go with you. Gazing into the familiar eyes before her, though she knew the chances of this being Su Fan were slim, Xiao Xian's heart fluttered involuntarily in that instant. Ever since arriving alone in Huaqingzhou, she hadn't felt her heart race like this. Yet, the moment Su Fan finished speaking, her emotions surged inexplicably. In the end, Xiao Xian decided to follow her heart and leave this place with Su Fan. Su Fan sensed something off in Xiao Xian's gaze. The trust in those deep, earnest eyes wasn't something one should place in a complete stranger. Yet Su Fan dared not dwell on it. He silently lowered his head, fearing he might slip and reveal his true identity if he lost control. And so, Su Fan and Xiao Xian set off together on the road to the divine capital. Su Fan felt a pang of regret for his black steed having neglected to search for it for so long. It must have wandered off to who knew where. Xiao Xian, however, seemed unconcerned. We're both martial artists, he remarked casually. Little Feather has grown wings now. Why ride a horse? Let's go. Su Fan could do nothing but resign himself to the situation. Not wanting to waste any more time, he followed Xiao Xian along the official road. The road was smooth and unobstructed, offering a clear path all the way. But suddenly, Xiao Xian, walking behind Su Fan, let out an ouch, and plopped down onto the ground. Covered in dust and dirt, he pouted, I can't go on. I twisted my ankle. I can't walk anymore. Ha! This unexpected turn of events genuinely startled Su Fan. Xiao Xian was a fiercely competitive girl. How badly must she be hurt to cry out in such agony? Su Fan grew deeply concerned and quickly bent down to examine Xiao Xian's ankle. But upon closer inspection, his doubts only deepened. Xiao Xian wasn't injured at all. Her ankle was perfectly fine, as smooth and delicate as ever, showing no sign of injury whatsoever. But if she wasn't hurt, why was Xiao Xian pretending to be injured? Su Fan was utterly baffled. This must be what they call a woman's heart being as unpredictable as the sea. Su Fan scratched his head silently. But since Xiao Xian claimed she was hurt, he couldn't very well call her out on it. He could only silently hoist her onto his back, putting on a look of resigned acceptance. Xiao Xian had feared Su Fan would interrogate her relentlessly about the incident, but she hadn't expected him to be so understanding. Without a single question, he simply picked her up and carried her. This made Xiao Xian feel incredibly happy. She lay quietly on Su Fan's back, feeling utterly content. Little Feather had also noticed this. She chirped away, communicating with Su Fan through their divine sense. Yay! Missy seems to really like you. She even faked a sprain just to get close to you. Looks like this has potential, don't miss your chance. Shut up. Su Fan had recently found this little bird far too noisy. He'd assumed Little Feather, living in the Ghost Valley, knew little of the world. Yet this little creature seemed to know far more than Su Fan himself, especially about matters between men and women. Who knew where it had picked up such knowledge? Throughout their journey, Su Fan and Xiao Xian chatted. Xiao Xian kept asking about Su Fan's background, forcing Su Fan to improvise stories on the spot. Naturally, his fabrications were full of inconsistencies and errors. Xiao Xian, however, had long since caught on. He showed no intention of calling him out, which only made Su Fan increasingly nervous. It felt like a sword was hanging over his neck, ready to strike at any moment. By the way, Xiao Xian asked, feigning ignorance, when I said I sprained my ankle, why didn't you even think about treating it first? You just picked me up and carried me. This was a genuinely difficult question for Su Fan to answer. He couldn't very well say, I could tell right away you were faking it, couldn't I? So Su Fan could only lie, my skills aren't advanced enough to set bones, so I couldn't treat your sprained ankle. Hearing Su Fan's answer, Xiao Xian laughed even harder. This tacit understanding between them, pretending not to know each other, made Xiao Xian feel remarkably at ease. After all, if their identities were truly exposed, how would he face Su Fan? Would she really have to become his enemy and seek revenge? Xiao Xian didn't want that. Even when she first arrived in Wakingzu, she had sworn to repay every bit of humiliation Su Fan had inflicted upon her. But upon actually meeting him, not a shred of hatred stirred within her. Instead, she found herself longing to spend more time with Su Fan. She knew he had no affection for her, yet she couldn't resist drawing closer. Perhaps this was the nature of uncontrollable feelings. Chapter 136, Nothing. Xiao Xian lay on Su Fan's back, silently recalling their pastimes together. Upon arriving in Wakingzu, she'd heard Su Fan was wanted. Seeing that familiar face in the wanted poster, she'd initially hoped he'd be caught soon. Yet as time passed, her worry for Su Fan's situation grew. She found herself silently praying every day, hoping he would hide well and never fall into the hands of the anti-martial arts sect. Now, seeing Su Fan disguised so skillfully that no flaws were visible, the knot in her heart finally began to unravel. After Su Fan had carried Xiao Xian for a full 2 hours, she finally began to feel sorry for him. Embarrassed, she spoke up, Athen, my feet don't hurt as much anymore. Why don't you put me down? I can walk with your support. Hearing this, Su Fan realized the woman had likely forgiven him. Her willingness to let things be meant she wouldn't cause him trouble anymore. With that thought, Su Fan exhaled a long sigh of relief and nodded, setting her down. They walked in silence for a while. Suddenly, Xiao Xian asked, Hey, Athen, since you've always lived up in the mountains, you probably haven't seen many girls, right? Today you saw so many beauties all at once, yet you didn't show them any chivalry at all? Hearing this, Su Fan silently rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, the beauties I've seen are far prettier than your senior sisters. Even Ichui is more attractive than them. How could I possibly be moved by those ugly ducklings? But such thoughts were only safe in his mind. He dared not voice them aloud, that would be giving himself away. Though truthfully, he'd already given himself away. But since neither side had explicitly stated it, Su Fan could only keep up the pretense. I believe inner beauty matters more than outward appearance. Your senior sisters may be decent looking, but their hearts are blacker than coal. I'd never set my sights on someone like that. Xiao Xian pursed her lips at this and asked with a smile, What about me? My heart isn't dark at all. In fact, I've even sacrificed my place in the sect to speak up for you. What do you think of me? Su Fan replied half jokingly, half seriously, Of course you're perfect, beautiful and kind-hearted. But I'm not worthy of you. I'm just a lowly mountain hermit cultivator with no prospects. I wouldn't dare be a toad dreaming of swan meat. Su Fan's answer deeply displeased Xiao Xian. She retorted angrily, You're just being evasive. You're not telling the truth at all. Humph. I'd say it's more like you look down on me. Xiao Xian's sudden outburst left Su Fan feeling uneasy. Clearly, she hadn't gotten over being rejected by him back then. This incident had always been a thorn in Su Fan's side. The more he thought about it now, the more he regretted his stubbornness back then. Even if he truly wanted to refuse, he could have agreed for the time being and discussed it with Xiao Xian later. There was no need to be so decisive, leaving her with no face and causing her to hold a grudge until now. As the tension thickened, Xiao Xian spoke up first. Sorry, I wasn't venting at you. It's just that something from the past came to mind, and it made me feel upset. Su Fan pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, what happened back then? I once fell for a man and asked my master to arrange a match for us. I was certain we were mutually attracted and it would work out. But not only did he reject me outright, he ended up with my best friend. Not only did he reject me, but soon after, the whole thing became the talk of the town. Before I knew it, I was the laughingstock of everyone on the street. That incident devastated me, so I harbored resentment toward that man and vowed to make him pay. And then? Su Fan pressed. There was no later. Not long after that incident, the man left. I wanted to find him, but I had no idea where to look, so it just fizzled out. But if I ever get the chance to see him again. At this point, Xiao Xian's words abruptly stopped. Su Fan immediately asked anxiously, if you ever see him again, what would you do? Humph. I'd rip out his tendons, strip his bones, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. Hearing Xiao Xian's words, not just Su Fan but even Little Feather instinctively shrank back, inwardly marveling at how ruthless this woman truly was. Seeing Su Fan and Little Feather both fall silent, Xiao Xian burst out laughing. You two actually believe that? How could I really do something like that? I was just joking. Actually, thinking about it now, I don't hate him that much. It was just that everyone was mocking me back then, so I took out my anger on him. Even though he looked down on me showing his lack of taste, it still hit me pretty hard. So if I ever see him again, I'll demand an explanation. What exactly was wrong with me? Why could he accept other women but not me? As Xiao Xian spoke, she stared intently at Su Fan, as if waiting for a long overdue answer. Su Fan swallowed silently, feigning nonchalance as he replied, maybe he had something important to attend to and no time for romantic entanglements. How can you not listen properly? If he really had business to attend to, I wouldn't be angry with him. The problem is, right after he rejected me, I walked off with my best friend. Seeing them so deeply in love right before my eyes nearly drove me mad with rage. Recalling the incident now, Xiao Xian still couldn't suppress her anger. The fire in her eyes was intense enough to burn someone alive. Su Fan knew perfectly well that what Xiao Xian had witnessed was a misunderstanding. But now that he was pretending not to be Su Fan, he couldn't say such things. He could only swallow his anger. Little Feather was a clever little bird. Hearing this, how could she not figure out what had happened? Well, master. You keep insisting you didn't abandon that young lady after leading her on, but the way you're talking sounds exactly like abandonment. Serves you right for being so stubborn. Now she's exposed your true colors. But you really are quite the ladies' man. You couldn't even be bothered with a young lady like her, yet you'd go and get involved with someone else? Just how heavenly beautiful must that other woman be to make you make such a choice? Su Fan was utterly speechless at this barrage of accusations. Little Feather was great in every way except for her love of meddling. She was a real chatterbox. Chapter 136 to be revised. None of your business. Stop meddling. Su Fan silently commanded Little Feather through their mental link to drop the subject. Little Feather shrank her neck, her eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Clearly, this little one hadn't had her fill of gossip yet. Hey, why haven't you said anything? Don't you think that man is despicable? You wouldn't be that kind of man yourself, would you? Xiao Xian nudged him, insisting Su Fan give his opinion. Su Fan couldn't very well curse himself, so he mumbled vaguely, actually, I think there might be some misunderstanding here. You know, rumors can be really hurtful. I don't think a man you'd be interested in would do something like this to hurt you. So there might be something hidden going on, who knows? Cut the crap. That guy's a total jerk, two-faced and fickle. Just thinking about him makes me want to punch him. Scum. Su Fan was rendered speechless by the tirade, silently cursing under his breath. Alright, Miss Xiao, let's drop this. What's done is done. Humph. All men are scum. I bet you're just defending that jerk. No, I just saw a village up ahead and thought we should rest soon. Maybe we could go look for a place to stay. Su Fan seized the moment to change the subject, desperate to avoid further personal attacks. Xiao Xian saw his attempt to evade the issue. Though still fuming inside, she nodded in agreement and followed him toward the village ahead. By the time they reached the village, night had nearly fallen. Spotting a lit window nearby, Su Fan approached and knocked. Soon, a stooped old woman opened the door. Her eyesight seemed poor, she could only feel around with her hands. Who's there? Why are you knocking so late? Grandma, we're travelers caught in the dark. Would it be possible to stay the night here? Su Fan spoke, pulling several silver notes from his pocket to offer as a token of gratitude. The old woman held what Su Fan offered close to her eyes, then quickly pushed it back at him. No. It's just a little space we're taking up. There's no need for payment. Take it back. Just let us in. Grandma, please take it. We're not just staying the night, we'll be eating your breakfast tomorrow too. Consider this payment for our meals. Take it already, or we'll feel too embarrassed to come inside. Hearing Su Fan's words, the old lady finally accepted the money. After entering the house, the old lady spoke up. Where are you from? Haven't you eaten yet? I'll have my daughter-in-law make you something to eat. With that, she shuffled toward the main room, leaning on her cane, and gave a few instructions to the woman inside. Soon, a plump, round-faced woman emerged, her expression warm and kind. Oh my, guests in the house. Do you have any dietary restrictions? If not, I'll whip up a few simple dishes. The woman was quite warm toward Su Fan and Xiao Xian, likely because one was handsome and the other beautiful. They simply didn't look like trouble. I don't have any dietary restrictions. You decide what to make. Alright, just wait here. I'll have it ready in no time. With that, she disappeared into the kitchen and began cooking with nimble efficiency. The elderly woman struck up a conversation with Su Fan and the others. Su Fan answered a few questions with a mix of truth and pretense, managing to avoid raising any suspicions. Young couple, where are you headed so late at night? Why are you still traveling at this hour? We were heading to the divine capital. We had a horse, but it vanished somewhere along the way, so we've been delayed until now. Su Fan answered without a flicker of embarrassment. Xiao Xian watched Su Fan lie so smoothly that she couldn't help but curl her lip. Men everywhere were all the same, smooth-talking and unreliable. When they first met, Xiao Xian had thought Su Fan was an honest fellow. She still remembered how he addressed her as senior sister back then. Little did she know that gradually, this guy would change completely. Su Fan noticed Xiao Xian staring at him with a peculiar look and felt somewhat baffled, wondering what this woman was scheming in her mind. To avoid saying something wrong, Su Fan took the initiative and inquired about the old lady's condition instead. Grandma, why is it just you and your daughter-in-law here? Where's your son? Why hasn't he come back yet? Don't even mention it. He went out to work. He should have been back long ago. I don't know why he's so late today. Maybe he went out to buy something. Ah, my eyesight is getting worse by the day. I want to go out and look for him, but I'm afraid I might not make it back myself. It's so frustrating. Mentioning her son, the old woman couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. As the saying goes, a parent's love knows no bounds. Even a slight delay in her son's return made this old mother uneasy. If something truly happened to him, it would be unbearable. Su Fan assessed the old woman's condition. Her ailment wasn't severe, just common floaters. With a little acupuncture and some medication, she should recover quickly. To repay her kindness, Su Fan decided to treat her. He offered, Grandma, let me give you some acupuncture. After the treatment, your vision will become much clearer. Then I'll prescribe some medicine. Take a few doses, and I guarantee it will cure your ailment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian looked at Su Fan with a smug expression, as if she had caught him in a compromising position. This only confirmed Su Fan's suspicion that Xiao Xian had recognized him all along. With that realization, he saw no need to maintain his disguise any longer. He then confidently produced the silver needles he carried with him, preparing to perform acupuncture on the elderly woman. The old woman was initially hesitant, but after joint persuasion from Xiao Xian, she came to trust Su Fan as a skilled practitioner and entrusted her eyes to him. Su Fan proved highly effective. After just a few acupuncture points, the old woman felt her eyes become noticeably moister, no longer as dry and gritty as usual. After another quarter of an hour, the old woman could actually see clearly outside the window. Overjoyed, she grasped Su Fan's hand and exclaimed, My, young man, you're even more handsome than I imagined. Your medical skills are truly remarkable. When I still had the energy 2 years ago, I sought treatment everywhere, consulting many doctors, but none could cure me. They all said my eyes were beyond repair. But after just 2 needles from you, I can see perfectly clear. With skills like yours, you should definitely go practice in the divine capital. You'd make a fortune there, no doubt. Su Fan seized the opportunity to agree, nodding as he said, Yes, yes. I was indeed planning to practice medicine in the divine capital. That's wonderful. You're a talented young man. Grandma, I'll write you another prescription. Remember to take it on time. Just 3 or 5 doses should do it. Once that feeling of tiny flying insects in your vision completely disappears, you can stop the medicine. Alright. With your skill, I'll follow your instructions to the letter. The old woman had no desire to remain blind. Seeing how miraculous Su Fan's medical skills were, she immediately agreed without hesitation. Whatever Su Fan asked her to do, she would certainly follow through. Seeing the man before her wield such masterful medical skill, Xiao Xian couldn't help but recall Su Fan treating patients back at the martial arts academy. How she wished they could recognize each other now. But then she thought if they did, the atmosphere would only grow more awkward. Better to stay as they were now, familiar strangers, understanding each other without words, coexisting peacefully like friends. Chapter 141, Instant Kill. And Wei Zhao and Yu Meiji's words fell squarely into Lu Dao's ears. He turned his head, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he glared at Wei Zhao. It seemed like a warning, after killing Qin Fan, he would be next. But Wei Zhao showed no fear whatsoever.
He had complete faith in Chen Fan, convinced that Chen Fan would effortlessly eliminate Lu Dao.
And Wei Zhao, you're utterly foolish. Didn't you see the look in Lu Dao's eyes just now? Humph. Facing death, you still dare to speak for that good-for-nothing Chen Fan? You deserve to die.
Yumeji sneered with a twisted smile, as if everything were already decided.
A chicken can't turn into a phoenix. I've known Chen Fan for years, don't you think I know what he's made of? I don't know how he fooled you lot, but a loser will always be a loser, no overnight success for him. Chen Fan couldn't be bothered to glance at Yumeji, that woman with a hole in her brain. He simply ordered Zhao Tai and Chang Tai to lead their men away. Both men hesitated. They wanted to stay and help, but seeing Chen Fan's resolute stance, they reluctantly complied and led their men away. Wu Ye was deeply puzzled by Chen Fan's decision. Xue Luo, however, stepped forward without hesitation. Mr. Chen, you're an upright gentleman, surely you wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics. But Lu Dao isn't an upright gentleman.
He'll definitely cause trouble.
You absolutely mustn't leave yourself without a backup plan.
Hearing his disciple speak so boldly, Wu Ye nodded in agreement.
Exactly, Mr. Chen.
He may be a good man, but we can't afford to be without guard, especially since he's a beast.
Alright, I understand your concerns. But you needn't worry about me. Just stand by and watch.
I'll make sure this guy loses fair and square. Chen Fan was confident in his abilities. After ordering his men to withdraw, he addressed Lu Dao. I've pulled my people back.
Shouldn't you release Rin Annie and old man Rin now? Who said I'd release them?
You agreed to withdraw your men, I never promised to withdraw mine. Lu Dao played hardball, refusing to release them so easily. Chen Fan remained unruffled by Lu Dao's refusal to cooperate. He turned and gestured toward Zhao Tai, who was organizing his men's orderly withdrawal.
See those guns in their hands? Why don't we test whether a grandmaster of the De Chang realm fears bullets?
At these words, Lu Dao's expression darkened instantly.
He wasn't some immortal, how could he not fear bullets? Fine.
But don't go back on your word.
Chen Fan chuckled.
I could take you down effortlessly with just this one hand. Why resort to such tricks?
Just release them. Ha! Big talk. Alright, you two release Rin Annie and Manhwa. I'll deal with this little punk one-on-one.
Stunned by Chen Fan's words, Lu Dao agreed to release Rin Annie and Manhwa, then turned to face Chen Fan one-on-one.
Chen Fan gave Wei Zhao a meaningful glance, signaling him to look after the two.
And Wei Zhao understood immediately, quickly helping Manhwa and Rin Annie to their feet and shielding them behind him. Rin Annie was deeply worried about Chen Fan's safety, shouting desperately for him not to act so recklessly. But Chen Fan paid no heed.
All Rin Annie saw was his resolute back as he walked away. Soon, Chen Fan and Lu Dao reached an open area nearby.
This spot was a full 2,000 to 3,000 meters away from where the group had gathered earlier.
Everyone craned their necks, gazing into the distance, yet still couldn't make out anything clearly. The moment Lu Dao stopped, he sneered coldly at Chen Fan. You really don't get it, kid. If I were you, I'd never risk my life for some woman. Come to think of it, someone like you doesn't have much purpose in this world anyway. Better to die, be reincarnated, and have a better chance at rising to greatness. Don't you agree?
Facing the taunt, Chen Fan didn't grow angry, he smiled instead. So this was your motive for constantly provoking me.
I see now.
Lu Dao froze at Chen Fan's words. After a moment's thought, his expression darkened.
What do you mean by that? Are you mocking me?
Ha! Your ancestor was a notorious traitor, a fact known to all.
If I were in your shoes, I'd want to be reborn too. Chen Fan nodded, shrugging his shoulders. You're asking for it. Lu Dao was thoroughly enraged by Chen Fan.
Without another word, he lunged forward with a palm strike. Chen Fan casually sidestepped the attack, showing no intention of retaliating.
Lu Dao lunged into thin air, whirling back with a furious curse. You coward. Have the guts to face me. Chen Fan responded calmly, I'm not planning to kill you yet. I have a question for you. The reason Pick could build such a massive business in the provincial capital must be because he has powerful backing, right? If you tell me who his backer is, I might consider sparing the rest of your family. How about it? Are you out of your mind?
Lu Dao spat, fury boiling over before Chen Fan had even finished speaking.
What gives you, you little punk, the right to negotiate with me?
You're the one who's going to die here, not me.
Oh? You're sure you won't tell me?
Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Lu Dao had utterly dismissed Chen Fan, but the moment he sensed the chilling murderous intent radiating from him, his heart sank.
Stunned and panicked expressions flashed across his face. Had he truly underestimated Chen Fan all this time? How could this kid's gaze be so terrifying?
Doubt knotted Lu Dao's heart, yet he knew that if he revealed the Pai family's protector, even if he killed Chen Fan now, once Pai could discover the truth, death would be his inevitable fate. Therefore, Lu Dao stubbornly declared, of course I won't say.
I advise you not to ask either.
Though you're about to die by my hand, your family and friends still have lives to live. If you keep talking nonsense like this, not knowing your place, then when you die, they'll all go down with you.
Got it?
Seeing Lu Dao's unusual behavior, Chen Fan grasped the situation. It seemed Pix's backer was truly formidable, so much so that even the typically arrogant Lu Dao was keeping this a secret. Typically, a powerful patron could be flaunted to bolster one's stature, yet Lu Dao dared not even mention it. This suggested the patron wasn't merely formidable, there was likely some hidden agenda at play. If you can't even speak of such matters, it seems you're not all that brave after all. What's the difference between something that can't see the light of day and a rat in the gutter? Forget it. I'd hoped to squeeze some information about the Pai family out of you, so I'd spared your life for now. But now it seems your death or survival makes no difference. Better to end you now and wait for Pic to come looking. Questions posed by the family head will yield answers far more useful than yours ever could. With his mind made up, Chen Fan saw no point in prolonging the standoff with Lu Dao. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Lu Dao burst into laughter. What kind of pipe dream are you chasing, boy? Don't you know how vast the gap in strength is between us? A mere insect shaking a tree, utterly laughable. Now die. Lu Dao launched another attack at Chen Fan. This time, Chen Fan stood utterly still, allowing the palm strike to crash into his chest. The moment Lu Dao's palm struck Chen Fan's chest, a surge of gale force energy erupted from Chen Fan's body. This energy radiated outward from within, swiftly enveloping his entire form like a layer of dense armor. The force of Lu Dao's strike was not only completely absorbed by this armor but also instantly rebounded outward. Before Lu Dao could comprehend what had happened, his palm exploded violently and his entire arm was blown off. Chapter 142, Done Deal. Ah! A blood-curdling scream that shook heaven and earth echoed as Lu Dao collapsed onto the ground, his entire body charred black as if struck by lightning. You're a Taoist master? In that moment, Lu Dao finally understood why Chen Fan had always carried himself with such unshakable confidence, showing not a shred of fear toward his threats. Because he was none other than the revered Celestial Master. I stand above the Celestial Master. Chen Fan spoke as he stepped toward Lu Dao, preparing to send him on his final journey. This can't be real. This has to be a lie. Lu Dao couldn't accept this reality. He had devoted years to arduous cultivation, sacrificing everything to secure premium resources that would catapult him to the pinnacle. He had even stooped to groveling and fawning like a dog begging for scraps. Now, Lu Dao was merely waiting for his formal wedding to Pic's daughter to inherit the Pai family's fortune. Then, he would be the undisputed prodigy of the entire provincial capital. To achieve this goal, Lu Dao had endured countless hardships and sufferings over the years. Success seemed within reach, yet encountering Chen Fan had caused him to fail at the last moment. How could he possibly accept this? How could he let it go? You're definitely not a Taoist master. Did you take some kind of drug? Tell me the truth. You can't be a Taoist master, ah! Lu Dao roared hysterically, feeling his chest nearly burst from the seething jealousy. Yumeiji secretly held her camera from a distance, intending to capture everything to share as gossip later. Yet the images captured by the camera were vastly different from what Yumeiji had imagined. Chen Fan stood there unscathed, his expression condescending, like a god descended from the heavens. Meanwhile, her idol Lu Dao, whom she had believed invincible, lay there clutching his severed arm, barely clinging to life. This terrifying reversal left Yumeiji gasping for breath, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. With a sharp crack, the camera slipped from Yumeiji's grasp and clattered to the floor. She simply couldn't accept this reality. The sound startled Lu Dao, who flinched like a bird startled by a bowstring. The sight of Yumeiji not only present but capturing his gruesome state enraged Lu Dao. Gritting his teeth, he picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it fiercely at her. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the stone struck Yumeiji squarely in the temple, leaving her eyes wide open in death. Her slender body crashed heavily to the ground, landing squarely on the camera and crushing it to pieces. Seeing the camera that recorded her miserable image finally destroyed, Lu Dao exhaled deeply, his face lighting up with joy. Observing Lu Dao's fragile yet twisted grin, Chen Fan felt a pang of pity for the man. He decided to put him out of his misery. After dispatching Lu Dao, Chen Fan swiftly turned and returned to the gathering spot. Unable to see what was happening on the open field, everyone was on edge, their hearts pounding with anxiety. Especially Ren Annie. If not for Ren Weizhao holding her back, she would have rushed to the scene to see what was happening. But if Chen Fan was truly dead, she felt she couldn't go on living either. Someone's back. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, emerging naturally from the shadows. As the person walked against the light, the crowd strained their eyes but could not make out who it was. Only when that dashing figure came to a stop before them did cheers erupt in waves. It's Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is back. Oh, thank goodness, Mr. Chen, you're safe. Ren Annie pushed Ren Weizhao aside and threw herself sobbing into Chen Fan's arms. She had feared so much that someone else would return, but thankfully, it was Chen Fan. The others were equally elated. They had believed that a master of Lu Dao's caliber, having reached the pinnacle of grandmasterhood, was invincible. Yet, to their astonishment, Chen Fan had dealt with him so swiftly. Mr. Chen is just too awesome. He really did it. Mr. Chen, is Lu Dao dead? Shui Luo asked, his voice tinged with disbelief.
Chen Fan gave a faint nod. He's dead. Later, you'll take people to handle the body. Don't make too much of a fuss about this. It wouldn't be good if it alerted the inspectorate. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. I'm a pro at handling bodies. Shui Luo patted his chest proudly, confidently taking charge of the task. Ren Annie still leaned against Chen Fan's embrace, listening to his strong heartbeat and feeling the vibrations from his chest as he spoke. Her ears gradually flushed red. Lift your head so I can see. How's the injury on your face? Does it still hurt? Chen Fan was preoccupied with Ren Annie's injuries and tried to gently pull her away from his embrace. But Ren Annie couldn't bring herself to lift her head. Earlier, she'd been so focused on celebrating Chen Fan's safety that she'd completely forgotten her manners, throwing herself at him. Now, with so many people watching, she didn't have the courage to speak up. Chen Fan understood her hesitation and gently guided her to the side. The others, catching the hint, dispersed one by one. Once they were alone, Ren Annie finally lifted her flushed face and said with regret, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. You had everything planned so perfectly for us. It's all my fault." Enough, Chen Fan interrupted. Ren Weifeng was likely momentarily blinded by his own arrogance. He paid for it with his life. Don't dwell on it. Chen Fan knew Ren Annie was trying to apologize for Ren Weifeng's actions, but since the person was gone, dwelling on it further was pointless. So he cut her off. By the way, are you hurt? I never expected you to be so formidable, defeating Lu Dao with such ease. You're truly incredible. Shoo. Hearing Ren Annie's words, Chen Fan lowered his voice and adopted a conspiratorial tone. I'm only telling you this, don't repeat it to anyone. I didn't kill Lu Dao. He was struck dead by lightning. What? Ren Annie could scarcely believe her ears. How could he get struck by lightning on a clear day? Chen Fan knew Ren Annie wouldn't believe him easily, but he still put on a serious expression and continued, I don't know how it happened either. Maybe he committed so many evil deeds that even the heavens couldn't bear to watch anymore? Yumeiji was secretly filming him then. When Lu Dao saw her, he flew into a rage and threw a stone that killed her instantly. No sooner had she died than a muffled thunderclap struck out of nowhere. Lu Dao was struck black and charred, dying on the spot. That's why I came back. Chen Fan didn't want to reveal his true strength, so he told this lie. Though he told Ren Annie not to tell anyone about this, his voice wasn't exactly quiet. Nearly everyone who hadn't left heard his words loud and clear. They had initially believed Chen Fan was genuinely stronger than Lu Dao, developing considerable awe toward him. Hearing this now, it was clearly just a coincidence. Combined with the charred corpse Shui Luo's men had carried back, truly blackened all over, looking as if struck by lightning, the crowd accepted this explanation. They concluded Chen Fan had merely escaped by sheer luck. They also felt this guy was just full of hot air. Clearly incapable of killing Lu Dao, he still made Ren Annie keep his secret so he could brag to others. Their respect for Chen Fan dwindled a bit. And Wei Zhao and Yuan, however, exchanged a knowing glance. Far from underestimating Chen Fan, they silently marveled at his profound and unfathomable nature. Chapter 143, The Pai Brothers Discussion. The matter finally came to a close. Ren Hua was sent to the hospital for examination, while Chen Fan accompanied Ren Annie home to rest. On the way, Ren Annie asked anxiously, you can't hide the truth forever. Although Lu Dao's death was an accident this time, if you hadn't taken him to that open field, such a coincidence might not have happened. Paiku, the head of the Pai family, had always been cunning in his dealings. He had nurtured Lu Dao for so many years, treating him like his own son. If he finds out Lu Dao died by your hand, he won't let it rest. He'll definitely come after you for revenge. Mr. Chen, stop being so stubborn. Grab the money and run as far as you can. As long as I'm alive, I'll never let you go without funds. Ren Annie declared with solemn conviction. Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle at her words. Our CEO Ren sure is deep in pockets, isn't she? Talk about being bold and brash. You still have the nerve to joke about this? This is no trivial matter, don't brush it off lightly. I know. Chen Fan replied seriously. But running away isn't a solution forever. Now that Lu Dao's death is a done deal, I trust Pick is a shrewd businessman and won't dwell on this for too long. So I plan to wait and see for now. Once concrete news surfaces, then we'll make our move. Chen Fan's words were pure smoke and mirrors for Ren Annie. He had no intention of avoiding the confrontation, he was practically hoping Pick would send someone over. Though Chen Fan now had subordinates like Zhao Tai and Chang Tai, the resources they controlled were no match for the Pai families. If possible, Chen Fan wanted to pull off a major coup and seize all of the Pai family's resources. On one hand, it would rid the provincial capital of a local bully. On the other, it would allow his followers to share in the spoils. After all, they shouldn't be working for nothing. That very night, the Pai family received the news. The two sons, Pai Guangwei and Pai Mingji, were discussing matters in their office when the unexpected news struck like a bolt from the blue. Their expressions darkened instantly. Though they had long despised Lu Dao, the son-in-law who had married into their family, believing he had usurped resources rightfully theirs, they had nonetheless invested heavily in training him to be their loyal dog. Now that dog had been killed, and years of resources and hard work had gone down the drain. No one would feel good about that. Damn it, which bastard did this? The investigation report wasn't out yet, but this was going to break Big Sister's heart. Sigh, what a useless piece of work, only good at bullying us at home and stealing our stuff. Pai Guangwei cursed indignantly. Out here, he can't even handle people from a small place like Jinling. What a useless piece of work. You're telling me? That pretty boy just knew how to sweet-talk my dad into a stupor, getting him to hand over everything good, treating him like his own son. And now look, it's all down the drain. The brothers had always resented their father's high regard for Lu Dao, the son-in-law who had married into the family. Now that Lu Dao was dead, they couldn't stop making snide remarks, secretly feeling a bit of satisfaction. Finally, Pai Guangwei cut his younger brother off. Enough. He's dead. You can feel resentful, but don't bring this up in front of dad or big sister. Otherwise, we'll just start arguing again. But then again, even if Lu Dao was a good-for-nothing, he was still a grandmaster at the peak of his cultivation. All those rare treasures and elixirs dad gave him over the years weren't for nothing. How could he just suddenly die? Pai Guangwei stroked his chin, muttering to himself in confusion. Yeah, this whole thing is really weird. Even setting aside how powerful Lu Dao was, just think about the saying, even a dog is still under its master's command. In a backwater place like Jinling, who would be bold enough to kill him outright, knowing full well he was our family's son-in-law? It's just incomprehensible. But looking at the photos of the body, it really did look like he'd been struck by lightning. Whether it was human-made or not, it's hard to say for now. Recalling the charred, blackened form of Lu Dao in the photos, Pai Guangwei couldn't help but shudder. If it was indeed man-made, then the perpetrator must possess terrifying power. If he was targeting Lu Dao specifically, that would be one thing. Lu Dao's death would settle the matter once and for all. But if they're targeting our Pai family, that's a whole different level of trouble. Pai Mingji said, his expression grave. You're right. It seems we need to investigate further, especially that Chen Fan. I can't shake the feeling that this kid is deeply unsettling. Send people to thoroughly look into what he was doing before becoming the Qin family's son-in-law. Could he possibly have some extraordinary background? Pai Guangwei declared. Also, check up on what members of families feuding with ours have been up to lately. See if any of them might have struck in secret. I refuse to believe he was struck by lightning in broad daylight. He was convinced this incident couldn't possibly be a coincidence. Some force was definitely targeting his family, though he hadn't yet figured out who. It must be said, Pai Guangwei was indeed sharp-witted. Yet no matter how hard he racked his brain or how thoroughly he investigated, he could never have imagined that the true source of all this was Chen Fan and no one else. Don't worry, brother. I'll investigate this thoroughly. Pai Guangwei continued his instructions. In short, we can't take this lightly. And that Chen Fan, whether he's some kind of master or just lucky you're heading to Jinling in a couple of days. Take him out. At the very least, it'll vent some of Big Sister's anger. If you can uncover any other masterminds behind the scenes, deal with them as well. Better to eliminate potential threats now than face complications later. Pai Mingji nodded, accepting the task without hesitation. Bro, rest assured. I get it. After my brother-in-law's funeral, I'll head out immediately. No matter what demons lurk in Jinling, I'll root them all out. Good. You handle it. Pai Guangwei patted his younger brother on the shoulder. Oh, and one more thing. He Hong is organizing a martial arts tournament early next month to find a husband for his granddaughter. If we can form a powerful alliance with the Northern King, it would be a significant boost for our family. We'd always heard He Xian was betrothed to the Fu family, so we never considered this possibility. But now that everyone has a chance, you should enter the tournament while you're in Jinling. If you can win the championship and win the beauty's hand, that would be absolutely perfect. Pai Guangwei is a man of great ambition. He won't let any opportunity to expand our family's influence slip through his fingers. Alright, I'll do my best when the time comes. Chapter 144, The Guyuan Pill. It's fake. After seeing Ren Annie home, Chen Fan hailed a taxi and headed to the antique street. His destination was the monthly curios auction held on the antique street that evening. As the name suggested, the auction featured exceptionally rare treasures. Only on this day did the antique street shift its focus from selling antiques to offering rare treasures, divine artifacts, and mystical items that aided cultivation. On the day of the curios auction, the street buzzed with more excitement than usual, attracting mostly cultivators seeking treasures to enhance their power. Chen Fan had been waiting for this day for quite some time. He wanted to help Ren Annie activate her Purine constitution sooner, but lacking such treasures himself, he came here hoping to find something suitable. After nearly 3 hours of bidding, though the items up for auction were decent enough, not a single one caught Chen Fan's interest. Feeling he'd wasted an entire evening, he left the auction disinterested. Just as he was about to depart, his peripheral vision caught the shop's deputy proprietor conversing with a lavishly dressed man. Chen Fan strained his ear to listen and immediately halted in his tracks. Master Mu, this Guyuan pill is no easy find. Don't be fooled by its tiny size, barely half the size of a fingernail.
It's crafted from over 1,000 ginseng roots, so you can imagine the nutrients packed inside.
This is a powerful tonic, and its ancient recipe has long been lost. Finding even one pill like this is a blessing from your ancestors.
So please don't complain about the price.
I'm not making much profit here.
If it weren't for Miss Xiao, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to find this miraculous medicine. Just give me a little extra for my trouble, and take this Gu Yuan pill.
The assistant shopkeeper pushed the pill vigorously.
The man seemed deeply tempted. He took it, examined it, sniffed it, and nodded repeatedly.
Indeed, the medicinal fragrance is intoxicating.
Just inhaling it makes me feel my vitality surge.
You've been thoughtful. Name your price. I'll write you a check right away.
The man seemed thoroughly satisfied with his purchase, carefully returning it to its box and tucking it away. Haha, to be honest, I paid 13 million just to acquire this return to origin pill from someone else.
So you. I see. I'll write you a check for 15 million. You can cash it at the bank later.
The man was very generous, pulling out his checkbook on the spot. With a few swift strokes, he wrote a check for 15 million and handed it to the assistant shopkeeper. The assistant shopkeeper took the check, his face breaking into a broad smile.
Master Mu, you're truly a man of your word. Helping you find things no matter how tiring or difficult feels worth it. Ha! Thank you.
Also, keep an eye out for me if anyone offers the Azure Dragon Heaven and Earth disc recently, notify me immediately.
It's specifically requested by the family head. No problem, I'll keep a close eye out for you.
Joking aside, with the Xiao family spending so lavishly, a single commission could yield such a hefty profit.
How could the deputy shopkeeper not be attentive? Chen Fan listened to their entire conversation, finding it rather amusing. That Gu Yuan pill was clearly fake. With the deputy shopkeeper's expertise, he probably didn't even know what a Qinglong Qiankuan plate was. How could he possibly keep an eye out for it?
But business is business. One party is willing to pay, the other is willing to sell.
Since they're so deep in pockets, he couldn't really say much.
But just as Chen Fan was about to leave, he overheard Master Mu excitedly sending a voice message to someone.
Master, the Gu Yuan pill. I finally got it. Now the young lady's illness will surely be cured.
Chen Fan paused thoughtfully. He hadn't intended to meddle in such affairs earlier, assuming the buyer sought the pill for cultivation purposes. But now it seemed Master Mu was purchasing it to save a life.
Guided by his principle of acting kindly, Chen Fan couldn't help but call out, "Hold on. What is it? What is it?"
Hearing Chen Fan's words, Master Mu stood guarded at the doorway, clutching his pocket as if terrified Chen Fan might snatch his precious elixir. The assistant shopkeeper, judging by Chen Fan's attire, knew he couldn't possibly afford such an expensive medicine. He suspected Chen Fan was likely here to cause trouble. With this thought, he grew suspicious and quietly approached to listen in on the conversation.
This medicine is fake. You mustn't give it to your young mistress, it'll only backfire. What did you say? You little brat, you're full of it.
At Chen Fan's words, Master Mu and the assistant shopkeeper nearly shouted in unison.
Hearing the commotion, several customers stopped to watch.
The fact that this shop hosted rare collectibles auctions spoke volumes about its standing in the antique auction world.
How dare this kid openly accuse them of selling fake medicine in their own shop? He must be out of his mind. Young man, don't speak recklessly.
This isn't the place for you to stir up trouble.
Leave immediately.
Concerned bystanders stepped forward to dissuade Chen Fan, fearing he might invite trouble upon himself, and attempted to pull him away. Chen Fan was grateful, but he still broke free.
Sir, thank you for your concern, but I haven't spoken recklessly. This Gu Yuan pill is counterfeit.
If used to treat illness, the patient will surely die within 3 days.
You want to die?
The deputy shopkeeper grew increasingly furious, lunging forward to strike Chen Fan. Master Mu reached out to restrain him. Master Mu, there's no need to lose your temper over someone like this. Let me have a word with him first.
Master Mu, what do you intend to discuss with him? You wouldn't actually believe this brat's nonsense and think I sold you counterfeit medicine, would you?
The deputy shopkeeper immediately grew frantic, his expression tense beyond measure.
How could that be? Master Mu, we've worked together for years. I trust your integrity completely.
Besides, my master has studied Xingwu for decades and is an expert in elixirs. Having been immersed in his knowledge, I'm quite knowledgeable myself.
If this medicine were fake, wouldn't I be able to tell?
Master Mu replied with a smile. The aroma of this elixir is truly captivating, rich with ginseng fragrance. It absolutely cannot be fake. Indeed, only you, Master Mu, recognize its true worth.
You haven't been deceived by this upstart. He's spouting nonsense here, and I'm being utterly wronged.
The two men chimed in unison, their eyes brimming with contempt for Chen Fan. Chen Fan hadn't expected Master Mu to bite the hand that feeds him, failing to recognize a good deed. Speechless, he retorted, the reason this Gu Yuan pill has such a strong ginseng scent is because it's laced with sapin and powder.
For a healthy person, it might pass without issue.
But your young mistress is gravely ill, her vital energy already weak. Consuming this will only hasten her demise.
Don't you dare curse my young mistress.
Master Mu snapped, his voice sharp and angry.
You little brat. Do you think I gave Boss He a large sum of money and now you're jealous? Is that why you're stirring up trouble here for no reason?
If you continue spouting such nonsense, I won't let you off lightly. You should know what kind of family the Shao clan is.
It's not some insignificant, ignorant little thing like you can deceive at will. I advise you to behave yourself.
Master Mu dismissed Chen Fan as a scoundrel, convinced he hatched some devious scheme to stir trouble.
He intended to intimidate him with his family's prestige, silencing his nonsense.
Most importantly, he firmly believed his own judgment that neither the boss nor his associates had the guts or the ability to deceive him. He boss had been terrified when Chen Fan first spoke, fearing his cover was blown. Seeing Master Mu trust him so completely, he breathed a huge sigh of relief.
Master Mu, thank goodness you're an expert.
Rest assured, boss. Though I, Mu Yuanbai, may not rank among the foremost masters in the Qingguo and alchemy circles, I am certainly a respected figure of some standing, Master Mu chuckled.
Even the renowned Qingguo master Qi Dengxiang once praised me highly. If I lacked even this basic discernment, how could I possibly maintain my standing as a guest master in the Shao family?
Chen Fan snorted derisively. Pretending to know when you clearly don't. That arrogant, self-important attitude is utterly infuriating.
Good advice falls on deaf ears. Since you refuse to believe me and think you know better, then do as you please. In the end, whoever dies will die. What does it matter to me? Having been needlessly taunted, Chen Fan saw no point in enduring further humiliation and turned to leave. Seeing Chen Fan about to leave, the boss couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
But Mu Yuanbai wouldn't let it go, grabbing Chen Fan and pulling him back.
Stop right there. Are you ignoring my words? Didn't I just forbid you from cursing my young mistress? How dare you act so brazenly? Chapter 145, Irrefutable Evidence. When did I curse your young lady? Everything I said was the truth.
You paid a high price for this stuff to feed your young lady, and I'm starting to wonder whether you and the Shao family are partners or rivals.
Hearing Chen Fan's sarcastic tone, Mu Yuanbai's expression darkened further. He pointed an accusing finger at Chen Fan and shouted, "Do you even know what this is? This is a return to origin pill. Have you ever seen one before?
Yet here you stand, spouting such bold claims."
Chen Fan sneered. A mere Gu Yuan pill?
Not only have I seen it, I can craft one myself.
This nonsense about using 1,000 ginseng roots? That's just an amateur spouting gibberish.
If you really used 1,000 ginseng roots to refine this worthless thing, you must have burned them like firewood.
Wow, you sure talk big. You refining the return to origin pill? What are you, some kind of joke? You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. To even dare tell such lies utterly ridiculous.
Mu Yuanbai rolled his eyes in disgust, thinking Chen Fan was nothing but a clown spouting nonsense. Chen Fan hadn't intended to argue with such a fool, but seeing him clinging on relentlessly, he turned to the shopkeeper and asked, "You said this Gu Yuan Dan is genuine, right?"
"You bet. If it's fake, I'll chop my head off and let you kick it around like a ball." Chen Fan smiled. "Alright, remember what you said. Now let me ask you this, that chi boosting pill on the counter next to you should be real too, right?"
"Of course it's real. I don't sell fake pills in this shop," the shopkeeper declared emphatically, pounding his chest.
"Very well." Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Mu Yuanbai and said, "You believe him, right?"
"Absolutely. Then take a good look.
With your expertise and discernment, do you think the chi-boosting pill displayed in his shop is genuine?"
Chen Fan pressed further. Mu Yuanbai declared without even glancing at it, "No need to look.
It's definitely genuine. The owner has been running this shop for years. He'd never sell counterfeit medicine." "Oh? Since you're so certain and money's no object, why not buy that chi-boosting pill and take it yourself?" Chen Fan crossed his arms, watching Mu Yuanbai with a half-smile. "Fine, I'll take it. What's the big deal? It's just a chi-boosting pill. It's not like it'll kill me." "Boss, hand over that pill." "How much is it?" "I'll pay later."
Mu Yuanbai slammed his fist on the counter, his eyes blazing with confidence. At this critical moment, the shopkeeper hesitated.
He knew full well his chi-boosting pill was fake. Compared to the return to origin pill in Mu Yuanbai's hand, the chi-boosting pill was cheap, so the counterfeiting methods were crude. It might not fool Mu Yuanbai.
Though the shopkeeper had always treated him like a fool, better safe than sorry.
If Mu Yuanbai discovered the chi-boosting pill was fake after taking it, wouldn't his entire multi-million-dollar deal just go down the drain? "Master Mu, I can't sell you this chi-boosting pill. It's reserved for someone else, just this one.
I still need to deliver it later."
"If you take it, wouldn't I be breaking my promise?"
The shopkeeper, thinking on his feet, came up with an excuse, hoping to gloss over the matter.
"Oh? Reserved for someone else? Then why display it on the counter?"
Chen Fan asked, feigning nonchalance.
"Can't I display it? What business is it of yours?"
The shopkeeper flared up, bristling with anger.
"Do display items need special price tags? I've never heard of displaying them that way," Chen Fan questioned again. Pressed for answers, the boss was rendered speechless, unable to come up with a plausible excuse on the spot. Mu Yuanbai wasn't stupid. Watching the boss scratch his head in frustration, he sensed something was off. Mr. He, are these genuine or counterfeit medicines? Of course it's the real thing. How could you even ask that? We've known each other for so many years, don't you trust me at all? Then bring out the medicine. I'll know its authenticity once I take it. Hurry up. Mu Yuanbai was, after all, a formidable master. When he projected his aura outward, even the most confident individuals couldn't help but feel intimidated, let alone someone like the shopkeeper, who was already feeling uneasy. As the boss was frantically sweating over how to refuse, Mu Yuanbai swiftly reached out with his long arm, snatched the chi boosting pill from the counter, and shoved it into his mouth without a word. No, he mustn't eat it. The boss tried to stop him, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as Mu Yuanbai swallowed the pill, his throat moving. After swallowing the pill, Mu Yuanbai's face instantly turned green. A sharp pain shot through his lower abdomen, followed by a series of loud farts. Not only was the stench unbearable, but Mu Yuanbai was also doubled over in pain, kneeling on the spot, unable to straighten his back. This scoundrel's chi boosting pills weren't just counterfeit, they were laced with soybean flour and senna leaves. What he claimed was energy boosting was actually energy draining. Now, there was no hiding it. The boss had originally planned to take advantage of the large crowd at today's novelty auction to rip people off and make a quick getaway. Little did they expect to run into a professional nemesis like Chen Fan, who exposed them in an instant. If Mu Yuanbai had bought the pills and only discovered the problem later, he would have been long gone by then. But who could have predicted that Chen Fan would insist he take the medicine right then and there, causing the whole scheme to unravel instantly? Mu Yuanbai had no energy left to deal with the boss's fake medicine scheme now. The pain left him speechless as he scrambled toward the restroom. Seeing this, the onlookers immediately tossed aside whatever they were holding. Joking aside, only a fool would buy anything from a place peddling counterfeit goods. Taking advantage of Mu Yuanbai's trip to the bathroom, he shoved the check into his pocket and turned to run. He had to hurry and withdraw the money before Mu Yuanbai recovered, otherwise, it would be too late. Where do you think you're going? Chen Fan wasn't about to let this guy get away with it. He reached out and grabbed him. You bastard! You ruined my business and now you dare block me? You think I won't beat you to death? Ow! Chen Fan couldn't be bothered to argue with this con artist. With a single, light push, he sent the boss crashing hard onto the ground. His own backside felt like it had split open, and he couldn't even get back up. I gave you a chance. You knew full well he was taking your medicine to treat patients. Even so, you didn't repent in time or reveal the truth. If they'd only bought your medicine for their own cultivation, I wouldn't have interfered, let them learn their lesson. But your actions now are clearly murder for profit. Whatever punishment you get afterward, you'll deserve every bit of it. Just wait here obediently and see how they deal with you. With that, Chen Fan turned and walked away. After all, that con artist boss's tailbone was already shattered. Even if he wanted to run, he couldn't. There was no need for Chen Fan to hold him back. As for Mu Yuanbai, he remained in the restroom for over half an hour before finally crawling out, his face drained of color. He'd feared the fake medicine seller and the boss had already fled, but seeing the owner lying by the counter with a deathly pallor, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Yuanbai strode forward, yanked the boss by the collar, and screamed with fury, "You piece of... You think you can scam the Shao family? You've got some nerve. I already called the bank to cancel that check and alerted my family to arrest you. Just you wait, I'll make you wish you were dead." Mu Yuanbai had never suffered such a devastating setback in his life. Thankfully, the chi boosting pill he'd taken had only caused diarrhea and exhaustion. Had he actually fed that counterfeit return to origin pill to his young mistress, leading to her demise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The thought sent a chill down Mu Yuanbai's spine. He left the terrified, trembling shopkeeper behind and scanned the area, but Chen Fan was nowhere to be seen. A wave of disappointment and self-reproach washed over him. To possess such discernment, he must be no ordinary man. And here he was, cursing the man. How utterly despicable. If he ever had the fortune to meet him again, he would have to express his gratitude properly. Chapter 146, Genetic Traits Are What They Are. While Mu Yuanbai was lost in these reflections, Chen Fan had already left the antique street and was heading home. Though he hadn't found any particularly coveted treasures, he had managed to purchase some excellent quality medicinal herbs from several shops along the way. He could attempt to refine them into pills that might help Ren Annie awaken her purine physique. Holding the herbs, Chen Fan stepped to the street curb, about to hail a cab, when a white sedan pulled up before him. Stepping out were none other than Chen Wanwan and Chen Hui. One wore a pink miniskirt, the other white shorts, both outfits showcasing their stunning figures to perfection. Had he not known their character, Chen Fan might have given these two women a second glance. "Chen Fan, why are you still hailing a cab? Could Ren Annie not even spare you a car?" Chen Wanwan spoke first. "Ooh la la. Looks like you're not doing too well, pretty boy. See my new car? Jealous?" Qian Hui chimed in immediately. Let me tell you, this car cost a cool 2 million. Surprised? Back when you and Shangtai teamed up to play games with us, you probably thought you were hot stuff, that you could trample all over us, right? Too bad your little scheme totally backfired. The Qian family has made a comeback. Well, to be precise, my mother has risen to the top again. What do you mean? Chen Fan stared at Qian Hui, who was beaming with pride, completely baffled. It means my mother remarried, that's what it means. That old geezer Qian Jianya is now crippled, bedridden for the rest of his life. Though my mother is past her prime, her beauty and grace are leagues above others. Finding a new husband was a piece of cake, wasn't it? My sister and I have a new dad in Qi, the president of the Jinling Chamber of Commerce. Not only is he wonderful to mom, but he spoils us rotten. Just look, they barely tied the knot when my sister and I got brand new cars. How about that? Jealous? It must be said, like father, like son, like mother, like daughter. No wonder Qian Hui and Qian Wanwan always managed to find boyfriends who were one better than the last. Turns out, genetics play a role here. For this one car, you two would even disown your own father? Shen Fan couldn't help but shake his head. He knew this family had no moral boundaries, but he hadn't expected them to sink even lower than he'd imagined. Qian Wanwan flushed with embarrassment at his words. She tugged at Qian Hui's sleeve and whispered urgently, "Sis, hold your tongue. This guy twists everything we say." Enough. He's not twisting anything. We were planning to change our surname anyway. What future could we have as Qian Jianya's daughters? Of course we're taking the Yin surname. Otherwise, how could we marry well in the future? You're even changing your surname? Chen Fan was truly amazed. This Qian Hui had absolutely no principles. Anyone with money was her dad. Faced with such a hopeless woman, Chen Fan was utterly speechless and turned to leave. But Qian Hui wouldn't let it go. Stomping over in her high heels, she stood before him, her voice dripping with arrogance. "Chen Fan, don't pretend to be all high and mighty here. You want to act like you have principles and integrity, right? How much are your principles and integrity worth? Not a single penny. I waited at home all yesterday, hoping for news of your death by Lu Dao's blade. But heaven had other plans. Lightning struck him down instead. Don't get too excited. A person's luck is finite, and the thunderbolt meant for you is already on its way. The Rin family won't be able to protect you for much longer. My sister and I are both working as receptionists at the Merchants Guild now. We'll be meeting Master Mu from the Shao family shortly. Before long, we sisters will be guests of honor in the Shao household, one of Jiangnan's most prominent families. Compared to them, what are the Rens and Changs but rotten fish and rotten shrimp? By then, even your backers will have to grovel before us sisters, let alone you, a freeloader." Qian Hui declared triumphantly. Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle at her words. "Master Mu, huh? Well, let me give you a piece of advice." "What advice?" Qian Hui asked with a look of disgust. "I suggest you two rush out now and buy him a box of diarrhea medicine. Or wear masks when you go see him. Otherwise, you'll be in for a world of hurt." "What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Fan, you're not jealous of us to the point of delusion, are you?" Qian Hui thought Chen Fan had lost his mind after hearing his response. Exactly. He's talking nonsense, jumping from one topic to another. What on earth is he talking about? Qian Wanwan also suspected Chen Fan wasn't thinking straight. How else could he say such things? Chen Fan shrugged indifferently, too lazy to explain himself to the two of them. Just then, a foul stench suddenly wafted over from nearby, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of a fart that reached the three of them with a loud pft. The moment Chen Fan caught that scent, he knew exactly who it was without even looking. Just as Chen Fan had expected, it was none other than Mu Yuanbai, the very person who had refused to heed advice earlier, only to end up making a complete fool of himself. He had no idea how much extra ingredient the other had mixed into the chi boosting pills, but the flatulence was relentless. He couldn't stop it even if he tried. The entire journey had been utterly mortifying. Qian Wanwan and Qian Hui were equally baffled by Mu Yuanbai's bizarre entrance, but determined to curry favor with him, they steeled themselves and walked over as if nothing had happened. Master Mu gagged. The moment Qian Hui opened her mouth, she nearly fainted from the stench emanating from Mu Yuanbai and quickly covered her nose. Mu Yuanbai was so embarrassed he wished he could sink into a hole. He had no idea what to do. He clenched his buttocks tightly and stammered, "All right, I have things to attend to today. Let's meet again tomorrow." Mu Yuanbai was eager to return home to take his medicine and rest, wanting no further entanglement with them. Unexpectedly, after taking just a few steps, he looked up and saw Chen Fan standing there too. Mu Yuanbai's face lit up with delight. He'd been wondering how to find this expert, and now here he was. Just as Mu Yuanbai was about to step forward to greet Chen Fan, Chen Wanwan stepped in front of him and said, "Master Mu, we've already agreed. Today, the two of us sisters will welcome you and wash away the dust of your journey. If you have any business, we'll accompany you. After all, you're unfamiliar with Jinling. Getting lost would be quite troublesome. Oh, and Master Mu, I heard you have 2 copper coins personally consecrated by the revered Qingfeng. They're said to be most accurate for divination. Could you perhaps read the fortunes for us sisters later? We'd love to see what the future holds.
Chen Wanwan was adept at changing the subject. She had reviewed Mu Yuanbai's background and knew he excelled at divination, particularly skilled in plum blossom divination. She was confident discussing this topic would please him greatly.
Indeed, the moment he heard about the 2 consecrated coins once used by the revered Qingfeng, Mu Yuanbai's expression brightened considerably.
You're quite well informed, young lady. As you said, these 2 coins were indeed used by the revered Qingfeng in his time. It's said they contain half his lifetime's cultivation. Whether for divination or settling a household, they're exceptionally effective. However, my current abilities in this area are limited. Plus, these 2 copper coins are something I only acquired recently and haven't fully mastered yet. So I wouldn't dare take credit just yet. I'll need to study and practice more before I can say anything.
Oh, Master Mu, you're far too modest. Just help us sisters out and read our fortunes, will you? We'd like to see if there's any chance of becoming young mistresses someday, heh. Seeing Qian Wanwan's frivolous manner, Mu Yuanbai immediately stiffened his expression. What do you take me for? Some street fortune teller? If you want me to divine your fortunes, you must first prove yourselves worthy. Chapter 147, echoing others' words, unable to distinguish truth from falsehood. In Mu Yuanbai's eyes, these 2 women were merely receptionists. How dare they presume to consult a master like him? Utterly presumptuous.
Chen Wanwan, realizing her flattery had backfired spectacularly, instantly fell silent. She pouted, not daring to utter another word. Mu Yuanbai produced the 2 copper coins he'd mentioned earlier, turning them over in his hands as a look of worry crossed his face.
His earlier words weren't mere modesty. These 2 coins were indeed extraordinary.
Yet he still hadn't figured out how to harness their mystical power. In his hands, they showed no trace of magical power. They weren't even as reliable as the kanshi coins he'd used before. He couldn't tell if it was his own lack of skill or if there was something wrong with the coins themselves.
Sigh. It's embarrassing to admit, but perhaps I'm simply not the destined recipient of revered Qingfeng's favor.
These coins refuse to obey my commands.
As he spoke, Mu Yuanbai placed the coins in his palm and gave them a shake.
Opening his hand to inspect them, he shook his head inside once more, still inaccurate.
Alas, my power is too weak.
I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to witness the true might of these coins in this lifetime. Hearing Mu Yuanbai utter these words with such regret, the Qian sisters exchanged glances, both utterly astonished.
If even Mu Yuanbai, with his formidable strength, couldn't master these coins, what sort of extraordinary being could possibly be the destined one for the revered Qingfeng?
Master Mu, I see no need for haste, one sister said.
The revered Qingfeng was a demigod-like figure. The artifacts he left behind are certainly no ordinary objects.
If even someone of your caliber cannot wield these 2 coins, then others would surely struggle even more.
Exactly.
Master Mu, the fact that these coins are now in your possession proves beyond doubt that you are the destined one for Reverend Qingfeng. The sisters fawned over him once more, fearful this topic might displease Mu Yuanbai. You 2 amateurs should stop spouting nonsense.
What chosen one nonsense?
You simply haven't used them correctly. These coins were consecrated by someone else, so naturally they serve that person. If you wish to command them, you must have them recognize a new master.
Otherwise, what right do you have to use them?
The voice belonged to none other than Chen Fan, who had been observing the scene from the sidelines. He hadn't intended to meddle in such trivial matters, but these 2 copper coins were genuine treasures. Witnessing such precious artifacts being wasted pained him deeply.
Moreover, the war god and the revered Qingfeng were close friends of his. Chen Fan couldn't bear to see the legacy of the revered Qingfeng squandered.
After weighing his options, he couldn't help but speak up. Yet no sooner had Chen Fan finished speaking than Qian Hui and Qian Wanwan immediately began arguing with him. You worthless piece of trash, why do you have to spout so much nonsense?
Why do you have to meddle in everything? What do you even know? Exactly. What are you pretending to be?
Even Master Mu couldn't figure it out, and here you are blabbering on.
How could a master of his stature possibly be outdone by a commoner like you? Ha! I wasn't holding back any farts. Chen Fan had been slightly annoyed by the women's sarcasm, but the word fart instantly reminded him of Mu Yuanbai's earlier misfortune. He burst into laughter. Mu Yuanbai clearly understood what Chen Fan was laughing at.
His old face flushed alternately red and white, wishing he could just sink into a hole and disappear.
What nonsense are you spouting?
Chen Hui, recalling how she'd nearly vomited from the stench, instantly recognized Chen Fan's veiled jab at Mu Yuanbai and immediately stepped forward to rebuke him. Unexpectedly, Mu Yuanbai stepped forward to silence Chen Hui. Enough.
I'd say the one truly talking nonsense here is you. This master isn't someone the 2 of you can lecture.
Hey, Master Mu, don't let him fool you. He's no master at all. Chen Hui's eyes nearly popped out of her head when she heard Mu Yuanbai praising Chen Fan.
Chen Wanwan quickly chimed in, exactly.
Master Mu, don't fall for this scoundrel's tricks.
He may be smooth-talking and skilled at deceiving people, but in reality, he knows absolutely nothing, he's just putting on airs. If you two say another word, get out. Mu Yuanbai shot the two women a fierce glare, his tone dripping with contempt. If Chen Fan could discern the authenticity of the Gu Yuan Dan at a glance, how could he possibly be an incompetent nobody? He was already convinced Chen Fan must be a master practitioner. He didn't want these two women to ruin his chance to befriend this young prodigy. Xian Hui and Xian Wanwan, unaware of the background, were utterly baffled by the situation. They stared at each other in bewilderment, utterly confused. Why, when Chen Fan had spoken disrespectfully to Mu Yuanbai, did Mu Yuanbai not only show no anger but instead wear an expression of flattery? And why, despite their every effort to flatter Mu Yuanbai, did he treat them with such utter disdain? Could Mu Yuanbai be a born sycophant? Mr. Chen. Mu Yuanbai couldn't be bothered with what these two women were thinking. He walked up with a smile, clasped his fists, and bowed to Chen Fan. You seem quite knowledgeable about the use of these copper coins. Might I ask for your guidance? The power contained within these two copper coins belongs to the Taoist arts of Yinshan. Since you have no understanding of Yinshan Taoist arts, you naturally lack the magical power to activate them. Chen Fan explained slowly. Yinshan Taoist arts are profound and mysterious, not something everyone can cultivate. You lack the aptitude for it, so keeping these coins is nothing but a waste. If you wish to keep them, treat them as decorative ornaments, at least as keepsakes. But if you don't want these pearls to lie buried in dust, then sell them obediently, or bestow them upon someone destined to receive them. That would be a virtuous deed in itself. Mu Yuanbai clenched his back teeth so hard his jaw muscles bulged at Chen Fan's words. This Chen Fan was clearly pulling some mystical nonsense to bamboozle him. His suspicion stemmed from the fact that the Yin Mountain Taoist arts Chen Fan mentioned were far from simple. Over the past century, the Yin Mountain Taoist arts had vanished entirely, with no known living practitioners remaining. As far as he knew, no one of any standing in the Qingwu realm practiced the Yin Mountain Taoist arts today. Chen Fan was merely boasting about his knowledge, not genuinely offering advice. Mr. Chen, how many years has the Yin Mountain Taoist arts been lost? To my knowledge, not a single disciple remains. By speaking thus now, are you not placing me in a difficult position? Hearing this, Chen Fan replied thoughtfully, even I know a little about it. How could it be lost? Impossible. No sooner had Chen Fan finished speaking than Mu Yuanbai retorted with unwavering certainty. Mr. Chen, I mean no disrespect, but after all these years in Qingwu, I've met nearly every master worth knowing. The consensus about the Yin Mountain Taoist lineage isn't just my opinion, it's universally acknowledged. As for your claim of mastering Yin Mountain Taoist arts, hearing is believing, seeing is believing. I hold this copper coin in my hand right now. If you truly possess such abilities, use this coin to cast a divination for me. Let me witness your skill firsthand. But if you're just spouting nonsense, I won't tolerate a fraud like you. Mu Yuanbai's words carried a hint of threat, and Chen Fan's interest vanished instantly. Poof. You call me a fraud at every turn. If you distrust me so deeply, I see no need to explain myself. Even if you throw this thing away, it's none of my concern. You reap what you sow. Should the revered Qingfeng learn of this in the afterlife, he'll blame you, not me. Why should I waste my time here under suspicion from someone like you? Chen Fan possessed a certain pride. Seeing that Mu Yuanbai wasn't genuinely seeking guidance but harbored suspicion toward him, he immediately lost all desire to help. Stop pretending to be something you're not. At the end of the day, you just don't have the skills and are afraid of messing up, right? Xian Hui seized the moment to launch another barrage of mockery at Chen Fan. Let me tell you, some people just love putting on airs. Master Mu, don't give him the time of day. We know him all too well, this guy's all talk and no action. Give him a chance to show off, and he'll chicken out. It's not that he feels insulted by your doubts and refuses to prove himself, he simply doesn't have the ability. Instead of wasting your breath questioning him here, you'd be better off asking Master Qi Dingxiang. Master Qi happens to be staying in Jinling lately, now he's a true master. Xian Wanwan not only kicked him while he was down but also pretended to know better by recommending Qi Dingxiang to Mu Yuanbai, as if she had some special connections. The moment Chen Fan heard Xian Wanwan mention Qi Dingxiang, he couldn't help but chuckle dryly. Qi Dingxiang doesn't have that kind of ability either. I happen to be quite familiar with him. Even if you went to ask him, he wouldn't know. Don't waste your time. Put. Hey Chen Fan, aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? How dare you spout such nonsense? Qian Wanwan sneered. Enough. Stop prancing around like a clown. He's a genuine master far beyond your league. You claim to be close with Master Qi? How dare you say such things? Xian Hui was speechless. Chen Fan really had thick skin, he'd say anything without a second thought. Mu Yuanbai had actually admired Chen Fan's skill, but upon discovering he was such a braggart, all respect vanished. In Mu Yuanbai's mind, Qi Dingxiang was a master among masters. Having served He Hong faithfully for years, he stood unrivaled across the entire Jiangnan region.
Mu Yuanbai had been fortunate enough to exchange ideas with Qi Dingxiang several times, and each encounter had brought profound insights. To Mu Yuanbai, Qi Dingxiang was undoubtedly a titan among titans in their Qingwu realm. A master of such stature was someone Chen Fan didn't even have the right to mention by name. And to make matters worse, Chen Fan spoke of Master Qi with such contempt. This was nothing short of utter arrogance. Chapter 148, The Sage Mentioned by Qi Dingxiang. Mu Yuanbai shook his head in disappointment, tucking the 2 copper coins into his pocket. He now began to secretly doubt whether Chen Fan's earlier ability to discern the fake Gu Yuan Dan was truly due to his keen insight or merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, a mere fluke. Mr. Chen, self-awareness is a virtue. People like you and me are nowhere near Master Qi's caliber. I advise you to face reality. Stop deceiving yourself and parading around like this. Pride invites misfortune, while humility brings gain. I mean, no offense, but at your age, if you don't learn to reflect on yourself, what future can you possibly have? Chen Fan's lips curled slightly at this. You seem quite fixated on age, he retorted. Do you truly believe greater years equate to greater skill? If your thinking is that narrow, it's no wonder your cultivation has stagnated at this level. The very Qi Dingxiang you admire sought my guidance countless times before. Pride goes before a fall, humility brings gain. Your words ring true. I hope you'll take them to heart. Chen Fan didn't want to continue arguing with the other person. He hailed a cab, got in, and drove off. Mu Yuanbai watched the car gradually disappear from view, sighing with a touch of resignation. Ah, the youth of today, why are they all like this? To show off, they'll spout any lie imaginable. Fortunately, he encountered me today instead of Master Qi himself. Otherwise, with that nonsense he spouted earlier, he'd likely be facing dire consequences by now. Master Mu, why bother sighing over such a person? He's beyond redemption. The more you elevate someone like that, the more trouble you invite upon yourself. We know this all too well. Oh? Are you two particularly close? Mu Yuanbai listened to Qian Hui's assessment and asked with some confusion. Don't even get me started. He used to be our son-in-law. Back then, he was barely tolerable. But after we kicked him out, his whole personality changed. He became more and more reckless and unrestrained. To me, he's just a grasshopper after autumn. He won't be jumping around for much longer. Oh, I see. Well, forget it then. People like that never amount to much. Mu Yuanbai shook his head, putting Su Fan out of his mind. Turning to the 2 women, he said, since you mentioned Master Qi earlier, let's go see him now. I'll take the opportunity to consult him and see if he has any ideas about using these 2 copper coins. Qian Hui and Shan Wanwan trembled with excitement at the prospect of Mu Yuanbai taking them to meet Qi Dingxiang. This is wonderful. We've always wanted to meet Master Qi in person, but never had the chance. This time, it's all thanks to you, Master Mu. Ah, it's no trouble at all. Master Qi is a hospitable man by nature, and especially so when it comes to meeting 2 beauties like yourselves. He'll surely be delighted to see you. I'll give him a call first to find out where he is. Amidst their laughter and conversation, the 3 of them completely forgot about Chen Fan. Mu Yuanbai quickly got in touch with Qi Dingxiang. Coincidentally, Qi Dingxiang was also strolling through the antique street at that very moment, and the 2 parties soon met up. After exchanging pleasantries, Mu Yuanbai pulled the 2 copper coins from his pocket and asked Qi Dingxiang how he could activate them. Upon seeing the coins, Qi Dingxiang's expression darkened. He shook his head and sighed. I'd love to help, but I lack the expertise. As far as I know, to use these coins properly, you must first bind them to a master. This process requires knowledge of the Yin Mountain Taoist arts. But you know me, I'm a complete layman when it comes to Yin Mountain Taoist arts. So I only grasped the surface, not the deeper aspects. Mu Yuanbai's face darkened with disappointment at Qi Dingxiang's words. Ah, so all this time, Yin Mountain Taoist arts were truly necessary after all. Qi Dingxiang replied calmly, of course it does. The revered Qingfeng of old was the pinnacle of Yin Mountain Taoist arts. Since this is an artifact he left behind, it naturally requires the same lineage of secret techniques he used to have any hope of being commanded. Alas, my knowledge is too shallow. I lack that ability. The Taoist arts we practice now are mere child's play compared to the profound and unfathomable Yin Mountain Taoist arts. Hearing Qi Dingxiang's self-deprecating words, Mu Yuanbai felt even more ashamed of his own inadequacy. In his mind, Qi Dingxiang was already a master of extraordinary caliber. Yet even he was utterly helpless against the Golden Mountain Taoist arts. By comparison, what was he himself? The fact that this expensive artifact he'd purchased couldn't be used weighed heavily on Mu Yuanbai's mind. Before coming, he had made bold promises to Xiao Yan, the head of the Xiao family, vowing with absolute certainty that he would find the divine medicine to cure the young lady's stubborn ailment. He had also guaranteed he would discover a way to command these 2 copper coins, allowing the magical artifact left behind by the revered Qingfeng to shine brilliantly once more in the world. Instead, he nearly spent over 10 million on fake medicine, and these 2 copper coins were nothing but pretty trinkets. How on earth was he supposed to face them now?
No matter how thick his skin was, he certainly couldn't bring himself to voice such a result. Left with no other choice, Mu Yuanbai could only plead with Qi Dingxiang once more. Master Qi, I must confess I made a bold promise to our family head before leaving, vowing to accomplish 2 tasks for him. Now, having failed on both counts, I truly have no face to show him. He wasn't trying to make things difficult for Qi Dingxiang. Rather, he felt that Qi Dingxiang's status and standing were far more prestigious than his own, and that the connections Qi possessed were undoubtedly much broader. In this situation, Qi Dingxiang might be able to connect him with even more formidable experts to resolve this urgent crisis. Seeing Mu Yuanbai groveling and pleading with him, Qi Dingxiang felt a momentary softening of his heart. Moreover, they had shared some friendship in earlier years, and outright refusal would seem unnecessarily harsh. Thus, Qi Dingxiang stroked his chin, contemplating carefully for a long while. Then, suddenly, his eyes lit up as if struck by divine inspiration. You're in luck. I've recently met a master of the highest caliber. If anyone in this world can truly wield these 2 copper coins, it must be him. Mu Yuanbai's face lit up at the words. He grabbed Qi Dingxiang's arm and exclaimed, Master Qi, if such a person truly exists, you must introduce me to him. These 2 copper coins hold immense significance for the Xiao family. If this matter is resolved, I will repay you beyond measure even if it means serving you as a beast of burden for the rest of my days. Whether it succeeds or not doesn't depend on me, but on that master. You'd better save those words for when you speak to him yourself. Qi Dingxiang waved his hands repeatedly, cutting off Mu Yuanbai's gratitude. Very well, I shall express my deepest gratitude. But I wonder what is this master's name, and where might he be found? Qi Dingxiang's face lit up with admiration as he dropped the question. He's also in Jinling. His name is Chen Fan. You probably haven't heard of him, he's quite young and keeps a low profile. I only witnessed his extraordinary abilities by chance. Chapter 149, Apologizing to Mr. Chen. Chen Fan? The moment he heard that name, Mu Yuanbai looked utterly bewildered. Chen Wanwan and Chen Hui's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in shock. Could it be the Chen Fan we know? It couldn't be. That name is common as dirt. Maybe he just happened to share it with some master. Chen Wanwan and Chen Hui tried to reassure each other, but their hearts were pounding. Mu Yuanbai broke out in a cold sweat and tentatively asked, Master Qi, are you referring to a Mr. Chen Fan who has a thin voice, dresses casually, and looks to be around 25 or 26? Could it be, you've already met him? Qi Dingxiang asked in surprise. I can't be entirely certain. Truthfully, Mu Yuanbai was already 80 to 90% certain, but he refused to believe it and couldn't accept this reality. Had he truly missed a master without realizing it? Chen Wanwan pulled out her phone and scrolled through her photo album until she finally found a family portrait from several years ago featuring Chen Fan. Though he was squeezed into the far corner, his features were still faintly recognizable. She held the phone up to Qi Dingxiang and pointed at the figure, asking, Master Qi, is this the Chen Fan you mentioned? Qi Dingxiang squinted at the photo, then snatched the phone excitedly. Yes, it's him. So you've known Master Chen all along? Oh my. If you already knew him, why come to me? Isn't this just slapping me in the face? At this point, Qi Dingxiang grew visibly annoyed, suspecting they were playing tricks on him. After receiving confirmation, Chen Hui and Chen Wanwan were utterly shocked, unable to believe their ears. How could Chen Fan, that good-for-nothing who was useless even when he was with the Qian family, suddenly become such a formidable jack of all trades after leaving them? Mu Yuanbai now scratched his head in frustration, kicking himself for the words he'd just spoken to Chen Fan. He pulled Qi Dingxiang aside and cautiously inquired, Master Qi, are you certain this Chen Fan is truly that capable? Could there be some misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? I once doubted him just like you, only to be humiliated on the spot. Mr. Chen can effortlessly channel the energy contained within the Thunderstrike Juju Wood Order. That alone proves he's mastered the Yin Mountain Dao arts and his cultivation is extraordinary. Compared to him, we're nothing but commonplace. Whenever Qi Dingxiang spoke of Chen Fan, his voice brimmed with admiration, and his eyes shone with genuine respect. His awe was undeniable. Yet, the more Qi Dingxiang praised Chen Fan, the more Mu Yuanbai's expression darkened, filled with such regret he could have kicked himself. Damn it! Why couldn't I have calmed down back then and humbly asked him more questions? Kai Dengxiang, hearing this, asked curiously, what do you mean? Have you already met Mr. Chen? Mu Yuanbai sighed deeply, nodding helplessly with an utterly exhausted expression. Don't even mention it, Master Qi. Today, Mr. Chen even helped me out, yet I was so ungrateful, questioning him repeatedly. Master Qi, please help me figure this out. I truly want to build a good relationship with this Mr. Chen. The Xiao family's affairs will likely require his assistance. Qi Dingxiang wasn't a fool. An ordinary offense wouldn't have left Mu Yuanbai this tormented. Therefore, he didn't immediately agree, instead asking in detail what exactly had transpired between the two. Mu Yuanbai dared not conceal anything, recounting everything from their first encounter in the shop to the present moment. As Qi Dingxiang listened, his expression darkened. Finally, he rolled his eyes and snapped, Mu Yuanbai, at your age, how could you do something so foolish? Anyone who can easily identify a Gu Yuan pill isn't just some ordinary person. That alone should have stopped you from mocking him. Mu Yuanbai bitterly regretted his actions, lamenting with frustration, I was far too gullible. When those two women who came with me claimed to know Mr. Chen and spoke of him as worthless, I developed a bias myself. That's why. It wasn't that Mu Yuanbai was shifting blame, but if Chen Hui and Chen Wanwan hadn't been constantly meddling, he truly wouldn't have been so rude to Chen Fan. Alright, I can't help you with this, Shi Dingsheng chuckled. I've only just managed to befriend Mr. Chen. If I offend him by pleading your case, I'd be losing both the battle and the life. But from my experience, Mr. Chen is quite reasonable. If you truly recognize your mistake, go apologize to him properly. That's exactly what I did. My words weren't much kinder than yours, but later I accepted the consequences of my bet, apologized sincerely, and admitted my mistake. He forgave me and even took the time to give me some pointers. You should follow my example, give it a shot and see if you get lucky. Mu Yuanbai's heart reignited with hope upon hearing this. He nodded repeatedly. Alright, I'll remember your words. I'll go find him again right now. Xian Hui and Chen Wanwan, unaware of what Shi Dingsheng had discussed with Mu Yuanbai, approached him with flattering expressions. Master Mu, they asked, shall we go for dinner now? We've made a reservation. Since you know Mr. Chen, you must know where he lives, right? Take me to find him. Though Mu Yuanbai inwardly resented Xian Hui and Chen Wanwan, he had no other way to contact Chen Fan. Suppressing his anger for the moment, he decided to use these two women. Mr. Chen? You don't mean Chen Fan, do you? Xian Hui asked, her face filled with surprise. Mu Yuanbai urged, that's right. Hurry up and take me to him. Master Mu, why on earth are you looking for that guy? You two, stop all this nonsense. Just take me there. If this works out, I'll handle your matters. But if it doesn't? Mu Yuanbai didn't specify what would happen if it failed, but his cold snort sent both Qian Hui and Qian Wanwan into a palpable chill. The two had worked hard to secure positions at the Merchants Guild. If they failed to properly host Mu Yuanbai, their mother's efforts might all be for naught. Conversely, if they could secure Mu Yuanbai's assistance, it would be like gaining the backing of the Xiao family. Whatever they pursued afterward would surely sail smoothly, with everything going their way. With that thought, Xian Hui stopped dwelling on why Mu Yuanbai sought out Chen Fan. She smiled sweetly and said, Master Mu, we'll take you to him right away. Alright, Mu Yuanbai replied. Let me be clear from the start, I'm going to Mr. Chen with a request. Both of you watch your words carefully. Don't offend him. If you do, I won't let you off the hook. You two need to apologize to him too. No matter what, we absolutely must get him to forgive our previous rashness first. At this, Qian Wanwan and Xian Hui both rolled their eyes inwardly groaning in exasperation. They had always looked down on Chen Fan, but earlier, with Mu Yuanbai present, they'd restrained their words. But now, Mu Yuanbai was actually telling them to grovel and apologize to Chen Fan. To them, this was nothing short of humiliating. Of course, for the sake of future wealth and prestige, temporarily lowering their heads wasn't entirely out of the question. After a moment's consideration, Xian Hui patted her chest and declared, Master Mu, rest assured. A day as husband and wife creates 100 days of affection. To be honest, I'm Chen Fan's ex-wife. If I go and plead with him, he'll definitely agree. Mu Yuanbai's face lit up with delight at her words. After all this drama, it turned out they had this connection. What a pleasant surprise. Qian Wanwan immediately sensed Qian Hui's attempt to claim all the credit for herself and protested, Sis, how can you even say that? When you two were together, you tormented Chen Fan constantly and treated him terribly. You ended things so badly you'd rather never see each other again. Honestly, you shouldn't go. If you do, Chen Fan might get even angrier. Mu Yuanbai hesitated upon hearing Qian Wanwan's words. Just as he was about to tell Chen Hui not to follow him, she shot back, Wanwan, pretending to be pure and innocent now is just laughable. If you hadn't meddled back then, slandering Chen Fan for taking advantage of you, how could I, your own sister, have divorced such a great man? Sis, you. Enough. Family matters are hard to judge, and Mu Yuanbai had no desire to listen. Watching these sisters dig up each other's dirt, he realized neither of them was easy to deal with. Master Qi told me Mr. Chen is a man of great character. If we apologize sincerely, I believe he'll forgive us. Enough of this, let's go together. Oh. Xian Hui and Xian Wanwan exchanged a glance, muttering their agreement with obvious displeasure. They jostled and shoved, perfectly embodying the phrase sisters in name only. Chapter 150, Two female ancestors to deal with. Chen Fan sighed. He had originally planned to head straight back to Villa Number 1, but halfway there, he received a call from Yi Hong, who asked him to meet at an antique shop. Though Yi Hong hadn't participated in the takedown of Lu Dao, his well-connected network had informed him of the events. Chen Fan had taken down Lu Dao single-handedly, demonstrating remarkable resolve. This only strengthened Yi Hong's confidence in him, though he didn't forget to remind Chen Fan to stay vigilant. Regardless of whether Lu Dao was good or evil, Pick had invested considerable effort in him over the years. Now that everything had gone down the drain, the other side would not let it rest. Chen Fan remained unmoved. He wanted Pick to refuse to let it go, so he could take them all down at once. He Hong didn't come alone to meet Chen Fan, he brought He Xian with him. The primary purpose of summoning Chen Fan was to introduce two individuals to him. They two were a grandfather and granddaughter, with the elder being around He Hong's age. The man was surnamed Yao, named Yao Yiming, and the girl beside him was his granddaughter, Yao Beina. They had traveled from the provincial capital specifically to visit He Hong, as they were old acquaintances. He Hong had long wanted to introduce Chen Fan to his good friends and naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. He not only formally introduced Chen Fan to them but also subtly hinted that Chen Fan was the new suitor he had in mind for his granddaughter. His high-profile decision to terminate the contract with the Fu family, even at the cost of severing ties, was precisely for Chen Fan's sake. But He Hong knew Chen Fan wasn't one for grand gestures, and he didn't want others to swoop in and take the man he had in mind for his granddaughter. So he kept his words vague, telling them only that he admired Chen Fan without revealing just how capable the young man truly was. Yao Yiming didn't think much of Chen Fan and couldn't understand why He Hong would turn down such a promising match only to go to such lengths for this unknown nobody. He held Fu Chenggong in high regard. Had Fu Chenggong not been previously betrothed to He Xian, Yao Yiming would have considered marrying his granddaughter, Yao Beina, to him. To figure out what He Hong was really thinking, Yao Yiming turned to his granddaughter and said, "Nah, you young folks have more to talk about together. We're here looking at antiques, which probably won't interest you. Why don't you take Mr. Chen and Xian out for a stroll?" Yao Beina, ever the quick-witted granddaughter, understood her grandfather wanted a private word with He Hong. Nodding, she took He Xian's hand and said, Xian, I rarely get to visit Jinling. You absolutely must show me around." "No problem, but let's leave this annoying guy behind. He's boring, pretentious, and a natural trouble magnet." He Xian spoke this way because she still harbored resentment over the incident where Fu Liye had been beaten by Chen Fan. She was determined to marry Fu Qingdong, still secretly communicating with him, and firmly believed she would become Fu Liyue's sister-in-law someday. Though grandfather tried every means to obstruct her, it only fueled He Xian's rebellious spirit. Under Fu Li's manipulation, He Xian's impression of Chen Fan only grew worse. Upon hearing this, He Hong scolded, "If you dare speak so disrespectfully to Mr. Chen again, I'll cancel your card. This antique street is a mixed bag of people. I don't feel at ease letting you two young ladies go together. It's better with Mr. Chen protecting you, understand?" At the threat of having her card revoked, He Xian immediately fell into line, pouting and nodding. "Got it." On the way, He Xian and Yao Beina completely ignored Chen Fan. The two girls walked ahead, chatting and laughing, treating him as if he were invisible. Chen Fan was quite content with this, freely looking around at his leisure. Yao Beina occasionally glanced back at Chen Fan, then turned to ask He Xian with curiosity, Xian, what's so special about this Chen Fan? Why does your grandfather think so highly of him? Why would he even break off a previous engagement for him?" In her view, when it came to marriage alliances, few in all of Jiangnan could compare to Fu Chenggong. He was a gentleman as gentle as jade, with formidable personal abilities. Even without family backing, he could easily rise to prominence. Not to mention, he was exceptionally handsome. Years of martial arts training had forged Fu Chenggong's physique into one of exceptional strength and well-defined muscle. He possessed the kind of looks that could make him an overnight sensation if he ever pursued acting. A man like this was truly top tier. But for He Hong to turn him down? That was just ridiculous. Hearing Yao Beina's question, He Xian sighed helplessly, her face clouded with sorrow. "Sis Beina, don't ask me. I have no idea who to ask either. I have no idea what kind of spell this guy cast on my grandfather. When they first met, my grandfather was quite displeased and annoyed with him. He even told me that although Chen Fan had some talent, his arrogance made him utterly unworthy of association. But somehow, just a few days later, Grandpa completely changed his tune. First, he invited him over for dinner. Then he started addressing him cautiously as Mr. Chen. Later, he even set his mind on canceling my engagement, claiming it was to arrange a martial arts competition for a bride, but really, he was just paving the way for that kid. Don't be fooled by He Xian's usual airhead, clueless demeanor. She's sharp as a tack and sees right through everything. Judging by He Hong's attitude toward Chen Fan, he'd even kick out a marriage prospect like Fu Chenggong for Chen Fan's sake. How could someone who won through a martial arts contest possibly catch his eye? All this grand spectacle was ultimately just to help Chen Fan build his reputation and amplify his influence. Lying awake at night, He Xian often wondered if she wasn't actually He Hong's biological granddaughter, and that Chen Fan was the long-lost grandson he never knew about. Otherwise, why would He Hong go to such elaborate lengths to orchestrate all this? Yao Beina shook her head, unsure what to say, though a faint sense of joy stirred within her. Fu Chenggong was the heartthrob of many socialites, and Yao Beina was no exception. She and Fu Chenggong were of similar age, but her family background was slightly less prestigious than He Xian's, which had prevented her from securing the marriage agreement back then. But judging by He Hong's current attitude, the marriage between the He and Fu families was clearly off the table. If that was the case, didn't that mean she had another chance? The more Yao Beina thought about it, the happier she felt. She didn't feel the slightest bit sorry for Yi Xian having to marry a nobody instead, she actually hoped the two would end up together. That way, she'd have one less formidable rival. Xian, I don't think you should think that way. Grandpa He has always been very perceptive when it comes to judging people. If he believes this Chen fellow is better than Fu Qinggong, he must have his reasons. You really shouldn't go against him. Of course, Yao Beina didn't actually think that way. She'd been secretly observing Chen Fan all along and could tell he had some skills, though he didn't seem particularly formidable. She suspected the real reason He Hong had chosen this marriage candidate for Yi Xian wasn't Chen Fan's excellence, but because he was an orphan easy to manipulate and control, destined to become a son-in-law who would be entirely at He Hong's mercy. Hearing Yao Beina's advice, Yi Xian's eyes nearly rolled back into her head. Sis Nana, you're talking out of your ass. If your grandpa forced you to marry someone like that, would you be okay with it? Sigh, I wish Grandpa Yao could help persuade my own grandfather. If he makes me marry someone like that, I'd rather live alone forever. You have no idea how much of a show-off he is. Relying on his fighting skills, he even beat up Fu Liye last time. What a jerk. Ha? He beat Fu Liye? Yao Beina was utterly shocked upon hearing this. She couldn't imagine Chen Fan's slight frame standing up to a burly guy like Fu Liye. But since Yi Xian dislikes Chen Fan so much and claims he's a real fighter, she probably wouldn't lie about that. Who knows what tricks he pulled? Anyway, that's what Fu Liye said. Forget it, let's not talk about him. It's just bad luck. Let's walk faster, the two of us. I don't want anyone to see us hanging out with that guy. It's too embarrassing. Though Yi Xian's voice was low, Chen Fan's keen hearing picked up every word. He tried his best not to disturb the two women, content to quietly protect their safety. Little did he expect them to be so ungrateful, pushing their advantage. Don't flatter yourselves. Like anyone wants to team up with you too. Go play wherever you like. I've got no time to waste on you. Chen Fan wasn't about to coddle these two princesses. He turned and walked away. He had thought Yi Hong had summoned him for some urgent matter, but after all that fuss, it turned out to be just to accompany two annoying women on a shopping trip. What a waste of time. Yi Xian froze for a moment, then flushed crimson as she rushed forward to block Chen Fan. Hey, how could you be like this? Eavesdropping on private conversations is bad enough, but to act so uncouth. Chen Fan shrugged. Yeah, I'm a total jerk. Go marry someone with manners if you want. Not only are you unhappy with your grandfather's arrangement, but I have zero interest in marrying you either. So forget about that so-called martial arts match for marriage I'm not attending. He had absolutely no interest in this rotten peach blossom named Yi Xian. It was all Yi Hong's one-sided enthusiasm, making Yi Xian think he was equally eager about the whole thing. Keep dreaming. Yao Beina didn't bite Chen Fan's excuses for a second. A lowly nobody like you, with almost no chance to rise to the top, how could you not be eager to marry Xian? Exactly. Not to brag, but countless people are desperate to climb the social ladder through our He family. You talk a good game, but why didn't you just refuse my grandfather outright? Faced with the ridiculous remarks of these two self-important women, Chen Fan had nothing to say. He ignored them completely and walked away. But barely a few steps later, an excited and passionate voice suddenly called out. Mr. Chen, please wait. Chapter 151, Master Qingwu's deference to Chen Fan. Chen Fan turned to see that the speaker was none other than Mu Yuanbai. It turned out the three had already visited his home and, finding him absent, assumed he was still in the antique district. They had returned on a whim, hoping for a chance encounter, and unexpectedly found him. Behind Mu Yuanbai, Chen Hui and Qian Wanwan trailed reluctantly, jogging to keep pace while carefully adjusting their expressions. They feared upsetting Chen Fan and jeopardizing their mission. The sisters shared an unspoken understanding. Mu Yuanbai was determined to curry favor with Chen Fan. Whoever helped Mu Yuanbai achieve his goal would rise to prominence, becoming a benefactor not only to Mu Yuanbai but even to the Xiao family. Thus, in this moment, the sisters ceased to be sisters and became rivals vying for supremacy. Both women strained every nerve, vying to outdo each other, terrified of falling behind. Chen Fan frowned. Hadn't Mu Yuanbai looked down on him just moments ago? Why was he suddenly so enthusiastic now? Before Chen Fan could process what was happening, Chen Wanwan and Qian Hui suddenly wrapped their arms around his, one on each side. Chen Fan, I was wrong about everything earlier. Don't hold it against me. We were husband and wife after all. How about we grab a meal and talk things over? Brother-in-law, we were family once. Why cut ourselves off completely? I'm bowing my head to apologize. Just let bygones be bygones, okay? Seeing these two women rubbing against him incessantly, even though they were both beautiful and had stunning figures, Chen Fan felt no interest whatsoever. He just wanted to break free quickly. Let go. No way. Their coquettish whining gave Chen Fan goosebumps. He shrugged his shoulders, and the sisters were instantly sent flying. This bizarre scene left Yao Beina utterly dumbfounded. What are those two girls doing? No idea. Maybe they're call girls? Otherwise, why would they be so enthusiastic toward Chin Fan?
He Xian curled her lips in disgust.
Yao Bena frowned. That doesn't add up. Those women are dressed in expensive clothes. They don't look like they're in that line of work. Well, I don't know. No fly lands on a seamless egg. Chen Fan had barely walked a few steps away from us before he started clutching one woman under each arm. He's really no good. As she spoke, He Xian pulled out her phone, ready to capture footage of Chen Fan being swarmed by the two women. She planned to show it to her grandfather as proof to prove Chen Fan wasn't the upright gentleman he pretended to be. That way, her grandfather wouldn't pressure her into marrying someone like Chen Fan. Spotting someone taking photos, Xian Hui and Xian Wanwan felt their faces flush with embarrassment. They shouted at He Xian and Yao Bena, "You two are freaks. What the hell are you secretly filming?" Caught in the act, He Xian tucked her phone away and retorted defensively, "It's broad daylight. If you've got nothing to hide, why are you afraid of being photographed?" Chen Fan, I never expected this loser to have such luck with women. Humph. Who knew even my grandfather could misjudge someone? I thought you were an honest man. As she spoke, the two women showed no hurry to leave. Instead, they strode forward with long strides, locking eyes with the Qian sisters in a standoff. Yao Bena and He Xian were top-tier beauties from prestigious families. Their upbringing far surpassed that of Qian Hui and Qian Wanwan, and their natural poise effortlessly outshone the pair. Qian Hui and Qian Wanwan felt momentarily ashamed, but their thick skin soon prevailed. After a brief awkward pause, they stood tall and declared, "What are you two little brats chattering about? We have serious business with Chen Fan." "What serious business could you two possibly have with me?" Chen Fan frowned. Hearing this, He Xian and Yao Bena exchanged glances, even more convinced that the relationship between the three must be something, well, not exactly proper. To be precise, it's not us two seeking you out, it's Master Mu who needs to speak with you. No sooner had they spoken than Mu Yuanbai, who had been standing nervously nearby, hurried over. Before he even steadied himself, he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Chen Fan, his face filled with apology. "Mr. Chen, I truly apologize for my earlier offense. I failed to recognize your true worth. I hope you'll forgive my small mistake and help me with a favor." Mu Yuanbai's demeanor was utterly sincere. Seeing the gray-streaked head performing such a deep bow before Chen Fan was an experience he would never forget in his lifetime. Yao Bena and He Xian were utterly bewildered by the scene. Where had this old man suddenly appeared from? How could the phrase "not recognizing a mountain" possibly apply to Chen Fan? Chen Fan remained unmoved by Mu Yuanbai's apology, replying coolly, "Once this opportunity passes, it won't come again. I was willing to help you earlier, but you mocked me relentlessly. Now you realize your mistake too late." Mu Yuanbai looked deeply remorseful. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I went to see Master Qi. It was Master Qi who made me realize my mistakes. He's the one who brought me back to my senses. Please, for his sake, give me another chance." "Master Qi? Who is this?" He Xian blinked, feeling completely lost in Mu Yuanbai and Chen Fan's conversation. "No idea. But these people keep throwing around the word master, they don't seem like they're doing anything legitimate. Let's just leave. We shouldn't get mixed up with them." Yao Bena suspected Chen Fan was either involved in pyramid schemes or a con artist. He Xian agreed wholeheartedly. Just as she was about to pull Yao Bena away, Mu Yuanbai called out to them. "Wait. He, a renowned Qinggu master, was being dismissed as untrustworthy by two young women? Mu Yuanbai wouldn't tolerate such a label. Not to mention, those two girls had dragged Chen Fan along with them as they left. Even if he didn't care about himself, he had to set the record straight for Chen Fan. Otherwise, wouldn't it be even harder to earn Chen Fan's forgiveness? What are you doing?" He Xian and Yao Bena asked warily. Mu Yuanbai strode up to them, chest puffed out, his voice brimming with authority. "Have you two young ladies ever heard of the Shao family of Jiangnan? I, Mu Yuanbai, am a guest master of the Shao family. The renowned Master Qinggu, Mu Yuanbai?" Yao Bena's beautiful eyes widened instantly. "Seems you know your stuff after all." Mu Yuanbai chuckled softly, extending his visiting scholar credentials to them. Yao Bena stared at him speechless, unable to recover for quite some time. "Good heavens! My apologies, Master Mu. We misunderstood you earlier. Forgive us. Who didn't know the Shao family of Jiangnan?" Yao Bena's family, being a notch below the Bai family, had little connection with the major clans of Jiangnan. That was why she hadn't recognized Mu Yuanbai personally. But the names Mu Yuanbai and Shao were as familiar to her as thunderclaps from childhood. Mu Yuanbai waved his hand dismissively and shifted the focus. "Compared to me, you should be apologizing to Mr. Chen. He's far more accomplished than I am. He's the true expert in the Qingwu realm." "Him?" Yao Bena and He Xian exchanged glances upon hearing Mu Yuanbai's words, both wearing expressions of utter disbelief. "Master Mu, are you absolutely certain you haven't mistaken the person? If you're saying this Chen Fan is skilled in combat, I'll concede that point. But calling him a Qingwu realm master? I'm seriously wondering if you're seeing things. What does he know about Qingwu arts? Mu Yuanbai frowned sternly.
Young lady, you can eat whatever you like, but you shouldn't speak carelessly.
Mr. Chen's abilities have been acknowledged by Master Qi Dingxiang. How could that be false? What? So the Master Qi you mentioned earlier was actually Qi Dingxiang?
After clarifying Master Qi's identity, He Xian grew even more astonished.
What kind of charade is this? Chen Fan just has a bit of martial arts skill, right? How did he suddenly become the darling of the Qingwu realm? That's a huge leap. Yeah, Master Qi said. Enough with the nonsense. Didn't you come seeking my help? Let's get down to business.
Chen Fan only wanted to keep a low profile and avoid revealing too much about himself in front of these people. He cut Mu Yuanbai off before he could finish.
Fine. Seeing Chen Fan's willingness to assist, Mu Yuanbai immediately cast Yao Beina and He Xian to the back of his mind. Mr. Chen, how would you like to proceed?
Chen Fan was blunt. Let's discuss compensation first.
I don't do favors for free, you understand, right? Of course, Mr. Chen. Name your terms, I'd walk through fire for you. Mu Yuanbai declared boldly. All right. It's getting late today. We'll discuss the details tomorrow. Here's my number, just give me a call tomorrow. All right.
Having obtained Chen Fan's contact information, Mu Yuanbai was overjoyed and respectfully saw him off. Once Chen Fan was gone, He Xian and Yao Beina saw no reason to linger.
Filled with suspicion, they followed closely behind. Seeing Mu Yuanbai's wish fulfilled, Chen Hui and Qian Wanwan stepped forward, grinning as they claimed credit. Master Mu, we've done what you asked. Now that you've gotten what you wanted, shouldn't you give us? Oh, come on. I didn't see you two helping at all. If you hadn't meddled, things would have gone much smoother. Now, you two can go cool off somewhere.
Mu Yuanbai couldn't even be bothered to glance at the sisters, thinking them nothing but useless meddlers who only made things worse. Qian Wanwan and Qian Hui, however, saw things differently. They firmly believed they'd provided crucial assistance, and Mu Yuanbai's refusal to acknowledge it was nothing short of kicking the donkey after it had done its job. Yet they dared not confront Mu Yuanbai directly, instead silently cursing him in their hearts.
Master Mu, please don't speak so harshly. We truly did our utmost. If not for our merits, surely we deserve credit for our efforts? Exactly, Master Mu. Even if we may have been lacking in other areas, we truly put our hearts into hosting you. Could you please put in a good word for us with the young master of the Xiao family when the time comes? Please?
The two women crowded close to Mu Yuanbai, chattering away in hopes of climbing the Xiao family's powerful tree, especially the young masters.
Mu Yuanbai couldn't handle these two clingy girls and reluctantly agreed. But in his mind, Chen Hui and Qian Wanwan were already blacklisted. Such common, vulgar women, daring to try to corrupt the Xiao family's young masters, utterly laughable. Chapter 152, Kicked Out of the Cafe?
Chen Fan had barely arrived at Villa Number 1 when Ren Annie's call came through. She'd gotten into a heated argument with several senior executives at work today and was in a terrible mood. She wanted to invite Chen Fan to a cafe to sit and chat.
Hearing the gloom in Ren Annie's voice, Chen Fan worried she might do something reckless alone.
He hailed a cab and rushed over. When Chen Fan arrived at the cafe, Ren Annie had already been seated there silently for some time. He walked over to the table but hadn't sat down yet when a waiter suddenly approached and said, "Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, we're very sorry, but we're closing now. Could you please leave?"
Huh? Ren Annie asked in confusion, isn't this cafe open 24 hours?
I'm a regular here and have never heard of closing at this hour. This. Upon hearing Ren Annie was a regular, the server realized he couldn't keep up the pretense. With a look of sincere apology, he spoke frankly, "Ma'am, I'm truly sorry. I just received notice from management that someone has reserved the entire cafe for a meeting tonight. We've been instructed to clear the premises, which is why I had to lie about closing time.
Please understand my predicament, I'm just an employee.
I'll cover the drinks you just had, and you can also take 2 more coffees to go.
Is that okay?"
The waiter's attitude was sincere enough, and Ren Annie and Chen Fan saw no reason to make things difficult for him.
All right then, no need for takeout. We'll come back another time.
This was originally a trivial matter.
Chen Fan and Ren Annie weren't set on having coffee here, there were plenty of other places to chat. But then, the cafe manager suddenly came rushing downstairs from upstairs, yelling indiscriminately, "Someone still hanging around here? Looking for trouble, huh? No, manager, they." "Shut up, you idiot. You can't even handle a simple task like this. What else can you possibly do right? You're completely useless."
The manager didn't give the waiter a chance to explain. He bent down, grabbed the handbag Ren Annie had left on her seat, and shoved it roughly into her arms. Then, pointing imperiously toward the door, he barked, "Get out now. If you keep dawdling and refuse to leave, I won't be polite." Ren Annie had never been treated with such blatant disrespect before, and her displeasure was palpable.
"Oh? Then I'll see just how rude you can be." Seeing the manager bully her so brazenly, Chen Fan's expression turned icy. He had no intention of leaving. "Mr. Chen, it's better to avoid trouble. Don't bother with them. Ren Annie didn't want others to disrupt her mood with Chen Fan and offered a way out. That won't do. One must have some dignity. Chen Fan shook his head slightly and added, weren't you heading to the restroom? Go ahead. We can discuss this later. Seeing Chen Fan's tone brooked no argument, Ren Annie didn't press further and simply nodded. The waiter seized the moment to urgently tell the manager, these two guests have agreed to leave. They just need to use the restroom. It won't take long. Don't worry, manager. A lazy donkey on the mill grinds more. Hearing this, the manager pressed his advantage. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. I think there's been a misunderstanding. We did intend to use the restroom and leave, but we've changed our minds. We'll be staying until closing time. What? After Chen Fan calmly uttered those words, the manager's expression instantly darkened. He glared at Chen Fan viciously, grinding his teeth. You little punk deliberately looking for trouble, huh? Let me tell you, the person who booked our entire cafe today isn't just some nobody. They're from the provincial capital, and their status is far from ordinary. I'm giving you a fair warning now. If you refuse to leave, once they arrive, you won't be able to walk out of here. Chen Fan remained unfazed, replying in measured tones, if I can't leave, then I won't. I'm curious to see who's so high and mighty. You. Manager's face turned green. Ren Annie, worried Chen Fan might clash with the others, had quickly washed her hands and returned. Seeing the two locked in confrontation, she rushed forward, grabbed Chen Fan's arm, and urged, Mr. Chen, there's no need to spoil the mood over such a minor issue. Chen Fan glanced at Ren Annie, knowing she was already in a bad mood today. Continuing the commotion would only make her feel worse. With that thought, she softened slightly. Just as she was about to stand up, the cafe door burst open. Damn it! People are still here? Didn't I call you earlier to clear the place? What kind of cleanup job is this? The manager shuddered at the menacing voice, scrambling to greet the new arrival. Mr. Sure, you're here already? Sorry, I ran into two stubborn jerks who wouldn't listen to a word I said. But rest assured, I'm kicking them out right now won't delay you at all. Get lost, you useless piece of trash. Can't even handle a simple task? I had to come myself. Which animal dared to disrespect me like this? Mr. Sure pushed the manager aside with a curse, sweeping his gaze around the room until it landed on Chen Fan and Ren Annie. Damn it! You two are looking for trouble, aren't you? Mr. Sure slammed his fist on the table mid-sentence, his menacing expression genuinely startling Ren Annie. Chen Fan glanced sideways at him, replying with a casual tone, I'm looking for trouble. What are you gonna do about it? Oh ho, you're challenging me, Shurfun? Mr. Sure's expression instantly turned icy. The manager added, you little punk, Mr. Sure is the head of security for the Jinling Chamber of Commerce. Ask around here who doesn't step aside the moment they see him? What are you, some nobody daring to talk back to him? Let me tell you, even big shots like Shui Luo from Shangbao District wouldn't dare give Mr. Sure attitude. Even the chamber's chairman Ian greets him proactively. Hearing the manager's boastful praise, Shurfun felt thoroughly satisfied. He looked down on Chen Fan with a condescending squint, his toes lightly tapping the floor as he waited for the man to kneel and apologize. Chen Fan, however, stroked his chin thoughtfully before replying with deadpan seriousness, Security chief? That's just the top dog among the watchdogs, right? Chen Fan's offhand remark instantly ignited Shurfun's fury. You got the guts to say that again? Got donkey hair stuffed in your ears? Chen Fan, propped up on his elbow, showed no sign of panic. That smirk on his face made even Ren Annie wince in nervous relief. Mr. Chen, it's better to avoid trouble than stir it up. Don't pour fuel on the fire. Whoa, so this little chick is actually this pretty? I was too far away earlier to get a good look. If I'd known she was such a beauty, I wouldn't have cursed her out so viciously. Shurfun finally snapped out of it, his eyes lighting up with delight as he turned to Ren Annie, his gaze thick with lecherous intent. Let's be friends. I'll spare your comrades. How about it? With that, Shurfun extended his hand toward Ren Annie with a lecherous grin. Snap. Just as his hand was about to touch Ren Annie's cheek, Chen Fan grabbed his wrist and twisted it backward. Everyone heard a sharp crack. The next second, Shurfun was flung to the ground, his wrist snapped clean in two. The shattered bone protruded through the flesh, blood gushing relentlessly. The sight alone was enough to make one's scalp crawl. Chapter 153, Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers in Jinling. Ah! The agonized scream echoed throughout the area. Even then, Chen Fan showed no mercy. He shifted his weight, planting his foot squarely on Shurfun's chest and applying pressure with hidden force. Fighting fire with fire? I know that too, he said. Chen Fan's tone sounded utterly casual, his expression showing no sign of anger. Yet the more composed he appeared, the more terrified the manager and others became. They felt as if Chen Fan had gone mad. No one could predict what he might do next. Shurfun had terrorized this area for years, never facing any real challenge. Yet Chen Fan had come in and snapped his arm. Remember, he was a martial artist. Crippling his hand was more agonizing than killing him. Damned beast! Sherfin continued to growl under his breath. Never in his entire life had he felt such excruciating, bone-piercing agony. You wait for me, you little bastard. If you've got the guts, don't leave. Someone will come to deal with you soon, ah. Though pinned under Chin Fan's foot, Sherfin still barked defiantly, his voice a shrill, incessant wail. He was so brazen because the big shot backing him was about to make an appearance. With numerous skilled fighters accompanying the other party, Chin Fan would certainly be in for a world of trouble if he dared to provoke them. If I wanted to leave, I would have left long ago. Why wait until now? Chen Fan remained unflappable, replying calmly, if you must blame someone, blame this manager for hurling insults without cause. Otherwise, my friend and I would have left long ago, and you wouldn't have had to suffer this. The manager's face turned green the moment Chen Fan mentioned his name. He shivered and stumbled backward, wishing he could dig a hole and bury himself right then and there. Had he known his arrogant words would lead to such dire consequences, he wouldn't have dared utter a peep earlier. He would have politely escorted this important guest out and called it a day. But now, it was too late for words. You. Chan Fan realized the whole mess was the manager's fault for shooting his mouth off. He shot him a death glare. His face was already terrifying enough normally, but now it was as pale as paper, making him look even more ghostly. The manager was too scared to look him in the eye, silently praying for himself. Meanwhile, Sherfin's henchmen, though inwardly panicked, dared not make a move. They could only anxiously glance outside, hoping their boss would arrive soon. Seeing his men standing there like a bunch of idiots, Sherfin's temper flared. He growled lowly, "What are you all staring at? Grab my phone and call Chairman Ian. Now." Only then did the henchmen snap out of their daze and scramble to bend over and operate the device. "Big brother, should I help you up?" The henchman fumbling with the phone couldn't understand. If Sherfin could yell at them, he must have the strength to get up. Why was he still lying at Chen Fan's feet, not fighting back? But they had no idea that Sherfin wasn't choosing not to fight back, he simply couldn't. He couldn't fathom it either. Chen Fan looked skinny as a rail, yet the foot pressing down on him felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, leaving him utterly powerless to move a muscle. Get lost. Call for backup now. Sherfin didn't want his men to witness such humiliation. He hurled a cursed order, shoving his subordinate aside. Mr. Chen, Jinling is full of hidden dangers. If he summons someone troublesome, we could be in serious trouble, Ren Annie whispered cautiously. I am the dragon. Anyone else who comes is a worm. No need to fear. Chen Fan's domineering words instantly silenced Ren Annie. Though arrogant, considering the surprises Chen Fan had delivered these past days, his confidence felt justified. The henchman grabbed the phone and immediately called Ian Chi. Chairman Ian, urgent. Come to the cafe immediately. Our boss ran into a martial artist while clearing the area and got taken down by that guy. The situation's deadlocked. You gotta come fix this fast, or my boss is done for. Ian Chi never dreamed that Sherfin and his underling would prove so useless. All that groveling and fawning he'd done to them, and now they dropped the ball at the critical moment, forcing him to step in. What a joke. Hold on a moment. Ian Chi cleared his throat, covering the receiver as he turned to the man beside him. The man beside him was none other than Xiao He, the young master of the Xiao family. He had sent Sherfin and the others to clear out the cafe precisely to ensure proper hospitality for this young master of the Xiao family. Young Master Xiao, I'm terribly sorry, but Ian Chi gestured slightly. Xiao He understood immediately, waving his hand and saying, go ahead. Thank you for your understanding, young Master Xiao. Hearing this, Ian Chi felt as if he'd been granted a pardon. He practically ran out the door. Only after confirming Xiao He couldn't hear his phone ring did he angrily demand of the person on the other end, you bunch of useless fools. Don't you know how important today's event is? What's that troublemaker's name? Sherfin is a martial artist, after all how could he get trampled like that? Chairman Ian, that kid looked frail as a flower, like some pretty boy. But the moment Sherfin's boss went at him, the kid suddenly unleashed astonishing strength and snapped Sherfin's boss's hand. What? There's such a capable person? Ian Chi's expression darkened at this. Gritting his teeth, he ordered emphatically, young Master Xiao is right here in my reception room. He's about to head out to that coffee shop. I don't care if you have to beg or fight tooth and nail by the time we arrive, that cafe better be empty. If not, you know what happens. Martial arts matters were beyond Ian Chi's control, otherwise, he wouldn't be constantly fawning over Sherfin and his gang of underlings. Now some formidable youngster had appeared out of nowhere, capable of snapping Sherfin's hand with ease. Going there would be nothing but a suicide mission. Ian Chi wasn't that foolish. After ending the call, Ian Chi tiptoed back to the reception hall, his heart pounding with anxiety. The rare visit of the Xiao family's second young master to Jinling, coupled with the opportunity he'd secured to host him, had Ian Chi's mind entirely occupied with how to curry favor with this young master to secure more investments. Therefore, regardless of the chaos outside, he would do everything in his power to satisfy Xiao He's every need. Not a single mistake could be made. Seeing Ian Chi return, Xiao He gave him a half smile. Is everything arranged at the coffee shop? When can we go? Xiaohe cherished that cafe because he once founded a small company in Jinling, right near it. Although he later returned home to inherit the family business and sold that small company, he still held deep affection for that particular cafe. Rarely returning, he naturally wanted to revisit its atmosphere. Fear what you dread, and it comes to pass. Inchi was racking his brains trying to figure out how to keep Xiaohe around longer, or even cancel the coffee shop trip altogether, when unexpectedly, the other party started urging him on. But since Xiaohe had already asked, Inchi couldn't say no. He steeled himself and replied, "Young Master Xiao, it's all taken care of. They just called me to confirm. Let's go." Xiaohe saw the unease in Inchi's eyes, though he couldn't fathom why such a minor matter would unsettle him. Shrugging it off, he fastened his suit jacket and followed Inchi out the door. However, Inchi's nerves were shot. By the time they reached the elevator, he couldn't hold back any longer. Summoning his courage, he suddenly dropped to his knees before Xiaohe with a thud. Xiaohe frowned. "Chairman In, what are you doing? Did your legs give out?" "No, young Master Xiao. The truth is, I lied earlier. There's been a problem at the coffee shop. We really shouldn't go there." "Ha?" Xiaohe had expected some major incident to have frightened Inchi into such a state, only to hear it was about the coffee shop. This was truly beyond his comprehension. "It's just clearing out the place. What kind of trouble could there be?" Inchi dared not hold back and spilled everything. "Young Master Xiao, I'm truly sorry. I never imagined they'd fail at such a minor task. To be fair, it's not entirely their fault. People as skilled as Shifun are rare indeed. Who knows where that kid came from?" Whether it was Shifun or Xiaohe, Inchi couldn't afford to offend the powerful forces backing either of them. He could only try to play both sides, hoping to resolve this smoothly. "Alright, you may rise. Kneeling before me over such a trifling matter? You're a rather pathetic chairman." Xiaohe chuckled lightly, seemingly unconcerned by the incident. Inchi exhaled a long breath, scrambling to his feet. Trembling, he asked, "Young Master Xiao, where shall we go next?" "Just to the coffee shop. Your men are useless, but mine aren't so incompetent. That brat dared to challenge us and pick a fight. How could I let him get away with such insolence?" Xiaohe was a prominent young master who had made a name for himself in Jiangnan. How could he possibly accept being humiliated in this backwater of Jinling? He had no intention of avoiding Chen Fan. Instead, he intended to confront the challenge head-on, letting his men teach this arrogant upstart a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. Not to mention, as the second young master of the Xiao family, Xiaohe had been trained in martial arts since childhood. His prowess ranked among the elite of the younger generation in the entire Jiangnan region. Naturally, he was confident he wouldn't need to lift a finger today. Simply sending any of his men to face off against the opponent would be enough to easily take him down. Chapter 154, One Wave Follows Another. On the way, Inchi observed Xiaohe's confident demeanor and couldn't help but marvel at the vast chasm between people. A situation that seemed utterly impossible to handle in his own eyes was nothing to Xiaohe. This only strengthened Inchi's resolve to cultivate a relationship with Xiaohe. With such a figure, once connected, his family's generations of prosperity and glory would be assured. To achieve this goal, Inchi deliberately changed the subject. "By the way, young Master Xiao, did you come to Jinling suddenly for the Yi family's martial arts match for marriage? A martial arts competition for a bride? Is that truly happening?" Inchi replied, "Indeed. The Yi family has already set the date and location. It shouldn't be cancelled on a whim. This is truly peculiar." Hearing Inchi speak with such certainty, Xiaohe stroked his chin. I really can't fathom what old he was thinking. Turning down such a suitable match as the Fu family, just who did he set his sights on? While I'm not overly impressed with Fu Qinggong myself, compared to other men from the provincial capital, he's actually quite decent. He'd be more than suitable for He Xian. Suddenly breaking off the engagement is utterly baffling. Inchi quickly chimed in, "Exactly. This whole thing is bizarre." And then He Hong inexplicably set the location for the martial arts match to be held in our Jinling. Honestly, a backwater like Jinling has no real martial arts masters to speak of. Even my own daughter, I wouldn't let her look for a husband in such a small place. Yet He Hong did the exact opposite, as if he had some ulterior motive. "Young Master Xiao, you haven't married yet either, have you? If you're still unattached, why not consider joining this martial arts matchmaking event? That way, those provincial upstarts can witness true martial prowess firsthand. It'll keep those pretentious nobodies from showing up in our backwater town thinking there's something special." "Ha!" Xiaohe merely gave a faint smile, choosing not to engage further. Whether he genuinely had no interest in becoming He Hong's son-in-law, or harbored other intentions, remained unknown. Inchi believed the answer must be the latter. Otherwise, why would someone of Xiaohe's stature travel all the way out to a backwater place like theirs? What else could it be about? By the time they finished speaking, the two had already arrived at the first cafe. Just then, Ren Annie's phone rang. The caller was none other than her troublemaking younger brother, Ren Chang. He'd gotten into a fight with someone while out with his rowdy friends and was now stuck there, unable to leave. Ren Annie was utterly exasperated.
With their elders having just passed away, Rin Chang was out causing trouble again, truly a source of endless worry. Don't worry. I believe the previous incident taught Xiao Chang a lesson. This time, it might not be his fault. I'll go with you to check it out. Thank you, Mr. Chen, Ran Annie said, touched. Though Shifan was reluctant to let Chen Fan go, he had no power to stop him. In fact, he felt a bit relieved. Once Chen Fan was gone, he wouldn't be trampled underfoot, allowing him to save face. The moment the two left, Yin Chi and his group entered the cafe. Who's causing trouble in this cafe? Step out and show yourself. Yin Chi swept the room with a fierce glare the moment he entered. To his surprise, he saw no strangers, only Shifan, sitting there covered in dust and dirt, having his wounds bandaged by his men. Shifan, where's the guy who hit you? They're gone. Shifan gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand despite the pain, and bowed deeply to Xiao He. His face filled with remorse as he said, Young master, I failed to handle the matter properly. I truly apologize. Shifan didn't recognize Xiao He, but his demeanor alone told him this must be the influential figure Yin Chi had spoken of so often. He cautiously addressed him first. Young Master Xiao, what do you think we should do? With Xiao He present, Yin Chi dared not act on his own initiative and left the decision to him. Xiao He didn't press Shifan further. He waved his hand and said, You've worked hard. Go get your hand treated at the hospital first. That kid got lucky escaping. Keep a close watch these next couple days. If you manage to track him down, I'll have my men avenge you. Shifan felt deeply touched by these words. He hadn't expected such an influential figure to be so approachable, and to even offer to help him seek vengeance. He immediately nodded and said, Thank you, young Master Xiao. I will definitely find that bastard. With that, Shifan headed to the hospital, supported by his men. Watching them depart, Xiao He turned to Yin Chi with a hint of displeasure. Your Jinling Merchants Guild may be a small-time operation, but surely not every Tom, Dick, and Harry should be able to walk all over you? These thugs are pathetic. I'll arrange some replacements for you guys who will blow them out of the water. Yin Chi, flattered beyond measure, promptly forgot all about Shifan. He nodded repeatedly, saying, That would be absolutely wonderful. Anyone recommended by young Master Xiao must be top-notch. With that, I won't have to live in fear anymore, ha. At the same time, Ren Chang, his face a bloody mess from the beating, sat slumped in a nightclub hallway, seething with pent-up rage he couldn't vent. Just as Chen Fan had said, Ren Chang hadn't started any trouble this time. He'd come to celebrate his friend's birthday peacefully. But just as they were getting into the party spirit, a beautiful woman stumbled into their private room, fell to her knees before Ren Chang, and begged him to save her. As the saying goes, heroes can't resist a beautiful woman. Ren Chang considered himself quite well connected in Jinling, so he agreed to help without hesitation. Little did he expect that the moment he helped the woman sit down, a man roughly his age but with a far more stern expression stormed in, insisting on taking her away. Having pledged to protect the woman, Ren Chang naturally wouldn't let him have his way. Unfortunately, his strength proved insufficient. He was beaten black and blue by the bodyguards the man had called, and both he and his friend were thrown out of the private room. Useless piece of trash. You think you can play the hero? Do you really think you can snatch a woman I've set my sights on? Don't think your little status in Jinling lets you defy me. Compared to the Yao family, you're nothing. I rarely come to Jinling. If you lot don't come crawling to kiss my ass, that's one thing. But you actually come looking for trouble? Next time, you better believe I'll beat you to death. Yao Shangtian looked down on Ren Chang with utter contempt, belittling him relentlessly until he felt utterly worthless. Though Ren Chang seethed inwardly, he knew he was no match for this man, who was surrounded by a dozen burly bodyguards. He could only swallow his anger and keep silent. Truth be told, Ren Chang hadn't called Ren Annie because he truly believed her arrival would solve the problem. Rather, he hoped she'd bring Chen Fan along. After all, Chen Fan was a formidable fighter. Don't get so cocky. It's just about who's got the harder fists, right? I know this really tough guy. Once my sister brings him over later, he'll knock all of you flat in no time. TSK. How did you manage to be even more useless than I imagined? After getting beaten up, I thought you'd call your brothers for backup. Instead, you call your sister? Why not just call your mom? Bring your mom over, and I might even show her some respect. Humph. Yao Shangtian wore a look of utter contempt, convinced Ren Chang was just a stubborn fool, all talk and no action. If he got beaten to death, he'd have only himself to blame. Young master, don't speak like that. This kid's sister is gorgeous. She's considered the top beauty in all of Jinling. One of Yao Shangtian's men, a native of Jinling, knew Ren Chang and Ren Annie's background well. He chimed in with exaggerated praise, hoping to curry favor with Yao Shangtian. Oh? Is she really that beautiful? That's quite something. Kid, if your sister can please me well enough, I'll let you go today. But if that woman shows up and acts as arrogant as you, I'll make both of you suffer. Hearing this, Ren Chang's expression shifted slightly. Don't get too cocky. If my sister comes alone, she might not be much help to me. But she has Mr. Chen's full support. Taking on all of you by herself wouldn't be a problem.
Before Yao Shangtian could scoff, a series of hurried footsteps approached from afar, carrying a note of anxious concern. Xiao Chang, are you okay? Chapter 155, The Yao Family Rules, You're an Idiot. Before everyone's eyes, Renani rushed to Rin Chang's side, her face flushed with panic. Seeing her younger brother beaten to a pulp, her heart ached unbearably. Rin Chang had no heart to hear Renani's concern. The moment his eyes fell upon Chen Fan, they suddenly lit up. Mr. Chen, with you here, I can finally relax. I was minding my own business at the nightclub when this jerk not only beat me and my friends senseless but also bragged about going after my sister. You absolutely cannot let him off the hook. As Rin Chang spoke, he pointed an accusing finger at Yao Shangtian, looking every bit the elementary schooler tattling to a teacher. The kid was actually pretty smart. He only told Chen Fan that Yao Shangtian's men had beaten him up. Chen Fan might not have stepped in for him otherwise. But now, upon hearing that Yao Shangtian had set his sights on Renani, Chen Fan's eyes instantly sharpened. Renani possessed a Purian constitution, the very key to activating his innate chi body. For these guys to try snatching it from his grasp was downright audacious. Got it. You and your sister go rest over there. Chen Fan gave a casual order, seemingly unconcerned about this potential trouble. Oh ho, I was expecting a whole crowd. Turns out it's just you, you little punk? Yao Shangtian sneered. Where'd you get the guts to act like a big shot in front of me, kid? Ha? Listen up. If you make her sleep with me tonight, I'll let all three of you walk away. Otherwise, your fate won't be much better than that of Rin Chang. Even if Chen Fan weren't this frail-looking, skinny guy, but a burly, muscular brute, how could he possibly stand alone against Yao Shangtian's dozen bodyguards? That was nothing but a pipe dream. Glancing at Yao Shangtian's revolting smirk, Chen Fan slowly rolled up his sleeves and spoke calmly. Scum like you who bully others with force deserve to die in the most gruesome way possible. Ha! You must be out of your mind. The ones who'll die in agony are you three. Yao Shangtian here has never lost a fight since childhood. Open your blind eyes and see how many men stand guard around me. You alone? Chen Fan froze. Yao Shangtian? What's your relationship with Yao Beina? You know your stuff. My cousin is the dancing queen of Jiangnan. Yao Shangtian sneered. Chen Fan pondered for a moment before saying, out of respect for my acquaintance with Yao Beina, if you apologize to Rin Chang and cover his medical expenses, today's incident will be forgotten. Since the Yao family had close ties with Yi Hong, Chen Fan figured it was better to avoid trouble than stir it up. There was no need to actually fight this fool. Otherwise, Yi Hong might find himself caught in the middle, making things awkward for him. But how could Yao Shangtian possibly accept such terms? He walked around with his chest puffed out in the provincial capital, let alone in a small, shabby place like Jinling. Who the hell do you think you are? You know my cousin? My cousin is a lady of distinction. Does she need some lowlife like you to give her face? As for me apologizing to you lot? That's utter nonsense, a complete joke. Whoosh. Yao Shangtian was still sneering at Chen Fan, completely oblivious to what was happening. He only felt a chill breeze brush past his ears. By the time his senses returned, he was sprawled flat on his back like a turtle. The scene sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. No one had anticipated Chen Fan possessed such formidable strength. Renani couldn't make sense of it, but Rin Chang saw everything clearly. In a flash faster than lightning, Chen Fan had soared into the air, instantly evading the bodyguards and striking straight at the heart of the matter, a kick that slammed into Yao Shangtian's chest. Yao Shangtian then fell backward stiffly, his head making intimate contact with the floor. Such martial prowess truly befitted a martial arts master. This brother-in-law, he was convinced. You dared to strike young Master Yao? Before they knew it, Yao Shangtian's bodyguards belatedly launched a coordinated assault on Chen Fan. Unfortunately, their assault proved utterly ineffective, leaving them merely to take a beating. Within a dozen seconds, a large number lay sprawled on the ground. Yao Shangtian and his entire contingent of formidable bodyguards, not a single one spared, were all knocked down, utterly incapable of putting up any fight. Mr. Chen, I knew you could do it. You're incredible, one man against an army. Rin Chang watched from the sidelines, his blood boiling with excitement as he waved his arms wildly. Chen Fan smiled, looking down on Yao Shangtian from above. You were bragging about how strong this bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab warriors were, but they don't seem that impressive to me. You? Yao Shangtian was so stunned he couldn't speak. In all his years hustling in the provincial capital, he'd never encountered anyone as formidable as Chen Fan. Even those so-called grandmasters wouldn't stand a chance against his team of bodyguards. Who exactly is this kid standing before us? When had Jinling produced such a figure? How come he'd never heard of him before? Smack! Chen Fan bent down and slapped him 3 times. What do you mean, what? Don't you know exactly what you should be saying right now? You hit me? Smack! 3 more slaps. Chen Fan rubbed his wrists impatiently. Think again about what you should say. Yao Shangtian's ears rang from the blows, making him feel like he was going deaf. But he wasn't stupid. He understood Chen Fan wanted him to apologize. Faced with such a vast power disparity, Yao Shangtian chose to bow his head. Though seething with resentment, he obediently addressed Rin Chang. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have ordered my men to attack you, nor should I have spoken recklessly or made advances toward your sister. I know I was wrong. Just tell me how much medical expenses you need, and I'll pay it. The last few words dripped with bitter resignation. The words seemed to be squeezed through gritted teeth, betraying his unwillingness yet helplessness. What did you say? Ren Chang snapped. That's too quiet. Can't you speak up? Ren Chang had been thoroughly humiliated by them earlier. Now that he finally had his chance, he wasn't about to let them off easily. He chose to turn the tables, insisting Yao Shangtian apologize loudly to him. You! Yao Shangtian considered himself a golden child, never bowing to anyone. Those earlier words had already exhausted his patience. Seeing Rin Chang wouldn't relent, Yao Shangtian threw caution to the wind and snapped, You dog, don't push your luck. I, Yao Shangtian, am not some lowlife you can bully at will. Apologizing to you is already giving you face. If my grandfather finds out about this, you won't get off scot-free. Your grandfather's name is Yao Yiming, right? I just met him today. Who'd have thought that old gentleman, who seemed so approachable, could have a grandson like you? A real piece of work. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. I'll give you 1 minute. If your apology doesn't satisfy Rin Chang, prepare for your grandfather to bury you. He already had a poor impression of the Yao family. Now that they'd bullied his friend's younger brother and remained so arrogant, he naturally intended to deliver a severe punishment. Yao Shangtian detected the unwavering resolve in Chen Fan's tone. He dared not press his advantage any further and could only bow his head in apology once more. Not only must you apologize to me, but you must also. Alright, let bygones be bygones. The Yao family is a distinguished lineage, it wouldn't do to antagonize them too deeply. I won't pursue the medical expenses either. Let's call it even. Ren Chang had intended to press the issue further, but Ren Annie cut him off. Chen Fan wasn't afraid of the Yao family's influence, but Ren Annie had to think twice. Though the Ren family's main branch was also in the provincial capital, it had long been in decline and couldn't compare to the Yao family. This time, Ren Chang had pushed things to the brink. Once the Yao family learned of this incident, they would certainly not let it rest. Chen Fan sensed Ren Annie's resentment and decided not to press the matter further. But Yao Shangtian, emboldened beyond measure, sneered, Good to know the Yao family's got clout. I'll settle this score sooner or later. Whoosh! The sound faded as a powerful blow struck Yao Shangtian squarely on the forehead, leaving 2 distinct characters etched into his skin, idiot. Yao Shangtian yelped in pain, unable to wipe away the words no matter how hard he tried. Your Yao family is awesome, and you're an idiot. Perfectly matched. Chen Fan tossed out the parting shot, leading away a chuckling Rin Chang and a worried Rin Annie. You bastard! This isn't over. Even after walking a considerable distance, they could still hear Yao Shangtian's enraged, humiliated shouts. Chapter 156, The Master in the Backwater. While Yao Shangtian seethed with indignation, his cousin Yao Beina was vividly recounting today's encounter with Mu Yuanbai to her grandfather, Yao Yiming. Grandpa, you should have seen it. That Mu Yuanbai didn't have a shred of a master's dignity. He acted like some lowly lackey, groveling to that Chen Fan like he needed favors. I used to think Grandpa he was being unreasonable insisting Xian marry him, but now it seems this Chen Fan isn't entirely without merit. Yao Yiming hadn't witnessed the Mu Yuanbai incident firsthand, so he ultimately didn't take it too seriously. Even if he had some talent, could he possibly compare to Fu Chenggong? Just in terms of birth, he was miles behind. If He Hong truly valued Chen Fan just because he knew a few tricks of the trade, then he was either senile or had been brainwashed and bewitched by Chen Fan. Otherwise, I simply couldn't fathom why he'd abandoned such a promising son-in-law as Fu Chenggong to choose this nobody instead. Yao Beina nodded in agreement, her thoughts mirrored her grandfather's. Talented young men were a dime a dozen. Even if they truly didn't want to marry into the Fu family, they could easily find someone with far better credentials. There was absolutely no reason to set their sights on someone like Chen Fan. Grandfather, I think we should keep Yao Shangtian from participating in the martial arts match for marriage. The He family has hyped this event to the skies. Countless skilled fighters will compete, and Yao Shangtian's martial arts aren't particularly formidable. He won't win the championship. Besides, with Yao Shangtian's temperament, pairing him with He Xian would only bring harm to Xian. What if He Hong turns against us over this? The cost would far outweigh any benefit. Though Yao Beina was jealous of He Xian, they were still close friends. She knew better than anyone what kind of person her cousin was. Yao Yiming, however, dismissed her concerns. Nana, you're misunderstanding. I never expected Yao Shangtian to stand out. As you said, his half-baked skills can't beat real masters. I just wanted him to get some experience on stage, to temper his sharp edges and help cool his temper, nothing more. I heard that Xiao Yan, the head of the Xiao family, has also arranged for members of his clan to participate in this martial arts match for marriage. Compared to them, they're the real dark horses. We're just here to make up the numbers. Why? Yao Beina asked in puzzlement. The Xiao family isn't particularly outstanding in martial arts, is it?
Though the Xiao family has kept a low profile in martial arts these past years, I know full well they've been secretly training their young.
Their new generation is exceptionally strong, each one a formidable opponent. Besides, if they truly intend to marry He Xian, who would be foolish enough to compete against them?
Most importantly, I heard that besides sending their own disciples to compete, Xiaoyan also arranged for several martial officials to come observe.
They're likely here to recruit talent for the family.
Just think about it, establishing connections with the Xiao family is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Those people would go easy on the Xiao family's children just to curry favor with him.
After hearing her grandfather's analysis, Yao Beina pondered thoughtfully, Grandpa, if things unfold exactly as you describe, wouldn't the Xiao family inevitably emerge as the ultimate winners? Not necessarily, Yao Yiming countered bluntly. Fu Chenggong isn't willing to give up, is he?
He'll likely choose to persevere until the very end. Regardless of who wins or loses, that Chen Fan definitely won't be the one taking the top prize. At this point, Yao Yiming suddenly snorted coldly. Just thinking about this makes me furious. Today I tried to reason with He Hong, urging him to be sensible and not stake everything on a piece of trash like Chen Fan. Not only did he ignore my advice, but he accused me of looking down on people with my dog's eyes. Fine, then I'll see just how high his standards really are.
Just as Yao Beina envied He Xian, Yao Yiming deeply resented He Hong.
With comparable abilities, the other was the Northern King, while he was nothing. Because he was the one in charge at home, Yao Yiming's jealousy had gradually turned into hatred. If he weren't so powerless, he would definitely find a way to kill He Hong. Yao Beina understood her grandfather's feelings and suggested with a smile, now outsiders think He Hong genuinely intends to choose his son-in-law through a martial arts competition, but they don't know he's already secretly decided on Chen Fan. When Chen Fan loses, we'll expose this truth before everyone. Let's see where He Hong can hide his old face then. You and grandfather are truly on the same page. That's exactly what I had in mind, ha. Yao Yiming stroked his beard with delight, eager for the martial arts match to arrive. Just as grandfather and grandson were laughing heartily, anticipating He Hong's humiliation, Yao Shangtian was carried back by his bodyguards. A large band-aid was plastered across his forehead, seemingly concealing something.
Shangtian?
Seeing his grandson covered in injuries and looking utterly disheveled, Yao Yiming's expression changed dramatically.
What happened? Who beat you up like this? It must be Rin Xuan. No one else would. Yao Shangtian had originally intended to reveal Chen Fan's identity, hoping his grandfather would avenge him. But then he thought about it. If even some nobody could beat him and his men to a pulp like that, what face would he have left if he spilled the beans? I was pretty drunk at the time and didn't see who we got into a fight with. Anyway, that kid was a real fighter. He took down every single one of my bodyguards. I'm sorry, grandfather. I'm such a failure. I've brought shame upon you. Seeing Yao Shangtian's utterly despondent expression, Yao Yiming grew frantic.
This kid had always been fearless, but now he'd completely changed his attitude, actively acknowledging his shortcomings.
It genuinely shocked him. How could you be useless? You're the pride of the Yao family.
Though your strength isn't extraordinary, that guy managed to break through so many bodyguards and beat you up like this.
It shows his power is truly out of the ordinary. Losing to someone like that isn't shameful. But how did such a master emerge from this backwater of Jinling?
Even a grandmaster like Fu Chenggong would likely struggle to single-handedly take down the bodyguards I assigned to you with ease.
Could it be that the martial artists coming for the Yi family's martial arts competition and matchmaking event arrived early?
The more Yao Yiming pondered it, the stranger the whole affair seemed.
Yet after his lengthy monologue, Yao Shangtian remained silent for a long while, unwilling to elaborate. Stop playing dumb, will you? What's the deal with these guys? Yao Beina stamped her foot. Her younger cousin had been beaten up. How could she, as his older sister, feel comfortable about that? They don't seem particularly influential, but their strength is terrifying, Yao Shangtian admitted honestly. I've faced countless masters before, but never felt such fear as today. His speed was blinding, his power overwhelming. My chest still throbs unbearably. I wonder if he really kicked me into serious injury. Enough. Stop talking. Go upstairs and rest immediately. I'll call a doctor to examine you. Yao Yiming didn't press further, urging the bodyguards to escort Yao Shangtian upstairs to recuperate. Yao Beina watched Yao Shangtian's limping figure ascend the stairs, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. She knew her cousin well enough to realize his account was exaggerated. Yet the bloodied, bruised bodyguards and her cousin's obvious serious injury did, to some extent, prove the formidable strength of their opponents. It seemed the participants in this martial arts match for marriage were no ordinary foes. Even Fu Chenggong and the Xiao family might not necessarily come out on top. Meanwhile, at the He residence, He Hong watched He Xian sitting blankly on the sofa and couldn't help asking with concern, Xian, weren't you supposed to go shopping with Nana today? Why do you look so upset? Did someone upset you? Hearing her grandfather's question, He Xian opened her mouth but hesitated, unable to speak. She didn't want to tell He Hong that seeing Chen Fan getting all cozy with another woman had left her feeling uneasy. She had always despised Chen Fan, looked down on him completely, and never gave him a second thought.
If she admitted she was inexplicably jealous of him now, Grandpa would surely laugh at her.
Nothing, Grandpa. I'm just a bit tired from shopping today.
Honestly, I still don't understand why you disapprove of Fu Qinggong, and I'm even more baffled by how you could possibly think Chen Fan would be a suitable match for me.
Why don't we compromise?
I won't marry brother Qinggong, but you can't force me to marry Chen Fan either.
How about that?
He Xian tried to negotiate with He Hong, expecting her doting grandfather to agree to this compromise. But to her surprise, He Hong refused without a moment's hesitation.
Xian, would your grandfather ever harm you?
I've already explained why I won't let you marry Fu Qinggong. He is not as good as you think, and the Fu family's motives for wanting you as their daughter-in-law aren't pure. He Hong advised earnestly. He Xian retorted indignantly, Fu Qinggong is no good, but does that mean Chen Fan is? You're clearly applying double standards. Whether Chen Fan is suitable or not, you'll see for yourself during the martial arts match for marriage. If he doesn't win first place, I won't let you marry him either, He Hong reassured her.
Anyway, we'll follow the matchmaking tournament process. Whoever emerges victorious will become my grandson-in-law. Is that acceptable?
He Hong clearly had immense confidence in Chen Fan, which was why he spoke so decisively. He Xian sneered coldly, fine, I suppose. But I think you'd better encourage Chen Fan to withdraw early.
Otherwise, if he were to die during the competition, wouldn't you be heartbroken?
Hearing his granddaughter's sarcastic tone, He Hong burst into laughter.
Chen Fan absolutely won't die.
In my mind, he's got this championship in the bag.
Oomph, Grandpa.
Unless you pull strings for Chen Fan, he stands no chance against brother Qinggong. You'd be wise to distance yourself from him now, or better yet, have him withdraw.
If he suffers a humiliating defeat, your reputation will be dragged through the mud too. He Xian snorted, convinced He Hong's unwavering faith in the young man would lead to his downfall. I know what I'm doing. He Hong's expression was a mix of amusement and certainty.
At the end of the day, He Xian was still just a girl.
She didn't know how to judge people and would only be deceived by appearances.
He, however, had long since seen through everything.
Chapter 157, The Honored Guest.
The next morning, barely moments after the sun had risen, Mu Yuanbai eagerly called Chen Fan, reminding him of their prior arrangement.
Chen Fan didn't hesitate, instructing Mu Yuanbai to come to Villa Number 1 in Jiangshan Mansion.
The moment his foot touched the ground, Mu Yuanbai produced the contract, starting with courtesy before getting down to business.
These are the terms for assisting you. Review them first. Mu Yuanbai glanced at the contract's contents and was immediately taken aback. Mr. Chen, your ambitions are truly immense. Mu Yuanbai's reaction alone made it clear, Chen Fan's terms were exceptionally demanding. Forget all that nonsense. I'm asking you sign or not.
Though hesitant, Mu Yuanbai nodded for the sake of the Yin Mountain Taoist arts. He signed the contract and handed it back to Chen Fan. True to his word, Chen Fan immediately demonstrated how to consecrate the 2 copper coins using the Yin Mountain Taoist techniques, generously sharing the method with Mu Yuanbai without holding back. With his Qingwu lineage's foundation, Mu Yuanbai grasped the technique remarkably quickly. After learning it, he was overjoyed. Clasping his fists in a respectful salute, he said to Chen Fan, "Thank you, Mr. Chen. I, Mu Yuanbai, will absolutely keep my word. From now on, no matter what medicinal herbs the Shao family obtains, I will secretly set aside 1/10 to hand over to you. But this must remain absolutely confidential. If anyone finds out, I won't just ruin my reputation, the Shao family will hunt me down and wipe me out." After all this, the contract Chen Fan had Mu Yuanbai sign was essentially for him to procure medicinal herbs from the Shao family. Though he now owned several herbal shops, these establishments dealt only in common medicinal herbs. While profitable, they rarely encountered true heavenly treasures.
The renowned Shao family of Jiangnan was different. Virtually every herb they handled was a rare, hard-to-find variety. Even though Mu Yuanbai only took a 10% cut from the deals, the small gains added up. This approach was far quicker than Chen Fan trying to source herbs on his own. Rest assured, I won't be so foolish. I'll safeguard this contract carefully. Heaven knows, earth knows, I know as long as you proceed with caution, there won't be a single slip-up. Excellent. My deepest gratitude, Mr. Chen. Having each gotten what they needed, Chen Fan dismissed Mu Yuanbai after the matter was settled. Come noon, he stepped out of his home to attend a luncheon invitation. This guy's injuries had fully healed. Last night, he sent a message wanting to grab a meal to express his gratitude. Since he had nothing else to do, Chen Fan accepted the invitation. At the same time, in the VIP room Shi Yi had reserved in advance, besides Shi Yi who had been waiting there, Shi Fan, the man who had been thoroughly taught a lesson by Chen Fan in the coffee shop yesterday, was also present. "Brother, you've been so heartless. Ever since you joined the Northern King, you haven't returned home for 7 or 8 whole years. The past 2 years on the battlefield were one thing, but now that you're back and living in Jinling, why not come home? If I hadn't run into you on the street today and stubbornly followed you here, you probably wouldn't even have bothered to see your own brother, right?" It turned out that when Shi Yi was heading out for his rendezvous, he happened to run into Shi Fan, who was preparing to drive to meet a friend.
Shurfen caught him red-handed. Shurfen had intended to invite Shuryi along for some fun, but Shuryi insisted he had a crucial meeting with someone very important and absolutely couldn't stand them up. Shurfen had no choice but to cancel his plans with friends and shamelessly tag along with Shuryi to the meeting. First, it was a reunion between brothers. Second, he wanted to meet this big shot and expand his connections. I don't contact you guys mainly because of my special status. I've got so many enemies, what if I drag you into trouble? Plus, you're a troublemaker. When I'm not in Jinling, you're always stirring up trouble everywhere. If you had a backer like me, you wouldn't even know your own name anymore. Shia shot his younger brother a sidelong glance and added, what happened to all these injuries on you? Did you get into a fight with someone? Don't even get me started, bro. I've been hit by a string of bad luck. Just because He Hong decided to host some martial arts match for a marriage contest, suddenly all these top fighters have descended on this little Jinling. Shurfen lamented. I used to walk around with my chest puffed out, but yesterday I stumbled into some iron plate out of nowhere. It pisses me off just thinking about it. Honestly, you can't just sit back and do nothing, big bro. You've gotta help me get justice. Shuryi sighed. Shut up. The guy who beat you up like that? Even if I stepped in, I'm not sure I could handle him. Bro, you're just pretending. You're a martial arts grandmaster, the top general under the Northern King. Besides those few experts in Jiangnan, no one can beat you, okay? Shurfen chuckled. You're dreaming. Just a few days ago, Mr. Chen pinned me to the ground and rubbed me into the dirt. Mr. Chen? Shurfen froze, asking, who's that? The honored guest I'm hosting tonight, a true martial arts master. You'd do well to butter him up. If you can win his favor, he might just help you get revenge. Hearing Shur also say that, Shurfen perked up instantly. Wow, not many people can make me admit defeat. This Mr. Chen must be extraordinary. Of course. He injured me pretty badly before. With ordinary treatment, it would have taken at least half a year to heal. Shurye's eyes gleamed with respect. Luckily, he didn't hold a grudge and offered to help. After his treatment, my injuries healed completely that very day. Talk about impressive. 666. Shur knew his brother was an honest man who rarely lied or exaggerated. He was convinced that such a formidable opponent must be a master among masters. As the brothers were talking, a figure pushed open the door and entered. It must be Mr. Chen. Shur Yeti gave a quick nudge, and Shurfen immediately rose with solemn respect, preparing to greet the visitor. But the moment he recognized the visitor's face, his expression darkened to an unfathomable depth, boiling over with rage. Damn it! You dog of a man, you tracked me down here? What's the meaning of this? Trying to finish me off? Chen Fan glanced at Shurfen and asked in a low voice, how did you end up here? This is my brother's VIP lounge. My presence here is perfectly reasonable. But you knowing my brother is here, you still dare to come provoke him? Don't you want to live anymore? Shurfen was quick with his words, but he actually hid behind Shuryi, clearly afraid of Chen Fan. Chen Fan froze, ignoring Shurfen and turning to Shuryi instead. He's your brother? Shurye's face drained of color. He finally understood. So all this time, the expert who beat up his unlucky younger brother was none other than Chen Fan. My apologies, Mr. Chen. My brother has caused you trouble. Bro, what do you mean by that? It was this bastard who beat me up yesterday. Worried his brother might say something he'd regret, Shuryu quickly covered his mouth. His face darkened as he ground out the words through clenched teeth. This is the master I told you about, Mr. Chen. Shut the hell up. Chapter 158, The Merchant's Guild Suppresses the Rin Family. The moment Shuryi spoke, Shurfen, who had been struggling violently, suddenly fell silent. He froze as if struck by lightning, his mind going completely blank. Shuryi held his hand over his mouth for a long moment. Shurfen hadn't uttered a single word, as if stunned into speechlessness. Watching his pathetic younger brother's pitiful state, Shuryi rubbed his temples and apologized to Chen Fan on his behalf. My apologies, Mr. Chen. I had no idea this little brat had offended you. Thank you for sparing his life. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. Yesterday's incident wasn't his fault. It's just that your brother is arrogant and obnoxious, with no filter. That's why I taught him a lesson. Don't take it to heart. Of course not. I know better than anyone how much that brat deserved a beating. You sparing his life was already generous. Shurfen heard his own brother speak of him thus. Though resentment swelled within him, he dared not utter a single word. He could only swallow his anger, head bowed in silence. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and thank Mr. Chen for not taking your worthless life. Shuryi shot a withering glare at Shurfen, urging him to apologize. Shurfen dared not defy him further. He scrambled to his feet, bowed deeply to Chen Fan, clasped his fists together, and said, Mr. Chen, I deeply apologize for my offense. Please show mercy. It's fine. Had I known you were Shurye's younger brother, I wouldn't have beaten you so badly yesterday. Shurfen gave an awkward smile. Not hard at all. You could have seriously injured my brother.
Breaking just one of my arms and 2 ribs shows you held back considerably. I'll write you a prescription later. Go get the herbs yourself, apply them externally and take them internally. You should see improvement within a week. Seeing Shifun was reasonably sensible, Chen Fan nodded. Thank you, Mr. Chen.
Shifun wasn't stupid, he knew how to read the situation.
Once he realized that even if he spent his entire life trying, he would never be a match for Chen Fan, he decisively laid low, choosing to bow down at Chen Fan's feet. As for revenge? Not a single thought crossed his mind. Of course not. Seeking revenge against such a powerhouse would be no different from courting death. After lunch with the Shi brothers, Chen Fan received a call from Ren Chang, who explained that the Ren family was facing serious trouble and sought his assistance. Upon arriving at the Ren residence, the atmosphere was already thick with foreboding. Ren Annie stared at the computer screen with tears in her eyes, a phone book resting beside her. Ren Hua sighed repeatedly for reasons unknown. Everyone looked so gloomy, what could be so serious? Chen Fan felt both amused and exasperated. Mr. Chen, we've been waiting for you. Please, have a seat.
Ren Chang's face lit up with delight, as if he'd found a pillar of support, ushering him to a seat. Through their conversation, Chen Fan learned that the Ren group had been blacklisted by the Jinling Chamber of Commerce. The Jinling Chamber of Commerce had suddenly taken the lead, instructing all of Ren's business partners to suspend their collaborations with them. The reason? Ren Group had been labeled high risk while simultaneously being downgraded to low credit rating. This was clearly deliberate targeting and a baseless accusation. Though not a substantive governing body, the Jinling Chamber of Commerce held considerable authority as the unified trade association for all enterprises in Jinling. Its assessment reports carried significant weight. When they set their sights on a local enterprise, they almost always succeeded. The Ren family initially dispatched representatives to negotiate with the Jinling Chamber of Commerce, hoping to exert pressure. However, the chamber's president, Yin Qi, inexplicably gained the backing of a powerful clan and showed no concern about offending them. The sheer force of the sanctions left the Ren family with no room to resist. That was precisely why Ren Annie had sought out Chen Fan for coffee yesterday, her heart heavy with bitterness. She too was feeling the pressure from this front. Chen Fan fell deep in thought. Why would the Jinling Chamber of Commerce suddenly target the Ren group? Surely it couldn't be the Qian sisters stirring trouble? Those 2 women were merely receptionists. Even if they wanted to cause trouble, they didn't have the clout to do so. Unless they'd been tattling to Imaging, prompting her to intervene. As Yin Qi's confidant, she'd likely been whispering in his ear non-stop. Stop looking so gloomy and seeking help. If the Jinling Chamber of Commerce doesn't change its stance, no matter how many calls you make, those people won't cooperate with you. Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, the one who tied the bell must untie it. Stay home and wait. I'll go to the Jinling Chamber of Commerce to get to the bottom of this. Just wait for my news. Ren Annie urged, Mr. Chen, I know you mean well, but this matter has nothing to do with you. Dragging you into it unnecessarily would be unwise. Besides, you're not a member of the chamber. Even if you go, they'll likely refuse to see you. An hour ago, after the Ren family's representatives returned from failed negotiations, I personally went to speak with them and was turned away at the door. You'd likely face the same fate. Chen Fan understood Ren Annie didn't want him to make a wasted trip, but since this mess started with him, he felt it was his responsibility to resolve it. Don't worry. I have my own way of handling this. With that, Chen Fan strode purposefully out of the Ren residence. Ren Annie watched his retreating figure, a strange bitterness welling up inside her. Ever since she'd met Chen Fan, she hadn't brought him any benefits, only trouble, time and again. To be honest, she felt truly guilty. While Ren Annie was consumed by self-reproach, Imaging basked in triumph within Yin Qi's office. Seeing the Ren family humiliated today had earned her immense prestige. The satisfaction was beyond words. She glanced at Yin Qi, who was dressing nearby, a faint, mocking smile on her lips. Honey, you really need to work out more. Less than 10 minutes and you're done? If you keep being so useless, don't blame me for looking elsewhere. Ouch, why bring that up out of nowhere? I've been swamped these past few days and just a bit tired, that's all. To make it up to you, pick out any new clothes you like from that magazine. Just circle what catches your eye, and I'll have my secretary buy them all for you. His wife's complaint about his inadequacy stung Yinqing's pride, and he quickly changed the subject. That's more like it. Imaging flipped through the magazine with a flutter of pages as she asked, by the way, make sure you handle the Ren family matter properly, okay? Rest assured, Ren Group is doomed. Not a single company in Jinling is working with them now. It won't be long before they're worn down. That's more like it. Imaging nodded in satisfaction and snorted, I've got a spa appointment with my bestie. You focus on work. See you tonight. Having gotten her wish, she grabbed her designer bag, clicked her heels, and sauntered out the door, feeling utterly content. Imaging's life had been incredibly smooth lately. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she got whatever she wanted. Only one wish remained unfulfilled, to bring down the Ren family and reduce Chen Fan to begging on the streets. As if speaking of the devil, just as Imajing was picturing Chen Fan's future misery, his figure suddenly appeared before her.
Chen Fan? What the hell are you doing here, you bastard? Chapter 159, Your president wants you to deal with me? Chen Fan grinned. You have the nerve to ask me? Of course it's because of your little good deeds. Wasn't it you whispering in Inchi's ear to target the Rin family? Now you're playing dumb?
Seeing her backstabbing exposed, Imajing felt a pang of guilt.
But then she thought, what kind of threat was Chen Fan? Even if he knew, what could this guy do besides take it like a good little boy?
Chen Fan, times have changed.
The Rin family behind you can no longer back you up. Coming to beg for mercy is actually the best move.
Maybe, just maybe, I might spare you out of respect for your former mother-in-law.
Idiot. Chen Fan brushed past Imajing and headed straight for Inchi. You. Imajing gritted her teeth and gave chase.
At that moment, Inchi was pondering how to improve his endurance.
Seeing Chen Fan approach, he frowned. Who are you? Who gave you permission to barge in? I'm here to warn you, Chen Fan stated bluntly. I've heard about the Rin family affair. You have half a day to handle it. If you don't handle it well, your days in this position are numbered. Make the most of this opportunity. Who do you think you are? Threatening me?
Inchi slammed his fist on the table, eyes bulging with fury. Chen Fan heard this and smiled faintly. I'm someone you can't afford to mess with.
With that, Chen Fan turned and walked away.
His nonchalant demeanor left Imajing, who had risen to prominence later, utterly dumbfounded.
Stop right there.
She'd assumed Chen Fan had come to pick a fight with Inchi. Her mind was already churning out a string of trash talk, ready to thoroughly humiliate this country bumpkin. But to her surprise, he dropped a threat and walked away, leaving Inchi looking like a passive fool who could only take a beating.
Chen Fan, my husband hasn't been chairman for just a day or two. What kind of people hasn't he seen? A penniless toad like you has the nerve to yell at him? If you're here for the Rin family, then get down on your knees and beg my husband like a dog. Otherwise, he can wipe out the Rin family anytime he wants. You believe that?
I don't know if he can wipe out the Rin family, but I know you can wipe him out. Chen Fan shrugged indifferently, speaking slowly. Inchi, you and Imajing are utterly incompatible. That dark cloud hovering over your forehead signals impending disaster. Judging by your current complexion, you'll meet a violent end within 2 days. You bastard, you dare curse me? Inchi dismissed Chen Fan's words entirely, convinced this was merely Chen Fan's desperate attempt to vent his frustration at being powerless to retaliate, nothing more than trash talk meant to sow discord. Whether it's a curse or not, you'll find out soon enough. Seeing Chen Fan's direct, arrogant, and overbearing manner, Imajing angrily tugged at Inchi, exaggerating the situation as she said, Husband, have you lost all your backbone? A respectable Chamber of Commerce president, berated by this little punk right to your face, and now he turns and walks away so arrogantly. If you can tolerate this, then you really are a complete loser. Already seething, Inchi's rage boiled over at Imajing's words. He immediately bellowed for his secretary to summon security. Before long, Shifan rushed in with his team, passing right by Chen Fan. Spotting Chen Fan there, Shifan instantly forgot his mission, halting in his tracks. He grinned and exchanged pleasantries. Mr. Chen, what brings you here? Oh, I'm here to discuss some matters with your chairman, Chen Fan replied indifferently. Inchi caught up, only to see Shifan fawning over Chen Fan. He was furious. Shifan, have you lost your mind? I called you up here to deal with this bastard, and you're actually chatting with him? Ha! Shifan's expression abruptly changed upon hearing this. He turned to look at Chen Fan, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Mr. Chen, is what he said true? Yes. Chen Fan nodded casually. Why are you looking at me? Your president told you to deal with me. What do you say? Shifan swallowed hard, steeled himself, and said, Mr. Chen, don't mess with me. How could I possibly take you on? You're lucky I'm not the one getting taken down. Shifan, you're just taking my money and not doing your job, right? I order you take out this bastard Chen Fan right now. Sorry, I'm out. Shifan ripped his work badge off his uniform and tossed it to the ground before striding purposefully toward Inchi. Thud. Just as Inchi was about to explode with rage, Shifan landed another punch squarely in his gut. Inchi collapsed instantly, writhing in agony with eyes rolled back, unable to utter a single curse. I've put up with you for far too long. How dare a worthless piece of trash like you boss me around? Now you've even crossed Mr. Chen. If you want to die, die on your own, don't drag me down with you. Are you out of your mind? In Inchi's memory, Shifan had always been fearless. At least in the Golden District, no one could be considered his equal. So why, the moment he faced Chen Fan, did Shifan completely change his tune and turn against his own sugar daddy? You're the one who's crazy. Mess with Mr. Chen? You're asking for death. Shifan spat. Seeing Shifan was actually quite reasonable, Chen Fan gave a slight nod. Cutting your losses in time is the wisest choice. All thanks to Mr. Chen's guidance. Shifan gave an awkward chuckle at the remark. Got a ride? Take me to the Chang residence. I do. Mr. Chen, please.
Without another word, Shurfen stepped forward to lead the way, departing with his entourage. For a moment, only Imaging remained at the scene. He exerted tremendous effort to finally get In-shi, who was as heavy as a pig, onto the sofa. In-shi's vision was darkening, cold sweat drenched his body, and he felt as if he'd just died and come back to life. He quickly popped a quick-acting heart pill into his mouth to steady his racing heart. Imaging seemed oblivious to In-shi's distress, instead continuing to sob beside him. "My life is so miserable. Wah, I thought marrying you, the Chamber of Commerce president, would bring me prestige and end all the bullying. Never in a million years did I think you'd be completely helpless against this troublemaker. You're so old, yet you let him beat me like this. I'm done for, wah. Stop crying." In-shi roared, his expression growing even more despondent. This damned moment switching sides midway. He must have planned this long ago. "I've been had this time, but next time, he'll pay the price." Imaging spat resentfully. "It's not just Shurfen Chen Fan is the real culprit. How could I possibly let him off? Just you wait and see." In-shi clenched his fists tightly, vowing silently to himself, "I will kill Chen Fan to vent this hatred in my heart." Chapter 160, used as a pawn. Jinling Stadium. At that moment, Chang Tai was playing basketball. Upon learning Chen Fan had gone to the Chang residence to find him, he immediately had his driver fetch him over. Regarding Chen Fan's request to assist the Ren family, Chang Tai raised no objections whatsoever. Though it would cause him some short-term losses, he accepted the entire request without hesitation, guaranteeing it would be settled within 2 days. After all, cultivating a relationship with Chen Fan was like befriending a deity, something money could never measure. After finalizing the plan, Chang Tai headed to the locker room showers at the golf course. Chen Fan had no desire to linger either and was about to leave when he noticed a man and 2 women approaching from nearby. The man wore a luxury watch worth hundreds of thousands on his wrist, clearly a wealthy second-generation heir. As for the 2 girls beside him, they were merely decorative cheerleaders hired to accompany him. "Young Master Xiao, I'm completely hopeless at this game. You'll have to teach me properly this time." "Young Master Xiao, I don't know how to play either, you should teach me first." "No, teach me first." The 2 women began vying for his attention, their voices growing increasingly saccharine. Listening from afar, Chen Fan felt his skin crawl. The man was none other than Xiao He, the young master of the Xiao family whom In-shi had greeted earlier. The 2 women by his side were Qian Hui and Chen Wanwan. Their presence by Xiao He's side was, of course, arranged by In-shi, that good stepfather. Xiao He looked down on Qian Hui and Chen Wanwan from the bottom of his heart, but he couldn't refuse In-shi's face. Besides, as golfing partners, as long as they were pretty and could pick up balls, nothing else mattered. "Enough, you two. Stop bickering. Just watch quietly from the sidelines. I don't have time to coach you." Hearing Xiaoyi's cold tone, Qian Hui and Chen Wanwan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disappointment. But the 2 women were adept at self-adjustment, quickly shifting their expressions. Qian Hui changed the subject, asking, "Young Master Xiao, you've come all this way to Jinling, surely it's not just for the Yi family's martial arts match for marriage, is it?" Xiao He made no attempt to conceal his true intentions, replying coldly, "Of course. Otherwise, what could possibly be worth my trip to this godforsaken backwater of Jinling?" I have no idea what old master he was thinking, holding a martial arts competition for marriage in a place like this. If it were held in Jiangnan, I wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble. Wait, why are you asking me this? Surely it's none of your business? Ah, young Master Xiao, we're just curious, that's all. We're just asking casually. I'm sure if you enter the tournament, you'll easily take first place and win the beauty's hand. Ha ha. Sis, that's obvious. Young Master Xiao trained under Minister Shiman himself. How could those second-rate fighters possibly beat him? Anyone foolish enough to challenge him would just be courting humiliation. Though Xiao He remained aloof, who wouldn't enjoy hearing flattery? Heh, you 2 ladies sure know how to butter someone up. Well then, I'll take your good wishes as a good omen. Chen Wanwan and Chen Hui, seeing their flattery had finally hit the mark, wore proud expressions, looking quite smug. But just as they were swaying their heads in self-satisfaction, they happened to catch sight of Chen Fan. Chen Fan, adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble, chose to hide whenever possible. Yet, he was still a step too late. Chen Fan, you dog. How is it that you're everywhere? Qian Wanwan's face darkened. Qian Hui's eyes darted about as she hatched a scheme to use someone else's blade to do her dirty work. With a solemn expression, she addressed Xiao He, "Young Master Xiao, allow me to introduce you. That man surnamed Chen is the most formidable martial artist in all of Jinling. Rumor has it he even killed Lu Dao himself. Moreover, this guy's a master at freeloading and climbing the social ladder. I bet he won't miss this martial arts match for marriage either." Qian Hui didn't believe for a second that Chen Fan was Jinling's strongest fighter, nor did she think his skills could possibly defeat Lu Dao. Yet she spoke with such conviction, as if she held Chen Fan in the highest regard. "Sis, what are you talking about? This guy." Ahem. Just as Chen Wanwan was about to call her out, Chen Hui gave her a knowing wink. Wanwan caught the signal and immediately changed her tune, chiming in, "That's right, young Master Xiao. My sister is absolutely correct. If you want to beat Chen Fan, you'll probably have to put in some serious effort. Men's competitive spirit is incredibly strong, especially for someone like Xiao He, a wealthy young master who thinks highly of himself. Hey, you! Stop right there! Xiao He raised his golf club, pointing it at Chen Fan as he barked the order. Chen Fan ignored the bunch of idiots, turning his back and walking away. But his nonchalant attitude only infuriated Xiao He. Don't you take my words seriously? Stop right there! Chen Fan still paid no attention. Xian Hui, overjoyed, quickly added fuel to the fire. Young Master Xiao, look how arrogant this brat is. He doesn't give you the time of day. Damn it! Xiao He took the bait, flinging his golf club aside as he gave chase. Chen Fan didn't even look up. What do you want? Get out of my way, got it? You little brat. I called you repeatedly earlier, are you deaf? Now you dare insult me? Looking for trouble, huh? I don't even know you. Why should I listen to you? Who do you think you are? Stop stirring up trouble here. Chen Fan had no idea who Xiao He was, but he thought the man was utterly foolish, so brainless he'd let himself be manipulated by those dim-witted sisters Qian Hui and Qian Wanwan into charging headlong into trouble. You sure are cocky. I hear you're the strongest fighter in Jinling, even Lu Dao died by your hand, right? Chen Fan had no desire to address the matter of Lu Dao directly. What do you want to say? Xiao He snorted. I want to challenge you. Compete at what? What else? Who can fight harder, of course. Chen Fan heard this, gave Xiao He a thorough once-over, then sneered, You? Don't be ridiculous. Get out of my way. His tone was as still as a deep well, as if Xiao He were nothing but a clown utterly unworthy of his attention. How could Xiao He tolerate such an insult? He was the disciple of the esteemed Minister Shiman, a tyrant who ruled with an iron fist. No one had ever dared to disregard him. And now, he was being treated with utter contempt by some penniless nobody dressed like a beggar. At that moment, Xiao He was furious. Young Master Xiao, there's no need to engage with him. Continuing this will only make you angrier. This fellow is notorious for his stubbornness. He won't see reason until he's forced to. Won't cry until he sees his own coffin? Fine. Today, I'll make sure he gets a good look at it. With that, Xiao He began rubbing his wrists, preparing to strike. Getting provoked into a fight by two women with just a few words, don't you think you're being childish? Facing the enraged Xiao He, Chen Fan couldn't help but shake his head, immediately exposing Qian Hui's devious scheme. These two women, Yin Shi introduced them to you, right? Ha! He probably figured you're an outsider and easy to manipulate, so he shoved them right into your arms. You've been used as a pawn and don't even realize it? Go ask around, these sisters have a notorious reputation. Every man who's gotten involved with them has ended up worse off. Do you know why Qian Hui knows so much about Lu Dao? Because her ex-boyfriend was Lu Dao's younger brother, Lu Yi. She played a major role in the Lu family's downfall. And now you're charging into battle for a woman like her? TSK, I'm truly impressed. You have to admit, Chen Fan knows how to strike at the weak spot. He wasn't afraid to fight Xiao He, but as the saying goes, turn the tables on your opponent. Qian Hui wasn't the only one skilled at stirring up trouble. As a man, Xiao He's face darkened to the extreme upon learning that the woman by his side wasn't just a used-up piece of trash passed around by other men, but also a husband killer and a bringer of misfortune. Damn it! That bastard Yin Shi, how dare he introduce such a woman to me? Xian Hui and Chen Wanwan saw their dirty laundry laid bare by Chen Fan, their smiles instantly freezing on their faces. Young Master Xiao, please listen to us. This guy is just trying to sow discord. We get lost. Xiao He didn't even give the two women a chance to explain, storming off cursing under his breath. Despite Chen Fan's numerous offenses today, if Xiao He were to lay a finger on him, wouldn't he just be playing into these two women's hands? Even though Xiao He was seething inside, he could only let Chen Fan off for now and find another chance to deal with him later. Watching Xiao He's retreating figure, Qian Hui and Chen Wanwan gritted their teeth in fury. Who could have predicted they'd end up shooting themselves in the foot? Well done, Chen Fan, you've certainly picked up some dirty tricks these past days. Glancing at the Qian sisters, now seething with anger and shame, Chen Fan merely bowed his hands in a gesture of respect. My pleasure, I learned it all from you. Chapter 161, Mr. Chen, save me. The words nearly choked the life out of both women. You bastard. If you've got the guts, don't run away. I'll fight you to the death today. Qian Hui, growing angrier by the second, pursued him relentlessly, shouting as she chased, Chen Fan, are you jealous of us? Jealous of my mom finding us a rich and powerful stepdad, right? Let me tell you, even if you keep stirring up trouble, you won't gain anything. My stepfather Ian is now working under young Master Xiao. The Ren family must be going crazy from being pushed aside lately, huh? That's nothing yet. Just wait and see. Once we formally establish our partnership with Jiangnan, both you and Ren Annie will be finished. Qian Hui ranted on as if performing a one-woman show, but no matter how much she raved, Chen Fan paid her no mind whatsoever. Just as she was ranting herself hoarse, fuming with rage, Yin Shi appeared.
Qian Hui instantly halted her pursuit of Chen Fan and instead rushed toward Yin Qi alongside Chen Wanwan.
Daddy Yin.
The sisters called out sweetly, as if Yin Qi were truly their biological father.
You're here to see young Master Xiao, right? He's resting over there. Our dad Yin.
Qian Hui chattered on incessantly, but Yin Qi had no interest in conversing with her. He stumbled down from the car, his face deathly pale as he brushed past Qian Hui. He made his way straight to Chen Fan and then dropped to his knees with a thud.
Mr. Chen, please save me. You were right. I know I was wrong. Please save me.
It turned out that while Chen Fan was conversing with Chang Tai, Yin Qi had suddenly coughed up blood. That quick-acting heart pill clearly hadn't saved his life. Imaging was terrified out of her wits and immediately contacted the emergency center. But after administering first aid, the doctors were at a loss regarding Yin Qi's condition. Though they could sustain him temporarily, they couldn't pinpoint the cause of his illness. Sighing repeatedly, they advised Yin Qi to seek other specialists, admitting they were powerless. Yin Qi immediately leveraged his connections to bring in several specialists for a consultation. The results were unanimous, no one knew what this strange illness was, and they had no idea how to treat it. Faced with this dead end, Chen Fan's words suddenly flashed through Yin Qi's mind. Chen Fan had declared that dark clouds hung over his head, signaling imminent death. He would perish within 2 days. While doctors couldn't diagnose the cause, Chen Fan had pierced through the mystery with a single remark. Clearly, this man was a master skilled in reading facial features. The more powerful and influential a person was, the more they believed in such mystical matters. Yin Qi was no exception. If Chen Fan could diagnose his problem, he must also hold the key to salvation. Thus, Yin Qi immediately employed his connections to locate Chen Fan's whereabouts and rushed here all to save his life. Seeing their most revered father now groveling like a dead dog before Chen Fan, even repeatedly kowtowing to him, Chen Hui and Chen Wanwan were struck dumb with shock. Their eyes widened in disbelief, their entire beings frozen in stunned disbelief.
What on earth was happening? Chen Fan seemed to have anticipated Yin Qi's arrival.
He curved his lips into a faint smile before casually remarking, "You're so capable, why are you begging me now?
I've already secured the Ren family's future. I no longer need you." With that, Chen Fan turned to leave, seemingly uninterested in saving him.
Yin Qi panicked, scrambling to his feet and scrambling after him, his knees never leaving the ground the entire time. He looked like a fawning lapdog, terrified that if he moved too slowly, Chen Fan would think he lacked sincerity.
Mr. Chen, I'm begging you on my knees. Please save me.
If you spare my life, I'll serve you like a beast of burden. I'll kneel and bow before you every day for the rest of my life. I'll do anything. With his very life at stake, Yin Qi had no dignity left to spare. Seeing Yin Qi sobbing and sniveling as he begged Chen Fan in such a pathetic manner, the sisters Chen Wanwan and Qian Hui couldn't help but look at him with disgust.
Dad, what are you doing? Chen Fan doesn't have the power to save you. There are plenty of masters and experts in this world. Why single him out?
This guy is nothing but a con artist.
Chen Wanwan and Qian Hui had finally found this new patron. If he ended up as Chen Fan's lackey, wouldn't the two sisters be relegated back to the lowest rung of society?
Chen Fan heard this and shot the sisters a cold glance, his expression a mocking half-smile.
Yin Qi, it's not that I don't want to help you.
You heard what they said. I have deep-seated grievances with the Chen family. Now that you've become their refuge, helping you would only invite trouble for myself.
Forget it. I'm not going to court trouble like that. No.
Seeing Chen Fan grow angry at the two women's words and refuse to save her, Yin Qi frantically scratched her head and pulled at her ears.
You two ES. What have I ever done to deserve this? Though you're not my biological daughters, I've always treated you like my own. Now my life hangs in the balance, and you two are pouring oil on the fire? You'd rather see me dead, wouldn't you? You two worthless girls. Come apologize to Mr. Chen immediately.
If you make him refuse to treat me today, you're out of my house, Yin Qi's house. I'll disown you both. Qian Hui and Chen Wanwan's faces paled. Father Yin, please be clear-headed.
How could you believe Chen Fan's words? Dare you utter another word against Mr. Chen, and I'll kick both you and your mother out. Do you believe me?
This time, Yin Qi was truly resolved, his tone growing increasingly stern.
Qian Hui and Chen Wanwan backed down. With Imaging around, even if the two of them angered Yin Qi, a few words from their mother could turn things around. But if Imaging was also driven away, would the mother and daughters have no hope left? After all, they'd apologized to Chen Fan countless times before. What difference would one more make?
As the saying goes, a dead pig fears no boiling water. Through being repeatedly humiliated by Chen Fan, these sisters' thick skin had only grown stronger with each encounter.
Apologizing? So what?
Chen Fan, this time we sisters stumbled in a ditch, but don't get too excited.
Exactly. If you can't save my father Yin, your fate will be utterly miserable. Oh? Your words sound less like an apology and more like a threat to me. Never mind, I'll just be on my way. Chen Fan couldn't be bothered to listen to their lectures and started to walk away. Pay attention.
Seeing their savior about to leave, Yin Qi shot a murderous glare at Qian Hui and Chen Wanwan, her tone thick with venom as if she wanted to tear them apart. The two women shuddered in fright and reluctantly approached, bowing low to apologize.
We're sorry, Chen Fan. We spoke without thinking. Please save Dadine. Chen Fan snapped his fingers, a playful smile playing on his lips. Kneel. Chapter 162, Horse Urine Hair Wash.
Chen Fan's words thundered like a bolt of lightning in their ears.
Kneel? What kind of joke was this? They were high-class ladies. How could a deadbeat like Chen Fan, a freeloading, con artist loser, possibly make them kneel? Chen Fan, don't you dare. Bull, get down on your knees.
Chen Fan wasn't the type to hold grudges, but he wasn't without his limits either. Xian Hui and Shan Wanwan had provoked him repeatedly, expecting nothing more than a simple bow.
That was downright disrespectful. Mr. Chen told you to kneel, so kneel immediately. Do you want me dead?
Seeing Chen Fan's resolute stance, Yin Chi immediately resorted to threats and intimidation. Xian Hui and Shan Wanwan felt deeply humiliated, yet dared not disobey.
With hearts brimming with indignation, they knelt. For a moment, the scene became grotesquely absurd.
Chen Fan looked down at the two women with a smirk that felt worse than death itself. He nodded in satisfaction and continued, Yin Chi, I can save you no problem.
But I need to prepare something first. You know what you have to do, right?
Understood. Understood. Before coming here, I already ordered the lifting of the blockade on the Ren family. They should be operating normally now, Mr. Chen.
You can rest assured.
Yin Chi replied with excessive obsequiousness.
Additionally, whatever you require, Mr. Chen, just let me know.
I'll handle the preparations, no need for you to lift a finger.
Very well.
To be honest, nothing particularly special is needed, just the standard items for the routine procedures.
I'll write them down for you later. Chen Fan smiled, rubbing his chin. There's just one rather unusual item, a full barrel of horse urine.
About this tall, I'd say. As he spoke, Chen Fan gestured to illustrate. If they really got a bucket that big, they'd need at least 10 liters of horse urine. This truly left Yin Chi scratching his head. Though he was an outsider to this craft, he'd seen enough to know the basics. Others used either dog's blood or chicken's blood, never once had he heard of anyone using horse urine.
Mr. Chen, may I ask what the horse urine is for?
To wash your hair.
Chen Fan didn't hide anything and explained its purpose.
The revelation was nothing short of earth-shattering. Xian Hui and Xian Wanwan gaped in astonishment, their mouths wide enough to swallow eggs.
Yin Chi stumbled backward, crashing to the floor in utter disbelief. Mr. Chen, you must be joking. That stuff stinks to high heaven, how could you possibly wash your hair with it? Chen Fan countered, so you think I'm not trying to solve your problem, but deliberately picking on you? No, Mr. Chen, I just thought. Don't say another word. I hate it when amateurs lecture professionals. If you think I have ulterior motives, then don't hire me. There are plenty of people in this world who understand Xinggu. Just find someone else. Chen Fan's decisive tone instantly flustered Yin Chi.
He hurried after Chen Fan, clutching his leg again and pleading, Mr. Chen, please don't be angry.
I don't doubt you. Just write down what you need, and I'll get it all ready. If horse urine is what it takes to wash my hair, so be it. If it means saving my life, I'd even drink it if I had to.
After narrowly escaping death, Yin Chi was genuinely terrified.
He cast aside all pride and dignity, focused solely on clinging to life. Chen Fan silently gave himself a mental pat on the back for his acting skills. As Yin Chi had said, what kind of ritual in this world requires horse urine to wash away evil spirits?
This was purely Chen Fan's scheme to teach this bastard a lesson.
Who else was to blame for Ren Annie's days of fear and loss of appetite?
Here. Chen Fan picked up the small notebook Yin Chi carried with him, swiftly scribbling down the required items with bold strokes. After handing it to Yin Chi, the latter clutched it to his chest as if it were a priceless treasure, afraid it might slip away. Xian Hui and Shan Wanwan watched Yin Chi's frenzied state, convinced he'd completely lost his mind. They wanted to speak up and dissuade him, yet feared for their own positions and their mother's standing.
After much deliberation, they kept their mouths shut.
Before long, Yin Chi had gathered everything. Chen Fan pretended to be solemn, first instructing Yin Chi to wash his hair with horse urine before formally beginning the ritual. Before long, he had successfully purged all the dark energy from Yin Chi's body. Yin Chi breathed a long sigh of relief. It seemed the impending disaster was averted. Some rejoiced, others grieved. That afternoon, Yin Chi's mental state returned to its peak, brimming with energy and a bright disposition.
Yet Ima Jing was deeply unhappy.
When she had taken Yin Chi to the hospital, she had been convinced he was as good as dead, a prospect that had filled her with secret delight. Now that they were legally married, if Yin Chi died, his entire fortune would be hers. But in the blink of an eye, Yin Chi had bounced back to life, full of energy. Moreover, ever since Yin Chi recovered, he hadn't given her or her two daughters a single kind glance.
All because Chen Fan claimed Yin Chi's health problems were entirely due to her influence.
He even warned that if she wanted to avoid further issues, she must never wear gold, silver, or jewelry again. With that previous success story, Yin Chi naturally believed Chen Fan's words without question. Well, that was just great.
Imaging had thought she could become a wealthy socialite, but now that all her gold and silver jewelry had been taken away, she dressed so plainly she looked like the household maid. Fuming, Imaging confronted In-chi, but every time she dared to speak ill of Chen Fan, In-chi would erupt in a tirade, even threatening divorce. Imaging certainly didn't want a divorce, so she had no choice but to grovel and serve In-chi, living a life far worse than before. Seeing no hope of defeating the Rin family and enduring a life worse than death, Imaging pinned all her hopes on her two daughters. In private, she repeatedly urged Shen Hui and Shen Wanwan to make the most of their current resources and climb the social ladder quickly. Otherwise, she feared she would never see the light of day. Fortunately, Shen Hui and Shen Wanwan were beautiful, and In-chi viewed these stepdaughters as assets to further his own advancement. He didn't make things too difficult for them, continuing to introduce them to influential families for connections. Moreover, she planned to leverage her connections to secure positions for the two women at major corporations like the Xiao and Yao groups, aiming to build strong professional relationships. It could be said both sides were exploiting each other. Truly, it proved the saying, all crows are equally black gathered together, they rival a coal pile. Chapter 163, his name is Chen Fan. Compared to these guys who climbed the ladder by sucking up to others, Xiao Yi seemed far more normal. After leaving the stadium, he headed straight back to the hotel and continued his training. Later that evening, Mu Yuanbai came to meet with him and reported on the mission's progress. Young Master Xiao, I've mastered the technique for using the 2 copper coins. I can now activate them through the Yin Mountain Taoist arts, but I still haven't located the Gu Yuan Dan. Mu Yuanbai delivered the good news first, followed by the bad. After being deceived last time, he sought out several influential shop owners with extensive connections. Yet after asking around, he still couldn't uncover where to purchase the Return to Origin pill. According to those he spoke with, the alchemists capable of refining the Return to Origin pill had long since vanished from the scene. The last time Gu Yuan Dan appeared on the market was 50 years ago. Only 15 pills were produced back then, and they were snapped up in no time. It was uncertain whether anyone in Jinling had even managed to buy any. Even if someone from Jinling had managed to snatch one back then, who would still have it after all this time? And even if someone did, they'd likely be unwilling to part with it. Xiao Yi frowned and urged, Master Mu, I know finding the Return to Origin pill is difficult, but you must hurry. Probe further and see if any masters could help us obtain it. The Gu Yuan Dan is for my sister at home. There's no time to waste, every extra day we wait is a sin. Mu Yuanbai nodded. I can use Yin Mountain Taoist methods to activate the copper coins and divine which direction might hold traces of the Gu Yuan Dan. Perhaps this could offer some insight. Yet, just as he prepared to act, a memory suddenly surfaced in his mind, the words spoken by Chen Fan when they first met. How foolish of me. Mu Yuanbai slammed his palm against his forehead. Didn't Chen Fan claim he could refine the Return to Origin pill? This youth is unfathomable and immensely powerful. His words might not have been mere bragging. Why not seek him out and ask? What's wrong with you? Seeing Mu Yuanbai's inexplicable expression, Xiao Yi narrowed his eyes, somewhat perplexed. Mu Yuanbai didn't hide anything, speaking frankly. Young Master Xiao, the master who taught me the Yin Mountain Taoist arts, once mentioned he could refine the Return to Origin pill. That master is quite familiar with In-chi's 2 stepdaughters. Perhaps we could ask In-chi for help, requesting his assistance in resolving the matter of the Return to Origin pill. All right. Xiao Yi had little desire to deal with a scheming man like In-chi, but for the sake of his family's grand plans, he swallowed his pride and dialed the number. Young Master Xiao, what brings you here? I heard you know someone who can refine the Return to Origin pill. Help me get in touch with him. If he truly can refine it for me, I won't just thank him handsomely, I'll reward you well too. What exactly is the Return to Origin pill? Though intrigued by the offer, In-chi was utterly baffled and hesitated to commit outright. Master Mu told me personally that this master is very familiar with your 2 daughters. Think carefully, do your daughters know any masters? In-chi pondered long and hard, concluding that the most likely candidate was Chen Fan. He had indeed heard before that the reason Ren Annie and Chen Fan were so close was because Chen Fan had cured old Master Ren's illness. Could it be that Chen Fan not only practiced Qingwu magic but also possessed the skill to refine elixirs? Upon reflection, it wasn't entirely impossible. After all, divination and alchemy have always been closely intertwined since ancient times. The more In-chi pondered it, the more plausible it seemed. He addressed Xiao Yi, Young Master Xiao, I think I know who you're looking for. Rest assured, I'll go find him and inquire. No need for all that trouble. Just introduce him to me. Xiao Yi preferred to handle matters personally rather than delegate. Alright, no problem. I'll arrange a meeting for you 2 later. Right. By the way, what's his name? In-chi stated plainly, his surname is Chen. Chen Fan. Chen Fan? The moment Xiao Yi heard that name, he immediately cursed like a sailor. If it's that bastard, you don't need to introduce him to me. That guy's so arrogant, I can't be bothered to talk to him. Young Master Xiao, please don't speak like that.
In Chi, unaware that Xiaoyi's resentment toward Qin Fan stemmed from his daughter's scheming, tried to placate him. They say the more capable someone is, the worse their temper. Though Mr. Chen can be blunt at times, he's truly exceptional. I nearly lost my life today. It was only thanks to him that I was saved. Forget it. That kind of person only bullies fools like you. This young master isn't falling for his act. Xiaoyi hung up without another word. He reasoned that if Qin Fan truly possessed such extraordinary abilities, he wouldn't have been dressed so shabbily when they met that day. Jinling people are so provincial they even fawn over that good for nothing. How stupid. After hanging up, Xiaoyi continued ranting and raving, his tone dripping with contempt for Qin Fan. Young Master Xiao, why did you hang up? She doesn't know the person you mentioned. He introduced me to some guy named Qin Fan, that punk. Mu Yuanbai replied quietly upon hearing this. Young Master Xiao, the person I was referring to is Mr. Qin Fan. What? You mean him too? Master Mu, you're an old man who's seen the world. How could you fall for such a trick? Hearing Mu Yuanbai's words, Xiaoyi was utterly speechless. Is Qin Fan the only person in this world with discerning eyes? Master Mu is a highly accomplished expert, yet he's chasing after that country bumpkin Qin Fan? Young Master Xiao, please don't speak that way. That day. Enough. Now I even doubt what you said earlier that he learned the Yin Mountain Taoist arts from him. Xiaoyi cut Mu Yuanbai off, his face stern. Master Mu, I'm not trying to reprimand you, but our Xiao family provides you with substantial funding and offerings every year. You should know better than to betray that trust. If you collude with outsiders to deceive us, ruining your reputation would be the least of your worries. Should our higher-ups discover this, you might even lose your life. You'd better watch your step. As Xiaoyi finished speaking, he received a call from the main family. The Xiao family attaches great importance to this martial arts match for marriage. Even the family head has personally come to oversee matters. This call was to summon Xiaoyi to receive him. I must take my leave. Mu Yuanbai wanted to argue further, but then reconsidered. Xiaoyi already suspected him of colluding with Qin Fan to deceive the Xiao family. What was the point of arguing now? Was he really going to invite Qi Dingshan to witness the spectacle and testify? Forget it. Let him think whatever he wants. It's not my loss. Mu Yuanbai saw no point in courting embarrassment and swept his sleeves aside, leaving. Meanwhile, Yao Shangtian, whose own strength was insufficient, making participation the priority, yet who had secretly bribed numerous masters to aid him, was also preparing for the martial arts match for marriage. The Yao family had been busy these past few days, holding multiple family meetings. They ultimately decided to employ underhanded tactics, sparing no effort to ensure Yao Shangtian emerged as the ultimate victor. Though the Yao family couldn't compare to the He family, it was precisely this disparity that gave this marriage alliance a chance to climb the social ladder its significance. With numerous skilled practitioners dispatched to train Yao Shangtian, his combat prowess had significantly improved. Meanwhile, Yao Yiming had paid a hefty sum for a golden soul pill. Consuming it would allow one to leap 3 cultivation tiers within a single day. Though its effects lasted only a day, it would be more than enough for Yao Shangtian to secure victory in this contest. Everything was now in place. The only remaining issue was the 2 characters Qin Fan had carved onto his forehead. ING moron. Those 2 characters were utterly hideous. To conceal them, Yao Yiming paid a fortune to a plastic surgeon for a piece of artificial skin. After applying it to Yao Shangtian, it managed to cover the disgrace, at least preventing further ridicule. Alright, Grandpa has taken care of everything for you. You must perform well. Even if you can't take first place, you absolutely must achieve a good result. Don't let that old fart He Hong look down on our Yao family. Do you hear me? Grandfather, rest assured. With my own abilities and the potion's effects, I believe even Xiaoyi himself wouldn't stand a chance against me. Fu Changgong? He's not worth worrying about. Yao Shangtian pounded his chest in assurance. This time, I'll definitely win He Xian's hand and bring glory to our family. Yao Yiming nodded with satisfaction, already envisioning his grandson shining brilliantly at the martial arts match for marriage. Chapter 164, Martial Arts Match for Marriage. These past few days, nearly every faction had been making feverish preparations for the martial arts match for marriage. Only Qin Fan remained calm and composed at home, as if nothing were amiss. With the Ren family matter resolved, Ren Annie breathed a sigh of relief. She knew this was all thanks to Qin Fan, and her admiration for this man who quietly cared for her grew even deeper. Old Master Ren likewise expressed endless gratitude to Qin Fan, believing that only by marrying his granddaughter to him could he repay such immense kindness. Qin Fan paid little attention to matters of the heart and had no intention of participating in the He family's martial arts competition for marriage. But the day before the tournament began, He Hong, who had been waiting in vain for Qin Fan to submit his entry, could no longer sit still. He summoned Qin Fan to his estate, claiming he had something extremely important to discuss. Qin Fan knew without a doubt that it must be about the martial arts competition, so he politely declined. Old Master I shan't be joining the matchmaking tournament. With so many masters gathered that day, surely no one would dare cause trouble. I wish you a smooth event.
He Hong's face darkened at this. Hadn't he gone to such great lengths to organize this martial arts competition precisely for Chen Fan? If Chen Fan didn't come, what would be the point of the entire event? Mr. Chen, how can you say that? How could you possibly not attend? I'll be honest with you, you've always been my top choice for a grandson-in-law.
I never intended for Xin to marry anyone else. The reason we're holding this martial arts competition for marriage isn't to make things difficult for you, but to help build your reputation. Though you've gained some fame in Jinling, your name is still too little known across the provincial capital and even throughout the Jiangnan region. If you can emerge victorious in this tournament, surpassing all the other masters, you'll gain both fame and fortune. It would be a matter of pride for both you and me. How can you not see that? Chen Fan stated bluntly, I don't need any of that. After all the effort we've put into arranging this for so long, if you don't participate, you'll truly break my heart. In any case, I'll reserve your entry number for tomorrow. Think it over carefully. He Hong was clearly growing irritated. He had invested so much into this martial arts match for marriage, yet Chen Fan showed no appreciation whatsoever. Anyone would feel disheartened. Faced with He Hong's reproach, Chen Fan felt a pang of helplessness. He had never once expressed a desire to marry He Xian, and He Xian didn't want to marry him either. It was entirely He Hong's one-sided enthusiasm. Regardless, He Hong had meant well. Chen Fan felt that even if he didn't want to participate, he should at least go and clarify things face to face with He Hong. It would be better than risking genuine animosity between them in the future. Alright, I'll go. That's more like it. I'll be waiting. He Hong's tone softened slightly. After a few more words, he hung up. Being too perfect has its downsides. Chen Fan gave a wry smile and accepted Ren Annie's dinner invitation, hailing a taxi to the Ren residence. At the dinner table, upon hearing that Chen Fan would also attend the martial arts match as an observer, old Ren couldn't help but express his admiration. Young talents like you truly shine. Unlike my good-for-nothing son, Ren Chang, who doesn't even have the qualifications to accept an invitation to register. Ah, what a pity that genius is gone. If he were still with the Ren family, he would surely be among the invited, bringing honor and glory to our house. The genius old Ren spoke of was his son, Ren Tiankai. Alas, the young man had been missing for years. The Ren family had expended immense resources searching for him, yet no trace had been found, a truly regrettable loss. Amidst these sighs of regret, a private jet circled above the Ren residence. Within its cabin, an unexpected figure watched everything below with deep brown eyes. A martial arts match for a bride, huh? Interesting. The man chuckled coldly in a low voice before donning an eye patch, seemingly intent on making a sensational splash at this martial arts match for marriage. The next day, the martial arts competition commenced on Jinling Island. By early morning, the venue was already swarming with spectators eager for the spectacle. He Hong wanted to keep things low-key, so he didn't allow uninvited guests to enter and watch. Standing outside, they could only catch fragments of sound, utterly unable to glimpse what transpired within. The matchmaking arena spanned half the size of a football field, ensuring combatants could unleash their full power without restraint. All those who received invitations from the Yi family to watch or compete were prominent figures throughout the Jiangnan region. The spectator seats were positioned directly in front of the arena, nearly a kilometer away. Binoculars were essential for viewing the action, preventing accidental injury. Yao Shangtian and the other contestants' families had already taken their seats. They were just as tense as the participants, having prepared thoroughly for this martial arts match for marriage. As Yao Yiming had mentioned earlier, this martial arts match for marriage was not only about finding a spouse but also heavily focused on the combat itself. The family whose son performed well would gain prestige. Conversely, if a young master was knocked down the moment he stepped onto the stage, it would inevitably bring shame upon his family. Hey, have you heard? The Yao family even paid a hefty price to acquire a golden soul pill just so Yao Shangtian could compete. Really? But doesn't that make it cheating? From what I know, the kid's skills are pretty average on his own. With the golden soul pill boosting him, though, it's a whole different story. He might even take first place. Exactly. That's why I placed a hefty bet on him winning. Hope the kid doesn't let me down, huh? Many people have placed bets on the contestants. Among them, the three most favored were Yao Shangtian, Fu Chenggong, and Xiao He. Especially Xiao He. Everyone assumed that since the Xiao family was thriving so comfortably in Jiangnan, they probably wouldn't even consider allying with the Yi family through marriage. But who could have imagined that the Xiao family would surprise everyone by being the most thoroughly prepared this time? Not only did they send their own direct descendants, but they also brought several masters, including the head of the Martial Affairs Bureau. The Xiao family really went all out this time. They even summoned Shiman Qing from the Martial Arts Bureau, talk about putting on a grand show. Yeah, but I heard he came to recruit new members. After all, this martial arts competition has drawn nearly every young talent in the provincial capital, and the Martial Arts Bureau is about to admit new recruits. Look! Isn't that Xiao Yan? He's here too. Wow, the Xiao family values this even more than we imagined. They've even brought the family head himself to oversee things.
If Xiaohe loses this time, won't their family lose all face? That's why I'd bet everything on Xiaohe, he'll definitely give it his all. The crowd buzzed with chatter, their excitement palpable as they anticipated the martial arts match for marriage. Qi Dengxiang, serving as the event's witness, was responsible for hosting the proceedings. Early that morning, he had received a request from Yi Hong to keep an eye out for Chen Fan's arrival. But after circling the venue several times, scanning every corner, Qi Dengxiang still couldn't spot Chen Fan. A flicker of worry crept into his heart. Could Chen Fan be acting so unorthodox as to completely disregard Yi Hong's face? The Northern King's wrath was no laughing matter. The thought made Qi Dengxiang break out in a cold sweat for Chen Fan. He quietly retreated to the backstage area, intending to call Chen Fan and try to persuade him. Chapter 165, Commencement. In the VIP section, Xiao Yan had already struck up a conversation with Yao Yiming. Old Yao actually came too? Truly unexpected. I thought your family had no interest in the marriage alliance with the He family. Mr. Xiao, shouldn't I be the one saying that? I've known He Hong for years. If not for Xuanxuan's existing betrothal, I would have definitely arranged a match between her and my grandson, Yao Yiming chuckled. But you, of all people? With your connections in the Jiangnan region, even in Yanjing, you could easily arrange a marriage for your son. Why bother coming to this martial arts matchmaking event? Besides, Xiaohe is personally trained by Minister Shiman. His prowess is beyond comparison. Having your son compete is simply unfair. Yao Yiming's tone was laced with sarcasm as he turned to Shiman Xing, pressing on relentlessly, Minister Shiman, you'd better tell your disciple to go easy on my grandson later, don't let him get seriously hurt. Ha! Shiman Xing gave an awkward chuckle, momentarily at a loss for words. Truth be told, Xiao Yan was so determined to have his son marry He Xian precisely because he coveted the power He Hong wielded. While his family was wealthy, that was all. They had no substantial connections among the elite. As the saying goes, where power lies, wealth follows. Once you grasp power, even without creating wealth yourself, people will willingly hand over their money. Xiao Yan had recognized this truth. To ensure his family's enduring prosperity, he resolved to seize this opportunity to climb the social ladder by aligning with the Northern Prince. At the same time, Xiao Yan's personal attendance served another purpose, to scout among the remaining young elites for a suitable match for his daughter. Xiao Yan's daughter, Xiao Suner, was at the age of blossoming beauty. Many wealthy young men had proposed marriage, but he had rejected them all. Xiao Yan had long harbored a plan. He hoped his son would marry into a powerful family, while his daughter would ideally wed a formidable martial artist, facilitating her husband's entry into the martial bureau. In this way, Xiao Yan would possess wealth, power, and influence all at once. The only flaw in his grand design, however, was Xiao Suner's frail health. She required the Gu Yuan pill urgently to treat her ailments, otherwise, she would likely pass away within a few years. Backstage, Yao Shangtian kept scratching his forehead, gritting his teeth in frustration. This skin wasn't his to begin with. Wearing it for so long felt stifling and unbearably itchy. Tormented by the discomfort, Yao Shangtian grew increasingly restless and resentful toward Chen Fan. Damn bastard! How dare he carve words on my head? Just you wait, once the martial arts match concludes, I'll tear you to pieces while the potion's effects still linger. Watching from the stands, Yao Beina couldn't help but worry as Yao Shangtian kept scratching his forehead. If that patch of skin fell off and revealed the two characters on his forehead, the Yao family would be utterly humiliated. Grandpa, have you seen Chen Fan? The thought of the characters carved on Shangtian's forehead made Yao Beina instinctively think of Chen Fan. Glancing around and realizing he wasn't present, she turned to ask Yao Yiming. Yao Yiming shook his head and replied calmly, that kid's skills are nothing special. He probably knows this place is full of masters, so he's too scared to show his face. The Northern King has arrived. Suddenly, a stir rippled through the crowd. Under the gaze of all present, the host of this martial arts match for marriage, the Northern King He Hong, appeared before the crowd. As today's leading lady, He Xian was naturally dressed in her finest, a white gown making her appear exceptionally youthful and radiant, with an added touch of ethereal charm beyond her usual self. Beside the couple, alongside several bodyguards and attendants, stood Shi Yi, now fully recovered. Thank you all for honoring us with your presence today and accepting our invitation to attend this martial arts match for marriage. As accomplished martial artists with years of training, I trust the rules of this competition require little explanation. I only ask that you fight to the point of victory and refrain from actions that could endanger lives. Now, I invite the skilled combatants who have received their numbers to step forward one by one. No sooner had He Hong finished speaking than a man with dark skin and extremely short stature standing there like a little potato rolled onto the stage in a flash. Half his face was concealed by a mask, and his disheveled, grimy appearance made his features indistinguishable. But he was quite famous in the underworld, and as soon as he stepped onto the stage, someone recognized him. Isn't that Qiu Shaoqi? What's he doing here? Exactly. Old master, he really messed up. How could he let someone like this register? If this guy ends up winning, won't Miss He want to find a pillar to smash her head against? The crowd's disgust stemmed not only from Qiu Shaoqi's own questionable qualifications but more crucially from his notoriously abysmal reputation in the martial world. The bastard raped, plundered, and committed every conceivable evil. He was nearly 60 years old. No sane woman would ever agree to marry him. Humph. You useless lot, stop your chatter below the stage. If you've got the guts, come up and challenge this old man. He only said he'd hold a martial arts competition for a bride. He never mentioned any other restrictions. What right does he have to refuse my entry? Qiu Shaoqi sneered with disdain. What? The crowd erupted in an uproar, outraged that He Hong would act so recklessly without a shred of consideration for his own granddaughter. He Xian was stunned. She'd already been deeply dissatisfied with the martial arts match for marriage. Now this scoundrel suddenly appeared. Just as the spectators below the stage said, she felt like dying right then and there. Grandfather, what on earth is going on? How could you let someone like this participate? Xian, don't fret. Even if he enters, it matters little. He Hong remained so calm because he was certain that a minor master like Qiu Shaoqi couldn't possibly emerge victorious in the end. Instead, he would likely serve as a game NPC, helping to weed out many mediocre contestants. There was nothing wrong with that. Exactly, little girl. Why the rush? What's so bad about marrying me? The older I get, the more I know how to treat you right. You know that, right? Ha! Hearing Qiu Shaoqi's lecherous chuckle, He Xian felt like she might vomit. Her heart burned with urgency, praying her successful older brother would appear soon. He absolutely had to knock this old geezer off the stage. He couldn't let him have the last laugh. Otherwise, she'd be stuck spending her entire life with some old man. Never mind whether he could still perform, the sheer visual discomfort was unbearable. She couldn't even bear to look. Chapter 166, One Mountain Higher Than the Next. That shameless old fool Qiu Shaoqi couldn't care less about what others thought of him. With a smug grin, he gestured toward the stage, flicking his fingers at the crowd below as he bellowed defiantly, "What's taking so long? Why hasn't anyone stepped up to challenge me yet? Are all of you cowards too scared to show yourselves? They say youth is formidable, but I see you youngsters are just a bunch of wimps." Ha! Qiu Shaoqi's brazen taunts soon provoked someone below the stage who couldn't contain his impatience. This man was named Xiao Fu, just past 30, broad-shouldered and sturdy, radiating a fierce energy. His looks, however, were only average, hardly what you'd call handsome. He Xian watched the two misfits on stage and felt her heart sink. Still, the latecomer Xiao Fu was far more presentable than Qiu Shaoqi, so she silently cheered him on in her mind. Xiao Fu was no ordinary brute. He had trained for years under the guidance of the Bright Temple, serving as one of its lay disciples. After leaving the temple, he headed south and opened his own martial arts academy. In recent years, he had participated in the Southern martial arts tournaments annually, winning several championships. His strength was undeniably formidable. Xiao Fu is impressive. He must be the strongest in Jinling City, right? Indeed, let that Qiu Shaoqi show off his arrogance. Now that a true master has stepped onto the stage, let's see if he dares to provoke anyone. Reality proved brutal. Before the murmurs from the audience could subside, a towering figure plummeted straight from the stage, crashing with a thud into the signboard beside the ring. The crowd stared in shock as Xiao Fu lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. He passed out without uttering a word. It all happened in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone utterly speechless. Qiu Shaoqi curled his lip on stage, sneering with disdain. What a joke! You all hyped him up like he was some kind of god, but he turned out to be such a weakling. TSK. Qiu Shaoqi's arrogant demeanor sent He Xian's heart plummeting to the depths. Similarly, no one dared step forward to challenge him for the time being. Yao Shangtian, witnessing this, couldn't help but remark to his grandfather and sister, "Wow, that old man may be ugly, but he's got some serious skills. Judging by this, his strength is at least at the quasi-master level. Add in his years of accumulated experience, and he's definitely not someone to be underestimated." Quite right. Yao Yiming nodded in agreement with his grandson's assessment. I recall this old fellow has always been a master of short-range fist techniques, especially the inch fist. Xiao Fu was far too careless just now. He shouldn't have gotten so close. Yao Beina overheard their discussion and mistakenly thought Yao Shangtian intended to challenge him next. She hurriedly cautioned, "Brother, don't be foolish. Don't rush to accept a challenge this early. You can step up later. Relax, sis. I'm not that stupid. I'll wait until the real masters step up before facing them. I need to save my energy to teach that bastard who embarrassed me a lesson." Humph. As the family of three chatted, Qiu Shaoqi on stage couldn't wait any longer and launched another provocation. "What the hell are you lot muttering about down there? I've been standing here forever. Are you blind? Is there anyone brave enough to challenge me? If not, this little girl is mine." Qiu Shaoqi pushed his taunts to the absolute limit, his attitude as arrogant as it could possibly be. This time, though many below the stage despised his behavior, none dared to act rashly. "I'll take him on." After a long pause, someone finally charged onto the stage. His fate mirrored Xiao Fu's, exactly knocked off the platform in the blink of an eye.
As time passed, Xiao Shaoqi had already fought 7 rounds on the platform, dispatching each opponent with decisive, swift strikes, no lingering.
Grandpa, you must think of a way. You wouldn't really let that old man marry your granddaughter, would you?
Watching skilled fighters get knocked off the platform one after another, He Xian was so worried she felt like she might faint. She kept urging He Hong, wanting her grandfather to simply kick this guy off the stage. He couldn't be allowed to run rampant like this. Yet He Hong seemed unconcerned. He patted He Xian reassuringly. Xian, don't worry. It's still early. Chen Fan hasn't even arrived yet. The outcome isn't decided. Grandpa, why are you still thinking about that Chen Fan? Forget it. Even if he shows up, it won't make a difference. Instead of pinning my hopes on him, I should contact brother Chenggong right away. He Xian was still hoping for Fu Chenggong's arrival, but like Chen Fan, Fu Chenggong hadn't shown up yet. Xiao Shaoqi plopped down on the stage, curled his lip, and flipped the crowd below the stage the middle finger. Though he uttered not a word, that expression spoke volumes. Yao Shangtian, usually just average, had his strength greatly enhanced today due to the golden soul pill, and his temper had grown fiery along with it. Seeing no one stepping forward, his blood began to boil. Clenching his fists, he declared, "That old bastard is getting way too cocky. Let me teach him a lesson." Watching his grandson roll up his sleeves, Yao Yiming quickly grabbed him. "What are you doing? Stop right there. Have you forgotten what you just said? There are still dozens of people waiting to fight. What good would it do for you to go up now? Just stay put. I'll tell you when it's your turn." "But Grandpa." "Shut up. Just do as I say." Yao Yiming was adamant, refusing to let Yao Shangtian go over there just yet. Yao Beina chimed in to persuade him, "Brother, don't be foolish. Only the last one standing wins. Even if you help them defeat Xiao Shaoqi now, no one will thank you. They'll just laugh at you for being a fool." "All right." Hearing Yao Beina echo her sister's words, Yao Shangtian reluctantly backed down and stepped aside. Xia Yan and Shi Menqing, however, frowned upon seeing these young people lacking any fighting spirit. These youngsters today really lack the backbone we had in our youth. Who could disagree? Provoked like this, and not a single one dares step forward. "Forget it. Xiaohe, you go deal with that old codger." "Right." Xiaohe had been itching to take the stage, but with both his father and grandfather present, he dared not act rashly until they gave the word. Now that he finally had permission, he rose without a word and charged forward. "Let's see what you've got, old man." Seeing Xiaohe take the stage, Yao Shangtian clenched his fists even tighter. He regarded Xiaohe as his sole rival. Yet while he hesitated here, his opponent had charged ahead to become the hero. This stark contrast made him look utterly disgraced. The crowd below the stage erupted in gasps and admiration at Xiaohe's early appearance. "The young master of the Xiao family truly has guts," they murmured. "He doesn't seem worried at all about running out of stamina later." Of course. The Xiao family of Jiangnan is a distinguished lineage, their character distinct from other clans. If they didn't step forward now, when would they? I had hoped for more thrilling duels to witness. Now that Xiaohe has taken the stage, his opponents likely stand little chance. Today's tournament will conclude far sooner than anticipated. Yeah, looks like Xiaohe is definitely the ultimate winner this time. You're jumping the gun a bit, aren't you? There must be plenty of masters waiting in the wings. I wouldn't bet on Xiaohe winning just yet. The crowd below the stage buzzed with debate, though supporters of Xiaohe held the majority. Meanwhile, Xiao Shaoqi, who had been slouching on the stage with an arrogant air, suddenly stood up straight and snapped his fingers. Finally, someone worthy. Xiao Shaoqi narrowed his eyes, clearly having waited a long time for a true opponent like this. He knew full well that the young man before him, though half his age and with relatively little cultivation experience, possessed far richer resources and wisdom gained through others' teachings than he himself did. Therefore, Xiao Shaoqi did not underestimate his opponent, refraining from immediately launching an attack as he had done before. Yet he had clearly underestimated Xiaohe's strength. This time, Xiaohe had no patience for playing games. A single punch sent Xiao Shaoqi reeling back step by step in an instant, though he managed to stay on the platform. After all, he was a seasoned martial artist with years of cultivation. To be knocked down so easily would have been laughable. However, it was clear that after several rounds of observation, Xiaohe had figured out the patterns of Xiao Shaoqi's rapid-fire punches. And Xiaohe himself was also a master who relied on speed to win. In martial arts, speed is the ultimate defense. Moreover, Xiaohe was significantly younger than Xiao Shaoqi, giving him the advantage in both stamina and reaction speed. Xiao Shaoqi gradually found himself struggling to keep up, yet he refused to concede. Instead, he circled the edge of the ring persistently, appearing to deliberately evade Xiaohe. Chapter 167, Waiting for Chen Fan. The stage was a whirlwind of action. Everyone held their breath, knowing that a clash between masters could be decided in the blink of an eye. Perhaps in the blink of an eye, it would all be over. Sure enough, Xiaohe struck first again. Abandoning his earlier long fist technique, he unleashed a palm strike while simultaneously sweeping Xiao Shaoqi's lower body with a sweeping leg. Xiao Shaoqi was caught completely off guard, utterly unprepared for such a feint.
He was instantly knocked to the ground. Xiao He pressed his advantage, delivering another sweeping kick that sent Xiao Shaoqi tumbling off the platform. He was defeated in an instant. Excellent. Truly worthy of the Xiao family's young master, he hasn't disappointed. Exactly. I knew it, he was bound to be the ultimate victor this time. Seeing Xiao He display such extraordinary skill, Yao Yiming and Yao Beina's expressions turned grave, while Yao Shangtian nervously rubbed his hands together. Grandfather, Xiao He seems far more formidable than we anticipated. I don't think I can defeat him. Yao Shangtian was usually brimming with confidence. That he would voluntarily utter such words showed just how overwhelmingly intimidating Xiao He's presence was. Yao Yiming agreed wholeheartedly, turning to his grandson, forget it. Don't embarrass yourself on stage. You're no match for him. Going up there would be pointless, you'd just become his stepping stone. It's meaningless. All right. Though Yao Shangtian felt deeply regretful, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't chosen to face Zhou Shaoqi earlier. Otherwise, even if he'd won momentarily, he wouldn't have been able to laugh about it. In the end, he would have become a laughingstock. Zhou Shaoqi's defeat brought the greatest joy to Yi Xian. She danced around excitedly, telling Yi Hong, Grandpa, that old geezer's finally been beaten. I don't have to marry him now, this is fantastic. Yes, it's truly wonderful. Yi Hong gazed admiringly at Xiao He on the stage, his eyes brimming with envy. How wonderful it would be if he had such a grandson. Yi Hong had long heard rumors about the formidable strength of this disciple personally trained by Shiman Qin, but had never witnessed it firsthand. Today, he finally saw it with his own eyes, and the strength was truly extraordinary. Xiao He had defeated Zhou Shaoqi, becoming the new champion of the platform. Standing high above, he surveyed the crowd with a look of contempt. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? Come forward and spar with me. I shall stop at the right moment. Xiao He's imposing presence radiated like a thunderous sovereign, yet his words were remarkably humble, commanding involuntary respect. Truly the offspring of a distinguished family, his bearing is extraordinary. Yi Hong exclaimed repeatedly. Hearing Yi Hong's admiration for Xiao He, Yi Xian felt a pang of envy. She still hoped Fu Qinggong would appear soon after all. No matter how impressive Xiao he wasn't the one she truly loved. Sigh, why isn't brother Qinggong here yet? I don't see anyone here who could rival Xiao He. Unless Qinggong, my brother, arrives in time, otherwise I. Yi Xian kept muttering about Fu Qinggong, but Yi Hong poured a bucket of cold water on her hopes. Xian, don't blame me for being blunt, but I don't think Fu Qinggong will show up. He's no match for Xiao He. Rather than coming only to leave in disgrace, it's better he stays away. Grandpa, how can you say such things? Hearing Yi Hong disparage Fu Qinggong like this, Yi Xian puckered her little lips and retorted indignantly, Humph. Brother Qinggong must have been delayed by something, that's why he hasn't arrived yet. But that Qin Fan you're so confident about, he's definitely not coming. That guy's the one who's truly scared. Grandfather and granddaughter traded barbs, neither willing to concede an inch. Yi Hong paid little heed to Yi Xian's words. Though furious that Qin Fan still hadn't shown up, he remained convinced Qin Fan's absence wasn't born of fear. Xian, if Qin Fan doesn't show up, there's only one possibility: he doesn't want to marry you. Sigh, but even if he doesn't want to marry you, he should at least come to the martial arts competition. If he could defeat Xiao He in front of everyone, his fame would skyrocket overnight. Though Yi Hong was scolding Qin Fan for being ungrateful, his tone still betrayed genuine concern and admiration. Grandpa, what nonsense are you spouting? He's some bumpkin who popped up out of nowhere, a divorcee at that. What right does he have to look down on me? Grandpa, tell me the truth, could it be that he's your real grandson and I'm the adopted one? Hearing Yi Xian's nonsensical outburst, Yi Hong burst into hearty laughter. Silly girl, just trust Grandpa's judgment. It will never be wrong. As grandfather and granddaughter spoke, Xiao He stood proudly at the center of the arena. He had waited a long time, yet no one had come forward to challenge him. Xiao He considered himself the undisputed champion. Was no one going to challenge him? Yao Shangtian, you prepared extensively for this tournament, even taking the golden soul pill. Aren't you coming up? Yao Shangtian's name had been called out. His shortcomings exposed, and his face darkened instantly. Though seething at Xiao He's arrogance, he managed to steady himself, resisting the urge to storm up and demand an explanation. Yao Shangtian knew that if he charged up in a fit of rage and got knocked off the stage, the humiliation would be far worse than what he was facing now. Yet he couldn't admit fear of Xiao He as his reason for not stepping forward. So he offered an excuse: our family and the Yi family are long-standing allies. I took the golden soul pill because I intended to step in and resolve any trouble for Sister Xianxian if the ultimate winner proved unworthy of her. Now that the handsome and distinguished brother Xiao has won, why would I want to disrupt Sister Xuanxuan's match? Ha! Xiao He chuckled but said little. Yao Shangtian was clearly trying to make himself look good. If he truly cared so much about Yi Xian, why hadn't he done anything when Zhou Shaoqi had been bragging arrogantly just now? But they were all scions of prominent families. They'd inevitably cross paths again. Unless there was some deep-seated grudge, they wouldn't publicly tear each other apart. Thus, though he understood this perfectly well, Xiao He chose not to expose him. Instead, he clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "Then thank you for your blessings, brother Yao." Ha! Hearing that hearty laugh, Yao Yiming seethed with envy. It was one thing that his family's background couldn't compare to the Xiao clans, but why did their offspring fall so far behind? With this cycle repeating, when would his family ever rise above? The very thought was enough to give one a headache.
Yao Beina gazed at Xiao He, standing on the stage with such grace and poise, and found herself drawn to him. Judging by appearances, Xiao He was undoubtedly the most formidable martial artist in the entire southern region. Not only did he come from a prestigious family, but his personal strength was also formidable. He Xian was truly blessed to marry such a prodigy. Though she felt a twinge of envy toward He Xian, Yao Beina also harbored a secret sense of relief. If He Xian truly married Xiao He, her own chances of being with Fu Chunggong would increase significantly. Seeing that no one dared to challenge him, and even hearing applause and cheers for him, both Shiman Chang and Xiao Yan felt immensely satisfied. Having such a promising young man in the family was undoubtedly a source of great pride for the Xiao clan. Shiman Chang had poured his heart and soul into cultivating this disciple. Now, seeing such remarkable results unmatched throughout the southern regions, his face naturally glowed with pride. What a fine disciple! You've truly made your master proud. Given time, you will surely become a miracle in the martial arts world. Shiman Cheng's eyes brimmed with hope. He had long strived to mold Xiao He into a legendary Taoist master. Seeing Shiman Cheng place such high hopes on his son, Xiao Yan expressed his gratitude repeatedly for the master's cultivation. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Yan approached He Hong and said, "Master He, the outcome is decided. Since no one else will take the stage, let's announce the results promptly. Since I'm hearing Jinling anyway, why don't our two families sit down and properly discuss the marriage arrangements? Let's get these two children wed as soon as possible." Xiao Yan had expected He Hong to readily agree to such a proactive proposal. To his surprise, however, He Hong kept gazing toward the entrance and replied rather absent-mindedly, "There's no rush. We stipulated the martial arts tournament would conclude only after sunset today. Why not wait until the crowd disperses? It won't be too late then." Chapter 168, Another expert arrives. Paimingji. He Hong's cold demeanor infuriated Xiao Yan. "Old He, what does this mean? Are you dissatisfied that my son won the championship? Who are you waiting for?" Not wanting to offend Xiao Yan, He Hong quickly amended his words, "Mr. Xiao, you misunderstand. I'm not waiting for anyone. I simply believe good things come to those who wait. There's no need to rush this moment." He Hong's explanation did little to convince Xiao Yan, and it even bordered on an admission of guilt. "Mr. He, let's be frank. There's no need for evasive tactics. Could there possibly be another master in the southern region who could rival my son?" Seeing the two men at an impasse, Yao Yiming felt a tinge of schadenfreude. He knew exactly who He Hong was waiting for. Wasn't it that Chen Fan? Yao Yiming shared He Xian's view. Chen Fan's absence must stem from fear, making him too cowardly to show up. Under these circumstances, He Hong still insisted on waiting for him, giving him a chance utterly foolish. But this was none of Yao Yiming's concern. In fact, he relished the drama. Stepping forward, he addressed Xiao Yan with a hint of sarcasm. "Indeed, Mr. Xiao, why the rush? The hour hasn't struck yet. No one can say for certain who will win the prize, can they?" "Humph." Xiao Yan, who had been elated, convinced the matter was settled, now felt deeply displeased at Yao Yiming's words. "Fine. Let's wait and see. I'll be damned if anyone actually has the guts to step forward and challenge my son." With that, Xiao Yan swept his sleeve and departed, returning to his seat. Though He Hong had clashed with Xiao Yan, he paid it little mind, his sole hope being that Chen Fan would arrive swiftly. Xiao He stood on the stage. Seeing his father return to his seat in a huff after negotiating with He Hong, he knew something must have gone awry. Taking the initiative to diffuse the tension, he said, "Since this martial arts match for marriage will last all day, let's just wait a bit longer. The one who can beat me hasn't even arrived yet, ha." From Xiao He's laughter, everyone could tell he didn't believe such a possibility existed. His words were merely meant to offer He Hong a face-saving exit. Honestly, why is old He wasting time like this? Exactly. No one dares challenge Xiao He on stage. What's the point of dragging this out? Just look at how effortlessly he handled Qiu Shaoqi earlier. His true strength must be far more terrifying than what he's shown. I refuse to believe anyone in the entire South could surpass him. The crowd below the stage also found He Hong's delay tactics utterly baffling. But just as they were murmuring among themselves, a gust of wind swept overhead. In the distance, they saw an airplane approaching, slowly coming to a stop on a large open field nearby. Before the crowd could process what was happening, a tall, imposing man with striking good looks stepped out of the aircraft. With a light tap of his foot, he soared into the air, appearing on the stage in the blink of an eye after traveling 1,000 miles. With a smile, he fixed his gaze on Xiao He, clasped his fists in a bow, and declared, "I am Paimingji. I challenge you to a duel." His light, effortless footwork alone revealed that his internal strength was profoundly deep, so much so that even Shiman Cheng might not be his equal. "Paimingji?
That must be Paika's son, right? Indeed, the second son of the Pai family. But there had been no prior mention of the Pai family sending representatives. Why such suddenness? Now Xiao He had a worthy opponent. I'd heard the second young master of the Pai family possessed extraordinary talent, having mastered the Pai family's supreme techniques years ago and cultivated formidable gale energy. With his current strength, even if he hadn't quite broken through to the Grandmaster realm, he must be very close. He Hong waited for so long. Could it be he was waiting for this very person? If Pai Mingji were to step in, Xiao He's chances of victory would indeed diminish significantly. The crowd murmured among themselves, completely oblivious to the fact that He Hong himself was stunned by this unexpected visitor. Truthfully, if he could avoid it, He Hong would prefer to steer clear of the Pai family, and the reason lay with Chen Fan. Chen Fan had dealt with Lu Dao, and the Pai family wouldn't let it rest. A confrontation between the two sides was inevitable. He Hong understood this all too well. He Hong's stance was naturally to fully support Chen Fan. But if Pai Mingji emerged as the ultimate victor today, he would likely find himself in a difficult position. My apologies, old He. Family matters arose earlier, preventing me from registering in advance. Since the challenge is still ongoing, I should still be able to register on the spot, correct? Pai Mingji bowed respectfully from a distance, his hands pressed together in a traditional salute. Though He Hong harbored some distaste for Pai Mingji, he couldn't break the rules in full view of everyone. With a smile, he nodded and replied, "Of course it's not too late. This martial arts tournament aims to select a worthy match for my granddaughter. Naturally, the strongest shall prevail. There's no need for excessive formalities." I hadn't anticipated that second young Master Pai would make the long journey specifically for this event. Your presence truly adds luster to the tournament. Thank you for your kind words, Elder He. Xiao He, it's been years since we last met. Last time, it seemed I emerged victorious. I wonder how things will turn out this time. Though Pai Mingji feigned uncertainty, he was already confident in his heart. The moment Xiao He saw Pai Mingji standing before him as his opponent, his confidence began to waver. He had assumed victory was his for the taking, never expecting such an unexpected challenger to emerge. Just as Pai Mingji had mentioned, Xiao He had indeed suffered a crushing defeat at his hands years ago, a humiliating loss, to be precise. This incident not only cast a deep shadow over Xiao He's mind but also made him acutely aware of the gulf between them. Pai Mingji was a master of hard qigong, where sheer force overpowers technique. Xiao He simply couldn't match him. This promised to be quite the spectacle. The Pai family had never meddled in such affairs before, yet this time they had intervened decisively. Clearly, the murder of Lu Dao had dealt a heavy blow to the Pai clan. Their high-profile appearance in the public made it abundantly clear they weren't going to let this rest. Yao Yiming commented on Pai Mingji's entrance, secretly delighted that he hadn't sent his grandson to clash head on, a decision he now deemed supremely wise. Today was clearly a clash of titans. Someone like Yao Shangtian going in would only serve as cannon fodder. Is this Pai Mingji really that powerful, Grandpa? Do you think Xiao He will concede defeat? Yao Shangtian asked, his face brimming with curiosity. Highly likely. I heard some rumors recently. Apparently Pai Mingji has already cultivated to the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Xiao He is a notch below him. Not to mention, Pai Mingji has mastered the Pai family's secret techniques, making his body as tough as iron. Xiao He probably can't do anything to him. Hearing Grandpa's words, Yao Shangtian and Yao Beina both looked utterly astonished. They couldn't believe Pai Mingji's strength was so astonishing. But if Pai Mingji is so exceptional, why would he bother coming all the way here to participate in this martial arts match for marriage? With his talent, he could easily head north. Even seeking a marriage alliance with a prominent family in the capital would be feasible. Compared to that, the He family hardly seemed like a particularly good choice, did it? Yao Beina remarked sourly. You're mistaken. Though He Hong has stepped back from power, he still wields some influence. Moreover, the Pai family, like the Xiao family, lacks a network of powerful connections in the capital. Even if they sought a marriage alliance with someone in the capital, it would likely only be with a wealthy merchant family, hardly fitting their grand ambitions. Therefore, compared to seeking a wealthy match, marrying He Xian was actually the best option. Previously, when He Xian was betrothed to another, they naturally wouldn't have considered this option. But now the situation is different. He Xian has broken off her engagement to Fu Chengdong, and these people are naturally putting all their efforts into riding this wave of opportunity. Yao Yiming's analysis was spot on, perfectly articulating the true intentions of Pai Mingji and Xiao He. Neither of these men had come for He Xian herself. They were after the power held by He Hong. Upon spotting Pai Mingji's presence, Xiao Yan immediately rose from his seat and turned to Shimen Qing, seemingly seeking his counsel. But Shimen Qing merely shook his head and sighed. It seemed their chance was gone. Chapter 169, Making Chen Fan Reveal Himself. Even Shimen Qing had spoken thus. Though Xiao Yan was furious and frustrated, he could do nothing about it. Inferior skill was inferior skill. No amount of resentment could change that. From a distance, Shimen Qing called out to Xiao He, "Disciple, come down. There's no need for further sparring." Shiman Qing acted thus, hoping Xiao He would conserve his strength and avoid injury at Pai Mingji's hands. Otherwise, years of cultivation might be wasted. After all, Pai Mingji cultivated hard qigong. When he unleashed a punch, even Shiman Qing might not withstand it, let alone Xiao He. Though conceding defeat might be embarrassing, what was face compared to one's life? Xiao He shared this reasoning. Now, with his master's warning fresh in his mind, he hesitated no longer. He promptly offered his surrender and stepped down from the platform. The crowd erupted in astonishment. They had anticipated Pai Mingji's victory, but never imagined Xiao He would surrender without a fight, refusing even to strike a blow. Recalling his earlier spirited demeanor, it was truly a sight to behold. Yao Yiming, having enjoyed the spectacle, immediately stirred up trouble. "Hey, Mr. Xiao, why won't you even let your son try? I don't think young Master Xiao would necessarily lose." Xiao Yan knew instantly what this old fox was up to. He relished the drama, hoping his son would fail so his grandson could shine brighter. Without mercy, he retorted, "Then why not let your grandson try? Such a precious golden soul pill, wasted like that. I feel sorry for you. Your words sound sweet as honey, but who doesn't know you're just afraid of my son? If it was truly for helping Missy in a critical moment, as you claim, why take it so early? We're all in the same line of work. We understand each other's motives. There's no need to undermine each other like this, is there?" Though Yao Yiming was considerably older than Xiao Yan, the Xiao family's vast wealth and influence far surpassed the Yao family's. Thus, Xiao Yan had every reason to be unapologetically blunt in his retort. Yao Yiming was rendered speechless and could only grudgingly admit, "Indeed, there's no need to undermine each other. After all, the real show hasn't even begun yet." Though his pride was wounded and his mood soured, Yao Yiming soon cheered himself up with a thought. He Hong still held high hopes for Chen Fan. This Chen Fan didn't even dare to show up. When He Hong publicly announced that he had been waiting for Chen Fan all along, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Then everyone would see just how poor He Hong's judgment was, guaranteeing that he, the host, would become the most humiliated figure in the entire venue. That would finally satisfy Yao Yiming's recent pent-up resentment. Xiao Yan, missing Yao Yiming's subtle implication, asked curiously, "What spectacle? With Pai Mingji here, isn't everything already settled? You don't seriously think Fu Qinggong would dare challenge Pai Mingji, do you?" Unaware of Chen Fan's existence, Xiao Yan assumed Yao Yiming was referring to Yi Xian's original betrothal, hence his speculation. Yet Yao Yiming shook his head earnestly and said with solemnity, "Mr. Xiao, you must have noticed that teacher. He was waiting for someone just now. But he didn't know Pai Mingji would come. So who do you think he was waiting for? I'd love to hear more." Xiao Yan had been curious about this very matter. Hearing Yao Yiming imply he knew the hidden details, he immediately humbly sought his insight. But Yao Yiming avoided a direct answer. Stroking his beard, he smiled faintly, "Mr. Xiao, you can't rush things. In short, just wait and see. This good show has only just begun." Yao Yiming insisted on keeping the suspense alive, so Xiao Yan lost interest in him and turned to discuss matters concerning the Pai family with Shiman Qing. "Minister Shiman, I always thought the Pai family kept to themselves, but it seems they've decided to make a big splash this time. If the Pai and Yi families truly form an alliance through marriage, with their combined strength and wealth, plus Yi Hong's political clout, the Pai family's influence in the south will far surpass ours. You must help me devise a countermeasure." Shiman Qing shook his head, replying with a helpless expression, "Mr. Xiao, this matter is beyond my control. In my youth, I was defeated by Pai Ku. Now that I'm old, the disciples I've trained cannot match his son. Alas, it seems this is simply my fate." Shiman Qing sighed deeply, his fighting spirit clearly extinguished. Below the stage, the contestants who had been brimming with excitement, itching to rub shoulders with Yi Hong and soar to new heights, now mirrored Shiman Qing's dejection. Like wilted eggplants, they all fell silent. Earlier, when Xiao Yi stood on the stage, a few had secretly itched to jump in, egging each other on. Now, with Pai Mingji standing on the stage, the crowd below had fallen completely silent. Not a single soul dared to utter a word. "Why so quiet, everyone? Is there truly no one willing to challenge me?" Pai Mingji stood there with his arms crossed, looking bored out of his mind. Seeing that no one dared to respond, or even meet his gaze, he grew increasingly smug. He then turned to Yi Hong and said, "Mr. He, when Xiao Yi was on stage earlier, you said we should wait until the time is right to make a decision. That's certainly reasonable, because his abilities are far from top tier. But I'm different. I can guarantee with absolute certainty that across the entire southern region, you won't find a second person my age who meets the criteria. So, old Master He, are you still planning to waste everyone's time and keep waiting together?" Pai Mingji pressed Yi Hong, urging him to declare his victory. Simultaneously, these words were a stinging rebuke to Xiao He. Yet Xiao He could do nothing but swallow his pride, silently vowing to work tirelessly and one day avenge today's humiliation. "Ah, right, speaking of which, I'd like to ask you all something. Do you know who ultimately killed Lu Dao? I've heard this matter might be connected to a fellow named Chen Fan. Though Lu Dao never formally married my sister, everyone understood his relationship with our family. My father even raised him like a son. Now that Lu Dao is dead, the Pai family will demand answers at any cost. To anyone here who can provide clues about this Chen Fan, the Pai family will offer a generous reward. Clearly, Pai Mingji's visit this time wasn't solely for the martial arts match for marriage. He came to send a warning to Jinling, indeed, to everyone in the southern regions. He's warning them not to cross the Pai family, lest they face dire consequences. I know the Chen Fan you're talking about. Come to think of it, old he was quite familiar with him too. Upon hearing Pai Mingji was seeking Chen Fan, Yao Yiming perked up instantly. This was the perfect opportunity to get back at He Hong. When I met with old he a couple days ago, he mentioned wanting Chen Fan to marry his granddaughter. But who knows what that kid's thinking. He didn't even show up for the matchmaking tournament today. Old he must be terribly disappointed, right? Yao Yiming's words were utterly ill-timed. Even He Hong hadn't anticipated this old codger would suddenly stab him in the back. Worried that Chen Fan might not be a match for Pai Mingji, He Hong stepped forward to counter. That's not right. Chen Fan probably had nothing to do with Lu Dao's death. As far as I know, Lu Dao was struck dead by a heavenly thunderbolt. Chen Fan doesn't possess the ability to summon lightning. This must be a case of rumors spreading. Old he, what kind of joke is this? Pai Mingji's expression darkened instantly at these words. Do you really think our Pai family can't tell whether someone was struck dead by lightning or beaten to death? Grandfather I'm about to become your grandson-in-law. Our families are about to be united in marriage. I won't dwell on your relationship with that Chen Fan. But I advise you, hand him over immediately. If you sacrifice your family's future to shield him, that would be anything but wise. Pai Mingji dared threaten He Hong because he believed Chen Fan was, after all, a stranger to him. He Hong would never risk his position as the northern king to punish him. Setting aside personal ties, purely in terms of family influence, the Pai family truly held the upper hand over the Yi family in both wealth and connections. Pai Mingji, are you threatening me? He Hong wasn't one to be intimidated. His heart still leaned toward Chen Fan, and he had no intention of backing down. Just as the tension reached its peak, a voice rang out from a nearby elevated position. Enough quarreling. Elder He, thank you for speaking on my behalf. But as Pai Mingji said, I did indeed kill Lu Dao. Chapter 170, No wonder your grandson deserves a beating. As the words fell, everyone watched as Chen Fan, clad in black, leapt from a tree and landed with perfect poise on the stage. Chen Fan, you're here. He Hong exclaimed, his voice brimming with delight. Chen Fan had arrived long ago but remained hidden because he had no intention of marrying He Xian. His appearance now served two purposes, to avoid embarrassing He Hong and to personally vet He Xian's suitor. Just as Yao Shangtian had said, if the final winner turned out to be a dud, Chen Fan would step in immediately. The difference was that Yao Shangtian had merely spoken his intentions, while Chen Fan was earnestly putting his words into action. Originally, when Xiao He emerged victorious, Chen Fan hadn't planned to disrupt the arranged marriage. After careful consideration, he'd concluded Xiao He was actually a decent match. Despite Xiao He's slight offense on the golf course that day, it didn't diminish Chen Fan's appreciation for him. Since the marriage was inevitable, he might as well choose the best candidate available. What Chen Fan hadn't anticipated was Xiao He failing to emerge victorious. After Pai Mingji arrived, Xiao He didn't even have the courage to accept the challenge, slinking off the stage in disgrace. As for Pai Mingji, Chen Fan hadn't planned to confront him head-on just yet. He had long anticipated the Pai family seeking retribution, but if they could set aside the matter of the willow blade and live peacefully, Chen Fan was willing to sit down and talk things through with them. But judging by Pai Mingji's current attitude, the Pai family clearly lacked the sense to do so. Even knowing Lu Dao was no good, they stubbornly insisted on seeking revenge against him. Under these circumstances, Chen Fan saw no reason to hold back. Before Chen Fan appeared, He Hong had been somewhat worried. After all, this was clearly a mission to seek revenge against Chen Fan, and He Hong had just witnessed Chen Fan's formidable strength firsthand. He Hong feared Chen Fan might not be able to defeat his opponent. But now, Chen Fan had stepped forward without hesitation to confront Pai Mingji head-on. This proved he was absolutely certain of victory. Realizing this, He Hong instantly felt reassured. Chen Fan nodded to He Hong, then turned his gaze to Yao Yiming, who had been deliberately stirring trouble all along. Birds of a feather flocked together. No wonder your grandson is such a pain in the ass, turns out he learned it from you. You. Yao Yiming, after all, was an elder. To be publicly humiliated like this by Chen Fan in front of everyone, his expression instantly darkened. The moment Yao Shangtian spotted the man who had carved characters into his forehead, he erupted, "You bastard! You dare show your face here? I was just heading out to settle this with you. Seek revenge? Ha! What? Think carving my forehead wasn't satisfying enough? Want me to add a few more strokes? Bull! You piece of, what are you getting cocky for? Times have changed, I'm not the useless fool I was back then." Pai Mingji had intended to confront Chen Fan immediately, but Yao Shangtian jumped out first. Since that was the case, Pai Mingji didn't stop him. He simply crossed his arms and settled in to watch the show. "Shangtian, what did you mean by that earlier? Could that guy from that day be him?" "That's right, it was him. Grandfather, I must avenge this with my own hands."
Yao Shangtian leaped onto the stage without waiting for Yao Yiming to react, landing firmly in the center. Once on the platform, Yao Shangtian first bowed respectfully to Pai Mingji with a flattering expression. "Young Master Pai, I know you and this brat have a blood feud. But I also don't want to let him off so easily. Might I ask for your permission to deal with him first? I promise to spare his life. I won't delay your reckoning." Pai Mingji shrugged indifferently. "Go ahead." In truth, Pai Mingji found Yao Shangtian's words utterly superfluous. With a single glance, he could tell that the aura emanating from this Chen Fan far surpassed Yao Shangtian's own. Yao Shangtian stood no chance against Chen Fan. Why should he worry about Chen Fan dying at Yao Shangtian's hands? With that, Pai Mingji retreated to the edge of the ring, leaving the battlefield to Yao Shangtian and Chen Fan. What exactly is this Chen Fan up to? How did he manage to offend so many people all at once? I have no idea. Even Yao Shangtian can't stand him. This guy's a real oddball. How could you not even recognize him? Isn't he just that son-in-law the Qian family kicked out? I can't fathom why He Hong would want his granddaughter to marry someone like that. He must be out of his mind. The crowd below the stage buzzed with whispers, all finding Chen Fan's presence here utterly ridiculous. He Xian watched as Chen Fan first provoked Pai Mingji, then mocked Yao Shangtian. She too found this guy utterly unreasonable. But since they were all acquainted, He Xian didn't wish Chen Fan dead. She tugged at He Hong's sleeve and said, "Grandpa, you must talk some sense into him. He's practically asking for trouble." He Hong shook his head calmly. Xian, don't worry. I believe Chen Fan wouldn't show up here without his reasons. We'll just watch and see. Meanwhile, Xiao He, standing below the stage, recognized Chen Fan and gritted his teeth. How could it be him? That guy really does stir up trouble everywhere. You know him too? Xiao Yan asked curiously. Yeah, I almost got into a fight with him on the court the other day. Oh? Xiao Yan exchanged a glance with Shiman Cheng upon hearing this, finding this Chen Fan rather intriguing. At present, he had managed to offend all three of the true masters present in the entire arena. Was this man truly formidable, or was he simply fearless in his ignorance? It was truly intriguing. Back on stage, Yao Shangtian looked at Chen Fan with smug satisfaction, his face radiating absolute confidence. He rubbed his hands together and declared, "Chen Fan, do you know what the golden soul pill is? Isn't that just some useless pill for losers to fool themselves? What's there to not know?" Chen Fan replied casually. "What did you say?" Yao Shangtian roared. "You bastard! I'll show you right now who the real waste is." Yao Shangtian was nearly driven mad by Chen Fan's words. Without another moment of hesitation, he unleashed his full strength, launching a punch straight at Chen Fan. Where'd he go? To everyone's astonishment, Yao Shangtian's attack missed completely. Chen Fan pivoted lightly on his feet, his body spinning upward effortlessly until he landed atop Yao Shangtian's head. Next, Chen Fan reached out and gave a gentle tug. The fake skin plastered to Yao Shangtian's head peeled right off. Chapter 171, The He family only associates with the strong. The moment the skin peeled off, the crowd below erupted like a bustling market, roaring with laughter. Everyone pointed and jeered at Yao Shangtian on stage. Holy crap, I was wondering what deep grudge he had against this kid. Turns out he had idiot carved right on his forehead. No wonder he was so pissed off, ha! Yao Shangtian had truly made a fool of himself this time. After all that boasting, he couldn't even land a single blow on Chen Fan. TSK, Chen Fan was absolutely right. Yao Shangtian really was a useless piece of trash, a complete waste of that golden soul pill. Hearing the crowd's roaring laughter, Yao Shangtian wished he could sink into a hole. He never imagined that even with the pill's effects, he still couldn't match Chen Fan. Consumed by rage, Yao Shangtian completely lost his composure. Like a raging bull, he charged across the stage, gnashing his teeth as he swung his fists, launching attack after attack at Chen Fan. To Chen Fan, these attacks were child's play. After a long while, Chen Fan remained unscathed, calm and composed, while Yao Shangtian was panting heavily, face flushed crimson, looking like nothing more than a clownish buffoon. Finally, Chen Fan casually kicked him off the stage with a single blow, leaving him sprawled on the ground unable to get up for a long time. Yao Yiming and Yao Beina watched Yao Shangtian's pitiful state, wishing they could just vanish into a crack in the ground. Who could have imagined that after all the trouble Yao Yiming had gone through, neither He Hong nor Chen Fan ended up disgraced? Instead, every single member of the Yao family, back to their ancestors 18 generations deep, had been utterly humiliated. Talk about shooting themselves in the foot. Well, you know what? That kid really has some skills. No wonder old He holds him in such high regard. This man is no ordinary talent. Not an ordinary man? That's only because Yao Shangtian is such a useless piece of trash. Just wait until he falls into Pai Mingji's hands, then we'll see if he still dares to be so arrogant. Hearing the murmurs from the audience, He Hong knew it was time for him to step forward and speak. Everyone, please calm down. Allow me to say a few words. As Elder Yao mentioned earlier, Chen Fan is indeed the one I have in mind. I simply didn't expect the second young master of the Pai family to participate in this martial arts tournament. But since things have come to this, there's little more to say.
We shall proceed according to the tournament's rules. Whoever emerges victorious shall become my Xuanxuan's future husband. Grandfather. He Xian couldn't understand why He Hong would choose this moment to reveal his support for Chen Fan. Even if Chen Fan defeated Yao Shangtian, the gap between him and Pai Mingji was still vast. If Chen Fan gets thoroughly beaten by Pai Mingji later, wouldn't that bring shame upon her family too? It would be far wiser to distance himself now. That would be the truly clever move. The crowd watching below the stage all shared He Xian's confusion. They couldn't fathom why He Hong would choose to stand with Chen Fan at this critical juncture. Did he genuinely believe Chen Fan could defeat Pai Mingji? That was simply laughable. Xia Yan exchanged a glance with Shiman Qing, equally baffled by what He Hong was really up to. Minister Shiman, what do you make of Chen Fan's physique? Shiman Qing stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's hard to tell at a glance. But judging by how he defeated Yao Shangtian just now, he does seem to have some solid foundation. As for how deep that foundation runs, we'll only know once they face off. Still, I believe Pai Mingji holds the greater advantage. After all, his family's heritage speaks for itself. Xiao Yan nodded, clearly sharing the same view. On the stage, Pai Mingji looked at Chen Fan with a mocking smile. I never believed a worthless trash like you could kill my brother-in-law. But judging by that duel just now, I really underestimated you. Ha! Had your Pai family not been so fixated on avenging that scum Lu Dao, I might have shown mercy and spared you. But you insisted on walking right into my trap. Since that's the case, I'll just have to deliver another funeral to your family. Chen Fan's retort caught everyone off guard. They'd expected him to beg for mercy at worst, but certainly not to dare provoke Pai Mingji further. Yet here he was, not only taunting Pai Mingji but openly declaring his intent to kill him. Where did this audacity come from? You're courting death. At those words, Pai Mingji's veins bulged as fury erupted from him. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked, his terrifying expression sending shivers down the spines of even those watching below the stage. Heh, overconfident brat. Yao Yiming rushed over to help his precious grandson to his feet. Seeing Yao Shangtian's severe injuries, he glared at Chen Fan on stage with gritted teeth, hoping Pai Mingji would avenge him. Chen Fan's performance today had indeed caught Yao Beinao off guard, but she remained convinced that Chen Fan could never be Pai Mingji's match. Chen Fan, you dare challenge Pai Mingji? You deserve to die. Chen Fan paid no heed to the crowd's judgments. Seeing him courting death like this, He Xian felt an inexplicable unease. She tugged at He Hong's sleeve, her voice filled with worry. Grandfather, you've always liked Chen Fan, haven't you? Please speak up for him. Pai Mingji is clearly intent on killing him in the ring. Are you just going to stand by and watch him die? He Xian believed that since He Hong usually held Chen Fan in such high regard, he would surely step forward to plead for him this time. Yet to her surprise, He Hong remained unexpectedly cold. Xian, what are you talking about? The enmity between those two runs far deeper than just the martial arts match for marriage. Since both sides have vowed to kill each other, what right do I have to intervene? Regardless of who wins, he will become your fiancé. Our He family only aligns with the strongest. Ha! Well said, always aligning with the strong. As soon as He Hong finished speaking, Pai Mingji burst into hearty laughter. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Elder He, you will never regret this decision. Hearing He Hong speak thus, everyone present felt utterly incredulous. What on earth was wrong with He Hong? Why was he flip-flopping like this? Indeed, moments ago he was defending Chen Fan, seemingly unconcerned even when mocked. Why does he now care nothing for Chen Fan's fate? You're all so naive. Times change, and I can only say that old master He has finally seen the light. This is the wise course of action. Everyone thought He Hong was disregarding Chen Fan's life, and He Xian was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. Grandpa, you can't do this. Didn't you always teach me never to kick someone when they're down? Why are you acting like this now? He Hong didn't answer He Xian's question. Instead, he stood there with a smile on his face, his expression appearing profoundly enigmatic. Chapter 172, You've overestimated your abilities. Seeing that reason wouldn't sway He Hong, He Xian turned to Chen Fan with a grave expression. This isn't the time for reckless bravado, Chen Fan. You never wanted to marry me in the first place, why climb onto that stage to court death? If you just admit defeat now, I can have grandfather mediate the feud between our two families. At the very least, I can save your life. Hearing He Xian's concerned words, Chen Fan felt a flicker of emotion but dismissed it. He never believed he'd done anything wrong. The fault lay with the Pai family, they had no right to seek revenge against him. He recalled the email his senior sister had sent earlier, where she'd mentioned suspecting the Pai family's involvement in that incident at the War Gods Hall years ago. Chen Fan had intended to investigate discreetly, but since they'd walked right into his trap, he might as well settle everything at once. Amidst the laughter, Chen Fan lightly stamped his foot. Suddenly, a violent wind swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust and sand. Out of nowhere, the forest erupted in a whirlwind of flying sand and stones, the dust obscuring everyone's vision. The spectators seated on the stands were caught completely off guard. For a moment, the sand and dust blinded them all, making it impossible to see what was happening on the stage. But by the time they regained their senses and looked back up, it was all over. The battle had ended abruptly. Pai Mingji, the one everyone had pinned their hopes on, lay sprawled beneath the stage like a dead dog. His clothes were inexplicably torn to shreds, seemingly by the whirlwind itself. His body was covered in blood, and he had multiple fractures. What the hell just happened? The crowd stared at each other in disbelief, finding the scene utterly surreal. Only Pai Mingji, trapped in the center, knew the truth. In that instant, countless pebbles had rained down upon him like a barrage of blades. He had been overwhelmed, forced into retreat, every inch of his body battered and bruised. Even his years of cultivation in hard qigong proved utterly useless. Hard qigong was no match for such a barrage of fine, dense, and relentless attacks. After being knocked to the ground, Pai Mingji felt no sense of injustice. From that single strike, he had already sensed the gap between himself and Chen Fan, a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. The man before him was a terrifying existence, terrifying to an unimaginable degree. Pushing himself up with one hand, Pai Mingji looked at Chen Fan again, his eyes now filled with awe. Who are you? What technique did you just use? How could it possess such power? Or had you already set up an illusionary array here, just waiting to activate it and lure me into your trap? Chen Fan shrugged, stepping before Pai Mingji. In a voice only the two could hear, he replied, I had no idea you'd be participating in this martial arts match for a bride. How could I have set up an array beforehand? If you hadn't forced your way onto the stage today, insisting on challenging me, I wouldn't have participated at all. But all that is secondary. I only want you to answer one question honestly. If you tell me everything at once, I'll spare your life. What do you want to ask me? Chen Fan's voice was deep and solemn. Who exactly is directing your actions behind the scenes in the Pai family? I don't understand what you're saying. The topic Chen Fan raised seemed to be a taboo. The moment Pai Mingji heard the question, his expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he began feigning ignorance, turning his head away and avoiding Chen Fan's gaze entirely. Then let me make myself perfectly clear. 15 years ago, during that incident at the War God's temple, was your family involved? Did you also fan the flames? At these words, Pai Mingji's pupils dilated sharply, visibly shaken. You're from the War God's hall? Pai Mingji muttered to himself, his entire being seeming to descend into madness. He shook his head violently, his expression resolute. I won't tell you. I won't tell you anything. You won't get a single word out of me. I'll fight you to the death. Ah! With a frenzied roar, Pai Mingji channeled nearly all his inner strength into his fingertips. Then, in a surprise move, he unleashed his secret technique, the Yin Thunder Finger, sending that concentrated force straight toward Chen Fan's heart. We'll all die together. Pai Mingji's vengeful act sparked waves of suspicion among the crowd. What on earth had Chen Fan said to him to drive him to such desperation to risk his own life and seek mutual destruction? Yet Pai Mingji was clearly still too green. Chen Fan didn't even bother to dodge, taking the blow head-on. Moments later, Pai Mingji collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He seemed to have aged a decade overnight. His temples had turned silver, and his face was etched with deep wrinkles, making him look utterly terrifying. This was the consequence of exhausting every ounce of his energy in such a short span. In contrast, Chen Fan stood unscathed where he was, bending down to address Pai Mingji, whose time was running out. Your resolve to go down with me is truly admirable. It's just a pity you've overestimated your abilities. If I couldn't even handle this level of power, what right would I have to walk the martial world? Ah! At Chen Fan's words, Pai Mingji completely broke down, his shrieks piercing the ears of everyone present. Though they watched from afar, unaware of the exact events between the two, it was clear to everyone that Chen Fan's raised palm was poised to deliver the final blow to Pai Mingji. Just as Chen Fan prepared to kill Pai Mingji outright, a move meant to lure out the snake from its hole and draw more Pai family members to confront him. A surge of gale force energy suddenly roared in from the distance, violently carving a deep chasm between Chen Fan and Pai Mingji. Had Chen Fan not dodged swiftly, that thunderous blast of gale force would have struck his feet. The crowd below the stage was too far away, and the dust hadn't yet settled, so they couldn't make out what had happened. They could only sense that the battle on the platform was far more intense than anyone could have imagined. These two were truly like gods battling. Who would have thought that in a mere martial arts match for marriage, they would fight with such deadly seriousness? Know that Dragon Thunder Strike just now definitely didn't come from Pai Mingji. It looked more like a technique from the Fu family's Dragon Elephant pointing skill. Oh? So that means Fu Chenggong has arrived? No sooner had the words left their mouths than a figure slowly emerged from the nearby woods. That's right, it was me. Dressed in a grey robe, he appeared weary and dusty, as if he'd been traveling for a long time. Indeed, Fu Chenggong had only emerged from seclusion this morning. Just hours ago, he achieved yet another breakthrough, his current power surpassing even that of the prodigy Pai Mingji. Chen Fan turned to Fu Chenggong, sizing him up from head to toe before remarking with a hint of disdain, if you're smart, you'd know better than to ambush a powerful opponent. Because if your ambush fails, the price you'll pay will be unbearable. The moment Pai Mingji saw Fu Qinggong arrive and help intercept Chen Fan, he felt a flicker of gratitude. He quickly offered flattery. Fu Qinggong, you finally come. I knew you wouldn't just hand Missy over to someone else. You two are truly meant for each other. Hurry up and deal with this guy, we absolutely can't let him succeed. He Xian's face lit up with joy. She had thought Brother Chang had abandoned her, but unexpectedly, he chose to rush over at this crucial moment. With Fu Qinggong's arrival, the cloud of dust finally dispersed, allowing everyone to see the situation on the stage clearly. Shiman Qing saw Chen Fan standing unscathed while Pai Mingji was covered in wounds. His eyes widened as he turned to Xiao Yan beside him. This boy is no ordinary villain. Our southern faction may be facing a major upheaval. Minister Shiman, are you suggesting Chen Fan's strength surpasses ours? Of course. It's obvious. Shiman Qing nodded. I truly never imagined Jinling could harbor such a young reclusive master. Even I cannot fathom the depth of Chen Fan's power. Judging by that earth-shattering, soul-stirring technique he just unleashed, his prowess far surpasses that of a mere grandmaster. To possess such terrifying prowess at such a young age, his future potential is already evident. He Hong truly has an exceptional eye for talent. Xiao He, standing nearby, dismissed Shiman Qing's admiration with disdain, his expression darkening at the praise. That's a bit of an exaggeration, don't you think? Frankly, I doubt that kid can even get past Fu Qinggong's challenge. The ultimate winner this time will most likely be Fu Qinggong. Heh, well then, let's just wait and see. Shiman Qing merely smiled. How accurately he judged people. This Chen Fan must be a truly peerless prodigy, he's just hiding his true potential. Chapter 173, Foolish Speculation. The crowd below the stage watched the spectacle unfold, waiting to see what would happen next. Little did they know, Chen Fan had never intended to clash head-on with Fu Qinggong. It wasn't that he feared his opponent, but rather that, in Chen Fan's view, there was no mutual interest between them. He had no desire to marry He Xian, so there was no need to fight Fu Qinggong. As for Pai Mingji, Chen Fan was utterly determined to eliminate him. Only by doing so could he stir up chaos within the Pai family, forcing their backers to reveal their true colors. Fu Qinggong, you still have time to step aside. I will kill him, but I won't compete with you over He Xian. So, I won't let you kill him either. Fu Qinggong declared with unwavering resolve. Besides, my primary purpose today beyond participating in this martial arts match for marriage is to teach you a lesson. I hear my younger brother has suffered greatly at your hands. As his elder brother, how could I not help him get his revenge? Oh? So you intend to stop me from killing Pai Mingji? Fine. Let's see if you have the ability. Fu Qinggong sought to save Pai Mingji because the Pai family was immensely wealthy and influential. Securing a favor from them would undoubtedly bring immense future benefits to the Fu family. But he had severely underestimated Chen Fan's speed. The reason Chen Fan hadn't killed Pai Mingji with a single strike earlier was because he had questions to ask him. Now that the man held no further value, Chen Fan would allow no one to stand in his way of finishing him off. Chen Fan's strike was far faster than Fu Qinggong could have imagined. By the time he moved to intervene, it was already too late. A crisp snap echoed as Chen Fan raised his hand and snapped Pai Mingji's neck. This sudden turn of events left even Shiman Qing and the others watching below the stage stunned. He actually killed Pai Mingji? Shiman Qing sucked in a sharp breath, silently lowering his head with a pensive expression. But shrewd old foxes like Shiman Qing were few and far between. Fu Qinggong, witnessing Chen Fan kill Pai Mingji right before his eyes, failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Instead, his face twisted into a look of furious rage. You bastard! You dare kill him right in front of me? Heh, isn't this simply because you're outmatched? You wanted to protect him but couldn't. What right do you have to shout here? Chen Fan retorted with utter contempt. I wasn't prepared just now. Fine. Originally, because of my brother, I only intended to teach you a lesson. I never expected you'd dare kill someone right in front of me. You clearly don't hold me in any regard at all. Since that's the case, I see no reason to spare your life. Prepare to die. Fu Qinggong spread his stance wide as he and Chen Fan leapt back onto the stage. He bellowed to the crowd below, let all present today bear witness. I, Fu Qinggong, shall take this Chen Fan's worthless life today. Fu Qinggong's words boomed with such force that the sound waves shook the heavens and earth, reverberating long after they were spoken. The crowd below realized Fu Qinggong meant business, and all adopted expressions of eager anticipation. TSK, that kid Chen Fan really doesn't know his place. Thinking he's got some skills, he doesn't give a damn about anyone else. Now he's really brought trouble upon himself. Fu Qinggong's fierce approach this time showed his secluded training had clearly paid off. But that Chen Fan is no ordinary opponent either. He managed to kill Pai Mingji, clearly no pushover. I doubt Fu Qinggong will win this one so easily. Shiman Qing didn't state his suspicions outright but hinted at them indirectly. But none of the people below the stage seemed to grasp his hints. Worse still, some even retorted on the spot, didn't Ya Yiming say earlier that He Hong was keeping a close eye on this Chen Fan? I suspect the sandstorm chaos earlier was likely a trap or illusion set by He Hong to help Chen Fan take advantage of the chaos. Otherwise, how could someone of his caliber possibly defeat Pai Mingji? Shimin Qing nearly burst out laughing at this remark. But he didn't engage in an argument. Instead, he adopted an expression eager to hear more details and continued, if that's your take, then how do you explain Chen Fan personally killing Pai Mingji just now? Pai Mingji was already gravely wounded. Add to that Fu Qinggong's thunderous dragon strike, which shook heaven and earth, likely exacerbating Pai Mingji's internal injuries. That's precisely how Chen Fan seized the opportunity and reaped the reward. I think he makes a valid point. That Chen Fan was in such a hurry to silence Pai Mingji by killing him, he was probably afraid Pai Mingji would spill all these secrets. If that happened, Chen Fan wouldn't be able to keep up his charade. Shimin Qing never imagined such a foolish viewpoint would actually gain significant support. He stifled a chuckle and said no more. After wrestling with his thoughts, Shimin Qing had secretly resolved that once this duel concluded, he would seek out Chen Fan, become his disciple, and serve him faithfully. For he believed that despite Chen Fan's seemingly unremarkable exterior, his background was far from ordinary. His future development would likely astonish everyone. Aligning oneself with such a man held far greater promise. As for those foolish fools, let them think whatever they wanted. Their lack of faith in Chen Fan actually reduced his competition, which was a blessing in disguise. Seeing Shimin Qing no longer argue, the crowd assumed he agreed with this view. In an instant, the calls for Fu Qinggong to win the contest grew louder and louder. Even Yao Beina, who had just begun to regard Chen Fan with a bit more respect, immediately changed her stance. So that's how it was. One really needs to hear the master's analysis to grasp the full picture. By that logic, Chen Fan was clearly just riding on someone else's coattails. But this Fu Qinggong, he's terrifyingly formidable. Yao Shangtian nodded in deep agreement, his eyes suddenly brightening as he exclaimed, no wonder Chen Fan never agreed to marry He Xian. He must have known all along that Fu Qinggong's prowess far surpassed his own. That's why he dared not compete with Fu Qinggong for a woman. Chen Fan stood on the stage, hearing every word of their chatter. Though he found their arguments laughable, he remained outwardly unruffled, appearing to tacitly agree with their conclusions. As this narrative gained traction, even Fu Qinggong himself began to suspect that Pai Mingji's death might have been hastened by the internal injuries inflicted by his earlier dragon thunderstrike. This thought stirred a flicker of guilt within him. It was I who killed Brother Pai, but you remain the chief culprit. Your crime is unforgivable. You may escape capital punishment, but you won't escape punishment. Here's the deal, withdraw from the competition quietly, kneel before Brother Pai's body, and kowtow several times to admit your fault. Today, I'll let you go. How about it? Chen Fan had no intention of marrying He Xian. Had Fu Qinggong simply requested to take her away without all this nonsense, Chen Fan wouldn't have bothered confronting him. But this brat was utterly arrogant and clueless, actually expecting him to kneel and kowtow. This reckless demand made Chen Fan laugh outright. What are you laughing at? What? Even at death's door, you still refuse to admit your mistake? As the battle between the two men seemed about to erupt, He Xian hurried down from the stands. Success, please, let it go. That guy's always been such a big shot. My grandfather really likes him. Why don't you just let him off the hook? Chen Fan, you need to get out of here right now. Keep a low profile from now on, stop being so reckless. With an innocent look, He Xian asked, Grandpa, now that Brother Qinggong won the championship, does that mean I don't have to cancel our engagement? Unexpectedly, He Hong's answer sent a collective gasp of shock through the crowd. Absolutely not. Chapter 174, abruptly halted. This answer instantly wiped the smile off He Xian's face, and even Fu Qinggong's gaze turned sharp. Grandfather, what do you mean by that? He Hong replied slowly and deliberately, Pai Mingji ultimately died by Chen Fan's hand, not yours. Chen Fan never once agreed to bow down and admit defeat to you. You still aren't the ultimate victor. Grandfather, what are you doing? Must you push Chen Fan into the fire before you're satisfied? How could he possibly defeat Brother Qinggong? The moment He Xian heard her grandfather's words, she understood that He Hong wanted Chen Fan and Fu Qinggong to face off in a fair and open duel. Otherwise, he wouldn't let the matter rest. Fu Cheng's thoughts mirrored He Xian's exactly. He chuckled softly, his tone tinged with resignation. Grandfather, he is correct. Chen Fan has yet to acknowledge his mistake to me. In that case, only by letting everyone witness my victory will grandfather he admit that breaking off the engagement with our family was a mistake. Fu Qinggong was utterly confident, even daring to provoke He Hong. He Hong snorted coldly under his breath, inwardly sighing at Fu Qinggong's hubris. A petty man's rise to power, exposed far too quickly. He approached Chen Fan, clasped his fists respectfully, and spoke with genuine earnestness, Mr. Chen, you must have seen what kind of person Fu Qinggong truly is. I, He Hong, would never dream of marrying my granddaughter to such a man. But if you refuse to fight, I'll have no grounds left to annul the engagement. I implore you, Mr. Chen, to help me prevent my granddaughter from being entrusted to the wrong person. The crowd below the stage watched He Hong's display, all staring in stunned silence. What was He Hong thinking? Entrusting such a matter to Chen Fan?
Judging by his obsequious demeanor, he genuinely seemed to regard Chen Fan as a master.
Just how much of that mind-altering potion had he been fed?
Fu Qinggong had just been rejected in marriage, and now he was being publicly disparaged like this. In front of everyone, his dignity and reputation were utterly shattered. His face was ashen, revealing nothing but despair. Seeing that He Hong had completely severed ties with him, Fu Qinggong no longer held back. He coldly addressed He Hong, "Old He, it seems you've placed your trust in the wrong person this time. Whatever my character may be, I'll treat Xianxian well.
But this kid, do you really think he can beat me?" Chen Fan genuinely had no interest whatsoever in Shui Xian.
But with He Hong having pushed things this far and Fu Qinggong showing such blatant contempt, refusing to respond would make him look like a coward. Thus, Chen Fan changed his mind. Turning back with a smile, he said, "I have no interest in the betrothal.
If you wish to challenge me, you'll need to offer something else as stakes. Does your Fu family have anything worth putting on the line?"
Fu Qinggong held no regard for Chen Fan whatsoever, so he wouldn't hesitate to put up treasures for a wager. No sooner had Chen Fan finished speaking than Fu Qinggong replied without hesitation, "Our family possesses countless precious treasures. Take the Xianming Coal Jade, for instance. It's a renowned family heirloom known to all."
"Fine, then let's use that as the wager. If I beat you, your family heirloom is mine. Dare you take that bet? What's there to be afraid of? You won't win anyway."
"Not only would I take your family heirloom, but even if you bet your life, I wouldn't be afraid."
Fu Qinggong was utterly cocky, utterly confident he'd win this round.
But when He Xian heard Fu Qinggong was willing to wager their family heirloom for her sake, she was instantly moved to tears. She rushed forward to stop him. "Brother Qinggong, there's no need to risk the family treasure on a bet."
"What if?" "Xian, don't you trust me?"
"You must know that in my heart, you're more precious than any jade. So whatever he asks me to bet today, I'll agree."
"Rest assured, I absolutely cannot lose. Come the end, both you and the family heirloom will be mine." Chen Fan's smile widened at these heartfelt words. "You like playing the romantic card, huh? Fine, let's see you play it. Alright then. Since young Master Fu is so earnest, let's proceed."
The others stepped back as the two men simultaneously ascended the stage. He Xian turned to look at He Hong, her tone tinged with displeasure.
"Grandpa, look at you. Why did you have to force this?"
Now everyone's stuck between a rock and a hard place.
How could Chen Fan possibly be a match for Brother Chang?
Just as He Hong was about to respond to He Xian's question, a phone call suddenly rang out. Everyone was waiting for He Hong to declare the match open. Seeing him answer the call, they could only grit their teeth and wait patiently. But after hanging up, He Hong unexpectedly announced a suspension of the duel. "Everyone, I just received a call from the Southern King of the Peerless Academy. He will be coming to Jinling to meet with me in 2 days. It's a rare honor to have such a distinguished figure grace us with his presence.
Why don't we reschedule today's match for the day the Southern King arrives?
That way, he can witness the pinnacle of martial arts competition among our Southern masters."
"What do you say?"
Hearing this, everyone naturally agreed without hesitation.
"This is truly remarkable. The Southern King is actually willing to come to our remote backwater.
This time, those two are going to make a name for themselves."
Who could disagree? The Southern King's Peerless Academy was currently recruiting talent.
The victor might secure direct admission, not only bringing honor to their family, but most importantly, opening up boundless prospects.
Ah, what a pity Pai Mingji passed away so soon. The showdown will be between Chen Fan and Fu Qinggong. Fu Qinggong's prowess goes without saying, but what makes this Chen Fan worthy of such an honor? Indeed.
Making the esteemed Southern King witness such a farce, a mere upstart versus a true master, would surely be laughable. The crowd buzzed with chatter, largely agreeing this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Fu Qinggong, likely part of He Hong's plan to pave the way for his future grandson-in-law. It was a pity for Chen Fan, he was destined to be cannon fodder. Fu Qinggong had intended a swift victory and was initially displeased with the postponement. Yet upon learning it was due to the Southern Prince's impending arrival, his mood instantly lifted. The Southern King, an ally of He Hong, was none other than Wang Feng, one of the 3 stewards of the Peerless Academy. This man wielded immense power, far surpassing even He Hong, the Northern King, in prestige. Fu Qinggong had met him several times before and made a favorable impression. Wang Feng had even mentioned that when the Peerless Academy next expanded its enrollment, Fu Qinggong would be a top priority. He surmised that the prince's visit must be an opportunity to recruit him. At this thought, Fu Qinggong broke into a triumphant smile. He felt this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him and resolved to make the most of it. Most crucially, Wang Feng had always been a devoted follower of the War God's Temple, harboring a keen interest in its scattered treasures. Fu Qinggong had recently acquired a War God Temple artifact at an auction. He had planned to find an opportune moment to present it to Wang Feng, but now that the man was in Jinling, there was no need to wait. The more Fu Qinggong thought about it, the more he realized Wang Feng's arrival was immensely advantageous to him. Without hesitation, he agreed to postpone the duel. Chen Fan raised no objections, and thus the matter was settled.
Yao Bena stood below the stage, watching Fu Qingdong's dashing, self-assured demeanor.
Her heart swelled with admiration, while her gaze toward He Xian grew increasingly hostile.
Damn it!
She would find a man even stronger than Fu Qingdong and crush He Xian.
Chapter 175, The Scapegoat.
The crowd dispersed, awaiting Wang Feng's arrival in a few days when they would gather again at He Hong's residence to witness the final outcome of this duel. Seeing no hope of a marriage alliance with the He family, Xiaoyan decided to return immediately. As for the outcome of the duel, he was already leaning toward Fu Cheng's victory and saw little point in staying to watch. Before departing, however, he couldn't shake the urge to probe further about the whereabouts of the Gu Yuan Dan. Since Xiao He refused to believe Mu Yuanbai's words, Mu Yuanbai could only discreetly hint to Xiao Yan that there was a master in Jinling capable of refining the return to origin pill, urging Xiao Yan to seek him out personally. Upon hearing this promising news, Xiao Yan immediately resolved to make the journey himself. He was determined to secure the return to origin pill at any cost, for without it, his daughter's days were numbered. Given that his earlier proposal had been rejected by Xiao He, Mu Yuanbai dared not mention it to Xiao Yan. He feared Xiao Yan might react similarly to Xiao He, and also worried that Xiao He might hold it against him if he later discovered the truth. Thus, Mu Yuanbai did not reveal that Chen Fan was the person they sought. Instead, he hinted that the divine physician capable of refining the return to origin pill was quite renowned in Jinling, suggesting Xiao Yan make inquiries himself. Upon hearing that a pill refining expert was renowned in Jinling, Xiao Yan immediately called Tang Yuan without hesitation. Medicine and pharmacy were closely intertwined. If such a person truly existed in Jinling, Dr. Tang would surely know their whereabouts. Dr. Tang didn't know who could refine the Gu Yuan Dan, but he did know one truly formidable divine physician, none other than Chen Fan. Thus, upon receiving Xiao Yan's call, Dr. Tang proactively offered to introduce Chen Fan to him. Mr. Xiao, I do know a divine physician in Jinling. Whether he can refine the return to origin pill, I cannot say. But you should find time to meet with him and have a thorough discussion. Perhaps then, without needing the pill, he might cure your daughter's illness. Is this man's medical skill truly that extraordinary? Over the years, Xiao Yan had sought out renowned physicians everywhere. Most, after much inquiry, recommended the return to origin pill for his daughter's treatment. No one else had ever suggested any other method. Now that Physician Tang had mentioned this master physician might possess alternative methods to cure his daughter, his interest was instantly piqued. Who could this mysterious figure be, to earn such high praise from Physician Tang? Dr. Tang, I'll be free tomorrow. Could you please arrange a meeting with him as soon as possible? I'd prefer to see him tomorrow if possible. No problem. I'll reach out and let you know as soon as I hear anything. After ending the call with Physician Tang, both Xiao He and his son Xiao Yan were visibly stirred. We searched high and low in vain, yet found it effortlessly. Who would have thought this seemingly unremarkable little city of Jinling harbors so many masters? We truly underestimated this place, Xiao He remarked with emotion. Xiao Yan nodded repeatedly. Indeed. Dr. Tang has always been arrogant, yet when he mentioned that master earlier, his tone was filled with nothing but reverence, not a trace of contempt. This shows just how formidable that person's abilities must be. He's completely won him over. I think if we could truly invite such a divine physician to treat your sister, it might just turn the tide and help Sooner defy fate and rewrite her destiny. Xiaoyi's eyes shone brightly as he spoke with hope. It is certainly possible. Those who endure the bitterest hardships rise above others. My sister possesses innate brilliance in terms of comprehension, none can surpass her. It is only a pity that her innate deficiency holds her back, not only preventing cultivation, but also endangering her life. If she could truly encounter a master who could transform her completely, it would be an extraordinary blessing for our Xiao family, one that could restore our clan to its former glory. Oh, father, Mu Yuanbai must have told you he's already figured out how to activate those 2 copper coins. He claims to have learned some Yin Mountain Taoist arts. I'm sure that matter will proceed smoothly as well. Well, let's hope so. Father and son returned to the inn, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the next day. They were eager to meet the divine healer mentioned by Dr. Tang. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had just returned home after leaving the martial arts competition venue when he discovered his phone flooded with messages related to today's event. However, since this martial arts match for marriage was held privately, all the reporters had been stationed outside the venue. The information they gathered was nothing but hearsay, pieced together from the accounts of the high-ranking officials and nobles who had managed to gain entry. Consequently, much of the content was inaccurate, even bordering on the absurd. Yet, among the myriad rumors, the most shocking revelation was the death of Pai Mingji. Although Pai Mingji ultimately perished at Chen Fan's hands, the onlookers present stubbornly believed that it was Fu Qingdong's move, the thunderous dragon strike, which shattered Pai Mingji's dantian, creating the opening for Chen Fan to strike. Consequently, when recounting the incident, everyone focused their attention on Fu Qingdong. Reporters, too, almost unanimously claimed Pai Mingji had died at Fu Qingdong's hands. Though a few reports briefly mentioned Chen Fan, they brushed it off without much attention. People merely found it surprising that a divorced man like Chen Fan could infiltrate the matchmaking tournament grounds, and few delved deeper.
Faced with this deluge of reports, Chen Fan found himself both amused and exasperated. He had hoped the Pai family would see these stories and come after him for retribution, but unexpectedly, all fingers pointed squarely at Fu Qinggong. This meant the Pai family might very well seek revenge from the wrong person. Fu Qinggong shared the same bewilderment. He never dreamed these unscrupulous reporters would pin the blame squarely on his shoulders. While eliminating Pai Mingji would indeed demonstrate his capabilities, the Pai family was a far more formidable force than the Fu family. Fu Qinggong was deeply worried that Pai Ku would come seeking revenge. For a time, he was so anxious he couldn't eat. His fears proved justified. Upon learning of Pai Mingji's death, the entire Pai family erupted in fury. Pike, in particular, was deeply troubled. Pai Mingji was his youngest son and undoubtedly his most cherished child. From childhood, Pai Ku had personally raised Pai Mingji with great care. Now, just as his son was on the verge of rising to become a formidable leader in his own right, he had died inexplicably at another's hands. How could Pai Ku possibly swallow his anger? Moreover, the Pai family had been beset by turmoil lately. With both a son-in-law and a son brutally killed in quick succession, rumors were running rampant outside. Many whispered in the shadows, seeing this as an omen of the Pai family's impending decline. Pai Guangwei stormed back home, his face twisted with rage as he burst through the door. "Father," he snarled. "I've uncovered the truth. My brother's death is entirely the fault of Fu Qinggong from the Fu family. He shattered my brother's dantian with his Dragon Thunderstrike technique. That's why he couldn't defend himself when his opponent struck back. He died instantly. Fu Qinggong? I have neither ancient grudges nor recent enmities with the Fu family. But he dared strike down my son with lethal force. Very well. Since he has provoked us, we shall repay him in kind." Fury blazed in Pic's eyes as he charged forward like a thunderbolt. He immediately issued an order to all members of the Pai family. Starting today, they would stop at nothing to make the entire Fu family pay with their lives for his son. Meanwhile, news reached the Fu family. Learning that Fu Qinggong had killed Pai Ku's son, the entire Fu family was stunned and gripped by panic. Why would Fu Qinggong kill Pai Mingji when he was perfectly fine? Wasn't this courting disaster? Even if it was a sparring match, he should have shown mercy. After receiving angry calls from his family demanding answers, Fu Qinggong wanted to explain. Yet, after much thought, he realized the rumors might not be entirely unfounded. He had only intended to stop Chen Fan, not to kill Pai Mingji. Yet now that it had happened, no amount of justification would convince anyone. With Chen Fan's half-baked skills, he could never have killed Pai Mingji. The problem must lie with his own move. Now that he'd made enemies with the Pai family, his only recourse was to secure his marriage to Yi Xin at all costs and impress Wang Feng. Once he became the He family's prized son-in-law, backed by the protection of the Peerless Academy, even if the Pai family sought revenge, they'd have to carefully weigh their own strength first. After this analysis, Fu Qinggong realized there was no turning back. He might as well seize this opportunity to bolster his standing. After all, once the decisive battle concluded in 3 days, all his current predicaments would be resolved effortlessly. Fu Qinggong shared his plans with his family. They were stunned by his ambition but agreed his strategy was sound. Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. Rather than groveling for peace with Pai Ku, why not aim higher? Seize the entire Pai family in one decisive move. That way, there'd be no need to fear revenge or retaliation. "Success, your thinking is sound," his father affirmed. "But this all hinges on one thing: you must defeat Chen Fan in the finals. Only by defeating him do we gain the standing to challenge the Pai family. Otherwise, we'll be crushed. Do you understand?" Fu Qinggong nodded firmly. "Grandfather, rest assured. Eliminating that brat Chen Fan is a sure thing for me. There can be absolutely no mishap." Chapter 176, The Ren Family's Joyous Occasion. As evening fell, Ren Annie called Chen Fan with radiant joy, inviting him to their home to celebrate a momentous occasion. Chen Fan was puzzled. Logically, everyone in Jinling should have been focused on the He family's martial arts match for marriage today. He had assumed Ren Annie was calling to ask about Pai Mingji, but it seemed she was completely absorbed in this other joyous event, utterly oblivious to today's proceedings. What kind of joyous occasion could possibly distract the Ren family from such an important event? Filled with curiosity, Chen Fan made his way to the Ren residence. From a distance, he could already hear bursts of hearty laughter echoing from the villa. Upon entering, Chen Fan finally understood the reason for the Ren family's joyous mood. Ren Annie's father had returned. Ren Annie's father had vanished when she was very young, supposedly sent on a secret mission, and had never been seen since. Ren Annie had long assumed her father had met with misfortune, never expecting that after all these years, he would suddenly return today. This was an immense joy for the entire Ren family. Under such circumstances, what else could possibly capture their attention? Earlier, when Chen Fan had chatted casually with Ren Annie, she had mentioned her father's disappearance. Now, hearing that he had returned, Chen Fan was genuinely happy for Annie. For Ren Annie's father's return wasn't merely a personal homecoming, alongside him came the long-awaited glory and honor for the Ren family. Ren Annie's father had left years ago to carry out a mission.
Now that the mission was complete, the higher-ups, in recognition of his contributions, had directly appointed him as the second in command of the provincial capital. With this, the Ren family's status soared, even overshadowing the Xiao family, let alone the other powerful and influential families. During the years his son was gone, Manhwa had raised his grandson and granddaughter alone, struggling to survive in the cracks of society. The hardship was unimaginable. Now, finally having found his own pillar of support, he felt a surge of pride and hope for the future. Where is Uncle Ren? Why haven't I seen him? Chen Fan felt it might be inappropriate to intrude on their family reunion, but since he was already here, he might as well make himself comfortable. There was no reason to leave just yet. My dad just accepted a new position in the provincial capital this afternoon. He left about 3 hours ago, so he should be arriving soon, Ren Annie replied cheerfully. Sis, there's a lot of car noise outside. Is Dad back? No sooner had Ren Annie finished speaking than Ren Chang heard the roar of engines outside. He immediately pulled Ren Annie and Ren Hua out to greet them. Chen Fan followed them out, only to be deeply disappointed. For it wasn't Ren Annie's father, Ren Tiangai, who arrived this time, but Xiao He leading a group of people. They carried in a gilded statue of Guan Yu, inlaid with jade and glass, gleaming brightly and radiating opulence. Old Master Ren, this golden statue of Guan Gong was specially commissioned by my father. Your family has always been known for loyalty and righteousness, so I'm sure you'd be honored to enshrine him. I specially arranged for this statue to be brought here, hoping you'll like it. My father intended to accompany me here, but an urgent matter arose that required his immediate attention. Thus, I had to deliver it myself. I hope you won't mind, old master. Xiao Yan's urgent matter, of course, was to meet Tang Di. And this golden statue of Guan Yu wasn't some gift they'd prepared long ago, it was purchased just moments ago. The reason? Well, Xiao Yan, ever the well-connected one, had gotten wind of Ren Tiansai's return. Just this morning, the Ren family was still a minor clan without even the qualifications to enter the martial arts match for marriage. Yet by afternoon, news of Ren Tiansai's return had transformed the third-rate Ren family into one of the most sought-after aristocratic clans in the entire southern region. Particularly in the provincial capital, few could rival their prominence. Although the Xiao family had always developed in the Jiangnan region, their connections with the provincial capital were quite close. Xiao Yan, adept at reading the situation, immediately dispatched his son to prepare gifts upon receiving the news. He insisted on delivering them personally, determined to congratulate the Ren family before anyone else, thereby demonstrating his goodwill. Most crucially, Ren Annie of the Ren family was now of marriageable age. Though Ren Tiansai's position couldn't compare to that of the northern king, He Hon, marrying his daughter would still be a splendid match for the Xiao family. Thus, the gift presented was exceptionally lavish and grand, leaving even the well-traveled and worldly Lu Wan somewhat stunned. But if he lived this long and couldn't discern such a simple intention, wouldn't that mean he'd lived in vain? Heh, young Master Xiao, you jest. How could our Ren family possibly accept such an extravagant gift from you? A golden statue of this size must be worth several million at the very least. Add to that the craftsmanship and the jade and glass inlays, a gift worth tens of millions. I truly feel unworthy of such generosity. Truth be told, in the past, such an extravagant gift might have been affordable for the Xiao family, but the Ren family couldn't have afforded to accept it. After all, gifts should be reciprocated, and the Ren family simply didn't have the means for such a grand gesture. But times have changed. With Ren Tiansai's return, gifts worth tens of millions are now mere pocket change for them. So Ren Hua can confidently accept this gift. Yet Ren Hua isn't foolish. For years, the two families shared little rapport. Xiao Jia had even looked down on them. How sincere could this sudden overture of friendship be? If it were just a small token to ease years of awkwardness and gradually build an alliance, that might be acceptable. But such an extravagant gesture from the start clearly signaled ulterior motives. Accepting this gift might lead to misunderstandings, and if it implies interest in certain matters, that would truly be troublesome. Xiao He understood Ren Hua's implication and addressed it directly. Old Run, please do not misinterpret my intentions. As the ancient verse says, the turtle doves coo on the riverbank, the graceful maiden is the gentleman's ideal mate. I've heard that the young lady of the Ren family has blossomed into a graceful and charming beauty. With sincere intentions to pursue her, I specially selected this slightly more valuable gift both as a congratulatory offering and in the hope of getting to know Miss Ren, perhaps becoming friends. Upon hearing this was aimed at his granddaughter's marriage prospects, Ren Hua's expression darkened further. If they had a favor to ask, Ren Hua might accept the gift depending on its importance. But if they were here to discuss marriage? Absolutely no chance. For one thing, Ren Hua had long set his sights on Chen Fan, and Ren Annie herself was deeply fond of him. At his age, he refused to play matchmaker and break up a couple. On the other hand, everyone knew Xiao He had just lost the martial arts competition for the right to marry into the He family. No sooner had he forfeited his chance to wed He Xian than he came begging for a match with his own granddaughter. If word got out, what would become of his granddaughter's reputation? A second-rate choice? Absolutely ridiculous. Still, first impressions matter.
No matter how displeased Manhwa felt about the situation, he couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh and embarrass Xiaohe outright. As for what to do with the Guangong statue, he could consult Ren Tiankai later and decide then. He invited Xiaohe inside, intending to clarify matters first. Xiaohe nodded, thinking he'd earned the privilege of entering the inner chambers. His mood lifted considerably. Little did he know that after taking just a few steps forward, he spotted Chen Fan standing behind Ren Chang. Enemies meeting face to face only intensified their mutual hatred. The smile froze instantly on Xiaohe's face. Chapter 177, Xiaohe strives to display his charm. Chen Fan, upon seeing Xiaohe, showed little reaction beyond a shrug, as if merely acknowledging him. But Xiaohe, provoked by Chen Fan's casual gesture, instantly bristled like a cat with its fur standing on end. His face darkened as he demanded, "Old Ren, does this youngster have any connection to your Ren family? Why is he here with you?" Xiaohe's question inadvertently provided Manhwa with the perfect opportunity to politely decline the marriage proposal. He immediately replied, "Of course. Chen Fan is the suitor for my daughter, Annie. My son is returning home today, so I specially arranged for him to come and meet his future father-in-law." The very phrase future father-in-law made Xiaohe realize this was no joke. Yet it only deepened his shock. How could this be? "Old Ren, has this young man deceived you? This morning he attended He Hong's matchmaking tournament. If he and Miss Run were already together, why would he participate in such a competition?" Xiaohe felt he'd hit the nail on the head, seizing proof that Chen Fan was a scoundrel, and began shouting loudly. Chen Fan shrugged, replying with a hint of resignation, "Didn't I say repeatedly during the matchmaking tournament that I had no intention of marrying He Xian? Honestly, I didn't intervene when you were on stage because I thought you weren't half bad. You seemed worthy of He Xian. I didn't want to make things difficult for you. But who knew you'd be such a useless piece of work? The moment Pai Mingji stepped up, you didn't even dare to fight back. TSK. He even let out a sigh, as if deeply disappointed, which only infuriated Xiaohe further. "Cut the crap. Stop trying to make yourself look good. I see right through you two-faced as they come. Humph. I don't know what kind of snake oil you fed Old Ren and the others, but they actually bought your nonsense hook, line, and sinker. But it doesn't matter. I trust Uncle Ren is a man of discernment. When he returns, I'll tell him every single detail. Then we'll see how you try to wriggle out of this." Xiaohe genuinely believed Ren Tiankai would never look twice at someone like Chen Fan, which was precisely why he'd pinned all his hopes on Ren Tiankai. After all, arranged marriages among the elite prioritize matching social standing. Chen Fan, no matter how you look at it, came from humble origins. Now, even his character is questionable. If Ren Tiankai truly cared about his daughter, he would never agree to let Ren Annie be with such a loser. Manhwa thought Xiaohe was being utterly presumptuous. She silently rolled her eyes at him, then turned and patted Chen Fan on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Chen Fan," she said. "I already explained your situation with Annie to Tiankai over the phone. My son is just like me, he doesn't care about wealth or status. As long as Annie likes you and you genuinely treat her well, he won't oppose you too." Chen Fan felt both amused and exasperated upon hearing this. Earlier, when Manhwa had referred to him as Ren Annie's boyfriend, Chen Fan had assumed the old man simply looked down on Xiaohe and was using him as a shield. But now, judging by Manhwa's tone, it seemed he genuinely wanted Chen Fan to become his granddaughter's husband. This was a whole different level of trouble. Still, with Xiaohe present, Chen Fan couldn't say much. He and Ren Annie were close friends, and he certainly didn't want her ending up with someone like Xiaohe. So, he had no choice but to play along with this charade. Xiaohe had initially dismissed Manhwa's earlier remarks as mere excuses. Yet after they entered and began chatting, Ren Annie's gaze kept lingering on Chen Fan, following him like a shadow. The admiration in her eyes was impossible to hide. This infuriated Xiaohe, yet he was powerless to do anything about it. What kind of bull luck did this Chen Fan have? Why did all these old men from prominent families suddenly take such a liking to him? Was it just because this pretty boy was handsome and smooth-talking? When had they become so shallow? Xiaohe couldn't wrap his head around it, and his resentment only grew. As the pride of heaven, he'd always been the center of attention. Today, voluntarily admitting defeat to Pai Mingji was an unprecedented humiliation for him. If he were to lose again to someone as lowly as Chen Fan, how could he ever hold his head high again? The more Xiaohe thought about it, the more unacceptable it seemed. So he mustered all his strength, like a peacock spreading its feathers, and threw himself into showcasing his masculine charm before Ren Annie, hoping to win her over. "Miss Ren, I recall hearing you have a keen interest in traditional Chinese painting. Coincidentally, I studied under the renowned master Tang Baihu for several years in my youth. If the opportunity arises, I could arrange for you to meet him. Exchanging ideas and painting together would surely be fascinating." Ren Annie was indeed deeply fascinated by traditional Chinese painting, and Tang Baihu happened to be the artist she most admired. Thus, Xiaohe's suggestion hit the mark perfectly, genuinely piquing her interest. Goodness gracious, the Xiao family truly lives up to its reputation as a distinguished lineage. To have Master Tang as your painting instructor, your skills must be truly exceptional. Hearing Ren Annie's praise, Xiaoyi felt elated inside, finally sensing he had the upper hand. He feigned modesty, my skills are nowhere near those of my teacher. Though he has always praised my talent and even considered taking me as his personal disciple to pass on his entire lifetime of knowledge to me alone. But I still have the family business to inherit, so my time for study has dwindled these past 2 years. My teacher often sighs over this, and it weighs heavily on my conscience. Hearing Xiaoyi describe how highly Tang Baihu regarded him, Ren Annie grew even more curious about Xiaoyi's painting skills. Goodness, I've heard Master Tang is notoriously aloof, yet he's been so warm toward you. Clearly, your talent is truly astonishing. Master Tang cherishes and values talent above all else, that's why he's like this. Seeing his goal achieved, Xiaoyi smiled and said, well, talent isn't something everyone possesses. It's just a pity I have too many talents myself, yet my energy is limited. I can't possibly excel at everything. Ren Annie nodded earnestly in agreement. Yes, you truly are a jack of all trades. Whether in business or martial arts, you stand out among today's young talents. I never imagined you possessed such profound talent and mastery in traditional Chinese painting as well, truly enviable. Ha, Miss Rin, you're being far too generous. I'm not nearly as good as you make me out to be. By the way, my teacher will be holding an exhibition in Jiangnan in a couple of days. If you're interested, Miss Rin, you should come by. I'll introduce you to him then, and you two can have a good chat. I'm sure it will greatly benefit your progress in traditional Chinese painting. Xiaoyi pressed his advantage, extending a direct invitation to Ren Annie. Ren Annie was both flattered and genuinely fascinated by traditional Chinese painting, so she happily agreed. Seeing Ren Annie accept his invitation, Xiaoyi immediately lifted his head with eager pride. His peripheral vision drifted toward Qin Fan, carrying a hint of provocation. Chapter 178, Her mastery of Chinese painting even surpasses mine. Ren Annie was straightforward in her thinking. But as a fellow man, Ren Chang understood Xiaoyi's ulterior motives perfectly. He promptly nudged Ren Annie with his elbow and said, Sis, isn't the company launching new products in the next couple of months? We're swamped right now, how could you possibly find time to go to Jiangnan? Better not go. If you leave me here alone to run the company, by the time you return, we'll probably be on the brink of collapse. Ren Annie thought about it and realized he was right. After all, Chinese painting was merely a hobby, how could it compare to a serious career? Besides, she couldn't bear to leave the company solely in Ren Chang's hands. So Ren Annie changed her mind and said, Sorry, young Master Xiao. My brother's right. I think I won't go after all. Xiaoyi had always assumed Ren Chang was exactly as the rumors described, a brainless playboy. That's why he hadn't even glanced at him since entering the room. Little did he expect that at this critical moment, Ren Chang would throw him such a curveball, undoing all his previous efforts. Exactly. Forget going. Why not spend that time on more dates with your brother-in-law? Wouldn't that be much better? Ren Chang was a master of delivering the final blow. After dissuading Ren Annie from her Jiangnan trip, he deliberately called Xiaoyi brother-in-law right in front of him. Seeing the bashful expression on Ren Annie's face, Xiaoyi was genuinely stunned, his stomach churning with acid. He couldn't wrap his head around it. If Ren Hua and Ren Annie were stubborn, fine. But Ren Chang was supposed to be a self-serving, money-obsessed guy. Why was even he willingly calling Qin Fan brother-in-law? What could Qin Fan possibly offer him? The guy had neither money nor talent. Ren Chang should despise him the most, shouldn't he? Though seething with anger, Xiaoyi refused to give up. He pressed on, that's not how it works. In life, there are many things more important than just work. The chance to interact with a master like Tang isn't something you get every day. Many people might never even get to meet him in their entire lives. Don't you agree, Mr. Chen? I'm sure a reasonable man like you wouldn't selfishly prevent Miss Rin from meeting Master Tang, would you? Xiaoyi flattered Chen Fan with high praise. If he dared refuse, it would reveal him as a petty-minded person, and Ren Annie would surely lose her fondness for him. Chen Fan knew Xiaoyi was setting him up, but he didn't care. He replied bluntly, I really don't think Miss Rin needs to make a special trip to Jiangnan just to meet some Tang Baihu. The moment Chen Fan finished speaking, Xiaoyi could barely contain his grin. He felt Chen Fan had fallen right into his trap, and now it was his turn to shine. Mr. Chen, how could you say such a thing? That's terribly selfish of you. I've already explained opportunities to exchange ideas with national-level masters like this are exceedingly rare. You? What kind of national master is Tang Baihu? His skills in Chinese painting don't even hold a candle to mine. Instead of discussing art with him, you'd be better off joining me for a hike or a fishing trip. You might just find more inspiration that way. Before Xiaoyi could finish his sentence, Chen Fan delivered a bombshell statement. What did you just say? You claim your mastery of traditional Chinese painting surpasses that of Master Tang? Have you lost your mind? Xiaoyi could scarcely believe his ears. Where on earth did Chen Fan get the confidence to even utter such words? Ren Annie was equally astonished, asking incredulously, Chen Fan, I've never heard you mention painting traditional Chinese art before? You never asked, so I assumed you weren't interested, Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. The former master of the War God Hall was the most revered master of traditional Chinese painting in all of Huaxia, his mastery of inkwash painting unparalleled in the world. As his disciple, Chen Fan had only mastered about 70 to 80% of his master's artistic spirit. This was solely due to his lack of life experience, which prevented him from fully capturing the master's vigorous and powerful essence. Even so, possessing merely 70 or 80% of the War God Hall master's skill placed Chen Fan firmly among the foremost masters in contemporary Chinese painting circles. That Tang Baihu fellow probably didn't even possess 3% of Chen Fan's ability. How could Chen Fan possibly think much of him? You're something else, kid. You really are something else. Xiao He immediately gave Chen Fan a thumbs up, thinking this kid was bragging without a care, spouting whatever came to mind. I never imagined Mr. Chen possessed such skill, truly humbling. But might I ask, have you ever joined any associations like the Chinese Painting Society to gain recognition from experts? Chen Fan answered honestly, in my view, those people aren't true experts, and I don't need their approval. Ha! Mr. Chen, you truly are a maverick. Then let me ask one more thing, who did you study Chinese painting under? Was it some kind of master? I cannot disclose that. Chen Fan didn't want to lie, but he couldn't reveal that he was the disciple of the War God's temple master, so he chose to evade the question. But to Xiao He, this only seemed like deliberate obfuscation. Enough of this. Let's cut to the chase. There's no need for you to play games with me. You don't actually have a teacher, do you? You just dabble in painting and think you're something special, right? Mr. Chen, if you were bragging to some other amateur, that's one thing. But I'm Tang Baihu's disciple. How dare you spout such nonsense in front of me? Miss Rin, I'm not trying to sow discord, but surely you've seen what kind of person Mr. Chen is? A beauty like you with your character, looks, family background, and abilities. Why would you choose such a boyfriend? Having finally caught Chen Fan off guard, Xiao He couldn't hold back any longer. He directly began sowing discord between Chen Fan and Ren Annie. Enough, young Master Xiao. Watch your words. You have no proof. Chen Fan lied. Just because he's more capable than you slander him like this? That's outrageous. Having known Chen Fan for so long, I understand him well. His words were absolutely truthful. Stop spouting nonsense and smearing his reputation. If anyone else had made those claims, Ren Annie would never have believed them either. But ever since she met Chen Fan, he has consistently surprised her in the most remarkable ways. He has shown her firsthand what it means to be a man of his word, a man who can accomplish anything. Therefore, Ren Annie firmly believed Chen Fan's words, convinced he was absolutely not boasting. Chapter 179, Ren Genius's Cold Shoulder. Xiao He hadn't expected Ren Annie to be so love-struck, believing such ridiculous claims without question. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Miss Ren, Alright, young Master Xiao, there's no need to say more. Why you came to our house to deliver the Guanggong statue, everyone knows exactly why, don't they? It must be because you heard about my father's promotion in the provincial capital that you made the special trip, right? Since that's the case, come with me to greet father. Stop spouting all this meaningless nonsense. Ren Annie understood Xiao He's motives perfectly well, but she simply couldn't be bothered to call him out. But she never expected this fellow to push his luck so far, actually daring to try stepping on Chen Fan's head. Naturally, and instantly grew impatient, laying bare Xiao He's petty schemes without sparing him any face. Xiao He had never felt so awkward. He was momentarily speechless, his face flushing bright red, whether from anger or embarrassment, it was impossible to tell. Ren Annie ignored him completely, turning to Chen Fan instead. Father should be back soon. Let's go out and see him together. Chen Fan gladly rose and followed her out, with Ren Hua trailing behind them. There was no attempt to console Xiao He or offer him a way out. As for Rin Chang, he not only strode away briskly but also sighed deeply before leaving, saying to Xiao He, young Master Xiao, why bother? My sister's wife is such a good person. My sister loves her dearly, and our entire family is very pleased with her. You're just wasting your effort. Watching the entire family depart in high spirits, leaving him alone in the awkward silence of the room, Xiao He's expression twisted in agony. Never in his life had he endured such utter humiliation. In the past, wherever the eldest son of the Xiao family went, he was welcomed by all. How could he be so unwelcome today? Xiao He blamed it all on Chen Fan, convinced that his very presence had led to this humiliating situation. Meanwhile, the Rin family of three, accompanied by Chen Fan, were already waiting at the entrance. Standing close together with smiles on their faces, they looked like a family welcoming a loved one home. After about 7 or 8 minutes, a military green SUV slowly approached from the distance. From afar, Ren Hua recognized his son sitting inside. Logically, Ren Tiansai's triumphant return should have warranted a much grander reception. Indeed, that was the case after all. He was now the second in command in the provincial capital, and a grand reception was only fitting. However, Ren Tiankai had declined all such arrangements, wishing only for a low-key reunion with his family. He didn't want to cause a city-wide stir and disturb the peace of his household. This time, he brought only his personal driver, leaving the official motorcade behind in the provincial capital. When Ren Tiankai stepped out of the car, he wore a light blue suit. Though he was of a certain age, years of high-pressure missions abroad had aged him more than his peers, even turning his hair grayish-white. Yet none of this diminished the innate, commanding presence that radiated from Ren Tiankai. Standing tall and straight, his bearing was as sturdy as pine and bamboo, radiating an air of authority. "Dad! I'm back!" The moment Ren Tiankai touched down, he called out to Manhwa before striding over to embrace his two children. The family wept together, especially Ren Annie and Ren Chang. Having lost their father at a young age, they had endured countless hardships. Now, witnessing their father's glorious return, their emotions ran high. Seeing his children grown strong and healthy, Ren Tiankai felt deeply moved. "I'm sorry, kids. It's Dad who's let you down." It wasn't that Ren Tiankai didn't love his children. There were simply more important matters he had to attend to, leaving him with a profound sense of debt to his family as time slipped away. Fortunately, he had returned alive and brought immense glory to the family. He believed the Ring clan would now soar to new heights, ascending effortlessly like a cloud, never again needing to grovel cautiously for others' favor. Witnessing this family reunion deeply moved Chen Fan. Though an outsider, as a member of the War Gods Hall, he understood better than anyone the agonizing helplessness Ren Tiankai must have endured. "I was so caught up in crying I forgot to introduce him. This is Chen Fan, the one I mentioned on the phone. What do you think? Isn't he quite the handsome fellow?" After spending time together, Manhwa had come to regard Chen Fan as family. When introducing him to Ren Tiankai, his tone was especially warm, tinged with pride. Ren Tiankai glanced at Chen Fan and nodded, though he didn't seem particularly impressed. He didn't actively reject him either, just wore a neutral expression. All right. Stop standing out here catching the breeze. Everyone, come inside and eat." At Renhua's urging, the group returned indoors, just as they encountered Xiaohe heading out. The moment Xiaohe saw Ren Tian's arrive, the displeasure vanished from his face. He bowed respectfully and greeted him. "Uncle Ren, I'm terribly sorry I didn't come out to greet you. I'm Xiaohe, son of Xiaoyan from Jiangnan. I came today specifically to celebrate your glorious return. You see that statue of Guangong over there? My father specially commissioned it for you. Do you like it?" Seeing Xiaohe's warm welcome and the imposing, majestic statue of Guangong, Ren Tianzai's expression softened considerably. He raised his hand, patted Xiaohe's shoulder with a kind smile, and said with genuine satisfaction, "Of course I like it. This gift shows such thoughtful preparation. Please convey my thanks to your father. I visited your home years ago when I traveled to Jiangnan. Back then, you were only this tall. Never imagined you'd grow so tall in the blink of an eye. Truly a fine young man." Chen Fan had initially assumed Ren Tiankai was simply a cold-faced, warm-hearted person, which explained his lukewarm attitude toward Chen Fan. But now, seeing how warmly he treated Xiaohe, Chen Fan instantly understood, all along, Ren Tiankai hadn't taken a liking to him. Manhwa and Ren Annie clearly sensed this too. The grandfather and granddaughter exchanged a glance, both wearing slightly awkward expressions. Ren Annie quietly tugged at Chen Fan's hand, hoping he wouldn't take offense. Manhwa quickly interrupted Ren Chang and Xiaohe's conversation, interjecting, "All right, enough chatting. If this keeps up, I'll get low blood sugar. Let's get dinner started." The group made their way to the dining room, where fine wine and exquisite dishes had already been laid out. After so many years away, Ren Tiankai naturally had endless things to discuss with his family. He inquired about the well-being of his two children and Renhua's health, his words tinged with guilt. Xiaohe was a skilled conversationalist, frequently chiming in with thoughtful remarks. Ren Tiankai clearly took a liking to him. Whenever Xiaohe spoke, Ren Tiankai responded warmly, creating a lively atmosphere. In contrast, Chen Fan was less welcome. He wasn't naturally adept at conversation or flattery, and with Ren Tianzai's obvious dislike, he refused to put on a friendly face to someone who clearly didn't care. He sat quietly eating, remaining silent throughout, which made him seem even less appealing. Seeing her father's double standards and the different treatment he gave Chen Fan, Ren Annie felt deeply unhappy. But after so many years apart, she felt awkward complaining directly to her father. Instead, she kept shooting apologetic glances at Chen Fan. The meal concluded in this atmosphere of mixed emotions, with some feeling joy and others sorrow. When it was time to leave, Xiaohe and Chen Fan both took their leave, though their expressions could not have been more different. Xiaohe felt exceptionally pleased, sensing Ren Tianzai's high regard for him and believing his pursuit of Ren Annie held promising prospects. Chen Fan, however, felt the opposite. He couldn't fathom what he had done to offend Ren Tiankai, nor why the man had displayed such intense hostility toward him from the very first meeting. As they were leaving, Ren Tiankai spoke at length with Xiaohe, inviting him to visit his home often. To Chen Fan, however, Ren Tianz had only one icy remark. "Come by tomorrow. I have something to discuss with you." Actually, Chen Fan had already guessed what Ren Tiankai wanted to talk about. He was tempted to tell him there was no need for all this fuss, they weren't that kind of relationship to begin with. But Ren Tiankai didn't give Chen Fan a chance to explain. He simply turned and went upstairs to rest. Seeing Chen Fan suffer such a humiliating setback in front of Ren Tiankai, Xiaohe couldn't help but feel immensely pleased.
The setback at the morning martial arts match for marriage now seemed utterly insignificant.
Chapter 180, Seeing Through the Suspicious.
At the same time, the Pai family was making frantic preparations for Pai Mingji's funeral. Before placing him in the coffin, the makeup artist was applying cosmetics to Pai Mingji.
A haggard-looking Paiku entered the room. He silently grasped his son's cold hand, his heart heavy with guilt. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have sent you on this journey. I never imagined it would cost you your life.
As a cultivator, Paiku instantly sensed that Pai Mingji's dantian remained intact. The outside world blamed Fu Qinggong for Pai Mingji's death, assuming Fu Qinggong's Thunder Dragon Strike had shattered Pai Mingji's dantian, leaving him defenseless when Chen Fan delivered the final blow.
But now, Pick discovered Pai Mingji's dantian was perfectly intact.
This meant his son's death had absolutely nothing to do with Fu Qinggong, it was entirely the work of Chen Fan alone.
Pai Mingji wasn't incapable of resisting, he was powerless to do so.
In other words, that Chen Fan fellow wasn't the trash everyone claimed him to be.
Quite the opposite, his power was terrifyingly formidable.
Take Lu Dao earlier, for instance. He hadn't been struck by lightning, he'd been beaten to death by Chen Fan.
Just then, Pai Guangwei entered from outside.
Seeing his father clutching his younger brother's hand with a gritted teeth expression, he immediately declared, "Father, rest assured.
I will avenge him. The Yihong family's granddaughter's husband hasn't been settled yet.
Whether it's that Chen fellow or Fu Qinggong, neither will be leaving anytime soon. I'll depart for Jinling tomorrow and kill those two scum to avenge my brother."
"Wait."
Paiku interrupted Pai Guangwei and turned to him. "You don't need to kill Chen Fan.
Kill Fu Qinggong first."
"Ha?
Why spare Chen Fan?" Pick desperately wanted to tell Pai Guangwei that the reason Chen Fan was being spared was because Pai Guangwei couldn't defeat him.
But he knew his son's temperament well. Like Pai Mingji, he was a man who refused to back down. If he said that, Pai Guangwei would never accept it. So Paiku told his son a lie. "You know Chen Fan is the son-in-law He Hong holds in high regard. With our family's current strength, we're not yet capable of going head-to-head with He Hong. That's why I want you to eliminate Fu Qinggong first. Once our family seizes all of the Fu family's assets and connections, our strength will match He Hong's.
Then, dealing with Chen Fan won't be too late.
In short, remember this, no matter what, you must eliminate Fu Cheng first."
"Avenge my son? Important, yes. But for a fox like Pick, revenge can wait. Family interests always come first."
The Pai and Fu families were destined to clash sooner or later.
Why not settle this feud now?
"Understood, father. But honestly, I can't fathom why He Hong holds Chen Fan in such high regard. From what I've uncovered, aside from some rudimentary medical knowledge, he's nothing special."
Pai Guangwei remarked, somewhat perplexed. Paiku understood why He Hong favored Chen Fan, but he couldn't say it outright.
He simply patted Pai Guangwei on the shoulder and said, "He Hong has his reasons for backing him.
Don't underestimate Chen Fan. Dig deeper into his background and find out what kind of person he really is.
If he truly becomes He Hong's grandson-in-law someday, it won't be a good thing for our family."
"Don't worry, Dad. Once we've swallowed the Fu family, we'll move straight for He Hong.
That old bastard had a hand in my brother's death at his martial arts match for a bride. When the time comes, we'll take down that Chen Fan too." At that moment, Pick felt supremely wise, enduring humiliation for the greater good.
Little did he know that his concealment today would sow seeds of immense future peril.
The next day, while strolling through the mountains, Chen Fan suddenly received a call from Tang Di.
Speaking of Tang Di,
he hadn't appeared before Chen Fan in quite some time, and Chen Fan had no idea what this sudden call was about. Chen Fan answered the call and inquired about her purpose, only to learn that Tang Di had been in a city near Jinling recently and had made a special trip back that very morning. His return was no coincidence, he had come specifically to ask for Chen Fan's help.
Tang Di concisely explained Xiao Sunner's condition to Chen Fan, adding one final remark.
"Mr. Chen, I know you're not the type to care about payment, but let me tell you this, the young lady you're about to save comes from a family with considerable prestige in Jiangnan. If you truly save her life this time, when you arrive in Jiangnan in the future, you'll be able to walk with your chest puffed out, no one will dare cross you."
"Heh, you say that every time. Have you forgotten what happened last time?"
"You should have made things clear with them this time. If they dismiss me as too young or kick me out after I arrive, I'll cut ties with you for good."
Chen Fan was referring to the time when Chen Jianya fell ill.
Upon hearing this, Tang Di hastily patted his chest and declared, "Mr. Chen, how could you say such a thing?
After living this long, do you think I've no memory at all? That young lady in Jiangnan is too ill to move, so you might need to make a trip there.
But her brother and father are currently in Jinling.
If you have time, I can arrange a meeting today. Let's discuss the terms first. What do you think?"
"No need for all that trouble.
I can't be bothered meeting sick relatives.
Just relay my terms to them. If they agree, I'll go to Jiangnan in a few days.
If not, this matter ends here. Let them find someone else." "No, Mr. Chen.
If they were ordinary people, I'd simply relay your message and leave it at that.
But this family holds considerable influence. I'd like to introduce you to them. Just tell me when you're available. Chen Fan thought it over. He knew Tang Di was acting in his best interest, trying to help him expand his network. Though this arrangement would also benefit Tang Di, it was ultimately a gesture of goodwill. With that in mind, Chen Fan relented, agreeing to make time for a meeting in 2 days. Receiving the confirmation, Tang Di was delighted. She immediately contacted Xiao Yan to share the good news, subtly hinting that this divine physician was unconventional. Trying to sway him with money would likely fail. Preparing rare treasures as payment would offer a better chance of success. Xiao Yan had never encountered a divine physician with such an eccentric temperament before. Yet, upon hearing this, he not only didn't back down but felt even more convinced of the physician's reliability. After all, extraordinary individuals often possess unique personalities. Chapter 181, History Repeats Itself. Dr. Tang, rest assured. Reclusive masters always conduct themselves in exceptionally unconventional ways. I understand this and will certainly comply. After hanging up, Xiao Yan beamed at Xiaoyi. That divine physician Dr. Tang connected us with is definitely no ordinary person. I have a feeling your sister's illness can be cured this time. That's wonderful. By the way, Father Lei Yijin called yesterday saying he could recommend another master. Apparently, this person is highly skilled in refining elixirs. Since we've already contacted the divine physician, should we still ask this master to prepare the return to origin elixir for us? Absolutely. Setting aside how rare and precious the return to origin pill is, we shouldn't put all our eggs in one basket, especially to provide your sister with a double safeguard. Besides, it can't hurt to know someone with such mastery in alchemy. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao He nodded in agreement. He prepared to contact Lei Yijin again, requesting his assistance in introducing them to this master alchemist. Upon receiving Xiao Yi's call, Lei Yijin did not immediately agree to the request. Instead, he spoke solemnly, "Young Master Xiao, I have no objection to helping you find someone. But I must warn you up front, if you end up offending the person and dragging me into trouble, I won't be able to explain it away." Master Lei, what are you implying? Our family has always treated masters with utmost respect, it's our reputation. Ask around in all these years, not a single master has ever complained about our family's attitude. And this matter involves my sister's life. No matter how arrogant I may be, I would never gamble with her life. After Xiao He's repeated assurances, Lei Yijin finally agreed to help arrange the meeting. Pressured by Xiao Yi's urgency, Lei Yijin reluctantly agreed to inquire if a meeting could be arranged today. And who else could this master be, as Lei Yijin mentioned, but Chen Fan? Chen Fan had barely finished lunch when Lei Yijin's call came through. In a few brief words, he laid out the situation clearly. He felt a headache coming on. Why was it that no one ever sought him out during quiet times, yet when things got busy, they all came flooding in? Master Lei, it's not that I don't want to help. First, refining pills requires preparing medicinal ingredients. It can't be done overnight. Second, I have urgent matters to attend to and must enter seclusion for cultivation. If you still need my assistance, please contact me in 2 days. Mr. Chen, I understand you're busy, but the other party's background is quite unusual. I was hoping you could meet first to discuss the situation. The pill refinement can wait a while. I don't see what there is to discuss. Though Lei Yijin had already lowered his stance considerably, Chen Fan remained unmoved. He wants me to refine pills for him, not teach him how to do it. Just tell me what pills he needs, and you can deliver them later. I don't want to meet them. Seeing Chen Fan's stubbornness, Lei Yijin had no choice but to play his trump card. Mr. Chen, honestly, arranging this meeting is for your own benefit. Aren't you seeking those rare medicinal herbs? I assure you, the clients I'm introducing you to are truly high caliber. Even herbs I can't obtain would be effortless for them to acquire. Get acquainted with them and build connections. It will definitely benefit you. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its 7-inch spot. Lei Yijin knew exactly what Chen Fan craved most, and thus offered terms he simply couldn't refuse. Sigh. You've put it that way, and I really can't refuse. Fine, send me the address in time. Chen Fan wasn't short on money, but he desperately needed those rare herbs that money couldn't buy. Left with no choice, he reluctantly agreed. Lei Yijin's message arrived swiftly. Upon seeing the address, Chen Fan set out immediately, determined to get this over with quickly. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan and Xiao He had already arrived at the restaurant. Not knowing when the esteemed guest might arrive, the father and son decided to sit here and wait patiently. The food and wine had long been set on the table. To prevent the dishes from growing cold by the time the master arrived, Xiao Yan had generously instructed the inn to replace the meal every hour, truly a thoughtful gesture. Sigh, I wonder if this so-called master is really that formidable. To put on such airs, refusing to even specify an arrival time, leaving us all in suspense. Xiao He grumbled with some dissatisfaction. Enough with the nonsense. If this person can truly refine the Guyuan Dan, I'd gladly wait not just an afternoon, but from dusk till dawn. Xiao Yan proved remarkably patient. Though he didn't pin his daughter's recovery solely on this alchemist, he still felt it more reliable to invite the divine physician Tang Di mentioned to cure her illness at its root. Regardless, in this day and age, alchemy masters were exceedingly rare. Those recognized by experts like Lei Yizhen were even fewer. Xiao Yan was eager to establish a connection with him. Even if his services weren't needed now, they would surely be required in the future. About 10 minutes later, a knock sounded at the door. Xiao He jumped to his feet, his voice brimming with excitement. It must be the master. I'll open the door. Yet, when Xiao He enthusiastically opened the door, he was met with a face that filled him with fury. Chen Fan? What the hell are you doing here? You're not some waiter, are you? Only then did Chen Fan realize that Lei Yizhen had intended to introduce him to none other than Xiao Yan and Xiao He father and son. Lei Yizhen sent me. Since he was already here, despite their hostile attitude and the tense atmosphere between them, Chen Fan introduced himself. He thought that if they could truly provide him with some rare medicinal herbs, he would overlook their previous behavior. Impossible. Lei Yizhen called you over? I'm calling him right now. Xiao He didn't believe Chen Fan's story. He blocked him at the door and immediately called Lei Yizhen. Lei Yizhen, you didn't send Chen Fan here, did you? Yes, it's Mr. Chen. Has he arrived yet? Lei Yizhen replied without hesitation. Lei Yizhen, have you lost your mind? Is there something wrong with the feng shui around Jinling? How come every single one of you has been turned into a complete mess by that good-for-nothing? You don't seriously believe this guy can actually refine pills, do you? If he can refine pills, then I'm the Supreme Lord Lao. Xiao He was furious. He'd waited over an hour, only to be greeted by this joke. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Lei Yizhen hadn't expected Xiao He to speak so harshly. He immediately refused to continue. Hey, young Master Xiao, how can you take my kindness for granted? You were the one begging me on bended knee to find someone who could refine the return to origin pill. I managed to persuade the master to come, and now you're making me look like a fool. Got it? I warned you repeatedly to treat this master with respect. You promised to do so, yet failed miserably. Now you come here to berate me? You must have water in your brain. After venting his fury, Lei Yizhen blocked Xiao He. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew, silently vowing never to have anything to do with the Xiao family again. Chapter 182, Double Success. Compared to the impulsive Xiao He, Xiao Yan was clearly more patient. He rose and approached Chen Fan. What a surprise to see you here, Mr. Chen. Lei Yizhen mentioned you can refine the return to origin pill. Is that true? Chen Fan had intended to turn and leave, but seeing Xiao Yan's relative politeness, he chose not to stoop to Xiao He's level. His tone remained calm as he replied, of course it's true. However, if you wish to commission me to refine the return to origin pill, you must first apologize to Lei Yizhen for what happened earlier. Otherwise, I will not assist you. Dream on. Apologize? Who do you think I am? Some 3-year-old you can fool? Get lost. I'm not falling for your tricks. Xiao He continued ranting, refusing to believe Chen Fan could possibly master alchemy. Chen Fan ignored him, continuing to address Xiao Yan. You're going to such lengths to obtain the return to origin pill because of your daughter's illness, correct? I can assure you I not only know how to refine the return to origin pill, but I also know how to cure your daughter's illness. Whether I choose to help depends entirely on your sincerity. Chen Fan's tone remained calm and composed throughout his speech, his expression unwavering. He truly carried himself with the air of someone holding all the cards. Seeing his frankness, Xiao Yan felt a measure of trust welling up. Chen Fan didn't seem like someone putting on an act to deceive others. But Xiao He didn't share that view. He was adamant that Chen Fan was nothing but a fraud. Dad, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. Look at him, he's not even older than me. What's he trying to pull off, acting like some big shot? If he could really refine pills, I could launch rockets. Don't be ridiculous. This guy clearly wants to swindle our family out of money. He has no good intentions whatsoever. Racket your family out of money? Hearing Xiao He speak of him this way, Chen Fan finally couldn't hold back. Confidence is good, but don't get too cocky. With my alchemy skills, if I wanted money, I could make as much as I wanted. How much money does your family even have for me to swindle? Oh. So you look down on us now? How much money do you even have? Stop pretending to be something you're not. Don't get too carried away. Enough. Seeing Chen Fan maintain his impassive expression throughout, while his own son acted like a clown mocking endlessly utterly unfit for polite company, Xiao Yan felt his face grow hot with embarrassment. He put a stop to Xiao He's nonsense. He turned to Chen Fan and said, why should I trust you? You're so young, you don't look like someone with that kind of skill. You must understand, refining elixirs demands immense patience and dexterity. More than any other craft, it requires accumulated experience. Many spend their entire lives refining pills, yet die without ever earning the title of alchemist. And you. It's not that I look down on you, but at your age, even if you'd started refining pills at birth, how many batches could you possibly have produced? Xiao Yan's words were well reasoned, but Chen Fan remained unconvinced. What you say holds true for ordinary people, but not for geniuses. Hearing is deceiving, seeing is believing.
If you want to witness my true skill, first have your son apologize to me and Leisian. Then I'll show you something truly astonishing.
Dream on, you bastard. I'd rather die than apologize to you lot.
If you're so damn skilled, slap that Guyuan pill right in front of me. I'll bow 3 times and kowtow 9 times. I'll even call you my ancestor. Chen Fan ignored Xiao He and turned to Xiao Yan.
What do you say?
Xiao Yan gave a cold laugh and replied indifferently, my son and I share the same view. Young man, if you wish to deceive, you should at least come up with a better excuse.
Alchemists aren't roles anyone can fake. Best give it up. Fine.
Chen Fan hadn't expected to waste so much time explaining himself only for this father and son to still refuse to believe him.
This trip was a complete waste. Talking to deaf ears.
Miss Xiao, having brothers and a father like you must be a real stroke of bad luck.
Do as you please.
But let me make this clear, your lack of respect now is one thing.
If you ever come crawling back to me later, the price you pay will be double.
Chen Fan turned and walked away, his departure sharp and decisive.
Damn it, what's that jerk playing at?
Still trying to rub salt in the wound before he leaves. Xiao He shot a furious glare at Chen Fan's retreating back, his anger only growing the more he thought about it. Come on, he's just some nobody from the sticks.
Are you really going to hold a grudge against him? At least we have the divine physician recommended by Dr. Tang. We won't resort to desperate measures and fall into his trap. Anyway, we're heading back to Jiangnan tomorrow.
We probably won't cross paths with him again. Despite Xiao Yan's attempts to calm him, Xiao He still couldn't swallow his anger. I just can't stand that bastard's smug face. Especially when he threatened us just now. I wanted to punch him so hard his face would be crooked. Xiao He gritted his teeth. Just bear with it. Better safe than sorry. That kid is someone He Hong favors, after all. Even if it's just to avoid offending He Hong, we should let him off the hook. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao He could only exhale slowly, calming his emotions somewhat.
Humph. Blame it all on that damn Leisian. Why did he have to go and act like a lunatic? Couldn't he use his brain?
He's a master alchemist, yet he got duped by scum like that. I'm embarrassed for him.
Speaking of Leisian, Xiao Yan also found it deeply puzzling. Yeah, Leisian always handled things smoothly before.
He seemed like a steady, cautious guy. How could he be so reckless this time? And to think he even blocked you because of this guy, it's just baffling.
Never mind him. Regardless, our only hope now lies with that divine physician Tang Di. You absolutely must focus on this matter, understand?
To cure his daughter's illness, Xiao Yan resolved to take a chance.
Xiao He understood immediately and nodded.
Dad, rest assured. I've already thought it through. Later tonight, I'll call Tang Di again and carefully inquire about the divine doctor's preferences and such, making absolutely sure everything goes smoothly.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Don't let anything go wrong. Meanwhile, Tang Di quickly received Xiao He's call.
Upon learning the purpose was to inquire about the divine physician's preferences, he felt quite pleased. He thought the father and son were very savvy and that he wouldn't need to worry about it himself.
But how could Tang Di possibly know what Chen Fan actually liked?
He could only project his own preferences, responding with a mix of truth and exaggeration. Well, men naturally appreciate beauty. Speaking of which, the divine physician I'm introducing to you isn't very old and happens to be unmarried. I know your Xiao family has been seeking to cultivate such a master. Why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Once he cures your daughter's illness, have her pledge herself to him.
Wouldn't that be splendid? Tang Di spoke with a flourish, swaying his head as if admiring his own brilliance.
If these two truly ended up together, his role as matchmaker would be a monumental achievement, and he'd surely reap great rewards in the future. Xiao He and Xiao Yan both turned slightly pale upon hearing Tang Di's words. With only one precious daughter in the family, Xiao Yan naturally hoped she would marry someone exceptional. Even if of modest background, he must be outstanding in both ability and appearance. How could they agree to such a thing without even meeting him? Dr. Tang, thank you for your advice. However, I believe such matters should be left to fate. For now, the most important thing is to cure my sister's illness. As for other matters, we can discuss them once she has recovered. Xiao He played it coy with Tang Di, intending to first observe the divine physician's qualifications and appearance before making a decision.
Tang Di understood their concerns, but in his view, Chen Fan was beyond reproach in both appearance and ability.
So he declared with confidence, no problem at all. Honestly, even without my prompting, I'm sure you'll be eager to form a connection with that divine physician once you meet him. Xiao Yan and Xiao He couldn't quite agree with Tang Di's assessment, so they simply laughed it off and hung up the phone. Chapter 183, Short-Sightedness. After ending the call with the Xiao family, Tang Di felt he'd done a good deed and dialed Chen Fan to take credit for it. Little did he know he'd walked right into a trap. Having just endured such scathing ridicule, Chen Fan's mood was understandably far from pleasant at that very moment.
What do you want now? Oh dear, Mr. Chen, you sound a bit down.
But don't worry, I'm calling with some good news that'll surely lift your spirits.
What good news? Spill it. You can't refuse a smiling face. Tang Di's cheerful expression softened Chen Fan's attitude considerably. Heh, I just thought about it, maybe I'll keep it a surprise for now.
Either way, don't forget about joining me in Jiangnan to treat patients. If this goes well, you'll benefit for life.
Ha!
After this baffling exchange, Tang Di hung up, leaving Chen Fan utterly perplexed, unable to decipher the cryptic message. Chen Fan shook his head helplessly, intending to return home to continue his cultivation. Before he could even enter the residential compound, he was stopped by a man dressed entirely in black. Chen Fan recognized this man from yesterday. He was the driver who had been following Ren Tiankai. Chen Fan suddenly recalled that Ren Tiankai had indeed mentioned wanting to talk to him yesterday.
Accepting the driver's invitation, he got into the car.
Ren Tiankai was already seated inside. The moment he saw Chen Fan get in, he spoke coldly. "Chen Fan, you're a smart man.
What I want to say, I think you already have a pretty good idea, don't you? Honest men don't beat around the bush." With Ren Tiankai hinting this clearly, Chen Fan understood perfectly. He nodded and replied, "You want me to keep my distance from Ren Annie so I don't interfere with her marriage prospects, right? Smart."
Ren Tiankai snapped his fingers, seeming quite pleased. He then pulled out a checkbook, signed one of the pages, tore it off, and handed it to Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, I most enjoy dealing with intelligent individuals. Had your background been more distinguished, I would have gladly given my daughter to you in marriage. Unfortunately, your background is simply too lowly. Now that I, Ren Tiankai, have returned in glory, my family can finally hold our heads high. If word got out now that my daughter was dating someone like you, people would think our entire family lacked discernment and ambition.
You know my son, he's nothing but a spoiled playboy.
The Ren family business can't rely on him to inherit it, so it's highly likely everything will fall to my daughter and her husband to manage. Given these circumstances, I must prioritize the interests of myself and our family.
I must ensure the son-in-law we choose will lead Rinjia to even greater glory.
You're a good kid, but you lack the capabilities I seek. Fill out this check however you like, consider it a token of my appreciation." Ren Tiankai rambled on at length, his tone brimming with such concern that an uninformed listener might think he'd done Chen Fan some extraordinary favor. But Chen Fan returned the check without hesitation, stating plainly, "Uncle Ren, I think you've misunderstood. I never intended to cling to Miss Rin or seek to climb your family's social ladder.
All this is just your overactive imagination. Keep the check. I'm heading home now." As Chen Fan turned to leave, Ren Tiansai's expression darkened. "Stop right there. You stubborn little brat, huh? I even let you fill out the check however you want it. What more could you possibly want? Ambition is a good thing, but if your ambitions exceed your capabilities, you're likely courting disaster."
Ren Tiansai's words carried a clear threat, yet Chen Fan found himself wanting to laugh.
"Uncle Ren, didn't you even discuss this with your daughter before coming to see me? Why not save this lecture for your daughter?" "I'm not interested." Chen Fan had never formally dated Ren Annie. How could he possibly discuss leaving her or letting go? He avoided stating it plainly because Ren Annie had always publicly presented him as her boyfriend. As a man, for him to step forward and deny it outright would feel like slapping her in the face. If word got out, it would certainly damage Ren Annie's reputation. Besides, Chen Fan knew that Ren Annie stubbornly called herself his girlfriend partly because she genuinely liked him, but also partly because she wanted him to be her shield against suitors like Xiaohe. Now Ren Tiankai, without even bothering to ask for clarification, had come barging in, shoving money at him to make him leave. The whole situation was laughable no matter how he looked at it. Ren Tiankai hadn't considered any of this.
He certainly wouldn't doubt his daughter's charm, and he couldn't have imagined she was the only one pursuing Chen Fan. So when Chen Fan refused his check, Ren Tians could only conclude one thing: this shameless bastard refused to leave his daughter alone, determined to be a greedy leech.
"Chen Fan, don't blame me for speaking bluntly.
A man's worth lies in knowing his place. While I'm still offering you a reasonable deal, you'd best listen to reason. Otherwise, I'll make you understand what it means to bully others with your position."
Chen Fan found this threat even more laughable. Bullying others with power? What power could Ren Genius possibly wield that could overshadow the war god's temple? Utterly delusional.
"Uncle Ren, I'll return that phrase about self-awareness right back to you. I know you've set your sights on Xiaohe, which is why you came to talk to me. I also understand that as Ren Annie's father, it's only natural you'd want her to marry someone better.
But think carefully, is Xiaohe really that good?"
Chen Fan's words were meant to remind Ren Tiankai not to be so short-sighted.
Yet Ren Tiankai misinterpreted his intent, retorting indignantly, "What? Do you think you have the right to look down on Xiaohe? What are you thinking?
Xiaohe not only comes from a distinguished family, but he's also noble in bearing and exceptionally talented.
Of course, I'm not solely impressed by his family background.
You heard what Xiaohe said yesterday, didn't you? He's preparing to apply to the Peerless Academy and should be enrolled by year's end at the latest. Once he becomes a disciple of the Peerless Academy, it won't take years before he breaks through to the Celestial Master Realm. That will propel him swiftly up the ranks and onto the path of officialdom.
And you? What plans do you have for your future?
Ren Tiankai pointed his finger at Chen Fan's nose, sneering, sometimes, the gap between people is wider than the gap between humans and dogs.
It's useless to just talk back. Got it? Uncle Ren, is that the extent of your vision? Is the Peerless Academy already the ceiling in your mind?
And this so-called celestial master realm, even Xiao he needed so many years to attain it.
Isn't that person a bit too mediocre? Chen Fan's words were delivered with a flat, matter-of-fact tone, yet they nearly made Ren Tiansai's nose twist with rage. What the hell is wrong with your brain? Are you really that thick-skinned? You keep belittling Xiao He, but what about yourself? What qualifications do you have to boast about? The way you talk, anyone would think you're already at the celestial master realm. Stop being so ridiculous, will you?
Chen Fan didn't want to argue with Ren Tiankai, so he sighed deeply and said, Uncle Ren, I thought someone like you, who was promoted to second in command in the provincial capital, must be highly visionary and capable. But after our conversation today, all I see is your narrow-mindedness, foolishness, and arrogance.
Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed. Seeing Chen Fan's earnest expression, Ren Tiankai clenched his teeth in fury once more. What do you mean by that, you brat? I'm your senior, how dare you speak to me like that? Humph.
You're the one who shows no respect for elders and acts like you're better than everyone else.
Have you even forgotten your own surname? All you do is shoot your mouth off. Do you really think that's how you'll make something of yourself?
And here I was planning to introduce you to a master who could guide your cultivation.
Looks like I wasted my good intentions. Get out. Humph. Since you refuse to heed advice, I'll have to handle this my own way. Ren Tiankai kicked Chen Fan off the car like that.
Chen Fan didn't get angry, he returned home with a calm expression and began cultivating in peace. In his eyes, Ren Tiankai was nothing but a frog in a well.
Chapter 184, Ren Annie's Feelings. As evening fell, Chen Fan received a call from Ren Annie, inviting him out for dinner.
Chen Fan initially hesitated to accept. After all, Ren Tians had just ordered him to keep his distance from Ren Annie. But then he reconsidered. Even if he truly needed to keep his distance from Ren Annie, he had to clarify things with her first. Otherwise, who knew how much trouble might arise later? With that, Chen Fan met Ren Annie at a well-known old-style restaurant in Jinling. The place was packed. Had Ren Annie not reserved a table in advance, they likely wouldn't have gotten in. As soon as they sat down, Ren Annie cut straight to the point. Chen Fan, I'm truly sorry.
I don't know what my father told you, but I can imagine it wasn't anything good. Please don't take it to heart.
Chen Fan shook his head and replied magnanimously, of course I won't take it personally.
No matter what he said, your father was only looking out for you. I actually think you should talk things through with him and clear up any misunderstandings about our relationship. Chen Fan, do you hate me now?
No sooner had the words left her lips than Ren Annie's eyes welled up with tears, her face filled with worry as she asked.
Of course not. Why would you even ask that? I used to say you were my boyfriend, and you never denied it. Are you really planning to part ways with me?
No, we'll always be friends. I know you only called me your boyfriend as a cover story, but this can't last forever. Now that your father's back, he'll start arranging your marriage.
When that happens, Chen Fan, stop talking. Let's just eat.
Ren Annie had always believed that Chen Fan's lack of denial when she called him her boyfriend meant he tacitly accepted their relationship. Little did she know that all this time, he had thought he was merely serving as her shield.
This left Ren Annie feeling deeply hurt.
After all, no one wants to accept that everything was just their own misplaced affection. She'd intended to confess her feelings to Chen Fan and set things straight, but upon second thought, judging by his current attitude, he clearly didn't harbor those kinds of feelings for her. If she laid it all out bluntly, their relationship would surely become unbearably awkward. They might not even be able to remain friends. Ren Annie didn't want that outcome, so she swallowed her pride and endured an awkward meal with Chen Fan.
By the way, since your father works in the provincial capital, I assume he'll have the whole family move there too? Are you leaving Jinling soon? During the meal, Chen Fan suddenly recalled what Ren Tiankai had mentioned earlier and asked curiously. Ren Annie nodded. Yes. My father mentioned that higher-ups recently want to strengthen ties between the Jiangnan region and the provincial capital. They plan to build expressways between the two cities and even merge relevant institutions, effectively unifying them into one. Once this project kicks off, he'll be incredibly busy, and it'll bring more opportunities to the provincial capital. My father wants me to shift my career focus to the provincial capital too. Riding this wave of change, our family should see significant transformation. Oh, I see. Chen Fan nodded.
No wonder Ren Tiankai holds Xiaohe in such high regard. If the provincial capital truly merges with Jiangnan, the Xiao family's influence will naturally expand further.
Their families joining through marriage truly is a powerful alliance. Chen Fan, I really don't want to leave. I want to stay in Jinling. Ren Annie said, her eyes downcast and tearful. But the provincial capital truly offers more opportunities for growth than Jinling. There's little point in lingering in such a small place. If not for the burden of the Qian family, Chen Fan would have long since left Jinling. But I'm here. Ren Annie was nearly in tears with frustration. Why couldn't Chen Fan understand her point? Me? I'll definitely head to the provincial capital for opportunities soon. There's nothing left here worth lingering over. Besides, someone invited me to help treat patients in Jiangnan. I should be heading there in 3 or 5 days. Then we'll see each other again. Chen Fan's reply was light and casual, still missing the deeper meaning behind Ren Annie's words. But that didn't matter anymore. Hearing that Chen Fan would also be heading to the provincial capital in Jiangnan for work, Ren Annie's heart suddenly felt light and clear. Really? That's absolutely wonderful. Ren Annie's mood finally cleared from overcast to sunny, and her meal tasted all the more delicious. Little did they expect to run into an acquaintance here. And that acquaintance was none other than He Xian. He Xian bounced in with Fu Qinggong, completely oblivious to Chen Fan and Ren Annie, who were buried in their meal. Brother Qinggong, sit down. This old-school restaurant is the hardest reservation in all of Jinling. I've wanted to treat you for ages, but never expected you'd come looking for me now. Hee, I've been in seclusion training all this time, so I just couldn't make time. Sorry to keep you waiting. Not at all. Not at all. Brother Qinggong, I know you were training intensely to win the martial arts tournament and marry me. How could I possibly blame you? But now everyone blames you for Pai Mingji's death. Could this affect your family? Don't let He Xian's usual airhead demeanor fool you. She's sharp as a tack. She's deeply worried the Pai family will seek revenge against Fu Qinggong. These past few days, she's barely been able to swallow a bite. Fu Qinggong had also been losing sleep over this matter lately. But how could he admit his fear of the Pai family's retaliation in front of He Xian? Xian, what are you thinking? I didn't kill him on purpose. I was trying to save him. Who knew he was such a weakling? My internal energy actually injured him. Besides, even if the Pai family really came after me, what could they do? With my current strength, I have absolutely nothing to fear from them. Fu Qinggong made it sound so effortless, as if he truly feared nothing under heaven. He Xian believed every word Fu Qinggong said, her face glowing with admiration. Brother Qinggong, you truly live up to your name. I just can't figure out what grandfather is up to. You're so outstanding, and we love each other so much. Why not just fulfill the marriage agreement? Why complicate things with all this nonsense? The championship will end up in your hands anyway. What difference does it make whether they hold a martial arts tournament or not? He Xian believed Fu Qinggong was exceptionally talented, far beyond anyone like Chen Fan. He Hong's actions were nothing but unnecessary. Fu Qinggong felt the same way. To maintain his refined and gentle persona, he kept his harsh thoughts about He Hong to himself, replying softly, Xian, don't speak ill of grandfather. Good things come to those who wait. Besides, this tournament isn't entirely without merit. If I truly win first place, not only will I win the beauty's heart, but I'll also intimidate the southern masters. Once they know my strength, Fu Qinggong's true power, wouldn't that be perfect? Chen Fan watched Fu Qinggong's hypocritical facade and found the meal suddenly hard to swallow. Just then, Fu Qinggong turned his head and caught Chen Fan smirking. He sensed Chen Fan was mocking him, and his expression darkened instantly. What are you laughing at? Chapter 185, The Innocent Girl. Seeing Fu Cheng suddenly speak to someone behind him, He Xian's gaze was drawn over. Her eyes widened in surprise when she recognized Chen Fan and Ren Annie sitting there. Wow, he's really lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend, He Xian exclaimed in admiration. Lucky? He's just good with sweet talk. I wonder if that guy's into pyramid schemes. How come every single one of these people is so blind? Getting fooled by him? What a waste of such a beauty. He Xian had always thought Fu Qinggong was a gentlemanly type. She never imagined he could utter such harsh words, leaving her momentarily speechless. Though He Xian had disliked Chen Fan before, she didn't think he was completely worthless. At least he was the one who had injured Sure and also healed him. That kind of skill alone wasn't something just anyone possessed. Success, don't speak like that. Chen Fan isn't so bad. The main reason he opposes you is because my grandfather doesn't want me to marry you. You're actually defending that kid? Fu Qinggong asked, his face a mask of disbelief. What kind of magic potion did he feed you? You don't seriously think he's a decent man, do you? He Xian, worried Fu Qinggong might get jealous, waved her hands in denial. Of course not. How could that be? Brother Qinggong, please don't misunderstand. You're the only one in my heart. But since we've all known each other for so long, and my grandfather admires him so much, even Sure Yi calls him brother. So even if we can't be friends, I hope things don't get too awkward. When you two face off, please go easy on him, don't kill him. These words were precisely why He Xian had asked Fu Qinggong out today. Though she didn't want to admit it, she was genuinely worried about Chen Fan, fearing he might end up like Pai Mingji, dying after having his dantian destroyed by Fu Qinggong. Ha! Fu Qinggong finally understood. All this time, the person He Xian had been worrying about was Chen Fan. He sneered coldly, Xian, you should know that any sane person avoids danger and seeks safety. As the old saying goes, don't take on a job you can't handle. No matter what your grandfather wanted him here for, he's old enough to know better. If he truly feared death, he should have begged for mercy instead of asking me to go easy on him. But when Fu Qinggong refused to budge, He Xian tried pleading with him once more. Before she could finish, Fu Qinggong cut her off. Enough, Xian. I know you're a kind-hearted girl, but you have to consider my position too. Think about it, this final match is under the spotlight of the entire world. If I can't even take down this little nobody instantly, how will the outside world view me? Our Fu family is a prominent and influential clan. If I fail, it won't just be me, our entire family will be disgraced. So instead of pleading for mercy here, why not persuade him to face reality? If he withdraws from the competition, won't everything be resolved? He Xian pondered for a moment. Fu Qinggong's reasoning made sense. Nodding, she replied, I understand, brother Qinggong. I'll try again to persuade him and grandfather. But we have a deal, if Chen Fan bows his head and admits defeat, this matter is completely settled. Don't you dare go all out to destroy him. Don't worry about it. Fu Qinggong agreed readily, knowing full well that neither He Hong nor Chen Fan would ever back down. Only a naive girl like He Xian would believe his lies. Meanwhile, Ren Annie, who was filled with joy at the thought of reuniting with Chen Fan in the provincial capital soon, suddenly received a call from her father. Rang Tiankai had just learned she was out on a date with Chen Fan, prompting him to call her home. Having finally reunited with her father, Ren Annie couldn't bring herself to defy him outright. Reluctantly bidding Chen Fan farewell, she left the restaurant. After Ren Annie left, Chen Fan had nearly finished his meal and was about to get up when He Xian bounced over and plopped down right in front of him. Chen Fan, who knew you were such a ladies' man? Though this lady here is a bit annoyed that you've been going around saying you don't want to marry me, seeing how gorgeous your girlfriend is, I'll let it slide. Chen Fan stared at He Xian, utterly speechless, and asked flatly, what brings you here? To help you, of course. Help me? Yeah. You saw how formidable brother Qinggong is the other day, right? If you really fight him, you'll probably get destroyed. So I advise you to be smart about this. Just apologize to brother Qinggong now and cancel the final showdown. I've already made arrangements with brother Qinggong. If you do this, he'll let you off the hook. Then you can be with your girlfriend, and I'll marry brother Qinggong. Wouldn't that be a win-win for everyone? He Xian thought the solution was incredibly simple, nodding her head smugly as if she'd come up with some earth-shattering, mind-blowing idea. No. Chen Fan's decisive refusal poured cold water over He Xian, drenching her to the bone. You don't want to? Why? You don't seriously think you can beat brother Qinggong, do you? Chen Fan knew that even if he tried to explain, this love-struck fool wouldn't listen to reason right now. So he simply chose to avoid the topic altogether. Like He Hong, Chen Fan knew exactly what kind of person Fu Qinggong was. Don't be fooled by the gentlemanly facade he put on in front of He Xian, pretending to be trustworthy and easy to talk to. But that was merely a mask. Even if Chen Fan agreed today to skip the finals, Fu Qinggong would relentlessly pursue him, determined to destroy him. Besides, there was no way Chen Fan could lose to Fu Qinggong. Why would he agree to something so disadvantageous? True, Chen Fan didn't want to marry He Xian. But even if it was just to protect the lifetime of effort He Hong had poured into building his empire from being swindled away, he was willing to fight. He couldn't bear the thought of He Xian marrying someone like Fu Qinggong. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? What are you playing at? What's really on your mind? Are you seriously not afraid brother Qinggong will beat you to death? He Xian waited for ages but still couldn't get Chen Fan to explain his reasoning, so she started to get anxious. He Xian, even if I explained everything to you now, you probably wouldn't listen. I'll just tell you this much, I won't lose to Fu Qinggong. Besides, your grandfather forbidding this marriage isn't just about breaking up lovers, there's more to it. So? Before Chen Fan could finish, Fu Qinggong walked over and wrapped his arm around He Xian's waist, marking his territory. Is Mr. Chen going to secretly badmouth me again? Speaking ill of others behind their backs isn't exactly the behavior of a gentleman. Chapter 186, The Fool Knows Not Who Reigns. Chen Fan chuckled. The innocent have nothing to fear. If you've done nothing wrong, you won't be troubled by ghosts at midnight. I haven't even said anything yet. Why are you so nervous, Mr. Fu? I'm not nervous. I'm worried for you, Mr. Chen. Your girlfriend is so beautiful, yet she's willing to be with a loser like you. You'd be hard-pressed to find another like her even if you searched high and low. But if you insist on fighting me, even if I go easy on you, I can't guarantee you won't end up crippled. Wouldn't that be a pity for that lovely lady? Fu Qinggong pretended to be concerned for Chen Fan, but his words were not only venomous but dripping with nauseating arrogance. Chen Fan couldn't be bothered to engage him. He simply turned to He Xian and said, Miss He, as you can see, we're like oil and water, utterly incompatible. Neither of us will back down. This isn't a conflict you can mediate. Since Mr. Fu refuses to withdraw, and I refuse to withdraw, let's settle this fairly in a match. Then, who is right and who is wrong, who is superior and who is inferior, the verdict will be clear. Chen Fan, why can't you ever listen to reason? Do you really think I'm trying to harm you by advising you? I'm doing this for your own good. He Xian felt utterly wasted in her efforts to be kind. Chen Fan's failure to appreciate her was truly baffling. I know you mean well, but there's no need for this. You. Chen Fan's cold demeanor infuriated He Xian, making her feel like she'd been slapped in the face. Seeing this, Fu Qinggong seized the moment. Alright, Xian, some people just won't see reason until it's too late. Your advice won't sway him, so maybe just let it go. But Qinggong, we've known each other for so long. I truly don't want him beaten to death by you. If he really dies, grandfather will definitely be upset. Then, even if you win the championship, you still won't gain his approval. Chen Fan, can't you just make this work for both of us? You can't beat brother Qinggong anyway. What's the point of stubbornly insisting? Do you really want to end up with both of you getting hurt? Faced with He Xian's incessant nagging, Chen Fan finally lost his patience. He stood up and said, He Xian, everything you're saying assumes he can beat me. But that assumption is wrong. So none of what you're talking about will happen. If you truly want to persuade him, then convince him to withdraw from the competition. Otherwise, if he ends up dying by my hand, don't blame me. I'm leaving. Oh, and Fu Qinggong, don't forget to bring your family heirloom over these next couple of days. Don't try to back out after I win and you can't produce it. Watching Chen Fan stride away with arrogant confidence, both He Xian and Fu Qinggong were boiling with rage. What nonsense! Does he really think he can win your family heirloom? That guy's completely lost his mind. He Xian fumed. Fu Qinggong gritted his teeth but maintained a polite facade. Forget it. That kid's just good with his mouth. Don't stoop to his level. Anyway, I promise you I won't actually take his life when the time comes. But that's conditional. If he's still talking tough when death is imminent, if he keeps provoking me again and again. Rest assured, brother Qinggong. I've already tried to reason with him, and he still won't listen. If you really end up killing him, it'll be his own damn fault. He Xian had now steeled her resolve. Chen Fan simply wasn't worth her help. She changed her tune, which delighted Fu Qinggong immensely. With that, he could proceed without reservation. Chen Fan stepped out of the restaurant and got into his car just as He Hong's call came in. He Hong invited him over to discuss the finals. Chen Fan agreed to the invitation and immediately gave the driver the address for Jinling Villa, preparing to head to He Hong's place. On the way, he received another call from Chang Tai. Chang Tai informed Chen Fan that many big shots had placed bets on his match against Fu Qinggong, though the majority were backing Fu Qinggong. But Chang Tai had complete faith in Chen Fan's abilities, so he'd placed a substantial wager on him. This call served two purposes: to pledge his loyalty and to ask if Chen Fan wanted to join the betting pool. Chen Fan calculated that he still had several hundred million yuan lying idle with nowhere to spend it. He nodded in agreement, instructing Chang Tai to place all that money on him. Upon hearing Chen Fan was betting so heavily, Chang Tai immediately tried to dissuade him. Mr. Chen, aren't you gambling way too big here? Not at all. Didn't you say the odds on me are sky high right now? We're bound to rake in a fortune. Don't worry. You too, a few tens of millions is practically insulting to me. If you want to make money, throw all your cash in. I guarantee you'll come out rolling in it. Zheng Tai was stunned by this. He'd already felt the sting of investing tens of millions into a low probability bet. Now, instead of reaping rewards, he was being asked to stake his entire fortune? How could he possibly agree? Zheng Tai hesitated, stammering, Mr. Chen, please don't joke with me. Honestly, even your decision to bet so much money wasn't something I fully agreed with. What? You think I'll lose? Not exactly. But you never know what might happen. Mr. Chen. With me, there are no just-in-case scenarios. If you trust me, just place the bet. If you don't, then don't, it's your money anyway. But when I win this bet, don't come slapping your thigh in regret, blaming me for not urging you to bet more. Chen Fan's tone was unwavering, his certainty so absolute it felt like he'd traveled through time from days hence. Are you really that confident, Mr. Chen? Of course. Would I doubt my own abilities? Seeing Chen Fan's unwavering certainty, Chang Tai steeled himself and said, alright, since you insist, Mr. Chen, I'll bet more. If you really win this time, I'll definitely share the big profits with you later. Great, go place your bet now. With the odds this high, we can make even more. Alright. After ending the call with Chen Fan, Chang Tai pressed his forehead, mulling it over for a long while. Finally, gritting his teeth and steeled with resolve, he placed 100 million yuan bet on Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, consider this money my repayment for everything you've done for me before. If I lose this bet, I'll probably lose my life too, and then I'll never get the chance to repay you. Amit Bab Buddha. Please, heavens, protect Mr. Chen and let him win. At the same time, Yao Yiming was also monitoring the opening odds for this final match. He thought those betting on Chen Fan to win were all reckless gamblers. To stake money on such a low probability event was utterly insane, like having money with nowhere else to throw it. Holy crap, who the hell is this? They just dumped hundreds of millions on Chen Fan's side. Did they bet on the wrong horse? Yao Beina was also glued to the betting page when she suddenly spotted a massive influx of funds backing Chen Fan. She couldn't even maintain her ladylike composure. Yao Yiming saw the influx of funds too, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. Must be a mistake. Who in their right mind thinks Chen Fan can win? Ha, but this is actually great.
With such a huge sum coming in, the odds for betting on Fu Qingdong have finally climbed a bit.
Shouldn't we take advantage of the high odds and place a bet now, Grandpa? Yao Bena suggested. Great idea. Didn't Chen Fan just deposit billions? Let's match him and bet the same amount.
No sooner had Yao Yiming finished speaking than Yao Bena shook her head repeatedly.
Grandpa, let's not. Such a huge sum of. Oh, don't worry. There's no way that'll happen. If Chen Fan can't win, we'll profit even more from our big bet. Plus, it'll be a great chance to show off our confidence. Why not? After you place the bet, spread the word far and wide. Everyone outside must know how much we trust Fu Qingdong. First, it showcases our family's financial strength. Second, it demonstrates to the Fu family how much we trust them. We'll get the money back eventually anyway.
This way, we profit both financially and in reputation. It's the best of both worlds. Yao Yiming considered himself remarkably prescient for devising this method of free advertising, a truly risk-free, high-reward strategy.
Though hesitant, Yao Bena eventually nodded in agreement.
But just then, Yao Shangtian suddenly spoke up. Grandpa, sis, I think we should just drop it.
Let's not get involved in this fuss. What do you mean? Putting in so much money is pointless. We won't win much anyway, and if we lose, how could we possibly lose? You good for nothing. Don't tell me you're scared of Chen Fan? Yao Yiming, frustrated beyond words, raised his hand and slapped Yao Shangtian across the face.
Yao Shangtian sucked in a sharp breath from the blow, but inside, he felt nothing but defiance.
Grandpa, don't hit me. I'm not scared of Chen Fan. Enough. Shut up. I don't want to see you right now. You disgraceful piece of trash. Just thinking about you makes me furious. Get out. Yao Yiming waved his hand dismissively, shooing Yao Shangtian out of the room like a fly. He then ordered Yao Bena to place the bet immediately, with no room for hesitation.
Yao Bena also felt her brother's worries were unnecessary, so she nodded and began mobilizing the company's funds. After being kicked out, Yao Shangtian felt deeply frustrated. He wandered outside muttering curses, trying to dispel his gloomy mood. Chapter 187, Impersonation. Meanwhile, Chen Fan arrived at He Hong's residence by car. The moment he stepped inside, piercing screams echoed from the courtyard.
Is anyone there? Help! Someone, please! Recognizing the voice as He Xian's, Chen Fan rushed into the villa in a flurry of movement. Approaching cautiously, he detected the unfamiliar breathing of an intruder. He crouched behind the staircase, straining to listen to the sounds above. He Xian stood with a knife pressed against her neck. The assailant was shrouded head to toe, revealing only a pair of vicious eyes. Shut up, you little brat. Keep quiet if you don't want to die. Now answer me, where's your grandfather? Grandpa, He Xian hesitated to answer, trying to buy time. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as a dark figure burst from nowhere, kicking the black-clad assailant to the ground. Before He Xian could process what was happening, the black-clad man was swiftly dispatched. Hua Xian let out a terrified scream, and Chen Fan quickly covered her mouth. Alright, stop screaming. It's me. No sooner had Chen Fan spoken than Fu Qingdong burst out from the bathroom. Though he hadn't done anything, he quickly bent down to check on the black-clad man. Finally, he looked up at He Xian and said, Xian, don't be afraid. He's already dead. Hua Xian, still shaken from the shock, hadn't even seen who had saved her. Hearing Fu Qingdong's reassurance, she naturally assumed he was the one who had taken out the black-clad man. She pushed Chen Fan aside and threw herself into his arms. Success, brother, thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, I would have been doomed. Fu Qingdong accepted He Xian's gratitude with a clear conscience, patting her back with a smile as he reassured her, Xian, don't be afraid. With brother Qingdong here, no one can hurt you. Chen Fan didn't mind Fu Qingdong taking credit. He bent down to inspect the assassin's condition and discovered the man was a master at the peak of his art. Fortunately, during the fight, Chen Fan had been desperate to save someone and had used a lethal move. If he'd held back, he might not have been able to take him out in one go. With that thought, Chen Fan straightened up and addressed Fu Qingdong with a faint, mocking smile. Fu Qingdong, my assessment confirms this fellow is a grandmaster at the peak of his art. Who would have thought you'd become so formidable? Now you can effortlessly take down a grandmaster at the peak of his art? Fu Qingdong's smile instantly froze upon hearing this. You say he's a grandmaster level expert? If you don't believe me, go ahead and check for yourself. Chen Fan said casually. Fu Qingdong naturally didn't believe it. He immediately bent down to examine the dead man's condition. After looking, he was utterly shocked. This was indeed a grandmaster at the pinnacle of his art. To take him down instantly, one would need at least peak grandmaster level strength, something I certainly lack. Fu Qingdong didn't even get a chance to act. By the time he emerged, the man was already lying on the ground. So who could have done it? Certainly not Chen Fan. Fu Qingdong suspected He Hong had likely planted a peak grandmaster level expert within the villa for covert protection.
This master had concealed their presence so deeply that even He Xian remained unaware of their existence. If that was the case, impersonating him shouldn't be too difficult. Fu Chenggong remarked nonchalantly, "Oh, so it really was a Grandmaster level expert. I was so focused on saving people earlier that I didn't notice these details. Wow, Brother Chenggong, you're so awesome. Does that mean you're at the peak master level now?" He Xian asked, her face full of wide-eyed wonder. Chen Fan spoke with a hint of amusement. "Oh my, you've already reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm?" Fu Chenggong didn't realize Chen Fan was mocking him, subtly implying he'd taken credit for someone else's achievements. He took it as genuine admiration, thinking Chen Fan was genuinely awed by the strength he displayed. Thus, he boasted to Chen Fan, "How could a sparrow ever comprehend the ambitions of a swan? You come from humble origins. To have achieved your current strength is already remarkable. Naturally, you cannot fathom the heights those of us born with silver spoons in our mouths can reach. Limited vision isn't the problem, the real danger lies in lacking self-awareness." I know these words aren't pleasant to hear, but take them back and ponder them carefully. It won't do you any harm. He Xian quickly interjected, "Chen Fan, it's not that we look down on you. You must see the gap between yourself and Brother Chenggong, it's like comparing heaven and earth. You'd better admit your mistake and apologize now while you still can. Otherwise, once the finals arrive, it'll be too late." Chen Fan shrugged indifferently, replying flatly, "Maybe. But I don't care. We'll all just rely on our own skills when the time comes. You're really asking for trouble." He Xian glared at him angrily, finding his attitude downright ungrateful. Chen Fan didn't take He Xian's words to heart. Instead, he addressed her with solemn seriousness, "I'm a grown man. I know what I'm doing. You don't need to worry about me. But what about you? Didn't your grandfather ever tell you that when you're kidnapped, the worst thing you can do is make a scene and provoke your captors? Your actions today were incredibly reckless. Your family isn't short on money, there's no need for this struggle. You should have negotiated terms with them first. Saving your life is the top priority." He Xian hated being lectured, especially by Chen Fan. Yet this time, his words rang true. She nodded humbly. "You're absolutely right about that. But I was so terrified in the moment, I completely forgot everything. But you're absolutely right. I'll make sure to stay calmer in the future to avoid making big mistakes." Their conversation itself was perfectly normal, but when Fu Chenggong heard He Xian speaking to Chen Fan with such unexpected warmth, a sense of unease immediately stirred within him. He jumped in, stirring up trouble unnecessarily. Xian, you're being far too easygoing. How could you miss the crucial point in Chen Fan's words?" Seeing Fu Cheng's accusatory expression, He Xian felt puzzled and asked in confusion, "Brother Chang, what point are you talking about? You silly girl, you'd be counting the money for the seller even if they sold you. Think carefully, what did Chen Fan's words just now prove? It proves that when you screamed for help, when you struggled desperately, he just stood there watching. And you actually thanked him? He saw you in trouble but didn't lift a finger to help. All he does is play armchair strategist afterward, lecturing you here. What kind of person is that?" Fu Chenggong rolled his eyes in disgust as he spoke, as if utterly contemptuous of Chen Fan. He Xian listened and found his words utterly convincing. She immediately turned to Chen Fan with a look of suspicion. "Is what Brother Chenggong said true? Were you really hiding in the shadows watching just now?" Chapter 188, Chen Fan takes them down. He Xian found it hard to believe. In her mind, Chen Fan might be arrogant, but he was also a man of principle. Like last time when he was injured, he had voluntarily offered to help prepare the medicine. This showed that Chen Fan had a caring side. If he had truly stood by and ignored her plea for help this time, He Xian would have been deeply disheartened. Of course, Chen Fan hadn't stood idly by. Just as he was about to explain, Fu Chenggong jumped in first. All right. You can't blame him for this." Chen Fan had never seen a scene like this before. It was only natural he was momentarily stunned. People look out for themselves first. If he were a bit selfish and didn't have you on his mind, what would there be to blame him for? Xian, just remember this, Brother Chenggong will always put you first. That's all that matters. Everyone else is just a passing stranger in life, let them be. Besides, with his half-baked skills, if he really came out, he might just make things worse and cause trouble for me. Better to just forget it." Fu Chenggong seemed to be defending Chen Fan, but in reality, he was elevating himself while belittling Chen Fan. After hearing this, He Xian still felt a bit uneasy inside, but she didn't say anything more. Chen Fan was thoroughly fed up with Fu Chenggong, this green tea guy. The sheer audacity of this bastard was truly astonishing. He had originally planned to keep a low profile and not reveal that the assassin had died by his hand. But now that Fu Chenggong had failed, leaving him caught between a rock and a hard place, Chen Fan had no choice but to tell the truth. He Xian, listen to me. I was already there when you called for help. I was hiding under the stairs. The one who killed the assassin just now was none other than me. Fu Chenggong only burst in after I'd already killed him. Bull. Chen Fan, how could you do this? After all I did to cover for you, you're actually trying to pin this on me? Fu Qinggong, seeing Chen Fan about to expose his claim to credit, refused to stand for it.
Look at yourself in the mirror. Do you really think you could take down a master of this caliber? How dare you dispute my credit?
Fu Qinggong hadn't lifted a finger, but he was certain Chen Fan lacked the strength to kill the assassin either.
Since they were both imposters, why should he hand over the credit to Chen Fan?
Watching Fu Qinggong stubbornly insist he was He Xian's savior, Chen Fan felt sickened beyond words. Yet He Xian bought it hook, line, and sinker, swallowing Fu Qinggong's words whole.
Success, you don't need to say more. Of course I believe you.
I saw a dark shadow flash by, and when I looked up again, you were already beside me, while Chen Fan was standing off to the side. It was crystal clear who had killed the assassin. It wasn't something he could claim credit for with a few words.
Chen Fan, I never imagined you could be this shameless. Do you really think I'm blind? Seeing He Xian's face twisted with disappointment and heartbreak, Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh in anger.
I hate to say it, but you really are blind. As the three stood locked in confrontation, He Hong rushed in from outside. It turned out he'd fallen for the enemy's diversion tactic. The assassin likely hadn't anticipated that while they intended to lure the guards outside, He Hong's keen observation had detected their movements even before the guards did. Thus, he'd beaten them to the chase. Thus, by sheer coincidence, when the assassin came looking for He Hong, he was nowhere to be found.
Xian, what happened? Are you okay?
Seeing the body lying on the ground, He Hong was startled. He rushed over and embraced his precious granddaughter. Seeing her grandfather arrive, He Xian instantly shed her feigned strength and threw herself into He Hong's arms.
Grandpa, it was terrifying. So terrifying.
That assassin held a knife to my throat, demanding I reveal your whereabouts. Luckily, Brother Chang arrived just in time and saved my life.
Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He Hong hadn't anticipated events unfolding this way.
Deeply shaken, he patted He Xian's back and whispered soothingly, "It's okay, it's okay.
Thank goodness our precious Xian is safe.
Rest assured, I'll investigate this thoroughly.
Even if the assassin is dead, it doesn't matter. Anyone who commits a crime leaves traces behind.
I'll track down the mastermind behind this and make them pay."
Yes, Grandpa, I know you can.
But please be careful. Success Brother said the assassin he killed was a master of the highest caliber.
Oh? They actually sent an assassin of that caliber?
They really went to great lengths. He Hong wore a pensive expression, seemingly calculating who could afford such extravagance.
Exactly.
Anyway, thanks to Brother Qinggong stepping in just in time, I'd be dead otherwise. He Xian knew He Hong disliked Fu Qinggong, so she deliberately seized this chance to praise Fu Qinggong, hoping to change He Hong's impression of him.
The tactic worked like a charm.
Upon hearing that Fu Qinggong had saved his precious granddaughter, He Hong's attitude shifted noticeably.
You did well this time. Thank you.
I, He Hong, will repay this favor in the future. Fu Qinggong rarely saw He Hong so amiable, and his face lit up with joy.
He quickly replied with feigned modesty, "Grandfather, what are you saying? We're all family. Soon, Xian and I will be married. Protecting my beloved is simply my duty as a man. What's there to repay?"
Hearing this, He Hong's expression shifted slightly, though he remained silent, clearly still willing to accept Fu Qinggong. Just then, Chen Fan appeared. As if spotting a lifeline, He Hong turned to him. "You came to have tea with me, right?
Come on, let's go upstairs." "Grandpa, where are we going? I was just about to complain to you."
He Xian said indignantly.
"What are you complaining about?"
He Hong asked, puzzled. "Of course I'm complaining about that good-for-nothing Chen Fan refusing to help when someone was in danger. When I called for help, he was right below the stairs.
But he pretended not to see me until Brother Qinggong killed the assassin.
Then he jumped out with that sarcastic attitude, trying to take credit for it. He claimed he was the one who took him down.
How outrageous is that?"
He Xian grew angrier as she spoke, her little face flushing bright red.
He Hong, however, seemed pleased by this and turned to Chen Fan.
"Chen Fan, did you really kill that assassin?"
Chen Fan nodded firmly. "Of course I did."
I have no idea why He Xian would misjudge me like that, insisting I was lying.
I really couldn't defend myself.
He Hong believed Chen Fan wouldn't lie about something like this. On the contrary, Fu Qinggong was cunning and scheming. It was entirely possible he'd taken credit for someone else's work. But if that were the case, why would He Xian insist Fu Qinggong saved her? What led her to make such a mistake?
Enough, stop arguing.
There are security cameras at home. I'll review the footage thoroughly later. Credit belongs to whom it belongs, there's no mistaking that.
My eyes aren't that dim yet.
In truth, He Hong's home had no surveillance at all. He said that just to test Fu Qinggong, to see if he'd slip up. As it turned out, He Hong's tactic worked. Upon hearing about the surveillance, Fu Qinggong did indeed glance up, seemingly searching for the camera's location. But when he caught He Hong staring at him, he instantly understood what was happening. He quickly lowered his head and adopted a composed demeanor, saying, "Then let's investigate thoroughly, Grandpa He. While I'm generally not one to pick fights or dwell on trivial matters, I truly can't bear to see you deceived.
This Chen Fan spouts nothing but lies and schemes endlessly. It's utterly infuriating. Watching Fu Qinggong's fiercely accusatory demeanor, He Hong's lips curled into a cold smile. Success, I never imagined you to be such an upright and principled man. It seems I've misjudged you all along. Chapter 189, The Foolish Granddaughter, The Wise Grandfather. He Hong's words clearly weren't meant as a compliment. He Xian, fiercely protective of her own, immediately jumped in to defend Fu Qinggong. Grandpa, how can you be so two-faced? You're clearly targeting brother Qinggong. He saved my life, yet you make him sound like a villain. No. Seeing his granddaughter's anger, He Hong quickly softened his tone with a smile. Of course not. I'm just admitting my mistake. I was biased against Qinggong before, but I won't be anymore. In any case, let's put this matter to rest for now. Everything will be decided once I uncover the truth. He Hong dismissed the others, then summoned Shi Yi to entrust him with uncovering the true culprit behind the scenes. Shi Yi quickly took charge of the scene with his team. After a routine inspection, they soon found a clue. He discovered an S-shaped serrated tattoo on the assassin's shoulder. This mark was the totem of the Godslayer organization, making it clear this incident was undoubtedly connected to them. When He Hong received this information, the look of confusion on his face not only failed to fade but grew even more perplexed. Why would the Godslayer organization come to our house out of the blue to cause trouble? Shi Yi analyzed. As far as I know, the Godslayer organization has transitioned from an intelligence operation group to a professional contract-based organization over the past decade. I suspect someone likely paid them to target you. That makes sense. I have a pretty good idea who's behind this. But let's put it aside for now. Once Xuanxuan's marriage is settled, you're coming with me to Jiangnan. Xie nodded and led his men away. He Xian, unable to follow their conversation, leaned in curiously. Grandpa, why are you going to Jiangnan? Is that where the people trying to kill you are hiding? You needn't concern yourself with the details. This is a legacy of trouble I left behind years ago. It must be resolved sooner or later. But Grandpa, I'm so worried. They came to our home this time. What if next time? Rest assured. The master-level expert the Divine Slayer organization sent this time died in our home. Upon receiving this news, those people won't dare make another move anytime soon. He Hong's analysis was thorough and logical. After listening, He Xian hugged Fu Qinggong's arm and said, So, all this is thanks to brother Qinggong. It's only because he instantly killed that assassin that we can live peacefully now. Brother Qinggong, I never imagined that after just a few months of seclusion, you'd already break through to the peak of the Grandmaster realm. That's truly incredible. You've reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm? He Hong turned to scrutinize Fu Qinggong, his tone thick with disbelief. It wasn't that he looked down on people, but based on his observation, the aura emanating from Fu Qinggong's every movement suggested he was at most a Grandmaster at the Great Achievement stage. It was impossible for him to have already reached the Grandmaster peak stage. Of course. Before Fu Qinggong could answer, He Xian interjected, Grandfather, remember that assassin who was killed? He was a genuine Grandmaster at the peak of his power. You personally verified that, right? Brother Qinggong charged in and instantly killed him. If Brother Qinggong hadn't reached the Celestial Master realm, how could he have done that? He Hong had never examined the assassin's body. Earlier, preoccupied with concern for his granddaughter, he hadn't considered the matter more deeply. Now, upon hearing He Xian's words, He Hong summoned Shi again and asked him, Are you certain that assassin truly possessed the Peak Master realm? Did you verify it without error? Shi nodded, confirming He Xian's assessment without hesitation. After hearing this, He Hong's mind grew even more calculated. He gazed thoughtfully at Chen Fan, his heart surging with emotion. He never imagined Chen Fan's strength had reached such astonishing heights. He Hong was now utterly certain that the person who saved his granddaughter couldn't possibly be Fu Qinggong. It had to be Chen Fan, no doubt about it. It was a pity that He Xian was far too nepotistic, completely failing to see how cunning and scheming Fu Qinggong truly was. But it didn't matter much. The finals were only 2 days away. Once Chen Fan effortlessly defeated Fu Qinggong, the truth would be revealed for all to see. Grandpa, what are you spacing out about? I'm talking to you. He Hong snapped out of his reverie at He Xian's call, looking utterly bewildered as he asked, What did you just say? Grandpa, I said you should persuade Chen Fan to stop this futile struggle and just withdraw from the competition. Otherwise, on the day of the finals, what if brother Qinggong loses control and knocks him out? Wouldn't that break your heart? I've already tried talking him out of it several times today, but he just won't listen. He's practically asking for death. It's beyond frustrating. Though He Xian was furious at Chen Fan for cowering like a turtle today, she remained a kind-hearted girl at heart. Not wanting Chen Fan to die for nothing, she tried persuading He Hong once more. Chen Fan had heard these words so often his ears were practically calloused. Being looked down upon time and again left a bitter taste in his mouth. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he snapped back, Enough. Since you think I'm nothing but a petty thief who steals credit, then let me die. What's there to regret? Don't bother trying to talk me out of it. I'm going to this final match. Whoever dies then will have a short life, no need for you to worry about it. He Hong knew Chen Fan was speaking out of anger, and precisely because of that, he became even more certain that the liar was undoubtedly Fu Qinggong. He patted Chen Fan's shoulder and soothed him softly. Chen Fan, don't take this little girl's words to heart. She's been raised too innocently by me since childhood and can't see the truth clearly. But I believe facts speak louder than words. After the finals, Xian will surely grow from this. Fu Qinggong felt a bitter sting in his heart at He Hong's words. He clenched his fists tightly behind his back, his murderous intent toward Chen Fan burning even brighter. If it weren't for that damned Chen Fan, why would Fu Qinggong, a true prodigy of heaven, have to endure such unjust humiliation here? He Hong had originally summoned Chen Fan today to speak with him privately. But Fu Qinggong refused to budge, leaving He Hong no chance to speak with Chen Fan alone. In the end, he had no choice but to abandon the idea for now. Chen Fan, however, didn't dwell on it. Coming to the He residence was merely a favor to He Hong. Since He Hong no longer seemed to mind, why should he? Instead of wasting time with He Xian and Fu Cheng's endless nagging, he'd rather go home and rest. Wasn't leisurely ease more appealing? Chapter 190, Xue San's Request. The next day, Xue San invited Chen Fan out for a meal. Chen Fan knew he never visited without reason. This must be about business, so he gladly accepted. They met at a seaside hotel, where the endless coastline stretched beyond its doors. The sky and sea blended into one, and the sand glistened like diamonds. Just one glance was enough to lift one's spirits. Though not a weekend, crowds had flocked here for leisure. The beach teemed with beautiful women and handsome men, even muscular models shooting for summer magazines, a dazzling spectacle. As they dined, they gazed out at the scenery. Xue San sighed wistfully, it's a shame I'm old now. If I were still young, I'd definitely put on my swim trunks and go for a good swim. Chen Fan chuckled and teased, good thing you're old now and know your limits. Otherwise, with that beer belly of yours, stripping down would probably scare off all the beauties. Mr. Chen, you're teasing me now. Seems you're in a good mood. But I've got something on my mind lately and was hoping you could help out. Xue San sighed, half amused, half exasperated. You finally got to the point. I knew you had something on your mind. Spill it, what's got you so worked up? Chen Fan wiped his mouth, ready to listen. Mr. Chen truly reads people like a book, seeing the big picture from the smallest details. Enough with the flattery, get to the point. Chen Fan cut Xue San off, urging him to be direct. Alright, I won't beat around the bush. Remember how you lifted the curse from our family before? Xue San stated bluntly, you told me back then that whoever cast that curse must be a master of feng shui. After some investigation, I actually tracked down that person. But he and I had no personal grudge. He was hired, paid to harm me. I paid him some money and finally coaxed out the truth. The person who tried to harm me is an old enemy from my past. He now runs a casino in Jiangnan and has close ties with the underworld. I'm a bit. What do you mean? You wouldn't be suggesting I go take care of him for you, would you? I don't run errands. Chen Fan was swamped lately, no time to help Xue San deal with his enemies. He refused without a second thought. No, Mr. Chen. That man is coming to Jinling. He probably doesn't know I've uncovered his schemes, so he's coming to close the net, Xue San said with grave solemnity. Chen Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. If he comes to Jinling, I could certainly help you devise a plan. But I've other matters to attend to lately and can't protect you around the clock. What if he slips through the cracks? No, Mr. Chen. If this were merely about saving my worthless life, I wouldn't presume to trouble you. I sought you out because this matter also concerns you. Oh? What connection? Tell me about it. Chen Fan dismissed Xue San's words as mere attempts to drag him into protecting him. Little did he expect that Xue San's next words would genuinely pique Chen Fan's interest. Mr. Chen, it's like this. Didn't I just explain? My enemy runs a casino in Jiangnan. This time, for your final showdown with Fu Qinggong, the casino has opened betting lines. Many have placed wagers on the outcome. You must have heard about it, right? I know about it. I even placed a small bet myself. What's the point? Chen Fan pressed further. Well, that's exactly the bet he set up. And to ensure absolute certainty, his backer specifically hired several experts skilled in the art of suppressing luck. I suspect these people aren't meant to target me, they're meant to target you. With Xue San's explanation, Chen Fan finally understood. Since the other side had set up such a massive betting pool, they naturally hoped to profit. While the odds on him winning were currently high, because he and Changtai had collectively invested over 100 million yuan, it had become impossible to corner the entire market. This wager also featured an unprecedented option, the double kill. Unlike a draw caused by one side surrendering, preventing the final round, a double kill meant both players perishing mutual annihilation. In such circumstances, no matter which side you bet on, the house will ultimately take everything. Therefore, the casino's people had made a special trip over this time, likely aiming to deliver a fatal blow to both himself and Fu Chang, thereby securing their position as the ultimate winners. If that's the case, then Chen Fan would likely be targeted by the enemy before Xue San. So that's how it is.
By your logic, this matter does indeed concern me. Alright, rest assured even if he doesn't come after me, I won't stand by and watch him die just because of our friendship.
And if he actually dares to come after me now? I certainly won't let them get away with it. Chen Fan didn't care about the grudge between Shui-san and that person. Just by looking at Shui-san's face, he could tell that although Shui-san was greedy, he wouldn't do anything truly evil. He wouldn't force himself into situations he couldn't handle, nor would he spout nonsense for money. He was actually fairly decent. Therefore, Shui-san's mortal enemy must be someone who was his complete opposite, and such a person deserved to die. Before Shui-san arrived, he never imagined Chen Fan would trust him so deeply or offer such selfless assistance. Overwhelmed, tears streamed down his aged face, leaving him nearly speechless. Alright, stop crying. You've raised a fine son. He's done me quite a few favors lately. As his father, you've certainly benefited from his good deeds. Thank you for the praise, Mr. Chen. Rest assured, if you can help me weather this storm, from this day forward, my life and my son's life are yours. Even if you ask us to walk through fire and water, we'll do it without hesitation. No, your lives are of no use to me. Give me something tangible instead. Chen Fan couldn't stand such sappy scenes or hearing gratitude. He waved his hands repeatedly. You know, if I want to cultivate, what I lack most are resources that aid cultivation, whether medicinal herbs or spirit stones. From now on, whenever you hear of any appearing, just keep an eye out for me, okay? Don't worry, I get it. I brought you something special just this time. Take a look. Shui-san was indeed quite perceptive. Seeing that Chen Fan had taken a piece of lightning-struck jujube token from his home last time, he had guessed Chen Fan was interested in such items. Thus, before coming to seek his favor this time, he had made special preparations. He paid a high price to acquire a root of blood cistanche, carefully placed it in a paper box wrapped in oil paper, and now presented it before Chen Fan. Chen Fan had a keen sense of smell. The moment he opened the box, he recognized what it was. His eyes lit up. He swiftly unwrapped the oil paper and, staring at the blood cistanche as large as his palm, nodded repeatedly. Excellent. This is a truly splendid gift. Where did you find this? Even ordinary blood cistanche is rare in the southern regions, let alone one this robust. You've gone to great lengths. Of course. When preparing a gift for you, how could I not be thorough? Blood cistanche thrives in hard soil and prefers cold over heat, making it indeed uncommon in the south. Shui-san smiled smugly. I bought this from an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Though he charged a bit steeply, it was worth every penny. As long as you like it, I wouldn't hesitate to pay any price. Chen Fan slowly tucked away the blood cistanche, lifting the corner of his mouth as he addressed Shui-san, with such sincerity toward me. I'll definitely help you out. Rest assured no one will be able to harm you. The reason Chen Fan was in such high spirits today was because he needed this blood cistanche recently. It was a rare herb possessing both warming and cooling properties. When refining pills, it could both warm and nourish the body while also clearing internal heat, making it a truly precious treasure. Adding just a small amount during alchemy significantly enhances the efficacy of other herbs. The piece Shui-san brought today would be more than enough for Chen Fan to refine 70 or 80 batches of pills. Then I'm truly grateful to you, Mr. Chen. Should I ever have the good fortune to come across such a treasure again, I'll be sure to bring it to you. Mei-chem, thank you. Though Shui-san offered the blood cistanche to secure Chen Fan's assistance, Chen Fan remained genuinely grateful. Such goodwill was commendable, unlike certain individuals who, despite needing his assistance, acted like arrogant snobs, making one seethe with irritation. Chapter 191, The Gambling King of Jiangnan. The two chatted cheerfully about their upcoming plans, completely unaware that a man wearing a fisherman's hat was secretly observing them. Ever since spotting Chen Fan seated, the man had been gnashing his teeth in fury. His vicious expression startled even the waitstaff serving their meal. This man was none other than Yao Shangtian, the very person whose forehead Chen Fan had carved into, leaving him too ashamed to show his face. He'd intended to come out for some relaxation, but his luck had taken a turn for the worse. He'd barely savored a few bites of his meal before running into the very person responsible for his humiliation. Yao Shangtian had always despised wearing fishermen's hats, finding them utterly unflattering. But ever since Chen Fan's lesson, he'd been forced to wear one constantly, pulling the brim down low to hide those two characters. Watching the beautiful women below laughing and enjoying the sun while he was stuck up here wearing a hat and blowing air conditioning, Yao Shangtian felt unbearably resentful. You bastard! How dare you show your face before me? Looks like even the heavens are giving me a chance to get my revenge. Yao Shangtian muttered silently, half closing his eyes as if plotting something in his mind. Just then, the hotel owner, Zhang Dian Shui, descended from upstairs and strode purposefully toward Yao Shangtian's table. Young Master Yao, has our hotel's meal been to your satisfaction? If anything is amiss, please don't hesitate to speak up. Your sister and I are close friends, so there's no need for formalities. Yao Shangtian had no interest in socializing with Zhang Dianhua. He offered a forced smile, his lips curling upward as he replied dismissively, everything's fine. Go about your business. Don't worry about me. Yao Shangtian's mind was consumed with thoughts of how to get back at Chen Fan. He couldn't be bothered with anyone else.
Given Yao Shangtian's abilities, taking revenge on Chen Fan through brute force was clearly out of the question.
He had to find another way, but what could it be? Yao Shangtian couldn't think of any, and this tormented him deeply. Zhang Dianshui sensed Yao Shangtian's preoccupation. This wouldn't do.
Zhang Dianshui had long harbored feelings for Yao Beina and had already mentally cast Yao Shangtian as his future brother-in-law. Now that he'd finally found a chance to curry favor with his future brother-in-law, how could Zhang Dianshui let it slip away? He immediately sat across from Yao Shangtian, his face full of concern. "Young Master Yao, you seem deeply troubled.
What's wrong? Just tell me. This is my turf, I'll handle it for you."
Yao Shangtian chuckled softly, took a sip from his glass, and replied with a look of deep sorrow, "I appreciate your kindness, but you really can't help with this matter.
Let's talk about something else.
Speaking of which, when I arrived today, I saw your hotel staff bustling about moving things upstairs.
Are you planning some kind of event?" Yao Shangtian steered the conversation. "Haha, young Master Yao, you really have an eye for detail.
To be honest, those items are antique collections and such, being moved up to furnish the presidential suite. The gambling king of Jiangnan has booked a room here for a short stay. Having such a big shot grace our hotel is a real honor. Naturally, I'm making sure everything's properly prepared. We can't afford to look cheap, right?" Zhang Dianshui said with a hint of pride.
"Oh? The gambling king of Jiangnan is coming? What brings him to Jinling? Surely not to see this lousy beach?"
As soon as Yao Shangtian uttered those words, Zhang Dian's smile froze on his face.
I didn't mean it like that. I just meant that the gambling king of Jiangnan has seen the world and surely has better places to go, right?"
"Heh, young Master Yao, no need to explain.
I know you meant no harm. Here's the thing, haven't you heard about the uproar over He Hong's martial arts competition to find a son-in-law? The Jiangnan casino even opened special betting lines for it.
I suspect the gambling king's visit is likely related to this very matter."
"Oh, that makes sense." Yao Shangtian nodded, finding the possibility plausible.
"Seems this event has truly stirred up quite a commotion. The gambling king of Jiangnan, Shi Wei, hasn't appeared in public for years, always leaving the casino to his subordinates to manage. For him to personally come to Jinling to witness this duel once word gets out, it's bound to cause a sensation.
Your hotel will definitely reap the benefits too."
Zhang Dianshui nodded with unrestrained delight.
"Exactly.
That's precisely why I value this opportunity so highly. Honestly, this backwater of Jinling hasn't seen this kind of excitement in who knows how many years. Let me count on my fingers, almost every big shot from the south has flocked here recently. Even the southern king of the Peerless Academy is paying a visit. Something like this would have been unimaginable in the past." As the two chatted animatedly, the front desk manager suddenly rushed over and whispered something urgently into Zhang Dian's ear. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Dianshui sprang from his seat as if facing a major crisis. He turned to Yao Shangtian with palpable tension. "Young Master Yao, please continue dining and drinking.
I must attend to an urgent matter and will rejoin you later."
"Alright, go ahead. If you need any help, just call out to me. While I may not be as powerful as Fu Chenggong, maintaining order shouldn't be a problem for me."
"Alright, my thanks in advance, Yao. I'll go check it out."
Zhang Dianshui hurried to the front desk, where he saw a burly man with a large jade knuckle ring on his finger, screaming hysterically, "Is your boss dead?
How long the hell have I been waiting? Why isn't he here yet? I'm here. Who might you be, sir? And what's with the foul language? Rude? You think my words are rude? Let me tell you, I've got even ruder ones."
Whether drunk or enraged, the man's blood boiled over. He raised his hand and slapped Zhang Dianshui across the face.
Zhang Dianshui wasn't one to back down.
He immediately kicked the man, sending him crashing into the bar counter. The man rolled across the bar counter before crashing heavily into the adjacent liquor cabinet. The shattering sounds of the liquor cabinet and bottles echoed throughout the bar, startling every patron inside.
Fearing they might get caught in the crossfire, everyone scrambled to flee.
Shuesan had intended to leave too, but seeing Chen Fan calmly and leisurely eating his lobster, he steeled himself and sat back down.
Besides Chen Fan, Yao Shangtian also remained.
He stood with his arms crossed, gazing toward the front desk, waiting for Zhang Dianshui to ask for his help. Noticing Shuesan's unease, Chen Fan offered, "Shuesan, if you have business to attend to, feel free to leave. I have a meeting here myself."
"Don't worry about me." "Oh? So Mr. Chen has another meeting? In that case, I shan't disturb you. Goodbye." Hearing that he wasn't needed as an escort, Shuesan promptly slipped away. Chen Fan's claim of needing to meet someone wasn't an excuse. While chatting with Shuesan earlier, he'd received a message from someone requesting a meeting. He'd simply given them the address. Chapter 192, The Arrival of a Master. At the front desk, the man had already scrambled to his feet. Shards of glass had lacerated him, blood streaming down his body and staining his head a vivid crimson, a sight that looked terrifying. Yet he proved remarkably resilient. Despite such severe injuries, he stood firm without a hint of retreat. Instead, he pointed a finger at Zhang Dianshui and bellowed, "You bastard! You've got some nerve, hitting an old man like me. You bastard, have you had enough of living? Tired of living?" Zhang Dianshui retorted. "This is my turf. You're the one stirring trouble here, and you still have the nerve to act like you're in the right? Of course I'm in the right. I'm here specifically to inspect the room for the gambling king of Jiangnan. You don't even dare to hit a dog without looking at its owner, so hitting me is like slapping the gambling king's face. Humph. What a crappy hotel. We're not staying here." Zhang Dianshui was genuinely startled at first, but then he thought, a figure of the gambling king of Jiangnan's stature would surely be surrounded by a retinue wherever he went. How many capable men must he have under his command? Why would he send just one subordinate to check things out? Besides, this kid was drunk as a skunk before even arriving. He certainly didn't look like someone the gambling king of Jiangnan would trust with anything important. Therefore, Zhang Dianshui sneered with confidence, "Give me a break. Do you really think I'm some gullible kid? A scum like you wouldn't even be fit to polish the gambling king of Jiangnan's shoes." Humph. But no sooner had Zhang Dianshui finished speaking than a man walked in from outside, a cigar dangling from his mouth, his expression dark and foreboding. Spotting his subordinate beaten bloody the moment he entered, he flung his cigar to the floor and strode over, his face hardening. "Who hit you?" he demanded. "Didn't I tell you to just check on the rooms we reserved? How the hell did you get yourself beaten to a pulp in such a short time? Don't you have any backbone? Aren't you usually so tough at home with your mother, my aunt? Why are you only a bully at home, but get beaten up the moment you step outside?" Though he appeared to be berating the burly man who had arrived earlier, he was clearly protecting his own. "Cousin, I never expected this either. That front desk clerk was dragging her feet, refusing to check our room. Then the manager showed up and beat me up. Look at my back, it's been stabbed like a sieve. You useless piece of trash. You only got away with it because you drank a few extra shots of horse piss. Otherwise, I'd have beaten the crap out of you. What are you standing around for? Get to the hospital now." Though he knew his cousin was more trouble than he was worth, the cigar man still cared about his own. He first sent someone to take the burly guy to the hospital, then turned with a look of accusation, staring at Zhang Dianshui and demanding, "Did you do this?" Zhang Dianshui hadn't taken the cigar man seriously at first, but after witnessing this series of actions, he began to believe the man was indeed working for the gambling king of Jiangnan. This realization made Zhang Dianshui break out in a cold sweat, as if facing a formidable enemy. Silently wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he forced himself to sound calm. "I don't know exactly who you're working for," he said, "but we've got to play by the rules in this line of work, right? Your cousin was drunk as a skunk and started picking fights with my guys the moment he arrived. I thought he was acting weird, so enough with the excuses." The cigar-smoking man couldn't be bothered listening to Zhang Dian's nonsense. He swung a punch straight at Zhang Dian's forehead. Caught completely off guard, Zhang Dianshui was knocked flat by the solid punch, his head ringing. Blood gushed forth as Zhang Dian's agonized scream echoed throughout the entire hotel. Even after beating Zhang Dianshui to this state, the cigar man remained unsatisfied. He walked over and planted his foot squarely on Zhang Dianshui's head. "What the are you droning on about? I only asked if you did it. Since you did, give me a proper explanation. If you can't give me a proper explanation, then I'll give you one myself. Running a Thai hotel has gone to your head. You don't even give a damn about my cousin. You really think you're something special, huh?" Zhang Dianshui felt his skull was about to shatter under the pressure, the agony unbearable. Yet he dared not utter a word this time, he had truly met his match. But if he let the other man vent any longer, he feared his life might truly be in danger. At that thought, Zhang Dianshui could only cast a pleading glance toward Yao Shangtian. Since the cigar man and Zhang Dianai hadn't raised their voices initially, Yao Shangtian hadn't caught their argument. But watching from afar, he could vaguely guess that this cigar-smoking man was likely part of the same group as the burly thug who had caused trouble earlier. Naturally, he concluded these men were deliberately causing trouble, bullying Zhang Dianshui here because they knew they could overpower him. Yao Shangtian had just promised Zhang Dianshan he'd stand up for him, and now this had happened. He certainly couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Chen Fan, on the other hand, had sat there quietly from start to finish, calmly eating his steak as if none of this concerned him. As Yao Shangtian passed by Chen Fan, he spat out a harsh word, "Coward." Then he strode toward the front desk. Chen Fan heard Yao Shangtian's insult but paid it no mind. With Yao's half-baked skills, he stood no chance against the cigar-smoking man. He'd surely be beaten to a pulp in a moment. Chen Fan shook his head, took a leisurely sip of tea, and lifted his gaze, ready to enjoy the show. The events unfolded exactly as Chen Fan had predicted. Yao Shangtian hadn't even managed to finish a single sentence before the cigar-smoking man, clearly impatient, knocked him flat with a single punch. "Damn it, is this never ending? I gave you all a chance, and now you're lining up to die?" Yao Shangtian never imagined he'd be so utterly outmatched. Before he'd even had a chance to strike, he'd been knocked down in utter disarray. Yao Shangtian had certainly embarrassed himself before, but losing every shred of dignity like this was a first. He had no idea who this cigar-smoking man really was, but he assumed his status as a Yao family scion would intimidate him. Gripping his throbbing head as he stood, Yao Shangtian bellowed, "Do you even know who I am? Even if you're bloodthirsty, there are limits. I advise you not to overstep your bounds. My grandfather is Yao Yiming from the provincial capital. You dare hit me like this? Have you had enough of living? Who the hell is Yao Yiming? Forget you, his grandson. Even if Yao Yiming himself showed up today, he'd better keep quiet in front of me, you chew. Not even a peep." The moment that name hit his ears, Zhang Dianshui, who had just scrambled to his feet, felt his legs give way. He collapsed back down in an instant. Yao Shangtian, meanwhile, stood frozen in place, his mind spinning like a carousel, his entire being reeling in disbelief. You're Yu Chu? You're the master of 1,000 tricks who stands beside the gambling king of Jiangnan? Yao Shangtian swallowed hard, feeling utterly shaken. Humph, good for you for knowing your place. I thought you idiots were all full of yourselves. Looks like you're not completely blind and deaf after all. You actually know who I am. I came here specifically to bring my cousin along and see how the room you prepared for the gambling king turned out. But look at you lot, instead of cooperating, you recklessly injured my cousin and even tried to attack me. What a bunch of useless dogs. Faced with Yu Chu's relentless scolding, everyone froze in fear. This time, they truly didn't dare utter a single word. Yu Chu, nicknamed Yu the Cheat, was one of the 8 masters of cheating serving Chiwei, the gambling king of Jiangnan. The so-called 8 masters of the 1,000 gates were Chiwei's 8 most skilled experts, his right-hand men. Offending one of the 8 masters was tantamount to offending Chiwei himself, a dead end either way. And Yu Chu was notoriously petty. The last person who had crossed him had been thrown into the sea, never to be seen again. Chapter 193, What are you barking about? Upon learning of the man's formidable status, Zhang Dianshui was so terrified he couldn't even crawl to his feet. His legs refused to obey him. After struggling for a long while, he finally managed to kneel, leaning weakly against the bar. Ignoring the wound on his head, he immediately slammed his forehead onto the floor again, pleading desperately, "Mr. Yu, I'm so sorry, truly sorry. I was blind not to recognize you. I shouldn't have struck your cousin, nor should I have spoken so recklessly in your presence. I beg you, spare me this once." Humph. Only now do you realize your mistake? Too late. Yu Chu shot Zhang Dianshui a fierce glare before turning to Yao Shangtian. What do you say? Yao Shangtian's face flushed from pale to crimson, fear stirring within him. Yet as a member of the Yao family, a prominent figure in the provincial capital, he knew backing down so quickly would invite ridicule. Instead of apologizing immediately, he stiffened his neck and retorted, "What do you mean? What do I say? My grandfather had connections with the gambling king of Jiangnan back in the day. I merely stood up for justice, and you beat me for it. If we're really going to argue this out, you're the one in the wrong." Though Yu Chu didn't hold Yao Shangtian or Yao Yiming in high regard, he understood his master's temperament well. If this escalated, the gambling king of Jiangnan might not protect him after all. With that thought, Yu Chu decided not to dwell on Yao Shangtian's actions. Alright, what's done is done. You hit my cousin, I hit you back, we're even. Now let's discuss my master's upcoming stay. Yu Chu skillfully steered the conversation, gesturing toward the now empty hotel. Clear out all the uninvited guests. My master will be arriving shortly. During my master's stay, no business operations are permitted here. This is to prevent anyone from overstepping their bounds and disturbing my master's refined enjoyment. That includes you. You may indeed share some connection with my master, but you should know full well how certain matters stand. Your grandfather's status still falls far short of standing on equal footing with my master, wouldn't you agree? Yao Shangtian was rendered speechless by the question, silently clenching his fists but ultimately saying nothing. Because the truth was undeniable. With the Jiangnan gambling king absent, he could still leverage his grandfather's status to keep the other party's men in check. But if the gambling king of Jiangnan actually showed up later, that tactic would be useless. These past 2 days, Yao Yiming had been furious with Yao Shangtian precisely because of the incident where characters were carved into his forehead. If he offended the gambling king of Jiangnan at this critical juncture, it would truly be a case of not knowing his place in courting death. Realizing this, Yao Shangtian instantly shifted his demeanor, grinning broadly at Yu Chu. Alright, brother. We become acquainted through conflict, no need to make this ugly. Had I known you were one of the gambling king's elite enforcers, I'd never have argued with you. Yu Chu knew Yao Shangtian was genuinely impressed. Satisfied, he didn't press the matter further. Instead, he instructed Zhang Dianshui, make arrangements immediately. The gambling king should arrive in just over half an hour. I certainly don't want His Excellency to see this place in such a mess when he arrives. I trust you understand what needs to be done, right? Zhang Dianshui hadn't even wiped the blood from his face before he eagerly nodded. Of course, Mr. Yu. Rest assured, I'll have everything perfectly arranged immediately. Yu Chu nodded, feeling considerably more at ease.
Despite his earlier swagger, if he couldn't even handle something as simple as booking a hotel, it wouldn't just be Jean Diane's crew who'd suffer the consequences. He himself would be in deep trouble. Yu Chu lit another cigar, taking a puff just as he spotted Chen Fan sitting in the corner. In his earlier rage, he hadn't even noticed someone else was dining here. The moment he spotted the guy, calm and collected, sipping tea leisurely, Yu Chu's temper flared up again.
What the hell? That kid's still eating? I'm telling you, you're ing rushing to your death, afraid there won't be another meal after this? I've been yelling clear out for ages. Are you ing deaf? Get the hell out of here. Yu Chu's thunderous outburst left the front desk staff with ringing ears, each of them terrified. What they never could have imagined was that while each of them was scared stiff, Chen Fan, the very person being cursed at, remained utterly unfazed, paying no heed to the tirade. Seeing Chen Fan ignore him, Yu Chu strode forward several more steps and continued ranting angrily. Are you deaf? Can't you hear a word I'm saying? I'm telling you to get the hell out of here right now. Yu Chu's voice boomed even louder, nearly shaking the roof off. This time, Chen Fan offered a slight response, though he still didn't get up. What the hell are you barking about? I'm meeting a friend here and can't leave right now. What? Yu Chu was utterly stunned. How could this little elf be so full of himself? Who in their right mind would dare challenge him now? Had they lost their minds? Are you trying to bargain with me? Dude, are you okay? I've told you a million times the gambling king himself is about to arrive. I told you all to get the hell out of here. What the hell are you doing making plans here? Chen Fan remained expressionless, replying leisurely, I have a friend here. If I leave now, wouldn't that make me a man of broken promises? Once he arrives, I'll be on my way. Chen Fan wasn't unreasonable, he simply wanted to wait for his contact before leaving together. But Yu Chu wouldn't even grant him that. He saw Chen Fan as nothing more than a lowly nobody from the sticks, utterly unworthy of negotiating terms with him. He strode over, slammed his hand hard on Chen Fan's table, sending cups and plates flying everywhere, and bellowed, I'll count to 3. If you're not out of here by then, I'll punch you straight out the window and smash you to death, you bastard. You believe me? You spilled my tea. Faced with such a terrifying threat, Chen Fan merely responded calmly with this single sentence. This infuriated the already hot-tempered Yu Chu, who clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. Yao Shangtian watched this unfold, his heart bursting with glee. Judging by Yu Chu's earlier fight with him and Zhang Dianshui, this guy was undoubtedly a master himself. Perhaps today he could use Zhang Dianshui's hand to eliminate the thorn in his side. The mere thought of this possibility made Yao Shangtian laugh out loud with delight. Zhang Dianshui, unaware of the feud between Yao Shangtian and Chen Fan, simply saw Chen Fan as an ordinary customer and felt a pang of pity for him. TSK, what an unlucky soul. He came here for a simple meal, yet somehow managed to provoke the wrong person. But honestly, you had it coming. How could you be so blind? Sigh. Everyone was certain Chen Fan was doomed this time. Yet, to his utter astonishment, the moment Yu Chu swung his fist, Chen Fan swiftly lifted his leg and delivered a kick straight to Yu Chu's midsection. Completely caught off guard, Yu Chu took the kick squarely. His fist didn't even graze Chen Fan's skin before he plopped right back onto the ground. Chapter 194, See If You're Worthy. The kick sent spasms through Yu Chu's midsection, cold sweat pouring down his face as the pain left him barely able to crawl. Yao Shangtian hadn't expected Chen Fan to possess such formidable strength, even Yu Chu wasn't his match. But seeing Chen Fan deal such a brutal blow to Yu Chu only made him more delighted. With a sarcastic tone, he remarked, Chen Fan, you're really getting more and more capable. You dare to beat up someone from the esteemed gambling king's crew. Don't say I didn't warn you, this Mr. Yu is someone even He Hong would give face to. If you beat him like this and He Hong can't protect you later, you'll just have to blame your own bad luck. Chen Fan sneered coldly at this, you think I'm like you? You've got no skills of your own, just coasting on your grandfather's reputation to get by. I'm different. I've never relied on anyone but my own fists. Chen Fan's words rang out with force, his voice crisp and powerful. Though not loud, it silenced everyone present, filling them with an unprecedented sense of oppression. Just as the two were locked in heated argument, a series of steady, synchronized footsteps echoed from outside the door. At the sound of those footsteps, Yu Chu's face immediately broke into a smile. You're dead meat. The gambling king has brought his men. If he finds out you hit me, you'll be hacked to death today. You fool. Get down on your knees and apologize to me right now, or you're as good as dead. Facing such threats, Chen Fan casually crossed his legs, propped his chin on one hand, and drummed his fingers on the table. Not only was he completely unfazed, but he looked utterly bored, clearly dismissing the threats as nonsense. Before long, the sound of steady footsteps echoed as a squad of well-trained men in black led the way into the room. Following them, an elderly man with graying hair but an upright posture and distinguished bearing entered. This elder appeared to be in his early 60s. Though a smile graced his face, it conveyed a strong sense of detachment. He was clearly a man of vast experience, someone capable of orchestrating grand schemes. This man was none other than the renowned gambling king of Jiangnan, Qi Wei himself. Each of Qi Wei's bodyguards was highly trained.
Besides the group of black-clad men leading the way, another burly man followed closely behind him. On his other side stood a middle-aged man with a goatee, his expression inscrutable. A tattoo resembling a serpent or dragon, eerie in its nature, adorned the web of his hand. The moment Zhang Dianshui and Yao Shangtian spotted Qi Wei's arrival, they abandoned any concern for the mess at hand. Hastily straightening their attire, they approached Qi Wei with beaming smiles, bowing respectfully to make a favorable impression. Mr. Gambling King, I am Zhang Dianshui from this hotel, assigned to your reception. Your reserved room has been prepared long ago. Please follow me. Mr. Gambling King, I'm Yao Shangtian. My grandfather is Yao Yiming. Didn't you two often chat when you were young? Grandpa always talks about you. Watching these two overly enthusiastic sycophants, Qi Wei felt little enthusiasm. He merely gave them a faint nod before walking past them and continuing inside. As he moved, he muttered under his breath, "What a mess. What are they doing? Where did Yu Chu go? Didn't he come to clear the area beforehand?" Zhang Dianshui detected the displeasure in Qi Wei's tone, breaking out in a cold sweat and daring not even to breathe loudly. Yao Shangtian hesitated, then plucked up his courage to step forward. "Gambling King, Mr. Yu was attacked." "What did you say? Who has the nerve to attack my men?" "Look, it's that guy right there." Yao Shangtian pointed in Chen Fan's direction. Qi Wei followed the gesture and indeed saw Yu Chu lying on the ground, clutching his stomach. His face was deathly pale, as if the pain was about to knock him unconscious. The man who had struck Yu Chu, however, sat there with an expression of utter indifference. Even upon noticing Qi Wei's arrival, he didn't so much as lift an eyelid, as if he couldn't care less about the presence of the king of gambling himself. This infuriated Qi Wei. It was one thing for him to make a grand entrance into this shabby hotel, but now someone actually dared to hit his man? Were these lowly minions in Jinling trying to start a rebellion? Did they dare to disregard even him, the esteemed gambling king of Jiangnan? The more Qi Wei thought about it, the angrier he became. He confronted Zhang Dianshui on the spot. "What is this supposed to mean? Is this how you welcome me?" Zhang Dianshui's legs buckled in terror. He fell to his knees with a thud, waving his hands frantically with a look of utter helplessness. "No, Mr. Gambling King. Please don't misunderstand. I had absolutely nothing to do with this. This guy is completely lawless and incredibly powerful. My men couldn't beat him or drive him away, so Mr. Yu had no choice but to step in. But who knew that bastard could actually fight? He even kicked Mr. Yu to the ground. We were trying to figure out what to do when you showed up. Honestly, it's not like we didn't try to handle it. Useless piece of trash." After hearing this explanation, Qi Wei shot Zhang Dianshui a fierce glare before turning his gaze to Chen Fan. Chen Fan remained seated with an impassive expression, oblivious to the commotion unfolding nearby. Yao Shangtian, seeing Chen Fan so arrogant even with death staring him in the face, couldn't have been happier. "You little punk, you really think you're some kind of fighter, huh? Your half-baked skills are nothing compared to a real master. What are you trying to pull? Humph. Now that you've pissed off the gambling king of Jiangnan, I'll see if you even live to make it to the finals." Yao Shangtian was certain Chen Fan would die here today. Yet the gambling king's temperament seemed far more forgiving than he'd anticipated. Qi Wei stepped forward and coldly addressed Chen Fan. "What's this supposed to mean? Are you giving me attitude? You injured my men. If you don't beg for mercy, I'll have no choice but to return the favor in kind." The gambling king's tone remained calm throughout, exuding absolute confidence. It seemed as though Chen Fan would surely die the moment he gave the order. Zhang Dianshui knelt on the ground, trembling with fear, swallowing nervously. He was clearly terrified by the gambling king's imposing presence. Chen Fan, however, sat motionless, radiating an unshakable calmness, as if a mountain were crushing him, yet he remained unmoved. "Turn the tables on you," he retorted. "It was your men who deliberately provoked this. They struck first and proved themselves inferior. How dare you turn it around and make it sound like I'm the one bullying you? You, the so-called gambling king of Jiangnan, are a man of some standing in the outside world. Don't you feel ashamed speaking with such a lack of decorum? You call me uncultured?" Qi Wei was utterly stunned. Not just in this small city of Jinling, but across the entire south no one should dare speak to him in such a tone. "Kid, you've got some nerve. Get down on your knees right now." Qi Wei was furious. The burly man beside him couldn't stand Chen Fan's attitude either, charging forward and pointing a finger at Chen Fan's nose, demanding he kneel. Chen Fan replied calmly, "One kneels to heaven, to earth, and to one's parents. What are you lot? You want me to kneel? Before you open your mouth, you should first consider whether you're worthy enough." "What did you say? Ha! You've got to be kidding me. I've been roaming the martial world for years and never seen anyone as insolent as you. I'll knock you out with one punch right now." "Stop." The burly man lunged to attack Chen Fan, but Qi Wei intervened. "Young man, you claim my men spoke to you disrespectfully first, I believe that. But you injured him. That's already payback, isn't it? Now that you've insulted me, shouldn't I teach you a lesson?"
Otherwise, where would the face of the esteemed gambling king of Jiangnan be? Shi Wei's voice wasn't loud, and his tone sounded remarkably calm. Yet the icy chill in his voice carried a murderous intent that sent shivers down the spine, causing the temperature in the entire hotel to drop noticeably. They say the gambling king of Jiangnan is a smiling tiger, truly a reputation well earned. This was the true mark of a master, always composed and unruffled, yet capable of striking terror into the soul. This kid had truly bitten off more than he could chew this time. Everyone believed Chen Fan was as good as dead. Surely, begging for mercy was his only remaining option. Yet to everyone's surprise, Chen Fan remained seated, shrugging his shoulders with the calmness of a still pond. Wanting to save face? That depends on whether you have the guts to back it up. If you can teach me a lesson, then fine. But if your puny minions can't hold a candle to me, you'll just make a fool of yourself. So the wisest choice would be for you to know when to quit, go upstairs and rest quietly. When I've waited for the person I want to wait for, they'll naturally leave too. We'll all be at peace, and no one will lose face. Chapter 197, Showing Off. Nibai, stop talking nonsense. Shi Wei, seeing such insolence, immediately rebuked him. This Nibai was also one of Shi Wei's top 8 generals. He was exceptionally skilled in feng shui and geomancy, having studied Qinggu-related knowledge from his elders since childhood. Though his natural talent in this field was merely average, he had received the true teachings of his ancestors, which allowed him to make a decent living. Shi Wei placed considerable trust in him, even entrusting the entire feng shui layout of the casino to his sole control. Fortunately, over the years, no major mishaps had occurred, proving him to be quite capable. Precisely because of this, Nibai carried himself with a greater sense of arrogance than the others. He hadn't learned from Yuchu's earlier lesson, instead continuing his self-righteous mockery. Mr. Qi, I'm not talking nonsense. Think about it carefully. At his age, how could he possibly be that skilled? Seeing them about to quarrel again, Shiman Qing stepped forward once more, pounding his chest emphatically. Nibai, though I, Shiman Qing, haven't yet cultivated to the level of a celestial master, common sleight of hand won't fool me. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, do you think I'd just believe there's such a young celestial master in this world? Skepticism is good, but if you only know how to doubt and end up offending those you shouldn't, that would be sheer foolishness. Shiman Qing was clearly warning Nibai, and Shi Wei found his words deeply resonant. Shiman Qing wasn't someone to be trifled with. If Chen Fan didn't possess genuine extraordinary abilities, how could Shiman Qing, with his fiery temper, possibly submit to him? Unfortunately, Nibai was stubborn. Even with Shiman Qing laying it out so plainly, he still refused to concede. Minister Shiman, I certainly don't doubt your words. However, I believe specialization is key. If this Mr. Chen has truly cultivated to the Celestial Master realm, he must have made significant achievements within our Qinggu realm. The knowledge of Qinggu is profound and vast, containing many intricate formations that martial cultivators like you have likely never even heard of. Therefore, I believe that if we truly wish to confirm whether he possesses such extraordinary abilities, relying solely on your word is insufficient. It would be best to invite a Qinggu expert with extensive knowledge, like Qi Dingshan, to make the assessment. Only if even he finds no flaws whatsoever can we truly confirm the matter. Chen Fan had expected Nibai to have some profound method to test him, only to find that after all this talk, he was actually asking to have Qi Dingshan verify the truth. This left Chen Fan momentarily speechless with laughter. Why didn't you just say so earlier? You wanted Qi Dingshan here? Go ahead and call him. I haven't seen him in days anyway. It'll be nice to have him over for tea. No sooner had Chen Fan finished speaking than Nibai rolled her eyes dramatically. How can you be so shameless, taking advantage of every opportunity? You really know how to push your luck. You talk as if you're best buds with Master Qi. Have you no shame? Chen Fan replied indifferently, but I am familiar with him. He even mentioned wanting to become my disciple before, though I turned him down. He's already so old and still hasn't made it into the ranks of the Celestial Masters. That just shows his talent is mediocre. If I really took him as a disciple, wouldn't that be like shooting myself in the foot? Oh ho, you sure talk big. Nibai didn't believe a single word of Chen Fan's explanation. She stared at him with the look of someone observing a lunatic, convinced he was nothing but a braggart. Chen Fan shrugged indifferently. Whether my words are boastful or not, just ask Qi Dingshan, and you'll know. Mr. Qi, I can't take this anymore. Can't you see how ridiculous this kid is? Minister Shiman, please come to your senses. Associating with such an arrogant upstart only drags down your standing. Nibai spoke with heartfelt anguish, as if he were the only sane person in the room. Chen Fan remained utterly unfazed by Nibai's barrage of accusations. He merely looked at him with a hint of resignation and said, "Why don't you check with Qi Dingshan first before speaking? Otherwise, I fear you'll be slapped in the face so hard later that you won't find a crack in the ground to crawl into. You're the one who needs to find a hole to crawl into. You shameless bastard. In all my years on the streets, I've never met someone as brazen as you lie without batting an eye." Nibai's tirade only grew more heated. Chen Fan wasn't without his temper either. As the insults thickened, his own irritation mounted. Will you ever shut up? If you have proof, show it. If not, get lost. Mr. Chi, did you invite me here for tea just to demonstrate how rude your men are? When you beat a dog, you look for its owner. Chen Fan didn't bother arguing with me by any longer, instead shooting a dagger-like glare at Chi Wei. Chi Wei's mind was now a complete mess.
On one hand, he believed Shimin Cheng wouldn't have misjudged the situation. On the other, Mi Bai's arguments seemed perfectly reasonable. He scratched his head and pulled at his beard for a long while, utterly unsure which side to take. Gaining the favor of a master was certainly important, but if he'd been duped, the embarrassment would be unbearable. Besides, up to this point, Chen Fan had only demonstrated exceptional fighting skills. He hadn't shown any remarkable abilities related to Qinggu, and he hadn't revealed anything about it at all. He was just a smooth talker. Was such a person trustworthy? Chi Wei was deep in thought when Shimin Cheng came to his rescue. Alright then. Since you, Mi Bai, have such doubts about Mr. Chen's abilities, why not challenge him to a duel right here and now? Mr. Chen, would you agree? Shimin Cheng intended for Chen Fan to demonstrate his strength, hoping to put an end to their persistent doubts. It was a well-intentioned offer, but Chen Fan had no desire to accept the favor. Who does he think he is? Does he even qualify as my opponent? I have no need to prove myself to such ignorant fools. Believe it or not, it's none of my concern. I've no time for your nonsense. Chen Fan considered dueling with someone like Mi Bai beneath him, so he refused outright. But to Mi Bai's ears, these words sounded like a guilty conscience. Enough with the act. You've already given yourself away, what are you still pretending for? I've cultivated for years, my seniority far surpassing your half-baked self. I don't consider dueling you a disgrace, yet here you are, strutting around like you own the place. Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Do you even deserve to talk to me like this? Now that you can't keep up the act, you're resorting to nonsense, huh? Humph. Get lost. If you don't leave soon, I won't be polite. Mi Bai cursed furiously, waving his hand like shooing away flies, ordering Chen Fan to get lost. But Chen Fan remained seated, utterly unruffled. He took a leisurely sip of tea and said calmly, "Then let me see just how unkind you can be." Chen Fan lifted his head with a smile, his expression one of eager anticipation as he watched Mi Bai. Mi Bai sneered coldly, immediately pulling 2 copper coins from her pocket and placing them on the table. Just as she was about to perform her ritual, Chen Fan snapped his fingers. Before Mi Bai could comprehend what was happening, the 2 coins suddenly sprang to life. With a sharp whiz, they leapt from the table, whizzing past Mi Bai's ears, one on each side. Each coin left a gash, blood instantly flowing from the wounds. Chapter 198, A Sudden Change of Attitude. You. Gritting his teeth in pain, Mi Bai hastily covered his ears. He had been seething with anger, but upon seeing the 2 coins lying at his feet, he suddenly felt as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. Realizing something, he immediately dropped to his knees with a thud, his entire body trembling violently. Chi Wei, witnessing this, sprang up from his chair, his eyes filled with horror. Mi Bai absolutely could not have colluded with Chen Fan. Therefore, everything he had witnessed earlier must have been real. Such extraordinary mystical arts, who else but a Taoist master could possibly wield them? Chi Wei swallowed hard, utterly convinced by Chen Fan's abilities. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Mr. Chen, your skills are extraordinary. Minister Shimin spoke the truth, you truly are a master. Mi Bai, you've offended the celestial master. Kneeling alone won't suffice, hurry and pour him tea to apologize. Though Chi Wei felt Mi Bai had embarrassed him, they had known each other for years. Seizing the moment, he offered Mi Bai a way out. Mi Bai took the hint, picked up the teacup, and obediently knelt before Chen Fan. Holding the cup with both hands, he offered it as an apology. My deepest apologies, Master Chen. Truly, there are always those more skilled than oneself, and beyond every horizon lies another. I, a petty man, failed to recognize your greatness and have caused you embarrassment. Please accept this cup of tea and forgive my foolishness. Chen Fan wasn't one to hold grudges. He nodded, accepted the cup, took a sip, and let the matter drop. Seeing Chen Fan drink his tea, Mi Bai exhaled a long breath of relief. Then, summoning his courage, he decisively kowtowed to Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, I wonder if my abilities might meet your standards. I too wish to become your disciple. I beg you to take me as your student. Just as Mi Bai's head was about to hit the ground, Chen Fan stepped forward to stop him. Hold off on the kowtowing. I don't take disciples lightly. But you are indeed younger than Qi Dengxiang, and possessing such strength is commendable. Here's what we'll do, dedicate yourself to training for a while now, get yourself in top condition. After some time, I'll test your abilities. If you truly possess the aptitude, I'll offer you some guidance. Mi Bai had expected Chen Fan's refusal, but he hadn't anticipated being given a lifeline after all. Overjoyed, he thanked Chen Fan profusely. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I will work incredibly hard. Chi Wei, witnessing this, felt immense satisfaction. He patted Mi Bai on the shoulder and remarked, You're truly blessed. For Mr. Chen to take you as a disciple, I'm reaping the benefits by association. Once you've mastered your craft, our entire Jiangnan casino will rely on you.
In the past, Nibai would have nodded smugly at such praise. But now, his arrogance had vanished. Instead, he bowed respectfully with clasped fists. Mr. Chi, with my natural talent, no matter how hard I train, I could never reach Mr. Chen's current level. Instead of chasing distant possibilities, you'd be better off sincerely seeking guidance from Mr. Chen, now asking him to examine your destiny or something similar. If you could gain even a word or two of his guidance, it would benefit you for life. Shi Wei certainly had this in mind, but he wasn't greedy. He and Chen Fan weren't close yet, and asking him for such a favor outright would be a bit presumptuous. Thus, Shi Wei didn't take advantage of the situation. Instead, he turned to Chen Fan and brought up the final match of the Hihong martial arts tournament. Mr. Chen, only today did I realize how formidable Fu Qinggong's opponent truly is. Had I known, I would have bet my entire fortune on you. Chen Fan chuckled and waved his hand. Forget it. Truth be told, I've bet on myself too. I'm planning to make a killing off this opportunity. With your substantial capital, if you'd bet on me, I'd have to cut you a much smaller share. So, selfishly, I'd rather you hadn't bet at all. Heh. Upon hearing this, Shi Wei remained outwardly composed but inwardly stung. He felt Chen Fan was being downright ungrateful. Not only did he fail to express gratitude for Shi Wei's strong belief in him, but he even seemed to look down on him. How utterly arrogant. Chen Fan could tell that Shi Wei didn't fully trust him in this matter. After all, even at the Celestial Master realm, martial cultivation and Xingwu were fundamentally different paths. Typically, for a Celestial Master, mastery in one area meant sacrificing the other. Therefore, Shi Wei likely harbored doubts about his own chances of victory. But Chen Fan didn't mind. As he'd said, the more money he could earn, the better. Who would turn down money? After drinking tea for over an hour, they agreed to meet again after the martial arts tournament concluded, then parted ways. Little did they know that the moment Chen Fan stepped out, Shuesan immediately called him. It turned out Shuesan had an acquaintance at the hotel. After Shuesan left, this person recounted everything that had transpired. After hearing the details, Shuesan rushed back, urgently telling Chen Fan not to leave and to wait for him there. Chen Fan was puzzled but halted his steps. Sure enough, not long after, Shuesan returned, panting heavily. Shuesan's frantic return stemmed from his deep-seated desire to prevent Chen Fan and Shi Wei from becoming inseparable friends. Shuesan, what's the urgency in finding me? Noticing Shuesan's poor complexion upon meeting, Chen Fan asked proactively. Just then, Shi Wei and Nibai descended the stairs, seemingly preparing to leave. The moment Shuesan spotted Nibai, he recognized him instantly. Pointing at Nibai, he exclaimed to Chen Fan, Mr. Chen, you see that guy named Nibai? He's the bastard who has a blood feud with me. You absolutely must not form an alliance with him. Shuesan was frantic, his voice naturally rising. Nibai instantly recognized Shuesan's voice. Nibai whipped around. The moment Shuesan's face came into view, every muscle in his body tensed. He gritted his teeth viciously, as if he wanted to tear Shuesan limb from limb. Shuesan, you bastard, how are you still alive? That's what I should be saying. You say? You heartless bastard. You killed my brother, and you still have the nerve to speak? How many times must I tell you before you understand? I didn't kill your brother. He was corrupted by his own twisted ambitions, refused to heed warnings, and insisted on trespassing into the Heavenly Thunder Array. What choice did I have? Regarding the feud between Shuesan and Nibai, he had already told Chen Fan everything. Just as Shuesan said, the blame truly didn't lie with him. It was Nibai's brother who was too stubborn and single-minded. But Nibai couldn't accept reality. She insisted on blaming everything on Shuesan, unable to tolerate the fact that only Shuesan returned from their expedition. Watching them start bickering the moment they met, Chen Fan felt utterly torn. Enough! Both of you, stop arguing. Nibai, your brother's death is undoubtedly tragic. But as the saying goes, misfortune can be averted, while self-inflicted calamity is inescapable. You know your brother's temperament better than anyone. What could Shuesan have done if he couldn't dissuade him? Chapter 195, The Ultimate Master is Mr. Chen. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Everyone was stunned by Chen Fan's audacity. Was he lecturing the gambling king? Damn, this kid sure talks big. Damn it, are you out of your mind? Do you think we're all dead? How dare you speak to the gambling king like that? The burly, muscle-bound thug was boiling with rage. Seeing Chen Fan show such utter contempt for Shi Wei, he gritted his teeth and lunged forward, ready to punch him. Shi Wei, too, was momentarily stunned by Chen Fan's words, taking a long while to recover. Ha, interesting. Truly interesting. Shi Wei twirled the knuckle ring on his thumb, slowly narrowing his eyes like a venomous snake. Turning his back to Chen Fan, he commanded, I didn't intend to see blood today, but some people insist on courting death. Settle this quickly. Hearing Shi Wei's words, his men immediately began rubbing their hands together, eager to get started. Yao Shengtian sensed his moment to shine and promptly stepped forward, feigning concern as he cautioned, Gambling King, brothers, you mustn't underestimate him. This guy is at least at the Grandmaster level. He even stole the show at the Yi family's martial arts match for a bride earlier. Yao Shangtian knew Qi Wei was a man who valued his reputation, and his men were no different. Therefore, when he praised Chen Fan's extraordinary abilities, Qi Wei and his men would inevitably become furious, unanimously directing their hostility toward Chen Fan. True to form, the moment Yao Shangtian finished speaking, Qi Wei's men scoffed dismissively. What's there to brag about being a mere grandmaster? If he were an angel, I might actually fear him. But if he's just a grandmaster? That's nothing to get worked up about. Let me take him on first. Hold on. Everyone, stand down. Just as these men rolled up their sleeves, preparing to strike Chen Fan with full force, an older man rushed over in a fluster, stepping between the two sides to prevent the fight from starting. This man was none other than Shiman Qing, the very same who had made prior arrangements with Chen Fan. Qi Wei hadn't expected Shiman Qing to appear here. Spotting the familiar face, his expression softened considerably. He greeted him with a smile. Minister Shiman, what brings you here? I was just thinking of finding you for tea once I settled in. Shiman Qing caught his breath and replied solemnly, Mr. Qi, it's been a long time. I came here specifically to meet this Mr. Chen Fan. Didn't I mention before that I met a top-tier master in Jinling and plan to introduce him to you? That master swordsman I mentioned is none other than the very gentleman standing before you now, Mr. Chen. I'm the one who arranged today's meeting with him. So please have your men step back immediately. We're supposed to be friends, why make things so awkward? Upon hearing this, Qi Wei's face twisted with disbelief. He scrutinized Chen Fan anew, his expression thick with doubt. Minister Shiman, you're not pulling my leg, are you? This kid is the master you spoke of? Shiman Qing nodded solemnly, replying with utmost seriousness, quite so, Mr. Qi. Why would I deceive you? I witnessed Mr. Chen's prowess firsthand and am thoroughly convinced. I can even say this. If Mr. Chen is willing, I would like to ask him to be my master right now. At these words, the crowd collectively gasped in disbelief, scarcely trusting their ears. After all, Shiman Qing's own prowess had reached the quasi-celestial master realm. For anyone to be his master, they must surely be a celestial master themselves. Yet this young man before them looked utterly ordinary. Apart from his somewhat boastful tone, he seemed unremarkable. What could possibly make Shiman Qing so utterly devoted to someone like this? Could it be he really was a celestial master? The crowd exchanged glances, each looking as if they wanted to speak but held back. They didn't want to question the judgment of Shiman Qing, the esteemed minister, yet they also couldn't quite agree with his recognition of Chen Fan. Shiman Qing had previously promised Chen Fan he wouldn't reveal his celestial master abilities publicly. Thus, he didn't state the truth outright, instead offering a vague explanation. There are always people more skilled than you, and skies beyond skies. I have my reasons for admiring Mr. Chen, and I hope you can understand. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. I trust you'll come to agree with me in time. Shiman Qing's words were as elusive as mist-shrouded mountains, leaving Qi Wei utterly baffled. His expression darkened further, suspecting Shiman Qing was deliberately toying with him. Minister Shiman, we've known each other for years. You've indeed introduced many talented individuals to me, connecting me with numerous exceptional people. I've held all your referrals in high regard and treated them with courtesy. But this friend you wish to introduce now, I find it difficult to endorse him. Could it be you're resorting to these convoluted tactics to save him? Qi Wei finally grasped one possible reason for Shiman Qing's praise of Chen Fan. He spoke frankly, Minister Shiman, given our relationship, if you truly wish to protect him, he could simply beg for mercy directly. There's no need to elevate him so much as to deceive my feelings. Not at all. Upon hearing Qi Wei's words, Shiman Qing immediately realized he'd misunderstood. As Qi Wei had said, they shared a deep bond. Shiman Qing didn't want Qi Wei to miss out on a master because of his own arrogance, nor did he want him to offend Chen Fan and invite disaster. Thus, Shiman Qing repeated his words with solemn precision. Mr. Qi, I swear upon my honor that every word I have spoken today is absolutely true, without the slightest falsehood. Mr. Chen's abilities far surpass my own. Even if you gathered all the masters at your disposal, they might not match his skill. Therefore, I urge you to take a seat and let us discuss this properly. Seeing Shiman Qing's words growing increasingly mysterious, Qi Wei grew thoroughly impatient. Waving his hand dismissively, he declared, Enough, enough. Just looking at his age tells me he can't possibly be the kind of master you describe. Forget it. I don't know what ties you share with him, but since you're so determined to protect him, I'll grant you that. Just stop with the exaggerations. Clearly, Qi Wei still distrusted Shiman Qing, but he was willing to grant him a favor and temporarily let Chen Fan off the hook. Upon hearing this, Shiman Qing felt both anxious and helpless. He had intended to properly introduce Chen Fan to this gambling king, but now things had turned out this way. After much deliberation, Shiman Qing decided he couldn't just let this matter slide. He pulled Qi Wei aside into a corner and whispered a few words in his ear. At first, Qi Wei paid little heed to Shiman Qing's actions, but as he listened, his expression suddenly darkened. Minister Shiman, you're not joking with me, are you? Good heavens, my old friend. We've known each other for years. When have I ever joked about such matters with you?
Seeing Shimin Qing's earnest expression, Chi Wei finally began to believe him.
He nodded and waved his hand at his men. All right.
Today's events were all a misunderstanding, and it's true our men were rude first.
Bao apologized to Mr. Chen. Chapter 196. What merit do I possess?
As soon as Chi Wei returned, he uttered these baffling words. Not only were his own men stunned, but even Yao Shangtian and the others were left dumbfounded.
What on earth had Shimin Qing said? How could Chi Wei's attitude have shifted so dramatically? The most bewildered was undoubtedly Yu Chu.
He had been counting on Chi Wei to help him exact revenge, yet now Chi Wei not only refused to touch Chen Fan but even ordered his men to apologize to him.
Wasn't this like slapping himself in the face? As one of the gambling king's elite inner circle, Yu Chu had never endured such humiliation. Mr. Chi, you. Shut your mouth.
Chi Wei had always trusted Yu Chu implicitly, never once treating him with such contempt. Yet today, he showed him no mercy whatsoever, cutting him off mid-sentence without a shred of courtesy. Though Yu Chu didn't take it personally, he recognized the gravity of the situation.
If he persisted in his demands, he wouldn't end up with a good outcome.
Right before everyone's eyes, those burly men who had been shouting threats just moments ago now obediently apologized to Chen Fan. Watching the entire group bow respectfully before him, Chen Fan finally felt satisfied and slowly sat back down.
Yao Shangtian gritted his teeth in fury at Chen Fan's arrogant and triumphant demeanor.
Zhan Dianshui, though not as intensely resentful of Chen Fan as Yao Shangtian, was nonetheless profoundly astonished by the turn of events.
Regardless of their astonishment, the matter was finally settled.
Not only did Chi Wei drop all charges against Chen Fan, but he too, like Shimin Qing, now addressed him with utmost respect as Mr. Chen, daring not to show the slightest disrespect. The more Yao Shangtian thought about it, the more resentful he grew, suspecting Shimin Qing might have been drugged by Chen Fan. Otherwise, how could a minister of his stature, the very mentor of Xiao He, a man whom even figures like Xiao Yin treated with utmost respect?
What on earth had gotten into him? Why would he regard Chen Fan as some kind of sage? It was utterly baffling. Could it be that He Hong had said something to Shimin Qing?
Yao Shangtian mulled it over and over, concluding the problem likely lay with He Hong. He Hong was the mighty northern king. Even after stepping down, his authority remained formidable.
But nowadays, the gambling king's power and influence should have long surpassed He Hong's. He shouldn't be groveling just because he heard He Hong like Chen Fan, right? Yao Shangtian had intended to use someone else's knife to kill his enemy.
Instead of witnessing the show he'd hoped for, he was left seething with frustration. His spirit sank, and his heart grew heavier. Though he kept finding excuses to deceive himself, Yao Shangtian gradually realized that Chen Fan possessed both formidable strength and extensive connections.
In every aspect, he was no less accomplished than Yao Shangtian, the spoiled second-generation heir.
Especially just now, when faced with the immense pressure exerted by the gambling king and his men, Chen Fan had managed to remain unflappable and composed in the face of danger. He had to admit, if he'd been in that position, he probably would have been scared out of his wits. The more Yao Shangtian thought about it, the more utterly defeated he felt. His head drooped, and he was deeply depressed.
Chen Fan wasn't the petty type either. He knew when to call it quits.
After Chi Wei took the initiative to admit his mistake, Chen Fan chose to bury the hatchet rather than continue the confrontation. Although Yu Chu was dissatisfied that the matter ended so abruptly after he'd been beaten, he ultimately said little and was carried away to recover. With that, the matter was finally settled. Through Shimin Qing's mediation, Chen Fan and Chi Wei sat down at the same table, the three of them drinking tea and chatting together. The black-clad bodyguards Chi Wei had brought retreated outside, save for the two men flanking him who remained.
Yao Shangtian and Zhan Dianhu were also ushered out.
Watching Chen Fan and the gambling king of Jiangnan converse so easily while he himself was left crouching outside like a stray dog, Yao Shangtian felt unbearably resentful. What the hell kind of power does that bastard Chen Fan wield that even Shimin Qing is backing him? And that fool Xiao He, his own house got robbed, and he's probably still clueless. Anger aside, the signal this incident sent was impossible to ignore. Even if Yao Shangtian was as dim-witted as they come, years of upbringing by his family had taught him to grasp certain realities. Therefore, after cursing Chen Fan under his breath, he didn't simply leave. Instead, he immediately called Yao Yiming's cell phone and recounted everything he had seen and heard that day in meticulous detail.
Grandpa, even Shimin Qing is now siding with Chen Fan. I reckon that kid might actually have some real talent. Why not put a little money on Chen Fan too? If he fails and we lose, we'll be bankrupt. However, Yao Yiming was stubborn. He dismissed it as a smokescreen, especially since rumors were circulating that the casino wanted Chen Fan dead to force a stalemate. So Yao Yiming smugly assumed Shimin Qing was likely setting Chen Fan up to fail, not genuinely trying to help him. He dismissed Yao Shangtian's warning outright, instead berating him for being a loser so beaten down by Chen Fan that even such underhanded tricks could make him tremble in fear. Yao Shangtian, unjustly berated once more, felt even more resentful.
Though he believed his own suspicions were correct, Yao Yiming refused to believe him, and Yao Shangtian could do little about it. Meanwhile, Qi Weizheng and Chen Fan were deep in conversation. When he heard that Chen Fan could instantly activate and deploy formations, he was utterly astonished. Mr. Chen, Qi Weizheng said, to my knowledge, even those who truly cultivate to the level of a celestial master find it no easy feat to command rocks, beasts, and birds at will. Yet, based on what Minister Shiman just mentioned, you seem to have mastered this to perfection, capable of turning the world upside down with a single gesture. Judging by your prowess, you must have attained the celestial master realm quite some time ago, correct? Yet I find it puzzling you appear so young. How could you have attained such profound mastery? Chen Fan neither confirmed nor denied Qi Wei's speculation, merely responding indifferently. While there are no shortcuts on the path of cultivation, the disparity in innate talent is immense. If you still doubt my abilities, Mr. Qi, feel free to find someone to test me. But let me make one thing clear, should anyone meet their end during this sparring session, I take no responsibility.
Oh, I can't listen to this anymore. I say, you should cut it out already. Why must you keep putting on this act?
No sooner had Chen Fan finished speaking than the tattooed man standing silently beside him, his mark on his palm, couldn't help but interject with an impatient retort. No matter how gifted you are, even if you started cultivating while still in your mother's womb, you couldn't possibly become a Taoist master in your early 20s. You must have colluded with He Hong beforehand to set up some scheme, pulling off some flashy illusion right under everyone's noses to fool Director Shiman, right? Chapter 199, Yao Shangtian turns traitor. Mr. Chen, don't listen to his lies. That scoundrel must have pushed my brother into the Thunder Zone. He's jealous of my brother's talent, that's why he hatched this evil scheme. Bai felt deeply wronged, believing Chen Fan was covering for Shuesan. Chen Fan shook his head, walked up to Bai, and patted his shoulder. Bai, I know losing a brother is unbearable. But when Shuesan first told me about this, I already performed a divination for your brother. Shuesan never lied. Everything he said was true. Can't you even trust me? Hearing this, tears instantly welled up in Bai's eyes. His hatred for Shuesan had been one of the driving forces keeping him going until now. Now, with Chen Fan's confirmation, that driving force vanished instantly. For Bai, it felt like the collapse of his entire belief system. Regardless of how Chen Fan phrased it, Bai believed him. Wiping away his tears, he bowed to Chen Fan and said, Mr. Chen, I believe you. If that's the case, then the curse formation I placed on that bastard must have been broken by you as well. Since you were willing to break the array for him, it proves his innocence. My previous actions were wrong. Shuesan, I won't bother you anymore. Shuesan exhaled deeply upon hearing this. At last, he could live in peace. Chen Fan knew Bai was hurting inside and comforted him further. The fates of twins are inherently intertwined. Your brother's early demise is connected to your own destiny. If you truly wish to honor your brother's memory, then dedicate yourself to cultivation. Do not let hatred consume your heart. Only then can your mastery of the Qingwu arts truly advance. Thank you for your guidance, Master Chen. I shall remember your words. Chen Fan nodded and dismissed Bai. Shuesan approached Chen Fan with light steps, clasped his fists in a bow, and said, Mr. Chen, you are truly my great benefactor. Had you not intervened, our feud would have dragged on indefinitely. Enough. You may return in peace. I intend to take a stroll here. Having made the rare trip to the seaside, Chen Fan didn't want to head straight back home. Shuesan nodded and departed with a light step. In the car, after deep contemplation, Qi Wei decided to share his thoughts with Shiman Qing. Shiman Qing found it both amusing and exasperating that Qi Wei still doubted Chen Fan's ability to win the decisive battle. Fine, Mr. Qi. If you truly don't trust Mr. Chen, then simply don't place your bets on his side. I've already staked my entire fortune on Mr. Chen. I trust he won't let me down. Qi Wei sighed deeply and pleaded earnestly, I knew you'd react this way, which is precisely why I shared my thoughts with you. Mr. Chen is undoubtedly a master, but better safe than sorry. If you really lose everything, you might not even have enough for a coffin fund in the future. Shiman Qing, however, shrugged it off with a smile. It doesn't matter. I've been penniless before. Seeing Shiman Qing's stubbornness, Qi Wei was momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Fan stepped out of the inn, intending to stroll along the beach, when Yao Shangtian came trotting up behind him. Mr. Chen, would you mind chatting for a moment? Hearing Yao Shangtian's voice, Chen Fan halted and remarked with a hint of amusement, I thought I'd misheard. Shouldn't you be furious with me? You were just exaggerating things, acting like you hated me to death. Why are you calling me Mr. Chen now? Oh, Mr. Chen, who hasn't been young and reckless? Please forgive me. I've reflected deeply on my actions. I was truly despicable, and you were right to teach me a lesson. I brought this upon myself. I want to bury the hatchet. We're both young, and you're so talented I'd love to ride your coattails. Watching Yao Shangtian's beaming face, Chen Fan sensed something fishy. But I carved such ugly words on your forehead they'll probably never fade. Can you really tolerate that? Yao Shangtian touched his forehead, glanced around, then lowered his voice. Honestly, it was unbearable at first. But in the face of overwhelming power, what good does endless anger do? Mr. Chen, I know you suspect I'm trying to trick you, but I swear on my ancestors for 18 generations I genuinely admire you immensely.
There's absolutely no ulterior motive here.
Seeing Yao Shangtian actually swear solemnly on his ancestors, Chen Fan finally believed him.
Seems this kid has finally wised up. Alright then.
A wise man knows when to yield. Since you're making overtures to me, I see no reason to persist in my demands.
Heh, that goes without saying. I'm not stupid.
Honestly, those two characters might look ugly, but it all depends on who carves them.
Getting you to leave your masterpiece on my forehead once you become world famous, that'll be a privilege others can only dream of. Just imagine how jealous they'll be of me.
Come to think of it, most of those who offended you earlier ended up dead at your hands.
But I survived and even got your genuine calligraphy. That kind of honor? I'm pretty much one of a kind.
You've got to hand it to Yao Shangtian, that pure AQ spirit. He's got himself so wrapped up in self-comfort, he's practically preaching to the choir.
Even Chen Fan couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Who knew you were such a character? But if you really feel so honored to have those two characters on your head, why do you keep the brim pulled down so low?
Afraid someone might see? No fear, no fear.
Yao Shangtian shook his head repeatedly, flung the fisherman's hat to the ground with a swish, and stomped on it twice with all his might.
This damn hat is hideous, I've wanted to ditch it forever. People might think I'm sick or something. Mr. Chen, if you look closely, those two characters on my forehead are actually pretty cool, right? If you don't mind, why not take me on as your little brother? Actually, my sister's pretty cute too.
If you're interested in becoming my brother-in-law, that'd be even better. Seriously though, Ren Annie may be pretty and come from a good family, but none of her relatives practice martial arts. You wouldn't have anything in common with her.
Our family is different, we're a martial arts lineage.
If we join forces, we could absolutely establish our own school in the martial world. With your strength, if you were to establish a new sect, you'd surely attract many followers.
Don't you agree?
Chen Fan found himself growing increasingly exasperated.
This Yao Shangtian was a real smooth talker, stringing together one polished line after another. Enough. Stop entertaining these wild notions.
I have no interest in becoming your brother-in-law, and you should stop trying to matchmake. Besides, I can tell your sister has her heart set on Fu Qinggong.
She probably looks down on me.
Oh, my sister just has her head in the clouds. She's been fooled by that pretentious jerk Fu Qinggong. But after the finals, the whole world will see your true strength, and she'll definitely come to her senses.
Yao Shangtian was desperately trying to sell Yao Beina, saying anything to win Chen Fan's heart. But Chen Fan couldn't care less.
The mere thought of that cold-faced, condescending Yao Beina made him feel that chatting with a character like Yao Shangtian was far more enjoyable than spending time with that kind of woman.
Chapter 200, Chatterbox.
After dismissing Yao Shangtian, Chen Fan continued strolling along the beach.
Meanwhile, Yao Shangtian rushed off to borrow money. Though Yao Yiming didn't believe his claims, Yao Shangtian was utterly confident in his judgment.
To prevent his family from being left penniless, he had to turn the tide and borrow as much as possible to pin on Chen Fan. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before his entire family was reduced to eating the wind. However, Yao Shangtian's so-called friends proved utterly unreliable. The moment he mentioned borrowing money, they all hung up their phones, none offering any real help. After making a round of calls and coming up empty-handed, Yao Shangtian returned with his head hanging low. He trailed behind Chen Fan, testing the waters to see if he could borrow some money from him. Chen Fan had no idea why Yao Shangtian insisted on tagging along, but having an extra little sidekick wasn't exactly a big deal. Besides, Yao Shangtian was quite the entertainer, and his antics actually amused Chen Fan. The two arrived at a beverage shop on the beach, bought 2 bottles of soda, and had barely sat down when they overheard the people next to them discussing the final showdown of the martial arts tournament.
Hey, have you heard? Changtai seems to have bet his money on that Chen Fan. Don't you think he's gone senile and misjudged the situation?
Pretty sure he has. Any sane person knows Brother Chang will win.
What's this Chen Fan guy even about?
He might not even survive this final match, let alone win.
Put.
This martial arts tournament drew quite a few rich kids. With not much else to do in Jinling, these young masters from the provincial capital all gathered on this stretch of beach. They were all rooting for Fu Qinggong, convinced Chen Fan didn't stand a chance.
Just then, Fu Qinggong walked over from the other side.
Turns out he knew these rich kids he'd come today just to hang out with them. Listening to everyone shower him with exaggerated praise, Fu Qinggong feigned modesty. Alright.
Don't get too carried away with your predictions. Even I can't guarantee victory. That Chen Fan has some skills after all, didn't he beat Yao Shangtian pretty badly? Give me a break. What's Yao Shangtian? He's nothing but a loser. Exactly.
That guy's so delusional.
How dare he even enter the martial arts tournament? It's not that I look down on him, but even I could knock his teeth out.
In their eagerness to tear Chen Fan down, these guys had completely forgotten about Yao Shangtian swallowing that golden soul pill that day. All they could think about was belittling him. Yao Shangtian sat at a nearby table, his back to them, hearing every word clearly. He gritted his teeth in fury, but seeing Chen Fan remained unmoved, he held his tongue.
Success, brother, we're counting on you to make us rich this time. Yeah. I've practically bet all my savings on you, brother Chenggong. You've gotta crush that kid in seconds. I'm sure with your skills, you'll finish him off in under 3 minutes. You bet. I'm betting on a knockout too.
These gambling dogs chattered away, each placing high hopes on Fu Chenggong.
Fu Chenggong couldn't care less about their words. In his eyes, these rich kids weren't even worthy of being on the same level as him. Once he became He Hong's son-in-law, he'd block every last one of these idiots. Just as they spoke, He Xian finally arrived, looking rather late. The moment He Xian appeared, the sycophants immediately began gushing about how perfectly matched she and Fu Chenggong were a heavenly pair. Hearing this, He Xian felt utterly delighted. She truly adored Fu Chenggong, convinced that men like him were exceedingly rare in this world. Fu Chenggong was not only highly responsible but also unlike other men who were greedy for money and lustful. His entire heart was devoted to cultivation, making him a gentleman among gentlemen. To spend her life with such a man, she felt she was the luckiest woman alive. Seeing He Xian's cheeks flush with a delicate, alluring glow, Fu Chenggong felt immense joy. He silently taunted He Hong in his heart. He Hong, you old fossil. Even if you see through my true nature, what can you do about it? Your precious granddaughter is nothing but a naive little fool. That girl will be mine to toy with whenever I please. Once you kick the bucket, your entire fortune will be mine. If I'm in a good mood then, I'll keep your granddaughter well cared for at home. But if I'm in a bad mood... Humph. Fu Chenggong grew more and more smug with each thought, completely unaware that every trace of his sinister, cunning expression was caught in Chen Fan's eyes. Seeing Fu Chenggong's cunning side, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a flood of emotions. Thank goodness He Hong was there to steer the ship for He Xian. Otherwise, she'd be the kind of fool who gets sold out and still counts the money for the seller. No wonder He Hong begged me so desperately to compete no matter what. Parents' hearts are truly the most compassionate in the world. Hey, what do you think? Will Chen Fan actually show up for the finals? If it were me, I'd be packing my bags and running right now. No way I'd subject myself to that humiliation. Seriously, it wouldn't just be humiliating if he dared show up to compete, he might not even survive. That piece of trash? If he dies, who's going to feel sorry for him? He was a freeloader living off the Qian family, and after getting kicked out, he started mooching and groveling everywhere. Just thinking about it makes me sick. These rich brats sure have big mouths. As they chatted, they kept adding fuel to the fire, smearing Chen Fan with increasingly outrageous claims. Their disdainful snickers only fueled Yao Shangtian's rage. Finally, Yao Shangtian couldn't take it anymore. Slamming his fist on the table, he turned and snapped, "Enough with your gossip, you busybodies. Spreading rumors behind someone's back? Have you no decency?" Yao Shangtian had become a devoted fan of Chen Fan. Hearing these lowlifes dare to slander his idol like this, he immediately lost his temper. Yao Shangtian's sudden outburst drew everyone's attention. It turned out Chen Fan and Yao Shangtian were here too. This only fueled their excitement further. Oh my, this is unbelievable. Yao Shangtian, has he messed with your head? Sitting here drinking tea with him, defending him like this, what's in it for you? Scary stuff. Chen Fan, you kid, do you know some kind of hypnotic trick? How else could you get all these people to speak up for you one after another? Exactly. Tell us more. Ever since you became the Qian family's son-in-law, I've been curious. Then came the Rin family, old He, and now Yao Shangtian. Everyone treats you differently. It's got us all wondering. Everyone chimed in, one after another, making Chen Fan the center of attention. He Xian and Fu Chenggong hadn't expected Chen Fan to be sitting right at the next table, looking like best buddies with Yao Shangtian. The most crucial detail was that Yao Shangtian had always worn a fisherman's hat to hide his disfigurement, a fact known to everyone. So, he should have been seething with hatred toward Chen Fan, the one who had carved those words on his head. Yet the current situation was the exact opposite of what they imagined. Not only did Yao Shangtian not hate Chen Fan, he wasn't even wearing his fisherman's hat. He was casually hanging around Chen Fan, acting as if he had no shame whatsoever. Chapter 201, Why the Rush to Self-Destruct? He Xian, believing herself fairly close to Yao Shangtian, took the initiative to ask. Yao Shangtian, how did you end up hanging out with someone like Chen Fan? He Xian's tone deeply annoyed Yao Shangtian. Gone was his usual chivalrous demeanor as he glared fiercely at her. Woman, watch your words. What do you mean, this sort of person? If you ask me, it's you who doesn't know how good she has it. You can't even see the value in a man as wonderful as Mr. Chen. You just don't have the luck. Humph. But it's just as well you don't fancy Mr. Chen. That way, I can introduce him to my sister and make him my brother-in-law. What? Yao Shangtian's words sent the entire room into an even greater uproar. Yao Shangtian, if you want to go crazy yourself. Don't drag Sister Nana down with you. What do you mean drag her down? Whoever ends up with Mr. Chen would be incredibly lucky, okay? If I were a woman, I'd be dying to marry him myself. Forget it. I won't argue with you about this. Since you don't fancy Mr. Chen anyway, that's just perfect. Just don't regret it later and try to steal my sister's man. Yao Shangtian had made up his mind to match Chen Fan and Yao Beina, now treating He Xian as his sister's love rival. He Xian stared at Yao Shangtian's smug expression and thought this guy must have water in his brain or been drugged by Chen Fan to spout such ridiculous nonsense. Fu Chenggong, however, paid little heed to Yao Shangtian's words. In his mind, Yao was nothing but a stupid dog, scarcely worth his attention. But with Chen Fan present, he wouldn't pass up this golden opportunity to mock him. With a smirk that wasn't quite a smile, Fu Chenggong raised his glass and approached Chen Fan. Looking down on him, he said, "Mr. Chen, what a coincidence you're here today. Could it be you heard about our gathering here in advance and came specifically to find me? If you wish to concede defeat now, simply say so. There's no shame in it. But once we're on the stage, even if you beg for mercy, you won't get the chance. And if you end up kneeling before me in front of everyone, you'll only embarrass yourself more, you'll even trample on old He's reputation. Better to do it now while there are fewer people around." Fu Chenggong was utterly deluded, convinced Chen Fan had come to beg for mercy. Chen Fan nearly burst out laughing at his words. He gave him a dismissive glance and remarked, somewhat exasperated, "Rich folks like you probably all have your own psychologists, right? Why don't you go have a good chat with your shrink and get that arrogance of yours treated? No, wait, your case probably goes beyond mere arrogance. Sounds like you might be bordering on delusional. What did you say?" But he quickly clenched his fists, forcing himself to calm down. After all, so many people were watching. If Chen Fan remained composed while he was shouting like a madman, he'd be the laughingstock. "What? Is your hearing failing you too, Mr. Fu? Chen Fan, I advise you to stop right there. I'm not one for verbal sparring. If you're really that gutsy, let's settle this with our fists in the finals. How about it?" Chen Fan shrugged indifferently. "That's exactly what I had in mind. Didn't you come over here to provoke me first? Or have you already forgotten?" Fu Chenggong nearly choked on his breath at Chen Fan's words. He Xian, seeing the man she liked being so mocked and belittled by Chen Fan, was naturally displeased. She set down her cup and stepped forward, fuming. "Chen Fan, cut it out already. Brother Chenggong's giving you a way out, trying to spare you. How can you not appreciate that?" Chen Fan glanced at He Xian and replied with a hint of resignation, "I don't need a way out. Could you two stop flattering yourselves? Last time was the same. I never intended to surrender or admit defeat. I hope you won't either. The finals are coming soon anyway. It's not like you won't live to see that day. Why are you so eager to court disaster?" As Chen Fan's tone grew increasingly defiant, He Xian felt utterly disappointed in him. "Chen Fan, you're just so arrogant. Anyone can see your skills are nowhere near Brother Chenggong's, yet you always look down on people. I even asked Brother Chenggong to hold back when the time comes, yet you show no gratitude and keep provoking him. What exactly do you want? Can't you act more mature instead of behaving like a quarrelsome elementary school kid?" Faced with these unwarranted accusations, Chen Fan was utterly fed up. "He Xian, I agreed to this duel solely out of respect for your grandfather. It has nothing to do with marrying you, little princess. So no matter how I perform, it has absolutely nothing to do with you. Please stop meddling and dictating how I should act. If you want me to spare your beloved brother, then speak plainly. If not, there's no point in continuing this conversation." He Xian never imagined Chen Fan would speak to her like this. She was furious. "Chen Fan, could you please stop mistaking my kindness for ingratitude? I'm doing this partly to save your life, and partly to spare you some embarrassment and save your face. Besides, you said it yourself, my grandfather is backing you. If you get thoroughly beaten by Chenggong, my grandfather's face will be lost." After much deliberation, He Xian finally came up with a legitimate reason for her concern about Chen Fan, but he remained unappreciative. "Well, thank you for your thoughtful concern, but you're worrying needlessly. I won't let your grandfather lose face. If you're truly worried, worry about your brother Chenggong instead. Fu Chenggong, don't you dare forget our wager. Get your family heirloom ready, I like to settle things face to face. If you happen to lose your life and the heirloom isn't delivered, I'll have to deal with your family's hassle. Just thinking about it gives me a headache." Chen Fan's nonchalant tone made Fu Chenggong's jaws clench and unclench in fury. If looks could kill, Fu Chenggong would have reduced Chen Fan to 1,000 pieces by now. In all his years, Fu Chenggong had never encountered someone so brazen. In past sparring matches, even opponents vastly superior to him had shown respect. But Chen Fan, clearly clueless, acted like he owned the world, constantly thwarting him at every turn. Fu Chenggong had never encountered such a troublesome opponent. He silently vowed that no matter how much He Xian pleaded, he would take Chen Fan's life to prove his own strength. At this moment, He Xian had no intention of pleading for Chen Fan anymore. After all, it was Fu Chenggong she was fond of. But now, Chen Fan wasn't giving Fu Chenggong any face at all. This was pure suicide. Who could possibly stop him? Chapter 202, All In on Chen Fan. Yao Shangtian watched the tense standoff between the two, his heart bursting with glee. He had worried that He Xian's repeated pleas for Chen Fan might stem from feelings for him. But seeing them bicker like this confirmed it, there was definitely no romantic connection between them. This greatly increased his sister's chances of taking the top spot. Yao Shangtian stepped forward. Enough, He Xian. Can you stop meddling in my brother-in-law's affairs? Fu Chenggong is no match for my brother-in-law. If you're smart, you'll break up with him now. Otherwise, you might end up a widow before you even get married. Hearing Yao Shangtian stand so firmly on Chen Fan's side, He Xian silently pinched her own arm. She genuinely wondered if all this was just a dream. Yao Shangtian, have you no backbone left? The words branded on your forehead haven't faded yet, and you still have the nerve to show your face around? Don't you feel ashamed? What's the difference between what you're doing now and treating a thief as your father? If Grandpa Yao found out about this, he'd probably kick you out of the family. You're just short-sighted. The reason I'm backing Mr. Chen so strongly is precisely because I have foresight. Grandpa might be angry now, but once Mr. Chen wins the duel, he'll surely praise my long-term vision. We'll see about that. Yao Shangtian was utterly confident in Chen Fan's victory. He just witnessed Chen Fan utterly humiliate the elite fighters of the Thousand Gates 8 generals. Fu Chenggong had always looked down on Yao Shangtian, as Yao was vastly inferior to him in both skill and prowess. But now this guy he'd always looked down on was actually trying to step on him with Chen Fan's backing? How could Fu Chenggong tolerate that? He immediately pointed his finger at Yao Shangtian's nose and declared, Yao Shangtian, you don't seriously believe Chen Fan can back you up, do you? If you're truly brave enough to challenge me, how about we settle this right now with a friendly spar? Yao Shangtian wasn't stupid. Without a second thought, he refused. Enough, Fu Chenggong. Stop picking on the weak. I know my own limits, I can't beat you. But so what? As long as Mr. Chen can beat you, isn't that enough? Stop picking on me. You'd be better off worrying whether your useless brother can hold up the Fu family name after you're gone. Yao Shangtian's words were downright despicable, and Fu Chenggong was momentarily rendered speechless. Seeing Fu Chenggong arguing and getting the short end of the stick, the guys who had been calling him brother moments ago immediately stood up. One of the rich kids swayed his head and said, enough with all this talk. What's the point? In the end, whoever loses their pants is the one who's screwed. We've all bet on brother Chenggong. Yao Shangtian, if you really think Chen Fan is that formidable, then go ahead and bet all your money on him. When the time comes. As the saying goes, where the money goes, the trust follows. The rich kid assumed Yao Shangtian was just spouting hot air and would never actually bet his money on Chen Fan. Little did he know Yao Shangtian didn't even wait for him to finish his nonsense before declaring with brimming confidence, need I say more? I've not only bet my entire fortune on Mr. Chen, I'm even borrowing more to increase my stake. Oh ho ho, great. You want to borrow money, huh? I'll lend it to you interest-free. Just put every last cent on Chen Fan. If you've got the guts to do that, I'll see where your old man's face ends up when you can't pay it back. Yao Shangtian had been pondering where to raise funds when this unexpected olive branch arrived, delighting him immensely. He immediately slammed his fist on the table, beaming, perfect. Perfect. Grab paper and pen, we'll sign right now. Whoever's willing to lend me money, lend it all. I'll stake it all on Mr. Chen. After Yao Shangtian's passionate appeal, several people actually lent him a considerable sum. Yao didn't hesitate, he took the borrowed money and, right in front of everyone, bet it all on Chen Fan to win. Ha! You fools know, you're actually quite clever. After the finals, you'll be thrilled you lent me this money. At least you won't be left completely broke, ha! Yao Shangtian did the math. At the current odds, if Chen Fan won the match, even after paying back all the borrowed money, he'd still end up with at least 200 million in his pocket. This was truly a no-risk, high-reward deal. Yao Shangtian, I think you've lost your mind. How could you possibly think Chen Fan will win? Borrowing this much from us and betting it all on him is no different than throwing money down the drain. Not only will we win all this money back at the casino, but you'll still owe us a huge sum. We hope you'll pay us back monthly. Don't even think about jumping off a building or anything like that. Hearing their taunts, Yao Shangtian showed no anger. He waved his hands repeatedly, saying, don't worry, don't worry. Who knows who might be jumping off a building by then? Since you guys lent me the money, I'll give you a heads up, bet a little less on Fu Chenggong. Don't end up losing your shirt. Everyone thought Yao Shangtian had lost his mind. Not only did they ignore his warning, but provoked by it, they immediately doubled down on Fu Chenggong. Chen Fan watched Yao Shangtian's relentless taunts and found it rather amusing. This Yao Shangtian, sometimes he looks like a complete fool, but this time he's surprisingly sharp. Alright, stop arguing with them. I'm heading back. Do as you please. With that, Chen Fan turned and walked away, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Yao Shangtian considered following Chen Fan, but quickly dismissed the idea, it would serve no purpose. Instead, he hurried to persuade Yao Beina. He had to secure this promising prospect before Chen Fan became famous overnight. Delaying any longer might mean missing his chance. As soon as Chen Fan returned to the villa, he headed to the mountain to train. Though his current strength could easily defeat Fu Chenggong without breaking a sweat. But just now, Chen Fan had changed his mind. He hoped to end this battle with an unexpected twist. Rather than letting others see his true abilities, leaving them with an ambiguous impression would be more advantageous for him at this moment. Chen Fan understood the principle of building strength before unleashing it. It was unwise to reveal his sharp edge too soon. Unless the day came when he cultivated to a level where he had sufficient confidence to completely clear all obstacles for the War God Temple, he would not lightly reveal his identity and strength. The Pai family likely hadn't targeted him yet. Their guard was down now, the perfect moment for Chen Fan to make his move and conduct thorough investigations. Earlier, Chen Fan had received a call from Renani, learning that the Pai family had dispatched their eldest son to avenge Pai Mingji. However, their target wasn't Chen Fan, it was Fu Qinggong. Yet this presented Chen Fan with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He intended to draw out information from them, hoping to uncover the identity of the Pai family's hidden backer. Chapter 203, The Day of the Duel. The day of the duel arrived swiftly. Besides hosting the finals, the most crucial task today was entertaining the Southern King. Unlike the semi-retired Northern King He Hong, the Southern King still held sway over the Peerless Academy and remained a powerful figure. Yao Yiming arrived at He Hong's residence early, accompanied by Yao Shangtian and Yao Beina. Over the past 2 days, Yao Shangtian had been at odds with them. The reason was that Yao Shangtian had persistently urged them to support Chen Fan, to pull back from the brink, and had even tried to bring Yao Beina and Chen Fan together. This proposal was, of course, ruthlessly rejected by Yao Yiming and Yao Beina. The two even went so far as to publicly flaunt the fact that they had forced over 100 million yuan onto Fu Qinggong, hoping to use this as leverage to showcase the Yao family's power to others. Yao Shangtian couldn't stop them no matter how hard he tried, feeling as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. With the showdown imminent, Yao Shangtian made one final plea: "Sis, Grandpa, just trust me this once, okay? Quickly set things right and retract all those shady maneuvers. It's not too late to switch sides and support Mr. Chen now. Otherwise, once the showdown ends, you two will be the laughingstock of everyone. I've taken some remedial steps, but grandfather, at your age, you must guard against tarnishing your legacy in your twilight years." "Shut up." Despite Yao Shangtian's earnest pleas, Yao Yiming refused to listen, glaring at him fiercely and snapping, "You've been acting strangely these past 2 days. My patience has limits. I don't know what underhanded schemes you've been plotting behind the scenes, but I advise you to stop immediately. If you dare support Chen Fan over your younger brother, once Fu Qinggong wins, don't blame me for turning ruthless." Yao Shangtian sighed deeply, realizing his efforts were futile. Dejected, he said, "Forget it. I can't change your minds. Grandpa, you're on your own. You little bastard. You dare talk back? Looking for a beating, are you?" Yao Yiming was furious, but Yao Beina spoke gently. "Calm down, Grandpa. I think Shangtian probably developed a psychological shadow because of Chen Fan, which is why he's so afraid of him. Once he witnesses Fu Qinggong utterly humiliating Chen Fan today, Shangtian will surely change his mind." After saying this, Yao Beina patted Yao Shangtian's shoulder and added, "Little brother, today you'll see with your own eyes. That Chen Fan is nothing but a nobody. I have no idea what you were thinking trying to set us up. You must have lost your mind." Yao Beina shook her head, exasperated. Yao Yiming, recalling the incident, clenched his jaw in fury. "Just thinking about it makes me furious. You little bastard, what the hell were you thinking? You didn't even have the decency to hide your shame. Coming here to embarrass us is bad enough, but trying to push your sister into the fire? You just need a good beating." Listening to his grandfather and sister's tirade, Yao Shangtian sighed deeply, muttering to himself, "The wise are destined to be lonely. None of you understand me. None of you understand me at all. Shut your mouth. I, Yao Yiming, have been sharp all my life. How could I have such a foolish grandson? Alright, grandfather, please calm down. My brother's limited experience makes it understandable that he was intimidated by Chen Fan. Even someone as seasoned as He Hong was deceived by Chen Fan time and again. It's not hard to see how he could have fallen into the trap." Yao Beina knew how to soothe Yao Yiming. Just moments ago, he'd been furious with Yao Shangtian, but the moment she mentioned He Hong, he burst out laughing. Yeah. That old fox He Hong has been sharp his whole life, but this time he really bit the dust. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me feel so good. That old fart always looked down on me, but now it's finally his turn to make a fool of himself. Who knows what got into his head rejecting Fu Qinggong and backing that pretty boy instead? TSK, must be senile dementia setting in. Yao Yiming felt increasingly triumphant, convinced he'd finally landed a blow against He Hong. Just then, the venue suddenly fell silent. All eyes turned toward the entrance, many rising to their feet in a standing salute, their gazes filled with reverence. The figure entering the hall was none other than Qi Wei, the gambling king of Jiangnan. It had been years since Qi Wei had shown his face in public, having largely entrusted his empire to his trusted lieutenants. Yet here he was, making a personal appearance to observe the proceedings, proof of just how seriously the Jiangnan casino circles took this opening event. Yao Yiming, who didn't seem to be paying homage to Qi Wei, felt a twinge of envy. Qi Wei wasn't just a man whose wealth rivaled that of a nation, he commanded the respect of everyone present.
By comparison, his own reception was pitifully inferior.
These snobbish bastards. What's Chi Wei got that's so special? Just a pile of stinking cash.
This society really laughs at the poor but not the prostitutes. These gambling dogs have all their money sucked dry by Chi Wei, yet they're still cheering him on.
What a bunch of fools. Yao Shangtian knew instantly that Yao Yiming was just jealous of Chi Wei. He couldn't help but retort, "How can you say that, Grandpa? Didn't you place over 100 million bets on the games Chi Wei organized?" "Shut up." Exposed once more by his grandson, Yao Yiming flew into a rage, raising his hand to slap Yao Shangtian across the face. Yao Shangtian felt wronged inside but dared not say a word. Yet he believed this era of humiliation would soon come to an end. Once Chen Fan defeated Fu Qinggong, these people would finally see that he, Yao Shangtian, was the true visionary, the one with the sharpest insight in the entire venue. As the center of attention, every move Chi Wei made captured everyone's focus. First, Chi Wei exchanged greetings with He Hong. Instead of immediately taking his seat, he made a detour to stand before Chen Fan. Clasping Chen Fan's hand firmly, he wore a warm, friendly smile, as if sharing some intimate words. This scene instantly sent ripples of astonishment through the entire room. Even Yao Beinan nearly dropped her jaw in shock. "Grandpa, look at this. Chi Wei didn't greet Fu Qinggong, he's chatting with Chen Fan instead. What's going on?" "Well, what else could it be? It's because Chen Fan is such a pushover that the bets this time hit a record high, making Chi Wei a fortune. That's why he's expressing his gratitude to Chen Fan. This Chen Fan is nothing but a beacon of misfortune, only a fool would bet on him to win." Yao Yiming considered himself exceptionally sharp, believing he'd seen right through Chi Wei's motives. He paid no mind to the warm conversation between Chen Fan and Chi Wei. But Yao Beinan sensed something was off. When Chi Wei spoke with Chen Fan, his expression carried a hint of caution, as if he were deliberately trying to curry favor. There wasn't a trace of arrogance in his attitude. It wasn't just Chi Wei. Even Mi Bai, who was with Chi Wei, went over to greet Chen Fan, lowering his posture and even bowing slightly as he did so. It was truly baffling. Yao Beinan relayed her observations to Yao Yiming once more. But Yao Yiming was a master at self-deception. He shrugged it off, saying to Yao Beinan, "Isn't Chen Fan considered part of the Qingwu realm? He even fooled Mu Yuanbai earlier. Mi Bai is probably just like Mu Yuanbai, blown away by that kid. If nothing else, this Chen Fan certainly knew how to put on a show." Hearing his grandfather's self-justifying monologue, Yao Shangtian's eyes nearly rolled back into his head. He finally understood why the Yao family couldn't hold a candle to other prominent clans. When it came to judging character, grandfather simply couldn't hold a candle to the likes of He Hong or Chi Wei. And to make matters worse, he didn't even feel ashamed, he was actually puffed up with pride. Unbelievable. "Grandpa, stop speculating wildly. Let me tell you straight, yesterday, Mr. Chen and Chi Wei met at the Seaside Hotel. They were so deferential to him precisely because they recognized his formidable power.